In a world transformed, where everyone can choose a class, genius Ling Chen's class column reads, none. Is he trash? Or a hidden master? Bound to the strongest all-rounder system, he is forced to be the sole classless one, yet he possesses the skills of all classes and a terrifyingly infinite mana pool. When he steps alone into the A-rank trial dungeon, the entire world will witness what a true all-powerful god of war looks like. At No. 1 high school, the National Unified Class Advancement Trial was just 1 day away. On the podium, the homeroom teacher was announcing the final mock exam results. Sunze, class level 12, class, Archer, talent, 90. The class erupted. A talent value of 90, a pure combat class, truly the #1 student. When the report card reached Ling Chen in the last row, it read, Ling Chen, class level 11, class, none, talent, 62. No class? His deskmate, Lei Feng, glanced back, his face filled with astonishment. Ling Chen, you still haven't picked a class? Normally, one would complete their first class advancement at level 10, resulting in a heaven and earth change in strength. Ling Chen was already level 11 but remained a classless wanderer. Haven't decided yet, Ling Chen replied calmly. Lei Feng shrugged and turned back. He was already a rank 1 warrior, fully focused on preparing for tomorrow's trial. When the bell rang, students left in 2s and 3s, leaving Ling Chen alone at his desk. System, open the simulation. As he spoke, his figure instantly vanished. In the virtual space, Ling Chen was drenched in sweat. 1,000 sword swings, 1,000 archery practices. Ding! Daily challenge complete. Strength +5, shooting accuracy +5%, max mana +5%, mana regen +5%. Ling Chen wiped his sweat, a sharp glint in his eyes. He was a transmigrator, having been in this world of monster rampages and class advancements for 3 years. His own parents had died in one such monster invasion. To survive, he had to become stronger. Months ago, he had bound himself to the strongest all-rounder system. The system issued regular tasks. As long as he practiced the skills of every class in the simulation, he would be rewarded. But there was one condition: the system forbade him from choosing a class. It wanted him to become the strongest classless one. 4 months, he had trained relentlessly. Now, his maximum mana was 6 times that of a normal rank 1 player, and his mana regeneration was 10 times faster. High mana regen meant infinite sustain. This was his confidence to challenge everything as a classless wanderer. Ding! A new challenge has been issued. The host must, in tomorrow's trial, single-handedly kill 1,000 white name monsters, 500 blue name monsters, and 1 purple name monster. Reward, EXP, attribute points. Exceed the quota with an S rank or higher rating to receive a legendary reward chest. Penalty for failure, annihilation of the host. A legendary reward. Ling Chen's eyes burned with intensity. Failure meant death, but the reward for success was unprecedented. Others just want to pass the trial. I will take the crown. In the blink of an eye, the day of the trial arrived. In the center of the field stood a massive stone stele, displaying the trial information. Trial dungeon, Tainted Water City. Trial difficulty, A rank. As the starting cannon fired, a wave of despair washed over the thousands of students. A rank difficulty. Seeing the horrifyingly low past completion rates on the stele, their hearts sank. On the main platform, the notoriously strict head of the Education Bureau, King Yama Zhou, watched with a stern expression, adding to the immense pressure. While everyone scrambled to form teams, Ling Chen walked alone to his teacher. Sir, I'm ready to enter the dungeon. The teacher was taken aback. Where are your teammates? Ling Chen simply shook his head, his expression as calm as water. You're not going to solo this, are you? The teacher's voice cracked. The surrounding students were in an uproar. Sunze, Lei Feng, and others stared at him as if he were insane. Soloing an A-rank dungeon? As a classless player? How was that possible? But Ling Chen had already taken the quest item and was enveloped in the white light of the portal, his figure vanishing abruptly. The whole school exploded. On the information stele, a line of text seared itself into everyone's eyes. Examinee, Ling Chen, team size, 1, class, none. My God, the homeroom teacher's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. On the main platform, King Yamazhou's initially pleased expression froze, then turned as dark as a pot's bottom. Absurd! Which school is this student from? The principal and dean of No. 1 high school turned green. This wasn't just suicide, it was a blatant slap in the face to the man who designed the entire exam. Inside the Tainted Water City dungeon, a chilling, decaying aura filled the air. On the giant screen outside, thousands of eyes were fixed on Ling Chen, the first to enter. From the icy water, several platter-sized tainted water crabs scuttled out, their massive pincers gleaming as they charged. Many of the female students screamed and covered their eyes. Holy yes! A sudden roar erupted from the crowd. On the screen, Ling Chen had drawn a knight's longsword from his back. His figure flickered like a phantom, the blade glowing with a faint black light. Swordsman's basic skill, blade dance. Swish! A crab was instantly cleaved in two, its green blood hissing as it corroded the ground. An instant kill. He one-shot a tainted water crab, known for its defense, with a basic swordsman skill? Tens of thousands of teachers and students were dumbfounded. Even the top student, Sunze, fell silent, admitting to himself he couldn't have done it so cleanly. On the platform, King Yamajo showed a flicker of surprise but quickly dismissed it. Showboating. A high mana cost burst like that. He can't sustain it for more than 3 attacks. Just as he finished speaking, 3 enormous, blue-named elite crabs, each 3 times the size of a normal one, emerged from the underground river, their crimson eyes filled with malice. Level 12 tainted water crab elites. His mana must be empty. You reap what you sow. This is the end for a classless player. But Ling Chen showed no fear. He raised his sword again. Blade dance. Clang. Sparks flew. No damage. Blade dance. Again. Still no damage. Damn it, again. He still has mana. The outside world was stunned into silence. On the platform, King Yamajo sat bolt upright, the other school leaders leaning in with furrowed brows. How is he still casting? On the screen, Ling Chen had already used Blade Dance 6 times to no avail. As the 3 elites closed in for the kill, their venomous stingers lashing out, Ling Chen instantly swapped to a staff. Thunder flash. Blue arcs of electricity crackled around him, and his speed exploded. He vanished, narrowly dodging the fatal attack. A mage skill. How is his speed buff so high? Just how much mana does he have? Before the shock could settle, an even more stunning scene unfolded. Water prison. The water beneath the elites formed giant spheres, trapping them. Earth fissure. The ground trembled, and a massive fissure opened, swallowing the trapped elites. The earth then compressed and erupted, but even this powerful combo failed to break their tough carapaces. Even if he has infinite mana, he's still a classless wanderer. This is the end of the line, King Yamajo concluded, signaling for the in-dungeon proctors to prepare for an extraction. He had taken a liking to the boy's talent and planned to pull him out and have him respec into a proper class. Just as everyone thought it was over, Ling Chen raised his staff one more time. Frost, crack. The temperature plummeted, and the 3 elites were frozen solid, immediately followed by scorching plains, ice and fire, cold and heat in rapid succession. A desperate, useless struggle. King Yamajo shook his head. Basic spells could never break the elite's defense. True enough, the freeze lasted only 3 seconds. The elites broke free and lunged at Ling Chen again. At that moment, a knowing smile appeared on Ling Chen's face as he drew his knight's long sword once more. Blade dance. Is he insane? That move is useless. The crowd couldn't bear to watch. But in the next second, crack. The sound from the screen wasn't a scream of pain, but the crisp sound of a shell shattering. The 3 high-defense tainted water crab elites had been completely pierced through by Ling Chen's sword. What? What just happened? The entire venue erupted. The students were bewildered, and the school leaders on the platform were dumbfounded. Only King Yamajo, after a moment of shock, broke into an expression of unprecedented admiration. Physics, he declared. He knew basic skills couldn't break the defense, so he used ice and fire in succession, using the principle of thermal shock to make the shells brittle, then delivered the fatal blow with his sword skill. The revelation dawned on everyone. This student's combat experience and intelligence are truly outstanding. To solve an unbreakable defense like that, a perfect execution, the leaders showered him with praise. But King Yamajo sighed again. A pity. As a classless player, he is doomed to not make it to the end of this trial. The others fell silent again. It was true. No matter how perfect his execution, how could one person complete the task of killing thousands of monsters and challenging the final boss? Ling Chen, oblivious to the outside world's opinions, did not rest. Empowered by Thunder Flash, he became a blur of lightning, speeding towards the inner depths of the city. He ignored the scattered monsters. To complete his quest, he needed to find the swarm. Finally, near the edge of the inner city, in an underground water prison, he found his target, a colony of 200 tainted water crabs. Holy crap! Is he going to take on all 200 of them? Is a masterclass in group combat coming up? The audience, which had started to look away, was now glued to the screen again, their hearts pounding. On the platform, King Yamajo stared intently at the screen, his brow furrowed. He didn't think the boy was a fool. So why was he doing something so foolish? Could it be that he truly had the power to slaughter this entire colony of 200 crabs? In the trial, Ling Chen was unaware of the stir he was causing. He carefully surveyed every inch of the terrain, planning his every move. After his preparations were complete, Ling Chen smiled. It's time to begin. In the vast water prison resembling a valley, 200 toxic crabs wandered aimlessly. After careful observation, Ling Chen had already discovered that not all of these 200 toxic crabs were ordinary monsters. About one-third of them were elite monsters. In other words, they were blue-named creatures. Monster, toxic crab health 300 defense, 100 attack power, 73 quality, white status, irritable, hungry. Monster, toxic crab, defense variant, health 400 defense, 150 attack power, 110 status, irritable, hungry quality, blue. Monster, toxic crab, resistance variant, health 200 defense, 100 attack power, 70 traits, basic purification, serrated bite quality, blue. Each monster's information panel had subtle differences. The skill healing needle could, of course, be used to heal injured companions, restoring their health. Basic defense enhancement could boost defense. Resistance to abnormal states had a very high resistance. Most importantly, Ling Chen discovered that this group of toxic crabs actually had a certain level of coordination. In other words, the difference between a single monster and a group of monsters was far more complex than just 1 + 1 = 2. Ling Chen became slightly more cautious. He did not want to capsize here. Let's go. A white light appeared beneath Ling Chen's feet, slightly slowing his descent. Mage basic skill, levitation. He flew into the water prison. At that moment, the group of toxic crabs had already sensed Ling Chen's presence. Hiss. One startled toxic crab took the lead and launched an attack. Puff. A sword slash, blood splattered. The toxic crab was slain. Outside the trial checkpoint, the first and second year students watched this scene with shining eyes. Another instant kill. So cool. But there's not just one toxic crab in the water prison, but a whole swarm. They asked themselves that if they faced such a scene, they would surely be scared out of their wits. On the podium, all the principals and directors were also fixated on the screen. King Zhou remained silent. The trial proctor was also paying close attention. If anything unexpected happened, he would have to intervene, as King Zhou had instructed. However, under the serious gazes of everyone, Ling Chen slowly raised his basic staff. Blazing fire. In that instant, a blazing fire erupted, and the dazzling flames covered every corner of the water prison. Group spell. Oh my god, why is Senior Ling Chen launching a group spell attack? It's over, now all the monsters in the water prison have been alerted. Toxic crab trait, irritable. Senior. Is he too impulsive? Hiss. The group of toxic crabs went into a frenzy. But the blazing fire skill acted before them. In the water prison, flames roared. The ordinary toxic crabs that had intended to use the poison needle attack were forcibly interrupted in their spell casting at that moment. The blue-name defense and healing variant toxic crabs spun in place, emitting painful and confused hisses under the scorching heat and blinding flames. Only the resistance variant was unaffected by the burning effect. The entirely green resistance toxic crab's body flickered with a ghostly green light. Basic purification. It purified all the negative effects brought by the blazing fire, allowing it to remain unscathed in the flames. Just as this group of resistance toxic crabs adapted to the burning effect of the flames and was about to pounce on the delicious human flesh, they suddenly realized, what about that human? He looked around again. Finally, he saw that damned human. However, at that moment, beside that human, lay the silent corpses of 15 ordinary sewage poison crabs. This meant that at the instant they were burned, that human had already found his target for slaughter. Hiss. The mutated sewage poison crabs let out angry hisses, continuing to claw and bite as they charged towards Ling Chen. At the same time, the effect of the raging fire ended. The ordinary sewage poison crabs, along with the healing sewage poison crabs and the defensive sewage poison crabs, had collectively rushed in. Thus, another wave of sewage poison crabs pounced en masse. The entire water prison actually emitted a slight tremor. The commotion caused by these monsters, which were even larger than ordinary humans, was definitely not small. However, they missed their target. The tiny human, as small as an ant, simply uttered a phrase. Shadow stealth. Ling Chen's figure instantly blended into the night, transforming into a stealthy figure, completely concealing his breath. The keen senses and smell of these monsters had completely lost their effectiveness. A delicious piece of flesh vanished right before their eyes, just as this group of sewage poison crabs was confusedly scanning their surroundings. Raging fire. Another burst of intense flames surged. Boom! The entire water prison was illuminated by the flames. The sewage poison crabs once again experienced the sensation of being burned by the raging fire. Only a few of the mutated sewage poison crabs used the basic purification skill, remaining unaffected. Sword chi dance. A flash of light. The burning effect disappeared, and another 10 or so ordinary sewage poison crabs and healing sewage poison crabs perished. Although the healing sewage poison crabs had the skill to heal their companions, their defense was very weak. They were even weaker than ordinary sewage poison crabs. Ling Chen found it extremely easy to slay them. The brief blaze dissipated. Vision was restored once more. The group of sewage poison crabs continued their relentless assault towards Ling Chen. But shadow stealth. The assassin's basic skill was unleashed again. In an instant, the sewage poison crabs lost their attack target, their keen sense of smell and perception, unable to locate the damned human figure. Just as they were about to relax, another burst of flames erupted. Thus, the water prison was continuously flashing with fire, like daylight. Outside the trial, countless people stared in disbelief at the scene on the screen. Can raging fire be used like this? Shadow stealth and sword chi dance are both basic skills with short stealth time and low attack power, but why do they have such exaggerated effects in his hands? The key is this senior's combat skills. His sword chi dance can consistently slay 3 or more sewage poison crabs at once. The effective utilization of skills is terrifyingly high. Why are you all just focusing on this person's skill usage and combat techniques? Why not pay attention to this guy's mana? Yeah, damn, how can this guy continuously unleash so many skills without a break? Why hasn't his mana run out? The Raging Fire skill was actually being used as a support-type skill. While burning, the blinding flames could briefly obscure the monster's vision in the fire. This kind of combat talent was simply fantastical. The first and second year students looked on in disbelief. This completely shattered their understanding of unclassed wanderers. But it couldn't be released so frequently without interruption. Moreover, the duration of the burning effect of Raging Fire was getting shorter and shorter. Besides the cooldown of the skill itself, the combustible materials in the water prison were also continuously decreasing and disappearing. What about his mana? When would it finally run out? Outside. Announcement: Ouyang-mi, candidate ID 5423, was killed by a monster during the trial. Announcement: Rainbow Squad, 3 members, was wiped out by monsters during the trial. A cold voice suddenly echoed over the playground. Broadcast. In an instant, the crowd erupted. Someone died in the trial? So soon? The curtain for the relevant candidates had completely gone dark. This signified the death of a candidate. This scene had been common in the vocational trials over the years, but the fact that death occurred so quickly felt somewhat unreal, or rather, too cruel. At this moment, Zhou Yanwang had already obtained the candidate data, and was reading it expressionlessly from the podium. Ouyang-mi, candidate ID 5423, encountered a monster, the polluted crab, during the trial, and died. Trial completion rate, 0, eliminated. The teachers and students were stunned. A completion rate of 0. From the timing, Ouyang-mi was among the last batch to enter the trial. This meant that he had just entered the trial when he was attacked by a monster, and he was instantly killed. His countless people gasped. This is the A-level difficulty trial. It's really beyond our capabilities. Rainbow Squad, 3 members, wiped out. Task completion rate, 17%. What a pity. According to the trial regulations, a task completion rate of 30% would grant a score. Although the score was destined to be at the bottom, it would at least count as completing the trial. The vocational trial is never a game. Failure can lead to death. In the end, Zhou Yanwang concluded with this statement. The principal and teachers felt overwhelmed. The freshmen in their first and second years felt their scalps tingle. On the big screen, Ling Chen was still fighting, and the effects of these basic skills were almost perfect when executed by him. If this kid advances, wouldn't his future be even brighter? Unanimously, all the principals and directors had this thought. At the same time, they felt a sense of regret for the talent. What a waste. Such an outstanding student was actually a jobless drifter. A waste. Simply a waste. Compared to the candidates who had just entered the trial and were wiped out, Ling Chen's performance in the trial was even more commendable. Senior Ling Chen's combat skills are enough for us to learn from. Yeah, the way he changes and combines skills shows that Senior Ling Chen must train very hard. Did you notice that Senior Ling Chen remained calm throughout? He never attacked the defensive mutants, only those with low defense. That's the wisdom of Senior Ling Chen. He probably planned how to act from the very beginning. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and take out your phones to record this. If you miss such an exciting battle scene, it will be gone. After hearing the evaluations from the principals and directors, the admiration of the first and second year female students for Ling Chen soared to new heights. The other teachers also agreed with the students' remarks. As teachers, their level of combat skills went without saying. In the past, when they saw students in their classes during practical combat lessons, they often felt there were many flaws. In terms of skill application, combat techniques, skill accuracy, and so on, there were numerous shortcomings. But why could they see no flaws in Ling Chen? The fluid release of skills, the seamless connection of skills, the coordination of skills, and the exaggerated use of body movements, this was far beyond what an ordinary student could achieve. Of course, what shocked the teachers even more was Ling Chen's extremely abnormal mana. Now there are only 20 defensive mutant polluted crabs left. Just then, a student exclaimed. In the scene, within the silent and dark water prison, the stench of various filthy waters and toxic crab blood flowed, with hundreds of toxic crab corpses scattered in the corners. From 200, it had been reduced to 20. This Ling Chen had accomplished this in less than an hour. The key still lies in how he deals with these defensive mutated toxic crabs. After all, their defense is even stronger. than that of the previous blue-named toxic crabs. Many also noticed that the burning effect of the mage skill, blazing fire, had become ineffective. The entire water prison was bare, with many stones scorched and cracked. Yet countless people still looked forward eagerly. They hoped Ling Chen would achieve even more impressive results. In the next moment, Ling Chen moved again. In the light screen, Ling Chen equipped a shield and a heavy sword. This is standard equipment for a warrior. What is he planning to do? Does he want to use a warrior to slay these exaggeratedly defensive mutated toxic crabs? Watch closely, Senior Ling Chen is going to teach us how to break through the thick defenses of monsters. I'm a bit excited now. All the spectators present were fixated on the live broadcast. Even King Zhou was silent, watching the screen. In the trial, Ling Chen, who had already slain 180 toxic crabs, held a shield in his left hand and a heavy sword in his right. The remaining 20 defensive mutated toxic crabs emitted deadly hisses towards Ling Chen. Their terrifying defense was what allowed them to survive until the end. Their shallow intelligence made them aware that this human seemed unable to deal with their high defense. Thus, they roared even more excitedly. Despite the heavy losses of their companions, they felt a sense of joy. With fewer companions, they naturally didn't have to fight fiercely for the human's flesh and blood. Hiss hiss. The 20 defensive mutated toxic crabs lunged at Ling Chen in an instant. With the shield and heavy sword equipped, Ling Chen was naturally slower than before. But he remained calm, directly throwing out 20 marbles from his large pack. The 20 marbles were thrown out, arranged in a line. Crack! The marbles exploded, transforming into 20 huge mushrooms. Hunter basic skill, aroma lure skill type, support skill description, giant mushrooms that emit a fragrant aroma, having a deadly attraction to low-level monsters. Note, if the target's level is higher than the hunter's level, the aroma lure effect is halved. The 20 arranged giant mushrooms emitted an enticing fragrance in the water prison. With a gust of wind, the monsters in the entire water prison went wild. To them, these mushrooms were like the most delicious food in the world, even tastier than human flesh. One toxic crab was seen taking a bite, nearly swallowing half a mushroom. Battle roar. Ling Chen opened his mouth and a roar erupted, the sound waves spreading. The sudden battle roar activated warrior basic skill, battle roar skill type, support skill. Description: the warrior emits a roar, increasing target hatred and reducing the surrounding target's defense by 5%, lasting for 2 minutes, stackable up to 3 times. Note, if the target's level is higher than the caster's, the duration will be reduced. Ling Chen roared 3 times in succession. The 3 layers of negative buffs directly reduced the defense by 15%. The monster horde was startled. They stopped eating. But, monster trait, irritable. The monsters were completely enraged by Ling Chen. Rage value, 100 plus 300 plus 700 plus. Not enough. Ling Chen's gaze was sharp as he stowed the shield into his pack and took out his staff without any hesitation. Water prison technique. The cold river water on the ground surged, directly trapping the 20 defensive mutated toxic crabs in a large bubble of water. Once again, he took out the shield and, combined with the heavy sword, unleashed his skill. Shield breaker circular slash. The massive heavy sword in his hand swept around in a circle. The invisible and heavy sword energy swept through all 20 polluted toxic crabs. However, when this sword energy struck the polluted toxic crabs, it caused them no harm at all. Their health didn't decrease. Warrior basic skill. Shield breaker circular slash skill type, support skill description. The warrior swings the giant sword in hand, releasing a circular sword energy that sweeps around targets. The sword energy deals no damage, but the defensive targets hit by the sword energy is reduced by 10% for 1 minute, and it cannot be stacked. Note, if the target's level is higher than the caster's, the duration will be reduced. The nth time he was forcibly interrupted while eating. Anger level 1000 plus and his defense was reduced too. Damn it. This is just ridiculous. It is well known that in a team, the mage is responsible for high damage output, the healer takes care of team healing, and the assassin is in charge of eliminating targets. While the warrior is known for high defense and health, serving as the front line of the team. But he has another role, reducing defense and drawing aggro. Both of these roles are extremely important. In high difficulty and unknown trials, monsters with high defense, strong attack power, and thick health appear one after another. Without the warrior to attract aggro and reduce defense, even if the output from the team is fierce, they may not be able to deal substantial damage to the monsters. Now, the reason Ling Chen switched to warrior gear was naturally to reduce the defense of these 20 mutated polluted toxic crabs. At this point, someone might ask, why didn't Ling Chen use the previous skills, blazing fire and freezing spell, to create a dual effect of ice and fire to directly break down the defenses of this group of monsters? Firstly, he was previously facing only 3 polluted toxic crabs, but this time he was up against 20 mutated ones. Although both blazing fire and freezing spell are area attack skills, the 20 mutated crabs are somewhat scattered, requiring multiple uses of the skills to hit them all, which is too troublesome. Secondly, the elite polluted toxic crabs have a defense of only 300, while these mutated ones have a full 400 defense, which is not even in the same tier. The attack effects of blazing fire and freezing spell would be significantly reduced. Therefore, Ling Chen chose the most prudent approach, utilizing the warrior's profession to break defense characteristics to reduce the target's defense in a wide area. After the effects of Battle Roar and Shield Breaker Circular Slash, the defense of these 20 mutated crabs had already been reduced by 25%. 400 defense was now down to 300, making it the same as the elite polluted toxic crabs. Water Prison. Without any hesitation, Ling Chen took out the mage's staff and directly used the skill to continue trapping these mutated crabs. At the same time, he kept taking out incense traps from his bag and throwing them on the ground. But the polluted toxic crabs were not fools. Simple intelligence told them that they could not be fooled again. At this moment, the 20 mutated polluted toxic crabs had completely lost their rationality and recklessly charged at Ling Chen. They wanted to devour this damned human. At this point, Ling Chen was already holding the staff, beginning an astonishing display of spells. Blazing fire, blazing fire, blazing fire. With 10 consecutive blasts of blazing fire, the entire water prison was illuminated by the scorching flames, resembling daylight. At this moment, the burning effect of blazing fire was almost negligible. It was actually used by Ling Chen as a light bulb. Then, freezing spell, freezing spell, freezing spell. The biting cold wind swept in, and the water prison, which had just been like a volcano, instantly cooled down, as if one were in the North or South Pole. The remaining high temperature inside the water prison, after the sudden drop in temperature, the defense has already been reduced to the same level as the 20 mutated sewage poison crabs, which are now facing a crisis. Their once proud hard shells have become fragile after the scientific assault. What a pity. It was almost not a little bit, because the blazing temperature was no longer enough to break through the sewage poison crab's defenses. Spell, swamp. Spell, collapse. Spell, slow. Swordsman basic skill, steel cutting. Sword chi. In the end, Ling Chen directly took out the initial knight's longsword and used the basic skill belonging to the swordsman. Profession. Swordsman basic skill, steel cutting sword chi skill type, defensive skill description, swing the sword to unleash sword chi. Attacking targets in front, causing minor damage, and applying the sword chi disruption negative buff, lasting for 1 minute. Note, if the target's level is higher than the caster's, the duration will be reduced. In a team, some require magical output, while others need physical output. The mage is the magic core, while the swordsman is the physical core. The high attack power possessed by the swordsman is difficult for other physical professions to match, and the swordsman's defense is also much lower compared to other professions. Of course, there are also some physical professions that can serve as physical core outputs. For example, the sharpshooter profession of the top student, Sun Tse. With full-range physical output, the attack power is even more terrifying, and after the second job change, it is said that they also possess certain team buffing abilities. However, the steel-cutting sword chi that Ling Chen activated at this moment clearly had little to do with attack power. The key point is the area attack of the steel-cutting sword chi, the negative buff, lasting for 1 minute. The 20 mutated sewage poison crabs only had time to let out a screech before being struck down by a single sword. Swamp, collapse, slow, rage. The 20 mutated sewage poison crabs went mad, frenzied. They wanted to tear this human apart, but they couldn't move. Swamp, traps, countless negative effects piled on. Monster, %u and #*% ha. On the other side, Ling Chen let out a long breath and smiled slightly. He then directly began to slay. In the water prison, the bodies of the sewage poison crabs lay scattered, all slain. I have to say, the shell is still quite hard, but it's also quite convenient. With this done, let's move on to the next location. Whoosh! The next second, Ling Chen sprang out like a rabbit. He needed to continue to the next group of poison crabs and complete the first phase of the task as soon as possible. Outside the trial, in the audience, all the students looked bewildered. What the hell? What did I just see? Is that it? Levitation, night stealth, blazing fire, freezing spell, water prison, battle roar, shield break ring sweep, steel cutting sword. Shay, my god, who the hell can withstand this combo? I don't know why, but I suddenly feel a bit sorry for the sewage poison crabs. It really is. Senior Ling Chen's last wave of operations was too ridiculous. If I were a sewage poison crab right now, I would probably be cursing the senior's ancestors. Many people seemed to have their worldview overturned. It was also the first time they witnessed how the job change trial and entrance examination could be played like this. They had never seen such a scene before. There were a lot of people online posting videos showcasing their operations and damage output. Various battles to the death with monsters, you die, I live. And this scene before them felt so easy. Very good. Suddenly, on the podium, President Zhou Yanwang exclaimed in amazement. Beside him, other principals, directors, and teachers were also nodding in agreement. The junior students looked equally shocked. Did you all see that? Ling Chen's performance just now. Zhou Yanwang glanced at the students below. Ling Chen's skill combinations and combat techniques are worth your study. And he suddenly fell silent, pointing at the large curtain. You can take a look for yourselves. This time, in battle, your senior has killed how many monsters? And what price did he pay himself? As soon as these words fell, many students reacted. First, that's right, the essence of the trial is to clear it and complete the assessment. I just calculated it. Senior Ling Chen killed over 200 sewage poison crabs in the water prison, plus the ones he killed before. Hiss unknowingly, Senior Ling Chen is about to complete the first monster killing task. Hiss hiss. This is too abnormal. You guys can't just focus on watching his combo moves. You also need to pay attention to this classmate Ling Chen's battle layout. At this moment, a senior teacher turned to remind the students. In his class, if you carefully record every step Ling Chen took in the water prison, you'll find that each of his landing points perfectly ensured his safety. The most important thing is that from the very beginning, he had already planned how to fight this battle. And look at his speed in switching equipment. Do you see him taking out his sword, shield, or heavy sword for more than a second? Less than half a second. He has already completed the equipment switch, switching from a warrior to a mage in half a second. What does this mean? It means that whenever you fight Ling Chen, in just half a second, he can transform from an assassin into a mage and blast a fireball right in your face. This kind of skilled equipment switching and combat experience, who knows how much effort this student has put in behind the scenes? The senior teacher's reflections and explanations elevated the student's admiration for Ling Chen to a new height. It's over. Senior Ling Chen is so handsome, I'm going to become his little fan. I apologize to the senior. Just now, I was cursing him in my heart for not being manly and being a coward. Plus one, the most impressive thing is that Senior Ling Chen soloed 100 monsters without getting hurt even once. I just wonder what this outstanding student's innate talent is. The senior teacher sighed, his voice filled with curiosity. Every student basically has their own unique talent. An innate talent is unrelated to the profession a student chooses, it is something they are born with. Some people's innate talent is eye of insight, which greatly enhances the user's perception ability, especially in maze trials where this talent is like a fish in water. Others have the innate talent of magic flame, which makes their fire attribute skills much more powerful. Generally speaking, a normal person can only have one innate talent. Those who can possess two innate talents are already considered the chosen ones. However, such people are extremely rare. Those with two innate talents are usually directly admitted to prestigious universities. Other students were extremely curious about Ling Chen's innate talent. Most speculated that his talent should be related to mana. Some guessed it was related to skill amplification. After all, Ling Chen's skills were much more powerful than those of others using the same skills. Could it be that Senior Ling Chen can have two innate talents? At this moment, a student quietly said this. Impossible. To his surprise, the people around him instantly refuted. If Senior Ling Chen had two innate talents, he would have been directly admitted long ago. Yes, our dragon country has two outstanding geniuses with dual innate talents, almost all of whom are top figures in every vocational university. If Senior Ling Chen has them, he wouldn't need to participate in the vocational trial and entrance examination. However, Senior Ling Chen's performance is already perfect. If he continues like this, his results in the vocational trial and entrance examination will surely rank among the best in our city. It's the first case in the country where someone participates in the vocational trial and entrance examination as a non-classed wanderer and still achieves excellent results. It's simply shocking. Someone sneered. Ling Chen does perform well, but to compete for the city ranking is a bit exaggerated, isn't it? As if our school has no geniuses. Exactly. No matter how you put it, the Senior Ling Chen you admire is just a wanderer. There is never a shortage of contrarians. Moreover, the geniuses from other schools, having entered the trial later, indeed haven't shown their strength yet. In the light screen, Ling Chen has found another group of poisonous crabs. Oh my, Senior is facing off against an elite monster. This group of poisonous crabs is even larger. Can Senior handle it? Soon, Ling Chen pierced through the monster group and made a quick escape. Woohoo, taking off. This is insane. Killing gods when meeting gods, killing ghosts when meeting ghosts. On the outskirts of Sewage City, Senior is already invincible, right? If he can't win, he can just run. The first and second year students are filled with excitement. It's not just because Senior Ling Chen is powerful. It's also because of his control over the battle. He fights when he can, and absolutely does not act recklessly when he can't. Whether you call it being cautious or steady, it's this kind of battle instinct that allows Ling Chen to move in and out of the outskirts of Sewage City as if it were uninhabited. Teacher, one day when we participate in the vocational trial and entrance examination, can we also choose his fighting style and clearing techniques like Senior Ling Chen? The teachers nearby, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. This student's combat quality flawless. I believe not just me, but the other leaders should also be convinced of this. Even the teacher didn't finish the latter half of the sentence. He only thought to himself, this student's performance in the trial is likely to be textbook level. If he weren't a non-classed wanderer. Flawless? A short sentence hit each student's heart like a cannonball. It was the first time they heard their teacher use the words flawless to evaluate a student's performance. On the podium, the principal of the first high school even privately instructed the director of education include Ling Chen's performance in the trial in the video teaching materials. The director of education looked up in surprise, thinking the principal must be crazy. But soon he understood the principal's intentions. Yes, below the podium, a student suddenly asked, "Teacher, why do I feel like when Senior Ling Chen runs away, it's not because he can't win? It seems like Senior is intentionally hiding his strength." Well, that's hard to say. The teacher hesitated. Ling Chen's performance was simply too perfect. But it was precisely because it was too perfect that the teachers felt it wasn't unreasonable for Ling Chen to have some hidden cards. Yet they also thought that no matter what, a person's energy is limited. Even if he hides his strength, it shouldn't be too outrageous. Another wave of poisonous crabs has been cleared. Senior Ling Chen seems to be getting more skilled. This time he finished the battle in less than 15 minutes. While countless onlookers were discussing, Ling Chen resolved another wave of poisonous crabs. As expected of Senior Ling Chen. Wow! Have you noticed that this time, Senior Ling Chen killed all the polluted crabs without letting a single one escape? I can't believe it. So, Senior Ling Chen ran away before just to hide his strength? Looking at Ling Chen on the screen, countless people gasped in amazement. He can be even stronger. I don't believe it. A lone player can go this far in the trial. The crowd exclaimed. Who would have thought that amidst the fierce battles and confrontations, Ling Chen had actually held back, soloing 1,000 monsters and still hiding his strength? Is he human or a monster? In the trial, Ling Chen continued to wander around the outskirts of the polluted city, sometimes even getting close to the inner areas where the monsters were more numerous and powerful. As time went on, people gradually sensed something was off. What great ambition! As soon as this was said by Chairman Zhou Yanwang, the surrounding principals and directors were slightly taken aback. It is well known that the assessment content released before the transfer trial entrance examination, such as killing 1,000 ordinary polluted crabs, is merely the passing requirement. So after passing, one naturally aims for extra points. How to gain extra points? Kill more monsters, exceed the task. 1,000 ordinary polluted crabs, 60 points. So, what about 2,000? 3,000? Ling Chen demonstrated the answer with his actions. Ding! Congratulations! You have killed ordinary polluted crabs. 3,000 inch first stage task completed. Task score, 90. In the trial, only Ling Chen could hear the score notification. Ling Chen frowned, clearly dissatisfied with this score. Ordinary candidates, after completing the basic assessment content, are considered to have passed and can choose to continue or leave the trial to obtain their scores. Completing only the passing content means they can only attend some lesser universities, but at least they secure their spot, preventing themselves from becoming ordinary again. However, if one wants to attend some prestigious universities, they must compete for task scores. Moreover, Ling Chen's goal is not just to perform well. Outside, countless new students were left dumbfounded. A monster killing 3,000 polluted crabs, the score must be at least 85, right? Maybe even 90. Because Ling Chen did not exit the trial, the first stage task score would not be publicized. Just soloing 3,000 polluted crabs. Such achievements are rare among past candidates. Unless they are geniuses among geniuses. He has already exceeded the task. Why is Senior Ling Chen still wandering around the outskirts? I don't know. Is he not satisfied with an excellent rating? Outside the trial, everyone felt shocked and puzzled by Ling Chen's actions. Even if it was just the first stage of the trial. As long as Ling Chen exited the trial now, a score close to 90 would be enough to place him among the top in the city. Some who had always disliked Ling Chen's showiness couldn't help but jump out with sarcastic remarks. In this day and age, those with a bit of skill are eager to show off and seek attention, not realizing that the transfer trial entrance examination can also be deadly. Under normal circumstances, the trial invigilators are not allowed to intervene to save students, even if that student is facing death. This Ling Chen is just wandering around the outskirts without adjusting his state. It's simply courting death. Some people really think too highly of themselves. So what if the first stage score is high? If he dies now, the score resets to 0. Listening to these sarcastic remarks, many of the juniors who originally admired Ling Chen couldn't help but frown. Clearly, they had to admit that Ling Chen was indeed being overly arrogant this time. After all, every battle he fought seemed seamless. Others would lure monsters, kill them, recover, and heal, then lure the monsters, kill the monsters. But him? He cut through everything. He pushed through relentlessly. Even an Iron Man couldn't withstand such endless consumption. That said, some had already vaguely guessed what Senior Ling Chen was planning to do. I don't know if my guess is right, but if it really is like that, It was as if a chain reaction had occurred and others had also figured it out. Holy crap! No, it can't be. Senior Ling Chen, is your ambition really that terrifying? Everyone was avoiding the topic, afraid to speak the truth. There was an unwritten rule in the past transfer trials and entrance examinations: those who scored full marks could compete for provincial rankings. What is full marks? Killing over 10,000 monsters in the shortest time possible. This is simply a fantasy. Moreover, he is a lone player. It was that senior teacher who spoke with understanding. Then, he looked calmly at those sarcastic students. You may not have faith in Ling Chen and you may think he is arrogant, but you should not despise him. What does it mean to be strong? Is it only those with high combat power and strength who deserve to be called strong? No. Those who dare to challenge the divine with the frail body of an ant are the true strong. You label Ling Chen's actions as arrogant and conceited, but in my eyes, I see someone who, even if weak, dares to compete with the sun. Would you dare to climb to great heights like Ling Chen? The words of the senior teacher struck like heavy drums, pounding in the hearts of every student. It made them bow their heads in shame. Even the principal on the podium nodded in agreement. Even the cold face of King Zhou revealed a hint of a smile. What this teacher said is very good. A true strong person possesses a resilient mindset that pushes through difficulties and obstacles without hesitation. If everyone knows to retreat in the face of difficulty, if everyone is timid, where would the strong be in this world? Ling Chen's actions may seem short-sighted, but in reality, he is extremely eager for his goals. You all know that the inner monsters are scarier than the outer ones. Does Ling Chen, as a fresh transfer trial examinee, not know this? But precisely because he knows, he still continues to move forward, even risking death, to fight for the goals in his heart. This is the example we should learn from. King Zhou's words were a decisive hammer, defining the nature of Ling Chen's actions. No one dared to mock or speak sarcastically about Ling Chen's behavior. Alright, everyone doesn't need to discuss this heatedly here. Let's just see how far this historical first case of a jobless lone player in the transfer trial can go. King Zhou said with a faint smile. In the Sewage City trial, Ling Chen moved forward while organizing his state. Everyone could check their information panel. Name, Ling Chen. Health, 1000/1000. Mana, 2200/3000, recovering continuously. Talent, 62. Age, 18. Race, human. Level 11. Occupation, none. Strength 35, Constitution 35, Intelligence 35, Agility 35. No item or equipment bonuses. Innate talent, Equipment Controller F, Magic Controller E, All-Rounder F, Skills owned, Raging Fire F+, Freezing Spell F+, Shield Break Ring Sword Sweep F+, Distributable Attribute Points 20. Distributable Skill Points 980. Distributable Skill Points 980. If I allocate all skill attribute points to the passive mana recovery skill, what effect will that have? In the trial, Ling Chen muttered to himself. Of course, it was just casual talk. If he really went for it, he might have unlimited mana, but without any output capability, what good would that do? That said, he had to carefully consider these 980 skill points, and those 20 attribute points. These were rewards from the system's daily challenge tasks. They were also Ling Chen's trump cards. Normally, after changing professions, everyone would allocate their attribute points to match their respective professions. Skill points could be used to upgrade the levels of skills. However, some skills could not be upgraded. For example, the basic skills of a profession are fixed at F level. No matter how you allocate skill points, you cannot surpass F level. Only profession-specific skills can be upgraded with skill points. But some skills also have an upgrade limit. Trump cards shouldn't be used recklessly. Having 4 twos and 2 kings was a foolish move that Ling Chen would never make. Skills without upgrade limits are collectively referred to as rare skills. Any top student from the provincial level who qualifies to compete in the top 100 will possess rare skills. Both attribute points and skill points can be obtained through leveling up or by slaying monsters in the trial. Ling Chen had an additional avenue, the strongest support profession system. The reason his attribute points were so much higher than others was that he completed the daily tasks issued by the system. Now, let's talk about Ling Chen's innate talents. He had 3 innate talents. They were Equipment Master, Mana Master, and All-Rounder. Equipment Master F allows you to master any profession's basic weapons and increases your speed in switching equipment. Mana Master E greatly enhances your base mana recovery speed and additional recovery speed and significantly reduces your skill cooldown time. All-Rounder F increases the level of all your profession skills by 1 tier. Personal information panels are extremely confidential. Everyone can choose not to make their information public. If not public, the identification I skill cannot see through others' basic panels. Of course, Ling Chen did not choose to make his panel information public. Therefore, even the teachers did not know about Ling Chen's innate talents and attribute panel. With Mana Master, Ling Chen could unleash his profession's basic skills without restraint. First, a non-professional skill mana cost is minimal, and the mana cost for basic profession skills isn't that high either. Coupled with the Mana Master innate talent, Ling Chen transformed into a skill machine gun. With Equipment Master, Ling Chen could instantly switch profession weapons in half a second and master the weapons of each profession. As for All-Rounder, that was the reason why people outside were amazed by Ling Chen's skill power. Additionally, it's worth mentioning that All-Rounder was a newbie gift package awarded to Ling Chen by the system. With this extremely overpowered innate talent, even the basic profession skills that couldn't be upgraded could be forcibly raised by one level. The level of basic profession skills is generally F. With All-Rounder, Ling Chen could elevate all basic profession skills to F+. If Ling Chen revealed that he had 3 innate talents, it would probably drop everyone's jaws. He didn't want to be the center of attention or to be high and mighty, he just wanted to develop quietly and low-key. However, what he didn't know was that his earlier performance had already sparked intense curiosity among all the spectators outside the trial. In the trial, Ling Chen once again found a water prison, which might be home to a swarm of toxic crabs. This time, Ling Chen dove straight down from above the water prison. Damn! Coming in hot right from the start? Can the senior handle it? In the last round of monster slaying, it was barely 5 minutes ago. God, look over there, at the back of the water prison. Hiss! Oh my scalp is tingling. Outside the trial. In the audience, countless students' gazes passed through the water prison, then landed on a massive reddish-brown rock behind it. That wasn't a rock. It was a gigantic sewage poison crab elite sprawled in the water prison, sleeping. This water prison is indeed suitable for sewage poison crabs to survive, but with the sewage poison crab elite occupying it, no wonder we can't see any ordinary sewage poison crabs. Top-tier blue-named monster. How are we supposed to fight this? If it just swings its claws, Senior Ling Chen will probably be torn apart, right? This was no longer an adventure, it was outright self-destruction. Bang! Ling Chen's body fell heavily below the water prison, and he also saw the enormous sewage poison crab elite frowning slightly. This is a bit troublesome. However, one sewage poison crab elite is equivalent to 2,000 ordinary sewage poison crabs. Then, let's take it down. Ling Chen took out a longbow. Is he going to transform into a marksman? The marksman's attack power is still very high, and it comes with a percentage armor-piercing effect, which is very effective against defensive mutated elite monsters. As the ranged physical core output of the team, the marksman's attack power is unquestionable, but they are too fragile. Wow, does Senior Ling Chen really master all weapon classes? That's just too exaggerated. But that's a top-tier blue-named monster. Looking at the excited students, the senior teacher didn't want to dampen their spirits, and could only patiently say, if nothing unexpected happens, Ling Chen is about to give a marksman lesson, so you all better watch and learn. The marksman is an extremely core output position in every team. The marksman's basic skills are numerous: precision, light whisper, dodge, explosive arrow, scatter, fiery death dance. Choosing to use a marksman in this environment should be aimed at quickly resolving the battle. As the senior teacher's words fell, on the light screen, Ling Chen also moved inside the water prison. Ling Chen drew his bow. Scatter, explosive arrow, precision, light whisper. For basic skills were instantly activated. Scatter, F+, instantly fires 3 feather arrows. Explosive arrow, F+, causes the fired arrows to have an explosive effect but increases the bow drawing time. Precision, F+, increases the marksman's hit rate by 5%. Light whisper, F+, when the marksman's arrows hit a monster, it reduces the monster's armor effect by 25% for 5 seconds. The basic skills only have F-level power, but with the support of all-purpose, it was forcibly raised to F+. Whoosh! 3 feather arrows shot out like shooting stars, carrying explosive armor-piercing effects, hitting the sleeping sewage poison crab elite. The 3 feather arrows hit precisely. Boom! The explosive effect of the arrows detonated. The surrounding underground river erupted into a sky of flying waterfalls. Roar! A roar! And the sewage poison crab elite woke up. A line of data appeared above the sewage poison crab elite. Monster, sewage poison crab, mutated variant, health, 890/900, defense, 300, attack power, 120, traits. Chance to avoid damage, serrated bite, quality, blue. This monster actually has a chance to avoid damage. And Ling Chen's previous attack didn't seem to have any effect on it. It was utterly unexpected to encounter a blue-named monster here that had the chance to avoid damage skill. Of course, this probability should be very low. It could only be said that Ling Chen was unlucky, triggering its passive damage avoidance just at that moment. Thus, that arrow did not cause any substantial damage. The sewage toxic crab elite, disturbed from its peaceful slumber, went mad, charging like a heavy armored vehicle, launching a brutal assault. The momentum was fierce. Whoosh! Ling Chen shot another arrow, and this time, luck was on his side, directly reducing the sewage toxic crab elite's health by 500 points. At that moment, the sewage toxic crab, enraged, lunged fiercely towards him, but Ling Chen's eyes were calm to the extreme. The spectators outside couldn't see a hint of panic in his gaze. The archer's armor-piercing effect is indeed powerful. However, this monster has a chance to negate damage. Just as the sewage toxic crab elite was about to crash into him, Ling Chen activated his assassin skill, quickly creating distance. He knocked another arrow. The archer's armor-piercing effect naturally counters this type of defensive monster. Although single-target damage is relatively weak, it is still significant. The attributes of this sewage toxic crab are too high. If he used a mage's skills to attack, Ling Chen might not even break its defenses, no matter how hard he tried. This is the inherent advantage of the archer class. Those top students who are extremely confident in their combat power generally choose to switch to archer, because the archer is one of the hottest classes for soloing trials. Its advantages include many basic skills, powerful passives, high attack power, built-in armor piercing, and high agility. Moreover, after the second job change, it is said to possess excellent support capabilities. Whether in terms of prospects or the present, the archer is one of the optimal choices for many top students. Of course, the archer class also has significant drawbacks. First, archers have a very high requirement for hit rate. Extremely high, because if your hit rate isn't high enough, the passive's fervent effect can easily be interrupted. The skill precision can at most increase your hit rate by 5%. The rest depends on your proficiency with the bow and arrow and your accuracy when attacking. Furthermore, they are too fragile, with much lower defense than other classes. If a monster gets too close and attacks, the health loss is also substantial. Ling Chen's bow drawing speed was increasing rapidly. His movement speed was also accelerating. The sewage toxic crab elite, as if going insane, continued to attack Ling Chen furiously. However, Ling Chen felt no tension at all. With his bow and arrow, every shot hit precisely. Although the explosive effect of the feathered arrows couldn't deal effective damage to the highly defensive sewage toxic crab elite, it could still disrupt its line of sight and slow it down, causing negative effects. Each arrow pierced through armor, hitting accurately every time. Ling Chen's goal was clear: to wear down this sewage toxic crab elite to death. Outside the trial, in the audience, countless students had already gasped in amazement. Wow, so accurate. Not a single miss. He uses the archer's skills exceptionally well. If he switched to sharpshooter, he could probably achieve the same effect. But the problem is, this can't go on forever. If the sewage toxic crab elite gets too close and he has no teammates in the front line, he can't keep outputting recklessly. This statement seemed to awaken the surrounding audience. Right. The reason Ling Chen could maneuver so freely now was that he had grasped the rhythm of the sewage toxic crab elite's attacks. But the rhythm can change. Just as everyone thought Ling Chen would be cornered, suddenly, in the footage, Ling Chen stopped shooting. He switched to his staff. Is he going to use a mage's AoE skill to wipe out these monsters? No way, there are too many of them. Mages are as fragile as archers. Wait, the light array under his feet is a summoning array. It's actually a summoning array. Holy crap, he can even use summoner skills. Summoner. It is also a basic class. It can assist itself by summoning spirit contracts. In a team, summoners generally play a supportive role, with their summon contract spirits assisting their teammates. Summoners have many basic skills, allowing them to summon contract spirits with different functions. For example, Healing Slug, F+, summons a slug spirit that attaches to a teammate or themselves, slowly healing the target's wounds. Giant Goblin, F+, summons a giant goblin spirit characterized by high health, high defense, and low attack, which can serve as a frontline in battle. Binding Vines, F+, summons a vine spirit that can spit out flower seeds, which take root upon landing, forming binding traps that can restrain enemies for 3 seconds after being triggered. The staff is the weapon of mages, and it is also the weapon of summoners. During the trial, when the massive summoning light array appeared beneath Ling Chen's feet, he completed his chant, "Summon, Giant Goblin." Buzz! A brilliant light burst forth instantly. When the light completely dissipated, a 3-meter-tall, entirely red goblin appeared before Ling Chen. This giant goblin wielded a wolf-tooth bone club, splashing through the water as it charged forward, raining down blows on the nearby toxic sewage crab elite. Bang! 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 Although it couldn't break armor and the health reduction was minimal, the giant goblin's low attack still disrupted the toxic sewage crab elite's offensive rhythm. Hiss! As a top-tier blue named toxic sewage crab elite, it certainly wouldn't passively take hits. It opened its mouth and sprayed venom at the giant goblin. The giant goblin's health decreased slowly, and its high health and defense allowed it to temporarily hold the front line. One giant goblin isn't enough. Indeed, it's not enough. The toxic sewage crab elite's damage is too high. The giant goblin's health is dropping like crazy. But summoning a giant goblin consumes a lot of mana, higher than other basic skills. He can at most summon 3. Outside the trial, many students felt that Ling Chen was in a perilous situation. The principal and director on the podium, including the king of Hellzhou, all looked at the screen with serious expressions. They probably thought it would be difficult for Ling Chen to pass this level. In the holographic screen, Ling Chen continued to summon, and 2 more giant goblins appeared, standing like massive mountains in front. Just when everyone thought he would switch to archer equipment, he still raised his staff. The Top of the staff glimmered with green light as he chanted. He actually still had mana to continue summoning. Damn, how much mana does Senior Ling Chen have? He can't really summon a legion, can he? A normal basic summoner can summon at most 3 spirits at a time, an excellent student can summon 5, and those who can enter the provincial rankings seem to be able to summon a dozen or 20 at once. I don't believe Senior Ling Chen can summon that many spirits. The observing students were all incredulous. They didn't believe that Ling Chen could reach the level of a prodigy. However, the next seemed completely convinced them of Ling Chen's abilities. Ling Chen continued to hold his staff high. A ghostly green light burst forth and summoning arrays appeared around him. Summoner's basic skill. Continuous summon, F+, grants the summoner the ability to chant summons 3 times in a row, only applicable for summoning basic spirits. Buzz. 3 colorful butterflies were summoned. Aggravating butterfly, F+, the spirit can attract enemy aggro, lacking offensive capabilities but possessing agile evasion abilities. With the appearance of the 3 aggravating butterflies, the aggro aura buff spread out, causing the toxic sewage crab elite, which was originally focused on attacking the giant goblin, to shift its attention. It frantically used poison needle attack to shoot at the aggravating butterflies, but the hate butterfly flapped its wings, skillfully dodging the incoming attacks. Ling Chen did not give up. He began to chant again. Buzz. 3 summoning light arrays appeared once more. 3 vines took root around him. Binding vines, F+, summons vine spirits that spit out flower seeds every 10 seconds, which take root upon landing, forming binding traps that can restrain enemies for 3 seconds once triggered. After the 3 vines appeared, they began to spit out flower seeds. Water nurtures wood. In this underground water prison, the vine attributes were enhanced to a certain degree. The flower seeds landed behind the giant goblin, forming binding traps. As the toxic crab elite rushed past the giant goblin, it stepped right into a binding trap. However, Ling Chen, standing high above, did not stop summoning. The audience roared internally, "Damn it! How many spirits are you going to summon?" Again, 3 summoning light arrays emerged. Buzz. 3 small, entirely green goblins appeared. Goblin Archer, F+, summons goblin archers to attack enemies. This spirit possesses strong attack power, and its arrows have a certain armor-piercing effect. The downside is that it cannot move while attacking, and its health and defense are weak, making it easy to die. After the goblin archers appeared, they stood beside Ling Chen, drawing their bows and frantically shooting at the toxic crab elite trapped by the binding vines. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The insult was extreme, and the attack power was terrifying. This was the only output skill that a summoner could count on among many basic skills. Normally, summoners in a team usually summon support-type spirits, and attack-type spirits like this are rarely summoned. After all, goblin archers have fatal weaknesses, they cannot move while attacking, and their health and defense are weak, dying after just a couple of hits from monsters. So very few summoners would use this skill. But Ling Chen did. Not only that, under the astonished gazes of everyone, he summoned 3 more goblin archers, 3 giant goblins, and 3 binding vines. Now, there were a total of 19 spirits in the battlefield. 4 giant goblins served as the front line. 3 hate butterflies emitted hate halos, attracting enemy fire. 6 binding vines continuously spat out flower seeds, forming binding traps. 6 goblin archers stood their ground, outputting damage like crazy. This scene truly resembled the summoning of a legion. The toxic crab elite was being beaten up. I'm damn impressed. Totally impressed. A top summoner ranked at the provincial level can only summon 20 spirits at once, and Senior Ling Chen summoned 19 this time. Is this the legendary I alone am a legion? What is his mana capacity? Can someone tell me? His innate talent must be related to mana. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly sustain summoning so many spirits. My god, what kind of monster is this? Mastering everything, excelling at everything. Outside the trial, countless students had the same 2 words written all over their faces: impressed. On the podium, the principals and directors were all dumbfounded. Principal Zhou, the king of hell, had a frozen expression. Old Zhong, you have such an outstanding student over there, and you didn't even know? At this moment, Principal Li Huan of the second school said with a smile. This. Zhang Wenshan chuckled awkwardly, then shot a glare at Chi Mu. Chi Mu wanted to shout out in grievance. Damn it, who knew this student with a talent score of only 62 was so terrifying? Usually, this student kept a low profile, and his scores in monthly tests, final exams, and practical assessments were all unremarkable, although he knew he might be hiding his talents. But who would have thought that during the transfer trial and entrance examination he would pull such a stunt? It was like a small knife cutting the buttocks, opening the eyes of his homeroom teacher. Old Zhong, such a top student, and you didn't even assign him to the elite class. What a waste, said the principal of the 3rd middle school. Put. Those words were like a sharp sword piercing into Zhong Wenshan, because the implication of that statement was, is this how you treat a genius, Zhong Wenshan? However, Zhong Wenshan still wore a happy smile on his face. Ling Chen had brought glory to their 1st middle school. Shimu, the homeroom teacher, now had mixed feelings about Ling Chen. The love was because Ling Chen's outstanding performance had secured his job evaluation and performance. The hate was because this guy had kept him in the dark. As his homeroom teacher, he was completely unaware of some of Ling Chen's circumstances. To put it bluntly, it meant he was not competent as a homeroom teacher. Alright, let's keep watching. Ling Chen isn't done yet. At this moment, Zhou Yanwang said. The principal and directors were jolted by this statement. What does this kid still want to do? In the trial, Ling Chen, who had summoned 19 contract spirits, chose not to continue summoning. It wasn't that he couldn't summon more, but he felt it was enough. The rest was his time to perform. With the front row set, the hate drawn, and the back row output ready, what was he going to do? Of course, he was going to act freely. Ling Chen chose not to stay in place shooting leisurely. Instead, he charged in like a sheep entering a wolf pack, directly slaughtering the elite sewage poison crabs. This scene made the audience outside exclaim, "What the hell?" Ling Chen still held his bow and arrows, using the archer's basic skills, dodge, and invincible slide, allowing him to move around the elite sewage poison crabs as if he were in a no man's land. Dodge, F+, instantly flash a large distance, but during the dodge he is not invincible and can be attacked. Invincible slide, F+. Instantly slide a small distance, during which he is invincible for 1 second. During the invincible state, he cannot be targeted or attacked. The elite sewage poison crab's attacks brushed past him. The top-notch movement combined with the archer's skills allowed Ling Chen to maneuver effortlessly, especially since the imposing elite sewage poison crabs were entangled by the summon legion. But behind this ease was extreme danger. Any slight operational error could lead to instant defeat or even death. This made countless spectators outside sweat. For Ling Chen, however, Ling Chen not only did not stop but instead began attacking the sewage poison crabs, using arrows as swords, shooting wildly. In the meantime, he switched to the swordsman's long sword to deliver precise strikes against the armored monsters. He was utilizing the archer's armor-breaking effect combined with the swordsman's continuous damage for a frenzied output. The speed of weapon switching and his exquisite movement was so fast it left everyone outside in awe. Outside the trial, countless students had their hearts in their throats. What the hell, is this something a non-classed wanderer can do? Shocking, I've been stunned for 10,000 years. This top-tier movement is enough for us to learn. Dancer on the edge of a blade. Damn, his reckless fighting style, combined with an endless blue resource, is truly mind-blowing. Watching the scenes unfold, the younger students could only look on in shock. At the same time, they all took out their cameras and phones to record the moment. They had already thought of the titles. Shocking, a non-classed wanderer actually did this in the transfer trial and entrance examination. Highlights of the transfer trial and entrance examination T0. Max level movement. On the podium, the principal and directors looked numb. It seemed they had already gotten used to the surprises Ling Chen brought each time. The principals and directors all wore expressions of what a waste of talent when it came to Zhongwanshan. Zhou Yanwang crossed his arms on the table, a glint of deep appreciation flickering in his cold gaze. This kid is quite interesting. I thought he was just a clown seeking attention, but I never expected him to perform so astonishingly now. Perhaps he really could break into the top 100 of the provincial trial rankings? Yes. At this moment, everyone could see what Ling Chen was aiming for. He wanted a perfect score in the first phase, competing for provincial ranking. A lone wanderer. To have such an idea is nothing short of madness. Thinking of this, Zhou Yanwang gently shook his head again. Perhaps he felt his thoughts were too naive. This kid, while excellent, was a non-class wanderer, which meant he couldn't use high-level skills exclusive to professions. The further along the trials went, the stronger the monster's defenses, health, and attacks became. How would he cope then? In the trials, Ling Chen was cutting like a madman. 10 swords, 100 swords, 1,000 swords, while switching to archery for precise shots with the poison crab's armor-piercing attribute. At the same time, he was also using the longsword's high damage to inflict harm. The archer's armor-piercing ability was pushed to its limits at this moment. The longsword in his hand transformed into a chopping knife, his fighting spirit boiling. The speed of switching weapons was simply astonishing. Perhaps only a wanderer like Ling Chen could use such special combat techniques? After all, other professionals, even the top archers, could never rush in and slash at powerful monsters like this. Moreover, no one else could switch skills as quickly as Ling Chen. Finally, the impenetrable defense shell of the sewage poison crab elite was brutally pierced. And at that moment, Ling Chen's summoned spirit began to fall behind. Although the giant goblin's defense and health were extremely high, they couldn't withstand the swarm of poison crab attacks like ants. After losing the goblin front line, the binding traps didn't hold for long. With the death of the binding vines, the goblin archers couldn't struggle either, being similarly overwhelmed under the feet of the sewage poison crab elite. Only the agile hate-drawing butterfly remained in the air, attracting aggro. Ling Chen's hands were already numb from chopping. Armor piercing. Success. Dodge. using skills consecutively. Ling Chen's speed was unbelievable, standing at the halfway point of the water prison in the blink of an eye. From a high vantage point, the speed at which he drew his bow was exaggerated. In 1 second, he had already drawn the bow 5 times. Archer basic skill, Whisper. Archer basic skill, Scatter plus explosive arrow. Warrior basic passive skill, Power amplification. 15 arrows were fired simultaneously. 15 explosive scatter arrows pierced through the head of the sewage poison crab. Elite. Boom, boom, boom. Clearly, he hadn't used the mage's blazing fire, but it triggered dazzling explosions of fire in this water prison. Can you believe this was caused by a novice archer? Roar! The sewage poison crab elite let out a wail. This was the first time it had truly suffered serious injury from this tiny human before it. However, responding to its roar was Ling Chen's merciless yet explosively powerful feather arrows. Ling Chen felt behind him for his quiver. There were no arrows left. Quiver refill, F+, activated. Quiver refill. F+ can refill 30 feather arrows in one go within 3 seconds. With the quiver refilled, Ling Chen continued his frenzied yet merciless assault. Each time he refilled the quiver, he used dodge and invincible slide to skillfully evade the counterattacks of the sewage poison crab elite. After successfully filling the ammunition, during these 2 seconds of blank space, he continued to supplement various professional skills with effective killing effects. With ease, he moved gracefully. Why is Senior Ling Chen's hit rate so terrifying? Yeah, why? Even with the skill, precision, boosting him, it shouldn't guarantee such a high hit rate. Could he be a genius? Even Senior Sunze can't maintain such a terrifying hit rate, right? Could it be that Senior Ling Chen's innate talent enhances his hit rate? Outside the trial. In the audience, countless juniors have shifted their shocked gazes from the summoned creatures to Ling Chen's movements and hit rate. This perfectly graceful movement, combined with his arrows that hit every time, made Ling Chen look like a war god. They suspected that Ling Chen's abnormal hit rate was due to his special innate talent. But what they didn't know was that all of this was the result of Ling Chen's own combat talent and an extremely terrifying amount of training. In the strongest support profession system, there is a function named Simulated Illusion. After activating this function, Ling Chen's body will be transported to a space by the system. Once in this illusion, Ling Chen can train, simulating any weapon or scene from the illusion. It was precisely because of this high-intensity training in the simulated illusion that Ling Chen's hit rate was so terrifying. Not to mention the hit rate of the bow and arrow, even the hit rate of the sharpshooter profession, Ling Chen could achieve 100%. Of course, as long as the distance does not exceed 30 meters. Within 30 meters, a guaranteed hit. The buff enhancement not only applied to the sewage poison crab elite but also brought Ling Chen's bow drawing speed and movement speed to an extremely exaggerated level as the sewage poison crab elite went into a frenzied counterattack. He could even attach a lock-on effect to his poison needle attacks, yet still, Ling Chen dodged directly using the invincible frames of Invincible Glide. His application of invincible frames had reached an extremely terrifying level. Boom, boom, boom. In the water prison, the booming sound of explosive arrows continued to ring out. Frequently, the sewage poison crab elite swayed unsteadily, its health visibly dropping rapidly. This made the sewage poison crab elite even more frenzied. It became so mad that whenever there was movement ahead, the sewage poison crab elite would swing its massive pincers to destroy everything. After breaking its armor, Ling Chen shot an arrow into one of the sewage poison crab elite's eyes. Facing these even more violent monsters, Ling Chen showed no signs of tension, still drawing his longbow, with bursts of explosive sparks appearing. In the next moment, the other eye of the sewage poison crab elite exploded. This was a slaughter feast. Bloody and brutal. The sewage poison crab elite was already struggling to survive, blinded, and couldn't even touch the sleeve of Ling Chen's clothes. Every time Ling Chen dodged an attack, every time he countered a monster, every time he controlled the invincible frames, and every time he filled his arrows with perfect movements, made countless spectators outside cheer in shock. Let me tell a joke. This is a jobless wanderer. 100% hit rate. Who else is there? This combination of skill switching plus the frequent 15 consecutive shots of arrows, is this really a human? I want to change to an archer. I want to become the second Senior Ling Chen. Dream on. Even if you become an archer, can you have such a high hit rate and create so many combinations of skills? The juniors in the audience cheered. They looked at the figure on the screen with fervent admiration, their faces filled with awe and intoxication. Genius. This is a genius. This is a born archer. Oh my, why did he choose to be a wanderer with no future? A teacher responsible for teaching the archer profession spoke excitedly. Within 30 meters, 100% hit rate. Is this really a beginner archer? Is this really a classless wanderer? At first, he thought it was foolish for Ling Chen to dare to take out a bow and arrow in this predicament. But later, as Ling Chen perfectly utilized his movement and skills time and again, coupled with that absurdly high hit rate, he couldn't help but exclaim, so, there really are prodigies in this world. Fast. Too fast. The figure in the light screen moved like lightning, powerful enough that the elite sewage poison crab hardly managed to land a hit on him. Such rapid movement, yet maintaining such a terrifying hit rate. More importantly, during this time he could perfectly use invincibility frames to dodge the enemy's targeted attacks. This is simply outrageous. It's outrageous to the core. What kind of monster is this kid? Why is his mana recovering so quickly? This student is a bit outrageous. Quiver fill, explosive arrow, dodge, these skills all consume mana, yet he releases them so frequently and still hasn't run dry. The principals and directors on the podium were also dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the screen. They had never encountered such a situation. Compared to him, the real monster, the elite sewage poison crab, seemed ordinary. Even the principals from other schools couldn't help but exclaim, this student's mastery of movement and shooting has reached an extremely high level. If he weren't a classless wanderer, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him one of the strongest students in the first high school. I doubt it. Some sneered, mainly because they couldn't stand the first high school principal's smug expression at that moment. The elite sewage poison crab was dead. It died quite disgracefully. During the trial, a powerful creature like the elite sewage poison crab, a true blue-named monster, seemed to be just an inconspicuous sight along Ling Chen's trial path. He quickly left the water prison. On the outskirts of Sewage City, he used the skill, Charm, to directly lure monsters, attracting countless sewage poison crabs to swarm him. Look, this guy not only used the archer's displacement skills but also employed the all-class skill, Block and Counter. Just then, someone in the audience exclaimed. The many principals quickly looked up. In the screen, behind Ling Chen, a completely dark green sewage poison crab appeared. A mutated sewage poison crab. It had an additional skill, Stealth. This sewage poison crab silently approached Ling Chen from behind, opening its venom-coated fangs to bite him. Ling Chen turned around and instantly drew his sword. Block and Counter. Block and Counter, F+, an all-class skill that can block one attack from the opponent and deliver a counterattack with sword energy. The damage blocked is related to one's level, while the counterattack damage is related to the attack. Clang! The venomous fangs were blocked by the long sword. Buzz! At the same time, a sword energy automatically generated, transforming into a crescent arc of moonlight, instantly countering and slicing the sewage poison crab's large mouth. Just then, another sewage poison crab appeared behind him. Ling Chen suddenly crouched, his body automatically sliding first, and during the slide, he drew his bow and shot an arrow in one smooth motion. Boom! The ambushing sewage poison crab was instantly killed. Wow! Isn't that the crouch slide of a fighter? This movement, I'm in awe. If we were to PK with Senior Ling Chen, we probably wouldn't even be able to touch the hem of his clothes. Can't touch +1. Ling Chen's outstanding performance left countless people in awe. They no longer dared to underestimate this classless wanderer. Although classless wanderers can only use beginner class skills, there are many displacement skills. Archers, fighters, swordsmen, and so on. All actually have displacement skills. Moreover, Senior Ling Chen's choice of skills is just too perfect. Clearly, there are many skills for archers, but he only selected Explosive Arrow, Scatter, Light Whisper, Precision, Blink, and Invincible Slide. Yeah, in the face of such group battles, a high range and high lethality of Explosive Arrow and Scatter are the optimal choices, and the displacement skills ensure his safety during combat. He didn't even choose skills like Tracking Arrow or Lock Antelope. It's as if he has ultimate confidence in his hit rate. Senior Ling Chen is so handsome. I wanna have your babies. Senior Ling Chen, I'm your #1 fan. I love you. Ha! Aren't we discussing Senior Ling Chen's skills? How did the conversation go off track? The juniors were seriously discussing Ling Chen's skill choices and movement techniques. Suddenly, a few infatuated girls became Ling Chen's fans, shouting wildly. Although the juniors felt uncomfortable inside, they had to admit that Senior Ling Chen's performance was indeed too cool. So cool it was out of this world. Ignoring all obstacles, he broke through in his own way. However, an even more astonishing scene was yet to come. Ling Chen swung his left arm. A hook shot directly caught that polluted toxic crab. The polluted toxic crab was yanked into a stiff position by the hook. While still soaring in the air, Ling Chen instantly drew his bow, and an arrow shot out like lightning. Thud! The polluted toxic crab, still stiff, was pierced by the arrow. Holy crap! Air shot! So flashy, I love it. Senior Ling Chen shot it while flying, that insane hit rate. Ah! Senior Ling Chen, I want to be your girlfriend. Hey, Junior, are you trying to be awkward? The audience was in an uproar. All the topics revolved around one person. That person was Ling Chen. Meanwhile, the podium was relatively quiet. But every principal, director, and main instructor had a serious expression. Look at this, it seems like this kid hasn't been injured at all from start to finish. He doesn't even have decent armor on. This statement left many principals, directors, and instructors in silence. In their usual explorations of trials that matched their levels, they always needed a team to dare to enter. The 4 positions of front row, damage dealers, back row healers, and team support had to be fully staffed. Yet this Ling Chen dared to go solo, even as a non-classed wanderer, conquering The job change trial and entrance examination trial. He didn't even prepare good armor. What does this mean? Does Ling Chen think that for job change trials and entrance examinations that match his level, there's no need for good armor? Damn. This kid is confident to the extreme. Meanwhile, no one noticed that Ling Chen had already killed over 10,000 ordinary polluted toxic crabs on the outskirts of Water City. Ding. Kill ordinary polluted toxic crab * 1000. First stage trial score, full marks. Q finally. Full marks. After killing the last polluted toxic crab in the trial, Ling Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Just that one sentence made all the principals and teachers shudder. What did he just say? Full marks. He actually really did it. In the footage, on the outskirts of Water City, 95% of the monsters had been completely shot down, and the underground river was filled with the stench of crab corpses. The remaining ones were all white-named monsters. The blue-named monsters had been harvested by Ling Chen. This meant that he had already passed this level. The difficulty of this trial lay in the thousands of blue-named monsters. For an ordinary team, it would be nearly impossible to conquer. Any team that can conquer the challenges has exceptionally outstanding results, not to mention, they can certainly gain admission to excellent undergraduate universities. If he can pass the next trial, then the future is limitless. He might even compete with those geniuses. And Ling Chen, in the first round, scored full marks. The second round, of course, is the Elite Purple Named Monster Challenge. This job transfer trial and admission assessment is not like an unknown trial. There are no red-named monsters here. As mentioned before, red-named monsters have a competitive hunting relationship with bosses, because red-named monsters also want to be the masters of the trials. However, since this is a job transfer trial and admission assessment, red-named monsters have long been eliminated, leaving only the sewage poison crab elite boss firmly seated on the throne. If he really passes the next elite monster level, then he might become the champion of our city's trial rankings. Well, as of now, he is qualified to challenge for the trial champion. I remember there are quite a few excellent students. The competition is indeed fierce. For the same level, it depends on the speed of clearing the elite monster level. The principal and teachers were discussing animatedly. The smile on Zhou Wenshan's face was already quite clear. He didn't expect a jobless student to reach the point of challenging for the trial champion. Have you ever thought that this kid is aiming for the provincial rankings? Suddenly, a teacher said this. As soon as the words were spoken, the discussions at the podium fell silent for a moment. Then, everyone shook their heads. Don't joke around, a jobless wanderer competing for city rankings is already impressive. Provincial rankings, that's something only true prodigies can compete for. Indeed, Ling Chen's combat experience and handling are excellent, but unfortunately, he is a jobless wanderer, destined not to go far. The difficulty of elite monsters is much tougher than dealing with 1 or 2,000 sewage poison crabs. After hearing this, the teacher also showed an awkward smile. Indeed, my guess was a bit exaggerated. Wow, so many reporters. The school security can't hold them back anymore. Outside the school walls, a row of long guns and short cannons had been set up at some point, densely packed. The camera flashes kept flickering. This scene resembled the trial levels where Ling Chen continuously unleashed fiery attacks on monsters. The crowd of reporters was enormous, surrounding the school in layers. A supervising teacher responsible for maintaining trial discipline rushed from the school gate to the playground, panting heavily by the time he reached the podium. Director Zhou, the official reporters have also arrived, requesting on-site interviews. And the recruitment leaders from various ordinary schools. They've all come. Wow! In an instant, the large playground erupted into a clamor. I believe the official reporters are genuinely here for interviews, but what are the local reporters doing here just to join the fun? And the recruitment leaders from ordinary schools, they are really going too far. Indignant. Some freshmen were confused, not understanding the situation until the upperclassmen explained it carefully, revealing that there has been an unwritten rule in previous trials. Refusal of media interviews. Refusal of early admissions. But why? A confused freshman asked. Sigh. His homeroom teacher sighed, gesturing for the freshman to look at the big screen. On the screen, several numbers stood out prominently. Trial failures, 39 people. Deaths, 11 people. At this moment, the trial had only just begun for a few hours, and the numbers of eliminations and deaths were continuously increasing. As time passed, the rate of increase was even geometric. Do you know why the school refuses media interviews? Because their interview targets are only two types: 1. Eliminated participants. 2. Families of the deceased. As for the recruitment leaders from the vocational schools, their positioning is even clearer, luring students who failed the trials to their institutions. That's brutal, but that's the truth. On the podium, Zhou Yanwang's face was dark, causing everyone else to hold their breath. But eventually, he signaled to the trial proctor to play a video as per tradition. The video projected onto the big screen, visible to every teacher and student present. Oh my god! The students in the audience gasped in shock at the changing images. they were met with a gruesome sight of blood. In the footage, 3 students' heads were completely shattered. The culprit behind this bloody scene was a mutated, toxic crab. It had severed the heads of those 3 students with its vicious fangs. Ugh! This brutal and bloody scene made the students in the audience feel nauseous, their faces turning pale in an instant. This moment filled them with endless fear. The teachers explained to their students, equally pained, but at this moment they could only be as strict as ever, even more so than usual. This is just a small segment of the videos left from past trials. No one can succeed casually. Once you accept the trial, death will be everywhere. The lessons learned through blood and tears by those before you have left you this video. It is not meant to scare you or make you timid. They sacrificed their lives and blood to warn each of you. Trials are not a game, they are a man-eating devil. Fear and trembling. This was the most authentic scene of the vocational trial assessments. Countless freshmen were scared to tears, but more began to regain their rationality. Have you all thought about it? The reason we find the trials easy is purely because senior Ling Chen is too outstanding. Announcement: Jialuan, candidate ID 5423, was killed by a monster during the trial. Announcement: Zheng Cixi, candidate ID 8521, was killed by a monster during the trial. Announcement: Zhao Jia, candidate ID 3875, was killed by a monster during the trial. The broadcast announced more death notices, 3 at once. The freshmen from the first and second years trembled in fear. On the podium, Zhou Yanwang saw that the effect had been achieved, and his expression softened a bit. Alright, cut the video. This was just a video clip, yet it had frightened countless freshmen to the point of losing control. And there were countless similar clips saved from past vocational trial assessments. Too much is as bad as too little. Using this video segment to sound an alarm for the freshmen was all that was needed. The video was cut off. Above the curtain, Ling Chen entered the inner area of the sewage city. Director Zhou, what about those reporters? Let them in, but warn them that anyone who dares to disrupt the trial discipline will not be spared. Understood. Soon, the school gates opened. Countless reporters and recruitment leaders from vocational schools surged in. Local reporters seized a hapless student who had been kicked out of the trial and bombarded him with questions. Excuse me, how do you feel after failing the trial? Will you retake the exam? Hello, we are from a vocational school, an Enchanter Academy. Are you interested in joining us after failing the trial? The student faced the barrage of cameras, shaking with anger. Get away from me. I've been eliminated. Eliminated, do you understand? Get lost, you bastards. This was the mild response. Those with worse tempers had already started cursing. Thud. One student being interviewed fainted from anger. In an instant, the playground was in chaos. This is precisely why King Zhou issued a strict order prohibiting these individuals from being interviewed at the beginning. It would cause a second psychological injury to the students who failed the trial. Most of the failed students were covered in wounds, with gaping, gruesome injuries still oozing blood, indicating that they had experienced extremely brutal battles inside. What you need to do is learn from the experiences of the losers. A senior teacher reprimanded his students. Many students held back their fear and anxiety, their eyes glued to the scenes above. They understood that this teacher was not asking them to gawk at the misfortunes of their seniors. Instead, they were to absorb the lessons. They now knew how to use their skills and items, but they lacked practical combat experience. No matter how good your assessment scores are in normal times, if you lack real combat experience, you will still die on the battlefield. Look, that senior was hit by the monster's targeted attack because he didn't use the archer's invincible slide in time. And this mage senior, she didn't use the water prison to restrain the opponent first. Instead, she started chanting directly, and her team's front line got entangled, unable to help her, leaving her to watch helplessly as the monster approached. Facing a defensive mutant, their team actually let the archer use lock antelope and tracking arrow. This clearly can't break through the opponent's defense. Why didn't the warriors in this team reduce defense first? They shouldn't just charge in mindlessly. The scenes unfolding sparked excited discussions among the students and their teammates. Since the beginning of their first year, the school had required students to form teams, because a team cannot be forged overnight. Of course, some people only chose their teams in their third year, but this often led to insufficient team cohesion and unexpected incidents. Now these students understood the importance of teamwork, so they needed to hurry and bond. They must not wait for an accident to happen before regretting it. While these students were engaged in animated discussions, the leaders of the vocational school were desperately trying to recruit all the students who had failed the trial. King Zhou watched all of this with a pained heart but did not intervene. He understood that for those who failed the trial, choosing a vocational school might be their only way out. King Zhou's indulgence also made the recruitment leaders of these vocational schools even more aggressive. A large group of people directly blocked the teleportation array at the stone tablet, and whenever someone emerged, they would desperately promote their school. King Zhou's expression remained as cold as ever. Was he devoid of feelings? No. He was also heartbroken. But this was something that had to be experienced. In this era, every student must be prepared to face death at any moment. Since you chose this path, you must be ready for this kind of preparation. In the audience, the students' emotions had gradually shifted from initial excitement to fear and gloom. It was at this moment that they suddenly realized that trials could be deadly. Senior Ling Chen's effortless performance made all of us mistakenly believe that this level was quite simple. Sigh. Next year, it will be our turn as second-year students. Seeing Senior Ling Chen easily deal with thousands of poisonous crabs, I thought I could do it too, but this scene gave me a rude awakening. Ling Chen's performance was simply too perfect, too effortless. It gave people the illusion that the trial level is nothing much. Now everyone finally woke up from this illusion. Effortless, that was only in comparison to Ling Chen. For this group of ordinary students, it was still filled with deadly danger. They even previously considered whether they should go in and solo when it was their turn for the trial. Looking back now, my bold idea was truly foolish. It was practically a death wish. When the first team experienced casualties, it meant that other teams would also suffer losses. Even though these teams chose the easy difficulty level for the trial, in a swarm of toxic crabs, there were hardly any mutated creatures. Yet, even so, frequent casualties still occurred. The frequent scenes of death projected on the screen made the students in the audience below look even more serious. Some timid students, at the thought of facing such terrifying trial monsters in the future, trembled in fear, their faces pale. In short, their expressions varied, leaving the group of first and second-year students deeply moved. The recruitment leaders from the vocational school finally cornered a hapless student. They swarmed around him like flies. Classmate, join our school. We offer various vocational paths. Vocational paths, to put it simply, are professions without combat capabilities. In this world, trial levels appear randomly everywhere, posing constant danger, and the mainstream professions are undoubtedly combat-oriented. Only with powerful combat strength can one protect the peace of the world, ensuring that when monsters invade, there are ways to respond. However, if a student is truly unsuited for a combat profession, they can still develop a non-combat vocational path. Moreover, these vocational paths hold a respectable status in society. For instance, an alchemist, if skilled enough, can concoct special elixirs, which are essential for teams tackling high-difficulty trials. What team doesn't prepare elixirs? There are those that enhance attack power, those that boost movement speed, and those that increase attack speed. In short, being an alchemist is a good vocational choice. Enchanters are also a popular vocational path. Every profession's weapon can be enchanted. If you have the materials, you can enchant. Furthermore, a high-level enchanter has a higher success rate for enchantments. By the way, when you seek an enchanter to enchant your weapon, you must bear the consequences of failure, while the enchanter does not bear the responsibility for failure. So, if you want to find someone to enchant, you should try to find a high-level enchanter to increase the chances of success. At least there is still hope. The faces of those failed students gradually became much more pleasant. Yes, there is always a way out. This is also a lifeline that King Zhou Yan has found for these students who failed the trials. I hope they can seize it. Unknowingly, the number of deaths had already reached over a dozen. Moreover, in the future, this number would continue to rise. At the same time, the injured students who failed returned to the school square. Some teams, although they failed and withdrew, could still accept the outcome because they passed, completing the assessment, slaying 1,000 toxic crabs. Although they couldn't get into a better university, they wouldn't have to become ordinary liberal arts personnel. However, more teams completely failed, not even achieving a passing score, and left in disappointment. In an instant, there were those crying in sorrow and others with their heads bowed in gloom in the square. Ha! Suddenly, the official reporter, who had been quiet, let out a gasp. Everyone instinctively followed her gaze. On the big screen, Ling Chen had already delved deep into the inner area of the trial level. This student is far ahead of the other trial participants in terms of progress. But why does his profession show as none? The official reporter, team leader Li Qing, raised a question. Ha! This statement certainly struck a chord with the teachers and students present. Without needing the school leaders to introduce, the first and second-year freshmen were already shouting at the top of their lungs. But the content of their chatter, when it reached Li Qing's ears, made her feel as if these little ones were treating her like a fool. No job, a drifter. Soloing the dungeon. Full marks in the first stage trial. One person killing 10,000 monsters, staining the river outside the sewage city with the blood of monsters. What the hell? Are they kidding? Director Zhou, your students love to brag, don't you care? Li Qing questioned, unable to imagine the quality of this year's candidates. One person bragging is one thing, but now it's thousands of freshmen from the first and second year all bragging together, right in front of the school leaders. Can you believe it? Ahem. Director Zhou's old face turned a bit red. He thought to himself, don't mention you, I didn't believe it at first either. Damn it, this kid is simply a prodigy. What can I do? Li Qing certainly didn't believe it. As a professional official reporter, she had participated in various trials for practitioners. Over the years, She had seen geniuses and even interviewed them personally. She had encountered prodigy-level trialists more than once or twice. She believed that some people in this world are born with extraordinary talent, but she never believed in miracles. The drifter profession, from the moment it cannot be transferred, is destined to live at the bottom of the food chain for life, effort, talent. These things seem so pale and powerless under the rules. Cameraman, turn the lens to student Ling Chen. Li Qing ordered the cameraman. Under the lens, everything would be laid bare. In fact, Li Qing was a bit angry, otherwise, she wouldn't have made such an obviously disrespectful move towards Director Zhou and the other principals. She wanted to slap the faces of the leaders present with facts. By the way, she wanted to remind the freshmen cheering below that lying is wrong. On the big screen, Ling Chen had already stepped into the inner area of the sewage city with rapid effects flashing on him from time to time, constantly using skills to hurry along. Fast, he sped along like lightning. Is Senior Ling Chen in such a hurry? A student below said curiously. On the podium, Chi Mu and Principal Zhang exchanged glances, their hearts trembling slightly. At this moment, only a few hours had passed since the transfer trial entrance examination. Logically, Ling Chen had ample time to recover and heal, and so on. Moreover, at the beginning he had been killing his way in and out of the water prison area. The seemingly frenzied slaughter had delayed time, but in reality, Ling Chen's speed in killing 1,000 ordinary sewage poison crabs was faster than an ordinary team killing dozens of sewage poison crabs. The time for the trial was incredibly ample. During the first stage task, Ling Chen was racing against time. Why did he still look like he was running out of time? Now, there was only one possibility. Too impatient. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Principal Zhong was a bit displeased. At this moment he could see clearly that Ling Chen was definitely preparing to compete for the top spot in the city. Moreover, judging from his actions in the first stage where he insisted on getting full marks, this kid even intended to challenge the provincial ranking. Full marks in the first stage. Ling Chen was enough to enter the top 100 in the city. At the same time, he qualified to challenge the provincial ranking in the second stage, based on the progress of other teams at the moment. Once Ling Chen passed the checkpoint within 5 hours, he would at least be in the top 10 in the city. The shorter the time, the higher the ranking. Go for it. Chi Mu's palms were sweating nervously. Principal Zhong believed that Ling Chen was not qualified to challenge the city and provincial rankings, which was not surprising. However, as the homeroom teacher, Chi Mu had a different opinion from Principal Zhong. This was his student. Previously, Ling Chen had performed so many exaggerated and brilliant maneuvers. This time, Chi Mu chose to trust and support unconditionally. Unfortunately, he could only cheer from afar, separated by a big screen. Chi Mu couldn't help at all. Strange, this classmate named Ling Chen has clearly released rapid skills 3 times in a row. Why isn't he stopping to rest? Doesn't he need to regain mana? Li Qing questioned beside the camera. To achieve better filming results, she had voluntarily stepped down from the podium and was now among the freshmen of the first and second year. Then, many first-year freshmen covered their mouths, desperately holding back laughter. Many second-year freshmen, a bit bolder, occasionally cast their gazes at Li Qing. That kind of look, how to put it, it was as if they were looking at an idiot. Wait a minute. Idiot. Li Qing exploded. Hey, what does your expression mean? I didn't mean anything. Don't say that. Clearly, he did. Li Qing shot him a glare, but after all, he was just a freshman, so she couldn't be too harsh. Her gaze returned to the screen. Rapid. 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 7 times. Still coming? Wow. 8 times. How does he still have mana? Shock. Unbelievable. Li Qing felt like she must be seeing things. Beside her, among the crowd of freshmen, a prankster suddenly couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. It was like a chain reaction. The next second, laughter erupted throughout the venue. I can't hold it anymore. This idiot woman is killing me with laughter. Ha ha ha. Senior Ling Chen, YYDS. Senior is awesome. That line, he still has mana? He just broke my defense. Ha ha ha. Li Qing really wanted to die. Her colleagues couldn't bear to watch any longer and quietly pulled out a pre-recorded video to show her. On the screen, Ling Chen soloing, with 15 buff bonuses. Beneath him were piles of dead sewage crabs, green blood flowing from the monster corpses, and the underground river that barely reached the tops of his feet was now gradually submerging his ankles due to the excessive blood. This killing god. Li Qing's pupils trembled. Quick, look, Bai Wuxuang. Suddenly, a freshman from class 1 shouted loudly. Almost everyone's gaze immediately turned to the trial screen where Bai Wuxuang was. Teacher Fong, Bai Wuxuang is your student, right? On the podium, Principal Zhong's face lit up with a smile as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum upon seeing Bai Wuxuang. He was clearly asking a question he already knew the answer to. Bai Wuxuang, the top student of Class 1, the first genius of Class 1. How could Zhong Wenshan, the principal of Class 1, not know that Bai Wuxuang was a student of Teacher Fang's top class? Nonsense. Everyone, step aside, Principal Zhang is going to show off again. Teacher Fang. What could he do? He had to indulge his own principal. Yes, Principal, Bai Wuxuang ranked first in the last simulated trial assessment. Senior Bai Wuxuang has also completed the first stage task and has entered the second checkpoint. Sewage City, second checkpoint, Ghost Pool. Look, Senior Bai Wuxuang's first stage task score has come out. Wow. In an instant, everyone curiously looked at the score on the big screen. 93 points. Truly the top student of Class 1, Senior is amazing. Some praised, but the voices were few. Something's not right. In previous year's transfer trial assessments, 93 points is already a great score. At least, it should be in the top 10. Where were the cheers? Where were the shouts? Many people had strange expressions, and everyone guessed what each other was thinking. Then, collective awkwardness. Solo player Ling Chen, first stage task, full marks. Who the hell is the real top genius of Class 1? Teacher Fang. Also, the homeroom teacher of the top class felt upset that Bai Wuxuang, whom he had high hopes for, had actually failed. But he still comforted him, saying, "It's okay. With your strength, you don't need to choose a secondary profession. Just repeat the year and try again next year. You must learn from this experience and not be careless again." Yes, Teacher Fang. Bai Wuxuang could only gather his emotions and nod seriously. He still had the chance to repeat. He was not willing to choose a secondary profession. Nor was he willing to attend an ordinary school. In the next college entrance examination, he aimed to compete for the top spot in the city. He wanted to attend a prestigious university. Zhang Wenshan, the principal of the first high school, looked grim after seeing Bai Wuxuang's failure. Bai Wuxuang was the pride of the first high school, but now he had actually lost. The director beside him whispered, "Principal, although Bai Wuxuang lost, we still have Sunzai, and there's also the dark horse, Ling Chen." Hearing this, Zhang Wenshan felt a bit better. However, he still said with a hint of disappointment, "Sunzai's current results are still unknown, but Ling Chen, let's not get our hopes up. He can use his rich combat experience and perfect skill application to tackle the earlier challenges, but the second to last challenge is an elite monster. In terms of health, defense, speed, and skill power, it's countless times harder than the previous challenges. And Ling Chen is just a jobless drifter. It's tough to go far." The director beside him fell silent. He knew the principal was speaking the truth. On the other hand, Ling Chen's homeroom teacher, Chi Mu, firmly said, "Principal, let's keep our expectations up. What if?" Zhang Wenshan and the director stopped talking. Clearly, in their eyes, facing such a powerful assessment challenge, the possibility of what if did not exist. Bai Wuxuang took a moment to collect himself and moved to the audience area. He was already prepared to receive countless comforting words from the junior students. Because he had long dominated the top spot, the first and second year students admired him greatly. They even formed a fan club for him. His failure would surely bring countless juniors to console him. Bai Wuxuang didn't care much about the junior boys. What he cared about were the beautiful junior girls. As he walked to the audience area, ready to put on a distressed expression to seek comfort from his female fans, he suddenly realized that no one was paying attention to him. Not a single person. Every junior student was looking up, fixated on the light screen, while muttering, "Damn it, why hasn't it switched to Ling Chen's situation yet?" Exactly, Senior Ling Chen is probably already fighting the elite monster. Hurry up and change the channel. Bai Wuxuang. He stood alone in the wind, feeling disheveled. Why was no one looking at me? I am your most beloved and admired senior, Wuxuang. But now, why is everyone ignoring me? Have I become an insignificant presence in your eyes? In the end, it was a miscalculation. And who is Ling Chen? Is he a top genius from some school? Teacher Fang. Bai Wuxuang turned to look at his homeroom teacher with a pitiful expression. Teacher Fang, seeing the once immensely popular Bai Wuxuang being neglected, couldn't help but want to laugh. But he held back his amusement and waved his hand. "Wuxuang, come here, let's watch together." Teacher Fang was actually very curious about Ling Chen's battle situation. He wanted to know if that dark horse, who had performed exceptionally well earlier, had the qualifications to compete for the top spot in the city. As for competing for the provincial top spot, that was out of the question. That would test the speed of clearing the boss level. That's right, it wasn't just about clearing the boss level, it was about how fast you could clear it. Because among those provincial ranked geniuses, defeating the boss was just a matter of having hands. They are pursuing the fastest way to defeat the boss. In Teacher Fang's eyes, Ling Chen's final step should stop at this elite monster level. If he can achieve victory, he is destined to have a place among the top 10 in Haicheng. If he can clear it even faster, becoming the top scorer in Haicheng might not be out of reach. The thoughts of the other students and the principal are almost identical to those of Teacher Fang at this moment. In fact, if Ling Chen were originally a prodigy, he might not attract so much attention. But the key is that he is a jobless wanderer. Moreover, he is soloing the secret realm. Not to mention, his usual assessment scores are as ordinary. as they can be. It is precisely because of these circumstances that when Ling Chen suddenly shines, he attracts a great deal of attention and focus. To put it simply, he is a genius and a dark horse that has suddenly appeared. People will definitely prioritize their attention on the dark horse. Amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, the fragments of the light screen finally came together. At the same time, the camera finally focused on that slender and tall figure. It's here! Senior Ling Chen's elite-level tribulation battle. In the Evil Emperor Desert's secret realm, the third level's desert palace, countless scorpion corpses lay quietly in the vast pool of blood. The stench of monster blood permeated the entire palace, making it nauseating and repulsive. If one were unaware, they might think this was some kind of hell. In this mountain of corpses and sea of blood, a tall and thin figure stood proudly. He looked down at the bow and arrow in his hand, realizing that the bowstring was nearly broken. Countless times of drawing the bow had completely depleted the durability of this archer's basic weapon. Bang! Ling Chen gently pulled, and the bowstring snapped with a sound. Goodbye, my old partner. Ling Chen tossed the completely damaged bow and arrow into the pool of blood, then turned to look towards the deepest part of the desert palace. There, a towering bronze door stood firm. A ghostly blue light seeped through the crack of the door. Along with it came the sharp and piercing roars of monsters. It seemed that this was not a passage to the next level, but rather a gateway to a hell filled with suffering. Ling Chen hesitated not at all. Lightly tapping his toes, his figure floated to the front of the bronze door, and he directly reached out to push open this massive bronze door. Stinky, horrible stench. This odor was like flesh and blood that had rotted for several days, mixed with some kind of monster's fishy smell, ultimately permeating this level and making one feel nauseous. Besides the foul smell, it was pitch black, with visibility reduced to nothing. Thud, thud, thud. The surrounding lamps ignited without fire, emitting a ghostly blue light. The originally dark environment revealed its true shape under the illumination of these ghostly blue lights. When Ling Chen used the light to see the environment of this level clearly, his eyes instantly narrowed. The spectators outside gasped in horror at this scene. In that level, countless skeletons were hung upside down from the ceiling of the great hall. Each yellow pillar forged from wrought iron still bore splashes of blood. The thick smell of blood filled the surroundings, and the ghostly blue light illuminated the hall, making it appear so eerie. At the end of the hall stood a large door. In front of the door stood a 3-meter-tall skeletal figure. What caused countless spectators outside to exclaim was precisely this skeletal figure. This skeletal figure had its arms hanging down, wearing a mottled bronze helmet, and below it was a huge cloak that covered its lower body entirely. Next to it was a giant stinger from a poisonous crab. Under the ghostly blue light, the stinger glimmered with a chilling hue. When Ling Chen stepped into this cave, the seemingly completely silent skeletal figure suddenly trembled. The dark voids of its eye sockets suddenly flickered with a scarlet glow. This massive figure trembled violently, causing countless dust and sand to cascade down from its cloak. When this silhouette fully stood up, its lower half was actually that of a dark-colored poisonous crab with 8 legs, and its height surged from 3 meters to an astonishing 5 meters. Roar! It gripped a gigantic poisonous crab claw in its right hand, opening its massive mouth to roar at Ling Chen. The entire cave trembled slightly from this furious roar. It turned out that this elite monster was a gigantic creature that was half human, half scorpion. Oh! Ling Chen observed this elite monster, which seemed to have awakened, his sword-like brows raised slightly, revealing a deep interest. Judging by the environment of this cave, countless students had perished here. The human skulls hanging upside down from the ceiling of the grand hall were enough to illustrate the situation. It seemed that this was an extremely powerful elite monster. No wonder it was the king of Hellzhou. The challenges set up had never disappointed in terms of difficulty. The basic information of this elite monster unfolded before his eyes at that moment. Monster, General Queer. Level 15. Skills, Health 2000/2000. Defense, 800/800. Status, Bloodthirsty, Belligerent. Qualification, Purple. Monster note, in life, he was a general of a small nation in a certain checkpoint, killed by the attack of a sewage poisonous crab, later mutated and reborn as a half-human, half-scorpion monster, and subsequently pledged allegiance to the sewage poisonous crab elite. A purple monster. Just looking at the attributes, rashly engaging in battle would indeed increase the difficulty of the confrontation. However, Ling Chen felt unfazed, because this time he intended to end it quickly. Bang! A pitch-black giant sword appeared directly in Ling Chen's hand. The tip of the giant sword struck the ground, creating a pit as it smashed into the earth. It was evident that the weight of this giant sword was extraordinarily exaggerated. When this giant sword appeared in Ling Chen's hand, frenzy activated, bloodthirst activated, blessing of the elves activated, boiling battle intent activated. Ling Chen's aura suddenly contracted. Then, it erupted with a thunderous release. Boom! He, who had been as calm as an ancient well, now exuded an extremely brutal aura. Even more astonishingly, a blood-red aura began to swirl around him. At this moment, Ling Chen's demeanor was as if he had gone mad, yet his gaze remained so calm and confident. Multiple debuffs stacked. Unprecedented. At the same time, Ling Chen's aura reached its peak, with various buff effects amplifying on the berserker attributes, layering his battle intent. Battle intent, 7 layers. Battle intent, 10 layers. Battle intent, 20 layers. Battle intent, 30 layers. As the battle intent stacked to its peak, Ling Chen's muscles bulged, his health burning away and his mana depleting rapidly. For the first time, Ling Chen's seemingly bottomless mana was being consumed so fiercely. Almost. In 1 second, mana depleted by 13%. 30 seconds, let's settle this. In 30 seconds, either you die or I perish. A smile crept onto Ling Chen's lips, but this smile was not one of madness, it was a smile filled with utmost confidence. In other words, Ling Chen had never considered the possibility of being slain by General Queer. He was destined to be the victor of this battle. Outside, when the fragmented images of the light screen reassembled to reflect that slender, emaciated figure, all the spectators' faces lit up with excitement, because the number 1 ranked person in the city was likely to emerge in the following moments. So, of course, they were thrilled. General Queer. Damn. This monster is said to have slain over 500 students. Half human, half crab. Just looking at it is disgusting. Ugh. This height is roughly 5 meters, like a small mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. When those junior students saw General Queer in his entirety, their faces were filled with terror. The bloodstains in the grand hall, the skeletons hanging from the ceiling, the eerie blue flames, and that ferocious and brutal General Queer. These factors combined made those with weaker mental fortitude nearly faint at the sight. A giant sword. Senior Ling Chen actually took out a giant sword. Isn't that a berserker's weapon? Although the berserker has high attack power, their skills require sacrificing their own attributes to unleash. Dealing with such an extraordinary elite monster should be approached with more caution. Ling Chen is practically seeking death by using the berserker's combat style right from the start. Many of the students who had failed the level couldn't help but shake their heads and sneer at Ling Chen's actions. Some of these students had even just entered the elite monsters level and immediately chose to withdraw, because they knew from just a glance at the monster's health and defense that they absolutely couldn't win. Yet this unclassed wanderer chose the most reckless strategy right from the beginning. Seeking his own demise. Wow, this kid has stacked 30 layers of battle intent, almost reaching the peak of battle intent. Suddenly, one of the students exclaimed. The surrounding audience turned their attention, noticing that the figure on the screen was indeed surrounded by swirling battle intent. The blood energy swirled around him like a tornado, enveloping Ling Chen and making him appear like a mad god of slaughter. The sacrificial playstyle, with multiple buff effects lasting a maximum of 30 seconds, after which it will drain mana, deplete health, and significantly reduce all attributes. To use it right from the start, the senior really isn't afraid of death. How could Senior Ling Chen do something so foolish? The junior students exchanged shocked glances. According to the knowledge they had learned, the Berserker class held a very delicate position. While this class could unleash extremely high combat power in a short time, it would quickly decline thereafter. Berserkers typically bear the responsibility of holding the rear in a team. Most teams do not require the presence of a Berserker. However, some teams must have a high-level Berserker, because those teams are elite teams. And the levels they conquer are all unknown and dangerous high-difficulty challenges. In those unknown levels, no team can guarantee that they can conquer them 100%. Therefore, when a failure occurs, there are 2 choices. The first choice is to fight to the death. The second choice is to retreat. 90% of teams would choose to retreat. After all, as the old saying goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. However, in those unknown levels, the use of return scrolls is not allowed. The reason why the class change trial and promotion assessment levels allow candidates to use return scrolls is that those levels have already been conquered and modified by humans. But those unknown levels are like mazes with truths yet to be uncovered. So return scrolls naturally cannot function within them. Thus, when teams encounter danger in unknown levels, they can only return the way they came. At this point, a dilemma arises. Since they cannot win and choose to flee, will those powerful monsters just watch their prey escape? Certainly not. They will pursue relentlessly. Some monsters are naturally fast, making it nearly impossible for their prey to escape. At this moment, the role of the Berserker comes into play, holding the rear. The reason why those teams are willing to pay a high price to hire a high-level Berserker as a partner is precisely for situations like this, where a Berserker is needed to make sacrifices. Killing one Berserker saves a whole team. Or should they all die? The answer is, of course, to sacrifice the Berserker. You could argue that this choice is uncomfortable, questioning why the Berserker should be the one to sacrifice. But you have to admit that, in that situation, this choice is the wisest. Of course, the role of a berserker isn't just to cover the rear, there's also the possibility of a turnaround in a desperate situation. Therefore, the number of berserkers is actually quite rare. No one would willingly choose to be a sacrifice. The strong who choose this profession are all ruthless, especially those who are still alive and have reached high levels. They are definitely the toughest of the tough. So, when Ling Chen decided to use the berserker profession, which would harm himself while damaging the enemy, right from the start, all the spectators thought Ling Chen must be out of his mind. This kid, simply reckless. His previous combat performance was flawless. Why did he act impulsively in front of this elite monster? He's too eager for quick results. The teachers watching the battle were also bewildered. Some even turned to question Ling Chen's homeroom teacher. Chi Mu. Old Chi, can you even teach? If you can't, let me do it. Exactly, how can you let a student use their trump card right from the start? With so many debuff enhancements, once the time passes and it backfires, will he even survive? Chi Mu, you're leading your students astray. Faced with these accusations, Chi Mu was almost in tears from the injustice. I never taught that. If you don't believe me, ask our class's students. Even if I, Chi Mu, am a bit out of my mind, I wouldn't teach students to use their ultimate skills right away. Other teachers, seeing Chi Mu's aggrieved expression, couldn't help but pause for a moment. Could it be Chi Mu really didn't teach it that way? But why did Ling Chen choose such an irrational fighting style? Sigh. Forget it. At this point, it's too late to say anything. On the podium, Principal Zhong Wenshan's face, once filled with anticipation, had now turned gloomy. It looked so bad it could almost drip water. The veins on his forehead throbbed, indicating that his blood pressure was skyrocketing due to Ling Chen's foolish decision. This kid. Sigh. In the end, Principal Zhong could only let out a heavy sigh. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In the dungeon, the huge half-human, half-crab monster moved. As it walked, it caused no tremors on the ground. Instead, it moved so lightly that it only made a faint sound. Then, it effortlessly climbed up the high wall with its 8 crab legs. Hanging upside down like a spider, it fixed its scarlet gaze on Ling Chen. In its eyes, there was a deep confusion. Why did this human show no sign of fear towards it? Was he not afraid of being pierced by the giant stinger in its hand, turned into a specimen, and hung in this palace to dry into a skeleton? At this moment, Ling Chen had no extra energy to care about what General Queer was thinking. His muscles and limbs began to swell wildly. His originally dark pupils were now stained red with blood, and a fierce, bloodthirsty grin curled at the corners of his mouth. The giant sword in his hand was washed in blood energy, vibrating slightly, and with Ling Chen as the center, the blood energy swirled like satin, making him look like a bloodthirsty lord bathed in blood. Human. Queer murmured. Completely in berserker mode, Ling Chen had no intention of chatting with this intelligent monster, because that would simply be a waste of time. 30 seconds. He needed to take down this half-human, half-crab monster. Bang! With a muffled sound, the ground where Ling Chen had been standing suddenly caved in, but his figure had already vanished, as if he had teleported. This General Queer was slightly surprised upon seeing this. This human is quite interesting. Something's not right. When the words not right appeared in General Queer's mind, that blood-tinged figure had already appeared before him in an instant. Without any warning, without any presence. In General Queer's eyes, he could only see the human's gaze, which was so cold and calm amidst the blood-red hue. Even in a peak state of battle fervor, he did not fall into madness. Instead, he maintained extreme composure. This human, damn it, is a monster. Buzz. At the moment General Queer had this thought, the giant sword, already stained with blood, suddenly swung towards him. Without any hesitation, its bony arm directly picked up the poisonous crab's giant stinger, resembling a spear, and blocked it in front. Clang! The poisonous crab's stinger collided with the giant sword. A flood of blood light poured down. This scene was like a blood-red flower blooming in the air. General Queer's vision was completely obstructed by this blood-red flower. He lost sight of Ling Chen as a target. Without time to think further, General Queer's 6 poisonous crab legs moved on the ceiling, allowing his body to rotate clockwise. Meanwhile, the spear in his hand naturally swept in an arc. This was General Queer's instinctive defense. The spear in General Queer's hand, matching his height, was lethally sharp, especially the spear tip forged from General Queer's own poisonous crab fangs. The shaft was made from his limb bones. The spear tip shimmered with a ghostly green toxic glow, making it clear to everyone that anyone touched by the spear tip would surely die. After General Queer swung the spear in an arc for the first time, he collided head-on with Ling Chen. Creak! A sound that made one's teeth ache rang out. The next second, the spear in General Queer's hand suddenly felt lighter. Not good. When this thought emerged in his mind, suddenly, his body, hanging upside down from the ceiling of the Great Hall, lost its balance. At the same time, an unbearable sharp pain shot from his eyeball to his brain. Put! Dark green blood splattered out. Ah! General Queer's scream echoed through the palace. He had actually been stabbed in one eye. One of his eyeballs, originally as large as a lantern, had been sliced through, with dark green blood, foul and toxic, spraying from the wound. They say the fingers are connected to the heart. The pain of a pierced eyeball is even worse. The excruciating pain from the pierced eyeball stimulated General Queer, making it impossible for him to continue hanging from the ceiling. Like a small mountain, his massive body crashed to the ground of the great hall, stirring up countless clouds of dust. Damn human! To suddenly use the assassin's basic skill, shadow stealth, while facing me. My eyeball. Damn it! Lying on the ground, General Queer was utterly perplexed. His upper body, made of gigantic human bones, trembled with rage at the jaw. In fact, when he executed the sweeping arc, Ling Chen had already used the archer's basic skill, blink, to evade his attack and had also reached the ceiling. The blink skill could still be used even while in a suspended state. However, invincible slide could not. The precondition for invincible slide required the user to be on the ground. After blinking, Ling Chen once again used the assassin's basic skill, shadow stealth, seizing the opportunity to pierce his eyeball. General Queer never dreamed that in less than 0.5 seconds, Ling Chen would unleash two instant skills. Additionally, General Queer's high defense was due to the armor he wore, which was a piece of defensive equipment. Therefore, Ling Chen chose to target the unprotected eyeball directly. Undoubtedly, the eyeball was the weakest point in terms of overall defense. In the very first moment of battle, Ling Chen achieved a remarkable result. The left eye of the elite monster was gouged out. General Queer, who had two eyes, lost one of his left eyes. Although it was excruciatingly painful, the loss was not significant in terms of combat power and health. At the same time, it completely awakened his beastly nature. However, just as he was about to erupt in anger, Ling Chen did not stop using the skill shadow stealth. Thanks to various enhancement buffs, his movement distance and speed had terrifying boosts. Shadow stealth made him like a ghostly shadow. He had already appeared behind General Queer. General Queer was filled with rage. He had guarded this checkpoint for countless years, and those ridiculous high school humans had never succeeded in breaking through. Not only that, but these immature humans had also been hunted down by him and hung from the ceiling. Now, a human actually dared to humiliate him like this. Anger. A sea of fury burned in General Queer's heart. Boom! Dust swirled around him, and countless fragments of stone and gravel actually began to float at that moment. He started to enter a chanting state. As the chanting began, a golden light surged from the surface of his body. A terrifying pressure was about to awaken from within General Queer. Clearly, he was about to activate his trump card skill. His emotions towards this human were complex. There was rage, murderous intent, contempt, but also fear. This human had the audacity to gouge out one of his eyeballs without saying a word. The key was that he had no power to retaliate. This meant that a simple contest of physical strength was no longer viable. He had to use skills. Otherwise, it would be easy to capsize in the gutter. However, when Ling Chen saw that the opponent was about to unleash his skill, a cold smile crept onto his lips. Did you think I would just stand by and let you activate your skill? Note that whether it's a monster or a human, any skill that requires chanting can be forcibly interrupted. For example, a mage's skills, especially most of the powerful ones, require chanting to be released. During the chanting process, if they fall into an abnormal state, take damage, or are hit by a specific skill, they can be forcibly interrupted. For instance, if a mage is chanting the fireball skill and accidentally falls under the silence effect from an enemy, even if the chanting reaches 99% completion, it will still be forcibly interrupted. Would Ling Chen, knowing that this elite monster was chanting a trump card skill, just watch him successfully cast it? Of course not. Thus, the giant sword in his hand vanished in an instant. In less than half a second, the innate talent weapon master activated, giving Ling Chen a staff in his hand. Note that a staff and a wand are not the same weapon. A wand is a mage's weapon, while a staff is a dark priest's weapon. Unfortunately, among all the dark priest's basic skills, there happened to be one that could silence the enemy for 1 second. This skill was called Mute. Mute, F+, a non-chanting skill that releases a black beam to attack the enemy, causing minor damage and silencing the enemy for 1 second. Many people consider a 1-second silence skill to be useless. However, for Ling Chen, it was a top-tier skill that could instantly turn the tide of battle if used well. Whoosh! A dark beam shot out rapidly from the staff. It directly hit General Queer, dealing a deduction of 10 HP. One could say it was hardly even a scratch. However, a silent loading bar suddenly appeared above its head. Because of this, it was instantly interrupted while in the process of chanting. The skill's release was thus terminated. General Queer, who was initially filled with rage, was silenced for a second. He was also stunned for a second. But it was this crucial second. Ling Chen switched weapons again, the great sword back in hand. The blazing bloodlight completely erupted, and his aura surged to an extremely terrifying level. Bloodthirsty frenzy slash. Ling Chen whispered inwardly. The heavy sword, carrying a fierce blood-red brilliance, slashed wildly at General Queer. Bloodthirsty frenzy. F+, a basic skill of the berserker, swinging the heavy sword to deliver 15 consecutive slashes. Each hit on the enemy will cause significant stiffness, while also applying a severe injury status, which can stack up to 3 layers. The user will consume 50% of their current HP. Note, under the severe injury status, the damage taken by the enemy increases by 30% and the healing effects are halved. The skill Bloodthirsty Frenzy Slash is one of the signature skills of the berserker. Together with Berserk, it is referred to as the Berserker's self-harm duo. Berserk allows for a 30-second buff at the cost of a 120-second weakened state. Bloodthirsty Frenzy Slash sacrifices 50% of current health to deliver 15 consecutive slashes to the enemy. When Ling Chen used this skill, the great sword in his hand radiated a dazzling blood-red light, and despite his seemingly frail arms, he swung the great sword with a fierce momentum. After being hit by the first slash, General Queer instantly fell into a state of immense stiffness. Its massive body was struck repeatedly by a tiny human figure. Unable to move, the immobilized General Queer could only watch helplessly as the seemingly mad human hacked away at him. Puff! The first slash. It scoffed, thinking it was nothing, not even breaking its armor. Puff! The second slash. Its disdain grew even stronger, as if to say, "Is that all?" Puff! The third slash. It realized it still couldn't break free, and after accumulating 3 layers of the severe injury buff, its expression changed. Puff! The fourth slash. The heavy armor cracked under the blood-red swordlight with a snap. Its HP was directly reduced by 100 points. At this moment, its expression began to change. Puff! The fifth slash. Crack! General Queer's proud armor was shattered, this defensive gear completely losing its effectiveness, reducing its original 800 defense to 500. Moreover, this time it suffered a damage reduction of 200 HP. Puff! The sixth slash. Puff! The 10th slash. Puff! The 14th slash. Puff! The 15th slash. Ling Chen, like a madman, unleashed a frenzy of blood-red sword energy, striking the elite monster that had lost its armor. This caused the elite monster's HP and defense to plummet drastically. When the 15th slash landed, puff! The blade of the greatsword deeply pierced General Queer's lower body. Under the severe injury status, General Queer took 90% more damage. The armor shattered completely. One of its eyes was also gouged out by Ling Chen, and it could only use its bony arm to support itself, preventing it from collapsing to the ground. All around was the dark green blood splattered from Queer, foul and nauseating. And its abdomen, that is, the poisonous crab part, already had nearly 10 deep and hideous wounds, continuously dripping blood at this moment. The 15th strike's immense power sent General Queer's body flying back, crashing against the palace wall like a boulder falling into the sea. Boom! The wall was smashed into a deep crack and pit by General Queer's massive frame. Crack, crack, crack. General Queer's breath was at its lowest ebb at this moment, but its ferocity was ignited to the extreme. Time had now passed 20 seconds. In the first round of confrontation, Ling Chen spent 4 seconds. In the second round, Ling Chen spent 16 seconds. General Queer still had not been killed. Therefore, Ling Chen could not stop. After 15 strikes, his already dwindling health was reduced by 50%. Because he had activated Frenzy, his health had already been significantly diminished, and now with Bloodthirsty Frenzy Slash, his health had reached a very weak state. The key was that Ling Chen was only wearing basic armor. If he was hit by General Queer even once, he would be completely finished here. However, he not only did not retreat but instead, with a push of his toes, triggered Flash Step, transforming into an afterimage, instantly appearing before General Queer. He swung his giant sword, slashing down. Blood Slash. Ling Chen's body was still surrounded by blazing bloodlight, and when he used Flash Step to charge, it was as if he had drawn a thin line of blood through space. Roar! The heavily injured General Queer let out a mad roar. It saw that this human actually dared to bring it to its death. Even covered in wounds, it still did not let go of the spear in its hand. Facing this blood-colored slash, General Queer roared and thrust forward directly. Boom! A dark green beam of light erupted from the spear. It surged towards the blood-colored figure charging in. As long as this blood-colored figure was hit by the dark green beam, it could almost be deemed dead, because its health had become very, very low. However, in the face of such a terrifying dark green beam, the blood-colored figure suddenly came to a halt, directly raising its giant sword to collide with it. Invincible Slide. Ling Chen almost instantaneously activated the skill, timing a wave of invincibility frames. He succeeded. The invincibility frames absorbed all incoming physical damage. In an instant, the dark green shockwave crashed against Ling Chen's giant sword. Ling Chen was completely unaffected. His use of the invincibility frames was truly masterful, and General Queer was already too weak to continue using this attack skill. Not only that, but Ling Chen also took the opportunity to fiercely thrust his giant sword upward. This move caused General Queer's spear to be knocked out of its hands. Without a weapon, General Queer's expression darkened to the extreme and it instantly gritted its teeth, chanting its trump card skill. Ha! Do you think I would give you this opportunity? Ling Chen smiled coldly, the rich bloodlight on him still not dissipating. He remained in peak condition. Without knowing what the opponent's trump card skill was, Ling Chen absolutely would not allow the opponent to cast any chanting skills. Moreover, in just a few seconds he would enter a weakened state. Therefore, he had to seize these few seconds to completely kill it. Die. For me. Ling Chen stepped forward. Blood-colored thrust. The sharp and heavy giant sword, carrying a rich bloodlight, directly pierced through General Queer's skull. The brain matter inside instantly splattered everywhere. The scene was extremely disgusting. He had thought that this skeletal frame was hollow, but unexpectedly there was still a brain inside. General Queer's chanting skill ultimately released nothing. He fell beneath Ling Chen's giant sword. Bang! Ling Chen planted the giant sword into the ground. A wave of immense weakness surged from deep within his heart. Here it comes. The debuff of frenzy has arrived. But General Queer is dead and Ling Chen has nothing left to worry about. Outside, on the podium, Zhou Yanwang, who had been fixated on the Grand Curtain, was taken aback the moment he saw General Queer's complete demise, his face filled with shock. The final boss, Emperor Shanli, is dead. What? Isn't that the boss of the second level, the elite monster General Queer? Why is it the boss Emperor Shanli? That's the final level, the ultimate boss. It holds the title of Evil Emperor and its true form is the Supreme Poison Crab King. The audience erupted in a boiling shock and confusion. Even the principal on the podium displayed an expression of disbelief, but they knew this must be Zhou Yanwang's doing. Thus, they turned to look at Zhou Yanwang, who was seated in the center of the podium. Director Zhou, what is going on? Zhou Yanwang slowly stood up, placing his hands on the table, and spoke into the microphone in a deep voice. Silence. Whoosh. The scene, which had been boiling like a volcanic eruption, instantly fell silent. Zhou Yanwang's prestige was still very high, after all. He was in charge of the education and trials for transmuters in South Province. All the principals, directors, teachers, and students present were under his management. Everyone looked at the imposing Zhou Yanwang with curiosity and eagerness for knowledge. It was clear they were waiting for his explanation. Zhou Yanwang smiled faintly, then his deep and authoritative voice resonated. I believe all the teachers and students are very curious as to why, despite Ling Chen only having passed the elite monster level, it is said that he killed the final boss Emperor Shanli. Here, I will provide you with the answer. In fact, I have divided this level into 3 parts. First, it is a level to test the candidates' basic combat skills and to deepen their understanding of the reasonable application of skills. All the teachers and students nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Zhou Yanwang's arrangement of levels could be said to be very careful and meticulous, testing every aspect of the candidate's abilities. In the first level, candidates only needed to establish a solid foundation in their combat skills to pass easily. As for the subsequent overwhelming elite monsters, they tested the candidate's reasonable use of skills. Elite monsters are not as easy to kill as ordinary monsters, so candidates' teams needed to utilize their skills wisely. You cannot let your mana deplete too quickly, nor can you give those monsters an opportunity to exploit. In short, this level is a test of teamwork and skill application for ordinary candidates. Those who pass this level need not worry too much about their scores. While they may not get into prestigious combat academies, they can at least enter an ordinary combat academy. They won't be assigned to a subpar combat academy. After understanding Zhou Yanwang's meaning, all the teachers and students were eager for his explanation of the second level's elite monsters. Why was it that Ling Chen's slaying of the elite monster was already considered a pass? As for the second level, it is actually not an elite monster level, but a boss level. Zhou Yanwang's voice struck everyone like a heavy hammer, stirring feelings of shock and confusion within them. But before they could ask, Zhou Yanwang calmly explained, at this point, I believe all the teachers and students are wondering why that monster displayed a purple name, and even its other level information and health points were at the elite monster level. Let me clarify, in fact, the true health, defense, and level of this monster are all fake. I arranged it this way on purpose. Actually, this monster is the Supreme Poison Crab King, the Mountain Emperor. Boom! Everyone's heart shook again. The purpose of setting this level is to test the temperament of the top students. Some top students, who have consistently ranked at the top in evaluations, have developed an arrogant and dismissive mindset. I was just thinking, if I deliberately disguised the boss monster's information as an elite monster, how many top candidates would fail here? The fact proves that my original intention in setting this level was correct, because some top students indeed ended up embarrassed at this level. The stern voice of King Zhou spread powerfully. Some candidates had already lowered their heads in shame. All those candidates were top students who had failed at the third level. Those who lowered their heads, without exception, they were all top students who usually ranked at the top in evaluations at their high schools. These top students were highly regarded by the teachers and students of their schools, but they all failed. At the same time, they finally understood why the skills of this elite monster were so terrifying, why this elite monster was so difficult to deal with. Bai Wuxiang's face was the reddest, because he was rightfully called out by King Zhou. When he arrived at the third level, he saw that the opponent was an elite monster, with health and defense only at the elite monster level, and then he relaxed his guard. The result was that when that elite monster unleashed its skills, Bai Wuxiang almost lost his life at its hands. At this point, I bet some candidates want to say, the boss is already hard to beat. How can anyone pass this level? King Zhou revealed a cold smile, his gaze fixed on those failed candidates, his voice icy. I also know that among the candidates from Yundong City, there are very few teams and top students who can defeat the boss, but that doesn't mean there are none. Moreover, the final score for the last level is not based on whether you can kill this boss, but on how much health you can whittle down from this boss. In other words, as long as you can reduce this boss's health by half, the final score can be set to excellent. But you should ask yourselves, when you failed due to arrogance and complacency, how much health did that monster lose? One sentence made the already ashamed losers even more embarrassed, because they asked themselves, they hadn't even reduced a third of that monster's health. Then may I ask Director Zhou, does Ling Chen's score qualify him to challenge for the provincial trial champion? Suddenly, a very bold female student raised her hand and stood up to ask King Zhou. Being questioned by such a girl made everyone realize, yes, since this is a boss level, does Ling Chen's terrifying score mean he can become the provincial trial champion in one go? Hiss. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Even Principal Zhong's chubby face turned completely red with excitement, trembling all over. The first high school of the city is about to produce a champion for the city-level trial rankings? Wow, wow, wow. This situation was simply shocking. King Zhou also had a smile on his face and did not discourage them. He then said, of course, the third level still exists. I said before, this level has a total of 3 levels. Of course, this third level is called the endless level, which is very special. As for how special it is, you'll find out as you go on. Wow! The teachers and students were shocked again upon hearing this. They looked at each other in disbelief. There is actually a third level, but soon they felt relieved. Indeed, this kind of trial layout very much fits King Zhou's style. Could it be that to seize the provincial trial champion, one must pass the third level? That's true, after all, those prodigious geniuses at the provincial level won't be easily stumped by such a simple boss. Let's look forward to how special the third level will be. The crowd buzzed with discussion. After speaking, Zhou Yanwang sat back down, leisurely sipping his tea. In fact, he hadn't expected that Ling Chen, this jobless drifter, could actually make it to this final step. It truly shocked him, but he wouldn't show this shock on his face. The once boisterous audience was now so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Even the sound of breathing was so pronounced. However, this eerie silence lasted less than 3 seconds. The next moment, boom! The entire audience erupted with a roar like a tsunami. All the spectators were like a volcano erupting, their faces flushed with excitement, turning as red as a monkey's backside. They couldn't help but go wild with applause at that moment. The sound of clapping echoed throughout the square like thunder. As for who this applause was for, do we even need to ask? Senior Ling Chen, YYDS. Senior Ling Chen is amazing. In just 30 seconds, he took down the boss, even better than Bai Wuxiang, the top player in the city, almost reserved. Crack. Upon hearing this, Bai Wuxiang felt as if a sword had pierced his heart. It hurt. My friend. If you look closely, Senior Ling Chen was almost exclusively using berserker skills, only interspersing a few minor skills from other classes, like the Dark Priests, Newt, and the Archers, Blink. But this also shows that the berserker class is not just about sacrifice, it also has the ability to tackle challenges head-on. Yeah, for the first time, I feel this unfortunate class is so cool. Berserker, if I don't go mad, who will? The berserker class has always been seen as an unfortunate one in the eyes of many, because often, this class plays the role of sacrifice in a team. There's even a saying that goes, when in doubt, sell the berserker. But today, Ling Chen showed them that the berserker is not just for holding the rear, it can also be used to tackle challenges head-on. I've made up my mind, I want to chase after Senior Ling Chen. Come on, with your looks? What's wrong with my looks? I'm beautiful, have a sweet voice, and a great figure, perfectly matching Senior Ling Chen. Dream on. When Senior Ling Chen comes out, I'm going to block his door. I want to follow him every day. Wow, I didn't expect you to be a stalker plus a Yandere. In the audience, the admiration and reverence the students had for Ling Chen were like a river flowing endlessly. If Ling Chen's previous performance had only surprised them, making them think he was a dark horse, this clean and decisive slaying of the elite monster made them re-evaluate Ling Chen. Ling Chen was neither a dark horse nor a white horse, he was a genius prodigy. Ling Chen, well done, City No. 1 High School is proud of you. On the podium, Principal Zhong's chubby face was flushed with excitement. He hadn't expected that Ling Chen could actually take down this extremely tricky elite monster in just 30 seconds. this little guy is a prodigy. I always feel that even if he didn't use the berserker's berserk, he would have other ways. He just used this reckless method to speed things up. Reckless? It looks reckless, but look at Ling Chen's determined expression during those 30 seconds. He didn't think he was risking his life, he just felt this was a very reasonable way to tackle the challenge. So you're saying that Ling Chen could easily clear the level even using other methods? Exactly, he just wanted to slay this elite monster a bit faster. The teachers and directors nearby began to discuss this prodigious student, Ling Chen. Shimu's face was flushed with pride, feeling extremely honored. After all, Ling Chen was a student in his class. How could he not be happy that such an outstanding student had emerged from his class? Moreover, if nothing unexpected happened, the top spot on the city-level trial rankings was likely secured. But why has Teacher Chi never mentioned anything about this student? Teacher Chi, you really don't pay enough attention to your students. Suddenly, two teachers looked at Chi Mu with a hint of grievance. Both were homeroom teachers of the elite classes. Upon hearing this, Chi Mu immediately showed an awkward smile. Ling Chen had truly kept him in the dark. But then he thought, if I really uncover this prodigious student, will he still be in my class? He'll definitely be snatched away by those elite class teachers. With that thought, Chi Mu sighed in relief, thankful that he was blind to Ling Chen's excellence. But why did that sound a bit like self-deprecation? However, aside from the frenzied students and teachers, the one with the most complicated feelings in the entire venue was reporter Li Qing. She was a professional journalist, priding herself on having seen countless geniuses. Yet in the end, she found herself as short-sighted as a frog at the bottom of a well, being ruthlessly slapped in the face by Ling Chen. Li Qing felt completely numb. Is this the scatterer? So scatterers can be this prodigious? Li Qing stared blankly at the camera, which was flashing segments of Ling Chen defeating Emperor Shanli, reflecting on her previous sharp-tongued remarks and her sense of superiority. As a professional journalist, Li Qing felt even more disheartened. It turns out the clown was me all along. Unless something unexpected happened, Ling Chen's ranking as the number one in the city was already a done deal. In fact, if he had the courage to enter the endless levels, the next step would be to compete for the top spot on the provincial trial rankings. Meanwhile, over at the podium, Zhang Wenshan was still extremely excited. I never expected that our city's one high school would have a day when a city-level champion would emerge. This is a great joy. Principal Zhang Wenshan's face was filled with excitement, and his voice was even hoarse. The other principals nearby also wore congratulatory smiles. They sincerely offered their blessings. After all, number one high school had always been at the bottom in terms of trial results. Now, suddenly, a prodigy had emerged with a great chance of taking the title of city-level trial champion. How could Zhang Wenshan not be excited? How could he not be thrilled? Centuries ago, the world underwent a great change. An unexpected invasion by monsters dealt a devastating blow to countries around the world. But fortunately, the human race is inherently resilient. Even in the face of setbacks, they can still rise to the challenge. After overcoming the most difficult period, countless strong individuals emerged. Today, various combat vocational colleges have been established worldwide to cultivate core talents to resist monsters. In Yundong City, in the southern province of Long Country, number one high school and other high schools have been established for less than 20 years. Yet in these 20 years, number one high school's comprehensive ranking in trials has always been at the bottom. This has led people to perceive that number one high school is lagging behind in all aspects. The quality of faculty, educational conditions, etc., have all been rated by outsiders as the worst high school in Yundong City. Because of this, number one high school has the fewest students, most of whom are those who couldn't get into other high schools and had no choice but to attend number one high school. Under such conditions, students like Sunze and Bai Wuxuan from number one high school naturally bore the hopes of many. Unfortunately, Bai Wuxuan was eliminated in the elite monster level. But fortunately, this dark horse, Ling Chen, shone with an extremely dazzling brilliance. This dark horse is highly likely to seize the title of trial champion in Yundong City. Even competing for the provincial trial rankings, just the honor of being the top in the city is already quite impressive. At least it can make the city number one high school stand tall. Since its establishment, the best performing student from city number one high school in past trials has only managed to reach the top 30 in the city rankings. As for the champion of the Yundong City trials, no one has ever achieved that. Just as all the spectators were excitedly cheering for Ling Chen's battle achievements, in the trial stage, Ling Chen, who had just defeated the boss Emperor Shanli, slowly stood up from the ground. With only 10% of all attributes remaining, Ling Chen barely propped himself up with his sword to stand. His health, speed, basic 4 dimensions, and abnormal resistance, all were down to just 10%. This meant that any monster appearing now could easily take him down. Fortunately, this feeling of weakness only lasted a short while, before quickly dissipating. This was thanks to the level blessing that triggers after clearing a stage, instantly restoring all health and mana of the challenger. Any debuffs would also be cleared immediately. Ling Chen glanced at the corpse of General Queer lying in a pool of blood and stood still for quite a while. Strange, I've already killed the boss of the third stage. Why hasn't the clearance announcement come yet? What about the clearance reward? Ling Chen looked bewildered. Could it be a trial error? Damn, this is too much of a scam. The next second, the clearance announcement finally came, albeit late. Congratulations to challenger Ling Chen for slaying the boss and successfully clearing this stage. Time taken to clear 4 hours 56 minutes. Clearance rewards are currently being delayed. Faced with this announcement, Ling Chen was dumbfounded. Delayed clearance rewards? What the hell? In the previous 2 stages, as soon as Ling Chen completed the stage tasks, the clearance announcement and rewards would arrive immediately. Even if there was a delay, it wouldn't exceed a few seconds. This time, the clearance announcement was delayed by a full hour. Were the clearance rewards simply swallowed? Damn it. Even with Ling Chen's usually steady character, he couldn't help but curse at this moment. This arrangement was somewhat abnormal. As for whether the clearance rewards would really be swallowed, that was less concerning. After all, this was a provincial-level transfer trial for academic assessment involving nearly 1 million people, so a little error was normal. The idea of swallowing challenger rewards was something even the king of Hell Zhou wouldn't dare to do so recklessly. It was just purely frustrating. After all the hard work to clear the third stage, in the end, he got nothing. Just as he was about to vent his frustrations, the cold voice of the clearance announcement rang out again. Warning, 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 challenger has successfully triggered the endless stage task. Warning, endless stage, SSS level difficulty mode, challenger death rate 99%, warning, elite stage rewards and endless stage rewards will be issued together. 3 consecutive warnings shocking to the eye. Outside, the crowd was in an uproar. SSS level difficulty mode, 99% death rate. This is murder. The crowd was agitated. No one expected that King Zhou would take it this far. The rewards for the second and third stages will be issued together. Giving up the endless stage means the challenger cannot receive the third stage rewards and the third stage score will be reset to 0. Protest. Not just the students, even the leaders and teachers from various schools on the podium turned their angry gazes towards King Zhou immediately. This approach is simply unreasonable. A 99% death rate. Are they forcing challengers to their deaths? Click, click. Flash after flash hit King Zhou's face. Official media, local media, countless reporters. A sea of people rushed towards the podium. What is the primary job of reporters? To enjoy the spectacle and make a big deal out of it. Explosive. Tomorrow's news headline is set. The long guns and short cannons were almost pressed against Zhou Yanwan's face. The public needs an explanation. Director Zhou, do you know what the consequences of this action are? Inconceivable. During the 234th Career Transition Trial examination, the chief examiner actually treated the lives of 1 million challengers as a joke. May I ask, when setting the questions, did Director Zhou undergo a physical examination beforehand? I mean, mentally. On the podium, Zhou Yanwan's gaze was cold and indifferent. School security. A loud shout. Instantly, countless school security personnel surrounded him, forming an iron wall a few meters in front of Zhou Yanwang. The reporters were dispersed. However, the school security, as protectors, were equally conflicted and struggling. 1 million, the lives of 1 million challengers treated as a joke by Zhou Yanwang. Is someone like this executioner, this butcher, really worth protecting? In the audience, many girls were filled with sorrow and anger, unable to accept this trial arrangement that was almost indistinguishable from murder. The boys were equally confused, but they could do nothing. Those seniors who passed the trials are so pitiful. I hope senior Ling Chen doesn't fall for it and gives up the endless levels. But giving up means senior Ling Chen not only loses the qualification to compete for the provincial first place, but even the ranking on the city-level trial list will be reset to 0. What should we do then? Let the senior go to his death. Zhou Yanwan, RNM. This move cut off all paths for the seniors. It couldn't be more ruthless. The students were angry. The reporters were equally indignant. Even the teachers were somewhat deeply puzzled by the meaning of this arrangement. They just watched how the seniors would choose. In the trial, Ling Chen, holding a heavy sword, was panting heavily, currently dismembering. General Queer's body had already been cut into pieces. Crab legs, poisonous crab eyes, beast crystals, Crab King's sharp teeth spear. The weapon Ling Chen favored the most was this spear, originally transformed from General Queer's sharp teeth, and its quality was quite good. Equipment, Scorpion King's tail needle spear. Level, purple. After equipping, strength plus 10, agility plus 10. Level requirement. Can be equipped at level 12 and above. Career restriction, none. Attack effect. When attacking enemies, it can put them into a poison state, which can stack up to 3 layers. When 3 layers are full, the enemy will enter a 1-second stun state with a cooldown of 5 seconds for the stun effect. Set. Effect, none. The quality of the equipment matches the color of the monster's name. From low to high, they are white, blue, purple, red, gold. Of course, weapons also have level requirements. A level 10 golden weapon, when facing those level 40 or 50 white weapons, is still lacking in attributes. This spear is indeed a top-tier weapon for someone at my level. Ling Chen smiled as he stored the spear in his backpack. He didn't miss any other items either. Crab legs, poisonous crab eyes, belonging to the item category. Although their quality was not as good as this spear, adhering to the mindset of not leaving empty-handed, Ling Chen collected them all. And there's the heart, blood. Forget it, the internal organs are too disgusting and their value isn't high. Ling Chen made a face of disdain, and thus, an hour ago, the imposing General Queer, boss, Emperor Shanli, was left with nothing but a pile of minced meat and liver, plucking feathers from a passing goose. It's time to leave. Ling Chen shrugged. Not far away, a teleportation array glowed with white light. Teleportation array, endless levels. The next second, Ling Chen stood on the teleportation array, and his body disappeared. Dare to swallow his clearance rewards? No way. He rushed into the endless levels. The gaze followed Ling Chen. In the scene, Ling Chen's figure flickered, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived at a long corridor. The corridor was filled with dense, murky sewage toxic crabs. These sewage toxic crabs were half elite monsters and half ordinary monsters. The audience knew that this was just an appetizer. With Ling Chen's strength, he didn't need to exert any effort at all. Even the boss was slain by him in 30 seconds, let alone these appetizers. The audience's thoughts were not wrong. In the scene, Ling Chen raised his staff once again. Blazing fire. A dazzling red light burst forth from the top of the staff. At that moment, the dark monster corridor was as bright as day. The sewage toxic crabs, which had lived in dark and damp environments for years, were suddenly illuminated by the flames. Roar! They let out a furious roar but had to shield their eyes with their scorpion pincers. Their eyes, accustomed to darkness, could not withstand the stimulation of the blinding flames. Then, go! In an instant, in less than 3 seconds, boom boom boom, more than a dozen fireballs carrying intense heat smashed into the group of monsters. Dozens of sewage toxic crabs turned to charcoal. Under this terrifying high temperature, devoid of life. What the hell? What am I seeing? How did Senior Ling Chen's spell power suddenly increase so much? Oh my god. At that moment, all the audience looked at the screen with faces full of shock. Even the principal and directors on the podium were no exception, frowning with expressions of disbelief. Previously, Ling Chen had also cast blazing fire, but he could at most release one fireball. But now, he can actually unleash more than a dozen fireballs in 3 seconds. Isn't this a high-level skill of a mage? Why can a non-class wanderer do it? What kind of monster has emerged from City Number 1 High School? Everyone had this thought in their hearts, especially those teachers responsible for teaching mages, who had expressions as if they had seen a ghost. The elite monster level has experience rewards. Although I managed to merge the rewards of the second and third levels, I did not cancel the immediate distribution of some experience rewards after defeating the boss. At this moment, Zhou Yanwang casually mentioned this. Everyone suddenly had an epiphany. Right, he slaughtered thousands of elite monsters in the elite level ghost pool and then killed the final boss. With all this experience combined, what level is Senior Ling Chen at now? Damn, as a mage, I genuinely envy Senior Ling Chen's explosive output. He is a non-class wanderer capable of using all basic skills of every profession. After leveling up, he will definitely gain corresponding attribute points and skill points. It's just that it won't be as many attribute points as after first or second class upgrades. But regardless, in the third level, trying to stop Ling Chen with these ordinary monsters was purely wishful thinking. Want to know why the death rate in the third level is as high as 99%? Just keep watching. Suddenly, Zhou Yanwang spoke coldly. One sentence almost provoked public outrage. In the endless levels, Ling Chen rushed to the end of the corridor. Barrier? Ling Chen hesitated for a moment, then broke through the barrier. Whoosh, a wave of heat surged, and the air was filled with a strong corrosive sulfur smell, nearly choking him. Hot, endless heat. The world was like a giant furnace, with a blood-red crescent moon hanging in the sky. This was a small world with an extremely rich fire attribute. The trees were red, their crowns ablaze with flames. The stones were black, entwined with hellfire. There were volcanoes of all sizes. 1, 3, 7. Ling Chen was surrounded by 7 volcanoes, with magma occasionally erupting from the craters. The largest volcano was lifeless, with not a blade of grass growing. The erupting magma was the most abundant, thick smoke billowing as if from the 8 trigrams furnace of Taishan Laojun. Crack! In the next moment, the water-repelling pearl that Ling Chen had been holding suddenly shattered. During the first checkpoint, Ling Chen had used raging flames and freezing spells to kill 10,000 ordinary sewage poison crabs. Such methods of killing enemies had now fallen upon him. The third checkpoint of Sewage City was cold and damp. Here, at the end of the water city, lay another world, an ocean of fire. Endless checkpoints. Hiss outside, people gasped. In shock. This can't be a real volcano, can it? Look, Senior Ling Chen's hair is smoking. God, it must be over dozens of degrees high. If Senior Ling Chen weren't wearing protective gear, wouldn't he be roasted the moment he stepped in? Freak. Thankfully, although it was hot, judging by Ling Chen's appearance, this high temperature wasn't enough to cause him substantial harm. 99% mortality rate. Is that it? Zhou Yanwang is too fanciful, using a volcano to burn people to death? These thoughts could only be kept to oneself. After all, Zhou Yanwang had a fearsome reputation, truly, not someone to provoke. Did I just see things? How did that largest volcano move? Strange, I think I saw it too. On the podium, Zhou Yanwang slowly stood up from his seat, his face stern. Awaken, flame demon. Roar, an angry roar echoed through the small world, like a divine thunder descending from the heavens. The sound was grand, shaking the entire world. That massive volcano truly awakened. The mountain trembled, countless boulders and magma crashing down its enormous body, as if the apocalypse had arrived. An indescribable sense of terrifying pressure gradually awakened. The pressure spread out. The world trembled in fear. The volcano grew even larger, revealing a humanoid giant towering 1,000 feet high. The erupting magma was its hair. 2 enormous caverns were its nostrils. Standing up, its 1,000-foot-tall figure made Ling Chen, who was 1,000 meters away, appear as small as an ant on the ground. Monster, Flame Demon Ruler level, 50. Skills, Pressure, Destructive Flame, Breath of Fire. Health, Defense, Status, Bloodthirsty, Berserk. Qualification, Red Dot. Monster note, the ruler of the small world, supreme. When enraged, it will destroy all living beings, extremely dangerous. If you encounter the terrifying Flame Demon Ruler, death is your only outcome. Boom! Outside, students, reporters, and teachers collectively fell silent at that moment. The next second, this deathly silence erupted like a volcanic explosion. Level 50 Red Name. So strange. I remember red name monsters are usually weaker than gold name monsters, right? That's under normal circumstances. Don't forget, in the same secret realm, red name boss and gold name boss have a competitive relationship. So, sometimes red name monsters can be as strong as gold name boss, or even stronger. But this is a bit outrageous. A level 50 red name boss appearing in a trial secret realm meant for teens, who the hell would believe that? It seems that in this trial secret realm, Zhou Yanwang must have designated this flame demon as the boss. Zhou Yanwang has gone mad, he must be insane. This is outright murder. God, I was still hoping that Senior Ling Chen would work hard in the 3rd checkpoint. Maybe he could even take the provincial championship. Despair. This monster's stats are still hidden, it's too terrifying. It looks like in a one-on-one, failure is inevitable. Will Senior Ling Chen die in there? The difficulty of this monster had far exceeded any previous job transfer trial assessments. 2. Freakish. Don't jump to conclusions. I told you, the 3rd level is very special, you'll understand as you watch. Zhou Yanwang remained calm and unruffled. Everyone looked at Zhou Yanwang with incredulous expressions. Special? What the hell do you mean? Is this boss fake? Zhou Yanwang's gaze remained imposing as he waved his hand and a small leader hurried over. After a series of operations, a recording began to play over the playground's loudspeakers. Old Zhou, the matter you instructed has been taken care of. Right. The volcano is real, but the Flame Demon Lord is just a counterfeit. You remember the dreaming demon flower, right? It's a monster that has been declared extinct. We were lucky enough to catch one. One of the demon flower's characteristics is that if a living being intrudes into its territory, it will transform into a powerful monster and emit a strong pressure. We have done our best to erase the easily recognizable weaknesses after transformation. Even so, the attack power of the demon flower is still shockingly low. Make sure to file a report in advance. Don't leak any information. The recording ended. On the playground, thousands of people exchanged glances. The red-named monster is a counterfeit? Damn, Zhou Yanwang is such a sly one. But the red-named pressure is real. No, what does Zhou Yanwang really mean? Simulating the pressure of a red-named monster to scare the challengers into wetting their pants? Is it really that twisted? A group of people was bewildered. In this case, what was the point of the endless levels? Quiet. On the podium, leaders of all ranks were continuously reprimanding the students, trying to maintain order on site. But the effect was minimal. Although the students dared not complain loudly, they still huddled together to whisper. I get it now. Brothers, what was your first reaction when you saw the red-named monster, the Flame Demon Lord? Zhou Yanwang is a pervert? Anything else? Fear. Terrified to death. The moment the Flame Demon Lord displayed its level, I almost wet myself. Who wouldn't be scared? This level 50 monster's stats are terrifying. At this moment, everyone understood. So, the test of the 3rd level is courage. A true warrior dares to face death. A true warrior, even when standing before a red-named monster, still has the courage to wield a blade. Not wetting your pants is victory. Awesome. I've learned something. The trial has been played with by Zhou Yanwang, hasn't it? The seniors are so pitiful. Will they be scared to death by the red-named monster? There's a return scroll, so what's there to fear? The third level tests. Courage. The longer one persists under the pressure of the red-named monster, the higher the score. Ling Chen charged into the endless level without hesitation. From that moment on, his ranking as the top in the city was secured. At this moment, it was a battle for the provincial trial ranking. That said, countless students were sweating nervously. Go for it, Senior Ling Chen. Principal Zhong, Chimu, and Ling Chen's homeroom teacher had all stood up from their seats. First high school. Is a provincial champion finally about to emerge? This is a miracle created by a lone player, destined to be recorded in history. Can he see through it? I hope so. In any case, this is a test of character, so it depends on how he decides. The principals and leaders from other schools, along with reporters and ordinary school admissions personnel present, were all extremely tense. Fight, regardless of success or failure. The Flame Demon Lord is just a paper tiger. Please go tear it apart. I can almost see a lone player wearing the crown of the provincial trial champion. Humanity has been oppressed by monsters for too long. They yearn to resist. In the endless level. For the first time, a hint of shock flashed in Ling Chen's eyes. It's actually a red-named monster even more ferocious than a boss. Roar! The Flame Demon Lord let out a deafening roar, its red-named pressure sweeping out recklessly from its body. Brutal. Terrifying. This pressure seemed capable of annihilating everything. Ling Chen tried to cast aside his inner distractions, striving to straighten his back and face this monster head-on. But the level difference between them was too great, like a firefly competing with the bright moon. An immense psychological pressure surged over him. It made him feel as if even breathing had become stagnant, the flow of his blood seemingly halted. For the first time since entering the trial, he felt a terrifying pressure. Outside, everyone was nervously focused on the screen, unable to imagine that even the strong Ling Chen seemed to be wavering. It's fake. Ling Chen, the Flame Demon Lord is fake. Sigh, our god's perspective is different from that of the person involved. I hope he can bravely break free from the cage. The pressure is heavier, like a mountain pressing down. In the endless levels, Ling Chen was facing an enormous psychological burden, yet his gaze gradually became fervent. Why isn't it moving? Red-named monster. Damn, it really is a bit scary. Ling Chen's spine was bending. The pressure was too strong, suffocating. The next moment, boom! Ling Chen activated all his enhancement buffs. It was as if this gave him endless courage. An inch, 2 inches. The bent spine gradually straightened. Under the pressure of the red-named monster, Ling Chen stood tall. Ha! He's actually igniting his battle intent. That's a level 50 red name. TCH. He's still Ling Chen. What does a red name matter? On the playground, the audience's emotions were at a peak. Anyone could see how hard Ling Chen was fighting at this moment. Under the pressure of the red-named monster, sweat poured from his body. His face gradually twisted in a grimace. His legs trembled. On his arms, veins bulged like writhing dragons. Gun. Ling Chen took out the poison crab's sharp-toothed gun. What is he going to do? With a loud bang, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. Just then, someone, not knowing who, accidentally switched the screen showing Ling Chen to another challenger. It was like throwing a spark into a powder keg. Ling Chen? I want to see Ling Chen. Damn it! Who told you to change the channel? The freshmen went wild. They were collectively rioting. A gaze that seemed ready to devour came over, and the careless staff member suddenly felt a chill run down their spine. Slap! The screen once again displayed Ling Chen. Boss, you're not going to manage this? These students are acting like lunatics. The staff member complained to their superior. Then, I really want to chop off your hands. The boss growled fiercely. The staff member wanted to cry. Each challenger has 10 seconds of footage after leaving the trial. That's the rule set for the trial. And just now, it wasn't just one person who left the trial. Fine, if you won't manage it, I'll go tell Director Zhou about your misconduct. Director Zhou, get lost. Director shows. Roar made the staff member genuinely wet themselves in fear. Ling Chen has all his buffs activated and he's withstanding the pressure of the red-named monster. What did we miss in those few seconds of footage? Doesn't matter. Roar. Ling Chen is awesome. The senior is awesome. What the hell? The senior didn't crush the return scroll. Is he going to shoot at the Flame Demon Lord? The students went wild, their blood boiling at this moment. Teachers, reporters, and onlookers stared in shock, fixated on Ling Chen's image on the screen. Is this really a student from our school? Facing a red name, he still has the courage to shoot. Principal Zhang's expression was filled with excitement, feeling proud of this student. This is the pride of the first high school. In the newcomer trial, the terrifying red-named monster with such a high gun index value. Courage is commendable. This student has already possessed what a strong person must have: courage. Regardless of the trial results, all video materials of this student during the trial will be included in the teaching materials. Remember, it's all. On the podium, King Joe still held his imposing demeanor, filled with admiration for this student. The student's performance, from start to finish, could be described as perfect. Such a video could serve as excellent teaching material for future transfer trials and entrance assessments. Kill! A dazed freshman suddenly shouted. Kill it, Senior Ling Chen. Damn the red name. The bloodiness of humanity was unleashed at this moment. One student shouted. 10 students shouted. 100, 1,000. Later, teachers, reporters, everyone was shouting. Kill, 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 kill. In the level, Ling Chen's eyes turned crimson, holding the Scorpion King's tail needle spear. His foot suddenly stomped on the ground. The earth cracked, and his figure shot into the sky. The spear fell. The tip of the Scorpion King's tail needle spear seemed to pierce a gigantic balloon. A light sound. The massive body of the flame demon lord shrank at an incredible speed, and the terrifying pressure quickly diminished. So fragile, like a piece of paper. Ling Chen was stunned. Instinctively, he activated the shooter skill, dodge, then frantically connected to other skills. Rapid, shadow stealth. He retreated like a flash of lightning. Ling Chen emerged from the shadow stealth state, his eyes vigilantly watching the flame demon lord. The return scroll was tightly clenched in his palm, ready to teleport out of the trial level at any moment. The massive body of the flame demon lord shrank, transforming into a four-colored magic flower the size of a basin, bursting like foam. Ding! Congratulations to candidate Ling Chen for successfully passing the endless level. Trial ended. Your trial has been recorded in the files. Detecting candidates' battle results and deriving the final score based on data and performance. I passed? Why? The final boss, the red monster, is dead? Alright. At this moment, a string of monster information appeared above the shattered magic flower. Monster. Dream Magic Flower, level 10, skills, illusion, pressure, health 100 out of 100, defense 10 out of 10, status, dead, qualification, blue. Fake? What about that 99% death rate? Damn, is it a scam? Ling Chen was a bit dazed. Before Ling Chen could think too much, the mechanical voice of the level announcement sounded again. Based on candidate Ling Chen's completion time, combat performance, and other aspects, the final score for the trial is SSS level. Your trial results have been recorded. Provincial ranking. At the same time, the completion rewards had been credited. Trial completion reward, level +3, current level is 14. Trial completion reward, allocatable 4-dimensional attribute points +38. Trial completion reward, Crab King, Fang Spear, purple, dot. Trial completion reward, title, Heart of the Fearless. Trial completion reward, unlock trial talent, Magic Resonance. Rewards have been fully distributed. Ling Chen quickly opened his personal panel. Name, Ling Chen. Health, 1000/1000. Mana, 2700/3000, continuously recovering. Talent, 62. Age, 18. Race, human. Level, 14, 2920/10,000. Occupation, none. Strength, 35. Constitution, 35. Intelligence, 35. Agility, 35. No. Item or equipment bonuses, innate talent, equipment controller, F, magic controller, E, all-rounder, F, trial talent, magic resonance, B+. Acquired skills, Raging Flames, F+, Freezing Spell, F+, Shield Breaker Sword Sweep, F+. Available attribute points 58. Available skill points, 1018. The panel now includes a new item, Trial Talent. Free attribute points increased from 20 to 58. Free skill points increased from 1010 to 1018. Ling Chen reasonably and evenly distributed the attribute points across his 4 attributes. Strength 50, Constitution 49, Intelligence 50, Agility 49. As for the skill points, Ling Chen currently has no use for them, because all the skills he possesses are basic skills which cannot be upgraded, unless they are skill points specifically allocated by the system. Only the system can break the norm. Of course, the skill points rewarded from daily tasks by the system do not count as special skill points. Only the skill points rewarded from achievement tasks are considered special skill points. The rewards after passing this trial are quite impressive. Moreover, the highlight is the reward of the trial talent. Trial talent, as the name suggests, is something that challengers can obtain after breaking through the trial levels with a certain probability. Of course, this probability is determined by your performance. In other words, the better your performance, the higher the probability of obtaining the trial talent. When your performance reaches the best record of that secret realm, you will receive a 100% reward of the trial talent. However, some lucky individuals may trigger a small probability to obtain the trial talent even with poor performance. It should be noted that each trial level's reward can only be claimed once. This means that once you pass and receive the reward, there will be no reward the next time you clear the same trial level again. No matter how much better your performance is compared to before, there will be no reward for you. It's a one-time claim. Ling Chen looked at the Magic Resonance trial talent and began to read its description. Magic Resonance, B+ reduces the cooldown time of all your magic skills by 30% and makes the cooldown time of all your basic magic skills 0 seconds. This trial talent is only useful for many magic professions in terms of the initial 30% skill reduction. But for Ling Chen, the initial part is actually useless. The latter part is what truly matters. All basic magic skills have a cooldown of 0 seconds. That means no cooldown time. Magic Resonance plus Magic Controller. It's taking off. Completely taking off. And with the fearless heart. This is a title reward. Title effect increases your courage, allowing you to be immune to intimidation type skills of the same level to a certain extent. Outside, time moved forward a bit more. And during this period, many candidates also emerged safely from the levels. Some had dejected expressions, likely because their results were far from their dreams. Others wore bright smiles, full of spirit, likely having achieved results they were very satisfied with. Su Ro was out, but no one paid her any attention. Everyone was fixated on the images on the big screen. Su Ro was quite famous in the first middle school of the city. First, she was very beautiful. Second, her talent score was 78 and she had transitioned to an assassin, consistently ranking in the top 10 in school evaluations. Delicate and beautiful, with exceptional talent, Su Ro naturally had no shortage of admirers. Her expression at this moment was a gentle smile. Clearly, her results should be quite good. Not all top students have such a poor mindset. Those with a good attitude also achieve extremely impressive results. Sigh, I was so close to defeating that monster, but I still received an SS rating. Getting into a prestigious combat academy shouldn't be a problem. A bright smile adorned Su Ro's exquisitely beautiful face, which should have left the surrounding boys mesmerized. Yet at this moment, aside from her teacher, no one spoke to her. Su Ro. She turned to glance at the examinee seats. Her eyes immediately landed on Bai Wuxuan. She felt a bit puzzled. It seems this trial is indeed difficult. Even Bai Wuxuan couldn't defeat that boss monster. Ha! Why are these people all looking up at the screen? Could it be that Sun Tze is rampaging through? She wondered. She shifted her beautiful eyes towards the screen in midair. On the screen, the figure that appeared was not the expected Sun Tze. Instead, it was the unexpected Ling Chen. Why is it him? Su Ro's brows slightly furrowed, her bright, gem-like eyes sparkling with confusion. Ling Chen. He was in the same class as her. For Su Ro, who had a good relationship with her classmates, she remembered the names and appearances of everyone in the class. But in her impression, Ling Chen was just an ordinary student, as plain as could be. This ordinary student sat in the last row of the classroom and was very close to Lei Feng. Su Ro and Ling Chen had only exchanged a single greeting, hello. Other than that, they had never spoken a word. This was enough to show just how transparent Ling Chen was in the class. But today, the screen displayed the figure of this transparent student. It must just be that the camera happened to switch to him. It will probably return to Sun Tze in the next second, Su Ro thought to herself. She then walked to the audience area, found a seat, and quietly waited for the director to switch the feed. The boys and girls next to her were disturbed by Su Ro and actually shot her a glare. Usually, Su Ro had a good reputation among the boys and girls. In the eyes of the boys, Su Ro was a stunning beauty, a goddess in their dreams. In the eyes of the girls, Su Ro was a good-natured best friend, someone with whom they could share everything. So, that glare left Su Ro utterly confused. Fortunately, Su Ro had a good temper and didn't mind. Instead, she tugged at the sleeve of a classmate beside her and quietly asked, "Excuse me, why isn't the director switching the feed?" On the screen, it seemed Ling Chen had just defeated a plant-type monster. He was currently collecting the level rewards. Staring at Ling Chen for a while didn't seem to hold much interest. Moreover, Ling Chen's trial level seemed quite different from her own. I'm only watching Senior Ling Chen. Who is Sun Tze? I don't know him. Su Ro was slightly taken aback. Did she hear that right? This group of spectators only wanted to watch Ling Chen? What about Sun Tze? In previous trials, Su Ro had also come here as a junior to watch the impressive battles of her seniors during their trials. This was to gain experience for herself. There were also some popular seniors who garnered the audience's favor, and people wanted to see their battles to learn more. But these seniors were all top students. Yet Ling Chen was just an ordinary student. How did he attract so many people wanting to watch? Could it be just to see what rewards he received after passing? Why do you want to watch Ling Chen? Is Sun Tze not performing well? Su Ro asked softly. Not really. Oh, please don't bother me. Who is Sun Tze? His combat experience is leagues below Ling Chen. The key point is, Ling Chen is tackling the level as a non-classed free agent. Su Ro. What the hell is this surprise? This is what you call a surprise. Su Ro entered the checkpoint just a little later than Ling Chen, so she had no idea that Ling Chen had entered the checkpoint as a jobless wanderer. Moreover, he was doing it solo. In previous trials, it was generally stipulated that teams of 5 could enter to challenge the levels. But this year, the King of Hell had a whim and set it to groups of 3. the difficulty suddenly increased. However, for those top students who were already accustomed to solo challenges, this rule was not a big deal. In her mind, Ling Chen should have obediently found a team to cling to for a good score. But now, he was challenging the checkpoint solo. And as a jobless wanderer, Su-ro found it hard to accept. Then why is his checkpoint different from mine? Su-ro hurriedly asked. As soon as she asked, she was met with a strange expression from a male classmate. What's wrong? Is my question strange? Su-ro was puzzled. Well, it is indeed quite strange, the boy nodded and bluntly said, because Ling Chen is not in the second checkpoint right now. So that means he's in the first checkpoint. After all, as a jobless wanderer, it's normal not to even reach the second checkpoint in a solo situation. But there isn't even a volcano in the first checkpoint. Su-ro was even more confused. However, the boy looked at her with a strange gaze again. This classmate, please, don't look at people like that, because your gaze seems to say, how can this girl be so silly? Su-ro bit her silver teeth and said fiercely. She felt insulted. Sorry, I just couldn't help it. The boy scratched his head awkwardly and then replied, Su-ro, you guessed wrong. Senior Ling Chen is neither in the first checkpoint nor in the second checkpoint, but in the endless checkpoint. When the words endless checkpoint fell, Su-ro's bright eyes first froze for a moment. Then, they widened suddenly. A layer of expression named dazed appeared on her exquisite face. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed adorable. Just like a little rabbit that had been startled. The male classmate saw Su-ro's reaction. Well, he felt a great sense of satisfaction. Is this the thrill of shocking others? Is this the joy of showing off? So exhilarating. After a while, Su-ro finally regained her composure. She stood up and hurried over to Chi-mu. Chi-mu was her homeroom teacher, and their teacher-student relationship was quite good. Teacher, Su-ro called softly. Judging by your expression when you came out earlier, your results should have reached your ideal level, Chi-mu said with a smile. His class had produced such a dark horse as Ling Chen, and his mouth was almost splitting into a grin. Su-ro's results should be quite ideal. Sun Ze's results should also be not far behind Su-ro's. With performance and job evaluations in hand, this year is a wonderful harvest year. Teacher, my results should have no problem getting into a key combat academy, Su-ro happily responded. Then she asked, that classmate Ling Chen on the screen, is he in the final endless checkpoint? Speaking of this question, Chi-mu once again revealed the proud smile he had shown countless times today, then calmly dragged out a long sound. With that it seemed Chi-mu heard the sound of Su-ro's worldview shattering. Su-ro once again received a surprise. She wouldn't easily believe what other classmates said. But could there be any falsehood in what her homeroom teacher Chi-mu said? Thinking of this, Su-ro felt as if her heart had been stuffed with a large ball of cotton, very uncomfortable, wanting to break it, but the cotton was soft and fluffy, unable to be shattered. It was stuck in her heart. She couldn't temporarily accept such a development. While thinking, she caught a glimpse of Bai Wuxuan, who looked dejected out of the corner of her eye. So, she walked over. Usually, Su-ro and Bai Wuxuan had a good relationship, often exchanging and discussing combat experiences. Looking at Bai Wuxuan's dejected appearance now, it seems her grades must be quite poor. This is actually normal. The trial is an extremely brutal assessment. You can score full marks 100 times in your daily evaluations, but if you fail even once in the trial, you have to start all over again. Bai Wuxuan. Su-ro greeted her. Bai Wuxuan nodded. From the looks of you, your grades must be good. Yeah, within my ideal range. Su-ro sat down in the seat next to Bai Wuxuan and then asked, By the way, can you tell me about Ling Chen? Put. After Su-ro finished the sentence, it was as if she heard the sound of a sword piercing someone's heart. Bai Wuxuan, who was already in a bad mood, looked even worse now. Why bring up something so sensitive? The female teacher beside them couldn't bear to see her beloved student continue to be hurt, so she took Su-ro's hand and walked aside. She explained all the details about Ling Chen. From the beginning of killing small monsters, to exterminating crab groups, to slaying bosses, and finally entering the endless levels and shooting red names. Every performance was detailed without any omissions. Su-ro's expression first showed slight surprise, then it turned to astonishment. After that, it became shock. Finally, only numbness remained. This student, usually so unassuming, managed to create a thunderous impact in this trial, startling everyone. No one had high hopes for him. At the beginning, even King Zhou was furious, saying he would punish Ling Chen severely for disrespecting the trial. But now, if you look at King Zhou's expression, isn't he all smiles? When have you ever seen King Zhou with such an expression? The female teacher spoke tirelessly, her expression filled with emotion. And Su-ro, well, she had quietly found the best viewing spot and sat down obediently. She raised her delicate face and began to watch the seemingly ordinary figure on the screen intently. At the same time, she thought, after the exam, I must ask the teacher for Ling Chen's battle footage to watch. Su-ro had seen geniuses before, but she had never seen a red-named monster with such terrifying stats in the National Junior Trial Assessment. Nor had she ever seen a newly transitioned rookie have the courage to fight such a terrifying red-named monster. In the level, Ling Chen was completely unaware that there was already a heated discussion about him outside. He didn't even know that the seemingly ordinary him had already garnered countless fans. Some people had even recorded his entire performance in the level, planning to use it as teaching material. It's time to leave. Without any hesitation, Ling Chen crushed the return scroll in his hand. The teleportation array burst into white light. Ling Chen stepped down the stone steps and then froze. This isn't school? Where is this? In the vast square, he was the only one there. But soon, just a minute later, the teleportation array flickered with white light again, and a person walked out. And it was a girl. This girl was tall, standing at a full 1.70 meters, dressed in a school uniform. She had long silver hair that sparkled like a brilliant galaxy, and what made her even more special was that her eyes were actually red. Her eyebrows were gently arched, her rosy lips like freshly peeled water chestnuts, and her sharp, oval face was strikingly beautiful, yet her red pupils sparkled with a cold light that gave her an icy demeanor. Below her school uniform's short skirt, she wore black over-the-knee socks, and her size 36 delicate feet were clad in small leather boots. A thick book was held in her left hand. In Ling Chen's eyes, this was simply a white-haired, red-eyed beauty who had walked out of an anime, just a bit cold in demeanor. The silver-haired girl stepped out of the teleportation array without saying a word. She had, of course, noticed Ling Chen. But when she saw the bulging items on Ling Chen's back, she lost interest in observing him. From the parts that were visible, it was clear that the items he carried were all basic professional gear. After the appearance of the silver-haired girl, another 10 minutes passed. During those 10 minutes, Ling Chen did not continue to focus on the silver-haired beauty but instead surveyed his surroundings. This was a large square, with only a few staff members present. The rest were peers who had been teleported from various directions. They should also be considered trial participants. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Fortunately, after 5 minutes, candidates wearing uniforms from various high schools began to appear. At that moment, Ling Chen finally understood that the so-called end of the endless level was actually a gathering of trial participants from various schools who had already cleared their levels. Another half hour passed. Finally, the main gate stopped appearing. The square gathered 100 people. That is, 100 candidates. It is worth mentioning that Sun Zhe also appeared. He was the last person to enter this place. When he saw Ling Chen, his expression momentarily froze, then his brows furrowed tightly. Clearly, he was wondering why someone as ordinary as Ling Chen could appear here. Outside, everyone in the audience looked at the screen, feeling extremely incredulous. Isn't that Zhu Yaoguang, known as the white-haired witch from Yunbei City's first high school? As expected, she cleared the level. And that senior is so handsome. I remember him being Huang Bo from Xinjiang City's third high school, right? It seems that the famous prodigies from Nanzhou province have all gathered in this endless level. What is going on? It wasn't just the students who were dumbfounded and shocked. The principals and directors on the podium were equally bewildered. Because the testing points were different, and the levels were also distinct, it was generally impossible to pull so many candidates into the same endless level. Thus, the principals and directors turned to look at Zhou Yanwang. The endless level was set by Zhou Yanwang. Naturally, only he knew what was going on. Zhou Yanwang slowly stood up, took a step forward, and arrived at the playground, where a teleportation array appeared. He casually walked in with his hands in his pockets. He is so pretentious. Everyone looked at Zhou Yanwang's figure, unable to suppress their inner complaints. Of course, they only dared to grumble in their hearts. But many people's eyes were filled with excitement. They never expected Zhou Yanwang to pull such a stunt at the end. The arrangement of the endless level astonished everyone. No wonder he was the top authority in the educational trials of Nanzhou province, perfectly controlling the mindset of all candidates participating in the national job transfer trials. In the end, he gathered outstanding students from various districts of Nanzhou province. What was Zhou Yanwang planning to do? Could it be that he was going to conduct an assessment after all? That would be too shocking. With all these prodigies gathered together, would they end up fighting? Probably not. However, it must be said that the various prodigies who appeared one after another were exceptionally outstanding, both in appearance and temperament. Especially that Zhu Yaoguang. Her silver-white long hair cascaded down her back, her features were exquisite, and her autumn water-like red eyes sparkled with brilliance. A truly stunning beauty. This left many boys present in a daze. Of course, among the prodigies who appeared, there were also handsome boys with tall figures catching the attention of the girls. At this moment, schools from various districts in Nanzhou province should all be watching the scene. Zhou Yanwang seemed to be planning a live broadcast for the entire province. Many reporters were excited and hurriedly took out all their cameras to record the upcoming scenes. After all, this group of reporters hoped that the best prodigies would compete fiercely against each other. This is what makes it the most exciting. They love this kind of fiery scene. The teachers from various universities are also watching this moment with great interest. These should be the top 100 talents on the provincial trial leaderboard. When these talents meet, will anyone be willing to back down? Truly, the king of hell, Zhou, has a unique way of doing things. He keeps everyone guessing about his intentions. Amidst everyone's anticipation, Zhou's figure finally appeared in the square of the trial's secret realm. Facing him now were the top 100 talents of the 234th provincial trial in Nanzhou province. In the vast secret realm square, Zhou's figure stood in the center. All the gathered talents quickly withdrew their scrutinizing gazes and stood obediently. Zhou's prestige in Nanzhou province is still quite significant. No student is unaware of this person, known for his strictness. When Zhou appeared in the secret realm, he glanced around and nodded in satisfaction. His deep voice resonated. I believe all of you candidates are no strangers to me, so I won't waste much time. Currently, there are no monsters here. The purpose of this gathering is simply to bring together the top 100 of the Nanzhou Provincial Trial Leaderboard. As Zhou's voice fell, the talents felt a slight relaxation in their mood, but they were even more curious, sizing each other up. The candidates here are the top 100 of the Nanzhou Provincial Trial Leaderboard. This means these candidates have the qualification to freely choose prestigious universities. The one known as the white-haired witch, Zhu Yaoguang, upon hearing Zhou's words, immediately thought of the boy who had just lost her interest. He was carrying a bulging bag of basic equipment, his aura plain, and his appearance also ordinary. He was actually among the provincial top 100. Zhu Yaoguang turned to look for that figure. The boys who caught Zhu Yaoguang's gaze immediately straightened their chests, pretending to be indifferent. They wore expressions that said, "I'm the aloof god, come love me, girl." After all, among all the girls in the square, Zhu Yaoguang was the most beautiful. Many boys, if not for maintaining their own image, would have rushed over to flirt with her. Mainly, they also knew that being a sycophant wouldn't work with such a heavenly beauty. You have to attract her, make her curious about you. What's that saying? When a woman develops a strong curiosity about a man, it means she's not far from liking him. Thus, each of the talented boys deliberately put on a cold and indifferent facade. Yet inside, they were screaming, "Beautiful girl, look at me, look at me." Zhu Yaoguang didn't think too much and quickly spotted that ordinary figure. That figure was now huddled in a corner, munching on a cookie and occasionally taking a sip of water. No one noticed him. Actually, the purpose of gathering you students here is quite simple. Zhou's cold face revealed a hint of a smile. I just want you all to meet and communicate with each other. After all, in the future, as you all attend various combat academies, getting to know each other might just lead to forming an SSS level team after graduation. At this stage, there are a total of 3 SSS level teams in Manhwa. Battling in unknown trial secret realms is not as simple as this kind of assessment trial. For these talents, low-level trial secret realms can be easily tackled solo. However, true high-level unknown trial secret realms absolutely require teamwork, because the strength of those monsters far exceeds everyone's imagination. Every combat student, upon graduation, will form their own assault team. The team strength levels range from low to high, E, D, C, B, A, S, S. Zhou has high hopes for this group of talents. Alright, now you all have 10 minutes to communicate with each other. After 10 minutes, I will announce the top 10 in the provincial rankings, Zhou Yanwang said with a faint smile, and his figure disappeared from the square. He knew that his presence would weigh heavily on the students, making them unable to relax. So, he decided to leave temporarily. Sure enough, after Zhou Yanwang left, the atmosphere on site became much more relaxed. The top talents from the provincial top 100 began to interact with each other. Most of the talents could roughly guess each other's names just by looking at their school uniforms. For example, Zhu Yaoguang. For example, Huang Bo. For example, Liu Chang. And so on. These were all top talents frequently appearing in the newspapers of Nanzhou province. Sun Ze from Yundong City was actually quite inconspicuous. He approached Ling Chen, his expression one of surprise. Ling Chen, you actually made it into the provincial top 100. Though he said that, he felt a sigh of relief inside. Thankfully, I'm not at the bottom. Ling Chen should be the one at the bottom of the 100. Thinking of this, the inferiority complex he felt upon seeing these proud talents dissipated significantly. Human nature is like this. When you face someone stronger, you may feel a bit inferior. But if there's someone next to you who is worse off, you regain your confidence. At least I'm not the worst. I just got lucky, Ling Chen replied sullenly. Sun Ze didn't mind. In his eyes, Ling Chen was always a quiet person. His personality leaned towards being honest. He was the little transparent in the class. You're indeed lucky to make it into the top 100 like me. You must have burned incense before the exam, Sun Ze joked with Ling Chen. Ling Chen didn't explain. He just munched on his cookies. He had thought there would be a fierce battle in the final round. He didn't expect it to be a communication session. He didn't particularly like such communication sessions, because he could keenly sense that all the gazes on him were almost filled with disdain. Even Sun Ze was the same. It's just that Sun Ze hid it well, deliberately putting on a good classmate facade. Ling Chen didn't feel any inferiority. He simply couldn't be bothered with these arrogant talents. In his eyes, these talents would never intersect with him in the future, so he saw no point in trying to get close to them. But sometimes, the more you don't want to do something, the more likely it is to happen. Just like now. Ling Chen had just finished his cookie when a pleasant osmanthus fragrance wafted into his nose. He looked up and saw the aloof, white-haired girl standing right in front of him. Sun Tse was overjoyed, internally screaming, "She must be here to find me! She must be here to find me! What tone should I use to talk to her later? Should I be aloof? Or should I be enthusiastic?" He extended his hand, striking the perfect pose, and said in a deep, bubbly voice, "Hello, classmate, my name is..." Before he could finish, Zhu Yaoguang raised her delicate hand, signaling him to be quiet. She didn't even look at him but instead focused on Ling Chen, who had just finished his cookie. "Sun Tse? Everyone?" Hidden in the shadows, Zhou Yanwang couldn't help but smile at this scene. "Hello, what's your name?" Zhu Yaoguang's tone was as cool as her demeanor. This made the other talents who had planned to approach her stop in their tracks, curiously thinking, did this person offend the white-haired witch? Ling Chen didn't think too much. Or rather, he never expected that this beautiful white-haired girl would. But his state of mind didn't fluctuate. He simply nodded and calmly said, "Hello, my name is Ling Chen." Zhu Yaoguang. Zhu Yaoguang extended her fair little hand. Ling Chen was taken aback but still reached out, touching it briefly before letting go. "May I ask what your profession is?" "Pure curiosity, because you carry so much on your back," Zhu Yaoguang asked straightforwardly. It was evident that this beautiful girl wasn't particularly emotionally intelligent. She gave off the impression of, "I want to ask this, so I will ask it." She couldn't be bothered to consider others' opinions. It's no wonder Zhu Yaoguang would ask this. Everyone present was among the top 100 talents in the province. But none of these talents carried as much as Ling Chen did. Mages only carry a staff. Warriors carry a shield and a heavy sword. Assassins toy with a dagger. Each profession has its distinctive markers, making it easy to identify. Ling Chen, on the other hand, looked like a little vagabond burdened with an overflowing load, making him unique in the crowd. Of course, the reason this white-haired witch approached him was simply because he arrived here before her. Did that mean he cleared the challenges faster than she did? With this curious thought, Zhu Yaoguang asked. The other talents were also curious about Ling Chen's profession, including Sun Tse. Ling Chen sighed, not wanting to be the center of attention. He just wanted to keep a low profile. Why did a high-cold goddess like beauty have to ask this question? Nevertheless, Ling Chen answered honestly, "I am an unclassed wanderer." As soon as he said this, the plaza was left with only the sound of the night wind. Silence. An absurd silence. One could even hear everyone's breathing clearly. Each person's expression was dazed. Zhu Yaoguang's cool and indifferent face also wore a look of astonishment. Sun Tse was even more dumbfounded. An unclassed wanderer mixed in among the top 100 in the province? What a joke! And hidden in the shadows, Zhou Yanwang felt a sense of balance seeing the confused expressions of these talents. It was unclear how long it took before someone finally murmured, "Classmate, you must be joking?" The talents finally reacted, thinking this person must be joking. However, Ling Chen shook his head. "I'm not joking, this is my brief information panel." He extended his hand, and the information panel appeared before everyone. Name, Ling Chen. Profession, none. Talent, 62. The sections for destined talent, trial talent, and other information were all absent. This was personal privacy. It could be public or kept private. When everyone saw that Ling Chen was indeed a genuine unclassed wanderer, their first reaction was, what right does he have to be in the top 100 of the province? Zhu Yaoguang's face was filled with disbelief. Her red lips slightly parted, just about to speak. Suddenly, the sound of applause interrupted everyone's thoughts. They turned to see Zhou Yanwang's figure reappearing. "Alright, 10 minutes are up, I should officially announce the top 10 in the province." Upon hearing this, countless students tensed up, fully focused. They knew their rankings in their city districts. However, the specific provincial rankings were still unknown. Yet every talent was eagerly anticipating their ranking. Moreover, they were very confident that they had a chance to compete for a spot in the provincial top 10. Only Ling Chen had little interest. Whether he was first or 100th in the province, it didn't matter. He had already completed the challenge task given by the system. "Old Wu, initiate the announcement," Zhou Yanwang said. The monitoring officer, Old Wu, activated the announcement function. At that moment, the screens at every examination site in Nanzhou province transmitted Zhou Yanwang's and the talents' voices. "Next, on behalf of the Nanzhou Provincial Education Department, I will announce the provincial top 10 rankings for this year's 234th National Unified Career Transition and Advancement Trial." When the audience at various examination sites in the districts heard this sentence, they instantly erupted. "Here it comes! The top 10 prodigies of Nanzhou province." No need to think, it's highly likely that Zhu Yaoguang is the leader of the provincial trial rankings. I think Huangbai has a better chance. Let's wait and see. At the examination site of number 1 high school. In the audience, all the students were fixated on the screen. Senior Ling Chen has entered the provincial top 100. Senior Sun Tse has also entered the provincial top 100. That's amazing. But I wonder if the two seniors can make it into the top 10. Senior Sun Tse should have a chance to enter the top 10, but Senior Ling Chen might not be able to. That makes some sense. It's already impressive for senior Ling Chen to make it into the provincial top 100. Wanting to get into the top 10 might be a bit unrealistic. Su-Ro's beautiful eyes were glued to the screen, and her conclusion was quite similar to that of the other students. Indeed, she was shocked that Ling Chen, as an unranked wanderer, had made it into the provincial top 100. But to say that Ling Chen could break into the provincial top 10 was a bit exaggerated. Did they really think these prodigies were pushovers? Chimu had a broad smile on his face. Both Sun Zhe and Ling Chen were students he had mentored. With both entering the provincial top 100, he, as their homeroom teacher, had some glory. On the podium, Principal Zhang Wenshan also wore a satisfied smile. Having 2 students from their school in the provincial top 100 was already quite good. It should be noted that none of the students from the other principals seem to have made it into the provincial top 100. Old Zhong, do you think these 2 kids have a chance to enter the provincial top 10? At this moment, a principal asked. There's no need to ask that on purpose. Both of these kids are quite outstanding, but they are still a bit short of the provincial top 10. I have that much self-awareness. Zhong Wenshan waved his hand. But you can't say that. What if Sun Zhe makes it? After all, we have all seen Sun Zhe's strength, the principal said with a smile. Zhong Wenshan nodded. Yes, Sun Zhe has a chance, but Ling Chen probably doesn't. The rankings of the provincial top 100 were currently only known to Zhou Yanwang. The principals of various schools had no rights or channels to access this information. Everything had to wait until Zhou Yanwang officially announced it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhou Yanwang stood on the high platform in the center of the secret realm square. His imposing gaze swept over all the prodigies. All the prodigies who were scanned immediately straightened their chests, their faces filled with confidence. I won't waste time with unnecessary words. Now I will announce the 10th place in this career transition trials provincial examination. Zhou Yanwang's gaze fell on a petite girl with a timid expression. Guo Tianzhou. Her profession is summoner, and her completion time is 5 hours, 9 minutes, and 32 seconds. As the words fell, wow, all eyes turned to the girl. Guo Tianzhou, shy and introverted, felt overwhelmed by the attention and quickly lowered her head with a gasp. Her delicate little ears soon turned a rosy red. Guo Tianzhou, she actually made it into the top 10. The summoner profession is indeed powerful. It's not the summoner that's powerful, it's Guo Tianzhou who's powerful. I didn't expect such a delicate girl to be so fierce when fighting monsters. The prodigies in the square were buzzing with discussion. The audience outside was even more shocked. Guo Tianzhou's appearance was indeed misleading. Delicate, timid, introverted, and shy. A genuine soft and cute girl. Who would have thought that such a soft girl could be so fierce in battle? Moreover, her profession was summoner. Summoners are not typically suited for solo combat. Yet Guo Tianzhou still managed to secure the 10th place in the province. Is it really true that the softer they look, the fiercer they are in battle? Zhou Yanwang did not give this group of prodigies time to be shocked. He continued to announce the rankings. Provincial 9th place, Zhao Xiuzhen, profession swordsman, completion time 5 hours 8 minutes 52 seconds. Provincial 8th place, Lu Jing, profession mage, completion time 5 hours 7 minutes 32 seconds. Provincial 5th place, Zhou Tong, profession shadow priest, completion time 5 hours 5 minutes 15 seconds. Provincial 4th place, Fan Haoren, profession berserker, completion time 5 hours 3 minutes 20 seconds. Each announcement from King Zhou Yan brought great shock to these prodigies and the audience outside. At the same time, it was evident that the completion times of the top 10 in the province were actually quite close. This meant that the top 10 prodigies in the province were indeed on par in terms of strength. After all, this national job transfer trial was merely a test. Some people might have made a small mistake in a detail and ended up a minute slower, which was understandable. After announcing the 4th place, King Zhou Yan paused slightly. He deliberately gave this group of prodigies and the outside world time to discuss. At the same time, his gaze, slightly meaningful, swept over the corner where Ling Chen was hiding. Who will be third? I don't know, but the first and second places must be Zhu Yaoguang and Huang Bai. Yeah, I think so too. Huang Bai is really infatuated with Zhu Yaoguang. These two taking the first and second places is truly a match made in heaven. So I'm even more curious about who the third place is. The prodigies were discussing animatedly. The boy named Huang Bai stood proudly, hands behind his back. He had the demeanor of I'm the most mature and handsome. However, to be fair, he indeed had the capital to show off. His profession was sharpshooter. Like archers, it was a profession with limitless potential. Moreover, it was also one of the strongest professions for solo play. Handsome, domineering, fierce. These were the traits Huang Bai possessed. Just standing there, he attracted everyone's attention. Even many girls in the crowd were gazing at Huang Bai with sparkling eyes. Outside, the discussions were even more intense. Huang Bai is so handsome. I really want to marry him. Dream on. Huang Bai only likes Zhu Yaoguang from his own school. Who could the third place be? Right, the first and second places are undoubtedly Zhu Yaoguang and Huang Bai, so who is the third? Curious. At City Number 1 High School, the students' discussions were quite heated. It can't be Sunzae, right? I don't think so. Although senior Sunzae is strong, he can't surpass so many prodigies. That's reasonable, but who could the third place be? It wouldn't be senior Ling Chen, would it? At this moment, a younger student said this softly. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately shook their heads. Impossible. Although senior Ling Chen is also strong, he wouldn't make it into the provincial top 10. Dreams are nice, but reality is harsh. Su Ro was also guessing who the third place could be, but she knew that Sunzae couldn't be the third. So who could it be? The principal and directors on the podium were also discussing fervently. The top three were the real highlights. Everyone internally confirmed the candidates for first and second places. Therefore, the third place was the most intriguing. In the secret realm, King Zhou Yan gave everyone time to discuss. After a while, his cold expression revealed a playful smile. I believe everyone is very interested in who the third place is, right? Everyone nodded eagerly. It would be a lie to say they weren't interested. Knowing who the first and second places were, the third place naturally became the biggest. Suspense. Then I will announce it. King Zhou Yan smiled lightly, then his deep voice slowly spread. Provincial third place, Huang Bai, profession, sharpshooter. Completion time 4 hours 59 minutes 39 seconds. As soon as the words fell, boom, Zhou Yanwang seemed to hear the sound of countless beliefs shattering. All the prodigies present exchanged glances, each able to see the shock and disbelief in one another's eyes. Even Zhu Yaoguan, who usually appeared very indifferent, was momentarily stunned. Her red eyes blinked, clearly filled with deep confusion. Although she disliked Huang Bai, who often clung to her, she had to admit that his strength was indeed formidable, second only to hers. But now, this Huang Bai could only rank third? Who was second? At this moment, Zhu Yaoguang still believed she was the first. Someone had taken Huang Bai's second place. The audience outside was even more stunned by this answer, their scalps tingling. Wasn't Huang Bai supposed to be second? How did he suddenly drop to third? Who was the second? Who surpassed Huang Bai? Who on earth? Countless people felt an itch in their hearts. The key was that after Zhou Yanwang announced this third place, he stood there with a playful smile, not intending to reveal more. This damned curiosity, like a cat's paw, it scratched at everyone's hearts. In fact, if anyone was most shocked and unable to accept this result, it was Huang Bai. Director, it was agreed that according to the script, I was second. Why has it suddenly changed? Who took his second place? Thinking of this, his sharp eyes scanned all the prodigies present, but he found none of them had the potential to take his second place. He wanted to raise his hand and say he was dissatisfied with this ranking. Apart from the genius beauty Zhu Yaoguan, no one could surpass him. Unfortunately, the person he faced was Zhou Yanwang. He didn't dare to say he was dissatisfied. Moreover, this was the provincial ranking of the national job transfer trial, not a joke. Since Zhou Yanwang dared to announce it this way, it meant that someone was indeed stronger than him. Very well, then I will see who is stronger than me. Huang Bai narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Zhou Yanwang. Seeing that everyone present accepted this ranking, Zhou Yanwang revealed a strange smile. This smile, just like before, made people's hearts skip a beat. Strangely, the soft and cute Gui Tianzhou suddenly timidly said, could it be that even Yaoguang's sister's first place was taken? According to the law of the foul mouth, usually, no matter how much you talk, your words won't come true. But an accidental remark can sometimes become prophetic. Zhou Yanwang looked at Gui Tianzhou with appreciation and slowly said, Gui Tianzhou is right, Zhu Yaoguan's first place was indeed taken. Provincial second place, Zhu Yaoguan, profession, female assassin, completion time 4 hours 57 minutes 17 seconds, boom. Zhou Yanwang's words were like a powerful underwater bomb, leaving everyone stunned and at a loss. If Huang Bai's earlier third place was a heavy blow, then Zhu Yaoguang's second place was a nuclear explosion. It left everyone's scalps tingling and their bodies trembling. I must be dreaming. Whether it was the top 100 in the provincial rankings within the secret realm or the audience outside at various exam points, everyone felt like they were dreaming. This news was like a giant rock crashing into the sea, stirring up towering waves. Did Zhou Yanwang misread the rankings? Yes, how could Zhu Yaoguan possibly be second? Outside, countless students, recovering from their shock, immediately thought that Zhou Yanwang had made a mistake. Who was Zhu Yaoguan? She was the genius beauty often featured in newspapers. She had participated in numerous competitions organized by universities, winning championships each time. With her white hair and red eyes, she was the dream goddess of countless boys and the role model many girls aspired to become. Back when Zhu Yaoguan was in her first year of high school, the big shots in the relevant departments of Nanzhou province boldly declared, 3 years from now, Zhu Yaoguan will undoubtedly become the top of the Nanzhou province entrance examination rankings. In fact, for Zhu Yaoguan, participating in this vocational transition trial was optional. Given her previous performances, she had already secured multiple recommendations from key combat academies. Those prestigious Combat academies were eager for Zhu Yaoguan to skip her senior year and directly enter university for further studies. However, Zhu Yaoguan didn't want to stand out too much, she also wanted to experience a bit of high school life. Thus, she decided to participate in this nationwide unified vocational transition trial entrance assessment. Everyone believed that it was a foregone conclusion that Zhu Yaoguan would take the top spot in the Nanzhou province trial rankings. But now, as everyone felt shocked, they were also intensely curious about who had the ability to snatch the first place from Zhu Yaoguan. I really didn't expect that the renowned Zhu Yaoguan only got second place in the National Vocational Transition Trial. On the podium of the city's first high school, a principal couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle bitterly. As a rising star in Nanzhou province, Zhu Yaoguan naturally attracted a lot of attention. All the principals were constantly keeping an eye on her. The reason was simple. What if Zhu Yaoguan wanted to transfer schools? It wasn't unheard of. Zhu Yaoguan had transferred schools at the end of her first year, citing that the school was too boring. As a result, countless principals had knocked on Zhu Yaoguan's family's door, eager to persuade her parents to send her to their schools, promising the best treatment. Old Zhong, do you think the first place could be Sunze? One principal asked. Impossible, you're overthinking it. Zhong Wenshan immediately shook his head, saying, I know my own students well enough. I'm already satisfied that we made it into the provincial top 100. No matter how good Sunze is, he can't surpass Zhu Yaoguan. The other principals nodded in agreement, clearly endorsing Zhong Wenshan's words. If Zhong Wenshan had really suggested that Sunze might be first, they would have all offered some ridicule, mocking his fanciful thinking. In contrast to the external shock and uproar, the square in the secret realm was particularly quiet. Every prodigy wore a uniform expression, dazed. The impact of this announcement was simply too great. It was enough to leave these prodigies stunned and unable to regain their composure. How could Yaoguan be surpassed? Huang Bai murmured to himself. In his mind, this girl was perfect. She was also the goddess he pursued. Now, his goddess had actually been defeated? It was a bit hard to accept. Zhu Yaoguan's delicate brows were also snow-white. She slightly furrowed her brows, her pair of sparkling red eyes scanning the surroundings. Eventually, they landed on Ling Chen, who had already taken out a second cookie and was slowly eating it. Could it be him? A thought flickered in Zhu Yaoguan's mind, but she shook her head gently, dismissing the idea. After all, he was just a jobless drifter. How could a jobless drifter surpass her? If it wasn't him, then who could it be? After all, before she entered the square, Ling Chen was the only one here. Thus, she raised her head, her bright red eyes locking onto Zhou Yanwang. All the prodigies also reined in their dazed expressions, their eyes sparkling with intense curiosity as they fixed their gaze on Zhou Yanwang. Even this big shot, Zhou Yanwang, felt a bit uneasy under the scrutiny of these kids. He knew that the announcement just now was truly shocking. Not to mention these kids, even he, the person in charge of the vocational transition trial, felt a storm brewing in his heart upon learning of such a ranking. Thinking of the answer from the first place, King Zhou couldn't help but start to feel excited inside. This was the first time such a case had ever occurred, and it was happening in the examination room he was responsible for. Ha! King Zhou slowly exhaled, and then, with a solemn expression, he said in a deep voice, I believe everyone is shocked by this ranking, but the announcement that follows will shock you even more. Provincial first place. Also the champion of this South Province trial list, Ling Chen. His identity is an unranked wanderer, and his completion time is exactly 4 hours and 56 minutes. Duong, Duong, Duong. Everyone felt as if their heads had been struck by a giant tree trunk. Buzzing. Sun Zhe was even left with a ringing in his ears from the shock. At this moment, whether outside or inside the secret realm square, everyone felt their blood pressure rising, with an impulse to roll their eyes and foam at the mouth. Outside, Su Ro, who had originally been graceful and polite, now had her cherry lips open as wide as a duck egg. Bai Wuxuang directly lay down on the spot, his eyes dim, muttering to himself, it must be a dream, it must be a dream. The actions of the junior students came to a halt. Their features were as stiff as if frozen in 1,000-year ice. On the podium, Zhong Wenshan's action of raising his teacup to drink water seemed frozen, as if it were eternal. The expressions of the other principals were also as rigid as wooden carvings at this moment. What's going on? What on earth is happening? He is an unranked wanderer. How did he become the top scholar of South Province? Countless people roared in their hearts. However, when the screen shifted to that figure, he had just finished his second cookie, his cheeks puffed out, looking like a simple and kind-hearted person. He wiped his hands, swallowed the cookie with a gulp, and because it was too dry, he choked and quickly took out a bottle of water from his bulging bag behind him. He gulped down a big mouthful. After wiping his mouth, he turned to King Zhou. Teacher Zhou, is the announcement over? If it's over, can I go home now? Everyone. Swish. Sunze, standing next to Ling Chen, directly grabbed Ling Chen's shoulders with both hands. His gaze towards Ling Chen seemed as if he could eat him alive. All the other prodigies around also stared at Ling Chen with a ghostly expression. You Sunze had a lot to say, a lot of grievances to air. But in the end, only a faint sentence came out. Don't you have anything to say? If one had to describe Sunze's feelings at this moment in one sentence, it would be 10,000 grass mud horses galloping through his heart, spitting at him as they ran. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Why on earth could Ling Chen win the top spot on the South Province trial list? He is an unranked wanderer. An unranked wanderer. An unranked wanderer. Why on earth? Ling Chen, being asked this by Sunze, tilted his head, his signature simple smile reappearing on his face, scratching his head. I don't have anything to say. Isn't it enough to just have hands? Put. In an instant, the 99 prodigies present felt as if their hearts had been pierced. What does it mean to just have hands? Does that mean we, this group of prodigies, can only call a nanny to feed us? Huang Bai immediately turned to King Zhou, raising his hand and shouting, Teacher Zhou, are you sure you didn't misread the ranking? After the shock, his first reaction was that King Zhou had misread the ranking. How could an unranked wanderer possibly take the top spot on the South Province trial list? Isn't that ridiculous? However, King Zhou coldly replied, Are you questioning Ling Chen's strength? Yes. Huang Bai's character was very proud and straightforward. He then turned to the innocent-looking Ling Chen and said in a deep voice, So you are Ling Chen, right? I now challenge you as a student of Dongjiang City's first high school. Ling Chen was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. All the talented individuals present immediately showed intense interest at this scene. Great. I love watching fights. Huang Bai's temper is indeed straightforward. He says it and does it. To be honest, I also doubt the authenticity of this ranking. Who doesn't? All the talented individuals around wore expressions of watching a spectacle. Zhu Yaoguang was equally curious about Ling Chen's strength. A jobless wanderer could actually surpass all the talented individuals present and claim the crown. She was not the type to easily admit defeat. However, she was genuinely curious about the strength of this jobless wanderer. In fact, even if Huang Bai hadn't initiated the challenge, she would have. A proud phoenix could never willingly concede defeat. However, at that moment, King Zhou smiled and waved his hand. Alright, I understand your feelings, but it's not convenient right now. If you want to spar, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Don't forget, after entering the Key Combat Academy, there will be an inter-school sparring competition every year. By then, you can spar however you want. King Zhou's words were quite effective. The proud Huang Bai could only resentfully give up. Looking at his expression, he was clearly not convinced. He did not accept this ranking. At this moment, the gazes of the talented individuals were frequently fixed on Ling Chen. Sunze was practically pressing his face against Ling Chen's. Sigh, you kids, why are you so unwilling to admit defeat? Seeing the group of talented individuals still eyeing the honest Ling Chen, King Zhou sighed helplessly and said, If you are unwilling to admit defeat, in half a month, the official will release the battle recordings of each candidate. Of course, it's likely that many people have already recorded Ling Chen's battle footage. You can just go online today and search for it to see Ling Chen's true level, right? The talented individuals thought about it carefully. It seemed to make sense. Thus, they reluctantly withdrew their gazes. Ling Chen, here, I want to congratulate you on becoming the first person in history to achieve the top spot on the Nanzhou province trial rankings as a jobless wanderer. King Zhou looked at Ling Chen with a satisfied expression. Ling Chen nodded and said to King Zhou, Thank you, Teacher Zhou. Alright, this exchange meeting is over. In 3 minutes, each candidate will be teleported back to their respective exam sites. You can go home and share this good news with your parents. With a wave of his hand, King Zhou's figure instantly disappeared from the secret realm. Ling Chen, I really didn't expect it. Truly didn't expect that you were hiding your talents. Sunze looked up and down at Ling Chen, as if he had discovered a new continent. Ling Chen felt a bit helpless and was about to speak. That pleasant osmanthus fragrance wafted back to his nose. Turning his head, sure enough, Zhu Yaoguang was already standing in front of Ling Chen, accompanied by the discontented Huang Bai. Ling Chen, I want to know, which city are you from? Zhu Yaoguang asked directly. She didn't say may I ask or could you tell me, but rather I want to know. It was as if she was saying, I want to know, so you must tell me. There was no malice, but Zhu Yaoguang was already accustomed to speaking this way, so she asked very directly. Ling Chen frowned, not intending to answer this girl's question. However, Sunze excitedly replied, he is a student from Yundong City's first high school, the same school as me, and we are classmates. My name is Sunze. Zhu, if you want to know everything about him, I guarantee to tell you the truth. Ling Chen opened his mouth. Damn it. Sunze, do you know that your face right now is marked with 2 big words, sycophant? Yundong City's first high school. Zhu Yaoguang's eyelashes were as white as snow, fluttering slightly as she softly said, if I had known that the first high school had someone as unique as you, I should have transferred there to spar with you. In the outside world, upon hearing Zhu Yaoguang's words, the principals on the podium let out a muffled grunt. They thought to themselves how fortunate it was that she didn't go to the city's first high school, otherwise, Zhang Wenshan would be grinning from ear to ear. Inside the secret realm, Huang Bai's eyes burned with even more fire as he looked at Ling Chen after hearing Zhu Yaoguang's words. Ling Chen, however, muttered to himself, Huang Bai is dog number 1, Sun Zhe is dog number 2. Which university do you want to go to? Zhu Yaoguang asked again. Sun Zhe turned to look at Ling Chen. As dog number 2, he couldn't answer this question. For the goddess. Ling Chen shook his head and gloomily said, I haven't thought it through. Hearing Principal Zhong's generous praise, Ling Chen felt a bit at a loss. Of course, facing such overwhelming compliments and cheers, he was even more bewildered. Shimu, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry over. These two are students you brought out. Come take a photo. Principal Zhong scolded the still grinning Shimu. Shimu quickly ran over, his face full of pride. He had brought out 2 students ranked in the top 100 of the provincial level. Moreover, one of them was the top of the trial rankings in Nanzhou province. Damn it, there's no greater joy in life than this. Many junior students gathered around, chattering and asking Ling Chen questions. Senior Ling Chen, what were you feeling when you faced that boss? That's a stupid question. Let me ask. Senior Ling Chen, do you have a girlfriend? Get lost. Women will only slow down Senior Ling Chen's sword drawing speed. Let us juniors ask. Faced with the enthusiasm of so many people, Ling Chen felt a bit overwhelmed. He hadn't expected to receive such a warm welcome and praise. Principal Zhong clearly noticed Ling Chen's embarrassment and quickly scolded, Don't bother Ling Chen. Hurry back to your seats. Teachers, please take attendance. Anyone who doesn't return to their seats will lose credits and will call their parents. One sentence. It made the junior students wail in despair. At the same time, they quickly returned to their seats like a receding tide. Most students were afraid of having their parents called. After dealing with these students, Principal Zhong smiled at Ling Chen and said, Ling Chen, hurry home and tell your family this important news. Take some time to relax and think about which key university you want to attend. Principal Zhong knew that many heads of key universities would definitely come to him next, asking him to contact Ling Chen. After all, he was the top of the Nanzhou province entrance trials. Moreover, he was the first person in history to win this title as an unassigned wanderer. Such talent would definitely cause a stir among universities nationwide. Ling Chen politely bid farewell to Principal Zhong and then turned to go home, leaving Su Ro, who had wanted to greet him, with a face full of regret. From then on, Ling Chen's high school life came to a complete end. He was about to welcome a more exciting university life. At the same time, he would face even more severe challenges. It was said that once you entered a university, it wouldn't be like the small skirmishes of high school. Regular assessments would require candidates to conquer unknown secret realms. Deaths occurred frequently. Just like this trial secret realm, the dozens of students who died were a loud warning. It was also a message to all candidates, since you chose this path, you must always be prepared for death in the future. Ling Chen's home was not large. It was only 50 square meters, with 1 living room and 1 bedroom. When Ling Chen returned home, it was very dim. He was the only one there. After crossing from Earth to this world of sacred professions, he became an orphan without parents. He was raised by his grandmother. Ling Chen's parents were both teachers at a school, and they had led students into the trial secret realm during a college entrance exam over a decade ago. After entering the trial secret realm due to an unintentional action by a student, the secret realm's mechanisms were triggered, causing various realms to become chaotic and connect. Then countless monsters surged into the trial secret realm where Ling Chen's parents were. To protect all the students, Ling Chen's parents resolutely stood in front of countless students, shielding them from the monsters. In the end, the students successfully escaped. However, Ling Chen's parents were exhausted to death by those low-level monsters due to insufficient blue energy. Ling Chen's grandmother had passed away a year ago due to illness. Now, in the entire house, there was only him and the house his grandmother left him. Ling Chen entered the living room, where the tablets of his parents and grandmother were placed on the table. After lighting 3 sticks of incense for his parents and grandmother, he softly shared today's events with them, talking to himself. Once he finished, Ling Chen gloomily went into the kitchen and made himself a bowl of noodles. After a moment's thought, he took out an egg, considering it a reward for his excellent performance today. After finishing the noodles, Ling Chen slowly exhaled. One must look forward in life. He returned to his room and quietly sat at his desk, contemplating many things. These matters were related to his past and future. The combat vocational education and poverty alleviation support implemented by the Dragon Kingdom had allowed Ling Chen to persevere over the years. All his basic equipment was distributed by the school. Some students from wealthy families could buy better gear. Generally speaking, trial students facing the promotion and advancement assessments would not continue using basic equipment. Even families with poor conditions would grit their teeth and buy their children a blue-grade weapon. Only Ling Chen would wield these white-grade basic weapons in the advancement secret realm. As for Ling Chen's 3 innate talents, he was very satisfied, extremely satisfied. He publicly announced only one of his innate talents, Equipment Controller, F. As for Magic Controller, E, and the system given all-rounder, F, he did not let others know. The equipment controller innate talent caused Ling Chen to be placed directly into the ordinary class during the class division. Sun Zhe and Su Ro had strong innate talents, but they were unwilling to be placed in the elite class. The specific reason was unclear. For many people, innate talents are not very useful because they are randomly assigned. For example, Eye of Insight can only be used to detect movements around and explore the terrain in Mei's secret realms. It does not provide much help in combat. Of course, some people are favored by fate. For instance, the girl known as the number 1 genius in Nanzhou Province, Zhu Yaoguang, has 2 innate talents. The first, King of the Night, S+. The second, Shadow Kill, S+, with double S+ innate talents, both of which are perfectly suited for her assassin profession. King of the Night, S+, in the dark, all attributes increase by 300%. Shadow Kill, S+, in Shadow Stealth, attack power increases by 500%. These 2 innate talents are tailor-made for assassins. And Zhu Yaoguang has already transitioned to the female assassin profession. It's as if fate directly fed her. The equipment controller innate talent seems quite useless to others. However, for Ling Chen, it was almost entirely tailored for this system. This system is very special. It is called the all-class strongest system. Ling Chen was extremely happy at that time. Finally, he had his own golden finger. Of course, this system is also very simple and direct. It allows Ling Chen to become the strongest in all professions. But Ling Chen also could not change professions, as this was a requirement of the system. At that time, Ling Chen was in a dilemma. Should he give up the golden finger and become a noble mage, or choose to live off the system's support? After thinking for a long time, he remained conflicted and hesitant. The mage was a belief. The all-class was reality. Sigh. In the end, Ling Chen chose to compromise, giving up the idea of becoming a noble mage. Without changing professions, although it seemed he was unemployed, in reality, he was all-class. The outside world referred to him as an unemployed wanderer, but he felt like an all-class wanderer. Of course, with the help of the system, a classless wanderer is more powerful than the mage profession. Both physical and magical skills can be learned. In this world, almost everyone who reaches level 10 will choose to change their class. It is estimated that only Ling Chen has taken the path of a classless wanderer, because the path of a full-time wanderer is simply unfeasible. The 2 most obvious drawbacks of a classless wanderer are, first, the 4-dimensional shortcomings, second, the inability to learn advanced skills from other professions. The first drawback is relatively easy to overcome. The second drawback is more challenging. As your level increases, the monsters in the secret realms you enter will also be of higher levels, not to mention their health, defense, agility, and other aspects. Although primary profession skills consume little mana, their power is also weak. When you attempt to conquer a level 20 D-class difficulty secret realm, you will find that the damage from your primary profession skills is practically negligible. And if you want to learn advanced profession skills, the difficulties multiply. First, to learn skills, you can only obtain them through 2 avenues. The first avenue, browsing skill books. The second avenue, clearing special trial secret realms to earn rewards. The first avenue is nearly impossible for you. Many advanced profession skill books have prerequisites for learning, such as being exclusive to mages or warriors, and as a classless wanderer, you simply do not meet the prerequisites. Furthermore, even if there are advanced profession skill books without prerequisites, how would you obtain them? Such high-level skill books are only hidden in major combat academies, and only outstanding students can acquire them. Under these conditions, the possibility of a classless wanderer obtaining advanced profession skills through skill books is almost zero. As for the second avenue, well, as a classless wanderer, you work hard to reach level 20, only to find that your damage against monsters is negligible upon entering the secret realm. How would you clear it? At this point, you might say, I can ride on someone else's coattails. Let a powerful team carry me through and earn rewards, right? Sure, this method is certainly viable. But then, how would you, a classless wanderer, convince a powerful team to carry a useless person through? Would you kneel and bow to them? Therefore, aside from Ling Chen, no one else would choose the path of a classless wanderer. The difficulty is too high. In every aspect, they are not as strong as those who have already changed classes. This is also why everyone was dumbfounded when Ling Chen, as a classless wanderer, topped the trial rankings in Nanzhou Province. Even the cold and stern King Zhou looked as if he had seen a ghost. Moreover, let me add one more thing. Now, even though Ling Chen has received a lot of cheers in Yundong City, he knows in his heart that many people are mocking and ridiculing him. As a classless wanderer, you can only enjoy low-level benefits. Although the national class change and advancement trial secret realms are difficult, they are still low-level secret realms. No way, you can't really think that getting first place in a low-level secret realm makes a classless wanderer impressive, right? Wait until level 20, and I guarantee the top of the Nanzhou province trial rankings will reveal their true form. Ling Chen's heart was not stirred in the slightest. Just like today, being watched by the top 100 in the province and supported by junior students. He remained clear-headed, like a calm ancient well. He has never cared about others' opinions. Ha! Ling Chen let out a gentle sigh, stood up from his chair, turned on the light, and the soft glow brought a hint of warmth to the dim and quiet room. He looked out the window. Night fell, and the lights began to shine. What he looked forward to the most now was the reward from the system. But the reward had not yet been issued, possibly because his ranking had not been officially announced. Everything had to wait until all the candidates' scores were confirmed, and then the official announcement would be made. Only then would the system rewards be distributed. In the following week, Ling Chen hardly left his home, except for the usual errands to buy daily necessities and food. Even when he did go out, it was solely to complete the daily challenge tasks issued by the system. Rain or shine, he diligently fulfilled them. The rewards for the daily tasks were quite generous. Intelligence attribute +5. Perception range +5%. Ice attribute resistance +3%. Ding! System notification. Host has successfully claimed the reward. You can check the rewards on your personal panel. For this daily challenge task, it could only be considered a way to make up for shortcomings. The rewards seemed minimal at first glance, but accumulated over time, they resulted in a significant enhancement of attributes. Therefore, he welcomed the daily challenge tasks without hesitation. Additionally, it is well known that leveling up skills requires skill points. However, primary vocational skills cannot be upgraded with skill points. Thus, Ling Chen had been saving his skill points without spending them recklessly. After all, it was very likely that he would acquire some upgradable skills in the future. Days passed by like this, completing daily challenge tasks while reading books. On the 8th day, Ling Chen had just gotten out of bed when he saw his old smartphone bombarded with calls. Text messages, phone calls, and social media notifications came pouring in like cannonballs, bombarding his worn-out little phone. What a hassle, Ling Chen muttered. Just as he was about to answer a call, a notification sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for exceeding the challenge task issued by the system. Rewards are now being distributed. The top scholar has emerged. This explosive news spread through Yundong City at an astonishing speed, like wildfire. It reached even Nanzhou province. Upon hearing this news, the citizens of Yundong City were all in disbelief. Yundong City was merely a third-tier small city, with educational resources and conditions far inferior to those of first-tier cities in Nanzhou province. Because of this, in every batch of vocational trials and entrance examinations, Yundong City's scores were almost always at the bottom. In the history of the past few decades, Yundong City had produced geniuses, but the best among them only ranked 6th in the province. It was truly the first time to see someone emerge as the top of the provincial trial rankings like this, especially coming from a school that no one wanted to attend, the city #1 high school. This was what shocked the entire nation. On television and online, Ling Chen's name suddenly became a sensation, overwhelming the media. Interviews and video clips. This student, do you know Ling Chen? The interviewed junior looked at the reporter with disdain. What do you think? The reporter was taken aback but continued to ask, so, junior, what kind of person do you think Ling Chen is? The junior solemnly replied, he is not a person, he is a god. Reporter. The reporter, unwilling to give up, chose a delicate little female junior for the next interview. Little beauty, can you share your thoughts on this? Top scholar? The female junior proudly said, my idol is naturally the most handsome. Reporter? After interviewing for a while, the reporter found that the opinions of these juniors were quite uniform. That is, he is a god. In the eyes of many girls, Ling Chen was a male god. In the eyes of many boys, Ling Chen was a war god. Such dry content had no explosive points. What does the media value the most? Explosive points, and more explosive points. How could such dry interview content attract attention? But fortunately, heaven does not disappoint those who are determined. After interviewing more than 20 students, the reporter finally met a normal person. What grade are you in? I'm in my 3rd year of high school. 3rd year? Isn't it vacation? I'm just here to stroll around and see if I can run into someone. I want to ask him about various experiences in combat. Oh, what's your name? My name is Su Ro. Do you know Ling Chen? Yes, he's my classmate, and he's the person I want to consult. Wow, that's perfect. Miss, would you mind being interviewed? I'm also very curious about this top student Ling Chen. Sure. Can you talk about your impression of Ling Chen? Facing this question, Su-ro thought for a moment before slowly answering. Actually, before this transfer trial and entrance examination, Ling Chen had very little presence. He was like a transparent person in class, doing some strange things every day. Sometimes he practices boxing, sometimes he swings a sword, sometimes he swims. I can't figure out what he's doing. The impression he gives me is that of an honest person, straightforward and very low-key. The reporter asked again, so what is Ling Chen's profession? Su-ro shook her head. He has no profession. The reporter? Su-ro added, I mean, his profession is that of a jobless wanderer. The reporter. Then he asked a whole bunch of questions about Ling Chen. For example, his usual assessment scores and talent values. In the end, the reporter returned to the newspaper office with a face full of excitement. It was as if he had grasped a hot topic. Subsequently, eye-catching headlines began to appear on online news. The outburst of an honest man, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, a sudden thunder on a flat ground, winning the championship in one go. In the eyes of boys, he is a war god. In the eyes of girls, he is a male god. Let's uncover the secrets of this top student. Shocking, shocking, and more shocking. The leader of the trial list in South Province is actually, when it comes to the use of clickbait, these media people dare to call themselves second. No one would dare to claim the first spot. Each headline crazily attracted readers to click on the articles. The most explosive headline article was, shocking, shocking, and more shocking. The leader of the trial list in South Province is actually a jobless wanderer. Those 4 words were like a pack of explosives, completely igniting everyone's curiosity. Countless people wondered how a jobless wanderer managed to win the crown of the trial leader in South Province. How did Ling Chen manage to surpass outstanding figures like Zhu Yaoguang and Huang Bo? For a moment, countless people were filled with curiosity about Ling Chen, and some even suggested tracking down his home address to wait for him. According to the usual old rules, every provincial trial leader would receive generous rewards personally bestowed by King Zhou Yan. King Zhou Yan gifted Ling Chen an A-level skill book with no job restrictions. As for his alma mater, number 1 high school, Principal Zhang Wenshan announced a reward of 1 million cash for Ling Chen, along with a set of level 15 purple-grade defensive equipment. There was no way around it. Number 1 high school was simply too poor. The Dragon Kingdom has always strongly supported combat professions, especially for talents who have won the top student title. They are given even more attention. Therefore, these rewards can certainly be considered extremely generous. However, the most amusing part was that several well-known wealthy individuals expressed their desire to recruit Ling Chen as a son-in-law. These tycoons wanted to use their daughters to curry favor with this provincial trial leader. However, Ling Chen directly rejected them. This included all other strangers and unfamiliar organizations offering support and rewards. All were firmly declined. The reason was simple. One is short when accepting favors. Ling Chen did not want to owe anyone. Nanzhou Province, Shangyun City, Zhu Family Villa. As night fell, the lights began to glow. A group of young men and women gathered in the villa's courtyard for a barbecue feast. These young men and women still bore youthful innocence, around 18 or 19 years old, all having just experienced the trials of entrance exams. Among them, 2 boys and 2 girls stood out remarkably. One was Guo Tianjiu, with a cute and playful appearance and a lively personality. The other was named Guo Fulio, exuding a gentle and virtuous aura, her eyes sparkling with a smile, giving off an extremely warm impression. The 2 handsome boys included Huang Bai, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, his handsome face displaying an air of arrogance, resembling a prince on a white horse. The other was Qin Can, refined and elegant, dressed appropriately, with deep, captivating eyes that made it easy for others to get lost in them. The remaining boys and girls surrounded these 4, engaging in conversation, flattering them with sweet words. Huang Bai, is that Ling Chen really an unoccupied wanderer? Guo Fulio asked softly, sipping her red wine. Yes, that person is indeed an unoccupied wanderer. Huang Bai nodded, but his eyes showed discontent. He will definitely choose to change jobs in the future, and this time he completely benefited from the low-level perks of being an unoccupied wanderer. Guo Tianjiu, linking her arm with her sister Guo Fulio, grinned and said, Sister, don't believe Huang Bai's words. Ling Chen is impressive. Even Sister Yaoguan looks at him differently. As soon as this little green tea finished her sentence, Qin Can, who had been focused on the barbecue, slightly raised his head. Huang Bai snorted coldly. Yaoguang just thinks Ling Chen is a bit peculiar. You all know Yaoguang's personality. She always finds novelty in things she hasn't seen before. Once she understands Ling Chen, she won't be interested in him anymore. Qin Can continued to lower his head, grilling for his classmates and friends. I'm not so sure. What if Sister Yaoguang really gets enchanted by Ling Chen? Then Huang Bai, you might be heartbroken. Wei Tianjiu continued to fan the flames, enjoying the spectacle. Tianjiu, you don't need to provoke me. Do you really think the esteemed Zhu family's young lady would fall for someone who only got first place by luck? Don't be ridiculous. Huang Bai rolled his eyes, unfazed by the provocation. The other boys and girls chimed in at this moment. Yeah, I think among all these talents, only Huang Bai and Qin Can are worthy of the Zhu family's young lady. I heard that young master Qin has been visiting key combat academies lately and even trained in a level 20 secret realm with university seniors. What's Ling Chen compared to that? Indeed, if young Master Qin participated in this job change trial for the entrance exam, Ling Chen wouldn't stand a chance. Unoccupied wanderer? Ha ha, he's just someone who can only take advantage of low-level benefits. Qin Can was also a prominent figure among these boys and girls. No, he should be considered a prominent figure among graduates in Nanzhou Province. In terms of fame, he was already comparable to Zhu Yaoguang. Like Zhu Yaoguang, Qin had also received a guaranteed admission to a key university, and it was said that even one of the top 10 key universities in Longhua, Tianyan Academy, had extended an olive branch to him. Qin decided to take this time to experience the teaching of various key combat academies before making a choice. This was also why he did not participate in this trial for the entrance exam. Hearing the praises for Qin, Huang Bai huffed in dissatisfaction but said nothing. He admitted that Qin was indeed a bit more outstanding than him. However, he still felt hopeful about pursuing Zhu Yaoguang. "What are you all talking about?" Suddenly, a clear, melodious voice like silver bells rang out. Everyone turned to look. In an instant, their expressions froze. In that moment, Zhu Yaoguang stood there in a white princess dress, wearing a princess crown, looking charming and graceful. Her brows resembled distant mountains, and her eyes sparkled like stars. The stunning beauty of her features made everyone present inwardly exclaim, "Such a woman should only exist in the heavens." Just by standing there, she became the most dazzling presence. Even the intense light seemed to serve as mere embellishments. "Wow, Sister Yaoguang, why are you wearing a princess dress? You really look like a princess," Guo Tianzhou exclaimed, her eyes shining as she bounced over and affectionately wrapped her arms around Zhu Yaoguang's delicate arm. Qin and Huang Bai couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be if they could be as close to Zhu Yaoguang as Guo Tianzhou was. "My mom forced me to wear it," Zhu Yaoguang replied helplessly. Her mother had a lively personality, almost like a child, which left her feeling quite exasperated. Upon hearing Zhu Yaoguang's words, the boys and girls present couldn't help but laugh. Everyone knew that the usually aloof and indifferent Zhu Yaoguang had a quirky and lively mother. In many people's eyes, a fairy like Zhu Yaoguang should have a regal and elegant queen for a mother. Who would have thought the personality would be such a contrast? "Yaoguang, I roasted your favorite potatoes. Come try my cooking," Qin said with a smile as he handed her a freshly roasted potato skewer. "Thank you," Zhu Yaoguang replied politely. "Yaoguang, have a glass of juice first." Huang Bai also offered her a cup of juice. Zhu Yaoguang continued to express her gratitude politely. Qin and Huang Bai exchanged glances, both seeing the hostility in each other's eyes. Guo Tianzhou's eyes twinkled as she suddenly asked, "Sister Yaoguang, now that the 10th entrance exams are over and summer vacation is coming, where do you plan to go for a holiday?" At Guo Tianzhou's question, Huang Bai and Qin's expressions instantly tightened. The other boys and girls were also curious. In past vacations, Zhu Yaoguang either spent her time in secret realms fighting monsters to improve her combat experience or just lounged at home. Now that the college entrance examination was over, it was time for a break, right? If she were to go somewhere for summer, the beach would definitely be the first choice. Of course, the boys were more eager to see Zhu Yaoguang in a swimsuit. Wofolia shook her head gently, indicating that this group of boys was indeed a bit hopeless. Everyone looked at the white-haired, red-eyed princess with anticipation. However, Zhu Yaoguang gently shook her head. "I don't want to travel for now. I plan to visit Yundong City." Yundong City? Isn't that the city where the unemployed wanderer resides? Zhu Yaoguang actually wanted to learn more about that Ling Chen. Huang Bai's expression darkened immediately. Qin remained calm, not showing any emotion, but a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. The name Ling Chen had officially made an impression in his mind. "Yaoguang, you can't really want to deal with that unemployed wanderer, can you?" Huang Bai said incredulously. "Yeah, that guy is so arrogant. When I greeted him, he was so indifferent." Guo Tianzhou pouted. Wofolio's eyes narrowed slightly. She was also a bit curious about this Ling Chen. What kind of oddity could make Zhu Yaoguang specifically travel to Yundong City? "I just want to know where the gap between him and me lies," Zhu Yaoguang said calmly. She still didn't understand how he had surpassed her. Even if he was an unemployed wanderer who had benefited from low-level advantages, how could he possibly surpass her without solid strength? "Yaoguang, there's really no need to understand this person. An unemployed wanderer will become completely powerless once they reach level 20 in the secret realm." Qin, who had been silent, said gently. "He probably just wants to take advantage of the unemployed wanderer's convenience to get through the college entrance exam." The others nodded in agreement. "Yes, Yaoguang, such a person can only be described as opportunistic." The college entrance examination secret realm, although it is an A-level difficulty realm, still allows for the effectiveness of basic vocational skills within it. Just a small character trying to attract attention. I believe that when the time comes, the key combat academies won't even want to recruit this top scholar. That makes sense. If I were in the admissions office, I wouldn't accept someone like this provincial trial leaderboard champion who exploits loopholes. The words spoken by these people do have their reasoning. A jobless wanderer becoming the provincial trial leaderboard champion is indeed a first in history. It can be said that there has never been a precedent. However, the admissions offices of key combat academies are focused on long-term prospects. Very few prestigious academies are willing to recruit a jobless wanderer, even if this jobless wanderer is the provincial trial leaderboard champion. They would order Ling Chen to forcibly change jobs. Because in their eyes, a jobless wanderer is an unworthy existence, and in the high-level secret realms of the future, a jobless wanderer would be a burden. You make a valid point, Zhu Yaoguang nodded. The crowd smiled. However, in the next moment, her tone shifted. But I want to ask, if you were to participate in the college entrance examination as a jobless wanderer, could you guarantee that you would surpass me? The crowd, everyone fell silent. Asking them to participate in the college entrance examination as jobless wanderers and to solo clear dungeons, just passing would be impressive. To think they could surpass Zhu Yaoguang? Don't be ridiculous. Even for talents like Huang Bai and Qin Can, participating in combat as jobless wanderers would probably not even get them into the provincial top 100, right? Why is everyone silent? Zhu Yaoguang asked. Heart-wrenching. Truly heart-wrenching. So, I want to understand where the gap between him and me really lies, Zhu Yaoguang said earnestly. Her beautiful red pupils sparkled with bright light. This was the emotional fluctuation she only experienced when encountering interesting people or events. Then I'll go too, Huang Bai said. Just in time, I'm quite bored, so I'll tag along, Qin Can smiled. Zhu Yaoguang softly added, if you want to go, find your own connections, I'm going with my uncle, Huang Bai. Qin Can. On the other side, Ling Chen had no interest in the outside world, because right now he was only interested in the rewards from the system. Staying at home, oblivious to the outside world, Ling Chen finally awaited the rewards issued by the system. Ding! Starting. To distribute achievement task rewards, congratulations, you have received 3 rare chests and 1 legendary chest. Congratulations, you have received 30 points in 4-dimensional attribute points. Congratulations, you have received 182 skill points. All rewards have been distributed, please check host. Listening to the system's prompt and the additional items in the system space, Ling Chen felt a surge of joy. The system's rewards had finally been issued. Although Ling Chen had mentally prepared himself, he still felt a rush of excitement when he saw these rewards. A wildly excited smile crept onto his lips. He wanted to see what treasures the rare chests and legendary chest would yield. The previous challenge tasks and daily challenge tasks had not included these so-called chests. No more chit-chat, let's open the chests directly. Ling Chen's eyes burned with intensity. He had never opened these chests before. The terms rare and legendary made Ling Chen aware that these chests were definitely not ordinary. Even the extra rewards were so generous. Therefore, the items obtained from opening the chests must also be good things. This was beyond doubt. With this thought in mind, Ling Chen opened the system space. There, 4 chests lay quietly, radiating dazzling brilliance. System, open 3 rare chests in a row. Ling Chen hesitated not at all. He directly opened the 3 rare chests. Ding! 3 rare treasure chests have been opened. Congratulations, you have obtained the everlasting life set. Congratulations, you have obtained the red grade item Death Substituting Scarecrow. Congratulations, you have obtained the S-grade trial talent Undying Body. Seeing the rewards he had received, Ling Chen felt even more satisfied. I never expected that rare treasure chests could actually yield S-grade trial talents. Ling Chen opened his backpack and information panel to check the rewards. Everlasting Life Set, purple grade, consists of 3 pieces of armor. They are Ghostly Wilderness Tunic, Aqua Blue Belt, and Swift Wind Leggings. Equip Ghostly Wilderness Tunic. Grade purple. After equipping, strength plus 10, agility plus 10. Level requirement. Can be equipped at level 12 and above. Class restriction, none. Attack effect. When attacking, there is a 3% chance to restore 3% of maximum health. Equip Aqua Blue Belt. Grade purple. After equipping, intelligence plus 10, agility plus 10. Level requirement. Can be equipped at level 12 and above. Class restriction, none. Attack effect. When attacking, there is a 3% chance to restore 3% of maximum mana. Equip Swift Wind Leggings. Grade purple. After equipping, agility plus 20. Level requirement. Can be equipped at level 12 and above. Class restriction, none. Attack effect. When hit, there is a 5% chance to enter Swift as the wind state, increasing movement speed by 20% for 10 seconds. The set effect of these 3 pieces of equipment is Everlasting Life. 2-piece effect, after entering combat within 3 seconds, grants the wearer the Vibrant Life buff, restoring 1% of maximum health and maximum mana per second. This buff disappears after combat ends. 3-piece effect, 30% of the damage the wearer deals to enemies will be stored. When the wearer's health drops to 30%, this stored energy will transform into a shield equal to the damage dealt, protecting the wearer from incoming damage. This shield value will gradually diminish over 5 seconds. If I sell this set of equipment, there will definitely be many people fighting to buy it. Ling Chen sighed. In this world, 90% are ordinary students. Take Ling Chen's poor family situation for example. He couldn't even afford this purple grade novice gear, let alone blue grade novice gear. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed into the college entrance examination secret realm without wearing any armor. The white grade armor issued by the school had worn out during regular assessments. To receive a new set of white grade armor, he would need to pay, not much, just 1,000 yuan. But for Ling Chen, that was simply unaffordable. In fact, if Ling Chen had lowered his head to approach the class teacher and explained the situation, with old cheese character, he would definitely help Ling Chen buy the white grade armor without a second thought. But Ling Chen didn't want to owe anyone a favor. It wasn't that he was being pretentious, but he didn't want to feel indebted. Money is easy to repay, but favors are hard to repay. Now, he had opened this set of purple grade novice gear and it even had set effects. If he sold it, who knows what sky-high price it would fetch. Then he looked at the red grade item Death Substituting Scarecrow. This is a passive item. If Ling Chen were to fall into a dire situation and be killed by the enemy, this item would trigger, and he would enter an invincible death-like state. 10 seconds later, it would teleport him 1,000 miles away to ensure his safety. This item is a one-time use. Once its effect is triggered, it disappears. Next, he looked at the S-grade trial talent Undying Body. Undying Body, S. Type passive trial talent. Description: rapidly heals your injuries. The description of this trial talent is very brief, but Ling Chen knew that since it was an S-grade trial talent, its healing power must be extremely powerful. It should be even more powerful than the healing skills typically exhibited by ordinary healing professions. No, it is absolutely stronger than the recovery skills of regular healing professions. Ling Chen was quite eager to verify just how strong the healing power of this S-rank trial talent really was. But, after some thought, he ultimately gave up. After all, he couldn't possibly chop off his own arm to test the effects of this trial talent. That wouldn't just be foolish, it would be downright brainless behavior. Next, it's time to open the legendary treasure chest. Ling Chen's eyes grew increasingly excited. His expression was one of sheer ecstasy. The previous Undead Body, the Everlasting Set, the Substitute Scarecrow, these had already amazed Ling Chen. So what would this legendary treasure chest yield now? Would the host like to open the legendary treasure chest? Yes, Ling Chen replied firmly. Ding! The legendary treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations to the host for triggering a double reward. Congratulations! You have obtained the God-level skill Daylight, S. Congratulations, you have received a talent enhancement gem. It has been automatically used, raising all your innate talents to B+. Daylight, S-enter the Flame God state. All attacks will be imbued with black flames, which burn the enemy and deal immense damage, while also putting the enemy in a death grip state. Note, in the death grip state, all healing and buff effects are ineffective, and the death grip state cannot be dispelled. This skill is way too OP. Looking at the description of this skill, Ling Chen's eyes sparkled with joy. Dealing immense damage to enemies was one thing. The key was that death grip state. It is well known that some monsters possess extremely powerful healing skills. For instance, the boss monster Ling Chen faced in the college entrance examination secret realm could potentially clear all debuffs and restore full health if it unleashed its skills. At that time, Ling Chen had activated Blood Sacrifice. If he couldn't deal with the monster within those few seconds, it would be him who got dealt with. If he had this skill back then, he wouldn't have had to be so on edge. Moreover, the death grip state cannot be dispelled. This means that even when facing human opponents, especially teams with priest professions, he wouldn't have to fear at all. This would become Ling Chen's trump card. And then there was the talent enhancement gem. This was also an exceptional treasure. It is important to know that innate talents are bestowed by the heavens, filled with randomness, and cannot be changed. However, the gem from the system's treasure chest had forcibly raised his innate talent by several levels. Ling Chen immediately checked the detailed description of his innate talent. Equipment Master. B+, type passive talent. Description: allows you to master any weapon below level 30 of any profession, of any grade, and your equipment switching speed is 0.3 seconds. Magic Controller, B+, type passive talent. Description: increases your base mana recovery speed by 50% and raises your maximum mana by 50%, while also reducing your skill cooldown by 30%. Omni, B+, type passive talent. Description: increases the skill levels of all your professions by 3 tiers, with a maximum increase to C. Equipment Master, allows him to easily master weapon proficiency for all professions. And it's not limited by grade, only by level. Magic Controller, allows him to transform into a spell machine gun. Omni, significantly boosts the power of every skill he possesses. Overall, this wave of rewards from the system perfectly aligned with the needs of the path he was taking. This enhancement of Omni also brought about a significant qualitative change in the skill levels Ling Chen possessed. The Explosive Arrow was originally a level F beginner skill and could not be upgraded with skill points. However, after being enhanced by Omni, B+, Explosive Arrow, F became Explosive Arrow, E. The increase in skill level improved both the power and attack range of the skill. Compared to its level F state, the splash range of the Explosive Arrow increased by 15% and the damage also rose by 15%. At the same time, the draw speed of the Explosive Arrow was accelerated. Other skills of Ling Chen also underwent a qualitative change. Shield Breaker Ring Sword Sweep, F+, was upgraded to Shield Breaker Ring Sword Sweep, E. Originally, it only reduced the enemy's defense by 10%, but now it reduces it by 25%. Additionally, there is a 10% chance to inflict a negative battle intent debuff on the enemy. The stacking limit of battle intent roar increased to 4 layers, and it now includes a slight mental impact effect. The duration of Earth Prison technique was extended, and after the confinement ends, it now includes a 3-second slow effect. The thickness and ferocity of Sandstorm technique were enhanced. Thunder Flash, which originally increased movement speed by 15%, now boosts it by 30%. The silence duration of the Dark Priest's mute was also extended. All other skills received significant enhancements under the influence of Omni. The increase in skill power means that Ling Chen will not be at a disadvantage when facing those who have already changed jobs. Moreover, the talent mana controller allows him to cast spells frantically on the battlefield, transforming him into a spell machine gun. Looking at the information panel's description, Ling Chen let out a deep breath. Awesome. So exhilarating. Truly the system. It was worth all his hard work in conquering the college entrance examination's secret realm. The enhancement of his innate talent was actually the most important thing for Ling Chen, because he had already made up his mind to walk the path of a jobless wanderer. Only by taking this path could he tackle any secret realm with job restrictions in the future. Truly a legendary treasure chest. The rewards it yielded did not disappoint. Ling Chen lay contentedly on his bed, his mouth stretching to his ears filled with joy. This time, the achievement task released by the system had rewards so generous that it left Ling Chen dumbfounded. But that was fine. From now on, Ling Chen would be even more determined to pursue the path of a jobless wanderer. After being shut down for so many days, it's been quite peaceful, but it's time to deal with some matters. With that thought, Ling Chen turned on his phone. For the past few days, he had kept a low profile to avoid disturbances, even turning off his phone. Upon turning it on, Ling Chen felt that his decision was correct. There were countless unfamiliar numbers in his missed calls. Of course, there were also calls from his teachers and classmates. Numerous strangers wanted to add him as a friend on social networking apps. Meanwhile, unread messages were also at 99+. Fame brings trouble, Ling Chen muttered to himself. He still explained in detail to his only close friend, Lei Feng, why he had turned off his phone. His homeroom teacher, Shi Mu, also responded well. This teacher was diligent and attentive to every student, a truly good teacher. After replying to the messages, suddenly a call came in. It turned out to be the academic director of the first high school. The academic director didn't say much, just notified him to come to school in 3 days to discuss the matter of school selection. This academic director also reminded him that there would be teachers from prestigious schools coming to interview outstanding graduates, and even though Ling Chen was the top of the trial list in Nanzhou province, he should maintain a humble and gentle attitude. To this reminder, Ling Chen nodded in agreement. The academic director was concerned that Ling Chen might clash with those recruitment teachers, especially those from prestigious combat schools who had high standards and proud personalities. For ordinary students, the attitude of those prestigious combat schools is, come if you want, but we still have to see if you qualify. For top students, the attitude shifts slightly, come to me, I can teach you higher level skills, introduce you to stronger teammates, and help you improve your combat level. Finally, for the very best talents facing the top 100 in the province, the attitude does a complete turnaround. All you young lords and princesses, hurry and come to me. Although Ling Chen became the champion of the South Province trial rankings, others viewed the potential of a jobless wanderer as quite low. Therefore, the teachers from those prestigious schools should have had a somewhat different opinion of Ling Chen. But it didn't matter. Ling Chen responded to the academic affairs director, stating that he would definitely be there in 3 days. 3 days later, 8 o'clock in the morning, Ling Chen finished washing up and was just about to step out of the community. Then he noticed a noisy commotion at the entrance of the community. Leaning down from the window, he was taken aback. A large crowd was blocking the entrance. Each person was either holding a phone or raising a camera, looking like a group of gossip interviewers. The residents of the community were stunned by the scene. After inquiring, they learned from the crowd that Ling Chen had actually won the championship of the South Province trial rankings. Oh my goodness, how did we not know this? The aunties and uncles were all bewildered. The media seized every resident they could find to ask questions. Do you know Ling Chen? As the neighbor of the top student, what do you think of him? Does Ling Chen have a girlfriend? Does Ling Chen have any adult books hidden in his room? The aunties and uncles? Reporter, your questions are quite problematic. I can only jump off the building and climb over the wall. Ling Chen decisively decided not to use the front entrance. If he went through the front, he would definitely be surrounded like a monkey. After hooking a lock to the window, he slid down the rope from the 10th floor. For ordinary people, that height would make them too scared to move on the rope. But for someone like Ling Chen, a combat professional, he was already much stronger than the average person. Jumping from the 10th floor was a breeze. He simply chose to slide down the rope to minimize noise. He climbed over the wall and exited the community. Putting on a baseball cap and a mask, he quickly headed towards the school. At this moment, Yundong City First High School. The spacious office was filled with people, leaders, and teachers from the first high school were present, their expressions cautious yet filled with excitement. This time, the first high school had truly made a name for itself. Among the guests in the office were several teachers from the top 10 prestigious combat schools. At this moment, every teacher from the combat academies was smiling and politely greeting each other. Only the admissions office teachers from the top 10 schools were looking down their noses, quite proud. The large conference room was filled with people because these teachers had brought students to assist them. Once in university, there is also a credit system. For some students whose grades are not very stable, they need to help their teachers more to accumulate credits. Some students can enter secret realms to help teachers collect materials in exchange for credit rewards. These responsible teachers go to high schools where the top 100 talents in the province are located every year for recruitment, naturally needing students to assist them. Shimu, as the homeroom teacher of Ling Chen and Sun Zhe, was also present. Sun Zhe had arrived early in the conference room following his homeroom teacher. However, Sun Zhe's expression was extremely smug. But suddenly, he thought about how if Ling Chen came over later, his spotlight would be stolen. He felt a bit gloomy. Originally, the attention of the crowd was all his, but now, it was being overshadowed by Ling Chen. The top 10 key combat academies are as follows: Hucking Academy, Kanjiing Academy, Tiandong Academy, Tianyan Academy, Bingpa Academy, Haston Academy, Haowu Academy, Luochang Academy, Qixing Academy, Fanzhou Academy. These 10 key combat academies are far superior to other ordinary combat academies in terms of faculty strength and teaching environment. It's no wonder that the admissions office teachers from these key academies are so arrogant. They indeed have the capital to be proud. Consequently, the students who follow suit also become proud. However, at this moment in the conference room, 2 admissions office teachers from key academies are absent. One is from Tianyan Academy, the other is from Haston Academy. Could it be that the people from these 2 academies do not want to recruit this top scholar? That can't be right. All the leaders and teachers from the first high school thought to themselves. Every year, the teachers from these combat academies fight tooth and nail to recruit the top scholars from various provinces. Why are 2 academies suddenly missing this year? Something feels off, very off. Just as the principal, leaders, and teachers were frowning, Mu Yutian, the admissions office teacher from Hucking Academy, spoke up. His indifferent voice rang out, "By the way, I forgot to tell Principal Zhang that the admissions office teacher from Haston Academy called me and said they won't be coming." Principal Zhang Wenshan was taken aback and quickly asked, "Teacher Mu, may I ask why Haston Academy is not coming?" "I don't know that," Mu Yutian gently set down his teacup, crossed his hands, propped his chin, and smiled. "Anyway, let me state my position first. If this jobless wanderer wants to come to Hucking Academy, he must agree to my 2 conditions. First, comply with the adjustment. Second, hurry up and change jobs. If he doesn't agree to these 2 conditions, then Hucking Academy won't even bother to look at this jobless wanderer." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the leaders and teachers from the first high school darkened. The other key academy teachers raised their eyebrows slightly but said nothing. Clearly, they seemed to share similar thoughts. With Mu Yutian, a jobless wanderer has no future. This is a widely recognized fact. It is well known that jobless wanderers cannot learn advanced skills, because 95% of advanced skills come with job restrictions. For example, the advanced skill, setting sun and stars, a plus, can only be learned by a second-tier mage, specifically an elemental mage. In this case, it indicates that a jobless wanderer can only use basic job skills to fight. Basic job skills are indeed useful in the low-level trial realms of the entrance examination, but that is only in low-level trial realms. The trial realms for the entrance examination are only a few levels, while the realms one will face in university may start at level 20. By that time, what can a jobless wanderer do? Go in and get scratched by small monsters? Many people were shocked that Ling Chen, as a jobless wanderer, topped the trial rankings in Nanzhou province. However, the teachers from these universities looked at the situation with a longer perspective. They care about the students' futures, not the present. Therefore, Ling Chen's identity as a jobless wanderer is actually a joke. He. Well, you can't say that. Student Ling Chen's performance has been noted by Lord Zhouyan and he received high praise from him, which also indicates that Ling Chen is very likely to shine in the future. Principal Zhang Wenshan forced a smile, trying to save face for his student. That's right, Lord Zhouyan also praised my student highly. Shimu quickly nodded in agreement. However, Mu Yutian shook his head and laughed, saying, "Alright, you don't need to use Lord Zhouyan as a shield. Our admissions are not under his control. Speaking of Ling Chen, doesn't your school have a Sun Zhe who made it into the provincial top 100? In contrast, I actually prefer Sun Zhe. As soon as these words were spoken, Sun Tse straightened up, walked out confidently, and respectfully greeted Mu Yutian. "Hello, Teacher Mu, I am Sun Tse." Not bad, the archer profession has strong solo capabilities and can also serve as a core damage dealer in a team. The fact that you can master this profession shows that your talent level is quite high. Mu Yutian nodded with a smile. Not that high, my talent level is only 90, Sun Tse said modestly. However, receiving Mu Yutian's praise, he still looked quite proud. The confidence that had been shaken by Ling Chen seemed to be completely revived at that moment. The level of talent actually indicates a person's proficiency in a profession. The higher the talent level, the greater the proficiency in that profession. When comprehending the skills of that profession, it is also easier to master. Students with higher talent levels may only need 2 hours to learn and master a skill, while those with lower talent levels might take 2 to 3 days. In simple terms, talent level is equivalent to potential. Of course, it doesn't mean that those with high talent levels are necessarily powerful, but rather that they have more training value and are more likely to develop into strong individuals. Sorry, I was a bit late due to some family matters. Hello, teachers. At that moment, the door suddenly opened. Su Ro walked in, panting slightly. Su Ro's entrance made the male college students in the conference room freeze in their tracks. Today, Su Ro was wearing light gray long pants and a short-sleeved shirt with a wolf head pattern. Youthful and lively, yet with a heroic air. The key was her double ponytails and a face as rosy as an apple, making the boys present unable to resist the urge to take a bite. A beautiful junior. Let me introduce. This student is Su Ro, also my student who received an SS level evaluation in this job transfer trial. Chimu quickly introduced her to the admissions office teachers. So it's SS level. For a moment, some admissions office teachers from key universities lost interest, but the other first-class universities were intrigued. Just as the other first-class universities were about to ask, Mu Yutian spoke up proudly and calmly. Su Ro, may I ask what your profession is? Teacher, I am a female assassin, Su Ro replied. And what is your talent level? 78. Good, a promising seed. Mu Yutian smiled and said, you and Sun Tse are both good prospects, 100 times better than that Ling Chen. Would you like to come study at my hacking academy? As soon as the words fell, the expressions of the other teachers present changed. Damn, this Mu Yutian actually wants to take both of these promising students away. How shameless. Old Mu, this is a bit excessive, isn't it? Su Ro, on my side. At Hao Academy, I am willing to offer you a set of purple grade beginner gear plus a B-level female assassin skill book. How about coming to study here? Sun Tse, my Tiandong Academy is willing to offer you a B-level resource secret realm along with a B+ level archer skill book. Come to my place. Enough, Tiandong Academy and Hao Academy, you two have been at the bottom of the rankings in the Academy League in recent years, right? You have the ranking of a key university, but can't even compare to a first-class university, and you still have the nerve to speak? If you ask me, you should choose my Kanjiing Academy. I am willing to additionally offer 2 level 20 purple grade weapons on top of what they are offering. In an instant, all the teachers from key universities were scrambling for Sun Tse and Su Ro. As for Ling Chen, the provincial trial champion, he seemed to have been completely abandoned. Su Ro did not expect to be fought over by key universities. In her understanding, although her grades were quite good, they were still far from the top 100 in the province. Getting into a first-class combat academy seemed simple, but wanting to attend one of the top 10 combat academies is a bit difficult. In the end, one might have to comply with adjustments and allocations, unable to freely choose a team, just to successfully enroll in a key combat academy. However, what she didn't expect was that upon arrival, she was already facing a scramble. She felt quite bewildered. Where is Ling Chen? According to reason, shouldn't you all be fighting over that top scholar? Why are you fighting over her and Sun Tse instead? Sun Tse, where is Ling Chen? Su Ro approached Sun Tse and asked softly. Oh, he was disliked by the teachers, Sun Tse said proudly. Although he's quite impressive, a jobless wanderer ultimately can't go far, so the teachers from these key academies all require him to change jobs before they are willing to accept him. Moreover, they just asked Teacher Chi, and after learning that Ling Chen's talent value was only 62, their interest dropped significantly. They probably think that Ling Chen isn't changing jobs because his talent value is too low, fearing he won't be able to master the proficiency of that profession. Sun Tse's words actually made some sense. Under normal circumstances, a talent value of 62 can only be considered average, just barely passing. This led many to believe that Ling Chen chose to be a jobless wanderer because he was afraid his talent value wasn't enough, which would make mastering a profession difficult. Learning new skills in the future would be quite challenging. Meanwhile, a jobless wanderer doesn't need to rely on talent value, because a jobless wanderer only learns basic professional skills. But after I went home and watched Ling Chen's battle recordings, I think he's really impressive. Su Ro said softly. In fact, after that, Su-ro even tried to find out Ling Chen's home address, hoping he could teach her some practical experience. She knew Ling Chen was also very skilled in the assassin profession. However, later on, because Ling Chen's phone was turned off and he was rarely seen, she couldn't find him at all. Su-ro, you're still too young. His strength is simply due to having too many usable skills. After we change jobs, we won't be able to use skills from other professions, Sunze said dismissively. After receiving all those praises from the teachers, he was feeling a bit elated. He thought Ling Chen had indeed come this far by utilizing multiple skills. But what use is that? Basic professional skills barely scratched the surface of level 20 dungeon monsters. Su-ro gently shook her head. She had watched Ling Chen's entire battle. She felt that Ling Chen's strength definitely wasn't just because he could use multiple skills. In other words, if she were to participate in this advancement assessment as a jobless wanderer, she absolutely couldn't handle it as effortlessly as Ling Chen did. Zhang Wenshan and Chimu looked at the group of teachers arguing over Sunze and Su-ro. They exchanged glances, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. It was quite funny and also very ironic. Clearly, the top scholar was right in their school. Yet this group of recruitment teachers showed no interest in the top student at all. Truly, bang! The door suddenly swung open. Everyone turned to look. They found a tall but somewhat thin boy standing there. Ling Chen, you're here, Zhong Wenshan greeted with a forced smile. Su-ro's eyes lit up slightly upon seeing Ling Chen. Sunze's expression, however, was somewhat shadowy. Hello, Principal Zhong, Ling Chen greeted politely. A simple and honest expression appeared on his face again. Since you're here, come and sit. These are the recruitment teachers, greet them and introduce yourself, Chimu said, pulling Ling Chen over. Hello, teachers, my name is Ling Chen, Ling Chen greeted with a smile. So you are the top scholar from Nanzhou province, not that impressive, huh? Indeed, I thought you were some formidable figure, but it turns out to be this? I seriously doubt the credibility of this year's advancement assessment. At this moment, a few university students beside Mu Yutian spoke disdainfully, in low voices. But in this conference room, their words were jarring enough for everyone to hear clearly. Zhong Wenshan's expression instantly darkened. After all, Ling Chen was a student from his school and had won the top spot in the southern province's trial rankings, bringing glory to the school. Being mocked like this was a blow to his pride as the principal. Just as he was about to explode with anger, he was met with Mu Yutian's icy gaze, which extinguished his fury in an instant. As a teacher from Hucking Academy, Mu Yutian naturally surpassed all the teachers and students from the first high school in terms of combat prowess. If Zhong Wenshan vented his anger now, he would likely end up with a slap in the face, and it would hurt a lot. However, Zhong Wenshan turned to Ling Chen, expecting him to be furious as well. Yet, Ling Chen still wore a simple, honest smile, nodding repeatedly. What the senior said is true, I just got lucky to take the top spot. Shimu sighed at this, while Su-ro looked puzzled. Sunze, on the other hand, secretly sneered, thinking that Ling Chen had lost even this little bit of spirit. How could he talk about becoming strong? Being able to accept criticism is also a commendable quality, Mu Yutian said calmly, nodding. Ling Chen, your talent level is too low. Even if you change your profession in the future, your achievements won't be high. If you want to join a key academy, you should just change your profession honestly. However, I can only offer you a spot for adjustment here at most. As for those so-called resource secret realms, don't even think about it. As Mu Yutian spoke, the other admissions teachers from key academies nodded slowly. This condition was indeed the highest offer available. But it must be said that this was the most pitiful and most despised provincial trial champion in history. Not a single key combat academy wanted him. Ling Chen scanned all the admissions teachers present, still smiling as he continued. So, it seems the other teachers also don't want me? The other teachers remained silent, but their silence spoke volumes. Alright, then I'll apply to a second-tier academy. Ling Chen nodded, feeling calm inside. Ling Chen, Zhong Wenshan looked regretful, just about to speak. Bang! The door suddenly swung open again. But this time, it was kicked open. The first to walk in was not a teacher, but a girl who shone like a star. She had long white hair tied into a ponytail, wearing a baseball cap, with her snow-white ponytail cascading down from behind the brim. Her bright red eyes were filled with pride. She wore a black leather jacket over a short t-shirt, blue denim shorts, and black knee-high socks, with white sneakers on her feet. With her hands in her pockets, she chewed bubblegum, her exquisite features and long white hair making her look as noble as a princess. Yet her outfit gave her a cool vibe, like a proud little leopard ready to fight at any moment. After kicking open the door, her first words were full of dominance. You don't want Ling Chen? My Tianyan Academy does. Having lived 2 lives, Ling Chen had already passed the hot-blooded age of a reckless youth. From the moment he became the provincial trial champion as an unassigned wanderer, he knew he would inevitably face these doubts and disdain in the future. The admissions office teachers from these key combat academies were very cold towards Ling Chen, while they were much warmer towards Sunze and Su-ro. Did Ling Chen feel angry about this? Naturally, he felt a bit annoyed. But it wasn't enough for him to spout old sayings about the tides of fortune. He was weak now, so he understood the principle of developing quietly. Applying to a second-tier university is definitely within Ling Chen's reach. As for those so-called key combat academies, Ling Chen's attitude is that he could go or not. After all, I have a system. Do you really think I'm lacking in your so-called educational resources? Don't be ridiculous. Do you really think that without you, Ling Chen wouldn't be able to grow stronger? It's just that Ling Chen didn't expect that this girl, whom he had only met once, would appear. Even more unexpectedly, this girl would say, "You don't want Ling Chen, but we at Tianyan Academy do." Not only was Ling Chen stunned, but everyone present was also astonished. Not only did they not expect Zhu Yaoguang to show up here, but they were also taken aback by her words, "We at Tianyan Academy." Could it be that she represents the admissions of Tianyan Academy? Thinking of this, the admissions teachers from other key academies turned dark. Zhu Yaoguang was considered the true provincial trial leaderboard champion in their hearts. How could she choose Tianyan Academy? Logically, Zhu Yaoguang should be in her high school office right now, carefully considering the olive branches thrown by various universities before making a decision. Yaoguang, don't be foolish. At this moment, a voice came from behind Zhu Yaoguang. Everyone turned to look, and it was a middle-aged man, around 40, dressed in a suit, with a proper demeanor. Zhu Shaoshan, isn't he the head of the admissions office at Tianyan Academy? How did he end up here? Among the many teachers, someone immediately recognized the identity of this middle-aged man. Director Zhu, what brings you to Yundong City? Mu Yutian stood up in astonishment. Like the other teachers, he felt that Zhu Shaoshan shouldn't be here. The reason was simple. Yundong City was just a third-tier small city, even though it produced a provincial trial leaderboard champion. So what? This provincial trial leaderboard champion had no real value. He was just a jobless wanderer who liked to show off. With Zhu Shaoshan's status, he should be recruiting in other provinces, specifically looking for talents like Zhu Yaoguang. Now that he appeared here, it was no wonder all the admissions teachers were surprised. It's because my niece insisted that I come, saying she was afraid the champion of the Nanzhou provincial trial would be snatched away by other academies. Zhu Shaoshan looked at Zhu Yaoguang with affection, shook his head, and then said, "What? From what I hear from the teachers, it seems your academy doesn't really want this top scholar? Director Zhu, you may not know, but this Ling Chen is just a clown seeking attention, deliberately choosing to be a jobless wanderer to attract everyone's gaze. What academy would want a clown whose future looks bleak? Even if an academy admitted him, sending him to the front lines of the Dark Night Plains would probably just make him a deserter." Before Mu Yutian could respond, a student beside him spoke up. With a name tag on his chest, he was named Feng Bo. With an arrogant demeanor and a contemptuous tone, he stepped forward because he wanted to show off in front of the teachers. Of course, the main reason was that Zhu Yaoguang was present. Su Ro was also there. It was like a boy playing basketball suddenly having two beautiful girls show up to watch the game. He would definitely want to perform well to catch their attention. Clearly, Feng Bo thought he was the most beautiful peacock on the court. Oh, is that so? Zhu Shaoshan didn't expect this kind of answer. He thought his talented niece had been surpassed by someone extraordinary. He didn't expect it to be a jobless wanderer. This student is indeed a jobless wanderer, but he is not some clown seeking attention. At this moment, Chi Mu stepped forward and said solemnly, "I have seen this student's performance. His strength is very strong. I hope everyone will not slander others without understanding the reasons. Where have I slandered him? I'm just speaking the truth." Feng Bo, with his own teacher present, naturally felt unafraid and instead sneered. "It seems the teachers from the Haston Academy aren't coming anymore. Although I don't know the reason, I suspect they must look down on this provincial leader from South State. We only came here out of respect for the fact that you, Yundong City, managed to produce a provincial top 100. Feng Bo's words were a bit too much. He directly pointed out that Ling Chen was merely a name without substance. He even looked down on Yundong City as a small place. However, under the flattery of these words, Sunze felt quite pleased. He glanced at Ling Chen, thinking to himself, "I thought you were something special, but it turns out the top scholar is just that, nothing but a name. Now, no academy wants you." Zhong Wenshan's face was as dark as coal. Zhu Shaoshan, on the other hand, focused his gaze on the center of public opinion, Ling Chen. Zhu Yaoguang blinked her beautiful red eyes, glancing at the still silent Ling Chen, unable to suppress a cold smile. Within, still playing the fool, huh? I've already stepped up for you, and you're still hiding? Then don't blame me. Suddenly, she casually murmured, "Since you all doubt Ling Chen's abilities, why doesn't this senior have a spar with him? It would be a good chance for us to see just how much substance this top scholar really has." Upon hearing this, "No way." Zhong Wenshan and Chi Mu immediately shook their heads in refusal. Feng Bo was a college student from Hucking Academy. Having completed his freshman year and preparing to enter his sophomore year, this meant his level couldn't be low, at least starting from level 20. Moreover, his equipment and learned skills were definitely not basic. In contrast, Ling Chen seemed to be only level 14. His equipment should also be quite poor. If they were to duel, Ling Chen would surely lose. It was simply unfair. Ha, so eager to refuse, I see you're just a little trash without any strength. Fong Bo looked at the silent Ling Chen with disdain, spitting out malicious words. I bet this provincial trial champion's parents are useless too, otherwise, how could they give birth to such a clown who seeks attention? This was even more excessive. Not only Zhong Wenshan and Qi Mu, but even Zhu Shaoshan and the other teachers' faces turned ugly. And at that moment, Ling Chen, who had been silent and humble, suddenly raised his head. His clear, bright eyes fixed fiercely on Fong Bo, like a hungry wolf spotting its prey. Zhu Yaoguang and Su Rou, who had been watching Ling Chen, felt a chilling killing intent emanating from him. Their delicate bodies couldn't help but shiver slightly. At that moment, they finally realized the boy before them, beneath his simple exterior, was hiding a fierce dragon. Ling Chen's long-held principle was, if others do not offend me, I will not offend them. If someone offends me, I will yield 3 points. If they offend me again, I will eradicate them. Right now, Ling Chen's situation was that of a lone wolf. His parents had bravely sacrificed themselves to save students. His grandmother had passed away due to illness. As for those so-called relatives, after Ling Chen made a phone call just stating his name, the call was abruptly hung up. Since then, Ling Chen understood his current situation, completely reliant on himself. But he was too weak. What could he do? He could only endure. Mock me, endure. Slander me, endure. Look down on me, endure. Curse me, endure. Be bullied, endure. But there are some things that cannot be endured. Even a lone wolf has a reverse scale, and Ling Chen's reverse scale was his family. You Fong Bo should never have insulted my parents. At that moment, Ling Chen's heart surged with an unprecedented killing intent. In the entire conference room, everyone could clearly feel the temperature drop suddenly. Turning to look at Ling Chen, who had been mocked and insulted as a clown, their hearts trembled. What kind of gaze is this? Violent, cold, filled with hatred and a thirst for blood, a myriad of negative emotions converging together. The originally simple expression has vanished without a trace. In its place is a face full of the color of slaughter. Qi Mu, who was familiar with Ling Chen, couldn't help but twitch his lips. Even when facing those monsters, Ling Chen had never shown such an expression. That damned Fong Bo. Fong Bo was also startled by Ling Chen's expression. He never expected that his malicious words could provoke such a drastic change in the expression of this simple-minded person. But he wasn't afraid. This clown was just a jobless drifter. Was the clown's anger useful? Even if an ant was furious, could it bite an elephant to death? Just impotent rage. What? I'm talking about you. Are you still unconvinced? Fong Bo sneered. Yes, I am very unconvinced. Ling Chen's head hung low, killing intent wildly gathering in his eyes. He took a deep breath. The killing intent was finally perfectly restrained. His expression returned to calm. However, beneath that calmness, a vicious dragon slowly raised its head, revealing a ferocious visage. And then, what do you want to do? Fong Bo's expression became even more mocking. Ling Chen looked at him with icy eyes and slowly uttered 2 words that made everyone present change color. Death duel. Everyone. As if afraid that everyone present couldn't hear clearly, Ling Chen's voice, cold to the extreme, rang out again. Ling Chen, a senior at Shi High School, now officially applies for a death duel with Fong Bo, a freshman at Hucking Academy. Everyone. No one expected things would escalate to this point. Even less did anyone expect that a student who had previously looked so simple-minded would, at this moment, transform into a god of slaughter. His eyes were filled with only one word: kill. Qi Mu wanted to advise him, but he was stopped by Principal Zhong Wenshan, who shook his head at Qi Mu. Zhu Shaoshan and the other teachers wore extremely serious expressions. Su Rou looked at Ling Chen with concern. Sun Zhe felt a bit schadenfreude at this moment. Only Zhu Yaoguang, the fearless young lady, stared at Ling Chen with sparkling eyes. Ling Chen, Fong Bo's words are indeed a bit excessive. I will have him apologize and we can let this matter rest. How about that? Mu Yutian said, somewhat headache-ridden as he stood up. Teacher, I didn't say anything wrong. I will never apologize. Fong Bo naturally refused to back down. Shut up, Mu Yutian shouted. Everyone was watching this matter. Anyone with eyes could see that Fong Bo was in the wrong. At the same time, he didn't want to escalate things to the point of a death duel. This world is actually very cruel. The existing laws can only restrain ordinary people. 4. The strong, ordinary laws are useless. In the same secret realm, it is common for 2 teams to slaughter each other for rewards and resources. Can one determine who is right and who is wrong? Obviously not. Therefore, in order to prevent the hatred between the strong from escalating and affecting the balance of the situation, Longhua has established the fairest resolution method. That is the death duel. Every school has a simulated secret realm. In the simulated secret realm, it can be 1v1, 3v3, or 5v5. On usual days, the arena is used for training students, aimed at honing the team's cooperation and skill mastery. Just a touch. but death duels also take place in the simulated secret realm. The prerequisite for both parties in a death duel is that they must be adults. Then, they need to fill out a form and upload it to the Longwa Legal Platform Center, and after official approval and stamping, the death duel becomes officially valid. During the death duel, no one is allowed to intervene. Both parties are allowed to fight until one side dies, or both agree to dissolve the death duel contract. The side that dies, whether their family or friends, cannot hold the victor responsible for anything. To sum it up in one phrase, life and death are self-responsible. Mu Yutian did not expect that such a simple-minded student would become so fierce when provoked. Teacher Mu, it's fine if you try to stop me. Facing Mu Yutian's persuasion, Ling Chen's indifferent words echoed softly. There will always be opportunities in the future. If even a low-level entrance trial can lead to death, how much more so in the league matches between combat academies? Even if Fong Bo doesn't participate in the league, that's fine, you will eventually graduate. After graduation, you will have to join a team, right? You will have to enter the trial realm to hunt monsters, right? I will keep an eye on you until I kill you. Hiss. A viper. This kid is a viper. Whoever offends him, he will bite to death. Damn it. I was deceived by this kid's simple appearance. At this moment, everyone's perception of Ling Chen had turned upside down. Bang. Mu Yutian, filled with anger, slammed the table and shouted, Ling Chen, don't go too far. I'm stopping you because I fear for your life. Don't be ungrateful. Teacher, please don't stop me. If he wants to die, I'll send him to his death. Fong Bo was also furious. A mere unranked drifter dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Did he really think that just because he had the title of top scholar, he was invincible? As you all can see, it is this ignorant guy who has initiated a deathmatch against me. Moreover, he has threatened that if I don't agree now, he will hunt me down to the end. If I refuse at this moment, it would tarnish the reputation of Hucking Academy. When people mention Hucking Academy, they will laugh and say that its students are afraid of even an unranked drifter. Teacher Mu, I earnestly request that you allow me to engage in a deathmatch with this ignorant brat. Fong Bo's words did make sense. He had openly declared he would hunt you down to death. If there was no reaction, that would indeed be inappropriate. It would also bring shame to the academy. In fact, while death matches are serious, they are not unheard of in universities. Some students develop grudges in the trial realms, and if the enmity cannot be resolved, they can only choose to fight to the death. They are all adults and must take responsibility for their actions. Listening to Fong Bo's words, Mu Yutian did not hesitate and nodded directly. Alright, I agree to your deathmatch with Ling Chen. At this moment, no one expected things would escalate to the point of applying for a deathmatch. A perfectly good university interview meeting had turned into a deathmatch scene. Zheng Wenshan and Chi Mu had some understanding of Ling Chen. Seeing the determined look on Ling Chen's face, they knew it was impossible to change his mind. You go call Ling Chen's parents and have them talk to him, Zheng Wenshan whispered to Chi Mu. Chi Mu smiled bitterly and replied, Principal, Ling Chen's parents passed away a long time ago. Zheng Wenshan fell silent. This time, he finally understood why Fong Bo's insults towards Ling Chen's parents elicited such a strong reaction from him. No matter who mocked Ling Chen or spoke to him in a sarcastic tone before, Ling Chen always wore a simple, harmless smile as if he were gentle and easy-going. But once his parents were involved, Ling Chen became like a beast ready to pounce, biting whoever was in sight. That was his Achilles heel. Even honest people have their limits. Go have your parents sign, and explain the situation to them, Mu Yutian said, veins bulging on his forehead as he spoke to Fong Bo. He was used to the respect students showed him. Suddenly encountering Ling Chen, who showed him no respect at all, naturally made Mu Yutian furious. Alright. Fong Bo quickly nodded and was about to call his parents to explain the situation. However, at that moment, Zhu Xiaoshan spoke up. Everyone stop. With me here. The higher-ups will not approve this deathmatch. With that one sentence, the tense atmosphere suddenly froze. Many teachers present breathed a sigh of relief. If this incident had truly occurred, regardless of who lived or died, it would have caused quite a stir. If a commotion arose, this group of teachers would also be accused of deliberately mocking Ling Chen, leading him to engage in a life-and-death struggle out of humiliation. They were genuinely grateful for Zhu Xiaoshan's arrival. No one noticed that Zhu Yaoguang, seeing the fight being stopped by her uncle, couldn't help but pout. Fong Bo stopped his phone call. But it was evident that Fong Bo was a bit displeased. In his view, Ling Chen's fate was sealed. Ling Chen turned to glance at Zhu Xiaoshan, tugged at the corner of his mouth, and said nothing. No approval. But it was fine. There would be plenty of opportunities later. This time, it is indeed Fong Bo's fault, but Fong Bo is unwilling to admit it, which is a bit troublesome, Zhu Xiaoshan said, tugging at his collar with a smile. In this world, strength is paramount. How about this? You two can spar a bit and I will act as the referee. Just keep it to a point and whoever loses apologizes. What do you think? The other teachers exchanged glances, all nodding slightly. A sparring session that stops at a point could work without the worry of causing fatalities. I agree. Fong Bo nodded without Hesitation. He turned to Ling Chen with a cold smile. Aren't you looking to get back at me? Come on, this is your chance. Alright, I'll collect some interest. First, Ling Chen resumed his innocent smile. But this time, no one would believe that this kid was truly innocent. A person who dares to casually propose a life and death fight is definitely a reckless character. Although Fong Bo's words are a bit excessive, Ling Chen will definitely lose this duel. Yes, after all, Fong Bo has been studying at Hucking Academy for a year. In terms of level and strength, he is absolutely not comparable to a high school student. Two teachers from top combat academies whispered to each other. The other recruitment teachers and college students from various academies also viewed Ling Chen with the expectation of defeat. Of course, a few teachers from prestigious academies had a hint of anticipation. They were eager to see what was so special about this individual who could achieve the top of the provincial trial rankings as a non-professional. Although they believed that a non-professional had no future, achieving the top of the provincial trial rankings certainly had its merits. Let's wait and see. The conference room is too small. Let's head to your school's simulation. Secret realm, Fong Bo said with a cold smile, leading the way out of the conference room. Everyone else stood up, ready to watch the show. Ling Chen walked up to Zhu Xiaoshan and suddenly asked with a grin, Teacher Zhu, during a spar, with blades and swords flying, losing an arm or a leg should be quite normal, right? After saying that, he walked out. Zhu Xiaoshan's expression tightened slightly as he watched Ling Chen's innocent back, unable to help but shake his head with a bitter smile. He turned to glance at his niece and couldn't help but sigh. Yaoguang, is this the interesting person you were talking about? Zhu Yaoguang smiled gently. Why, uncle, don't you find him interesting? Zhu Xiaoshan opened his mouth and sighed. He really couldn't see what was interesting about this kid. There was only one simulation secret realm at City No. 1 High School. After all, it was a third-tier small city and it was also the high school with the weakest teaching staff. Shimu entered the simulation secret realm, clapped his hands, and called out loudly, Students over there, stop for a moment and clear a 1v1 arena. The students practicing in this simulation secret realm were all first and second year students. They were here, exchanging and practicing basic professional skills. Upon hearing Chimu's shout, the other arenas also stopped their practice, curiously looking over. Teacher Chi, what's going on? A girl asked curiously. Oh, it's nothing much, just that your senior Ling Chen is going to spar with a first year senior from Hucking Academy, Chimu said with a wry smile. This sentence was like a giant rock thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up huge waves among the crowd. Wow, senior Ling Chen is actually going to spar with a college student. That's a bit exaggerated, right? He's a senior from a prestigious combat academy. His strength must be formidable. Why would senior Ling Chen want to spar with such a powerful senior? This group of younger students had innocent thoughts and didn't think too much about it. The impressive battle scenes Ling Chen had previously displayed were deeply etched in their hearts. It could be said that Ling Chen had already become their idol. Earlier, a video of Ling Chen swiftly passing the entrance trial secret realm was posted online. Some people left sarcastic comments below, but they were all countered by these younger students. They just didn't expect that senior Ling Chen would actually want to spar with a freshman from Hucking Academy. In an instant, all the younger students gathered around. Confident and suave, Fong Bo, dressed in Hucking Academy's uniform, lightly tapped his toes and leaped onto the stage. In contrast, Ling Chen wasn't as flashy. He simply walked up to the stage in a straightforward manner, exuding a naive aura of I'm easy to bully. Fong Bo waved his hand and a dagger appeared in his grasp. This dagger wasn't of high quality, just a level 15 blue-grade weapon. Clearly, in Fong Bo's eyes, he didn't need to use a purple-grade weapon to deal with Ling Chen. Meanwhile, Ling Chen took out a spear. This spear was the Crab King's Fong, awarded for clearing the entrance trial secret realm. Yet even with this purple-grade spear in hand, none of the spectators believed Ling Chen could win. Go, senior Ling Chen. I believe senior Ling Chen can definitely win. Is this really a senior from Hucking Academy? He looks so annoying. The younger students from City No. 1 High School were loyal little fans of Ling Chen. His performance in the entrance trial battles had already won them over. Although they felt Ling Chen wouldn't win, it didn't stop them from cheering for him. Ha! A bunch of frogs in a well thinking Ling Chen will win? These kids are quite naive. Ha ha. If only Teacher Zhu agreed to a deathmatch, Ling Chen would definitely be beaten to death by Fong Bo. Nearby, the college students from various universities listened to the shouts of these younger students and couldn't help but shake their heads and sneer. Although Ling Chen was the top of the trial rankings in Nanzhou province, Fong Bo was a freshman from Hucking Academy, and he had already completed his first year and was about to step into his second. If Fong Bo were to lose, it would not only be embarrassing for him but also for Hucking Academy. Of course, in the eyes of these college students, Fong Bo was 100% guaranteed not to lose. A self-proclaimed handsome college student from Bingpa Academy walked over to Zhu Yaoguang, exuding gentlemanly charm. May I have the pleasure of knowing this beautiful lady? Zhu Yaoguang fluttered her white eyelashes and didn't answer yes or no, only retorting, who do you think will win? The handsome guy blurted out, naturally, Fong Bo will win. Zhu Yaoguang suddenly smiled. Like a wildflower blooming on a cliff, her smile stunned everyone around her. So beautiful. Those two words rose in everyone's hearts. Zhu Yaoguang didn't care about the changes in the expressions of the crowd. After a light laugh, she fell silent. Are both of you ready? Zhu Xiaoshan asked, calmly at the edge of the stage. Teacher Zhu, we can start anytime, Fangbo replied confidently. Ling Chen simply nodded innocently. Alright, I'll count to 3 and the sparring can begin. 3, 2, 1. Start. As Zhu Xiaoshan's words fell, whoosh, Fangbo's figure instantly disappeared from his spot. His profession was an assassin. He excelled in speed and assassination. The next second, a shadow emerged, and he had already appeared behind Ling Chen. Fangbo's eyes were fierce. He knew that this sparring match couldn't result in death. But, swords and knives have no eyes. Isn't it normal to cut off an arm? So, the sharp blue dagger drew a shadowy arc descending towards Ling Chen's arm. Wow! The female students watched the scene, unable to help but cover their mouths with their hands. The male students closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch. The other college students sneered repeatedly. Mu Yutian wore a mocking expression. This was the gap between students of a prestigious combat academy and high school students. Assassins have a very practical basic skill. Shadow Stealth F. Shadow Stealth F instantly transform into a shadow, entering a stealth state, greatly enhancing agility and masking all presence. This basic skill allowed Fangbo to silently sneak up behind Ling Chen. As for why he chose to use this basic skill, it was because, in Fangbo's eyes, dealing with Ling Chen didn't require any advanced skills. Sun Zhe watched this scene, and his eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Originally, the glory of Shi High School belonged to me, Sun Zhe. But then, a jobless drifter like you popped up. Now that your arm is ruined, let's see how arrogant you can be in the future. However, in the next moment, Fangbo, who had already made his move, frowned as a strong sense of crisis washed over him. Strange, why do I feel a sense of crisis? This thought had just crossed his mind when his dagger came down. But there was no blood-splashing scene as he had imagined. A fake shadow. Damn it, it's a fake shadow. The dagger struck empty air. The dagger sliced through the air. Fangbo immediately realized that the opponent had used the fake shadow skill. Fake shadow, leave behind a lifelike illusion at the original spot. But when did he chant the skill? Fake shadow requires a 1-second chant. Why didn't I see any chanting movements from him? Fangbo's heart was filled with extreme shock. But shock aside, he was still a student of Hucking Academy. After missing the strike, he immediately prepared to retreat. A failed strike means retreat and regroup. This is the assassin's code. But he couldn't move. Looking down, he found that his legs were firmly bound by the earth without him realizing when it happened. Not only that, but ice blocks were also forming on top of the soil. Earth. Prison technique plus freezing technique. What the hell? Where was his chanting time? Just as he wanted to quickly lower his head and stab through these basic skills with his dagger. However, two vines suddenly burst from the ground, wrapping around Fangbo's arms like poisonous snakes. His hands and feet were bound. Fangbo's expression finally changed drastically at this moment. This series of skill combinations left him no time to react. Now, he had completely lost his combat ability. How could a jobless drifter be so terrifying? Impossible. Impossible. His heart roared. But Fangbo had to admit that he had fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. Completely unable to move, he was like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. What else could he do? He could only admit defeat. Otherwise, who knows what that waste would do to him? I admit. However, the words "I admit defeat" hadn't even been shouted out. Buzz. A scorpion spear flicked, and the spear shadow flashed. Put. A severed arm flew into the air. Blood splattered everywhere. Ah! Fangbo screamed in agony. Do you think this is the end? Ling Chen's spear was about to flick again. Enough! Stop! Zhu Xiaoshan's roar suddenly rang out. It even carried a certain mental shock effect. All the teachers and students present felt their eardrums throb and their minds go hazy upon hearing this roar. Even Ling Chen on the stage was forcibly interrupted in his attack, frozen in place. In the next second, Zhu Xiaoshan appeared on the arena, looking at Ling Chen with a dignified yet serious gaze. For a full 3 seconds, Ling Chen was in a daze. His mind was heavy with thoughts. So, this is the skill of a high-level warrior? Through that roar, Ling Chen had already confirmed Zhu Xiaoshan's profession. Moreover, his level was likely no less than 60. Priest, come over and stop the bleeding, Zhu Xiaoshan shouted. The group of college students snapped out of their stupor. They finally couldn't help but stare in shock at the arena. What are you still dawdling for? Priest, hurry up, Zhu Xiaoshan shouted again. Finally, a female college student trembled as she stepped onto the stage, casting a healing spell on the screaming Fangbo. But at that moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the figure standing proudly with a spear. No one cared about Fangbo's misery. Is there a teacher here who can teach the second transfer for priests? Zhu Xiaoshan turned to ask the group of enrollment teachers. The teachers all smiled bitterly and shook their heads. They had no second transfer profession for priests here. That's a pity, we've missed the Best healing time, and the arm can't be reattached now. Zhu Xiaoshan shook his head, looking at the severed arm not far away. The cut was smooth as a mirror, and there was still scorpion venom lingering on it. It was estimated that in no time, this arm would be completely infected by the venom. Fong Bo's arm was completely ruined. No one expected that this 1v1 sparring would end with Fong Bo's defeat. Even more unexpected was that Fong Bo's arm had been ruined by Ling Chen. Standing on the stage, Ling Chen held the spear proudly. On the other side, Fong Bo was crying out in agony, needing the gentle comfort of the female priest. This stark contrast left everyone present in a daze. Don't rush to scream and wail, I said. This is just collecting a bit of interest in advance. In the future, during the Academy League, don't let me see you again, or else. Ling Chen's icy words echoed throughout the venue. If it were before, many people would have laughed at Ling Chen's overconfidence. But now, no one dared to say that Ling Chen was overstepping his bounds. This kid really doesn't let people rest easy. Zhong Wunshan shook his head and chuckled. However, the smile on his face was one of relief. If Chimu weren't concerned about Mu Yutian's feelings beside him, he would probably jump up and shout, "Good, 3 times. Damn!" Senior Ling Chen successfully challenged above his level. The senior from the Key Combat Academy? Ha! Not so impressive. Who was mocking us for being frogs at the bottom of a well earlier? Step forward. The younger students were venting their frustrations. On the other side, hearing these words, the group of college students quickly lowered their heads, their faces filled with shame and embarrassment. Completely unable to refute. So embarrassing. Truly embarrassing. They were slapped in the face repeatedly. The college students were cursing inwardly. Damn it, it's all Fong Bo's fault for being such an idiot. The enrollment office teachers who once looked down on Ling Chen were now staring at him with fiery eyes. Through the battle just now, they finally realized they were wrong. A level 14 unclassed drifter had easily defeated a level 21 Fong Bo. This was limitless potential. Absolutely limitless potential. Phantom, Earth Prison Technique, Freezing Technique, Binding Vines for skills perfectly connected. Logically speaking, the Earth Prison Technique is a basic skill, and it should only be able to bind level 21 Fong Bo for at most 1 second, but he managed to bind him for a full 3 seconds. It can be inferred that his innate talent must have some issues. Are you saying he concealed his innate talent? That possibility is very high. In previous years, which top-tier powerhouse had their innate talent completely disclosed? This kid is very clever. Indeed, basic professional skills cannot increase levels unless his innate talent is in effect, and his skills are completely without chanting or casting time. He, a classless wanderer, has achieved what only an elemental mage could do. The teachers from these prestigious institutions were well versed in such matters. They immediately recognized the differences in the basic skills demonstrated by Ling Chen. They actually had detailed information about Ling Chen, Su Ro, and Sunze. After all, they had come here for recruitment and needed to thoroughly understand those with exceptional achievements. Ling Chen's information indicated that his talent was merely that of an equipment controller. But now it seemed this kid is quite cunning, having concealed his true innate talent. This means he is a dual innate talent holder. Regarding Ling Chen's concealment of his innate talent, none of the teachers felt it was wrong, because this involved their own secrets. Even the school, after learning about a student's innate talent, had to sign a confidentiality agreement and upload the information to the Dragon Country's Security Information Center. It would then be centrally managed for confidentiality by the Security Information Center. The purpose was to prevent external enemies from stealing this critical information. One must understand that the enemies of the Dragon Country are not just the monsters from the rifts in the secret realms. There are also other countries eyeing them. For example, the Free Federation. For example, the Fusong Nation. For example, the empire on which the sun never sets. And so on. Right now, peace is merely superficial. Beneath the surface, undercurrents are swirling. As a core fighting profession in the Dragon Country, this information certainly cannot be easily leaked. Of course, there are some prodigies who do not care about their innate talents being exposed. Take Zhu Yaoguang, the proud white phoenix, for instance. Even if her 2 innate talents were known by others, so what? They cannot be targeted, because these are innate talents that enhance herself. At most, people would know to never fight Zhu Yaoguang at night, because the King of Night innate talent makes her even more powerful in the dark. Of course, Zhu Yaoguang is just an exception. Most prodigies have their information strictly kept confidential by the Dragon Country. Now, for these admissions office teachers, seeing Ling Chen's information was quite simple. His innate talent was only listed as equipment controller. This is also why the admissions office teachers immediately sensed that Ling Chen had dual innate talents. This little guy even deceived me. Shimu sighed with emotion. However, he had no intention of blaming Ling Chen. On the contrary, he felt relieved by Ling Chen's concealment. It was better to hide. Only by keeping it to oneself can one completely avoid the risk of leakage. After realizing Ling Chen's immense potential, those admissions office teachers became shameless. Ling Chen, the previous misunderstanding was my fault. Now, I, the Tiandong Academy, officially extend an invitation to you. If you are willing to study at our Tiandong Academy, we are willing to gift you a level 20 golden weapon. Ha! Are you Tiandong Academy? Trying to send a beggar away? My Songying Academy will throw in a set of level 20 golden armor on top of that. Songying Academy has been at the bottom of the Academy League every year, and you still have the nerve to extend an invitation? My Hawo Academy is the best choice for Ling Chen. My Qi Xing Academy is willing to give Ling Chen an A-level skill book. What does it mean to change faces? This is changing faces. And a group of teachers have lost all shame. They previously looked down on Ling Chen as if he were trash. Now, they are shamelessly begging him to enroll. All of this is because they discovered Ling Chen's potential and his dual innate talents. All the admissions office teachers changed their attitudes. Only Mu Yutian did not change. It wasn't that he didn't want to change. It was that he felt embarrassed to change. He had mocked Ling Chen the most harshly before. Moreover, he was the one who had his students fight Ling Chen to the death. Now, even if he wanted to lower his head and invite him, he knew that Ling Chen would never choose Hucking Academy. Ling Chen could no longer compete. But Sun Zhe still had a chance. Mu Yutian let out a breath, turned to Sun Zhe and Su Rou, and asked, "What about your choices, Sun Zhe and Su Rou?" "Of course, I want to attend your esteemed school," Sun Zhe replied excitedly. After saying that, he turned to look at Su Rou. He hoped that Su Rou would go to Hucking Academy with him. They had often studied together before. Many classmates spread rumors that Sun Zhe and Su Rou were already in a romantic relationship. Only Sun Zhe knew that Su Rou regarded him merely as a study partner. Now, he hoped Su Rou would join him at Hucking Academy. Sun Zhe believed that as long as he got into Hucking Academy, he would have a chance to win over the beautiful Su Rou. Moreover, he felt that Su Rou had no reason to refuse the invitation from Hucking Academy. After all, it was Hucking Academy. Even among the top 10 key institutions, it was definitely in the top 3. However, Su Rou's next choice completely disappointed Sun Zhe. He saw Su Rou gently shake her head, glance at Ling Chen, and then quietly say, "I'm sorry, Teacher Mu, I have other options." "Alright, I respect your choice, Su Rou," Mu Yutian said, somewhat reluctantly. After that, he led a group of students who were too embarrassed to look up and left. Before leaving, Sun Zhe turned back with resentment to glare at Su Rou and Ling Chen. What a damn bitch. Ling Chen is just a worthless dog. Just wait, I'll rise up in the future and I'll make you both kneel and lick my shoes. Sun Zhe roared inwardly. After Mu Yutian left with his group, all the younger students gathered around Ling Chen. Their eyes sparkled as they looked at him, as if he were an idol. "Senior Ling Chen, I didn't see you take out your wand and unleash 3 skills just now. What's going on? Senior Ling Chen, you're my idol. Can I get your autograph? Senior Ling Chen is so handsome." You made that university student from the key institution scream in agony. Regarding Fongbo's miserable state, these younger students naturally looked on with a mocking attitude. At the same time, because of this incident, their admiration for Ling Chen soared even higher. Ling Chen felt a bit helpless facing these little fans. Seeing Ling Chen struggling to cope, Principal Zhong Wenshan quickly walked over, put on a stern face, and scolded, "No more training? Everyone back to your own arenas to train." The students could only wail as they returned. They wanted to interact more with their idol. After the little fans left, the teachers from the key institution's admissions office finally had a chance to gather around again. The admissions teachers from the first class institution were filled with regret. If they had known earlier that they should have recruited Ling Chen when he was being looked down upon, they would have done so. Now it was too late. Just as the admissions teachers from the key institution were about to speak, Zhu Yaoguang's cold voice rang out. "Teachers, you haven't forgotten how you looked down on Ling Chen before, have you?" This noble yet strikingly beautiful girl with white hair crossed her arms, her delicate and pretty face adorned with a mocking expression, and her bright red eyes glinted with amusement. With just one sentence, she put the admissions teachers in an awkward position. Yet, they didn't dare to reprimand this student, because she was Zhu Yaoguang. Not only was her family background noble, but her own potential was also extremely strong. As long as nothing unexpected happened, she would definitely become a top-tier powerhouse in the future. Beside her, Zhu Shaoshan chuckled and said, "It seems that you teachers weren't very optimistic about Ling Chen before, but it's alright. What you don't want, our Tianyan Academy can take. Our Tianyan Academy is quite inclusive, we can accept any kind of powerhouse. Ling Chen, what are your intentions?" Through this battle, Zhu Shaoshan had completely changed his view of Ling Chen. It wasn't just because of Ling Chen's outstanding combat performance, but also his terrifying ability to unleash 3 skills in a single second. The teachers present might have only noticed Ling Chen's instant cast skills. However, Zhu Shaoshan noticed even more details. For instance, after casting Phantom, Ling Chen used the archer's basic skill, Blink, and during that 1 second of blink, he switched to his staff. Then, without needing any casting time, he instantaneously unleashed the 3 skills, Earth Prison, Freeze, and Binding Binds. Additionally, it's worth mentioning that Binding Binds has 2 forms. The First form is cannon emplacement, which can spit out flower seeds that take root upon landing, turning into binding traps. The second form is entangle, where the vines can emerge without spitting out flower seeds, instead using the vines to bind the opponent. This is a basic skill belonging to summoners. The convenience lies in the fact that the summoner's weapon is also a staff. Therefore, Ling Chen could seamlessly connect binding vines with earth prison and freeze without any gaps. What shocked Zhu Xiaoshan even more was Ling Chen's decisive killing intent and outstanding reflexes. The moment Fang Bo made a move, he had already thought of a countermeasure. This guy is simply a born warrior on the battlefield. Moreover, the key point is that this guy possesses a dual talent. As the admissions director of Tianyan Academy, Zhu Xiaoshan could see that other teachers had already recognized Ling Chen as a dual talent holder, let alone him. Therefore, this student, he must secure him. Teacher Zhu, we completely misjudged earlier, and now we are apologizing to classmate Ling Chen. A teacher from Hawu Academy said with a smile, then turned to Ling Chen sincerely and said, Classmate Ling Chen, if you choose our school, we are willing to offer you an A-level skill book with no occupational restrictions, plus a set of level 20 gold grade armor. Classmate Ling Chen. Other teachers wanted to present their offers as well, but Ling Chen had already gently shaken his head and calmly said, I'm sorry, teachers, I have already made my choice. This one sentence made all the teachers' faces instantly fall in disappointment. But it was to be expected. There's a saying, today you ignore me, tomorrow I will be out of your reach. So, classmate Ling Chen, your choice is Tianyan Academy, Ling Chen replied. Ling Chen had always been a person who clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment. The disdain and ridicule on these people's faces earlier were still fresh in his mind. He would never demean himself by going to these academies for further studies. In fact, for him, it didn't matter which academy he chose because he had the system. But thinking back to when Zhu Yaoguang, that beautiful girl, kicked the door and boldly declared, if you don't want Ling Chen, then Tianyan Academy will take him, he felt he owed her a favor. If someone respects me a foot, then I will respect them a mile. Zhu Xiaoshan nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this answer. Zhu Yaoguang snorted softly, leaning against the wall with her hands in her pockets, her sharp chin held high. Just thinking about Ling Chen, who appeared simple but was actually ruthless, going to Tianyan Academy made her feel amused. The students of Tianyan Academy were no different from those of other key academies. They were all equally arrogant and aloof. Ling Chen would enter this university as a jobless wanderer and would still face the same disdain and ridicule as today. However, Zhu Yaoguang was very much looking forward to such a scene. It would definitely be very interesting. Teacher Zhu, I also want to apply to Tianyan Academy, is that okay? Suddenly, a soft and weak voice rang out. The teachers turned to see it was Su Rou. Instantly, they felt even more uncomfortable. During this trip to Yundong City, they had gained nothing. As for Su Rou's application, Zhu Xiaoshan was certainly welcoming. Su Rou's grades had already reached the threshold. Moreover, her talent level was also very high. Her future achievements were still limitless. The other teachers saw that Ling Chen and Su Rou both had choices, so they could only congratulate them and then left Yundong City. Ling Chen and his group returned to the principal's office to start discussing the terms. Zhou Munshan and Shi Mu had smiles stretching from ear to ear, their faces full of joy. Su Rou, thank you for applying to our school. We are willing to offer you a B-level secret realm resource, along with an additional B-level female assassin skill book and a set of level 15 purple grade armor. Are you satisfied with these terms? Zhu Xiaoshan asked with a smile. Very satisfied, Su Rou nodded like a chick pecking at rice. After that, Zhu Xiaoshan looked at Ling Chen, but his tone was different. Ling Chen, what terms do you want? This was the difference in treatment. In front of Su Rou, Zhu Xiaoshan actively offered terms. If Su Rou had said she was not satisfied, she would have had to apply to other schools because with her grades, the best she could get were these terms. Of course, it wasn't that Su Rou was lacking, it was just that her situation was completely different from Ling Chen's. The others also turned their attention to Ling Chen, wanting to know what he would ask for. Ling Chen thought for a moment before saying, I want the beginner skill books for all professions, including those from abroad. Zhu Xiaoshan was taken aback. Just that? This condition, to be honest, it was really too easy to fulfill. For an average person, obtaining beginner skill books for foreign professions might be quite difficult. But for Tianyan Academy, this was a trivial matter. They even had exchange programs with some renowned foreign institutions. With such programs, acquiring beginner skill books for various foreign professions could be done effortlessly. Yes, that's all I need, Ling Chen nodded. What he urgently required were the skill books for other foreign professions. Ling Chen, if other schools find out that we only used some beginner skill books to recruit you, they might say that our Tianyan Academy is stingy, Zhu Xiaoshan said with a wry smile, then added, seriously, on top of this condition, our school will also grant you an A-level resource secret realm and craft a weapon that is very suitable for a jobless wanderer. How does that sound? Okay, Ling Chen nodded. he naturally wouldn't refuse their generous offer. Since it's settled, please report to Tianyan Academy on time in a month, Zhu Xiaoshan said after wrapping up everything. He then left with Zhu Yaoguang. Zhu Yaoguang didn't look at Ling Chen again. Instead, Su Ro took the initiative to follow Ling Chen out of the campus. Su Ro, is there anything else? Ling Chen's expression once again showed his usual harmlessness, looking like a typical honest person. If it weren't for today's events, Su Ro might still view Ling Chen as just a nice guy. But today's incident made her realize that this boy before her harbored a fierce dragon within, one that could rear its head at any moment. However, it was precisely because of this that Su Ro found this boy, whom she had never paid attention to before, quite special. Ling Chen, no matter what, we've been classmates for 3 years, so there's no need to be so formal. You can just call me Xiao Ro, Su Ro said, her smile gentle and warm. Her tenderness easily evoked a sense of closeness. If it were an ordinary boy, he would probably be captivated by such a beautiful girl's gentle smile, even developing the illusion that she's being so close to me, does she like me? But how could Ling Chen, having lived 2 lives, possibly have the mindset of a sycophant? Classmate Su Ro, we aren't that familiar. I remember this is just our first conversation, right? It is indeed our first conversation. But we applied to the same prestigious university and will be classmates in the future. So this is actually fate, Su Ro said, unfazed by Ling Chen's indifference. Her twin ponytails swayed as she followed him. So, classmate Su Ro, is there something you want while you continue to follow me? Ling Chen asked helplessly. He actually disliked gentle girls. In his past life he had encountered them. Such girls were gentle with everyone, leading to the easy misconception that she is only gentle with me. But in the end, one would realize that she was just as gentle with everyone else. The previous joy and excitement would feel like heavy hammers, pounding on the heart, making one feel awkward to the core. What was even worse was if you foolishly confessed your feelings, only to be met with rejection, which was even more frustrating. That was why Ling Chen disliked such girls. Su Ro served as the vice class monitor. She had excellent relationships with her classmates and could be said to possess a social prowess. Whenever she treated the boys in class gently, they would wear that "I'm so lucky to be treated so gently" by her expression. Over time, not only in their class but even boys from other classes found Su Ro to be very charming. With her outstanding appearance and gentle personality, many thought how wonderful it would be to become her boyfriend. However, because of this, many boys bravely confessed, only to be rejected, becoming fodder for casual conversation among classmates. Ling Chen did not want to have any interactions with Su Ro. Once there was any interaction, the ensuing troubles would gradually increase. Classic melodramatic plots would emerge. For instance, after arriving at Tianyan Academy, if he got too close to Su Ro, he would be envied by those fools. Ling Chen did not want to encounter such melodrama. He also did not want to experience it. Even though he had read countless such ridiculous plots in web novels in his past life, in this life, he just wanted to quietly develop himself without causing unnecessary trouble. However, sometimes, things do not go as one wishes. The colder Ling Chen's attitude became, the more challenging it appeared to Su Ro. It wasn't that Su Ro had developed feelings for Ling Chen, but rather that she, who was always popular with boys, suddenly encountered a boy who was impervious to her charms. This ignited a sense of conquest within her. Of course, her original intention was to learn combat skills and experience from Ling Chen during this month-long summer vacation. Having watched the recordings and observed the live demonstration today, she understood that her practical combat level was worlds apart from this boy in front of her. Ling Chen, I just want to be friends with you. Is it really necessary to be this cold? Su Ro said, her pretty face looking aggrieved. But I don't want to be friends with you. Ling Chen remained indifferent. What's the reason? No reason, I just simply dislike people like you. Pfft. Su Ro felt as if her little heart had been stabbed. This was too much. I just wanted to be friends with you and you actually want to drive me away? Even a beautiful girl has her pride, you know? Su Ro huffed angrily, like a little cat that had been startled. Ling Chen, you've offended me. In Yundong City, in a top-tier villa area. Building A. I'm so mad, I'm so mad. Ling Chen, I hold grudges, let me tell you. Once Su Ro returned home, she locked herself in her room. In the living room, Su's father was drinking tea when he heard the loud bang of his daughter closing the door, startling him greatly. Beside him, Su's mother put down Su Wan, Su Ro's younger sister, from her arms, equally surprised. What's wrong with our daughter? Did someone bully her? Su's father suddenly stood up from the sofa. Who dares to bully my daughter? In the entire Yundong City, who doesn't know that Su Jiangwo, the chairman of the expedition company, is famously henpecked and a slave to his daughter? Renowned, like thunder echoing in the mountains. And yet, there are still punks who dare to bully his daughter? Ling Chen? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Beside him, Su's mother shot her husband an annoyed glance. Ruer's classmate. I heard he's the top student in the province this time. It came to him. Recently, the name Ling Chen has been all over the internet, television, and newspapers, causing quite a stir. He vaguely remembered that Far East Enterprises had a batch of advertisements planned, intending to ride on the coattails of this top scholar's popularity. The investment proposal was personally signed by Su's father and was returned the next day. So what if he's the top student in the province? Does that mean he can bully my daughter? The seasoned daughter slave Su Jangwo applied for. Battle. Oh, just calm down. It's not what you think. Su's mother pulled her husband back. Stealing a glance at Su Ro's room, she saw the door tightly closed, then lowered their voices to the minimum. Yesterday, when our daughter wasn't home, I went to clean her room. Guess what I saw? What? Ling Chen. That punk was hiding in our daughter's room. Damn. This is intolerable. Su's father exploded on the spot. Oh, let me finish. Su's mother yanked him back. It's not a person. It's, how should I put it? Recently, this classmate named Ling Chen has become popular, you know? And for the past few days, our daughter has been locking herself in her room every day. I don't know where. She found so many newspapers and posters, but she cut out all the pictures of Ling Chen and plastered them all over her room. On the television, videos of Ling Chen during his trials keep playing on repeat. She's even taking notes. A whole thick notebook filled with Ling Chen's name. You tell me, our daughter, who usually acts so silly and sweet, when has she ever cared so much about a classmate, especially a male classmate? Su's mother fell silent, but her meaning was clear. Su's father's face darkened immediately, then slowly turned green. It's over. His precious daughter is going to be taken advantage of. Su's mother sighed as well. She couldn't bear to see her beloved daughter, whom she had raised for over a decade, in such a situation. But what could be done? Their daughter was growing up day by day and would eventually have to marry. I don't care. It's fine for our daughter to date, but she can't be bullied by other boys. You go talk to her right now. If that doesn't work, tell her to bring that male classmate home so we can meet him and keep an eye on her. Su's mother's attitude was exceptionally firm. Su's father, he was starting to calm down a bit, feeling that his wife's assumptions were somewhat unreliable. Their daughter had always been very opinionated and strong-willed. I think this matter can't be concluded hastily. What if our daughter isn't interested? Besides, you know what our daughter is like, right? She never admits defeat. During the entrance exam, she was initially full of confidence. Before the exam, she even told us she would definitely come in first in her class. But then, the final results came out, ranking third. Could it be that she's just simply not willing to accept it? Sunze is one thing, but our daughter is the vice class leader, and he is the class leader, with strong talent. But this Ling Chen, I hadn't even heard of him before the exam. Suddenly, he made a name for himself. Do you think our daughter would accept that? That makes sense. But better to believe it exists than to believe it doesn't. Regardless, you go talk to our daughter first, and I'll keep watch outside with the second girl, Su's mother said. Su's father, forget it. If she dies, she dies. What's there to be afraid of with my own daughter? Can she eat me? The wind is bleak and the waters of the Yi River are cold. A hero departs. Dong dong. Su's father tiptoed and knocked on the door. Daughter, it's me, Dad. Open the door, okay? 10 minutes later. Ah, Dad, you, don't say that. I didn't. It is said that on that night, all the sound-activated lights in the entire villa area lit up. Su's mother could no longer sit still, placing Xiaowan on the sofa to watch cartoons by herself. She hurriedly ran to her daughter's room and pressed her ear against the door. Su's father stood in his daughter's room, at a loss. It really wasn't his intention to blurt out. The key was that the decorations in his daughter's room were too suggestive. On the walls and by the bed, there were countless photos, no less than 1,000. What time is it? The TV was still playing video clips of Ling Chen shooting the red-named target. As for the notes, with his daughter's permission, Su's father also took a look. The entire content was about the application of combat techniques, along with comments from teachers and leaders on these techniques. The rest was Su Ro's own understanding and reflections on these techniques. At this moment, Su Ro was so embarrassed that she jumped onto the bed, covering her head with a thick duck-down quilt. Even so, she still felt her little face burning, her small ears exposed, red as if they were about to be cooked. Su's father wore a face full of embarrassment. He was sure it was really a misunderstanding. Dad was wrong. But you, girl, since you have no thoughts in that regard, why have you been pestering that Ling Chen classmate these days? Su Ro buried her head in the quilt, her voice muffled. I just wanted to ask him for advice. But after a few days of contact, I found that Ling Chen seems different from other male classmates. Su's father, ? Oh, it's really not what you think. It's just, Su Ro stammered, unable to articulate. She didn't know how to describe it. Usually, whether at home or at school, Su Ro was always the object of everyone's admiration. But she knew in her heart that she was just a student, a very ordinary little girl. So even though there were many people around her, and some boys at school would deliberately try to please her or act aloof to attract her attention, she didn't pay much attention to any of that. But Ling Chen was clearly different from these people. Her approach to Ling Chen, and later her persistent pursuit, might seem to others like she had feelings for him, or perhaps that she was scheming. But that wasn't the case. These past few days, I've stayed up late every night watching various combat video materials of Ling Chen during this assessment. He's really amazing. Even more impressive than what I've seen. At this point, Suwon's beautiful big eyes sparkled. She had never seen anyone who could apply combat techniques to such an extent. It could no longer be called a technique, it was simply like a work of art. Watching Ling Chen's battles felt like appreciating a painter's lifelong masterpiece. So beautiful. So shocking. After watching for a long time, I also tried to imitate some of Ling Chen's combat techniques. The result was not satisfactory. So I wanted to ask him face to face. She and Ling Chen really weren't very familiar. To be safe, she even deliberately used making friends as a pretext, but the result. However, Su Ro was not discouraged. She was patient. At worst, she would keep catering to his preferences. She didn't believe that if she kept trying hard and persistently bothering him, she couldn't move this dense guy. Dad, I want to get stronger. Why is it that every assessment, the first place is always a boy? I'm really angry that guy Ling Chen is as stiff as a log, but I won't give up. One day, I will prove to him, to everyone, that we girls can also become leaders, that we can earn everyone's respect and admiration. The blanket covering her head was lifted. Su Ro clenched her small fists. Flames burned in her chest. Su father scratched his head awkwardly, unable to understand where his daughter's immense resentment came from. Could it be that he didn't care for her enough? Ah, it must be that. That brat named Ling Chen was also quite excessive. However, for the sake of his daughter, he would temporarily swallow this anger. Su father began to brainstorm ideas for her. Slap. A bank card was slapped into Su Ro's palm. There are 10 million dragon coins in this card. Your mother told me that Ling Chen's family is of average means. Why don't you give him the money and ask him to come to our house to tutor you? Su Ro. She was impressed by her wealthy father's way of thinking. That's not going to work. It seems Ling Chen isn't very interested in money. Oh, I see. Su father stroked his chin and thought for a moment. I've got it. I can find a way to auction high-level equipment, high-level weapons, and high-level potions on the black market. As a job changer, he should be interested in these things, right? That's not going to work. Su Ro rejected him again. From her observations, Ling Chen was incredibly low-key and seemed to be in a state of wanting nothing. What if her dad really used money or high-level equipment to pressure him? Wouldn't that backfire? It might make Ling Chen think he was being insulted. That won't work, and this won't work either. I can't have my precious daughter kneeling to him, calling him master, Su father said impatiently. That brat was quite difficult to deal with. Become a disciple. Oh right, why didn't I think of that? Su Ro's eyes lit up. She jumped up, wrapped her arms around her father's neck, and gave him a peck on the cheek. Dad, you're amazing. The sudden happiness left old Su dazed. Did my daughter just kiss me? Oh my gosh, dear, come and see, our daughter kissed me. Wahahaha. Becoming a disciple is fine, but kneeling is not acceptable. My precious daughter cannot suffer such humiliation. Coming back to his senses, old Su began to feel sorry for his daughter again. Su Ro naturally nodded in agreement. She had already made up her mind that if becoming a disciple didn't work, she would switch to a relentless mode, making sure to get Ling Chen to agree to teach her. Brave Ro, don't fear difficulties. Go for it. The next day, Su Ro set off. Su father and Su mother, both with dark circles under their eyes, sent their precious daughter out the door. The couple had discussed it all night long. I still think it's unreliable, Su mother said. Don't worry, don't you trust our daughter? That kiss from yesterday had come too suddenly, leaving Su father unable to sleep well all night, occasionally waking Su mother with, did you know? Our precious daughter kissed me. Su mother. You repeated that 8,000 times last night, how could I not know? Wait a minute. Just as she saw her daughter about to disappear from sight, Su mother suddenly came to her senses. Didn't I tell you to go to our daughter's room and advise her against early romance? How did you end up advising her to go to a male classmate's house? Su father blinked in confusion. Su, Jian, Gua. Ah, don't hit. Ouch, be gentle, my ear. It's fine. I have a plan. In a moment of panic, Su father hurried back inside and scooped up Su Wan, who was sitting on the sofa. Xiao Wan, you go follow your sister. Remember, from now on, you are a little spy and you mustn't let any bad boys bully your sister, understand? Be good, and when you come back, Daddy will buy you a super big figurine. Su Wan's little face was dazed as she chased after her sister. Su father finally breathed a sigh of relief. Su mother was also tired from the scolding. Watching the pair of daughters walk away, a happy smile appeared on his face. Meanwhile, the oblivious Ling Chen continued to diligently complete the system's daily tasks. Swing sword 100 times, completed. Swing sword 1,000 times, completed. Practice archery. 100 arrows. 1,000 arrows. Ding. Daily challenge task completed. 4-dimensional free attribute points plus 10. Random profession skill book. Random skill points increase. he still chose. The random skill books rewarded by the system are only domestic. The foreign beginner skill books have to wait until I reach the Tianyan Academy to learn. A bit of a pity. Ling Chen silently sighed in his heart. Besides completing daily tasks, Ling Chen would spend the remaining time training in the system's simulated secret realm. If there was one thing about the system that satisfied Ling Chen the most, it was the rewards for challenge tasks and the existence of the simulated secret realm. Ling Chen only needed to immerse his consciousness to automatically enter the system's built-in simulated secret realm. Inside, Ling Chen could train freely, and the training effects in this system's simulated secret realm were much better than those in the outside simulated secret realms. It was also in this simulated secret realm that Ling Chen practiced many beginner profession skills. As for the S-level trial talent, Undying Body, it could not be tested in the simulated secret realm. Knock. Knock knock. The door was knocked on. Ling Chen frowned slightly. During this time, he had already put his phone in airplane mode. He completely rejected the rewards offered by those companies. Some even called him, offering exorbitant prices for him to endorse their products. For example, a forging company offered Ling Chen 20 million dragon coins just to have him endorse a new beginner weapon they forged. The advertisement was also quite cringeworthy. With it, I can become the champion of the provincial trial rankings. There was also a potion company that approached him, asking him to endorse a boosting elixir. In short, Ling Chen turned them all down. He only accepted the commendation from the Education Bureau of Nanzhou Province, which included a funding reward of 6 million dragon coins, an A-level unrestricted skill book, and a set of level 20 purple grade armor. 6 million dragon coins were enough for Ling Chen to live without worries. As for that level 20 purple grade armor, Ling Chen didn't think much of it. Although its level was higher than the Endless Life set in terms of individual attributes and set attributes, it was much lower than the system's rewards. Sometimes, one also had to consider the attributes of the equipment. Not all high-level equipment had good attributes. So, Ling Chen directly put that level 20 purple grade armor into the warehouse to gather dust for now. The A-level unrestricted skill book was what Ling Chen valued the most. Of course, Ling Chen still hadn't decided what type of skill to choose. Didn't I hang a closed for business sign at the door? Why is someone still knocking? Ling Chen grumbled as he opened the door. Upon seeing the person outside, his expression froze, because it was none other than Su Ro. Today, Su Ro was wearing a snow-white long dress with light makeup and her hair slightly curled, looking like a pure and lovely girl next door. She stood there charmingly at the door. Just as Ling Chen was about to show a fierce expression to scold Su Ro, who was gentle to everyone, he looked down and saw a little girl about 6 or 7 years old with 2 pigtails, staring at him with big curious and innocent eyes. The appearance of this little girl made Ling Chen swallow back the fierce words he was about to say. Su Ro clearly noticed Ling Chen's awkwardness as he had to hold back his words. She suddenly felt a bit wronged. For the sake of becoming stronger, I endure. Xiao Wuan, greet your big brother. Su Ro patted her sister's head and said softly, "Hello, big brother," the little girl called out in a sweet voice. Ling Chen was at a loss for how to respond. "Hey, let's get to know each other. Again. Hello, I'm Su Ro." Su Ro extended a hand, clearly anxious inside but pretending to be calm. "Ling Chen, forget it, whatever. I'm Ling Chen, nice to meet you. This is my classmate Su Ro, who has a few screws loose. I can't believe this, who can tolerate this? Big brother, my name is Su Wuan, and this is my sister Su Ro. Please take good care of us," Su Wuan said cutely, even bowing to Ling Chen, her little gestures utterly adorable. Okay. Ling Chen could only nod awkwardly. What else could he do? He could scold Su Ro harshly, but he simply couldn't be fierce with this little girl. Moreover, this little girl reminded Ling Chen of his sister from his past life. He remembered that before he had crossed over, his sister was only 1 or 2 years old, always at home calling out, "Brother, hug me." But then he unexpectedly crossed into this world. Now, seeing this little girl inevitably made him think of his sister. Forget it. Just go along with Su Ro. By the way, do their parents know they came to my house? Yesterday it was just Su Ro, and today both of them showed up. Buy one, get one free. Big brother, can I come play at your house? Su Wuan asked innocently. Xiao Wuan, you just met Big Brother for the first time. It's quite presumptuous to suddenly say you want to go to his house to play, Su Ro gently reprimanded. Oh. The little girl lowered her head, feeling wronged. Alright, Su Ro, don't use the little girl as an excuse. If you want to come in, just come in. Ling Chen rubbed his forehead and stepped aside. Quick, thank Big Brother. Su Ro urged. Thank you, Big Brother. Su Wuan shouted loudly. Ling Chen, who had already turned around, felt utterly helpless. The little girl was very polite. When entering, she took off her little shoes and neatly placed them, then curiously examined Ling Chen's room. Su Ro was the same. For her, this boy she had been classmates with for 3 years but had only spoken to once, who had made a remarkable impression during the advancement trials, also piqued her curiosity. The little girl was like a little kitten, exploring and observing. Ling Chen poured a cup of tea for the 2 girls and then said, "Su Ro, what exactly do you want?" Just Call me Xiao Ro, Su Ro replied with a smile. And me. Big brother can just call me Xiao Wuan. Can you write the character for Wuan? I can teach you how to write it. Many of my friends can't write my name, the little girl said proudly and a bit smugly. Facing this little girl, Ling Chen showed a gentle expression. Of course I can write it, but do you want to watch cartoons? Yes, Su Wuan exclaimed. Then Big Brother will show you. Ling Chen took the little girl to the living room to watch cartoons. After sending the little girl off, he turned to Su Ro, waiting for her to explain her purpose. Su Ro's expression became serious as she said, I've seen your videos of clearing the trial secret realms and the scene yesterday where you defeated the students of Hua Cheng Academy in an instant. I firmly believe that your practical combat skills are much stronger than mine, even surpassing the teachers at school and those tutors running coaching classes. So, I want to ask you for guidance. Of course, I won't naively think that our relationship is good enough for you to teach me for free. I will pay you. Additionally, I want to become your apprentice. There are also coaching classes here. However, they are not for academic tutoring but for combat training. But only families with wealth can afford to send their children to these coaching classes. The teachers at the tutoring center are all high-level experts hired externally. The lowest are combat professionals at level 30. This has already formed an industry. Some higher-level experts, having nothing to do, also apply to tutoring companies. They can earn a decent income. But what does it mean to be a disciple? Ling Chen fell silent upon hearing this. To be honest, he really didn't want to get involved with a girl. It wasn't that he disliked Su Ro, but Ling Chen was truly a person who feared trouble. Yet, Su Ro was so beautiful. Her talent was also very high. A month later, when they went to Tianyan Academy, if Ling Chen continued to get close to her, the probability of a cliché plot unfolding could be said to be 100%. But now, the other party had an attitude of, if you don't teach me, I will really kneel down, which left Ling Chen helpless. Forget about being a disciple. Maybe I'm even younger than you, Ling Chen muttered softly. Sitting so close, could Su Ro not hear him, no matter how quiet he was? This person, he actually thinks I'm old? Su Ro was completely speechless. Ling Chen, you know that if you keep this up, you'll be single for life, right? Ling Chen didn't think too much. He only knew that this trouble seemed unavoidable. Fine, I agree to teach you. But I will only teach you for 3 hours. Outside of those 3 hours, you cannot appear in front of me, and you must promise that after we go to Tianyan Academy, you won't come to talk to me again, Ling Chen said in a deep voice. Okay, I agree. Su Ro nodded without hesitation. But I will still call you master in private, and when there are outsiders, I will call you Ling Chen, okay? Ling Chen didn't respond, too lazy to argue with her. Alright, training starts tomorrow. You and your sister should hurry back. Ling Chen waved his hand. The little girl, who was pouting and engrossed in watching cartoons, heard this and walked up to Ling Chen with a face full of grievance. Her gem-like big eyes glistened with tears as she pitifully asked, Big brother, do you dislike Xiao Wan? Ling Chen, damn. Not at all, you can play here as long as you want. Big brother won't be annoyed with you. What I just said was just in anger. Ling Chen squatted down and rubbed the little girl's head. Is that so? The little girl asked curiously. Ling Chen didn't know how to respond. He couldn't just say your sister is a troublemaker, could he? Xiao Wan, be good. Go back to watching your cartoons, Ling Chen said helplessly. Meanwhile, Su Ro was smiling like a cunning little fox. You win, I surrender. But I want to make it clear that I will only teach you combat skills. We are just classmates, nothing more. Ling Chen glared at Su Ro. You shouldn't refuse my offer to pay you, you deserve it. Su Ro had her own insistence. With a sigh, Ling Chen admitted defeat. He let the two sisters stay in the living room while he returned to his room to read. Who would have thought? Su Ro followed him in, curiously observing. So this is what a boy's room looks like. Then she looked at Ling Chen mischievously. I heard that boys' rooms often hide some adult books, is that true? You better get out, Ling Chen said irritably. Su Ro was becoming more and more audacious. His previous impression of her was as a well-mannered, reserved, and gentle beautiful girl next door. But now she had turned into a little rascal. The more you tell me to leave, the less I want to, Su Ro said, plopping down on Ling Chen's bed, unabashedly, crossing her legs and casually picking up a book to read. Ling Chen was at a loss for words. He got up and went out to watch cartoons with the little girl. After Ling Chen left the room, Su Ro put down the book, her eyes squinting into crescent moons, her delicate face full of triumphant expression. Little thing, do you think I can't handle you? However, seeing the room's furnishings were extremely simple, even shabby, Su Ro hesitated for a moment but still took out her phone and made a call. Note, Uncle Zhao, Dad's assistant, hello. Uncle Zhao, I have an address for you. When you have time, could you buy some beds, sofas, and other furniture from the mall and send them over? They don't have to be particularly nice, just comfortable to use. Yes. Please don't tell my dad or he'll start overthinking things again. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. With Su Ro and Su Wan, one big and one small, joining in, Ling Chen's monotonous life had some ripples. As for the obviously expensive furniture, Ling Chen confiscated it. Even though Su-ro almost fell out with him, Ling Chen still refused. It was clear that Su-ro simply wanted to ask for guidance. She really had no other intentions towards him. Similarly, Ling Chen also didn't want their student relationship to change. Keeping it like this was quite good. At number 1 high school. Inside the simulated secret realm, 1v1 arena. Surrounding junior students gathered around, their eyes filled with excitement. Senior Ling Chen and Senior Su-ro are sparring? I remember Senior Su-ro is also a top student, achieving SS level results. They say it's a spar, but why do I feel like it's more of Senior Ling Chen guiding Senior Su-ro? It was indeed guidance. Su-ro, the weaknesses of the human body aren't just the neck, but also the heart, abdomen, and head. Don't just focus on cutting my kidneys. The assassin's shadow stealth can not only be used for hiding and ambushing but can also utilize the invincibility frame in the first 2 seconds to dodge. Key enemy skills. When facing agile and tricky enemies, don't just cling to high-cost B-level skills like Shadow Kill and Lightning Stab, you should use low-cost skills to wear them down and bait their positioning. Then strike decisively. 3 hours of training concluded. Ling Chen remained calm. Su-ro, however, was already panting, drenched in fragrant sweat. Her combat suit had multiple tears, exposing her fair skin. Su-ro should be grateful that this was just a drill and not a real battle. If it had been a real fight, she would have been dead long ago. At this moment, Su-ro was indeed feeling thankful. She was just glad she had the audacity to cling to Ling Chen for guidance. The 3 hours of her first battle with Ling Chen made Su-ro realize many of her shortcomings. At the same time, she also recognized Ling Chen's terrifying prowess. She had no power to fight back. Even when she exerted all her strength, she still couldn't hurt Ling Chen in the slightest. Clearly, Ling Chen was using only basic class skills, but his application of skills, movement, timing for dodging skills, and countering after grabbing the enemy's skill recovery were all flawless. Su-ro finally experienced the despair of that vastness. But she also learned a lot. I think you could be our school's practical combat teacher. Su-ro wiped her fragrant sweat, rolled her eyes playfully, and couldn't help but pout. However, Ling Chen was too lazy to chat with her and simply said, 3 hours are up, I'm leaving. After saying that, he jumped off the arena. The junior students were just about to swarm over. As a result, Ling Chen used flash to create distance and directly left. Su-ro looked at Ling Chen's back, her cheeks puffed, her silver teeth clenched, her pretty face flushed with anger. She didn't understand. Why did Ling Chen treat her like a disaster? The Tianyan Academy sent a specially crafted new weapon for Ling Chen half a month before the reporting time. Equipment: breaking the formation 1000 machine ring, level, gold. After equipping, strength plus 30, intelligence plus 30, stamina plus 30, agility plus 30. Level requirement: can equip at level 14. Class restriction: none. Enchantment effects: currently, this equipment can switch between 5 forms at will. Greatsword Shieldu Mountain form increases physical resistance, magic resistance, and maximum health by 20% and increases hate generated towards monsters by 30%. Longsword Frenzy Kill form increases physical damage by 30%, armor penetration by 15% and can apply the vulnerable buff to targets when attacking. Staff Falling Sun form increases magic damage by 35%, magic penetration by 30% and can apply the burn buff to targets with spells. Bao Doomstar form increases physical damage by 15%, armor penetration by 40% and can apply the armor break buff to targets when attacking. Dagger Black Twilight form increases agility by 40%, critical damage by 80% and can apply the spinal break buff to targets when attacking. Form annotations: vulnerable state causes the target to take 30% more damage. Burn state causes the target to lose 3% of their maximum health per second. Armor break state reduces the target's armor value by 40%. Spinal break state increases the stiffness caused by attacks on the target by 50%. Weapon notes: debuff duration is 10 seconds. This weapon can serve as a base template. The enchantment slots for this weapon can be expanded to 15. In the room, Ling Chen gazed at the exquisite silver ring. In his hand, his eyes ablaze with excitement. He never expected that such a small ring could be a rare weapon capable of switching between 5 forms. It's important to note that while there are weapons on the market that can switch forms, those that can switch into 5 forms are exceedingly rare, mainly because there is hardly any demand for such weapons. Moreover, what thrilled Ling Chen the most were the 2 points mentioned in the notes. This is a base template, meaning this weapon can be upgraded by a high-level blacksmith using rare materials. The number of enchantment slots for this weapon is as high as 15. The first point means that this weapon will not be easily discarded. It can be upgraded, which implies that its attributes can also improve with level increases. Many people feel only mildly pleased when they obtain a low-level golden weapon, because it cannot serve as a base template. After leveling up, that golden weapon becomes useless. But the weapon gifted to him by the Tianyan Academy will not be easily discarded. The second point: with such a large number of enchantment slots, does it mean that in the future, this weapon can transform into 15 different weapon forms? This is truly a top-tier weapon tailored for him, a jobless wanderer. Let's test the effects first. Without any hesitation, Ling Chen immediately stepped out and headed to the school's free training ground. The simulated secret realm is a place for students to exchange and spar. The free training ground is a place for students to try out skills, weapons, and equipment. Within the free training ground, there are specifically set up wooden stakes. When you want to know the damage increase your equipment and skills provide, you can attack the wooden stakes. The stakes will display the damage values. Ling Chen quickly donned the ring. Magic power surged into the ring, and it instantly connected with Ling Chen's thoughts. The ring immediately transformed into the frenzy kill longsword form, a silver-white longsword appearing in his hand, significantly enhancing his physical attack and armor penetration at that moment. Ling Chen suddenly swung the sword, using the beginner swordsman's skill sword chi across. Whoosh! Whoosh! 5. Sword chi surged out, slicing through the wooden stake. Wood chips flew, and the screen displayed a damage value of 960. Moreover, the surface of the wooden stake was covered with a faint gray glow, indicating that the stake had also entered the vulnerable state. Such high damage! Ling Chen was astonished. It's important to note that the wooden stake he chose had the same defensive power as the boss in the promotion trial secret realm. In other words, if he had this weapon at that time, he wouldn't even need to use the skill. He could have taken down that boss in just a few strikes. A golden quality weapon is indeed powerful. As expected from the Tianyan Academy, they are quite generous. Ling Chen was very satisfied with the weapon in his hand. It was clear that the Tianyan Academy had put a lot of effort into crafting this weapon. The quality was extremely high, and it was not easily outdated. It could be enhanced through forging and enchanting to increase its power. After that, Ling Chen tried out other forms, and without exception, whether it was damage or effects, he was very pleased. Ling Chen planned that if the system didn't reward him with a better weapon, he would use this weapon as a base and gradually gather materials to upgrade it. As for the basic skills of foreign professions, he hadn't reached that point yet. He would need to report to school to claim them with his student ID. Thinking of this, Ling Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Could it be that the Tianyan Academy was afraid he would run away? By the way, let's try the effect of undying body. Ling Chen gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Then, he communicated with the Ring of Thousand Machines, transforming it into a longsword form, and stabbed it fiercely into his own arm. Put! The skin split open, and blood gushed out. A sharp pain surged through him. Before Ling Chen could even grit his teeth, the pain suddenly vanished. Looking down, he was astonished to see that the gruesome wound had actually healed. This terrifying recovery ability, does it mean that as long as I'm not instantly killed, I can fully recover? Ling Chen looked at his arm with sheer joy. The gaping wound had repaired itself completely, not even leaving a scar. This trial talent was truly astonishing. As for the Sunlight God-level attack skill, there's no need to experiment with it for now. There will be plenty of opportunities once I get to the Tianyan Academy. Ling Chen was very satisfied with his current situation. For survival, he had the and the S-level trial talent. For attack, he had and the God-level attack skill S. Coupled with his daily diligent training, in one-on-one combat, there probably weren't many peers who could match him. Now, Ling Chen's four-dimensional attributes were extremely balanced and high. Strength, 90, Intelligence, 90, Agility, 90, Constitution, 90. When Ling Chen completed the system's daily tasks, he no longer only chose four-dimensional attributes. Previously, he had been focusing on the four-dimensional attributes because he needed to raise his four-dimensional threshold. One must know that one of the biggest shortcomings of a classless wanderer is that they gain fewer attribute points when leveling up compared to other class-transformed powerhouses. Therefore, Ling Chen had to prioritize improving his four-dimensional panel. Moreover, all four attributes had to be balanced. As a classless wanderer, to ensure he could utilize the characteristics of each profession, his four-dimensional panel had to be balanced. For instance, the skills of an assassin heavily rely on agility bonuses. Mages depend on intelligence bonuses. Warriors benefit from constitution bonuses. Swordsmen, berserkers, archers, and others rely on strength bonuses. In short, if one wants to persist on the path of a classless wanderer, a balance in the four dimensions is essential. Now, Ling Chen's four-dimensional values were somewhat outrageous. Currently, Su Ro was completely crushed by Ling Chen in terms of four-dimensional attributes. Even if Su Ro poured all her free four-dimensional attribute points into agility, she still couldn't surpass Ling Chen's agility. It was precisely for this reason that Ling Chen began to choose skill points, because the God-level attack skill S could be upgraded using skill points. Moreover, in the future, after entering the Tianyan Academy, Ling Chen would have more opportunities to access other advanced skills that were not restricted by profession. This had to be planned well. With Ling Chen's current combat level, he could easily take down 10 Fong boss. I'm getting more and more excited about Tianyan Academy. Ling Chen's eyes burned with enthusiasm. Although he preferred to develop quietly, deep down, he was eager to battle strong opponents. Stagnation was not an option. Failing was not shameful. Only by facing strong adversaries, experiencing both failure and success, could he ultimately improve and grow stronger. Of course, Fong Bo's name was not on Ling Chen's list of sparring partners. It was on his death list. Time passed day by day. Ling Chen was now repeating a few things every day, completing system tasks, teaching Su Ro, self-training, and watching cartoons with little Su Wan. Ling Chen found it strange that this sister had a TV and a computer at home, yet insisted on coming to his house to watch. At this time, Su Ro would also come over and cook for Ling Chen. By the way, Ling Chen did not charge Su Ro a tutoring fee, he only asked her not to talk to him at Tianyan Academy after the summer vacation ended to avoid drawing attention. Su Ro readily agreed. She told Ling Chen that the meals she made were her way of paying him for his guidance, but to be fair, Su Ro's cooking was delicious. It seemed she hadn't even developed her cooking skills yet. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Su Ro's parents finally appeared. They were a couple with gentle smiles on their faces. "Hello, Ling Chen, I'm Su Ro's father. My 2 daughters have been under your care this month," Mr. Su said with a cheerful smile. Mrs. Su also smiled politely. One does not strike a smiling face. Ling Chen returned a warm smile. "It's nothing. It looks like you two had a great trip." "Trip? What trip?" Mr. Su looked puzzled. Mrs. Su also wore a confused expression. "Ling Chen, aren't you two on a trip together?" Ling Chen frowned. Meanwhile, Su Ro had already picked up her adorable little sister and made a run for it, leaving behind a trail of delightful giggles in the hallway. "We're all quite busy and don't have time to travel," Mrs. Su said gently. In an instant, Ling Chen realized he had been played by Su Ro. What trip? Taking care of her sister? It was all a fabrication just to mooch off him. How infuriating. Ling Chen sighed. Well, it didn't matter. Once he got to Tianyan Academy, he wouldn't have anything to do with her anymore. Ling Chen had already gotten used to living alone and didn't want to have too deep of interactions with others. He was even prepared to solo dungeons during his university years. This might seem quite unconventional, but he truly didn't want to engage too much with others. Because where there are people, there are conflicts. Where there are conflicts, there is strife. Even a small team of 5 would eventually have disagreements. He recalled the bullying he suffered in high school in his past life. He remembered the suppression and slander he faced when he first entered a company. He even thought of the humiliation he felt while being a sycophant to someone he liked. Ling Chen couldn't help but slap himself twice. Damn it! In this life, I will never be bullied. I will never be a sycophant. So, Ling Chen resolved to avoid forming teams in college whenever possible. Even if there were academic tasks that required teamwork, he would absolutely not form a fixed team. Oh, and he wouldn't be a sycophant either. Downstairs, Su Ro held Su Wan's little hand, smiling as they walked. Usually, Ling Chen's expression towards her was serious. But just now, Ling Chen's astonished expression made her feel amused. Sister, Big Brother said that once you go to university, you'll be like strangers. What does like strangers mean? Little Su Wan asked cutely. Being like strangers means that we keep our distance from each other, each going our own way, Su Ro replied. Then why do you all do that? Su Wan asked again. I don't know, Su Ro shrugged her delicate shoulders. So, sister, you really won't talk to the Big Brother anymore? I won't talk to him. Who wants to talk to him? If it weren't for my need for his guidance, who would cling to him like that? Su Ro said proudly. Sister, you swore before that you wouldn't steal my little pudding, and you looked just as serious then, but in the end, you still stole my little pudding, Su Wan said with a face full of disdain. You? Su Ro was at a loss for words, unable to resist. Pinching her little nose, it's just a little pudding, right? I'll buy you one now. Oh yeah, buy little pudding, Su Wan exclaimed, jumping with joy. Su Ro looked at her adorable sister and muttered to herself, who would want to talk to you, you stinky brat, narcissist. August 30th, Ling Chen packed his belongings and stood silently in front of his parents' and grandmother's memorial tablets, bidding farewell. Then, he stepped out the door. The sea is vast enough for fish to leap, the sky is high enough for birds to fly. Ling Chen hailed a taxi. Excuse me, Big Brother, take me to the B-War Zone teleportation point. The driver was surprised. Oh, a college student going to report for duty? Which university? Ling Chen replied honestly, Tianyan Academy. The driver paused in his steering. First, he looked shocked. Then, he became suspicious. I remember. Tianyan Academy is one of the top 10 key universities, right? You actually got in? Ling Chen gave a thumbs up and said, Big Brother, your insight is sharp. I was just kidding. I actually only got into an ordinary university. I thought so. You're not even in the top 100 of the provincial trial rankings. The driver then resumed driving and comforted Ling Chen. But it's okay that you only got into an ordinary university. Remember to train hard and keep it up. You can still shine in the future. My son will also be preparing for the job transfer and higher education trials next year. As everyone knows, the flight routes in Long Country have undergone significant changes. Before the anomalies, planes could fly directly to any city or province in Long Country. However, since the game covered the world, disasters struck and rifts appeared. the land map in the real world expanded countless times. Many secret realms shattered, and their maps filled into the real world, causing the territories of many countries to expand significantly. For example, long ago, Yundong City and Shangyun City were only a few hundred kilometers apart. A flight or a high-speed train could take you there directly. But since the disaster struck and the secret realms emerged, an extremely vast forest appeared between Yundong City and Shangyun City. This forest is home to countless monsters. Clearly, this is a shattered secret realm, bringing its monster-filled forest into the real world. Because of this, flying over this vast forest is no longer allowed. If a plane were to fly over, it might be attacked by monsters. Of course, the outskirts of this vast forest have now become a great place for students to level up. Not only is there map filling between Yundong City and Shangyun City, this phenomenon has appeared all over Long Country and even in countries around the world. Countless national maps have been forced to change. When this phenomenon first appeared, it indeed caused countless casualties, because those monsters would attack human cities, devouring and slaughtering humans. Moreover, some of these monsters were quite powerful and high-level. Fortunately, after so many years, along with humanity's orderly suppression and defense, these newly reappeared unknown maps have gradually stabilized. Of course, this does not mean that new secret realms won't descend into reality in the future. In order to ensure that humans can promptly send reinforcements to suppress the monsters after this phenomenon occurs, the concept of the teleportation array was born. The profession that creates teleportation arrays is known as Spirit Array Master. However, this is an extremely special secondary profession. Why is it considered special? The first reason is that a Spirit Array Master can be seen as a secondary profession for constructing buildings as well as an auxiliary profession. The second reason is that this profession does not have second or third transitions. Sometimes, when teams enter secret realms to conquer them, they will also bring along a Spirit Array Master. After entering the secret realm, the Spirit Array Master can set up a teleportation array point in a safe area. When the team encounters danger, they can activate the array to collectively teleport the team members to the array point, ensuring their safety. Some particularly skilled Spirit Array Masters can even inscribe functional arrays for attack, healing, or enhancing defense. The B battle zone that Ling Chen is heading to is guarded by the Dragon Kingdom's soldiers. Inside, there is an extremely large teleportation array that can transport people to various provincial cities in the Dragon Kingdom at will. If a secret realm suddenly appears in any provincial city, reinforcements can be instantly dispatched through the teleportation array. These large teleportation arrays are also extremely important to protect them from being destroyed by monsters and to prevent criminals from exploiting them. They must be safeguarded by the official forces of the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, anyone using the teleportation array must obtain approval from the higher authorities of the Dragon Kingdom. Only with the proper permits can they qualify to use the teleportation array. This year's students who have been accepted into the university have all been uniformly issued permits. After all, these students are the future hope of the Dragon Kingdom, and they must be escorted to the university properly. If they were to take a plane, not only would it be troublesome to transfer, but it would also take a long time. The most critical issue is, what if they are attacked by monsters on the way and an accident occurs? Ling Chen held his permit and showed it to the soldier stationed at the teleportation array. The soldier nodded, allowing Ling Chen to enter the battle zone. Once inside, he saw many boys and girls of the same age gathered in small groups, happily chatting. These were all new students like Ling Chen, planning to report to the university. There are a total of 10 teleportation points in the B battle zone, numbered A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. The students using teleportation points E, F, G, H, I, and J are the most numerous, as these points mainly lead to provincial cities of second and third tier universities. The A teleportation point is currently unused because it serves as the passage to the 10 key university provincial cities. Points B, C, and D are passages to first-tier university provincial cities. The students waiting at these 3 teleportation points have proud and smug expressions. After all, they are different from others. They have been accepted into first-tier universities, which is something to be proud of. Ling Chen did not intend to draw attention to himself. While waiting for the teleportation, he stood outside and did not enter the A-point teleportation area. However, suddenly, a crisp voice called out from behind him, "Ling Chen!" Ling Chen's mouth twitched. He turned around to see Su Ro wearing a light blue dress. Beside her stood Sun Zhe, dressed in a white shirt, looking elegant and handsome. Upon seeing Ling Chen, Sun Zhe frowned slightly and let out a cold snort without showing any obvious signs. Ling Chen ignored the aloof Sun Zhe and instead glared at Su Ro with an unhappy expression, lowering his voice. "We agreed not to talk." "When did we agree on that?" Su Ro smiled gently. "I remember we only said not to talk to each other in Tianyan Academy, but we never said we couldn't talk in Yundong City." Ling Chen, Su Ro, let's go. The teleportation time is about to start. We need to go in and wait, Sun Zhe said. After speaking, he was the first to enter the waiting area of the A-point teleportation. Okay, Su Ro nodded and elegantly walked in. The surrounding students also noticed Su Ro and Sun Zhe. Suddenly, a wave of discussion erupted. Sunze is so handsome. I heard he was even featured in a news interview in Yundong City. Top 100 in the province, a professional shooter, his future achievements are limitless. Su-ro looks so beautiful today, my dream goddess. Su-ro and Sunze really make a perfect pair, a talented man and a beautiful woman. Listening to these discussions, Sunze couldn't help but puff out his chest with pride. However, someone suddenly said, "What a pity, Sunze is still far behind Ling Chen." Sunze's expression immediately fell. Su-ro, on the other hand, was happily waving at Ling Chen in the distance, calling out sweetly, "Hey, Ling Chen, the top scholar. Everyone here is talking about you, aren't you coming over?" Ling Chen. The boys and girls discussing were taken aback. They looked at Ling Chen with suspicion. No way? This gloomy guy wearing a baseball cap and keeping his head down is Ling Chen. The students from the entire Nanzhou province were certainly familiar with Ling Chen. However, they never expected that the boy in front of them, wearing a baseball cap and keeping his head down, would be the renowned champion of the trial rankings across the province. In an instant, many students began to gather around Ling Chen. Seeing this scene, Ling Chen couldn't help but curse inwardly, "Damn it. Senior Ling Chen, I watched your video of clearing the entrance examination trial dungeon online, and I have to say, you're really cool. I also heard that you sparred with a top student from Hucking Academy, severed their arm, and won, is that true?" Senior Ling Chen, a non-classed wanderer, becomes powerless in a level 20 dungeon. How would you handle that? One by one, peers approached, chattering with questions. Ling Chen wanted to pass through with a blank expression, but the admiration and sincerity on their faces made him feel that refusing them would be a sin. Fortunately, at that moment, the soldier in charge of the airport teleportation point shouted, "The airport teleportation point is about to start, please prepare." Finally, Ling Chen had a reason to excuse himself. He hurriedly walked into the airport teleportation area. Those peers who didn't get answers from Ling Chen immediately looked disappointed and regretful. Sunze saw Ling Chen walk in and snorted coldly, turning his face away. He couldn't even be bothered to glance at Ling Chen. Originally, this glory that attracted thousands of eyes was supposed to belong to him. Moreover, he really couldn't understand why Su-ro would choose Tianyan Academy. Ling Chen also didn't want to communicate with Sunze. He could sense Sunze's hostility towards him, but it didn't matter. After all, they weren't in the same academy. Of course, Ling Chen's indifference now didn't mean he wouldn't care in the future. Ling Chen was someone who held grudges. He would eventually take down Fongbo from Hucking Academy. Additionally, Sunze, if you could just bury this hostility in your heart, then I, Ling Chen, wouldn't bother with you. But if you don't know your place and actively seek trouble, then don't blame me for taking you down too. An honest person can also bite when pushed. Don't provoke an honest person. Ling Chen turned to Su-ro and said seriously, "I hope you will keep our agreement." Su-ro chuckled, blinking her eyes, her delicate and charming face full of innocent cuteness. "What agreement do we have? I don't remember." "You?" Ling Chen paused for a moment. However, at that moment, ice blue runes appeared beneath their feet, interrupting what Ling Chen was about to say. Dazzling light flickered. In an instant, the three figures disappeared completely. Tianyan Academy is located in the capital city of Dongling Province, Heiyuan City. As one of the top 10 combat academies in the Dragon Country, both its faculty strength and educational resources are top-notch. Tianyan Academy is situated in the northern suburban plains of Heiyuan City with a vast campus area. The extremely famous Black Flame Mountain Range is located to the east of the Tianyan Academy. It is said that the Black Flame Mountain Range is the training ground for the students of Tianyan, and many academic tasks assigned by the instructors often require a trip there. Of course, the outskirts of the Black Flame Mountain Range are not very dangerous, but if one ventures deeper into the inner areas, high-level monsters with red names will be lurking within. Red-named monsters are equivalent to quasi-lord level. Moreover, their levels are quite high, making them difficult for ordinary students to handle. The architectural style of the entire academy is diverse. There are pavilions and towers with a strong ancient flavor, as well as magnificent and vibrant palaces. Inside a certain palace hall of the academy, a blue light flickered. The figures of Ling Chen and Su-ro appeared here. Looking at the unfamiliar palace, Ling Chen and Su-ro knew that this was their destination, Tianyan Academy. "You two little ones have finally arrived." At this moment, a middle-aged man stood at the palace entrance, smiling at the two. It was none other than Zhu Shaoshan. "Teacher Zhu," the two quickly greeted. Zhu Shaoshan wasted no time and directly handed each of them a Tianyan Academy freshman guidebook. "You can report by yourselves, everything you want to know is in this manual." Zhu Shaoshan paused for a moment and said meaningfully, "Because Tianyan Academy has consecutively won the championship in the Academy League for several years, it has attracted countless talented individuals to apply. In other words, the quality of this year's freshmen at Tianyan Academy is the highest ever. This place gathers the top 100 from various provinces of the Dragon Kingdom, even including top scholars. Additionally, with Tianyan Academies collaborative projects with some top foreign academies, outstanding students from abroad will also study here as exchange students. So, you too must be more cautious in school. Try to avoid conflicts whenever possible. After all, you are all adults now and must take responsibility for your actions. After saying this, Zhu Xiaoshan left. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen and Su Ro's expressions became serious. The meaning behind Zhu Xiaoshan's words was quite simple and straightforward. He was reminding them that this year's freshmen at the academy are exceptionally talented and that it is best to avoid trouble if possible. This is no longer high school. Moreover, you are all adults now. If students from the same school provoke each other and generate hatred, the academy will not assist either party as long as neither violates school rules or the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. Instead, it will only support the friendly sparring between both sides. How friendly this friendly sparring is remains to be seen. Truly, it is one of the top 10 key combat academies. The way they resolve issues is so simple and straightforward. However, Ling Chen actually likes this way of handling matters. Strength is paramount. Tianyan Academy has 5 colleges and 7 major areas. Even with the map provided in the freshman guidebook, Ling Chen and Su Ro spent half a day before arriving at the freshman registration area. Wow, what a beautiful junior. The quality of this year's juniors is really high. Hurry up and get their contact information. The end of single life is right in front of you. Su Ro's appearance excited the boys at the freshman registration area. In fact, every year during freshman reception, there is a large group of suspicious-minded seniors who volunteer. Their purpose, of course, is to see if there are any handsome guys or beautiful girls among the juniors. Junior, let me help you with your luggage, a senior said with a bright smile as he quickly approached. Su Ro smiled and nodded. Thank you, senior. The senior took the cute pink suitcase, and his arm sank. Is there a brick in this damn suitcase? Why is the junior's suitcase so heavy? The senior's expression was a bit off. Today he had received 10 junior sisters. Each suitcase was heavier than the last. Damn it! What on earth were they packed with? His profession was a mage. All his attribute points were allocated to intelligence and agility. He invested in agility to better kite enemies during battles. After all, he was a mage, and the last thing he wanted was for enemies to get close. Therefore, his strength and physical fitness were somewhat lacking. As a result, lifting this cute pink suitcase was a bit strenuous. However, he gritted his teeth and persevered. He couldn't embarrass himself in front of such a beautiful junior sister. In contrast, Ling Chen. He was clearly standing right next to Su Ro, but those seniors couldn't be bothered to glance at him. Whether in this life or the last, it's a damn world that values looks. Ling Chen couldn't help but sneer inwardly. After a moment of reflection, he took his luggage and walked over to the registration desk. Sitting behind the table was a graceful senior sister. After glancing at the plain-looking, honest-faced Ling Chen, she couldn't be bothered to look up again. Here's a form, fill it out first. Ling Chen took it and quickly filled in his information. Once done, the senior sister took it, glanced at it, and her delicate face showed a hint of surprise as she exclaimed, Ling Chen, you're the provincial champion from Nanzhou province? This statement was like a bolt from the blue. The surrounding volunteer students turned to look when they heard the word champion. After all, in any university, anyone associated with the term champion would attract significant attention. Ling Chen? This honest guy is actually that Ling Chen? The one who won the provincial trial ranking as a non-classed wanderer? TSK, I can't see anything special about this guy at all. Whispers began to rise. Faces were filled with expressions of curiosity, doubt, intrigue, and disdain. As one of the top 10 combat academies in Long Country, they naturally paid high attention to the champions of various provinces. Whether it was the school leaders or the students, they would deliberately inquire. And this month, if one were to say which province's champion was the most prominent, it would undoubtedly be Ling Chen. He was the first person in history to participate in the National Job Transfer Trial and Entrance Examination as a non-classed wanderer and also won the title of champion. Whether there will be successors is unknown, but there certainly were no predecessors. All in all, Ling Chen had become a figure of great interest. His name resonated, drawing the attention of so many people, which was quite normal. To be honest, I'm a bit disappointed. I thought he would be a handsome guy. Those people have made him sound extraordinary. But he's really just average, not worth much. Why do you say he's not worth much? Because he merely benefited from the low-level skills of a non-classed wanderer. Some praised him, while others naturally looked down on him. After all, Ling Chen wasn't money. He couldn't make everyone like him. Amidst the discussions, Ling Chen quickly completed the new student registration. Next, I'll take you to the freshman dormitory and also tell you some important rules of Tianyan Academy. Unexpectedly, this graceful senior sister actually stood up voluntarily to take Ling Chen to the freshman dormitory. Ling Chen had no other thoughts. He guessed that this senior sister was somewhat curious and puzzled about him. Sure enough, on the way to the dormitory, this graceful senior sister quickly asked, Ling Chen, may I ask you a few questions? Ling Chen nodded. Can you tell me why you chose the path of a non-classed wanderer? It's not an easy road to walk. The graceful senior sister smiled gently. It's because I have a system, Ling Chen silently answered in his heart. However, he certainly wouldn't say that on the surface. Instead, after thinking for a moment, she said, choosing this way will make it easier to achieve good results in the entrance examination. After hearing this, the senior sister's face was filled with disappointment. Could it be true, as the outside world said, that this top student from Nanzhou province chose the path of a jobless wanderer just for the sake of grades? And also to attract attention? In an instant, this graceful senior sister lost all interest in Ling Chen. It seemed that this year's champion of the Nanzhou province trial truly lacked substance. Ling Chen naturally noticed the change in her attitude. He almost laughed out loud in his heart as he was hoping she would lose interest in him. She silently led Ling Chen to the freshman dormitory area. She had no intention of accompanying him inside. She hurriedly said, "Junior, let me give you a reminder. In Tianyan Academy, as a jobless wanderer, it's best not to provoke others easily or the consequences will be severe. Also, if you want to have a good life in the academy, you should strive to earn Tianyan ranking points. These points can be exchanged for various equipment, skill books, and items. On ordinary days, you can earn Tianyan ranking points by completing the academic tasks assigned by your mentors. Alright, I hope you can continue to shine in your upcoming university life. Goodbye, Junior." She quickly finished speaking and left without looking back. She might have even forgotten that Ling Chen didn't know her name. However, it was clear that her lack of self-introduction indicated that this graceful senior sister had never intended to have any interaction with Ling Chen. Perhaps in her eyes, Ling Chen was just a useless existence. What did it matter if he was a provincial trial champion? Despite knowing what the senior sister was thinking, Ling Chen still politely thanked her. After that, he turned to look at the dormitory area. Upon seeing it, he was stunned, because what appeared before Ling Chen was not a dormitory area but a villa complex. That's right, a villa complex. A row of 5, with 20 rows. That meant there were a total of 100 villas. Although these were just 3-story small villas, they were equipped with all kinds of facilities. There were small yards for stretching exercises. Inside the villa, the first floor was the kitchen, the second floor was the gym and entertainment room, and the third floor was the bedroom. Next to the villa complex, there were 2 areas. One was the entrance to a simulated secret realm, and the other was the entrance to a free training ground. The training ground and the simulated secret realm were different. The simulated secret realm was for students to spar with each other, while the training ground was for students to test their equipment upgrades and skills individually. Ling Chen looked down at the freshman guidebook. He flipped to the page about accommodation. It stated, "Our school assigns dormitories to all freshmen based on their grades. The top 100 can stay in the first-class dormitory area, which contains single 3-story small villas fully equipped with all facilities. Accommodation conditions are never fixed and will change according to students' rankings." Ling Chen raised his eyebrows, thinking, so, this means that the accommodation conditions will change with my grades. If in the next test my ranking falls out of the top 100, then this luxurious 3-story small villa will have to be given to someone else. According to the freshman guidebook, the dormitory area was divided into 4 classes, A, B, C, and D. Class A was for single luxurious small villas. Class B was for double dormitories. Class C was for 4-person dormitories. Class D was for 8-person dormitories. Some might say that such a clear ranking of dormitories based on grades is somewhat inappropriate and could hurt some students' self-esteem. It indeed could. In Ling Chen's previous life, universities generally wouldn't differentiate accommodation conditions like this. However, in this life, it was a world where strength was paramount. Although there were laws to constrain it, the strong could indeed receive greater privileges. If you lack strength, you can only hold your nose and endure poor treatment. To put it more bluntly, the academy does this to urge students to train hard and strengthen their own abilities. Right now, at the academy, you might only be assigned to a subpar dormitory due to your lack of strength. But in the secret realm, if you are weak, there is only one outcome. That is death. Thinking about these things, Ling Chen revealed a smile. Just for the sake of these living conditions, I have to secure a spot in the top 100. Perhaps the goal is a bit low. Ling Chen's villa number is 015. This means that the school believes there are still 14 freshmen who are more outstanding than Ling Chen. However, there will definitely be a trial assessment for all first-year students. After all, everyone wants to be the brightest star. That freshman speed trial will allow all newcomers to see their own level clearly. It also serves as a baseline assessment of the freshman's abilities by the school. At the same time, it is the only way for the freshmen to fight for their own interests. As long as they can achieve satisfactory results in this major exam, the academy will reward those with excellent performance with some good equipment and items. Due to the arrival of the anomaly on this blue planet, the land masses have shifted. The provinces of the Dragon Kingdom have also changed to 48 provinces. Freshmen from all over will gradually arrive at Tianyan Academy today and tomorrow. Then, on September 1st, the opening ceremony will officially commence. After entering the villa with his luggage, Ling Chen discovered that there was an automatically opening storage room in the backyard of the villa. The storage room can be used to store various miscellaneous items, and there are cabinets for automatic sorting. The entertainment room on the second floor is equipped with high-end computers, projectors, PS game consoles, VR glasses, and more. The gym is fully equipped with various fitness equipment. The soft, plush bed in the bedroom makes one feel as if they are sleeping on a cloud. Ha! Ling Chen went to the rooftop and took a deep breath. Even the air is so fresh. Turning to look at the other dormitory areas, night had already fallen. It must be said that Tianyan Academy, as one of the top 10 key academies, is indeed top-notch in terms of accommodation. Even the worst D-class dormitory area is a high-end apartment building. By the way, I haven't completed today's task yet. Ling Chen suddenly remembered this important matter. He had rushed here today, and after putting down his things, he spent quite a bit of time, which meant he hadn't had the chance to complete his daily tasks. So, Ling Chen directly chose to enter the simulated illusion of the space. Draw the bow and shoot 1,000 times, completed. Lift 500 pounds for 50 reps, completed. Finally, swim 5 kilometers with a weight. The benefit of the simulated illusion is that you can change the terrain anytime and anywhere. Weight swimming can also be done outside, but the simulated illusion is much more convenient. Moreover, the scenes in this simulated illusion can change according to one's mood and preferences. For example, it is dusk outside now, but the scene in the simulated illusion is a bright noon. The sun shines warmly on Ling Chen's body, making it a perfect day for swimming. So he strapped on a 100-pound weight, put on his swim trunks, and directly swam 5 kilometers with the weight. This 100-pound weight is a special small iron stone, wrapped in a uniquely made backpack. Ling Chen began swimming 5 kilometers in the simulated illusion with this small iron stone on his back. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the daily challenge task. Strength attribute +5. Random blue weapon bag *1. Shooting accuracy +20%. Rewards have been issued, please check. The content of the system's daily challenge tasks varies. Sometimes it requires Ling Chen to swing a sword 1,000 times. Other times, it asks him to crawl on the ground for 2 kilometers. It might even have you doing math, language, and other subjects here. The system will also reward you with corresponding attributes based on the content you complete. Tasks related to answering questions will reward small amounts of intelligence attributes. Physical tasks will reward strength, agility, and physique attributes. Of course, the daily challenge tasks released by the system are becoming increasingly difficult. It seems that obtaining the system's free rewards is getting harder and harder. After completing the daily challenge tasks, Ling Chen wiped the sweat from his brow and returned to the real world. Just as he was about to step outside for some fresh air, he caught sight of a striking flash of white not far away. A tall and curvy figure. A white short t-shirt, paired with blue fitted jeans. A pair of white sneakers. Carrying a small backpack with a rabbit pattern on one shoulder. A plump, enticing little mouth biting into a lollipop. That head of snow-white hair and bright, blood-red eyes were so eye-catching in the night. It was Zhu Yaoguang. At this moment, she was accompanied by 2 handsome seniors with eager expressions on their faces. The seniors stood in front of villa number 002, enthusiastically explaining the school rules to her. The enthusiastic demeanor of these 2 handsome seniors formed a stark contrast to the senior sister who had received Ling Chen during the day. Clearly, someone like Zhu Yaoguang was the true genius in their eyes, while Ling Chen was merely a waste who took shortcuts to enjoy low-level benefits. Yo! Zhu Yaoguang caught sight of Ling Chen from the corner of her eye and actually raised her hand to greet him. Ling Chen nodded in response and quickly returned to his small villa. However, in the eyes of the 2 seniors, a look of vigilance appeared. The reason for their wariness was simple. Zhu Yaoguang had actually taken the initiative to greet a strange boy. This, however, the next scene left them even more shocked. Zhu Yaoguang indifferently said to the 2 seniors, just leave my suitcase at the door, thank you. After saying that, she strode away with her long, beautiful legs towards villa number 15. The 2 seniors opened their mouths, wanting to say something. In the end, nothing came out. They exchanged glances and saw the frustration in each other's eyes. Who is that guy? Zhu Yaoguang actually walked into his dorm. I don't know. Quick, go find out. Just as Ling Chen closed the door behind him, there was a knock at the door. When he opened it, a pleasant osmanthus fragrance wafted around his nose. Looking up, there was Zhu Yaoguang standing there, looking as charming as ever. Her blood-red eyes, shimmering like water, were curiously examining Ling Chen. Zhu, is there something you need? Ling Chen felt a bit out of place facing this girl who was as noble as a princess. Mainly because her personality was hard to grasp. Sometimes she was very aloof, just like when she faced the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd with an unruffled demeanor. Other times, she was very domineering, like when she kicked open the office door and shouted, "You can't have Ling Chen, I want him for Tianyan Academy." Sometimes she was also very cute. Well, just like now, with her snow-like brows furrowed, tilting her little head, looking at Ling Chen with a puzzled and curious expression. After sizing him up, she returned to her noble and indifferent expression and said, I'm here to remind you that you might have some trouble at the opening ceremony the day after tomorrow. Thanks for the reminder. So that was it. Ling Chen politely expressed his gratitude. However, he found it strange. He and Zhu Yaoguang weren't familiar at all. There was no need for her to remind him. But soon, Zhu Yaoguang revealed her true purpose. Her delicate face turned serious as she said, also, do you have time to have a match with me? No match. Ling Chen decisively refused without a second thought. For him, this kind of thing offered no benefits at all. Winning would only attract more attention, while losing would give those other students who already looked down on him better reasons and excuses to attack him. Boring. Zhu Yaoguang pouted, flicked her ponytail, and with her long legs turned around and left without hesitation, leaving behind a hint of intoxicating osmanthus fragrance. This made Ling Chen breathe a sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid that Zhu Yaoguang would be like Su Ro, the type who liked to cling on relentlessly. But it seemed that this proud swan would clearly not do such a thing. Ling Chen returned to his room to take a shower. He was just about to enjoy a good sleep when suddenly, ding! The system has released a new challenge mission. Challenge mission, please break everyone's doubts and prove the strength of the unclassed wanderer. Completion reward, a rare treasure chest. Exceeding the challenge will reward an S-level displacement. Skill, failure penalty, deduction of the host's S-level skill sunlight. Ling Chen, what the hell? If I fail, I lose my only S-level attack skill. Moreover, the day after tomorrow is the opening ceremony. How could there be a new student racing trial? Forget it, no need to think too much about it. Since I'm here, I might as well complete it. For me, it makes no difference to exceed the task. I have to take that first place. Ling Chen's expression turned cold and indifferent. In fact, for him, he wanted to live a low-key university life. But alas, the system issued a task. Moreover, he urgently needed the S-level displacement skill. Furthermore, he indeed wanted to experience the strength of his peers. The main reason was that Ling Chen didn't want to lose the sunlight skill. In the second-class dormitory area, Room 1, double occupancy. Although it was a double room, it was currently filled with quite a few people. They were all new students who had reported to school today. Moreover, their speech carried a unique regional accent. If someone were proficient in the dialects of various provinces, they would definitely be able to tell that the dozens of new students standing here were all from Yanzhou province. At this moment, all these people turned their attention to one boy. This boy had a handsome face with a somewhat effeminate aura, and he had long hair tied into a ponytail. If he were to wear a skirt and dress as a girl, no one would doubt his gender. This boy's full name was Qian Meng. He was the top student of this year's trials in Yanzhou province. His profession was puppet master. At this moment, Qian Meng's expression was quite indifferent. 10 years ago, Yanzhou province experienced a major disaster when a ghost cave secret realm collapsed, affecting the province severely. Although the disaster had been quelled, it would take a long time for Yanzhou province to restore its former prosperity. The teaching and educational resources in Yanzhou province had also suffered greatly because of this, making them much weaker than other provinces, almost at the bottom. Therefore, some talented candidates from other provinces, even if they weren't the top scorers, should still be stronger than Qian Meng. Others were not convinced by all the top 100 prodigies. But Qian Meng was different. He had no objections to the other prodigies in the top 100. Of course, he had his sights set on a target. A wanderer who only knew how to deal with the entrance trials and sought to attract attention. Why should he rank higher than him, the top scorer from Yanzhou province? And he was ranked as high as 15th. Manga, the Tianyan Academy is somewhat unfair. Yeah, I feel Manga could definitely stay in the first-class dormitory. Is it just because we are new students from Yanzhou province that they do this on purpose? These new students from Yanzhou province were feeling quite gloomy. They felt very indignant for the champion of the trial rankings from their province. The champions from other provinces, even the top 100 prodigies, could stay in the first-class dormitory area. Yet, the champion from their Yanzhou province could not move in. It was like a slap in the face, as if to say that the champion from Yanzhou province had no value at all. In response, Qian Meng remained calm. No need to be angry, our Yanzhou province has always had a weak educational foundation. It's normal to be looked down upon. But don't worry, I will soon slap the faces of those other prodigies hard. Let them know who the real worthless ones are. Qian Meng's voice was crisp like a girl's. It was unclear if it was just an illusion, but the few boys standing next to Qian Meng also caught a faint scent of perfume. However, they were too angry at the moment to pay attention. Manga, I've already started a protest on the Tianyan Academy forum, and there are a lot of supporters in the comments. Even some seniors. The likes and shares have already surpassed 10,000. At that moment, suddenly, a new student in the crowd shouted excitedly. Ha! Everyone's eyes lit up at the sound. Qian Meng was also a bit surprised. He quickly took that person's phone and looked at the comments. User A, support the protest. User B, as a senior, I suggest writing A letter directly to Dean Zhou. User C, as a new student, I also think it's unfair. User D, you won't believe it, but I found a jobless new student in the first-class dormitory area, even such waste can get in. I'm impressed. Xian Meng noticed keenly that the forum administrator, a certain senior from the student council, had also left a comment below. Tianyan Academy has always prioritized strength. Only the strong can enjoy everything. Since you have raised this issue, as the president of the student council, I will personally bring it up with Dean Zhou. All you juniors, wait for my news. The netizens were overjoyed at this scene. Senior is awesome. I wonder if it will be effective. I hope Dean Zhou can hear our protest. We really need a fair competition. Let's see who's a horse and who's a mule. We don't need to protest anymore. The president of the student council will make the suggestion. We just need to wait for news. Xian Meng said calmly. Many new students nodded, but they still couldn't suppress their boiling hearts. It wasn't just the new students on Xian Meng's side who were indignant. In fact, the new students in other dormitory areas were also feeling extremely frustrated. They were all just waiting. Tianyan Academy Student Council. In a spacious and bright office, a girl dressed in an inkwash yin-yang robe sat at a desk looking at her computer. She wore glasses and had 2 braided pigtails. Her face was delicate, her expression cold, exuding a desire that made one unable to resist wanting to conquer her. Interesting. The situation that occurs every year has already begun before the official start of the school year, and they are already at odds with each other. The girl smiled faintly. Then she dialed Dean Zhou's number. Dean Zhou, the student council has reported that there is a strong sense of dissatisfaction among this year's new students. This is a powder keg, if not handled well, it could lead to a backlash. Tianyan Academy main building. 7th floor conference room. A teacher walked in with a smile to report. In the conference room, there were 5 big shots seated. These 5 big shots were the deans of the 5 colleges at Tianyan Academy. The 5 colleges were Combat College, Magic College, Shadow College, Prayer College, and Technique College. All colleges had no restrictions on professions but had their own focus. Combat College focused on physical professions. The Magic Academy focuses on magical professions. The Shadow Academy emphasizes critical strike professions. The Prayer Academy specializes in support professions. As for the Tactical Guidance Academy, strictly speaking, it is a civilian academy. Its full name is Tactical Guidance Academy. The students here primarily study not combat skills, but tactical command, practical guidance, and theoretical research. In the conference room, the 5 deans listened to the teachers report, all smiling faintly. The quality of this year's new students is the highest in history, with top scholars from 48 provinces, among which 15 have entered our academy. Some of them are the pride of educationally strong provinces. Although they are not the top scholars, their strength is slightly higher than that of some top scholars from other provinces. It's normal for new students to fight among themselves at this time. Zhou Hongfu, the dean of the Combat Academy, was an elderly man of about 50, with a kind face. He was not angry about the new students' protests. Old Zhou, what do you mean? Asked Li Manchun, the dean of the Magic Academy. What else could Dean Zhou mean? Just follow our Tianyan Academy's old tradition. Let them fight it out. But I'll say this first. During the division of new students, no one is to compete with me for Zhu Yaoguang. The dean of the Shadow Academy, named Han Xiao, was a plump woman with a graceful demeanor. At this moment, she was crossing her legs, playing with a dagger with her slender fingers. Her tone was quite lazy. I won't compete with you, I only want the top scholar from Fengtian province, Ji Wuming, said Luo Yang, the dean of the Prayer Academy, with a smile. Old Luo, you think too highly of yourself. Ji Wuming belongs to my Magic Academy. Li Manchun huffed, puffing out her cheeks. Wang Shi, the dean of the Tactical Guidance Academy, remained silent throughout. As a civilian academy, he had no right to compete for the talented students. Besides, even if he tried to compete, would those talented students be willing to come to his academy? So, Wang Shi obediently remained a small presence, sipping tea. Alright, everyone, no need to argue. The choice of academy is up to the students themselves. We must not interfere. Zhou Hongfu, a respected elder, spoke, and the other deans fell silent. Dean Zhou continued, following the old tradition is too cliched. We are here to cultivate brave warriors who can fight against monsters, not shallow individuals who only know how to squabble among themselves. So we won't hold a PK competition. Instead, we will organize a new student speed trial. The time is set for the day of the opening ceremony. Once this was said, the other deans had no objections. The original plan was to let the new students choose their academies after the opening ceremony. Now, with this new student speed trial, it seemed quite good. It would also allow them to clearly see the students' strength in fighting monsters. At that time, the deans could accurately recruit students. Since the deans had reached a unanimous decision, the teachers quickly went down to make preparations. Soon, an official notice was pinned to the school's official forum. When all the new students saw the announcement on the official website, excitement filled the dormitory areas. Wow, we can finally go all out. Mangu. Crush all the top 100 talents. Revive the pride of our Dianzhou province. Every new student from Dianzhou province was beaming with joy and excitement, alone, with an extremely fervent fighting spirit. They were all top talents from high schools across the country, and naturally, no one was willing to back down. Their goal was to defeat those in the top 100. They had this pride and were eager to prove themselves. Xian Meng's eyes were also filled with fervor. This time, he was determined to break into the top 100. Moreover, he wanted to trample Ling Chen underfoot. The new students from the Bing and Ding dormitory areas were also rolling up their sleeves, ready for action. How could they not want to take advantage of this new student racing trial to turn their fortunes around? No one would want to be at the bottom of the rankings. Of course, many had also noticed the unassigned drifter who had been placed in the A-class dormitory area, the top of the trial rankings in Nanzhou province, the one who defeated Zhu Yaoguang, a true oddity. Let's see if this Ling Chen really possesses the unconventional combat power. Villa number 002. At this moment, there were 2 boys and 2 girls standing. A petite and adorable girl called out sweetly, "Sister Yaoguang, we've come to visit." This girl was Gui Tianzhou. Beside her was her sister, Wu Fuliu. The other 2 boys were Qin Kan and Huang Bai. These 4 were all friends of Zhu Yaoguang. Zhu Yaoguang had applied to Tianyan Academy. Naturally, they followed suit. However, Wu Fuliu was already in her 2nd year, and this time she was just here to take a look. Wu Tianzhou's villa number was 065. Qin Kan was 019. Huang Bai was 025. Their initial rankings were all behind Ling Chen. The door opened. Zhu Yaoguang perhaps hadn't planned to go out. She was wearing a cute rabbit pajamas. Her long, soft white hair cascaded down, giving her a touch of lazy charm, and less of her usual spirited demeanor. As the 4 friends stepped into the villa, they discovered that there was actually another person inside. Moreover, it was a boy. Qin Kan and Huang Bai immediately exchanged wary glances. The boy, however, revealed a bright smile and introduced himself. "Nice to meet you all, I'm Yaoguang's childhood friend, Ji Wuming." As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 were taken aback. Ji Wuming, the top of the trial rankings in Fengtian province, the one ranked first. Fengtian province, being the capital of Manhwa, naturally had no doubts about its teaching and educational strength. And for Ji Wuming to stand out among so many prodigies, his strength needed no further elaboration. Now, he appeared in Zhu Yaoguang's villa. Could it be that he stayed here overnight last night? Thinking of this, Huang Bai and Qin Kan felt as if a large stone had lodged in their hearts. They could hardly breathe. The key was that they wanted to face each other with pride. However, the other party was the top scholar from Fengtian province. Unlike that worthless Ling Chen, this was a genuine powerhouse. How could they maintain their pride? Meanwhile, Wu Tianzhou suddenly burst into laughter. This girl loved to watch such melodramatic scenes. She could hardly wait to stir the pot. So, she blinked her eyes, putting on a cute and innocent look, and deliberately asked, "Brother Wuming, you're not planning to stay overnight at Sister Yaoguang's place, are you?" When Gui Tianzhou asked this question, the other 3 stared at Ji Wuming with varying expressions. Wu Fuliu looked on with curiosity. Huang Bai had a face full of fiery battle intent. Qin Kan wore a serious expression. Facing the scrutiny of these 3, Ji Wuming's handsome face showed a hint of helplessness. "I would like to stay overnight at Yaoguang's, but the problem is she has to agree." With this one sentence, Huang Bai and Qin Kan both sighed in relief. But then they thought about it. The implication of this statement was that Ji Wuming indeed wanted to stay overnight at Zhu Yaoguang's, but she didn't agree. That meant this top scholar from Fengtian province was indeed interested in Zhu Yaoguang. It seemed they had a rival in love. The expressions of Qin Kan and Huang Bai grew serious again. However, Ji Wuming, facing their stern gazes, merely smiled lightly. This smile was strange. Beneath the gentle and polite surface lay disdain and arrogance. Clearly, in Ji Wuming's eyes, he didn't regard Qin Kan and Huang Bai at all. Zhu Yaoguang, on the other hand, had long been accustomed to her friends' jealousy and rivalry. She was even too lazy to pay attention. Just as she was about to grab a piece of breakfast bread to take a bite, at that moment, ding! Except for Wu Fuliu, who was already a sophomore, all 4 people present received a text message on their phones. Looking down, Zhu Yaoguang's beautiful lips curled into a meaningful smile. September 1st, 7 a.m. The morning mist had not yet completely dissipated, but the playground of Tianyan Academy was already bustling with noise and excitement. Even though it wasn't time to gather yet, many freshmen were already equipped and waiting in the square. It's a trial secret realm for levels 14 to 20, and the difficulty is S level. In the center of the playground, nearly 1,000 red stone tablets were floating. As long as one touched these tablets, they could be transported into the trial secret realm. It is well known that the difficulty of secret realms is divided into 6 levels. From highest to lowest, they are SSS, SS, S, A, B, and C. The colors of the tablets correspond to rainbow colors: gold, red, purple, blue, and white. An S-level trial secret realm for levels 14 to 20 means that even if you are a level 20 powerhouse, it is still quite challenging to clear this secret realm. At this moment, someone asked, would a level 25 powerhouse find it easy to clear the secret realm? The answer is yes. However, there are level restrictions for entering the secret realm. The trial secret realm is different from the real-world monster invasion map. For example, in a monster forest that has already descended into reality, the monsters inside are only level 20, but if you are a level 100 powerhouse, you can enter freely. But if it is a trial secret realm instance, then only those of the corresponding level can enter. For the level 14 to 20 trial secret realm instance, anyone below level 13 or above level 21 cannot enter at all. Once inside, the protective mechanism of the trial secret realm will be triggered, bouncing the entrant back. If a top-tier powerhouse of a very high level insists on entering, the trial secret realm will simply shatter. The consequence of this is that all the monsters from the trial secret realm instance will descend into reality. Many people speculate that this secret realm protection mechanism was deliberately arranged by the supreme god who created the secret realm. It exists like a truth. Others speculate that the arrival of the game world and the occurrence of the great disaster were also orchestrated by the supreme god. Of course, these are all speculations. Whether this world truly has a supreme god remains unknown. At this moment, the time for the exam is approaching. All the freshmen are almost in position. Everyone is equipped with their gear, holding their weapons, their faces filled with anticipation and excitement. Among so many people, if we were to say who attracts the most attention, it would undoubtedly be two individuals. Ji Wuming, Zhu Yaoguang. Ji Wuming is wearing a pitch-black light armor. His tall and slender figure stands out like a crane among chickens. His chiseled, angular features showcase his handsome face. The Prince Charming that every girl imagined should look like this, right? Coupled with his indifferent gaze and elegant, noble demeanor, whether it's the senior sisters watching the excitement or the new female students of the same cohort, all cannot help but fix their glistening eyes on this man. Now looking at Zhu Yaoguang, dressed in a silver-white light armor battle skirt, her alluring figure cannot be concealed. Her snow-white hair is tied into twin ponytails, and her exquisite, delicate face, without makeup, is already filled with charming allure. With her arms crossed over her chest, leaning against the wall, her rosy lips are blowing bubblegum. Her gem-like bright red eyes occasionally sweep around any boy who makes eye contact with her feels his heart skip a beat. She is a spirited yet alluring woman. A Prince Charming paired with a snow princess, truly a match made in heaven. Ji Wuming is so handsome. I'm in love. Hell, how can there be such a handsome man? If it weren't for Ji Wuming being beside me, I would have wanted to confess to Zhu Yaoguang directly. Whether they were freshmen or seniors facing these two dazzling prodigies, feelings of envy were evident. The heartache was even more overwhelming. Huo Tianzhou, standing nearby, cheerfully patted Huang Bai and Qin Ken on the shoulders. You two young masters need to step it up. Huang Bai snorted coldly. Qin Ken remained silent. Besides these two prodigies, there were also several trial champions from various provinces, as well as the top 100 from each province, all receiving attention. For instance, Lu Chang, the champion of the Haizhou province trial rankings. Gao Yao, ranked 5th in the Fengtian province trial rankings. Qi Baiyu, the champion of the Chuan province trial rankings. And so on. Even Qian Meng, the top scholar from the Dianzhu province, which had the lowest teaching resources and educational standards, garnered a lot of attention. Oh, what about Ling Chen, who chose to be a jobless wanderer? It was unclear who said this suddenly. The crowd snapped out of their reverie and awe. Right. Among nearly 1,000 freshmen, many were dissatisfied with the top 100 prodigies. The reason for holding this freshman speed trial was not only for everyone to prove their strength but also because they wanted to see for themselves what the so-called top 100 prodigies were truly capable of. Among them, Ling Chen naturally attracted attention. After all, he was a jobless wanderer, making it hard not to notice him. He was assigned to a standalone villa numbered 015. Thus, everyone quickly turned their gaze around. Finally, they spotted that ordinary figure in a very remote corner of the square. Ling Chen, finally found you. In that moment, pairs of eyes, filled with hostility, disdain, contempt, and scorn all focused on this ordinary figure. Ling Chen was neither tall nor robust. On the contrary, he had a somewhat emaciated appearance. Unlike Ji Wuming, Zhu Yaoguang, Gao Yao, and other prodigies who were lightly equipped, he wore heavy armor, a belt, and leg guards. He even had a bulging bag hanging from his waist. Judging by the shape of the bag, it likely contained a considerable amount of potions and tools. On his very ordinary face was a harmless, honest smile. He looked like a nice guy, as if anyone could come up and step on him. This attire, appearance, and demeanor instantly intensified the disdain and contempt in the eyes of the onlookers. Is this the legendary champion of the trial rankings from the Nanzhou province? This guy surpassed Zhu Yaoguang? Looking at his silly smiling face, I just want to punch him. Unsurprisingly, the majority of people held a condescending attitude towards Ling Chen. In the face of this overwhelming ridicule, Ling Chen continued to smile foolishly. He did not respond with righteous indignation, nor did he shout in anger. All he had was a calmness like still water. Yaoguang, is this the interesting person you mentioned? I don't see anything special, Ji Wuming said with a gentle smile. He glanced at Ling Chen once and then lost all interest. Xu Yaoguang did not refute, she simply fixed her gaze on Ling Chen's figure. Huang Bai and Xin Can, like Ji Wuming, had never regarded this seemingly useless jobless wanderer as a threat. Hui Tianjie watched Ling Chen being ridiculed, her cute face full of schadenfreude. Not far away, Su Ro wanted to walk over, but remembering her agreement with Ling Chen, she sighed. She could imagine that if she walked over now, Ling Chen would not be happy, instead, he would be angry. You are Ling Chen? From the crowd, the effeminate Qian Meng finally stepped forward. His face bore a strong sense of pride as he looked down at the honest figure before him with a condescending gaze. He did not expect that the champion of the Nanzhou province trial rankings, whom he regarded as a rival, would be so ordinary. I don't know what the school is thinking, allowing such an incompetent person to rank 15th. Before meeting Ling Chen, Qian Meng was already full of discontent. Now that he has seen him, he is even more dissatisfied. Ling Chen just looked at him calmly, without saying a word. This nonchalant demeanor only made Qian Meng more infuriated. Just as Qian Meng was about to further trouble Ling Chen, a sudden uproar interrupted everyone's mockery. Director Zhou is here, and other directors and teachers. In the center of the square, on the ceremonial platform, the 5 directors led the teaching staff into the venue. Behind them followed some members of the student council. The student council here holds significant power, especially in a combat academy like this. After all, the teachers are too busy to manage so many trivial matters, leaving it to the students to handle. Therefore, the student council's authority is quite substantial. Some of the upperclassmen don't seem to be human. Soon, the freshmen noticed that among the upperclassmen in the student council, there were a dozen or so whose physical features did not belong to the human category. Of course, there were also some among the directors and teachers. For example, the elegant and noble director of the Shadow Academy, Han Xiao, has long, pointed ears, a voluptuous and sexy figure, but her skin is black. She has long silver hair. It's clear that she belongs to the dark elf race. Then there's the warrior instructor from the Prayer Academy, who is a robust orc with green skin. Next to the orc teacher stood a petite and cute female teacher with fluffy cat ears, likely a catgirl. In this world of job transitions, there is not just a single human race. Other races have emerged as nations on the world map, such as the Orc Kingdom, the Elf Nation, the Night Isles, the Dwarf Kingdom, and so on. These other races that have suddenly appeared in this world have their own civilizations. This means they possess intelligence that is not inferior to that of humans, unlike monsters that only know how to kill. When these various racial kingdoms first appeared, the world was thrown into chaotic wars, as each race attempted to conquer and unify the world. However, in recent decades, all races have realized that no one can conquer the others. Moreover, prolonged battles have left the national treasuries empty, causing hardship and resentment among the people. Ultimately, the leaders of all races gathered together and signed a ceasefire agreement. Not only that, but the major races gradually began to intermarry, as there is no reproductive isolation in this world. This means that humans and elves can produce offspring together. Similarly, orcs and humans, ahem. Well, that is also possible. Some of the teachers and upperclassmen on the main stage are descendants born from the intermarriage of humans and other races. To this end, the Dragon Kingdom has formulated a series of policies aimed at attracting outstanding individuals from other races. It is said that the Tianyan Academy has also participated in exchange programs with other races, recruiting many excellent students from their territories. However, due to the long distance, these outstanding students from other races have not yet arrived at the school. After all, even with spirit array masters, constructing teleportation arrays between nations is a massive project that cannot be completed overnight. Therefore, these students from foreign races can only travel by plane, which inevitably causes delays. Fortunately, these students from other races do not need to participate in the freshman entrance exam. The Dragon Kingdom provides substantial support for these outstanding students from other races. That catgirl teacher is so cute. Cute? Don't be fooled by her petite and delicate appearance. If she fully beastifies, she could snap your neck with one swipe. Do you believe it? So what if she can? I swear, from now on, if I look for a wife, it will be a beast-eared girl. You must be a real idiot. What's wrong with being an idiot? Did I eat your rice? I'm an idiot, the #1 idiot in the world. The new students saw people from various races and naturally couldn't help but discuss. Quiet. At this moment, Dean Zhou finally slowly raised his hand. The noise of discussion in the arena finally ceased. My name is Zhou Hongfu, and I am the Dean of the Combat Academy. This new student speed trial will be hosted by me. I usually don't like to waste words. In previous years, new students who were not convinced by each other would settle it through 1v1 arena matches. This year, I want to see your practical combat level against monsters. So, we are holding the new student speed trial. No more unnecessary talk, we will start in 5 minutes, prepare yourselves. As Zhou Hongfu's words fell, the new students began to stir with excitement. They appreciated this straightforward school leader who got straight to the point. No nonsense, just jump into the trial. The new student speed trial. As the name suggests, it's a race. The faster the completion time, the better the result. In the short preparation time, all the new students had lost interest in continuing to mock Ling Chen. They needed to get ready quickly. It's worth mentioning that no one was willing to team up. After all, who among those who could get into the Tianyan Academy wasn't a prodigy? Even the students ranked extremely low, or prominent figures in their local high schools, so they all probably chose to go solo, as if teaming up would be embarrassing. So that's the recently talked about top of the southern province's high trial rankings, Ling Chen? In unison, several deans and teachers on the main stage also turned their attention to Ling Chen. Compared to dazzling prodigies like Ji Wuming, Xu Yaoguang, and Gao Yao, these deans and teachers seemed more interested in this dark horse, especially since this dark horse was the first in history to be admitted to a key academy as a jobless wanderer. Of course, they were even more curious as to why Dean Zhou had placed Ling Chen's initial ranking at 15th. He looks quite ordinary. From the perspective of my orc race, this Ling Chen is too weak. Indeed, too weak. He looks like he has no strength. While sizing him up, the teachers naturally voiced their opinions. At first glance, he appeared honest and simple, with a harmless smile on his face. Dressed in full gear, he seemed afraid of getting hurt when entering the secret realm. He gave off the impression of an ordinary new student. In fact, you couldn't even see the arrogance that a provincial trial champion should have on his face. It's hard to imagine that such a person actually surpassed Xu Yaoguang to become the champion of the southern province's trial. Meanwhile, as many teachers were sizing him up and murmuring, 5 minutes quietly passed. A booming sound echoed from the red stone tablet standing on the playground. Deep red light poured out from the stone tablet. In front of each stone tablet, there was a corresponding number, arranged according to the dormitory numbers of the new students. The new students only needed to walk to the gate in front of their number to view all the information about this secret realm. Ling Chen showed no hesitation. Stepping forward to stand in front of the red stone tablet numbered 015. Immersed in thought, an information template appeared before his eyes. Trial secret realm, 10,000 year snow. Cave required level, 1420 trial difficulty, S level. Team size, 1 to -5 people. Secret realm task, none. Equipment restrictions, none. Item restrictions, none. Secret realm. Introduction: a desolate place covered in eternal snow, with countless ice caves, where huge human and beast shadows intertwine. Their favorite food is the flesh and blood of humans. It is evident that this trial secret realm has no tasks, it is purely a race. Besides racing, it's still racing. In the vast playground, one moment it was bustling with voices, and the next, it became silent and empty. Every new student has already stepped into the secret realm without any hesitation, so confident. This is quite normal. As one of the top key academies in the Dragon Kingdom, students who can get admitted here are not just exceptional talents, at the very least, they are the top scholars in their locality. Naturally, they are extremely confident. A huge screen soon appeared in the sky above the square. On the screen, a boy wearing a badge with number 729 on his chest after entering the secret realm looked up to see 1,000 miles of ice and 10,000 miles of snow. He held a staff just as he was about to make a move. The thick snow-covered ground began to crackle, as if something was burrowing out. Eventually, dozens of snow wolves appeared before him. Each snow wolf's eyes glowed with a fierce red light, and upon seeing this human, their large, foul-smelling mouths dripped with saliva. However, facing the siege of these dozens of snow wolves, this new student remained calm and began to chant. Soon, one by one, spirit contracts appeared beside him. "Kill for me." The summoner revealed a mad smile. These spirits then surged towards the snow wolves. In another shot, a delicate girl stood in the icy wilderness. A dozen large white bears bared their teeth and roared at her. The girl slowly took out a pair of boxing gloves and put them on. The moment she donned the gloves, her originally delicate aura vanished, replaced by a face full of fervent battle intent. Then, she actually threw herself into the midst of the white bears, fighting them with her flesh and blood. Sonda. This delicate girl actually chose the toughest profession. Bang, bang, bang. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Each punch landed with force. Flesh and blood splattered. Each white bear was beaten to howls of agony, with some even having their heads smashed open, revealing their snowy brain matter. It's hard to imagine a cute girl, less than 1.60 meters tall, wearing boxing gloves and crazily slaughtering in the midst of a beast horde. The dozens of scenes on the screen showed every new student unleashing their powerful abilities, showcasing their capital as exceptional talents. This year's new student examination might be the most spectacular one since the school was founded. It should also be the most fiercely competitive one. Even the student ranked 900 has displayed astonishing strength. I just wonder who will win the final crown. Zhou Hongfu sat on the podium, watching these scenes with great anticipation on his face. The other teachers also widened their eyes staring at the constantly switching screen images. They needed to select the most suitable new students for their respective academies and nurture them well. For the new students, this was an opportunity to prove themselves. For the teachers, it was a chance to sift through potential candidates. Han Xiao's beautiful eyes were fixed on the screen showing Zhu Yaoguang. In the image, Zhu Yaoguang, dressed in a white battle skirt, moved like a shadow among the monsters. With each pass, several monster heads flew up. She didn't even use any skills. She could easily annihilate these monsters with her combat techniques alone. Her movements were graceful, breathtakingly beautiful. Hey, this girl seems pretty good too. Suddenly, Han Xiao noticed another screen. In the image, a girl moved like a phantom, skillfully mingling among the monsters. A flash of silver, and a monster perished. Although she used skills, each of her moves could kill in one strike, precise and accurate. Moreover, her application of movement techniques and her timing in seizing the monster's attack recovery were exceptionally brilliant. Serial number 524, Suro. Han Xiao frowned slightly after clearly seeing the girl's badge. Strange, why is this girl ranked so low? Her combat skills are clearly outstanding. What she didn't know was that after a month of guidance from Ling Chen, Suro's combat skills, battlefield response, timing for seizing recovery, skill application, and so on had all seen substantial improvement. Although her rank was only 524, in terms of true combat power, Suro was not afraid of the top 200 elites. The academy's ranking was based solely on Suro's performance during the college entrance examination. Therefore, she only had a rank of 524. Everyone was immersed in the performances of these new students. It must be said that the strength of these newcomers was indeed impressive. The teachers, who were focused on observing the new students' performances, were eagerly waiting. They were looking for the scenes belonging to Ling Chen. After all, he was the first unclassed wanderer to enter a key combat academy in history. It was time to see his level. There was another reason: he was the peculiar existence who had defeated Zhu Yaoguang in the college entrance examination. They wanted to see what was so remarkable about the unclassed wanderer who had defeated Zhu Yaoguang. The teachers were filled with curiosity about Ling Chen. Whether they called him a show-off or said he had no future, the fact remained that his results in the National Vocational Student Entrance examination surpassed Zhu Yaoguang, and that was undeniable. I see it. In the upper right corner, suddenly, a teacher reminded. Thus, all the deans and teachers shifted their gazes to the fragmented screen in the upper right corner. The massive aerial screen was divided into dozens of images. Each image showed a new student fighting vigorously on a snowy battlefield. And in the upper right corner, the image of serial number 015 slowly emerged. However, boom! What everyone saw was not a snowy white scene. Instead, it was a raging sea of fiery red that engulfed the entire frame. In front of the camera, it seemed as if an endless sea of flames was burning. Then, everyone clearly saw that the unclassed wanderer they looked down upon was wildly waving his staff. A torrent of intense heat and flames continuously erupted from his staff. What the hell is this? The basic skill raging flames was being unleashed without any cooldown in his hands. What the heck? What's going on? Goodness! 50 consecutive casts of raging flames? Using this much energy in the first round? Aren't you afraid of dying? The figure before them, frantically spraying flames, left the audience dumbfounded. Doesn't this person care about his mana? He starts off with dozens of raging flames. Sure enough, he's just a show-off waste. Although it was a speed trial, starting off like this would lead to disaster in the second round. It was just like a marathon. Although it was a race, it was also a test of endurance. Even the many teachers on the podium shook their heads after witnessing Ling Chen's jaw-dropping exaggerated combat. This, to be so irrational just to pass the first round, it seems the reputation doesn't match the reality. I don't know how such a being managed to defeat Zhu Yaoguang. A few seconds later, the camera finally became clearer. Everyone could finally see strands of soft white snow falling from the sky. The camera angle readjusted, and the scene revealed a patch of land that appeared to have been scorched by countless fires. Within 100 meters, everything was pitch black. Beyond 100 meters, it remained snowy white. The interplay of black and white was striking. The corpses of snow wolves, white bears, and ice-toothed tigers lay on this charred, searing ground. Their fur had all been burned away, revealing charred bodies that made onlookers instinctively cover their mouths. The audience seemed to catch a whiff of the scent of meat being roasted. Crack! At that moment, a thin figure slowly stood up on the lifeless ground, gently brushing the dust off his armor. Then, with his hands in his pockets, he moved towards the next checkpoint of this secret realm. He appeared to be at ease. But in the eyes of the crowd, this boy wouldn't get far. Of course, some people sensed that something was off. That was why Ling Chen's blazing fire was clearly a beginner skill. Why was its power so immense? Moreover, why had it just been accompanied by some booming sounds? This completely fell into their knowledge-blind spot. Unheard of. Compared to the students' confusion, the other instructors stared at the screen with grave expressions, beginning to analyze. This little guy's blazing firepower is indeed unusual. Could it be that he's deliberately disguising it and what he actually released was high-energy fireball? But the problem is, he's a classless wanderer, the only beginner. Fire skill he seems to be able to learn as a mage is blazing fire, right? However, this skill isn't very powerful. How could it possibly create such a spectacular scene? The instructors were clearly encountering this situation for the first time. After analyzing for a while, they all found themselves unable to explain the cause of the scene before them, so they could only look eagerly at the dean of the Magic Academy, Ling Chen. Ling Chen noticed the instructor's gazes. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. How the hell was he supposed to analyze this? The dazzling flames obscured most of the view. He could only vaguely see that figure continuously releasing blazing fire. By the time the image returned to normal, all the monsters were dead. The air was thick with the essence of fire elements. Aside from that, there were no clues. Ling Chen wanted to stubbornly say, this little guy must have used the mage's falling star flame technique, but it didn't make sense. Ling Chen was just a classless wanderer. And falling star flame technique was a high-level skill exclusive to mages. A classless wanderer could never learn it. Everyone, can you see what other skills this little guy used? Ling Chen had to turn to consult the other deans. Simply using blazing fire could not possibly be so exaggerated. Logically speaking, as the dean of the Magic Academy, he was supposed to be a jack of all trades in magical skills, but he truly couldn't explain the cause of the scene before him. The other 4 deans exchanged glances, all sharing a bitter smile. Just by looking at their expressions, it was clear what they meant. We don't know either. Wow. Now, all the instructors were shocked. Goodness, this Ling Chen had presented a problem that even the deans couldn't explain right from the start. We must have missed the timing to capture his shot, missing the moment he cast the spell. That's why we're left in the dark. From now on, we just need to keep a close eye on this little guy. At that time, any of his performances will be captured. Combined with all the clues, we should be able to explain it, Zhou Hongfu said gently. Seeing the old dean say this, the others quickly nodded in agreement. Since the old dean said so, it must be true. Yes, it must be. The pride of the teachers wouldn't allow them to admit they couldn't tell what skill Ling Chen had used at all. Next, keep a close watch on Ling Chen and record his footage, Zhou Hongfu instructed the staff. The staff quickly nodded. I have to say, the quality of this year's freshman is indeed outstanding. When Ling Chen easily passed the first basic level, the other prodigies also showcased their impressive performances. Among them, Ji Wuming and Zhu Yaoguang both passed the first basic level simultaneously, with their completion time just 5 seconds slower than Ling Chen. Following them were Gao Yao, Lu Chang, Shi Baiyu, and other prodigies who successively cleared the level. Notably, Su Ro actually matched the time of Qian Meng, the top scholar from Dianzhou province, in clearing the level. These little guys are really impressive. Zhou Hongfu revealed a satisfied smile. At this moment, Wang Shi, the dean of the Sorcery Guidance Academy, chuckled. Before this, many people didn't think highly of Ling Chen, but now it seems he was the first to pass the basic level. It appears this child is not as merely a name as imagined. As his words fell, a teacher couldn't help but retort, Dean Wang, you're mistaken, this is just the basic level, it doesn't prove anything. The other teachers nodded in agreement. Teacher Li is right, this level is just a warm-up for the freshmen. The real show will begin in the second level. The other prodigies are just starting to gain momentum. Dean Wang's words are a bit premature. Yes, I'm afraid he might not even compare to Qian Meng. Clearly, even though Ling Chen was the first to pass the basic level, he did not earn the recognition of these teachers. Overall, it's a bit strange. Could this kid have secretly mastered high-level skills? That shouldn't be. High-level skills from other professions can't be learned by a classless wanderer. Another teacher voiced a guess, then negated it. Everyone knew that a classless wanderer couldn't learn high-level skills from other professions, yet the brutal scene before them seemed to exhibit the destructive power only high-level skills could unleash. Regarding the teacher's speculations, Dean Wang Shi of the Sorcery Guidance Academy was also pondering. As the dean, his analytical, theoretical, and observational skills were exceptionally top-notch. He could see from Ling Chen's state and expression that this little guy was actually quite at ease. He must be an extremely calm person with a strong instinct for combat. Such a person would have a perfect grasp of the details of battle. However, he was also puzzled. How could a classless wanderer create such a commotion? Moreover, he didn't appear fatigued at all. In this situation, he clearly didn't look like someone whose mana was depleted. So what exactly had he done? It seemed no one knew for the time being. Of course, some teachers scoffed, thinking this classless wanderer must have used some bizarre method to pass the level. The subsequent levels would surely be difficult for him to handle. This was normal. The prejudice against classless wanderers was like a mountain, it was hard to overcome. Perhaps these teachers hadn't even watched Ling Chen's college entrance examination footage closely. What do you think, deans? Seeing the teachers so skeptical of Ling Chen, Wang Shi turned to gauge the attitudes of the other deans. Ling Chen, the dean of the Magic Academy, said nothing. This balding middle-aged man merely smiled faintly. but that faint smile already indicated his stance. I tacitly agree with the teacher's opinions. The voluptuous dark elf Han Xiao gently shook her head. He's not suitable for my Shadow Academy. The dean of the Prayer Academy, Luo Yang, muttered. I've watched the college entrance examination footage too. I didn't see him use any auxiliary skills throughout, so he probably isn't suitable for the Prayer Academy either. Upon seeing these three deans express their disdain for Ling Chen, Wang Shi's mouth almost stretched to his ears. He quickly said, well, it's settled then, you all can't snatch this little guy from me later. The three deans smiled and nodded, secretly thinking, isn't he just a classless wanderer? Why does old Wang value him so much? Only Zhou Hongfu suddenly said at this moment, Xiao Wang, I haven't nodded yet. Ha! The three deans were taken aback to see Zhou Hongfu standing up at this time. Wang Shi gave Zhou Hongfu a wry smile. Old dean, my Department of Technique and Guidance has been at the bottom of the comprehensive test rankings every year. It's not easy to find a talent. Can't I let go just this once? The other three deans thought to themselves, it's just an extra Ling Chen. Does that mean your Department of Technique and Guidance won't be at the bottom anymore? Due to the particularity of the Department of Technique and Guidance, being at the bottom is actually normal. The department focuses more on theoretical guidance knowledge. Outstanding students from the Department of Technique and Guidance generally take on the role of commanders on the battlefield. Seeing Wang Shi's miserable expression, the old dean could only say, I won't actively compete with you, but all choices must depend on the student's own will. Wang Shi smiled, of course. The other three deans frowned. They didn't understand. Even though Ling Chen's combat level was strong, he was still essentially an unclassed drifter. Why cling to a hopeless unclassed drifter? Aren't Ji Wuming, Zhu Yaguan, and Gao Yao more appealing? Whether those prodigies are appealing or not, Ling Chen didn't know. But the scene he was in now, filled with the aroma of roasted meat, was quite pleasant. The outside world speculated that Ling Chen had used multiple raging flames in this level to create such a tragic scene. However, what they didn't know was that Ling Chen had only used two skills from start to finish. The mage's raging flames, E, and the demolitionist's liquid petroleum bomb, E. One of the advantages of being an unclassed drifter is mastering the basic skills of various professions. Thus, he could combine skills from two different professions. The demolitionist is also a domestic profession. Naturally, Ling Chen had long obtained the basic skills of this profession through the system's rewards. In fact, the combination of these two skills exceeded Ling Chen's expectations in terms of effectiveness. The explosion of the liquid petroleum bomb spread liquefied petroleum all over the ground. Then, dozens of raging flames detonated, creating a breathtaking explosion. With the addition of the liquefied petroleum on the ground, the already powerful fireball spell exploded like a small bomb, creating a sea of flames. Moreover, the monsters in this secret realm had a naturally low resistance to fire elements. With such an explosion, dozens of monsters perished in an instant. It was that simple and brutal. The key was that the mana cost was extremely low. Ling Chen didn't even need to activate the talent, Mana Controller, B+. His mana automatically replenished. It was likely that the teachers outside never expected that Ling Chen had easily passed this level using only two basic skills. After passing the warm-up basic level, Ling Chen moved towards the towering and magnificent snow mountain. Beneath the snow mountain, there were interconnected snow caves, like a maze, complex and easy to lose direction. Inside the snow caves, it was dark and murky, and one couldn't see their own hand. The occasional sounds from deep within the snow caves were even more spine-chilling. Buzz! Ling Chen's approach triggered the opening of the second level. The thick mountain wall began to tremble, eventually collapsing to create a huge entrance. Clearly, this entrance was the true entry to the snow cave. Without any hesitation, Ling Chen stepped inside. Ha! The moment he stepped into the entrance, Ling Chen felt a weight on his shoulder. Immediately after, his previously somewhat clear vision turned pitch black. His ears felt as if they were stuffed, and the rotten, decayed smell he had sensed vanished, indicating a decrease in his sense of smell. Reaching out to touch the walls of the cave, he felt no coldness at all. It seemed even his sense of touch had dulled. At the same time, Ling Chen could sense that all his attributes had decreased by 20%. It appeared this was the challenge set by the Tianyan Academy for the new students. The second trial should be about fighting monsters while under a debuff, he thought. As one of the top 10 key academies in the Dragon Kingdom, the trials of Tianyan Academy were certainly not simple. It must be said that this debuff that reduces the challenger's overall attributes could indeed bring great trouble to them. Moreover, the most pressing issue was that countless monsters were watching him from the surroundings. Ling Chen could feel several monstrous auras slowly approaching. These monsters were more ferocious and harder to deal with than those in the first phase. As expected of a key combat academy, just starting my freshman year, and the difficulty of the trials is already so high. Ling Chen revealed a faint smile, showing no signs of panic. The moment after his smile, he took a round bead from his pocket and tossed it casually. Boom! The bead exploded, bursting forth a dazzling firelight in the pitch-black environment. This bead was merely a small prop to lure enemies. Roar! As expected, the monsters closest to Ling Chen were drawn in by the explosion. They were 3 snow wolves. However, compared to the basic level snow Wolves, the ones appearing now, were much more robust. Their sharp fangs were also significantly larger. At this moment, the 3 snow wolves bared their teeth, standing just 5 meters away from Ling Chen. 3 pairs of crimson beast eyes fixed intently on this human, their pupils bursting with a strong desire to feed. Identification I. The information of these 3 snow wolves appeared before Ling Chen. Monster, Snow Wolf Elite. Level, 16. Skills, Brutality, Basic Regeneration, Claw Pounce. Mystical Realm Endowment, Frenzy. Health, 700/700. Defense, 500. Status, Frenzied, Hungry. Qualification, Blue. Remarks, in frenzy state. The monster's overall attributes increase by 150%. Under the identification I, it could be seen that the monster's introduction had an additional section labeled Mystical Realm Endowment. This was actually the skill granted to the monsters by the mystical realm. In other words, all monsters in this 10,000-year snow cave would possess this skill. Roar! The 3 snow wolf elites did not give Ling Chen a single second of respite. At that moment, they all lunged at him. They were eager to devour this human's delicious flesh and blood. Faced with the attack of the 3 monsters, Ling Chen immediately communicated with the breaking formation. 1,000 mechanisms ring. The staff Falling Sun took form directly. It was a long and aesthetically pleasing fire-red staff, with a floating fire-red gem at its tip. This gem emitted a scorching temperature, its red light flickering like a small star embedded in the staff. Earth Prison Technique. The debuff from the mystical realm only suppressed the challenger's 5 senses. It had no effect on the casting and chanting of spells. Thick earth transformed into a cage, directly binding the movements of the 3 snow wolf elites. At the same time, Ling Chen took 2 steps back. The breaking formation 1,000 mechanisms ring instantly transformed into the heavy sword shield Yushan form. Battle intent roar. An invisible sound wave emanated from Ling Chen's mouth. The sound wave swept past the ears of the snow wolf elites. They howled in response, and the movements they had intended to use to break free from the earth prison technique suddenly halted. A hint of daze appeared in their crimson beast eyes. Mental strike effect. As mentioned before, due to the evolution of the all-rounder talent, all basic skills levels had been raised, and each basic skill now additionally carried different effects. Battle intent roar, E, not only has a defense reduction effect but also carries a slight mental shock effect. Under the mental shock, the elite snow wolves fell into a brief mental lapse. And in that moment, the Array Breaker 1,000 mechanisms ring reverted to its original form. Ling Chen extended his right hand, aiming at the 3 elite snow wolves. A strange mental fluctuation spread out. Tame. Tame, a primary skill of beast tamers, consuming blue energy, emitting mental fluctuations, entering the beast's mental world, inscribing a mental contract, and forcibly controlling it. Note, after taming, the beast's vision, smell, memory, etc. are shared with the beast tamer, who can autonomously and forcibly interrupt the control contract. The combat style of a beast tamer is to tame powerful beasts, allowing them to assist in battle. The 3 elite snow wolves before him certainly qualify as beasts. Considering that tame is just a primary skill, to increase the success rate of taming, Ling Chen first bound their movements and then shook their spirits. In a state of mental daze, the success rate of taming was undoubtedly close to 100%. Covered by the strange mental fluctuations, the 3 elite snow wolves were instantly controlled. When they opened their eyes again, the frenzied killing intent had vanished. In its place was a look of respectful submission. The 3 elite snow wolves lay prostrate before Ling Chen, their tails wagging wildly, resembling eager servants. Through memory sharing, Ling Chen gained a certain understanding of the nearby snow cave passage terrain. At the same time, he grasped the distribution points of nearby monsters. The monsters in this level aren't strong, they're just blue-named monsters. The boss guarding this level is actually a gold-named monster. Since it's a race, there's no need to waste time on the small monsters. Let's go straight to kill the boss. After understanding the distribution points of the monsters in this level, Ling Chen showed no hesitation. He mounted. No, he climbed onto the wolf. The bodies of the elite snow wolves were robust and large enough. These 3 elite snow wolves had been completely tamed and could naturally serve as Ling Chen's mounts. Moreover, in this level filled with debuff effects, with the shared senses of these 3 elite snow wolves, Ling Chen was no longer like a headless fly. All the scenes and sounds around him were clearly relayed to his mind. Although the various passages in the snow cave were chaotic and intertwined like a maze, with the help of the local residents, Ling Chen did not get lost at all. Finally found it. Soon, Ling Chen bypassed numerous monster distribution points and arrived at a narrow snow cave passage without engaging in any battles. Thud! The sound of a massive heartbeat echoed from within the passage. With the vision of the elite snow wolves, Ling Chen could clearly see that at the end of the passage stood a giant ice-sealed door that had weathered the years. Before the giant door, a massive dark green figure, at least 5 meters tall, leaned against the cave wall, its pair of crimson eyes slowly opening. The booming heartbeat was emanating from this enormous figure. Beside it stood a 2-meter-long giant wolf fawn club. Giant race. No, it's clearly a cannibal race. The giant race. has its own civilization and is not classified as a monster. Only the cannibal race is categorized as a secret realm monster. The physical characteristics of the cannibal race and the giant race are somewhat similar, making them easy to confuse. Go for it. Ling Chen waved his hand lightly. He knew this must be the boss of the second level. Defeating it would lead to the next level. The three elite snow wolves received the command, howled, and then charged recklessly towards the sleeping cannibal. The wolf howl ignited the anger within this ogre. A blue-named monster dares to roar at me. Humph. The cannibal tribe opened their eyes to see the situation clearly, snorting in anger, their eyes filled with disdain as they picked up their wolf-tooth club and swung it without hesitation. Thud. The three elite snow wolves were no match for this gatekeeper boss, instantly smashed into a pulp. Blood splattered everywhere. The cannibal became even more frenzied and excited, just about to rush over to slaughter and devour the remaining delicious human. But where did the person go? Why was there no one in sight? What are you looking for? A light laugh rang out from behind the cannibal. The cannibal's scalp instantly tingled. The wolf-tooth club swung back towards its rear. However, it was too late. In the moment its arm was raised. Thud. Its nape was already torn open by a weapon, radiating black light. The foul-smelling dark green blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering wildly. This ogre didn't even have time to go berserk before Ling Chen delivered a fatal blow. The vitality within it was rapidly draining away. The massive 5-meter-tall body crashed to the ground, its own momentum even causing the frozen giant gate to collapse under its weight. Meanwhile, Ling Chen had already slipped away after landing his strike. In his hand, a black blade shimmered, small and exquisite, yet incredibly sharp. It was the dagger in its black twilight form. Unlike the ordinary dagger form, the black twilight form appeared even more exquisite, with a flowing black light throughout, and the tip adorned with fine serrations. When this dagger pierced the monster's body, the sensation of flesh being torn apart by the fine serrations could instantly destroy the surrounding organs. This was the assassin's exclusive weapon, aiming for a single hit to inflict maximum damage. In the black twilight form, the wielder's agility increased by 40%, critical damage by 80%, and attacks could apply a spinal break buff to enemies. Long before the three elite snow wolves charged at the cannibal, Ling Chen had already activated Shadow Stealth, concealing his presence and swiftly approaching the cannibal. As the cannibal swung the wolf-tooth club to kill the three snow wolves, Ling Chen had successfully circled behind. Without any hesitation, he executed a classic assassin backstab, hitting a critical spot. It's worth mentioning that when we play games, no matter how much damage a character inflicts on a monster, it only deducts health points without any visible injuries. Similarly, when a monster inflicts damage on a character, it only deducts health points without causing any injuries. But now the situation was special. The game world had descended into reality. This meant that although every person, every monster, and every building had health points displayed, when you suffered damage, it would not only deduct health points but also inflict corresponding injuries. For example, if you had your arm severed by a monster, not only would your health points decrease, but you would also lose your arm, which would not regenerate. Likewise, if you lost your head, had your neck cut, or your heart pierced, you would die instantly, regardless of how high your health points were, and your health would drop to zero in an instant. Monsters were the same. It's important to note that this was the real world. At this point, some might wonder, what's the use of this health point then? Since any fatal injury leads to death, this health bar is just for show. From now on, I'll just aim for the boss's heart, neck, and head. If I hit, I'll clear the game directly. Here, we must mention a concept: critical points. Yes, almost every race and dungeon monster has critical points. As long as you hit them, you can ignore health points and directly end the opponent's life. However, boss-level monsters have protective mechanisms, and there are no critical points. Of course, attacking a boss's critical point will deal more damage than attacking other parts. Moreover, the boss's limbs, head, horns, tail, and other non-critical point areas are not protected by the mechanism. In other words, cutting off the boss's limbs, tail, and other parts will not regenerate unless it possesses a regeneration-type recovery skill. Now, Ling Chen is sneaking behind to assassinate this boss from the second level. Although he hit its critical point, due to the protective mechanism the boss possesses, it only lost health and did not die instantly. Unless Ling Chen's backstab damage exceeds its health points, it won't be able to finish off this ogre. It's a bit of a pity not to end the life of this man-eater, but it has suffered a significant reduction in health. Backstab, a basic skill of the assassin, instantly moving behind the enemy to deliver a fatal blow. This attack will definitely trigger a critical hit and comes with 15% armor penetration. Coupled with the 80% critical damage increase from Haimu, the damage is extremely considerable. However, this ogre is indeed a gatekeeper boss with higher defense and health than blue-named monsters, allowing it to still have some movement left. The spinal break buff causes immense stiffness, making it difficult for it to rise from the ground. The intense pain radiating from its neck causes its eyes to bloodshot, and anger erupts within like a volcano. It roars hoarsely and struggles desperately, as a thick red glow begins to surface on its body. Frenzy. The power of the gatekeeper boss's frenzy is clearly higher than that of blue-named monsters. The frenzy skill of blue-named monsters can only increase all attributes by 150%, while this ogre boss's frenzy can boost all attributes by 200%. However, will Ling Chen allow it to successfully activate this skill? Obviously not. A beautifully crafted, elongated white blade appears in his hand. Buzz. The entire sword begins to hum, its unmatched sharpness seeming capable of cutting through anything. Ling Chen, wielding the long sword, resembles a god of death. This is the frenzy kill form of the sword. In this form, Ling Chen's attack power receives a tremendous boost. It is naturally best used to reduce the boss's health. Upon seeing this frenzy sword appear, the ogre's pupils suddenly constrict, a massive sense of impending doom flooding its mind. Sword chi dance. Whoosh! In that instant, as the sword blade swings, the piercing sword energy directly assaults the ogre's head. Put! At such close range, the ogre has no time to resist. The unmatched sharp sword energy instantly penetrates the ogre's head. With no protective gear, its head is directly sliced in half. At this moment, the boss's protective mechanism is triggered. The half-destroyed head begins to reassemble in a vague manner. Ha! It didn't get completely shredded? Its health is quite thick. Then let's do a few more strikes. Put! A few more cuts are made. In the dark, cold snow cave passage, the piercing sword energy rampages, filling the entire cave with a suffocating atmosphere of slaughter. And under such frenzied sword energy slicing, the ogre's health is completely depleted. The protective mechanism disappears. Its head is utterly turned to mush. Having lost its head, the ogre is devoid of life, allowing Ling Chen to step over its corpse and leisurely walk into the third level. The monsters stationed at the second level come rushing at the sound. But when they arrive, they only see a massive headless corpse lying quietly on the ground. However, they are not disappointed at all. Instead, they howl with excitement and eagerness. They then begin to gnaw and devour the corpse. Outside the secret realm, although the performances of other students are also extremely excellent, strangely, all the deans and teachers' gazes have not shifted from Ling Chen's screen, mainly because Ling Chen's earlier performance has drawn special attention from all the deans and teachers. They are all curious about what special means this unclassed wanderer still possesses. At this moment, all the deans and most of the teaching staff were fixated on Ling Chen's window. The basic level of the warm-up had been easily passed by Ling Chen. This time, they had to observe closely. They wanted to see what was so special about this so-called unclassed wanderer. While the other deans and teachers were focused on Ling Chen, they were also pondering, if they were unclassed wanderers entering this second level, what methods would they use to get through? After thinking it over, they suddenly realized they had no clue. Yes, they couldn't figure out how an unclassed wanderer would pass this second level. Of course, the reason they couldn't think of it wasn't that these teachers were incompetent. Rather, it was that their understanding of basic skills was simply too limited. In the eyes of 99% of people, basic skills were utterly useless. They were merely small skills used during levels 1 to 10. Especially after changing jobs, they wouldn't even bother to glance at these basic skills. Moreover, all present were professional teachers from prestigious universities. They had never taught middle or high school students. After achieving their own academic success, they came to this key institution to apply for teaching positions. Coupled with the barriers between professions, a teacher specialized in assassins would certainly not take the time to understand all the basic skills of a demolitionist. They might take the time to learn about advanced skills from other professions, but they would absolutely not bother to understand basic skills that they deemed completely useless. This led to their minimal understanding of other professions' basic skills, including the four deans, Zhou Hongfu, Han Xiao, Luo Yang, and Li Manchun. Even when they put themselves in the shoes of an unclassed wanderer, they couldn't come up with a perfect strategy to pass. Only Wang Shi, the dean of the Magic Guidance Academy, squinted and smiled. As a commander responsible for planning, directing, and operating on the battlefield, he naturally had to have a thorough understanding of the skills of various professions. This included all the basic skills. Only by doing this could he perfectly arrange tactics and strategic layouts. If he didn't even understand the soldiers under his command, how could he fight a war or be a commander? Speaking of this experienced dean, he had already simulated no less than 10 suitable strategies for an unclassed wanderer to pass in his mind. Being the dean of the Magic Guidance Academy, Wang Shi was certainly not a simpleton. However, he was more eager for Ling Chen to present him with a surprising and satisfactory plan. He's moving. Ling Chen in the image finally made a move. Just when everyone thought Ling Chen was about to start sprinting, he instead threw out a spark ball. Boom! The explosion and sparks erupted, and howls echoed through the snow cave. What is he doing? Is he attracting monsters right away? This junior might be a bit reckless. The seniors looked on in confusion at this scene. Only the delicate and charming Catgirl teacher, upon seeing this, widened her beautiful eyes slightly. This. Lena, what's wrong? The green orc teacher next to her noticed the catgirl's expression and curiously asked. I know what he's going to do. The catgirl teacher Lena said softly. As soon as she said this, Wang Zhe raised his eyebrows slightly and then revealed a satisfied smile. As for the other deans and all the teachers, they immediately turned their attention to Lena. Lena was a teacher in the Beast Master department of the Shadow Academy. This shy and delicate catgirl teacher was being watched by so many colleagues for the first time. Instinctively, she lowered her head, her face full of shyness. A cute blush crept up her exquisite face, making her so bashful that she didn't even dare to speak. Don't put pressure on Lena. The dean of the Shadow Academy, Han Xiao, shot a glance at all the teachers before gently saying, Lena, go ahead. What is this little guy going to do? He wants to use the beginner skill tame of beast tamers to make the monsters obey. Then, he will use these obedient monsters to take him to the checkpoint, Lena said in a voice as soft as a mosquito. But at that moment, another teacher from the Magic Academy questioned, but isn't the tame skill too low level? And the monsters in this level are all blue named. How can he tame them? I don't know about that. Teacher Lena lowered her head again. If it were her, she would have directly used a high-level beast taming skill to make them submit. But how a jobless wanderer could tame them, she had no idea. We'll find out by watching, Han Xiao said softly. Everyone focused on the screen again. In the scene, 3 elite snow wolves appeared as expected. Their fierce aura and frenzied state were terrifying. It was still that teacher from the Magic Academy who was complaining. If they were white-named monsters, the probability of successful taming would be high. But these 3 elite snow wolves are blue-named monsters, and they are in a frenzied state, making it hard for a beginner skill to affect them. However, before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock. On the screen, Ling Chen used his long and elegant staff to instantly cast Earth Prison, then smoothly switched to a heavy sword and shield, unleashing the warriors' battle roar. Everyone clearly saw that the 3 snow wolves, which were originally in a state of extreme frenzy, had their limbs bound. The moment the battle roar swept over them, they fell into a state of rolling their eyes in dazed expressions. Then, extending his right hand, a strange mental wave spread out. Unsurprisingly, the 3 elite snow wolves regained their senses and lay down on the ground, indicating submission. He actually tamed them for real. No, the battle roar he just released was a bit strange. It even had a mental impact effect. Amidst the shock, soon a teacher noticed the details. The tall, green-skinned orc warrior teacher stared at the screen with a serious expression and said, without a doubt, the skill he just used was the warrior's beginner skill, battle roar, but the defense reduction effect was enhanced, and most importantly, it also had a mental impact effect. This is definitely not an ordinary battle roar, but an upgraded version of battle roar. This little guy's innate talent cannot possibly be just equipment master. Teacher Zhu, I remember this little guy was recruited by you, right? Why didn't you tell us this important information? It must be said that being a teacher at a prestigious institution means having some skills. Their insight is sharp, especially since this teacher is a top lecturer at the Prayer Academy, specifically responsible for teaching the warrior profession. You heard it right, the warrior profession is a support profession. Therefore, it is classified under the Prayer Academy. This top lecturer's insight is so keen that he immediately noticed the uniqueness of Ling Chen's battle roar. It was previously mentioned that the levels of all beginner skills cannot be enhanced. Neither equipment nor items can change beginner skills in any way. The only factor that can break this iron rule is the innate talent. The concept of innate talent is mysterious. It is something bestowed by heaven. Breaking common sense is quite normal. Many top-tier experts have relied on their innate talents to break the norm and achieve greatness. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiaoshan, who was leisurely sipping tea, couldn't help but spit out his tea upon hearing the orc teacher's words. He never expected that as the director responsible for admissions, he would also be caught in the crossfire. Facing the puzzled gazes of the other teachers, he quickly realized something was off. Then, Zhu Xiaoshan's eyes widened, looking at Zhou Hongfu in disbelief, exclaiming, Director Zhou, you didn't explain the details about Ling Chen to the other deans and teachers. Swish. As Zhu Xiaoshan uttered these words, all the deans and teachers turned their gazes towards Zhou Hongfu like a barrage of sharp swords. Zhou Hongfu's old face twitched, and then he looked awkward. Ahem. I just didn't have the time to inform everyone. This old guy. Before the school year started, detailed information about each student was already placed on the desks of all the deans and teachers. Regarding Ling Chen's information, aside from basic details, there was only one line in bold. This student is the champion of the Southern Province trial rankings. Other than that, there were no special notes. In contrast, prodigies like Ji Wuming, Zhu Yaoguang, and Gao Yao had special annotations on their information. Especially regarding their innate talents, they were marked with the word confidential. Any new student with the word confidential would be taken seriously by these deans and teachers. However, in the section for Ling Chen's innate talent, it simply stated equipment controller. This left all the deans and teachers puzzled, unable to discern what was so special about this little guy. Some teachers even personally went to Zhou Hongfu's office to suggest that although Ling Chen was the champion of the Southern Province trial rankings, was it really appropriate to rank him 15th? Zhou Hongfu merely smiled meaningfully at the time. Looking back now, it turns out this old guy did it on purpose. At this moment, Zhu Xiaoshan, realizing too late, could only smile bitterly. After enrolling Ling Chen, he had shared everything he knew about him with Zhou Hongfu, including the possibility that Ling Chen might possess 2 or more innate talents. Zhou Hongfu had solemnly told Zhu Xiaoshan, "I can inform the other deans, but this news is quite important, so please don't spread it to avoid leaking any secrets." Zhu Xiaoshan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He never expected that this old fox would deliberately conceal this information. No wonder when Wang Shi had high hopes for Ling Chen, this old guy still stood up to contest it. It seems he had already set his sights on this little guy. Thinking of this, the expressions of the 3 deans, Li Manchun, Han Xiao, and Luo Yang, darkened instantly. Wang Shi quickly said, 3 deans, you did say you wouldn't compete with me for this little guy. Put. Upon hearing this, the 3 deans felt as if a giant stone was pressing down on their chests. They felt suffocated. It's fine, don't be angry. There are still prodigies like Ji Wuming, Zhu Yaoguan, and Gao Yao. Even if Ling Chen's innate talent is indeed formidable, compared to these few prodigies, he should still be lacking somewhat. The 3 deans comforted themselves in their hearts. Teacher Zhu, could you please tell us what aspect Ling Chen's innate talent pertains to? The green orc teacher suddenly asked. This orc teacher was named Nats. Now he suddenly took an interest in this unassigned wanderer, Ling Chen. As this topic came up, all the teachers quickly turned their curious faces towards him. They were eager to know what this old fox had concealed. When asked, Zhu Xiaoshan hesitated and glanced at Zhou Hongfu. This made the other 3 deans even more displeased. It was one thing to be kept in the dark before, but now that it was exposed, this old guy still wanted to hide it? Han Xiao was furious and said impatiently, Teacher Zhu, stop helping this old fox hide things, just say it. Li Manchun, the bald man, wore a smiling face and said cheerfully, yes, Teacher Zhu, hurry up and tell us. If it involves secrets, just describe it vaguely. Wang Shi and Luo Yang wanted to speak as well. At this moment, Zhou Hongfu straightened his old back, stroked his beard, and smiled. Alright, since everyone is so curious about what makes this little guy different, just keep watching and you'll find out, right? Moreover, as this little guy's strength grows, these things won't remain secrets for long. After all, so many people aren't blind. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaoshan nodded in agreement. Right now, Ling Chen was still concealing the detailed information about his other innate talents. Others couldn't see it, but that was only because it wasn't obvious enough. As this kid's strength increased, he would eventually be discovered. By then, the power of a basic magic skill would be comparable to the falling star flame technique used by others, and there would be no way to hide that. Although the other deans and teachers were still quite dissatisfied, the old dean's authority was still significant. Since he said so, they could only continue watching. However, the disdain in all the teachers' eyes towards Ling Chen had completely vanished. In its place was a serious look of observation, along with a strong sense of curiosity. In the scene, after Ling Chen had tamed 3 elite snow wolves, he effortlessly found the guarding boss. At this point in time, other windows were frequently switching. Some new students were encountering considerable setbacks. The girl in the boxing gloves facing the maze-like dark snow cave circled around a few times but still couldn't find where the guarding boss was. As a result, she was filled with immense anger and transformed into a demon, Bo Gang. After all, this level required defeating the guarding boss to clear it. If one couldn't defeat the guarding boss, then clearing the level was impossible. In her fury, she went on a rampage against all the monsters in the snow cave, killing everything in her path. Unfortunately, she was still trapped inside, unable to find an exit. There was no way around it. The martial artist class was purely a close combat, violent output type. The characteristics of the profession also influenced a person's personality. Clearly, this martial artist girl was a bit slow-witted and would likely be stuck in this level for quite a while. Of course, she wasn't the only one trapped. Many melee physical classes found this level somewhat challenging. There were also some classes that had it much easier. These tamers, needless to say, used the same method as Ling Chen. Illusionists controlled monsters with hypnosis skills, making them lead the way. Summoners summoned dark night spirits, sharing sensory experiences with their spirits, allowing them to see as if it were daylight in this environment. As for Ji Wuming, Zhu Yaoguan, Gao Yao, and other clever and outstanding talents, there was no need to mention them. For them, this second level posed absolutely no pressure. But looking at all the footage, Ling Chen's speed in finding the exit remained in first place. Therefore, in the footage, he was also the first to confront the guarding boss. Next, let's see how he deals with this golden quality guarding boss. Although this guarding boss isn't too strong, if one doesn't have some strength, it could indeed waste a lot of time. Here, Ling Chen should be overtaken by Ji Wuming, Zhu Yaoguan, and other talents. The watching seniors were buzzing with discussion. It was no wonder they underestimated Ling Chen. Even those 4 deans and all the teachers were kept in the dark. These seniors, who had only
watched Ling Chen's college entrance examination battle recordings, could only marvel at his excellent combat skills and that unfathomable blue mana.
But having only mana and combat skills is useless. If your skill power isn't enough and the damage is like a mere scraping, it still won't make a mark.
It's still the old saying.
The basic skills of a non-class wanderer are fine for dealing with the college entrance examination secret
realm,
but for a secret realm that requires a level of 20, that definitely won't work.
With such biases, how could the seniors possibly have faith in Ling Chen? These people were looking forward to seeing Ling Chen's flustered reaction when facing the gatekeeper boss. However, the next 10 seconds of battle footage left all the onlooking students completely stunned, their expressions frozen like ice. They were utterly dumbfounded. In the footage, Ling Chen's battle with the gatekeeper boss had already begun. In the first second, Ling Chen waved his hand, commanding the tamed Snow Wolf Elite to charge. In the third second, the Snow Wolf Elite was ruthlessly crushed by the ogre. In the fourth second, a deadly backstab was completed.
In the fifth second, the ogre fell to the ground.
In the sixth second, the longsword frenzy kill was thrust directly at its forehead. In the seventh second, a sword cleaved its skull. In the eighth second, the fierce sword energy completely tore apart the boss's head, ending its life. In the 10th second, the battle was over, moving on to the next level. Exactly 10 seconds. Clean and swift.
The strikes were ruthless. You couldn't even find a single unnecessary movement from him.
I can't believe it.
They were completely dumbfounded. The seniors who had planned to critique Ling Chen with an air of superiority found their throats suddenly constricted, unable to swallow or spit out.
Ling Chen's performance in battle was so starkly different from the rumors that it left these seniors momentarily speechless.
If the person who cleared the level in 10 seconds was Ji Woming, Zhu Yaoguang, or other prodigies, the audience's hearts wouldn't have stirred at all, because in their eyes, these exceptional talents were supposed to possess such strength. But why did Ling Chen have it? What baffled them the most was Ling Chen's combat skills,
and that unreasonable, fierce sword energy.
How could the damage from this sword
energy be so high? Wasn't he supposed to be a classless wanderer, or had he actually changed to a swordsman?
Compared to the students' numbness and shock, the teachers showed no surprise at all. Instead, their eyes were filled with admiration. After all, they had already noticed Ling Chen's uniqueness earlier.
Did you notice?
His agility when using shadow stealth is even higher than that of some assassin students.
Backstab was timed perfectly.
This little guy would be ashamed not to come to the Shadow Academy. A female teacher from the Shadow Academy sighed with emotion.
Lee, you are mistaken. Look at this little guy's wildfire. Its
power has long surpassed the scope of a basic skill. And this exaggerated spell instant cast and mana value, he is clearly more suited for the Magic Academy.
The teacher from the Magic Academy was not having it. In my opinion, this little guy is more suited for the Combat Academy. You're talking nonsense. Watching the teachers fall into an argument, the 5 deans remained unfazed. This was something that happened every year. They had long since gotten used to it. When teachers encountered promising talents, they naturally wanted to recruit them into their departments. The deans had long since stopped caring about Zhou Hongfu's concealment of information. Gold will always shine.
When the teachers saw Ling Chen's nearly perfect battle performance, they would definitely realize that their previous judgments and impressions of him were wrong.
The teachers
just had a bit of prejudice against classless wanderers.
They weren't out of their minds. Once the prejudice was dispelled, they naturally began to appreciate this little guy. However, it wasn't just the teachers, even these deans were quite taken with Ling Chen. By the way, Teacher Zhu, did Ling Chen go to the library to collect the skill book for foreign professions?
Suddenly, Zhou Hongfu turned to ask.
He did. This little guy
came on the 30th and went to get his student ID on the 31st.
Zhu Xiaoshan nodded. Zhou Hongfu responded with an MM. The gatekeeper boss wasn't particularly strong. After Ling Chen, most of the new students who found
the checkpoint were able to pass through easily.
It's worth mentioning that Zhu Yaoguang defeated this ogre in just 1 second.
Here, she used a high-level skill, Thunder Shadow Instant Prison Kill, A.
The assassin profession is all about delivering a lethal blow. At the same level, assassins indeed kill single-target monsters faster than other professions.
The boss has a fatal point protection mechanism, but the high damage still
caused its health to drop to 0 in an instant. Ultimately, it fell helplessly. However, although Zhu Yaoguang killed the ogre in a flash, the time spent searching for the level entrance was slightly more than that of Ling Chen.
Therefore, she still couldn't surpass Ling Chen.
Inside the secret realm,
stepping through the door, the scene suddenly opened up. What lay before Ling Chen was no longer a narrow, elongated corridor, but a snow cave that was as vast and spacious as a magnificent palace.
Inside the snow cave, there stood towering ice-blue transparent pillars connecting the cave ceiling to the ground. A strong, foul odor wafted
through the air, causing Ling Chen to frown.
Roar! A low growl echoed.
Then, a pair of crimson glowing eyes appeared.
Soon, 2 pairs, 3 pairs, countless crimson pupils looked in unison towards the entrance. Anyone with a fear of clusters would likely faint at this sight.
Ling Chen remained expressionless, pulling a crystalline stick from his waist pocket and tossing it towards the ceiling. Bang! The stick firmly embedded itself into the ceiling, beginning to emit a bright light. The dim, cold snow cave was illuminated, and the true forms of those pairs of crimson eyes finally revealed themselves in the light. Ogre species. Clang! At that moment, a loud crash came from the back of the group of monsters. There, 3 massive stone thrones stood. In front of the thrones, 3 gigantic figures, each 6 meters tall, slowly rose, wielding enormous axes. Dust and debris cascaded down from their robust bodies. The bulging muscles showcased the terrifying strength of these 4 massive monsters. Their heavy armor made them appear almost impervious to blades and arrows. Monster, Ogre Chief Level, 18. Skills, Weapon Throwing, Intermediate Self-Healing, War Trample, Chief Command. Secret Realm Endowment, Berserk. Health 3000/3000. Defense, 1100. Status, Berserk Hungry. Quality, Red. Note, in Berserk state, this monster's all attributes increase by 250%. Monster, Ogre Shaman Level, 17. Skills, Sacrifice, Purification, Healing, Insect Summoning. Secret Realm Endowment, Berserk. Health 1500/1500. Defense 500. Status, Berserk Hungry. Quality, Purple. Note, in Berserk state, the monster's all attributes increase by 200%. Monster, Ogre Warrior Level, 16. Skills, Brute Force, Charge, Basic Self-Healing. Secret Realm Endowment, Berserk. Health 700/700. Defense 600. Status, Berserk Hungry. Quality, Blue. Note, in Berserk state, the monster's all attributes increase by 150%. The Eye of Appraisal activated. The information panel of the ogre species appeared before Ling Chen. Roar! However, this group of ogres did not give Ling Chen any time to assess them. Once they caught the scent of human flesh, they completely lost control. The intense hunger and appetite drove them into a frenzy. Hundreds of ogre warriors surged towards Ling Chen like a swarm of ants, enveloped in a thick stench, charging madly forward. The terrifying number of ogres charging forward caused even the snow cave to tremble. This grand scene of the horde of demons rushing did not cause any change in Ling Chen's expression. His eyes remained as calm as ever. The array-breaking 1,000 mechanisms ring had transformed once again into the staff form of falling sun. He leisurely raised the long, fiery red staff high. Whoosh! In an instant, an astonishing whirlwind of sand and stones began to stir within the snow cave. It was as if a small sandstorm had descended upon the cavern. Wind Sand Technique. Wind Sand Technique, a basic skill of wind mages that conjures a gust of wind and sand lasting 5 seconds. The wind and sand can disrupt the enemy's line of sight, reducing their perception and visibility to a certain extent. Under the effect of Omni, the wind and sand of the Wind Sand Technique became even more ferocious and dense. Moreover, the enemy targets hit by this technique not only suffered visual obstruction but also had their perception suppressed. The unsuspecting ogre warriors were immediately blinded by the glaring wind and sand. The strong wind caused the fine sand to strike their eyes, delivering a significant impact. They raised their arms to shield their eyes, but the stinging sensation made hot tears stream down uncontrollably. They were in the midst of a charge. The inertia of their frenzied dash made it impossible for them to stop immediately. This led to the ogre warriors at the front being trampled by their allies from behind. The originally orderly charging formation was completely disrupted by a single wind sand technique. Ugh! The wind sand technique did not only affect the ogre warriors. Even the ogre shamans a little further back were impacted. Ogre shamans were equivalent to fragile human mages. Although they were purple elite monsters and possessed magical powers, their defense and resistance were much lower than that of the ogre warriors. The 3 ogre leaders at the back raised their massive arms to shield their eyes. The fine wind and sand had no effect on the 3 bosses. They had long since returned to their thrones. A tiny human was simply not enough to draw their attention. Moreover, they were not even worth a bite, so they let their underlings feast. However, what they did not know was that soon they would pay a heavy price for this contempt. During the 5 seconds of rampant wind and sand, Ling Chen did not stand still. He fixed his gaze on the dozens of ogre shamans who were covering their eyes and screaming in agony. In less than 2 seconds, his figure had already darted through the group of ogre warriors still wailing and arrived in front of the ogre shamans. If the spectators outside could see this scene, they would instinctively think that Ling Chen would take the opportunity to strike these elite monsters down. As mentioned earlier, only boss-level monsters had the Fatal Point protection mechanism. Although the second-level Guardian boss was weak, the Secret Realm granted it boss qualifications. Therefore, even if Ling Chen backstabbed its Fatal Point, he still could not kill it in one hit. The purple elite monsters, however, did not have this protection mechanism. According to most people's way of thinking, he should take advantage of this gap to eliminate these disgusting ogre shamans. However, Ling Chen did not directly slay this group of ogre shamans. Instead, he let out a furious roar, and battle-intent roar spread out. The ogre shamans, in a state of blindness and dizziness, not only had their defenses reduced but also suffered a fierce blow on a mental level. Then, Ling Chen directly extended his hands towards this group of ogre shamans and a strange mental wave spread out once again. This time, it was not tame. Instead, it was group charm, a unique profession in Western countries, the succubuses. Basic skill. Group charm, cast a charm on the group target, making them infatuated with you, thus obeying your commands. Note, the more chaotic the target's mind, the higher the success rate of the charm. As this wave of mental fluctuation spread, affecting the dozens of ogre shamans, the effect of the flash spell ended. The arms that had blocked their view were lowered, and this group of ogre shamans was just about to search for that detestable human figure. Instead, what came into view was a charming female ogre. In the eyes of these shamans, this female ogre was so beautiful and alluring, gracefully seductive. A strong desire to mate surged in their minds. They wished they could pin this female ogre down and love her fiercely. Their rationality was completely drowned in lust. Roar! However, the roars of the ogre warriors shattered the shamans' romantic thoughts. Regaining their vision, they began to search for the human figure and charged towards that human. Ling Chen did not cast group charm on them. Besides, there were too many of them, and the shamans had a purification skill. It would wash away the charm effect. Therefore, Ling Chen directly targeted the dozens of ogre shamans. The shamans saw the group of warriors charging towards the female ogre they favored. At that moment, they were furious. Even among monsters, there is a strict hierarchy. These lowly warriors actually wanted to slaughter the female favored by this noble shaman. This was intolerable. Thus, the dozens of ogre shamans began to chant rapidly in unison. Countless small black circles rose and appeared beneath their feet, and finally, a dense swarm of black poisonous insects emerged. Insect. Summon. As soon as this group of black insects appeared, they charged directly at the ogre warriors. The ogre warriors charging towards Ling Chen were completely dumbfounded. They never expected their own shamans would turn against them. But the strict class system made them dare not resist in the face of the insects. It was like an ancient human society where humble subjects faced noble emperors. If the ruler wanted the subject to die, the subject had no choice but to die. Ugh! Ah! Thus, countless ogre warriors screamed in agony under the bites of the insects, suffering heavy casualties. The three ogre leaders who had been watching the scene were also shocked after witnessing this. They did not expect the shamans would turn around and attack their own warriors. Shamans, stop! The red-skinned ogre leader sitting on the central throne emitted a hoarse, strange sound. This was the ogre language. However, the shamans remained unmoved, their eyes filled with hearts, still commanding the insects to slaughter the lowly warriors. I command you to stop. The red ogre leader roared again. Buzz. The hoarse syllables accompanied the activation of the skill. Leader's command. Leader's command, a skill exclusive to leader-level monsters using their leader bloodline to forcibly command their subordinates. After the skill was activated, the dozens of shamans suddenly woke up. Then, cold sweat broke out. What appeared before their eyes was a sea of their own kin's corpses. The insects themselves possessed deadly poison. Just one bite was enough to kill an ogre warrior. Moreover, this group of warriors did not dare to resist their superiors, not even daring to step on the insects. Therefore, even in such a short time, there were already over 100 ogre warrior corpses lying on the ground. The shamans twitched at the corners of their mouths. Being able to use magical power, they naturally had a high level of intelligence. How could they not understand that they had been seduced by that damned human? Damn it! Damn it! Dozens of shamans let out furious roars. They wished they could immediately flay the damned human alive. Don't rush to bark like dogs. Don't worry, I'm very merciful. I'll send you to meet your compatriots soon. A light chuckle rang out. Accompanying it was a sharp black gleam that was piercingly intense. Rip! The black gleam swept past. It was the sound of flesh being torn apart by a sharp weapon. Accompanied by a hoarse whimper, a shaman's eyes bulged, his face filled with despair, horror, and disbelief. This human, how could he? Bang! The shaman fell, filled with unwillingness and resentment, his body twitching incessantly as life drained away rapidly. The surrounding shamans hurriedly turned to look. They soon discovered that a figure was slowly emerging from the shadow beside the shaman's corpse. This figure, holding the dagger Black Twilight, was none other than Ling Chen. The small, exquisite yet incredibly sharp dark blade was dripping with the foul-smelling dark green blood. It was still the very cliché yet practical single-target kill skill combination, Shadow Stealth plus Backstab. Like other basic skills, these two skills, under the enhancement of Omni, had Backstab gain an additional 15% armor penetration attribute. Shadow Stealth not only extended the invincibility duration but also provided an extremely exaggerated boost to his own agility. In the stealth state, Ling Chen's presence was completely masked, causing the furious shamans to lose their target immediately. At this moment, Ling Chen, having easily killed a shaman, looked at this group of ugly and disgusting monsters with a beaming smile. The many shamans. Shame. It was simply a disgrace. They, as a proud clan of shamans, were being toyed with.
by a mere human. And now, although they didn't understand what this human's words meant, seeing the mocking smile beneath that honest face made it clear that this human was laughing at them. The rage that was about to burst forth burned completely in their dark green pupils, their ugly, filthy faces turning frantic with anger. Kill. All the shamans activated berserk at this moment. All attributes increased by 200%. Their bodies began to emit a rich red glow, and their frail frames started to swell. The impoverished muscles thumped with a sound. The shamans, originally only 2 meters tall, not only had their attributes skyrocketed under the berserk enhancement, but their physiques also became tall and robust. The foremost ogre shaman, with a fierce expression, raised the dirty and unsightly gnarled staff in his hand, preparing to summon those previously hideous and ugly poisonous insects. Did you think Ling Chen would continue to tangle with this group of shamans? No. He had long since changed his original plan. Without any hesitation, the formation-breaking thousand machine ring transformed directly from the black twilight form into the staff falling sun form. The staff pointed lightly, a flash of lightning enveloped him, increasing his movement speed by 30%, which was thunder flash. Then, with a blink, he created a very safe distance from these frenzied monsters. In fact, Ling Chen's original plan was to charm the shamans and ruthlessly slaughter the ogre warrior group, thus achieving the goal of effortlessly dealing with the minions. But unexpectedly, the ogre leader's command skill could forcibly order his subordinates to do anything. Sometimes, even if you knew the name of a monster's skill, you still wouldn't know its effect. This led Ling Chen to have to abandon his original plan. Now, all the newcomers were in the secret realm assessment. At the same time, they were naturally engaged in a life and death race. This batch of newcomers was not lacking in prodigies. Don't be fooled by the nearly 1,000 numbers. The gap between their rankings was not far apart. Between the 500th and 900th new students, the difference in completion time was only a few seconds. Since the unexpected had occurred, Ling Chen naturally could not continue with that plan. Doing so would waste his time and drag down his performance. At this moment, what was being tested was the ability to adapt to the changing battlefield. Such situations were actually quite normal. The circumstances on the battlefield changed rapidly. It was impossible for everything to unfold as one wished. Therefore, Ling Chen decided to change his plan. Time for a big play. As Ling Chen created distance, this group of ogres had learned their lesson and would definitely not give this human another chance to toy with them. Roar! With the furious roar echoing, beams of red light shot into the sky. The snow cave was instantly filled with a violent aura. Over 200 ogres activated their berserk skill at that moment. Their muscles and bodies grew even larger. Their health, basic attributes, and resistances doubled. Special note: the berserk skill only enhances one's basic attributes and does not increase the attributes provided by equipment. Most of these ogres' resistances actually come from the armor they wear on their bodies. Although these armors are worn and rusty, they are still impervious to ordinary weapons. Therefore, the resistances, health, and basic attributes provided by equipment will not be affected by berserk. Naturally, the ogre warrior's original defense of 600 cannot double to a terrifying 1200. They've gone mad. This group of ogres was completely insane. Ling Chen did not expect that his actions would infuriate this tribe. However, for him, it didn't matter whether these monsters went berserk or not. Next, he was going to give these monsters a big surprise. He plunged his hands directly into the bag he carried at his waist. At this moment, someone might ask, why do others conquer dungeons without carrying bags? And why did Ling Chen tie such a bulging bag around his waist, which looked anything but cool? Here, we need to mention the existence of a thing: the game package. As everyone knows, when playing games, characters come with their own backpack space. This is convenient for collecting, using, and storing items and equipment while playing. Now that the game has descended into reality, humans have become true players. Naturally, everyone would have their own game package. However, it is no longer called a game package, it is now referred to as built-in space. For every 5 levels gained, one slot in the built-in space opens up. Each slot can only store one type of item, with a maximum limit of 999. Of course, there are other ways to expand the built-in space besides leveling up. Wealthy families with connections can find various ways to purchase item expansion packs for their children. Ling Chen's family was poor, so he naturally could not afford such things. Although there was a scholarship awarded by the southern province, the cash could only be used for daily living expenses. Dreaming of buying precious item packs and other items was simply wishful thinking. Generally, people would trade items or offer favors instead. Who would lack a bit of cash? Thus, Ling Chen's built-in space only had 2 slots opened. As for those rich kids, like Ji Wuming, Zhu Yaoguang, and Gao Yao, who came from prestigious families, their built-in spaces might have opened up hundreds of slots. So, when they conquered secret dungeons, why would they need to carry a bulging bag like Ling Chen? They could keep whatever items or equipment they needed in their built-in space, taking them out as needed. Now, Ling Chen was at level 14. His built-in space had only 2 slots opened. Therefore, he had stored only 2 types of items. One of the items was called liquefied petroleum bomb, quantity 999, inside the snow cave. The ogres, fully unleashed in their frenzy state, had lost all semblance of reason. In their minds now, there was only one frenzied thought: to kill. They must make this foolish, ignorant, lowly human taste the agony of despairing death. They would cruelly strip the skin from this human, rip out all his internal organs, chew and savor his bones and flesh, and then use his blood to wash away the humiliation thrown upon them. Charge! The ogre's thick legs stomped forward violently. Already filled with extreme rage, they had completely lost their sanity under the catalyst of frenzy. Over 200 ogre warriors, carrying overwhelming hatred and unstoppable ferocity, charged towards Ling Chen. But they missed. Ling Chen lightly tapped his toes and had already leaped high into the air, the light of the falling sun staff flickering. A halo surrounded him, allowing him to float in midair. Levitation spell. With the support of omnipotence, the levitation spell not only reduced his falling speed but also granted the caster 5 seconds of hovering ability. The ogre warriors on the ground, seeing this, did not hesitate to reach for their bows and arrows. However, how could Ling Chen allow himself to become a target? Before they could draw their bows and aim, a violent sandstorm surged once more within the snow cave, turning the entire cavern into a desert, with wind and sand swirling. Ah, here it comes again. This group of frenzied ogre warriors was once again blinded by the sandstorm, their senses suppressed. Unsurprisingly, all the ogre warriors were foolish, with no defenses whatsoever, and at this moment they fell into a brief state of being blinded by the sandstorm. The stinging pain in their eyes, combined with the mental agitation brought on by frenzy, drove them nearly mad as they wildly swung their battle axes and great swords, as if fearing that the human would take advantage of this moment to stab them. Such indiscriminate attacks, not distinguishing friend from foe, resulted in their companions around them being accidentally slain. Those dozens of ogre shamans had long been prepared. The moment the sandstorm rose, they began to cast the purification skill. Ling Chen, floating in midair, looked down at the chaotic monsters below with indifference. With a snap of his fingers, 999 liquefied petroleum bombs from the internal space densely descended into reality. Then, they plummeted madly. Bang bang bang! Countless liquefied petroleum bombs crashed down upon the bodies of those ogre warriors and shamans. Then, with a crack, they burst open. Thick, black, oil-like liquid sprayed out like a fountain. At that moment, over 200 monsters were completely covered in thick liquefied petroleum. The sticky liquid, which also emitted a peculiar foul smell, made them even more frenzied. And, at this time, Ling Chen was about to land. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, the sound of the wind howled fiercely. Ling Chen didn't even bother to look back. Without hesitation, he twisted his body and executed a magnificent spinning kick in midair. Clang! A massive battle axe, stained with countless bloodstains, was kicked back by Ling Chen in the air. The kicked axe embedded sharply into the cave wall. It turned out that the Crimson Ogre leader, watching his subjects being toyed with by this human, could not suppress the surging anger in his heart and threw his giant axe at Ling Chen. However, Ling Chen's combat instincts were extraordinarily acute. Countless immersive training sessions in the system's simulation secret realm had already sharpened his ability to keenly capture any movement on the battlefield. At this moment, Ling Chen finally landed. The ogre warriors and shamans, having shaken off their dizziness, were finally relieved to see this human touch down. The sticky liquefied petroleum on them would not affect their combat effectiveness. At that moment, the shamans directly summoned a swarm of venomous insects. The speed of the insect attack was even faster. They approached Ling Chen quicker than the ogre warriors. Faced with these disgusting, spine-chilling poisonous insects, Ling Chen's lips curled into a fiery smile. He took a few steps forward, then turned around and snapped his fingers. True art is an explosion. Snap! As the fingers snapped, a small fixed-point mine that had been hanging on one of the monsters in the ogre group suddenly exploded. That was a little thing Ling Chen had casually tossed while throwing liquid petroleum bombs. Boom! The detonation of the small fixed-point mine completely reacted with the liquid petroleum. The deafening blast sounded like sparks suddenly igniting. A terrifying firelight, bright enough to rival the sun, swept out from the ogre group, and the massive energy wave spread, shattering countless huge ice pillars. The snow cave shook violently as if an earthquake had struck, resembling a cataclysmic disaster. A small mushroom cloud of fire slowly rose. In just an instant, that grand, scorching sea of flames devoured over 200 ogres. Even those poisonous insects could not escape, turning to ash in the terrifying explosion of flames. They didn't even have time to scream. Not even the fear of death had time to surface in their minds before they perished. Ling Chen presented a magnificent and shocking explosion art for this group of brutal and ugly monsters. A fiery funeral. Fortunately, the space in this snow cave was large enough. Ling Chen easily dodged the scorching flames. Suddenly, Ling Chen turned sharply. Not because a real man never looks back at an explosion, but because the Crimson Ogre leader had charged right in front of him in an instant. It had witnessed its subjects die at the hands of this despicable human, and its frenzied rage erupted like a volcano. Ah, damn human! The strange ogre language came from its mouth, and its ugly, fierce face was completely consumed by anger. The enormous figure drew the giant axe embedded in the cave wall, and the charged skill enveloped it in a fierce aura. The several hundred-pound giant axe swung effortlessly in its hands. With a momentum like a bamboo being split, it swung down angrily at Ling Chen. Clang! The giant axe struck the ground, and Ling Chen's figure was cleaved in two. However, the ogre leader did not show any expression of satisfaction because it did not see the scene of blood splattering. Hiss! The split figure completely vanished. Illusion! Despicable rat! Despicable rat! The ogre leader lost its target and roared in fury, swinging the giant axe down repeatedly onto the ground to vent its anger. Not far away, the other two ogre leaders stood up, picking up their own giant hammers and spiked clubs. Clearly, they were also joining the battle. But the expressions of the two ogre leaders, one green and one blue, suddenly changed drastically. Behind the crimson ogre leader, a figure emerged like a ghost, crawling out from the dark shadowy depths. The figure held a black gleam, and a drop of purple liquid quietly dripped from the sharp edge of the black gleam. Hegluo! Be careful! Before the words were finished, put! The sound of a sharp weapon slicing through flesh echoed. That black gleam, like a nail, was viciously driven into the carotid artery of the crimson ogre leader. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. Ah! Then, the crimson ogre leader let out a tragic howl, its massive hands slapping at its own neck. However, that figure had already accomplished its task and gracefully retreated. It might be hard to believe. In Ling Chen's eyes, these three imposing ogre leaders were easier to deal with than that group of miscellaneous soldiers. Why? Because the qualifications of these three ogre leaders were merely red. Red represents quasi-boss level monsters. They are ultimately not true boss level monsters. Since they are not true bosses, there is no fatal point protection mechanism. At this moment, someone found it strange. How could such powerful ogre leaders only have red qualifications, while the ogre elites in the second level have golden qualifications? This involves the meticulous layout of the school's creators. The first level serves as a basic warm-up, nothing much to say. The monsters in the second level are generally blue-named, and newcomers can avoid battles through various means. To prevent the second level from being too easy and to hinder the newcomer's completion time, the guarding boss was set to golden qualifications. After all, it can't be that you pass through without any obstacles, right? That would be too lacking in challenge. The third level is designated as the main course. It is the focus of this assessment: output power, adaptability in battle, sustained combatability, and decisiveness. A mix of blue-named monsters, elite monsters, and red-named monsters. This difficulty is just right. In previous assessments, the monsters faced by newcomers in the third level always included golden-named monsters. However, considering that the newcomers have not yet studied in the academy, their strength may be slightly lacking, so the qualifications of the ogre leaders were set to red. If the talented individuals have already been studying in the academy for a month, both their strength and mindset would have greatly improved. Therefore, having boss monsters with golden qualifications mixed in the third level would also be reasonable. Right now, they are all novice rookies. While the potential of these talented individuals cannot be denied, high school courses, in the eyes of these academy teachers, can only be considered basic. Only by entering the academy can one truly become stronger. Everything learned before entering the academy is merely foundational. Summarizing these factors, the designers of the newcomer assessment, namely the 5 deans, unanimously agreed to replace the golden-named boss monster in the third level with a red-named quasi-boss monster. This way, newcomers wouldn't feel that the assessment was too difficult. However, these 5 deans clearly underestimated the strength of this year's newcomers. It is also necessary to mention some rules and knowledge about the secret realms. In those secret realms that have not yet shattered and descended into reality, regardless of how the challengers slay the monsters inside, all monsters will respawn after exiting the secret realm. Of course, if a challenger discovers a wild secret realm with no completion record, they can gain control of that secret realm after completing it, becoming the master of that realm, known as the master of the secret realm. This means that all the secret realms used for student assessments, including the college entrance examination secret realm, have been conquered and controlled by predecessors. After being transformed by the school, they became secret realms used for assessing students. Outside the secret realm, we've finally arrived at the third checkpoint. This level is more difficult than any previous one. Although the golden-named boss monster has been temporarily replaced with a red-named quasi-boss monster, considering that the newcomers have not studied in the academy, the difficulty is still quite high. On the podium, the teachers were smiling and discussing. Their spirits began to focus intensely. From this level onward, the true level of the newcomers would be tested. They would observe the performance of all newcomers and then select some of their favorites, persuading them to choose their own departments. That's what they said. But all the teachers' gazes at this moment were fixed on a certain screen window. Even the senior students who came to watch the excitement were also intently staring at the same window. And the figure in that window was, of course, Ling Chen. At this moment, Ling Chen had already stepped into the third checkpoint. The camera zoomed in on the dense crowd of ogres. Hiss, here they come. Last year's checkpoint was the nest of fleshworms. I thought this year's eternal snow cave would be better, but I didn't expect this third checkpoint to be just as disgusting. Ugh, just hearing you say that reminds me of those densely packed, slimy, stinking fleshworms. These ogres are absolutely revolting. Look closely, they have some rotten spots on them, crawling with maggots. The seniors were complaining with disdain. It seemed that last year's freshman exam, that nest of fleshworms had left them with quite a psychological shadow. He moved just as Ling Chen raised his staff. All the spectators took notice. But, whoosh! A yellow sandstorm formed instantly. The wind and sand completely obscured the camera, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. The effects of skills like battle roar, backstab, shadow stealth, and sandstorm technique have long surpassed the scope of basic skills. It seems this little guy indeed has a natural talent for enhancing basic skill levels. Seeing the extraordinary dazzling effect and duration of the sandstorm technique, many teachers confirmed their previous suspicions. What will this little guy do next? If it were me, I would choose to quickly approach the ogre shaman while the sandstorm technique is still in effect and take it out in one hit. As it turned out, this teacher from the Shadow Academy guessed the first step correctly. After the blazing white light disappeared, the figure that came into view was indeed in front of the ogre shaman group. However, it was not to take out the ogre shaman. He let out a sharp scream, and the sound waves of battle roar spread out, causing dozens of ogre shamans, still in a daze, to suddenly roll their eyes back, their bodies twitching slightly. Mental shock. Then, with both hands extended, a wave of wondrous and enchanting mental fluctuations spread from Ling Chen's body. After opening their eyes, the dozens of ogre shamans looked at Ling Chen with faces full of desire. Can you imagine? Dozens of disgusting, ugly monsters looking at you with lust, wanting to pin you down and love you fiercely. The sight made all the female teachers present break out in goosebumps. Even the male teachers were momentarily stunned. This is the group charm of the succubus profession. Everyone was shocked. They had thought Ling Chen would continue to use assassin skills to reap the lives of these shamans. But unexpectedly, in the end, he actually used group charm on a bunch of ugly, disgusting monsters. It seems Ling Chen has truly become. No, wait, Ling Chen has truly become unpredictable. However, to be fair, this skill was very effective at this moment. The ogre shamans were completely enchanted by Ling Chen's charm, their minds lost, summoning countless poisonous insects to tear apart their fellow warriors. In just a short while, the ogre warriors, who dared not resist, lay dead all over the ground. I can't believe there's such a tactic? This is making my scalp tingle. Although I really want to complain, I also think he's amazing. The expressions of the seniors at this moment were quite spectacular. At the same time, they all unconsciously thought of one idea. Cherish life, stay away from perverts. This junior is quite clever, using charm to turn the shamans with purification skills. However, if he thinks this third checkpoint is so easy to pass, he's underestimating the layout of the deans. After a brief moment of surprise, some seniors reacted. They had all experienced the freshman speed trials and understood that in this checkpoint, simply using charm would definitely not get through. Considering that many of the new students have chosen the profession of illusionist in order to prevent this profession from passing too easily, not only the shamans but even the bosses will possess skills to counter abnormal states. Moreover, the ogre boss will also be granted extremely high resistance to abnormal states. If this arrangement were not made, it would be far too easy for illusionists to clear the level. They would only need to induce hallucinations in the ogre boss and then command it to make the others kill each other to pass effortlessly. As expected, after the words of the senior students fell, in the scene, the enormous ogre boss used the skill leader's command. This restored the sanity of all the shamans. Not only that, the ogre shamans and ogre warriors who had been humiliated by Ling Chen were enraged and all activated their berserk skill. The deafening roar echoed through the snow cave. The frenzied aura emitted by over 200 ogres shot up into the sky, shaking the ground. They charged towards Ling Chen, filled with intense killing intent and madness. This little guy is clearly still too young. This scene is what all the candidates least want to see. Everyone is berserk. On the podium, the teachers who had originally praised Ling Chen couldn't help but shake their heads and smile wryly at this moment. In this level, seizing the initiative is crucial, because when entering this stage, the monsters do not immediately enter a berserk state. This is the best time to clear out the minions. If missed, these minions will activate berserk. Their base attributes will skyrocket, making them even harder to deal with. Most prodigies would use this opportunity to unleash large-scale high-damage AoE skills, aiming to wipe out all the minions in one go. Clearly, Ling Chen has already missed this prime opportunity. Such a basic mistake should not occur for someone at the top of the provincial trial rankings. No need to watch anymore, this little guy will definitely be overtaken by the other prodigies behind. At this moment, the dean of the Magic Academy, Ling Chen, concluded. The other teachers nodded in agreement. Even Wang Shi and Zhou Hongfu, who had the most faith in Ling Chen, frowned slightly at this moment. Could it be that they were mistaken? This is a race for life and death. Any mistake could result in losing the lead. If Ling Chen were a mage, it wouldn't matter much. He could just chug a big bottle of blue potion and then unleash a big skill on this group of monsters. But he is just a classless wanderer. One of the fatal flaws of a classless wanderer, lack of large-scale high-damage AoE skills. Faced with this group of ogres who are all berserk, even if Ling Chen can deal with them, the time consumed would be enough for him to be overtaken by other prodigies. Thinking of this, the teachers' evaluations of Ling Chen dropped significantly. In fact, many teachers had already shifted their focus to the windows of other prodigies, no longer paying attention to Ling Chen. Everyone has their glorious moments, don't mistake a moment for permanence. However, surprises always come when least expected. 10 seconds after all the teachers and students shifted their gaze, boom! Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed from above the screen. Dozens of frames shook violently at this moment, as if an earthquake had occurred. Then, the sound of bombardment erupted like a volcano, the piercing explosion directly drowning out all the sounds from the windows. Several windows even began to lag and flicker due to the intense noise. The deafening explosion left all the teachers and students momentarily dazed. What the hell is happening? Where did that explosion come from? Ling Chen. The noise is coming from his window. With a shout, at that moment, all the teachers and students, including the deans, had to turn their attention back to Ling Chen's screen window. Then, the familiar sea of fire reappeared before everyone's eyes. However, this time, the scale of the sea of fire was even more shocking than in the first round. The vast sea of flames seemed endless, recklessly consuming everything in the snow cave. Even through the screen, one could almost feel the terrifying heat radiating from within. This was no longer a snow cave. It had clearly transformed into a fire cave. Looking at the more than 200 ogres, where were their figures? They had all perished in this sea of fire. Ling Chen, who had previously asserted that Ling Chen would surely be overtaken, now wore an expression that was utterly captivating. The other teachers and students were left dumbfounded, their minds filled with questions and horror. However, this time, Ling Chen did not give them time to marvel. The camera shifted away from the vast sea of fire and once again focused on that slender figure. At that moment, a massive silhouette blocking out the sun like a mountain appeared before Ling Chen, exuding a heavy sense of oppression. A giant axe swung through the air, cleaving down towards Ling Chen. Crack! Ling Chen's figure was split in two. Just as all the teachers and students widened their eyes and furrowed their brows, they were shocked to see the split figure dissipate. Then, a ghostly figure crawled out from the shadowy depths behind the ogre leader, like a demon from a swamp. Without any hesitation, a dagger radiating purple light was thrust mercilessly into the ogre leader's fatal spot at the back of its neck. Accompanied by a scream from the ogre leader, it crashed to the ground. Ling Chen then gracefully retreated. Everyone, silence, a deathly silence. Perhaps words could no longer describe the shock they felt inside. In just a few seconds, he not only exterminated over 200 monsters that had entered a frenzy state but also executed a perfect counterattack against the attacking red-named leader monster. It was simply beyond comprehension. On the podium, all the teachers were swallowing hard. In other scenes, Zhu Yaoguang, Ji Woming, and other prodigies had just stepped into the third round. Yet Ling Chen had already cleared all the minions and severely injured an ogre leader. Ha! No, that's not right. Not severely injured. It was a kill. Suddenly, everyone saw the ogre leader in the footage, preparing to rise while clutching its wound at the back of its head. Its movements froze. Then, the skin around its massive neck turned from a bright red to a strange purple. Finally, this powerful red-named leader monster collapsed to the ground, eyes rolled back, right before everyone's gaze. Its mouth even foamed with disgusting white bubbles, breathing in but not out. This group of monsters had been utterly slaughtered by Ling Chen. Ah, what on earth just happened? This is too exaggerated, damn it. Really too exaggerated. Who said that jobless wanderers have no future? Step forward. You keep pretending. Have you forgotten your own face when you were belittling jobless wanderers in the dormitory? There were no surprises. After a brief moment of numbness and daze, they erupted into intense exclamations and discussions. Teachers, why aren't you speaking? On the podium, Wang Shi wore a beaming smile as he scanned the teaching staff. The teasing expression was clear even to a blind person. The teachers, Ling Chen. Alright, Xiao Wang, put away that smug expression. Zhou Hongfu stepped forward to ease the atmosphere. He smiled and said, I suppose all the teachers must have missed how this little guy turned the tables in a dire situation, right? Many teachers nodded. This was a life and death speed test. Once you missed the opportunity, you could be overtaken in an instant by others, especially with this year's new students being exceptionally talented. Moreover, Ling Chen, as a jobless wanderer, did not possess high explosive large-scale AoE skills. Faced with the monster entering a frenzy state, it was impossible to clear it instantly. The consequence was being overtaken by others, even falling far behind. It was no wonder the teachers shifted their gazes in disappointment. Xiao Wang, you're good at theoretical analysis. Why don't you explain it to the teachers? Wang sure nodded. Then he smiled lightly and said, actually, this little guy's methods are quite simple. Simple. What kind of simple method could cause such a terrifying explosion and sea of fire? The teachers looked skeptical and unconvinced. That level of explosion, just in terms of power, starts at A-level skills. I'm not lying to you all, because this little guy only used 2 basic skills to create this earth-shattering explosion feast. One is liquefied petroleum bomb, and the other is small targeted mine. Isn't that considered a simple method? Wang sure retorted. That's not right. Even if those 2 skills are combined, their power shouldn't be that great, a teacher from the combat academy questioned. Teacher Zhang is right. If it were just a few liquefied petroleum bombs, their power wouldn't be impressive. Wang sure nodded. Then, he casually asked, but what if it were 999 liquefied petroleum bombs combined? Everyone? One sentence made all the teacher's hearts shudder. 999. This little guy actually prepared 999 liquefied petroleum bombs. They never dreamed that under the shocking explosion, the truth would be so simple. A classic case of quantitative change leading to qualitative change. Alright, let's continue watching this little guy's performance. He has already used poisoning and backstab to instantly kill a ogre chief. Inside the secret realm, the snow cave had long turned into a fire cave. The dazzling flames illuminated the entire cave, as bright as day. At this moment, the crimson ogre chief had completely ceased to breathe. Purple poison surged wildly from the wound at its nape, spreading to its various organs and wreaking havoc on its bodily functions. Just as the outside world said, Ling Chen's skill to instantly kill this ogre chief was indeed backstab plus poisoning. Poisoning, a basic skill of the street fighter profession, applying a layer of deadly poison to one's weapon. When dealing damage to the target, it can cause the poison to invade the target's body, ensuring a 100% chance of entering a poisoned state within 1 second. Note, the poison can be effective against targets up to level 25 with red aptitude. Under the enhancement of All-Rounder, this skill, which originally only worked on level 10 monsters, could now affect this level 18 ogre chief. In the game, the poison state is similar to the bleeding state, causing the character or monster's health to drain. But in reality, poison is an even more lethal state than bleeding. Just like if Ling Chen were bitten by the poisonous insects summoned by those ogre shamans, the poison would spread to the kidneys, ignoring health points, leading to instant death. Undying body wouldn't help, because abnormal states do not count as injuries. Dizziness, unconsciousness, negative battle intent, and other abnormal states. If Ling Chen were affected, the undying body wouldn't help him break free. That ogre chief, after being poisoned, didn't even have time to use the intermediate regeneration skill before its bodily functions were completely destroyed. It probably never expected that this lowly human would smear deadly poison on its weapon. Even less did it expect that its high resistance would have no effect at all. Roar! The other 2 ogre chiefs, seeing their tribe's companion slain by this human using despicable means, let out deafening roars of fury. Among them, the ogre chief with blue skin rushed to Ling Chen's front in the blink of an eye, wielding a massive iron hammer, which he raised high without any hesitation, aiming to smash it down on Ling Chen. Before the enormous hammer even fell, Ling Chen could already feel the terrifying power behind this strike. The ogre's muscular arm swung down with immense force. The howling wind generated by the hammer was enough to demonstrate just how fearsome this blow was. Despicable human, die. The heavy hammer descended with unparalleled destructive force. The ogre chief was filled with exhilaration, a sinister grin spreading across its face. It's believed that no human could withstand this attack. However, clang! A crisp and melodious metallic sound suddenly echoed from within the cave. The ogre chief abruptly realized that it could not bring its massive hammer down. Looking down, it was shocked to find that the tiny human was holding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, blocking the blow in front of him. He had managed to withstand this earth-shattering strike. Heavy sword and shield Yushan form. Impossible. How could a mere human withstand its heavy hammer? At the same time as it was shocked, a strange feeling surged in its mind. It looked down and found that it had a momentary sense of weakness, completely unable to grip the weapon in its hand. At that moment, Ling Chen suddenly thrust his shield upward. Clang! Under Ling Chen's exceptionally clever upward counterattack, the ogre chief felt a numbness in its arm, and then the 1,000-pound hammer was sent flying into the air. Shield counter, disarm. Shield counter, disarm, a basic warrior skill that allows the user to enter a defensive stance, remaining as immovable as a mountain, absorbing most of the incoming physical damage with the shield and granting the enemy a disarm mechanism. Note, if the user is at a significant disadvantage in level, strength, or output compared to the opponent, they will be unable to effectively withstand the opponent's attack.
Disarm mechanism. After successfully blocking, the enemy will enter a disarm state for 0.01 seconds, during which the user can seize the opportunity to skillfully wield the shield and knock the enemy's weapon away. In Ling Chen's previous life, this disarm mechanism existed in Dark Soul-type games. When both sides clashed, successfully using the shield counter skill could disarm the opponent. The 0.01 second disarm opportunity could almost be described as a flash. This opportunity was extremely difficult to seize. Even for someone like Ling Chen, whose combat instincts were considered abnormal, he could not accurately grasp this timing when he first practiced in the system's simulated illusion, because that 0.01 seconds was just too fast, fleeting. Moreover, even if you seized that 0.01 second disarm state, you still needed to skillfully control your strength to knock the enemy's weapon away. This was not an easy task. But after countless repetitions of training in this simulated illusion, Ling Chen ultimately mastered this technique perfectly. At this moment, the blue-skinned ogre chief, under the disarm mechanism, not only lost its weapon but also had its arms numbed by the clever force of the shield counter. In this instant, without a weapon, it was in a vulnerable state. This was the perfect opportunity to kill the opponent. However, did you think Ling Chen would take the chance to rush in? No, he did not do that, because another ogre chief with blue skin had already rushed to the side, and if Ling Chen dared to attack, it would seize the opportunity to use its massive wolf-toothed club to smash this human into a pulp. But this blue ogre chief was still thinking too naively. Ling Chen was not just skilled in melee weapons. Dodge, a simple displacement skill, allowed Ling Chen to take a large step back. At the same time, a dark blue bow, speckled with starry dots, had already appeared in Ling Chen's hand. The feathered arrow was coated with a vivid purple poison. The bow and arrow took on the demon star form. Without any hesitation, he drew the bowstring. Whoosh! The arrow, glistening with poison, shot forth with a cold brilliance, like a meteor, streaking across the sky, aimed directly at the neck of the blue ogre chief. The blue ogre chief sneered, raising his spiked club, as if preparing to hit a baseball, swinging it down. The arrow collided with the club. The feathered arrow shattered without any surprise, crushed by the club. The blue ogre chief successfully blocked a lethal strike for his companion, but before he could even smirk in triumph, he felt a chill in his groin. Put! The sound of the arrow-piercing flesh rang out crisp and clear. The blue ogre chief looked down. To his shock, he saw a feathered arrow firmly embedded in his lower body. The sharp tip of the arrow had completely sunk into his flesh. A wretched howl echoed through the air, shattering even the snow in the snowy cave. Beneath that cry, boom! After the howl, the massive body bent over and fell, the blue ogre chief clutching his groin, his face contorted in pain. His expression was filled with endless rage and humiliation. Despicable humans! Despicable humans! How could they be so vile? Indeed, Ling Chen's first arrow was merely a distraction. The real killing intent lay in the second arrow. In truth, Ling Chen hadn't aimed for that spot on purpose, it was just too disgusting. These ogres had no sense of shame, wearing leg guards, belts, armor, and helmets. But for their groin, they only had a thin piece of cloth hanging. When they attacked, the cloth would lift, revealing something so ugly that even Ling Chen couldn't bear to look. Thus, the second arrow, originally aimed at the ogre chief's neck, turned to target this area instead. However, it turned out that for any male land creature, this was indeed a very lethal spot. After being attacked, they would instantly lose their combat ability, not only allowing the opponent to experience a unique and excruciating pain but also filling them with humiliation. It was truly a kill that struck at the heart. Outside, on the podium, the teachers hadn't even had time to marvel at Ling Chen's perfect counter before they turned to see the deadly arrow that had pierced the ogre chief's groin. This! All the male teachers and students instinctively squeezed their legs together at that moment. A chill ran through their bodies. The female teachers exchanged glances, their faces full of disbelief. The catgirl teacher, Lena, quickly lowered her head, her face flushed with embarrassment, too shy to look at the scene. They never dreamed that Ling Chen would attack the ogre in that way. But you have to admit, the effect was quite good. The ogre chief immediately fell into a poisoned state, his body starting to convulse. Clearly, that little rascal Ling Chen had poisoned again. The poisoning skill was useless in the hands of others, only effective against level 10 small monsters. But in Ling Chen's hands, it produced much better results. This is quite impressive, the elder Zhou Hongfu could only begrudgingly praise. The expressions of the other deans were all incredibly vivid. Only the eccentric Dean Wangshur was full of excitement, suddenly standing up, shaking his fist, well shot. This little guy's combat performance is simply extraordinary. Although the attack method is a bit lowly, the effect is remarkable. Our Tactical Academy students are all about strategy, it's all about having heart. This student not coming to our academy would be a waste of talent. Everyone, students of the Tactical Academy. Dean, don't talk nonsense. Our hearts are not dirty. Alright, Xiao Wang, you're blatantly poaching students. Choosing a college should be based on the principle of voluntariness, Zhou Hongfu said unhappily. The old dean is right, smilingly. Manchun, the Buddha of laughter, who quickly added, however, from my observations, this little guy has quite a high proficiency in magic, especially that unfathomable blue energy and his unique spell power, which clearly makes him more suitable for my magic academy. Dean Li, you are mistaken, said Luo Yang, the dean of the Prayer Academy, gloomily. Ling Chen is both brave and wise. Come in the face of danger. Our support profession requires a cool head at all times, making him more suited for the Prayer Academy. Han Xiao, the voluptuous and alluring dark elf noblewoman, had no time for their chatter and directly stated, I can't be bothered to argue with you, this little guy is coming to our Shadow Academy. 3 deans, didn't you say? You wouldn't compete with me for this little guy? Wang Shi felt scammed. Did we say such a thing? Li Manchun turned to Han Xiao. Han Xiao looked elsewhere and replied lightly, no. Luo Yang nodded, I have a poor memory, it seems we never said that. You all. Wang Shi's face was filled with disbelief, trembling all over. Alright everyone, besides Ling Chen, there are other talents as well. Why cling to just this one little guy? Dean Zhou chuckled, trying to mediate. The 4 deans, however, were all warily staring at Zhou Hongfu. They hadn't forgotten that this old fox had deliberately concealed information about Ling Chen. Now there's only one ogre chief left. Why do I feel like this ogre chief is trembling? While the deans were arguing, the students below were clearly more focused on the protagonist on the screen. Inside the secret realm, only one ogre chief remained. Looking at the 2 poisoned corpses of its companions and the hundreds of subjects burned in the sea of fire, this ogre chief felt a new emotion rise for the first time: fear. At the same time, perhaps intentionally, its left arm subtly shielded its lower body, as if afraid it would also suffer the same fate. Fortunately, the anger in its heart gradually overshadowed the fear. Moreover, it knew it had no way out. So, frenzy. When this skill activated, its enormous figure erupted in a rich red glow. The frenzied aura shot up into the sky. Its entire body, fueled by boiling blood, began to emit waves of scorching white mist. It looked like a small volcano about to erupt. War Tread. After entering frenzy, its basic attributes were fully enhanced and its sanity became frenzied again, crushing the fear it felt towards this human. It came trampling with a destructive might. The soil beneath it flew up with each step. It was like a massive projectile plowing a ragged path through the ground. Unstoppable. However, in Ling Chen's eyes, the ogre chief, which should have been imposing, appeared incredibly weak and pitiful at this moment. If these 3 ogre chiefs were set as golden quality, there might be some difficulty, but they only had red quality. Overall, it must be said that the Secret Realm's layout designer underestimated this year's freshmen. Even without having studied in the university, their combat power remained fierce. Facing the charging ogre chief, Ling Chen was unafraid. With one hand behind his back, he extended his other hand, drawing a pale yellow talisman in the air with his index finger. Binding Talisman. A rare specific profession in the Dragon Kingdom, the Taoist's basic skill. Binding Talisman, a single target skill, inscribes a talisman that can immobilize the target for 5 seconds. Note, the duration of immobilization depends on the monster's level and resistance. The Taoist's exclusive weapon is the Peachwood Sword. However, the Taoist's talisman skills only require mana and do not need to equip the class weapon. In the next moment, the talisman patterns merged into the air. The ogre chief, who had just initiated War Tread, already had a yellow talisman paper affixed to his forehead. The charge momentum of the War Tread skill was abruptly interrupted. Not only that, the ogre chief was horrified to discover that at this moment he was completely unable to move. Like a statue, he was rigidly immobilized. However, although this ogre chief was merely a red-quality monster, the extremely high resistance granted to him meant that this immobilization talisman could not truly hold him for the full 5 seconds. Added to that, he was 4 levels higher than Ling Chen. So, after just 1 second, the ogre chief clearly felt the immobilization power weaken somewhat. He could barely twist his body, which he had previously been unable to move at all. But since Ling Chen had used this skill, he knew the specific effects it had on monsters. The moment the talisman paper was affixed, Ling Chen had already made his move. He once again drew the Bao Killer Star. That's right. The feathered arrow was shot out again. When he had slain the previous ogre chief, Ling Chen had discovered that attacking the opponent's lower body could also achieve a one-hit kill effect. Therefore, there was no need to waste excess mana and skills. What Ling Chen sought was how to slay all monsters in the simplest way. Flashy skills may look impressive, but they are too troublesome. Without any surprises, the feathered arrow, carrying armor-piercing and poisoning effects, pierced through the ogre chief's left arm, the arrowhead making a soft sound as it embedded itself where it belonged. Awah! The last ogre chief let out a tragic wail, as expected. The massive body fell to the ground, convulsing for a few seconds before going still. Thus, the 3 ogre chiefs of the 3rd level, along with over 300 ogre minions, were all eliminated. This also meant that the 3rd level had officially been passed by Ling Chen with thunderous momentum. Boom! The snow cave, filled with flames, suddenly shook the mountains. Then, the 3 withered stone thrones crumbled, revealing the final scene. There stood a 5-meter-high ancient door, slowly opening by itself. Clearly, this was the true entrance to the 4th level. This also meant that the ultimate challenge of this new student speed trial was about to begin. This kid, is he really so fond of attacking the lower bodies of monsters? Outside the secret realm. Watching Ling Chen's performance on the screen, the teachers couldn't help but twitch their lips slightly. The praises that had originally spilled from their mouths had to be forcibly suppressed. They had been teaching here for over 10 or 20 years and had never seen such a peculiar new student. Clearly, Ling Chen could have ended the monster's lives in a more glamorous way. But he just wouldn't. Doesn't this kid know that so many people are watching him? Looking at the performances of other prodigies in the other windows, it was instantly pleasing to the eye. Brilliant skills were unleashed one after another. A series of combos left the monsters with no chance to resist, spectacular and dazzling. Ling Chen, can't you learn from them? Would it be so hard for the teachers to praise him with a good shot? However, despite their frustration, the teachers had to admit that Ling Chen's performance was indeed remarkable. It could even be said that there was nothing to criticize. Even those teachers who were usually exceptionally strict with students found themselves at a loss for words when they wanted to criticize Ling Chen's methods. In the end, they could only dryly say, this kid's heart is not meticulous. But all the teachers understood that although Ling Chen's methods were somewhat unsightly, they were also the least consuming and most effortless. It perfectly matched a phrase that the teachers often droned on about, small gains for big returns. With minimal investment, he achieved the greatest results. In a real battlefield, such unglamorous tactics often yield the most unexpected effects. Although this little guy's methods look dishonorable, we have to admit the results are outstanding. It seems we underestimated the level of this year's freshmen. We shouldn't have altered the settings for the 3rd challenge, Zhou Hongfu sighed. The other deans nodded in agreement. If there are no mistakes in the final challenge, the first place in this major exam undoubtedly belongs to Ling Chen, Wang Shi stated confidently. The other teachers nodded as well. No one expected that a jobless wanderer could maintain a leading position. Even the talented ones like Zhu Yaoguang and Ji Wuming were left far behind by him. Thinking back to when this little guy stood alone in the square, mocked by others, the teachers shook their heads with complex expressions and bitter smiles. He has entered the next challenge. As the great door in the image opened, that slender figure stepped in without any hesitation, directly entering the final challenge. Inside the secret realm, Ling Chen passed through the ancient door. Compared to the dark, cold, and foul-smelling environment of the 3rd challenge, the 4th challenge was infinitely better. Before Ling Chen's eyes appeared a spacious, clean, and tidy ice palace. This ice palace seemed to exist in its own space, as if it had no connection to the previous 3 challenges. In the center of the magnificent palace, a crystal throne hung high. A figure sat quietly upon the crystal throne. Compared to the ogre warriors that were 3 or 4 meters tall before, this figure appeared so small and weak. Roughly estimated, it was less than 1.70 meters. Its face was ugly, with a single eye and sharp fangs. It wore beast bone armor, and its skin was a golden color. Its body was thin and devoid of muscle, yet it wore a golden crown on its head. Beside the crystal throne stood a golden heavy sword that was even larger than its own figure. It looked exceptionally frail and small, but at this moment it exuded a terrifyingly violent aura. Ogre King. Monster, Ogre King level, 20. Skills. Secret Realm Endowment. Health, Defense, Status, Calm, Irritable, Potentially Insane. Qualification, Golden. Remarks, as the king of the ogre race, it possesses not only high intelligence but also unparalleled strength. Under the gaze of the Eye of Appraisal, a universal skill for all professions, the monster's information appeared before Ling Chen. As expected, the skills, Secret Realm, Endowment, Health, and Defense attributes were all question marks. Clearly, this was intentionally done by the Academy. The inability to observe these 4 attributes would lead to a sharp increase in the difficulty of overcoming it. You couldn't calmly devise countermeasures against the monster's skills, nor could you estimate the damage of your own skills. At this moment, with Ling Chen's arrival, the small figure seated on the throne finally opened its single eye. After a year, I can finally taste the delicious flesh and blood of humans again. Its hoarse and indifferent voice echoed. This boss had been granted the ability of human language. It looked at Ling Chen with greedy eyes, as if admiring a prey that had captivated it to the utmost. Its mouth slightly opened, revealing rows upon rows of fine teeth, sending chills down one's spine. From its words, it could be inferred that this monster still retained the memories of last year. In other words, it had not been slain in the previous round of the freshman racing trial. Instead, it devoured the new students who entered this secret realm. So, as it savored the taste of human flesh and blood, it displayed such an intoxicated and indulgent expression. However, Ling Chen had no intention of engaging in conversation with a creature that was destined to die. Long before entering this level, he had already formulated his battle plan in his heart. Bang! The Array Breaker 1000 mechanism's ring transformed into the form of a heavy sword. A
razor-sharp pitch-black greatsword standing beside him. The shield, under Ling Chen's mental control, did not materialize. Berserk, the Berserker's exclusive basic skill, reappeared on this stage. Berserk, he sacrificed 60% of the user's maximum health to gain a 100% increase in all attributes, lasting for 30 seconds. Note, after 30 seconds, the increased attributes will immediately disappear and the user will receive a debuff. Under the debuff state, the user will lose 80% of their own attributes and cannot be affected by any healing or buff skills. The debuff lasts for 120 seconds. With the support of Omni, the Berserk skill also underwent a tremendous change. Not only was the health sacrifice reduced, but the increase in all attributes was raised from 70% to 100%, and the attributes lost after 30 seconds were reduced from 90% to 80%. Buzz. At the moment Berserk was activated, a thick layer of bloodlight enveloped Ling Chen, and his skin appeared extremely red due to the boiling blood throughout his body. His arms, which were not particularly strong, suddenly bulged with muscles, and fierce power surged through his limbs. A cloud of white mist spewed from the corner of his mouth. Like a blood demon awakening, an astonishingly brutal aura soared into the sky. The incredibly heavy greatsword was hoisted onto Ling Chen's shoulder with one hand, and a frenzied, savage smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Ling Chen looked more like a monster than the Ogre King. Damn, he's going all out right from the start. All the spectators outside, upon seeing Ling Chen directly use Berserk, were filled with disbelief. They might not be very familiar with the basic skills of other professions. However, they were very familiar with this Berserker's signature self-harm skill. He's gone mad. Berserk only lasts 30 seconds. Does he think he can kill the boss in 30 seconds like during the entrance exam? That's just naive. It really is a bit naive. This freshman speed trial is countless times more difficult than the entrance exam. How dare Ling Chen do this? But Ling Chen dared. His current state was at an unprecedented peak. He was simply exhilarated. Bang! In an instant, the ground suddenly caved in, while Ling Chen's blood demon-like frenzied figure had already vanished from the spot. Roar! The Ogre King, seated on its throne, was filled with rage and let out a low growl. It did not expect this lowly human to dare to strike suddenly. It unhesitatingly grasped the golden greatsword beside it. But just as it was about to counterattack that blood-colored figure, it suddenly felt as if its mind had been struck by a heavy hammer, causing its eyes to roll back, its body to go limp, and its consciousness to fade away. Mental Hammer. Mental Hammer, a single target skill, delivers a mental blow to the target, causing the target to lose consciousness for 3 seconds. Note, this mental blow can ignore the target's resistance to abnormal states. If the target has equipment, skill passives, or buffs that grant immunity to abnormal states, this mental blow will not take effect. This A-grade rare skill with no class restrictions was a reward given to Ling Chen by the head of the educational trials in Nanzhou province. In fact, previously, the Nanzhou Provincial Education Department had given Ling Chen 3 choices of A-grade rare skills. Ling Chen chose this skill because it can catch the opponent off guard. However, the drawbacks are quite obvious. If the target has equipped immunity gear in advance, or if they have been granted an immunity buff by a priest beforehand, this skill will become ineffective. In other words, Ling Chen must keep the existence of this skill a secret to achieve its surprising effect. If the opponent is already aware of this skill and prepares in advance, then this A-grade skill will be rendered useless. And now, this Ogre King cannot possibly possess equipment or passive skills that grant complete immunity to abnormal states. It already has extremely high resistance. If it also had equipment and passive skills that provided abnormal immunity, then other professions relying on abnormal states would simply give up. 3 seconds is a short time, but for Ling Chen, it is enough to determine the outcome. Roar! At this moment, Ling Chen, enveloped in a scarlet blood mist, bizarrely ignited with blazing black flames. The black flames intertwined with the blood mist, making Ling Chen resemble a blood demon consumed by a murderous rage. Sun God S. Sun God S enters Flame God state. All attacks will be imbued with black flames, which burn the enemy and deal immense damage, while also putting the enemy in a death state. Note, enemies in the death state are immune to all healing and buff effects, and the death state cannot be dispelled. The Flame God state lasts for 60 seconds. P.S. I forgot to add this setting earlier, but I will gradually tie it back in. Forgive the foolish author for not having enough brainpower. This is Ling Chen's first time activating this god-level attack skill. It is also the first time he has felt what it means to be a flame god. The scorching black flames coursed through his body, and his attack power received a tremendous boost at this moment. At this moment, Ling Chen's attributes were at their peak, and before him, the Ogre King was within reach. Bloodthirsty Frenzy Slash. A classic reappearance. Frenzied Slash, a primary skill of the Berserker, swinging the heavy sword in hand, delivering 15 consecutive slashes. Each hit on the enemy will cause significant staggering and apply a severe injury state, which can stack up to 5 layers. The user will consume 50% of their current health. Note, under the severe injury state, the enemy takes 30% more damage, and healing effects are Have. Another PS, given the mixed concepts of damage increase, I declare that the formula for damage increase from now on will be 1 plus 1 asterisk x. In other words, a 150% damage increase equals 1 plus 1 by 1.5 equals 2.5 damage increase. The heavy blade in Ling Chen's hand, wrapped in a torrent of bloodlight and black flames, began to crazily slash at the Ogre King before him. Although the heavy sword mount you form does not provide any attack power or armor penetration bonuses for Ling Chen himself, the enormous boosts from Flame God and Berserk are already enough to elevate Ling Chen's lethality to an astonishing level. Coupled with the combination of severe injury, buff and death buff, it directly nullified all of the Ogre King's buffs and healing effects. This includes the attribute boosts from equipment. This is the terrifying aspect of god-level skills. When Ling Chen's third slash fell, the Ogre King had already awakened from its state of unconsciousness. Then, it angrily saw that this human dared to slash at it. But despite its fury, it wore a face of disdain and contempt. Because, long ago, that poor girl it had devoured had also slashed at it like this. But what was the result? It didn't even break through its defenses. The next scene is being ruthlessly toyed with by it, only to be devoured in the end as if savoring a delicacy. And this boy before me will not escape the same fate. Roar! However, when the Ogre King was struck for the 5th time, it suddenly realized something was wrong. The immense stiffness brought on by frenzied chain slash rendered it immobile. It sensed that the damage it was taking seemed to be gradually increasing. It could also distinctly feel that all its buff attributes were plummeting after being tainted by the black flames. And also, this black flame burned so damn painfully. It was excruciating to the bone. Its health was plummeting wildly under the scorching black flames and the heavy sword strikes. Since that's the case, let's activate healing and purification skills and let you chop to your heart's content. I want to see if this despicable, insignificant human can actually kill me. At this moment, it let out a piercing shriek, about to unleash its skills available upon being hit. It wanted to heal its wounds and remove the negative effects brought by the black flames. Advanced regeneration. Advanced purification. The thoughts fell. The Ogre King's body suddenly radiated a vibrant green light full of vitality. However, the next second, the Ogre King, currently under attack, suddenly whitened its ugly single eye, filled with disbelief, because it realized that its advanced regeneration skill had no healing effect whatsoever. The intense burning pain still accompanied it. At the same time, the death buff brought by the black flames had not been purified. It was unremovable. This human, what have you done? It desperately let out this roar. However, Ling Chen, who had already transformed into a blood-colored flame demon, couldn't be bothered to respond. He had already struck the 10th blow. The once arrogant and powerful Ogre King was now battered and bloodied under the relentless strikes. The beast bone armor that had once adorned its body had long since shattered into pieces under the fierce slashes. It was at this moment that Ling Chen realized just how perverse the sunlight skill truly was. The black flames did not only target living beings, its target could even be inanimate objects. When the black flames burned and clung to the Ogre King's beast bone armor, all the buff attributes it provided, health, dual resistances, and all other enhancements, became completely ineffective. In other words, when the black flames attached to something, that object would temporarily lose all its buff attributes. This was really getting exciting. Just a few strikes when he had just awakened, the Ogre King could still move a bit. But now, the Ogre King had completely given up resisting, only able to let out desperate, miserable wails. Its arms and legs had long since rotted away under the strikes. The wounds on its body were so deep that the bones were visible, and one could even vaguely see its beating organs. The blood that splattered out didn't even have time to hit Ling Chen before it was evaporated by the raging black flames. When the 14th strike fell, the tip of the heavy sword had pierced through its heart, the endless black flames scorching its insides. The Ogre King's breath was at its lowest point at this moment. It was still not dead. But, finally, the 15th strike. Its body and head were directly cleaved in half by this blow. The black flames continuously burned that large head. At the same time, the ice crystal throne beneath it exploded with a bang under the sky-high strike. The terrifying intent of the blade spread around, and the scorching black flames began to show signs of melting the entire ice crystal palace. Looking at the Ogre King's corpse, which had rotted beyond recognition, Ling Chen leaned his heavy sword against the ground. With 30 seconds of frenzy, he now had 10 seconds left. The black flames vanished. The blood mist dispersed. Before the side effects of frenzy could take hold, a brilliant golden light beam shone down on Ling Chen. Blessing of the secret realm. Ding! At this moment, a melodious and crisp female voice echoed throughout the palace. Congratulations on successfully clearing the 10,000-year snow cave secret realm. Congratulations on your successful clearance. Time taken for this clearance, 15 minutes and 21 seconds. Secret realm difficulty level, S rank. This clearance result has been recorded in the Academy's archives. The assessment results for this student have been uploaded to the Academy database, and the final ranking will be determined based on the clearance, data, and performance. Please wait. Cleared. At this moment, the resplendent halo enveloped Ling Chen, warming him all over, making him feel very comfortable. The side effects of frenzy had not yet descended upon him. After clearing each secret realm, a blessing would descend, healing all injuries of the clearers and dispelling any debuffs. It is worth mentioning that even if you are on the brink of death with a broken body, as long as you clear the secret realm before dying, you can use the blessing of the secret realm to restore yourself to peak condition. Of course, challengers who die midway through the secret realm will not be revived. Only those who clear while alive can enjoy the blessing of the secret realm. This is also why all the teachers present were unharmed. Prestigious academies do not only look at the surface data of their teaching staff. The historical data of clearing secret realms is also taken into account. So, don't be fooled by the seemingly amiable smiles of those teachers on the podium. In reality, they have endured countless brutal battles, their hands stained with the blood of monsters beyond measure, outside the secret realm. Earlier, Ling Chen's immediate activation of frenzy indeed raised doubts among everyone, but such doubts were quite normal. A jobless wanderer lacks a decisive, high explosive skill. This made Ling Chen's reckless act of directly triggering frenzy seem very rash. Although the teachers had witnessed Ling Chen's unknown innate talent, which enhanced his basic skills, the Ogre King was no pushover. The chances of killing it with basic skills were slim. Therefore, in the teacher's predictions, Ling Chen should have played it safe, taking a more conservative and steady approach. If someone like Zhu Yaoguang or Ji Wuming had come in and unleashed their ultimate skills right away, the teachers would not have been surprised, as they knew these prodigies possessed high-level skills capable of one-shotting a boss. Moreover, every profession has skills similar to frenzy that can significantly boost attributes for a short time. However, the attribute increases and side effects of other professions are not as exaggerated as the berserker's frenzy. The mage's elemental surge increases spell power, but at the cost of tripling mana consumption. The warrior's war frenzy boosts their dual resistances and health resilience, but they cannot receive any healing or buffs during the skill's duration. The summoner's spirit frenzy puts the spirit into a berserk state, temporarily increasing its attack and speed, but at the cost of reducing the summoner's 3 speeds: attack speed, movement speed, casting speed, and so on. It is clear to see the enhancement skills of these professions have side effects that are completely manageable. Of course, a smaller cost means the attribute boost won't be too high. Frenzy is in a league of its own. High boost, high cost. So, when other prodigies activate their profession's enhancement skills, aiming to one-shot the Ogre King, the teachers would actually look forward to the prodigy's ultimate output. Even if they don't kill it in one hit, there would still be room for resistance afterward. But when a jobless wanderer, lacking high explosive skills, uses the costly frenzy, the teacher's first reaction was to think that this student was simply reckless and courting disaster. However, the reality dealt them a harsh slap. At the same time, their prejudices against the unclassed wanderer began to waver. When they saw the scene, with Ling Chen cloaked in black flames, wielding a blood sword, effortlessly cutting down the Ogre King without any chance to fight back, their faces were filled with astonishment. And when Ling Chen delivered the final, ultimate blow, directly ending the Ogre King's life, wow! All the teachers and students gasped in disbelief. Well done! The director of the Sorcery Academy, Wang Shi, couldn't help but spring to his feet, clapping his hands in admiration. The expressions of the other directors had already turned rosy at that moment. Their breathing became heavy. His level is already far ahead of all the new students present. The dark elf noblewoman Han Xiao exclaimed with a laugh. This kid has many secrets. Not to mention the mental attack skill that made that boss lose consciousness for a full 3 seconds. Just the nameless black flames swirling around him, I've never seen anything like it. The director of the Prayer Academy, Luo Yang, also said solemnly, these black flames are indeed strange. Under the influence of the black flames, all of this boss's healing, buffing, and purification skills are completely ineffective. That beast bone armor is a level 20 gold grade defense, yet under the burning of the black flames, it was actually sliced apart. From this, we can deduce a conclusion. These black flames can also negate the benefits provided by equipment. Zhou Hongfu, as the head of the 5 directors, was extraordinary in both strength and experience. He immediately recognized the peculiarity of the black flames. When he spoke these words, all the directors and teachers were taken aback. Is this really that exaggerated? If the black flames are this terrifying on monsters, what would happen if they burned on a person? Where on earth did he get such a skill? Zhou Hongfu waved his hand, his old face breaking into a broad smile, saying, no matter where he got the skill, in essence, he is still a student of our Tianyan Academy. For such a potentially limitless prodigy, what we need to do is not investigate, but protect. The old director is right. Wang Shi nodded in agreement, saying, so let this little guy be protected by my Sorcery Academy. No need for everyone to worry. The other directors and teachers? Director Wang, I can't agree. With that, why should your sorcery academy be the one to protect him? Lee Man-chun, the smiling Buddha, finally stopped smiling. For all the directors and teachers, Ling Chen had now become a hot commodity, even more desirable than other prodigies. Then it shouldn't be your magic academy's turn to protect him. Luo Yang also stood up. He had to snatch the student for himself. Enough of the nonsense. Let's just fight. Whoever wins gets this student. Han Xiao also rose from her seat, her black qipao clinging to her voluptuous and alluring figure, but no one dared to look around. No one dared to question the strength of this director of the Shadow Academy. The surrounding teachers looked at the four directors who were about to start fighting, exchanging glances, all looking bewildered. In the past, it was the teachers who fought over students. But now, to snatch Ling Chen, even the directors were personally stepping in to brawl. As the four directors were about to truly go at it, the other teachers quickly turned to the venerable old director, hoping he would step in to stop this farce. However, to their surprise, they saw the old director wearing an expression that seemed to want to speak but held back. It was a look of wanting to personally step in to snatch the student, but feeling constrained by his age, he had to maintain a facade of composure. Alright, everyone, please stop causing a commotion. With so many little ones watching, what kind of example are we setting? In the end, reason triumphed over the desire to snatch someone away. A gentle reprimand made the four deans return to their seats. I have already stated that students choose their academies based on the principle of voluntariness. Arguing here is pointless. The key is whether that little fellow is willing to join your academy. The old dean stroked his beard and smiled lightly, saying, "So, if you want to win over this student later, think carefully about what kind of conditions you can offer to make him interested." Upon hearing this, the four deans fell into deep contemplation. Clearly, they had begun to consider what generous conditions they could offer to attract that Ling Chen. Inside the secret realm, the final results were finally announced a minute later. Ding! Based on the candidate Ling Chen's clearance time, combat performance, and other aspects, the final comprehensive score for this new student assessment is SSS level. In the total leaderboard for the new student assessment single-player mode, this candidate ranks first. Congratulations to candidate Ling Chen for breaking the historical record for the fastest single-player clearance time in this trial secret realm. Rewards are now being distributed. He actually broke the record. First place in the single-player mode leaderboard? Hearing the announcement, Ling Chen was briefly puzzled. However, he quickly felt relieved. It seems that the new student assessment leaderboard is divided into two categories, one for team rankings and one for individual rankings. I just wonder how my score would rank in the historical team leaderboard. Forget it, no need to think about it, let's collect the rewards first. Ling Chen shook his head. He wasn't overly excited about breaking the record. As long as he had hands, that was enough. As a jobless wanderer, he didn't have those so-called various restrictions. In a group battle for the third level, even a prodigy like Zhu Yaoguang would be delayed. And for the mage class, although they could frequently use high burst and high AoE skills to clear monsters, mana was an issue, and they could only use potions to recover. This brings up another point. In the game, characters can consume mana potions without limit to maintain their mana. But in the real world, constantly consuming drugs not only becomes monotonous but can also have serious consequences. If one takes too much, it can lead to physical discomfort, and in severe cases, even fainting on the spot. In the real world, even drinking too much plain water can put your body in a dangerous state, let alone consuming mana potions excessively. Therefore, every class actually has its strengths and weaknesses. And Ling Chen, sorry, he only has strengths, no weaknesses. I'm all round. So, for Ling Chen, breaking the record was indeed just a matter of having hands. With the system by his side, if he couldn't achieve this, he might as well dig a hole and bury himself. Ding! Rewards for clearing the secret realm are now being distributed. Secret realm clearance reward, 40,000 experience points. Secret realm clearance reward, 60. Free attribute points, 60 free skill points. Secret realm clearance reward, Golden Giant Sword of the Ogre King, Golden. Secret realm clearance reward, Title Conqueror of the Snow Cave. Secret realm clearance reward, B-grade unrestricted skill book Grip of the Underworld. Secret realm clearance reward, Trial Talent Berserker. Berserker, a active talent, when activated continuously consumes mana, increasing one's attack power by 20% and movement speed by 60%. Without a doubt, Ling Chen's performance surpassed that of previous record holders for clearing the secret realm. Under these circumstances, the reward for the trial talent also seemed quite normal. The Berserker trial talent is extremely terrifying, because Ling Chen could rely on its triple speed boost to execute an incredibly spectacular maneuver. It is well known that speed is an essential attribute for showcasing skills. If you are fast enough and agile enough, you can flaunt your movements and attacks among a horde of monsters. Without sufficient speed, you are easily hit and can be caught off guard by others. Moreover, this talent also increased Ling Chen's attack power by 20%. Not bad. Ling Chen was extremely satisfied with this trial talent. In an instant, a resplendent pillar of light enveloped Ling Chen once again. Vast information and comprehension power merged into his mind. From then on, Ling Chen completely mastered the battle frenzy talent. This trial talent provided a significant boost for Ling Chen. Of course, what Ling Chen valued most was the high triple speed boost, while the 20% attack power increase was of lesser importance. With such a high triple speed, Ling Chen could perform even more impressive and spectacular maneuvers. Next, it was time to tally the spoils. The 40,000 experience points reward propelled him from level 14 to level 16, 19920/20,000. Other professions gained more and more attribute points and skill points with each level increase. However, for a classless wanderer, regardless of how they level up, the reward for each level is only 2 attribute points and skill points. This is one of the drawbacks of being a classless wanderer. Generally speaking, as classless wanderers level up, the gap between them and other professions widens. Fortunately, Ling Chen was not ordinary. He gained 4 attribute points and skill points from leveling up twice. Adding the rewards from the secret realm, this time he obtained a total of 64 attribute points and skill points. After balanced distribution, his current attributes were Strength, 106, Constitution, 106, Intelligence, 106, Agility, 106. As for skill points, the total was now 1364. Ling Chen had not allocated his skill points yet. It wasn't that he didn't want to distribute them. It was just that these skill points could not upgrade the levels of basic skills. Of course, there were 2 other reasons. First, he wanted to save some of these skill points for sunlight. Second, in case the system or secret realm provided even more powerful skills, he needed to keep some for upgrades. So under these circumstances, Ling Chen chose to save up these skill points. To upgrade the S skill sunlight, Ling Chen took a glance and found that it required a staggering 100,000 skill points. This made Ling Chen's mouth twitch. At the current collection rate, he had no idea how long it would take to gather that amount, mainly because the tasks were also random. It seemed that after this new student racing trial ended, he would have to find more ways to acquire skill points. Only then could he quickly upgrade the level of the sunlight skill. After all, who doesn't aspire to become a god of flames? Looking at the rewarded Golden Grade weapon Ogre King's Golden Greatsword. Equipment: Ogre King's Golden Greatsword. Level: Golden Grade. Equipped: Strength plus 25, Constitution plus 30. Level requirement: can be equipped at level 18. Class restriction: Warrior. Enchanting effect: after equipping, health increases by 15%, dual resistance increases by 10%, abnormal resistance increases by 25%. Note, this equipment cannot be used as a base. Just by looking at the class restrictions section, it was clear that this equipment was completely useless for Ling Chen. Furthermore, looking at the note, it was even more disappointing. Just considering the enchanting attributes of this weapon, it was indeed a good weapon for the warrior class. However, the fact that it couldn't be upgraded meant it was merely a transitional weapon. I'll put it in the built-in space for now, and sell it at a shop after I go out. Ling Chen stored the weapon away. In the Tianyan Academy, there is also an area designated for student trading, where students can freely buy and sell. After all, the reward equipment obtained after conquering a secret realm cannot perfectly match one's own profession. Therefore, every student needs such a trading area. Furthermore, the new skill Grip of the Underworld. Grip of the Underworld, the single target skill, opens the gate to the underworld, unleashing underworld energy in the form of a beam that, upon hitting the target, applies a 3-second suppression. Notes: the suppression state can be dispelled by purification skills of the same level, but cannot be dispelled by purification equipment, and the suppression time is unaffected by resistance. If the target's level is more than 5 levels higher than the user, the suppression time will be shortened. While in a suppressed state, the target cannot attack, cast spells, or move, and cannot trigger skill passives or skills available upon being hit. This skill is not bad. Ling Chen glanced at it briefly, quite satisfied. The concept of skills available upon being hit is rather special. It means skills that can still be used even when you are staggered by an attack from someone else. Take the Ogre King as an example. When Ling Chen continuously struck it with frenzied chain slash, he inflicted a tremendous amount of stagger on it. Generally speaking, in such a staggered state, one cannot attack, cast spells, or move. Yet it was still able to activate both advanced regeneration and advanced purification. This means that these two skills were granted the available upon being hit property. If the Ogre King had been suppressed by Grip of the Underworld, it would not have been able to use these two skills. Finally, there was the latest title, Conqueror of the Snow Cave. A rather useless title, with the attribute, increases one's ice resistance by 15%. Having finally counted all the rewards, Ling Chen stood up, satisfied, and began to pack his belongings. He approached the corpse of the Ogre King. He found that the body had been burned to a terrible state by black flames, with even the bones shattered into pieces. Sigh, I was hoping to recover some monster materials. Although this monster is only level 20, it is still a boss, and its bones could be used as materials for upgrading equipment. Ling Chen shook his head in regret, just about to turn and leave. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck. Although the corpse of this ogre king cannot yield materials, the corpse of the ogre leader from the 3rd level ahead can be recovered. After all, it is still a quasi-lord level monster, and the quality of the materials should be considered red grade, which could earn some Tianyan ranking points if sold. Mainly, Ling Chen was scared of being poor. Back in high school, to save up enough money to buy basic weapons and armor, he worked hard every summer vacation, living frugally. The reason he had to buy every year was that the durability of basic weapons and armor was extremely low. Plus, Ling Chen was diligent in his practice. During that time, he would split a pack of instant noodles in half and eat it over 2 meals. The long-term hardship had instilled in Ling Chen a habit of saving. If it weren't for the hidden passageway that opened in the trial's secret realm, Ling Chen would have had to turn back several times. Even though he had bound the system a month ago and no longer worried about equipment issues, he didn't see anything wrong with this habit of saving. It was just a matter of walking a few more steps. Moreover, since he had already cleared the level and with no hidden levels opened, he might as well pick up more items. Every little bit counts. Without any hesitation, he dusted himself off and headed back the way he came. Outside the secret realm, he has already cleared the level. Why isn't he coming out? Why is he going back? All the spectators watching Ling Chen expressed their confusion. However, soon, their gazes shifted away from the screen. At that moment, a stone tablet in the Tianyan square began to emit a slight tremor. Then, buzz, spatial fluctuations. Before everyone's eyes appeared a graceful figure with snow-white twin tails, Xu Yaoguang. She was the first new student to emerge from the instance. At this moment, her indifferent red eyes scanned the surroundings, only to find that there were no other new students in sight. Am I the first? Xu Yaoguang frowned slightly, just about to look up at the screen. A clear and warm voice came from beside her. Yaoguang, you really are amazing. It was Ji Wuming. He had come out about 10 seconds later than Zhu Yaoguang. His handsome face was filled with a gentle smile, showing no displeasure at being overtaken for first place. After all, in his eyes, the person who took first from him was his childhood friend, the girl he believed to be destined for greatness. Following Ji Wuming, other talented individuals gradually emerged from the secret realm. Damn it, you two are indeed so freakishly strong. I'm convinced. The third to emerge, Shi Baiyu, exclaimed as he saw Zhu Yaoguang and Ji Wuming. Shi Baiyu was tall and robust, standing at a solid 195 centimeters, looking like a small mountain. His profession was warrior. Gao Yao, Lu Chang, Qin, Kan, Huang Bai, Wei Tianzhou, and other talents followed closely behind. Notably, Chen Meng and Su Rou stepped out of the secret realm at the same time. When Qian Meng saw the number 524 hanging on Su Rou's chest, he couldn't help but feel a secret shock. At the same time, he was even more convinced that this initial ranking was indeed randomly assigned by the Academy's principal. How could someone ranked 524 be on par with him, the provincial champion ranked 101? Moreover, at this moment, he noticed that the number of people emerging from the secret realm had not yet reached 100. This indicated that he, ranked 101, and the girl ranked 524 had already secured spots in the top 100. It also reflected the issue with the initial rankings. Then, Qian Meng squinted and scanned the area. He found that the unclassed wanderer had yet to appear. As expected, this unclassed wanderer was beaten back to his original form when facing a level 20 boss monster. Qian Meng sneered inwardly. Qian Meng is from the second-tier dormitory. It was written incorrectly earlier. What made Qian Meng even prouder was that in the next few seconds, no sign of that guy Ling Chen appeared either. At this moment, in the square, over 100 new students had gradually emerged from the secret realm. After all, they were the talents from various provinces. Although the ranking differences seemed significant, the time taken to clear the instance had not varied much. Among the top 100 talents, many had even emerged at the same time. It was evident that the time differences in clearing the instance were only a few milliseconds. It seems the top 100 for this assessment has been established. Yaoguang, the interesting person you mentioned seems to have not appeared yet. Ji Wuming smiled as he looked at Zhu Yaoguang. Huang Bai beside them scoffed. I said before, although Ling Chen's combat skills are indeed impressive, an unclassed wanderer is ultimately not on the right path. He might be strong against the small monsters ahead, but how could he possibly pass against the Ogre King without a decisive high-level skill? At this moment, the surrounding talents couldn't help but nod in agreement. An unclassed wanderer can rank 15, even higher than me. This is enough to illustrate the absurdity of this initial ranking. Now it's fully exposed. He can't even make it into the top 100. It seems he'll have to obediently roll out of the first-tier dormitory area. He might not even be able to stay in the second-tier dormitory area. Putting aside the dormitory issue, among the 5 major academies, probably only the sorcery academy would want him. I still advise him to honestly change his profession.
Now, among the top 100 talents appearing on the playground, some had initial rankings still outside the 200 mark. They were already resentful of this initial ranking. Now, with an extraordinary performance, achieving an excellent result in the top 100, it was a slap in the face to the deans responsible for the initial rankings. Naturally, they couldn't help but complain and mock a bit to vent their dissatisfaction. Shi Baiyu and Gao Yao remained silent. They were too lazy to speak ill of others behind their backs. Besides, they weren't familiar with Ling Chen. Meanwhile, Zhu Yaoguang's brows were still slightly furrowed. It shouldn't be. Existence that surpassed her in the entrance examination shouldn't fall out of the top 100, no matter how bad it was. Could it be that she really misjudged him? Amidst the confusion and mockery of the crowd, in a corner, Su Ro's delicate face was filled with calmness. The attitude these people displayed towards Ling Chen was so reminiscent of that Muyu Tian from the Huachang Academy. But in the end, he was severely slapped in the face. Su Ro didn't know why Ling Chen hadn't come out of the secret realm, but she knew that his results absolutely couldn't drop below the top 10. As for why, just recalling the sense of oppression Ling Chen had given her on the training ground could wake her from her dreams countless times. When she fought against that boy on the arena, she felt that the figure standing before her was not a mere unranked wanderer. Instead, it was a demon that could devour and annihilate her at any moment. At that time, she couldn't even muster the heart to resist. However, it was precisely because of Ling Chen's guidance that she could step into the top 100 in today's freshman assessment. Su Ro didn't believe that a strong person who could easily crush her would falter in this freshman racing trial. Ha ha, look, this guy seems to have just passed the 3rd level. Suddenly, Qian Meng shouted excitedly as if discovering a new continent. Instantly, everyone turned to look at the screen. Sure enough, on the screen in the upper left corner, a figure was using a sharp knife to cut the corpse of the ogre leader. Then, with skillful movements, he picked out the stinking bones and stuffed them into a bag. Wow, this guy seems to be collecting monster bone materials. Ha ha, he must know he can't pass the 4th level and can't get the rewards, so he's trying to take advantage of the situation, right? TSK, does he not even have the courage to enter the 4th level? For a moment, the disdain for Ling Chen among these prodigies grew even stronger. Of course, these words were also clearly heard by the deans, teachers, and senior students. Their expressions turned strange at that moment. These little brats clearly haven't been slapped in the face enough, Wang Shi said lightly. I just wonder what their expressions will be when they find out the results later. Li Manchun's smile was filled with peculiarity. At this moment, Zhou Hongfu finally slowly stood up. Facing the group of freshmen, he said in a deep voice, the major exam is not over yet. Please be quiet and wait for the final rankings. With his words, the chattering freshmen fell silent. But their expressions were still filled with defiance and pride. This was normal. Those with strength and talent would always have pride. What's wrong? You all look like you're still brooding over the initial rankings. Zhou Hongfu's authoritative gaze swept across the square below. Back to the dean. We are indeed brooding, because this ranking is inherently unfair. It's unreasonable. Chen Meng shouted loudly. Most of the freshmen nodded along, still wearing expressions of pride and defiance. These prodigies had often argued with teachers back in high school. However, all schools strongly supported this atmosphere. Especially in universities, it was common for students to challenge teachers when disagreements arose. After all, fighting isn't like solving math problems. It doesn't have fixed formulas and answers. Some students believe that using this skill is better, but the teacher insists that that skill is better. Both sides have their reasons, but neither is willing to back down. So instead of arguing, they directly step onto the field to fight. The teacher suppresses their strength and battles the students fairly. If they lose, they must admit defeat. Honestly, it's that simple and brutal. I am strong, therefore I am right. In today's world, it is all about the supremacy of strength. Thus, a new student dares to challenge the dean, which is a basic move not to be underestimated. Very good. I like students with such pride. Zhou Hongfu chuckled, then turned to say, Teacher Zhong, forcibly send Ling Chen out of the secret realm. Understood. Teacher Zhong, who was in charge of monitoring, without saying a word, directly targeted the secret realm marked with the number 015. Ling Chen, who was happily reaping benefits, suddenly found himself enveloped by a purple beam of light. Ha! Ling Chen frowned. Then, darkness engulfed him. He felt a sensation of weightlessness. 3 seconds later, everything returned to normal. He finally opened his eyes again. And then, he saw countless people surrounding him in a circle, their eyes fixed on him with an expression that seemed to want to devour him. Ling Chen was completely bewildered. Wasn't I happily reaping benefits? Why the hell was I forcibly sent out of the secret realm? And why are these people staring at me so intensely? Ling Chen, come up to the stage. The authoritative voice of Dean Zhou suddenly rang out. Upon hearing this, Ling Chen had no choice but to weave through the crowd, walking to the podium with a puzzled expression. However, once he reached the podium, Ling Chen realized that not only did the students below want to eat him, but even the 4 deans and the teachers.
seemed to want to devour him. After Ling Chen stepped onto the podium, he could more clearly sense the gazes of the new students below. It felt like blades were slicing towards him. It was a deeply rooted prejudice, a general disdain and arrogance. Facing these gazes, Ling Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glint flashing deep within his pupils. It seemed that these fellow new students still regarded him as a soft target. Beside him, Zhou Hongfu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, deliberately waiting for a few minutes. During these few minutes, all the remaining new students in the secret realm emerged unscathed. All the deans and teachers nodded slightly upon witnessing this scene. It seemed that the quality of this year's new students was indeed the highest ever, with no deaths reported. It was at this moment that the imposing Dean Zhou slowly began to speak in front of all the new students. First of all, I congratulate you all on successfully passing this new student speed trial. I won't waste words. I know you are all curious about the overall ranking of this assessment. Since that's the case, teacher Zhong, you can directly adjust the screen to announce the final rankings of this major exam. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen, which had been divided into dozens of segments, merged into one, and the huge display slowly unfolded. A series of data began to magically appear on the screen. In just a few seconds, a complete assessment ranking finally presented itself to everyone. Wow! The moment the overall ranking appeared, there was no surprise. All the new students erupted into a frenzy of exclamations. However, the excitement lasted only a few seconds before it turned into overwhelming skepticism. Ling Chen actually ranked first. What's going on? Wasn't he forcibly sent out before even passing the 4th level? The rankings of the others are fine, after all, the completion times are there, but Ling Chen's completion time is ridiculous. Indeed ridiculous, a record of 15 minutes and 21 seconds. He pulled a full minute ahead of Zhu Yaoguang. I can't believe it, they are openly manipulating the rankings, not even pretending anymore, directly elevating someone who didn't even pass the 4th level to 1st place. It's no wonder they would raise strong objections. Aside from the first record breaker, the others only knew their completion time after passing the secret realm. They only received the completion rewards. Therefore, they had no idea about their specific rankings. In fact, the ones who found it hardest to accept this result were Ji Woming, Huang Bai, Qin Kan, and Qian Meng. As for Zhu Yaoguang, after witnessing this scene, her delicate face showed a look of astonishment. Then, she calmed down. Indeed, she hadn't misjudged him, it seemed she would have. To find an opportunity to have a real fight with this boy. And Su Ro was already staring at the figure on the main stage with shining eyes. Silence. In the face of the overwhelming doubts, Zhou Hongfu raised his hand to calm the crowd. Once the young faces filled with skepticism, unwillingness, and frustration settled down, the old man finally revealed a smile. I knew you would question Ling Chen's achievements. But it doesn't matter, at Tianyan Academy, strength is paramount. If there are doubts, they must be shattered. If there are hidden agendas, they must be exposed. Moreover, anyone who thinks that I, as the dean, am undeserving of my title can challenge me. As long as I lose, I will step down without a word. So, I have decided. To prove the fairness of this ranking, we will hold a competition. Ling Chen will be the defender, and you nearly 1,000 new students can select 5 challengers to take turns challenging Ling Chen. Don't you doubt the fairness of the ranking? I am giving you the chance to prove yourselves. The dean's words ignited the emotions of all the new students below, especially those proud talents filled with prejudice against Ling Chen. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to rush up and beat Ling Chen to a pulp. Faced with such a boiling scene, Zhou Hongfu suddenly turned to Ling Chen with a smile. Kid, you have no objections to this arrangement, right? The dean and the teachers also focused on Ling Chen's reaction. They wanted to see how this prodigy, who had performed perfectly in the secret realm, would react to the challenges from these talented individuals. However, they were disappointed. From the boy's expression, they saw no signs of panic whatsoever. I have no objections. Ling Chen shook his head, then added, but I have a condition. Whatever condition you want, just tell the challengers. Yourself. Zhou Hongfu smiled as he handed the microphone to Ling Chen. Ling Chen took the microphone without hesitation. In fact, hadn't he long wanted to beat up this group of idiots? They were always full and had nothing to do, just sitting there pointing fingers to seek attention. I've tolerated you for long enough. Grabbing the microphone, Ling Chen's sharp gaze locked onto all the new students below. I know you've disliked me for a long time, but it doesn't matter. To me, your mockery and belittlement are nothing but barking dogs. Everyone. What? Courage. He actually dared to openly provoke so many people, especially Qian Meng, whose fists were tightly clenched, anger turning his delicate face a shade of liver color. At this moment, Ling Chen's sarcastic words rang out again. Don't be angry, I wasn't mad when you mocked me, so why get angry now that I'm mocking you? However, this is a perfect opportunity to make a bet with you. The stakes are simple. In the upcoming challenges, whoever loses must immediately hand over all the Tianyan ranking points and items earned from this speed trial. If you dare not accept this bet, then don't bark in front of me in the future. The new student speed trial would naturally distribute corresponding Tianyan ranking points based on the rankings. The first Place prize is 10,000. The top 10 prize is 5,000. The top 50 prize is 3,000. The top 100 prize is 2,000. The rewards for those outside the top 100 decrease in order. The reward points for the top 100 are quite substantial. However, Ling Chen's words did not frighten those below. Instead, they made them even more excited. Even Gao, Yao and Chi Baiyu, who originally planned to just watch, were a bit tempted, because as long as they could defeat Ling Chen, they would earn 10,000 points. 10,000 points. I'll take your bet. You hurry up and get lost. Let me challenge first. Damn it, I'm the first to respond. Sure enough, even the lower-ranked freshmen were eagerly raising their hands to sign up. Watching the new students rush to challenge, several deans exchanged glances, each seeing the amusement in the other's eyes. Well, it probably wouldn't be long before these eager freshmen would feel fortunate. Fortunate that they hadn't managed to get on stage. And at this moment, Ling Chen was slowly walking towards the arena that was rising in the square. This enthusiastic scene was indeed a bit amusing. The top newcomer in the speed trial was being treated like a soft persimmon, with everyone wanting to take a squeeze. Even those ranked outside the top 500 wanted to bully this top contender. Alright, everyone shut up. If you want a challenge, it's not your turn, you useless ones ranked outside the top 100. Qian Meng, who had been silent, suddenly spoke darkly. The previously excited freshmen instantly quieted down. They looked frustrated, wanting to argue with Qian Meng, but when they turned to see Qian Meng's ranking of 45 on the screen, they obediently fell silent. If it were before the big exam, when they didn't know each other's strength, they might have dared to retort Qian Meng. But now that the real rankings were out, how could they still be arrogant? Here, strength is paramount. The one with the bigger fist is right. Of course, they had no doubts about the rankings of others, but they were still quite skeptical about Ling Chen's ranking. After all, they had seen with their own eyes that Ling Chen hadn't even passed the 4th round before being forcibly sent out by the teacher. How could such a person be first? Ridiculous. Simply ridiculous. I, Qian Meng, will be the first challenger. Of course, I might also be the last challenger. After saying this, Qian Meng walked towards the arena. Everyone consciously made way for him. The top 10 prodigies had intended to challenge as well, but since Qian Meng stepped up first, they were too lazy to fight for it. They also wanted to see if Ling Chen was really a fake. At this moment, the square outside the arena was packed with people. Not only had the examinees come to watch, but even the seniors wanted to join in the fun. Unlike the newcomers, the faces of the seniors were not filled with disdain for Ling Chen. Stepping onto the arena and looking at his calm opponent, across from him, Qian Meng revealed a contemptuous sneer. You. Just as he began to speak, Ling Chen waved his hand to interrupt, his face full of impatience. Stop the nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. Don't waste my time. Coming up to fight and still talking a bunch of crap. Are you sick or what? Qian Meng, the freshman. Arrogant. Truly arrogant. Qian Meng's face turned a shade of half-cooked pig liver, both red and white. The teacher acting as the referee also had no unnecessary chatter, his gaze fixed on both sides. Both sides, prepare. The battle will begin in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1, start. At the moment the countdown ended, Qian Meng immediately created distance. At the same time, countless fine, transparent threads wrapped around his palm. Puppet Master. These translucent special threads were the weapons of the Puppet Master. This profession has 2 combat styles. The first is to summon puppets and control them to fight against the enemy. The second method is to set up silk thread traps. Enemies that enter the traps will be bound and controlled by the threads or even killed. Generally, puppet masters will summon their puppets before the battle begins to hold back the enemy and take the opportunity to set up silk thread traps. However, perhaps Qian Meng was too angry, or maybe he underestimated Ling Chen too much. This time, he did not immediately start summoning his puppets for the battle. Instead, he directly used a skill. Silk thread trap. Silk thread trap. He quickly integrates silk threads into the air to set up a trap. Once the threads hit the target, they can control the target. Note, once the enemy is controlled, they can be dispelled from the controlled state by a purification skill of the same level. Cannot control enemies whose level exceeds yours by 10 levels. The chanting time is 2 seconds. His initial retreat was to allow this skill to complete its chant. However, whoosh! An arrow shot towards his lower body with lightning speed. What a fast arrow! Qian Meng's expression changed drastically, and he had to abruptly interrupt his chanting. He jumped up, spreading his legs to dodge the arrow aimed at his lower body. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief and continue chanting, boom! A small fireball had already descended in front of him. His expression changed again, and he was about to get up and dodge once more. However, looking down, he saw that his legs were already covered in vines without him noticing. As the fireball was about to strike and with no way to evade, Qian Meng, however, calmly activated his skill. Again, Silk Thread Shield B. Qian Meng was indeed the top scholar of Yunnan province. Facing this unexpected skill combo, he showed no panic at all. Transparent silk threads intertwined.
wildly, and in just an instant, a hemispherical shield made of white silk threads appeared in front of Qian Meng. Boom! The fireball struck the shield, and not a single thread on the shield was destroyed. This was actually quite normal, because right now, Ling Chen was using a basic white-grade weapon. That's right, he did not use the breaking formation 1000 machine ring. He didn't even use the new trial talent and new skill he had just obtained, because he felt that using them would be too much of a bully. So, the weapon Ling Chen was using now was a white-grade weapon he had yet to part with from his pack. Under the talents of equipment mastery and magical resonance, Ling Chen's speed in switching weapons and casting spells was astonishingly fast. Equipment mastery, B+ allows you to master any weapon below level 30 of any profession, any grade, and your equipment switching speed is 0.3 seconds. Regarding the equipment mastery innate talent, the resupplemented setting added mastery of all profession weapons and changed the grade limit to a level limit. However, the 3 consecutive skill combo attacks could not even touch a hair on Qian Meng. This made Qian Meng's disdain and mockery towards Ling Chen even stronger. Ha! Is this your attack? It's nothing but. Before he could finish his mocking words, a new student suddenly shouted from below the arena, "Brother Meng, be careful." However, it was too late. Put! The sound of an arrow embedding itself in flesh rang out at that moment. Qian Meng's eyes bulged as he felt an incredibly intense stabbing pain suddenly radiate from his buttocks. Turning to look, he saw an arrow firmly lodged in his backside. The next moment, ah! Qian Meng howled to the sky, his sharp feminine wail echoing throughout the arena. Everyone, all the students stared in shock at this scene. Even the dean and teachers were stunned. This is possible, the burly Qi Baiyu muttered in confusion. The reason for his bewilderment was not that Ling Chen's technique was so impressive, but this kid really has a dirty heart. Just now, everyone thought that the first feather arrow was merely a feint. The real killing moves were the binding vines and fireball spell that followed. The truth, however, is that the fireball spell and binding vines were the feints. The real killing move was that returning tracking arrow. Of course, what's most frustrating is that of all the places to aim, why did he have to aim there? Qian Meng lost. He lost to a jobless drifter he had always looked down upon. In fact, he still had the strength to resist. However, the arrow that struck his butt significantly reduced his agility, making it impossible for him to continue the fight. If he were to keep fighting, the opponent would seize that moment of weakness and close in instantly, leading to an even more humiliating defeat. The shortcomings of puppeteers and mages are quite similar. Both fear being engaged in close combat. In close quarters, the win rate for both puppeteers and mages is extremely low. Of course, the main issue is that the difference between humans and monsters is vast. Monsters have tough skin and thick flesh, while humans are delicate and tender. Without armor, human life is incredibly fragile. Therefore, it might be hard to believe, but for Ling Chen, dealing with these so-called prodigies is easier than dealing with the monsters in the new student racing trial secret realm. And also, to be honest, Ling Chen didn't intentionally aim for that spot. But unfortunately, Qian Meng was wearing too much equipment. Armor, leg guards, belts, necklaces, rings, and so on, fully armed. Ling Chen originally just wanted to use the tracking arrow to test whether the equipment the opponent was wearing had any shield passives. After all, some high-value purple-grade armor usually comes with a complete set of passives that include shield functions they can automatically trigger when the wearer is in crisis. However, what Ling Chen didn't expect was that this Qian Meng, being the top scholar of Yanzhou province, was actually so poor. But thinking about the disasters that had occurred in Yanzhou province before, Ling Chen understood. At this moment, Qian Meng was lying on the arena, his delicate feminine face filled with frustration and anger. At the same time, the intense pain coming from behind made his face turn pale. He never dreamed that he would be defeated in such a humiliating manner. No way. He lost just like that? Too fast. Is this what the number 45 big shot is like? The audience below found it the hardest to accept. In this duel, Ling Chen wins. Priest, come over and heal him. The referee had no surprise at this outcome. A member of the priest team formed by the student council was sent over, and she was quite a pretty girl. When the girl saw Qian Meng lying on the ground with a feather arrow stuck in his butt, she couldn't help but chuckle. This made Qian Meng even more humiliated and furious. Fortunately, the girl didn't say anything sarcastic. She quickly pulled out the feather arrow and took out her staff, chanting for 2 seconds, a green light enveloping the wound instantly healed. Qian Meng got up, lowered his head, and walked off the arena, his pale, delicate face now flushed. The strange gazes around him were so piercing. It was uncomfortable. He wanted to cry. He really wanted to live in another city. What a pity. Qian Meng has the strength, but unfortunately, he suffered because of his armor. If he had a shield passive, that tracking arrow wouldn't have caused him any harm at all. At this moment, Qin Kan couldn't help but comment. Huang Bai also said Ling Chen was just taking advantage of the situation. The people around couldn't help but nod. After a brief moment of speechlessness, they felt that Qian Meng's defeat was indeed frustrating. However, what they didn't know was that the evaluation of this battle by the dean and teachers on the podium was completely different from theirs. This kid showed mercy, he didn't poison the feathered arrows. Sigh, when will this kid change his habit of aiming for people's lower bodies? Look at these despicable and dirty tactics. I said this child is most suitable to join my technique guidance academy. On the arena, the referee glanced at the new students below and asked with a smile, so, who will challenge next? Report. Referee teacher, Jin Kan and Huang Bo want to challenge. Suddenly, a jade hand was raised. Everyone focused their gaze and found it was the proud daughter of heaven, Zhu Yaoguang, with white hair and red eyes. Yaoguang, you. Jin Kan and Huang Bo were a bit stunned. Zhu Yaoguang's indifferent gaze swept over. What? Are you afraid? With that one sentence, the two prodigies felt their blood rush. How could they possibly be afraid of a mere unranked wanderer? They were not like Chen Meng, a poor loser who didn't even have a complete set of equipment. And they certainly wouldn't be caught off guard by a little trick like a tracking arrow. Thinking of this, Jin Kan and Huang Bo stepped forward in unison. Since that's the case, Jin Kan, will be the challenger. Jin Kan, let me go first. You rank after me, let me go first. Watching the two prodigies caught in an argument, the referee on the arena frowned slightly. At this moment, Ling Chen also walked to the edge of the arena, calmly observing the two prodigies who were red-faced from arguing. His indifferent words directly interrupted their dispute. Stop arguing, just come at me together. After saying this, before the two could react, his sharp gaze, like a sword, swept directly to Ji Wuming and Zhu Yaoguang. And you two, stop pretending. I'm in a hurry, why don't you four team up and challenge me? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted. All the spectators let out an astonishing uproar. Crazy, absolutely crazy. They had never seen such a bold existence. Even the deans on the podium exchanged glances, all looking bewildered. They never expected this little guy would say such arrogant words at this moment. Even the old Dean Zhou Hongfu, who had experienced countless storms, was momentarily stunned by Ling Chen's words. This little guy completely doesn't see these prodigies as people. Wang Shi let out a bitter laugh. The other deans frowned tightly, but none spoke to stop him. They were all adults. What they said, they had to take responsibility for. If you, Ling Chen, dare to spout such nonsense, then you must be prepared to bear the consequences. And at this moment, Ling Chen on the arena, where was the honest look on his face? In its place was a cold, proud indifference. This fierce tiger seemed finally willing to show its sharp claws in front of everyone. What the hell? Did I hear that right? He wants all four prodigies to come up at the same time? Arrogant. Simply arrogant. This guy must not know how to die. Provoking Huang Bo and Jin Kan is one thing, but he even dares to provoke Ji Wuming and Zhu Yaoguang. Without exception, all the spectators, including those senior students who had witnessed Ling Chen slay the boss, felt that his words were incredibly reckless. Indeed, you, Ling Chen, are very impressive, having become the top freshman, but your arrogance should have its limits. Does he not know how terrifying Ji Wuming and Zhu Yaoguang's strength is? Could it be that Ling Chen really thinks of himself as a big boss, letting the four prodigies team up to take him down? The four provoked prodigies had different expressions. At this moment, Huang Bo and Jin Kan were both red-faced, feeling insulted. Zhu Yaoguang's pretty face remained quite calm. Ji Wuming still wore a pretentious smile, displaying an air of disdain and superiority. Clearly, among the three, only Ji Wuming and Zhu Yaoguang maintained a mindset of everyone is drunk, but I alone am sober. However, they underestimated Ling Chen's ability to provoke others. When this lone wolf tore off his honest facade, what remained was an extreme darkness, ruthlessness, and determination. He coldly gazed at the proud daughter of heaven, who stood in the crowd like a princess surrounded by stars. A detached voice slowly emerged. Zhu Yaoguang, do you dare to make a bet with me? If I lose, I will serve you as a slave for the rest of my life, without a second thought. And if I win, I don't ask for much, you just need to serve me tea, warm my bed, and act as my maid for a month. Do you dare to accept this bet? In Ling Chen's previous life, he was fortunate to remember a saying by a great man, strike first to avoid being struck 100 times. In the face of oppression and bullying from enemies, the only response is to fight back and resist. Once you give in, they will take advantage of you. Now, Ling Chen had had enough of their contempt and ridicule. Just because I am a jobless drifter, you mock and belittle me? Did I provoke you? Even a clay figure has some temper. Let alone Ling Chen. Low-key development is not just about enduring. Showing sharp claws will make others fear and respect you. Thus, Ling Chen uttered words that made everyone change color. The impact of these words was extraordinary. Huang Bai and Jin Kan, the two sycophants, need not be mentioned. At that moment, Ji Wuming looked at Ling Chen with eyes that revealed astonishing killing intent. This damned ant actually dared to covet his woman. Although he knew Ling Chen's words were a deliberate provocation, men are easily angered when it comes to the women they like. Fine, since you want to get beaten, I'll grant you that. Ji Wuming finally stepped onto the stage. This scene excited countless people.
Ji Wuming finally dares to make a move. Teach this jobless drifter a good lesson. Great. Can't wait to see Ling Chen get knocked down. I remember his profession is a rare one from abroad, right? Bloodthirsty warrior. His profession is bloodthirsty warrior. His father is from our dragon country, but his mother is from the vampire clan. Bloodthirsty warrior. A rare profession in Western countries. Only those of the vampire race can learn this profession's skills. Ji Wuming inherited his mother's bloodline and became a vampire. This actually involves the concept of bloodline inheritance, which won't be elaborated on here, but will be mentioned later on a larger stage when encountering more races. Xin Kan and Huang Bai, their faces flushed, wanted to step onto the stage. However, Ji Wuming's light green pupils glanced at them. They instantly understood and could only reluctantly give up their chance to compete. Despite their pride, in front of a genius like Ji Wuming, Xin Kan and Huang Bai had no desire to even contest. Zhu Yaoguang had originally wanted to nod and agree to Ling Chen's bet. Hadn't her inner warrior spirit been stirred? She had never been provoked like this before. But Ji Wuming was quicker to step onto the stage than she was. Moreover, a 2-on-1 was not what Zhu Yaoguang wanted. Winning like that would be unworthy. What she wanted was a 1v1 with Ling Chen. On the stage, when Ling Chen saw Ji Wuming come up, he no longer focused on Zhu Yaoguang and those two sycophants. His intention was to use this battle to set an example. And Ji Wuming was the perfect chicken for this. Not too long, not too short, just the right size. Of course, if those four geniuses came up together, Ling Chen wouldn't mind. Since he dared to say those words, he could not show any fear or retreat. At this moment, the emotions of the entire audience had been ignited. This battle could be called the focal point of the event. Ling Chen, the champion of the South Province's trial rankings, versus Ji Wuming, the champion of the Fengtian Province's trial rankings. The first in the new student speed trial versus the third in the new student speed trial. A jobless wanderer versus a bloodthirsty warrior. It's starting. Ji Wuming and Ling Chen exchanged no words. As the referee counted down, they went straight into action. Whoosh! A slender sword blade appeared in Ji Wuming's hand with rich blood red patterns swirling on it, and these blood patterns even spread to his pitch-black light armor. At a glance, it was clear that this set of complementary equipment was not simple. It was definitely golden grade, complete armor and weapon. Moreover, just looking at the violent aura emanating from Ji Wuming as he soared into the air was enough to indicate that the enhancement from this equipment was indeed terrifying. No wonder he was a rich kid. Whoosh! Ji Wuming moved. The spectators below felt their eyes blur, unable to keep up with Ji Wuming's movements. In the next moment, a figure bathed in bloodlight appeared before Ling Chen, the blood-colored sword blade in hand thrusting directly toward Ling Chen's body without any hesitation. Bang! A loud explosion rang out. This was not the sound of Ling Chen's body being pierced. Instead, it was the sound of the protective shield on the arena shattering. Before the duel began, that referee had already set up a protective shield around the arena. Otherwise, the duel on the stage would have affected the audience below. Yet, even such a sturdy protective shield was broken open by Ji Wuming's attack. Of course, what shocked the audience below the most was not Ji Wuming's terrifying attack power. It was Ling Chen's dangerous maneuver to dodge Ji Wuming's attack. Faced with such a terrifying assault from Ji Wuming, that guy merely tilted his body slightly. In fact, those with keen eyesight could clearly see that the sharp, slender blood-colored sword blade had actually grazed past the hem of Ling Chen's clothes. It was like dancing on the edge of a knife. Had there been even the slightest misstep, Ling Chen's body would have surely had a new hole. It was precisely because of this dodge that the sword blade, originally aimed at him, pierced the protective shield instead. Wow! This guy is reckless enough to play like this. I have to say, this Ling Chen has some skills. If it were me, I would have probably been done. For with that move, the audience below marveled. But the attacks on stage showed no signs of stopping. After the blood fury assault was dodged, Ji Wuming not only did not retreat but instead relentlessly pursued with a change of tactics. The sword blade in his hand transformed into countless blood-red sword flowers, attacking Ling Chen like a torrential storm. Blood rain pear blossom. The dense, impenetrable attacks left no room for evasion. At this moment, Ji Wuming's expression was extremely serious. Even though he was facing a jobless wanderer whom he looked down upon, he still adhered to a principle his father had taught him. A lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. Therefore, in this battle, he wanted this jobless wanderer to truly experience what the gap meant. A smile had already risen at the corner of his mouth. It was as if he could already see the other party being pierced by these countless blood blades. Faced with the onslaught of blood and gore, Ling Chen still chose not to take it head-on. His figure instantly dissolved, turning into a puddle of shadow and slipping away. Shadow stealth. Trying to dodge again? Ji Wuming sneered. How could someone who won the top honors in a place like Fengtian Province be simple? The movements of Blood Rain Pear Blossom were forcibly interrupted, but he showed no signs of hesitation or stiffness. The blood blade in his hand instantly transformed into a spear. Without any hesitation, he threw the spear directly at that massive black shadow. At that moment, the spear burst forth with dazzling bloodlight, like a meteor streaking across the sky, heading straight for the shadow. Not only that, the recoil from the throwing action was interrupted as he unleashed his next skill, Blood Shadow Entanglement. This explosive displacement skill allowed him to parallel the blood spear he had thrown. This series of transformations and ambushes was filled with a suffocating sense of oppression. So this is the true worth of the champion of the Tian province trial rankings? It was like comparing heaven and earth with that Qian Meng. Ji Wuming displayed an extremely high level of suppression right from the start. He perfectly embodied the characteristics of the bloodthirsty warrior profession. Blood Fury Softening. Blood Fury Softening, a unique passive skill of the bloodthirsty warrior, allowing the forced interruption of skill progression when releasing this profession's skills without causing any stiffness or recoil. Note, after interrupting a skill, the next skill of this profession can be released instantly. Skills released through Blood Fury Softening have their power increased by 20%. This is the fundamental reason Ji Wuming could continuously interrupt his own skills without any recoil. Moreover, the bloodthirsty warrior is one of the few professions with mastery over multiple weapons. Not only can he use a rapier, but he can also wield a great sword, shield, battle axe, and spear. As a rare profession, his proficiency with multiple weapons allows him to respond more calmly on the ever-changing and dangerous battlefield. At this moment, the spear charged forward, carrying a sharpness that could pierce gold and shatter stone. Ji Wuming also used the explosive displacement skill Blood Shadow Entanglement (B) to close in. In his hand was a sharp battle axe covered in blood-red patterns, a double ambush. The terrifying sense of oppression made the audience below feel a tightness in their hearts. It's over. The invincibility time of Shadow Stealth has already passed. If Ling Chen doesn't find a way out, he will surely be heavily injured by this sharp spear and battle axe. Indeed, the invincibility time of Shadow Stealth lasts only 2 seconds after entering the stealth state. But that time has now ended. If Ling Chen doesn't think of another way, he is destined to lose against this overwhelming attack. The dean and teachers on the podium straightened their bodies, their eyes fixed on the battle on the stage. Other spectators even held their breath. What will Ling Chen use to counter Ji Wuming's oppressive double ambush? Or will he simply be defeated? How could that be possible? Under everyone's gaze, Ling Chen finally emerged from the shadow pool, his face still devoid of any panic. In fact, the weapon in his hand was not the Breaking Formation 1000 mechanism ring, but the purple-grade battle spear he received as a reward for passing the entrance trial. It seemed to him that dealing with just a Ji Wuming didn't even require the use of the 1000 mechanism ring. Ling Chen, you will pay a heavy price for your arrogance. Die. Seeing Ling Chen's indifferent and arrogant demeanor, Ji Wuming roared with a twisted face, his giant axe and the spear charging from the air forming an unavoidable lethal attack. Buzz. However, at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. The ground suddenly lit up with shallow blue array patterns. At the moment the shallow blue array patterns lit up, Ji Wuming, who was about to swing his giant axe to cleave Ling Chen, suddenly felt a violent sense of weightlessness wash over him. It interrupted his attack motion. Then, whoosh, his figure shot up into the air. Ascension Array. Ascension Array, a basic skill of the Spirit Array Master, setting up a magic array in a certain area. Once activated, all enemies within the array are lifted into the air, entering a floating state. Note, friendly targets within the array will not be affected. The floating state can be dispelled by purification skills and enchanted equipment. Some equipment's enchantment effects are purification. The floating state lasts for 3 seconds. Ji Wuming felt his floating state, and his expression turned grim. He never expected that his meticulously prepared ambush would be so easily unraveled by the opponent. Moreover, the main question was, when did he set up the formation? Wasn't it said that spirit formation masters needed a long time to chant in order to condense the formation patterns? Why didn't he see Ling Chen's preparations in chanting? Forget it. Let's not dwell on that. With a slight movement of his mind, the pitch-black armor on Ji Wuming emitted a gentle glow. This caused the floating state to be dispelled in less than a second. Bang! Ji Wuming's feet slammed heavily onto the ground. When his gloomy eyes turned to Ling Chen had already ended his block stance. Indeed, at the moment Ji Wuming was lifted into the air, Ling Chen had already picked up his battle spear, executing a perfect block that sent the sharp spear flying. The spear spun in the air several times before landing with a thud, embedded diagonally into the ground. Beautiful. On the podium, a teacher who witnessed the entire process in details couldn't help but exclaim, "This little guy's combat intuition and adaptability are terrifying." Yes, I thought he would be defeated under Ji Wuming's aggressive pressure, but unexpectedly he resolved it with just 2 basic skills. So clever, I didn't expect he even learned the basic skills of the spirit formation. Master profession. All his basic skills can be used without chanting. That's a bit exaggerated. The reactions of all the teachers were filled with admiration and shock. The floating formation and block are skills that are as basic as they come.
In fact, most spirit formation masters wouldn't even choose the floating formation skill. But Ling Chen did, and he achieved extremely outstanding results in actual combat. The most crucial point is that Ji Wuming's Void Blood Spear and Blood Shadow Entanglement are both B-level skills, yet Ling Chen resolved it with 2 basic skills. Ling Chen is starting to counterattack. While the teachers were discussing in admiration, the audience surrounding the stage suddenly erupted into chatter. After withstanding Ji Wuming's deadly attack, Ling Chen said nothing, and there was no hint of triumph on his face. The battle spear in his hand vanished in an instant, replaced by an extremely ordinary white-grade staff. He's pulling out a white-grade weapon again. This guy clearly doesn't take Ji Wuming seriously. He can't possibly want to use the same method he used against Qian Meng on Ji Wuming, right? When the audience saw Ling Chen pull out that level 10 white-grade staff again, they instinctively felt that Ling Chen was courting death. How could a white-grade weapon possibly break through Ji Wuming's equipment shield? And when Ji Wuming saw Ling Chen take out the white-grade weapon, his expression became even uglier. It was a humiliation of being completely underestimated. However, Ling Chen didn't give Ji Wuming a chance to vent his anger. With a gentle tap of the staff in the air, a vast and powerful wave of magical energy surged forth. Bright red flowers suddenly appeared out of thin air from the arena floor. In just a moment, more than a dozen of these small flowers had already grown around Ling Chen. Mist flower, E-Summoner's basic skill. Plant-type spirit, the petals can open and close to emit mist, which has the effect of confusing and suppressing the enemy's perception. Ha! Ling Chen, even if the purification enchantment effect on my equipment has entered cooldown, if you think you can make me enter a confused state with just these dozen little flowers, isn't that a bit too naive? Ji Wuming looked at the dozen delicate mist flowers and couldn't help but reveal a mocking sneer. For Ji Wuming, destroying these dozen plant-type spirits would be as easy as a single axe swing. If Ling Chen really wanted to use these dozen little flowers to put him into a trance, then he could only say he was thinking too simply. Indeed, I also think such delicate flowers won't have any effect on you. So, I will make them stronger. Ling Chen smiled faintly, and then the staff in his hand burst forth with a dazzling emerald light. Crazy growth. A unique profession abroad, the druid's basic skill. Crazy growth. He consumes mana, radiates life brilliance. Any plant illuminated by the life brilliance will grow wildly. Buzz. The originally fragile flowers began to grow at a visible speed under the emerald light. The slender, delicate flower stems became thick and robust. The weak, vibrant petals started to swell. In just a few breaths, the dozen delicate mist flowers beside Ling Chen had grown taller than him. Whoosh! The giant mist flowers began to wildly exhale and inhale the hazy mist. In an instant, the entire arena was filled with thick white fog, as if it had encountered a foggy day. I can't see the scene inside. Because of the protective shield, the white mist inside could not spread out. But because of this, the mist filled the entire arena. As a result, the audience outside could not see the scene inside at all. And Ji Wuming was also engulfed in the thick white fog. Although the mist from these mist flowers did not put him into a trance, his perception was suppressed to a range of 10 meters. With the cover of those giant mist flowers, Ling Chen's figure had long since disappeared. Along with his figure, Ling Chen's presence had vanished. Ji Wuming was indeed a prodigy of his generation. Despite his perception being suppressed and his vision limited, he still showed no signs of panic. After taking a deep breath, his blood began to boil, and his body, which had felt as if it were being crushed by a boulder, suddenly became light. The racial talent of the vampire clan was directly activated. Blood sense. After the racial talent was activated, he instantly captured Ling Chen's figure. He could even feel the temperature of the blood in Ling Chen's body at that moment. However, the damned ant had silently crept up behind him. Buzz. The built-in space opened instantly, causing a pitch-black, hard shield to appear in Ji Wuming's left hand. Without any hesitation, he turned around, raised the shield, holding it in his left hand, while his right hand held an axe, his body slightly bent, forming a perfect defensive stance. However, the figure rushing towards Ji Wuming suddenly retracted its attack at that moment, skillfully sliding past Ji Wuming's side. Invincible slide. This guy, so fast in retracting and changing moves. Ji Wuming's newly formed defensive posture had no time to change. Clearly, his racial talent had already told him that the ant was right behind him. Yet, he had no way to respond. In that instant, Ji Wuming's back was wide open, completely unguarded. Rising Dragon. Ling Chen flicked the battle spear in his hand, and Ji Wuming was sent flying along with his shield. Ji Wuming felt a sense of weightlessness as he floated in the air. But even so, he still did not panic. He did not believe that the opponent's shabby purple-grade battle spear could break his golden-grade armor. Moreover, the life-saving passive shield from his armor set effect had not yet been triggered. Although the purification enchantment effect of his equipment was still on cooldown, preventing him from dispelling this floating state. But under such heavy defense, he was definitely fine. Thinking of this, the floating Ji Wuming even revealed a mocking smile. That kind of cold smile seemed to say, "So what if you can make me float?"
Can you break my defense? But Ji Wuming soon couldn't smile anymore, because he couldn't come down from the air at all. After Rising Dragon, connecting to Battle Intent Roar. After the roar was completed, Ling Chen seized the last moment of floating and once again. Rising Dragon. When the defense-reducing buff from 4 Battle Intent Roars stacked up, Ji Wuming was still suspended in the air. At this moment, all his defenses had been reduced by 20%. At the same time, the mental impact effect attached to Battle Intent Roar left Ji Wuming in a daze. Not enough. Ling Chen continued to thrust upward. This time, he quickly switched to a white-grade heavy sword and shield. Shield break. Ring sword sweep. The heavy sword swept across, and Ji Wuming's defense was reduced by another 25%. After the reduction, the battle spear reappeared in his hand, and he once again Rising Dragon. In fact, many people can perform a normal Rising Dragon floating combo. Even many melee class prodigies can consecutively launch Rising Dragon to lift targets hundreds of times in one breath. However, they cannot do what Ling Chen did, interspersing other class skills within the Rising Dragon floating combo. The first reason is that they cannot quickly switch to other class weapons. The second reason is that they cannot omit the chanting of skills. Fortunately, at this moment, the arena was filled with mist. Otherwise, if the spectators outside saw Ling Chen's exaggerated and abnormal Rising Dragon floating combo, their jaws would probably drop in shock. At this moment, Ji Wuming's overall defense had already been reduced by 45%. However, do you think this is enough? Not enough. The breaking formation, Thousand Machine Ring, finally transformed into the bow and arrow killing star form at this moment. The arrow was on the string, ready to be released in an instant. Put. As a gold-grade weapon, the bow and arrow killing star had its feathered arrow penetrate Ji Wuming's pitch-black light armor without any surprise. However, it would not cause any damage to Ji Wuming, because his set of equipment had already sensed that its master was mortally wounded, instantly activating the passive shield. But it didn't matter. The bow and arrow killing star came with an armor break buff that further reduced his overall defense by 40%. At this moment, Ji Wuming finally wanted to cry, because he clearly sensed that his defense attribute had been reduced by a full 85% on his panel, although he had the protection of a shield. But due to the significant reduction in defense attributes, this layer of shield value could also be easily knocked away. It was like having a shield value of 10,000 but a defense value of 0, so even if someone used a white-grade weapon, they could still inflict great damage on you. Ji Wuming wanted to resist, but he couldn't come down. Without skills available upon being hit, he was once again sent flying by Rising Dragon. It should be over now. Ling Chen's gaze turned icy in an instant. The next moment, the spear shot out like a dragon. The Scorpion King's tail needle spear transformed into countless sharp cold rays, directly piercing through Ji Wuming, who was still in a floating state. Put. His stomach was instantly penetrated. The toxin from the Scorpion King's tail needle spear began to spread rapidly within Ji Wuming's body. Ugh! Ji Wuming's entire body turned purple, his eyes widened, and he was paralyzed, unable to move. He clearly felt that all his organs were being violently destroyed under the attack of the toxin. For the first time, Ji Wuming experienced the feeling of being on the brink of death. From childhood to adulthood, whether it was sparring with classmates or taking secret realm assessments, he had always been the ultimate victor. He had never experienced the taste of death or failure. But now, it seemed he had truly become a failure. His vision began to blur. His limbs started to weaken. Even breathing felt so difficult. If this continued, he would be poisoned to death. Save me. At this moment, there was no longer any trace of pride on Ji Wuming's face. Instead, it was replaced by a pitiful plea. The pair of emerald green pupils overflowed with tears. Ling Chen glanced at Ji Wuming, who lay on the ground, on the brink of death. He sighed. After all, it wasn't a matter of life and death. The mist was so thick that the outside world couldn't see what was happening here, so the referee didn't call off the match. If Ji Wuming wasn't treated soon, he would truly die. So, purification. Purification, a novice skill of the priest, consumes blue mana, emits a green glow, and can dispel all current negative states of the target. Note, this skill can only dispel negative states of the same level. Cannot dispel certain specific skills or abnormal states caused by weapons. A gentle green light emanated from the white-grade staff, enveloping Ji Wuming, whose skin had already turned a purplish red. The toxins were instantly dispelled, and his complexion returned to a normal rosy color. After purification was complete, it was time for life healing. Life healing, a novice skill of the priest, consumes blue mana, emits a green glow, and can heal the target's injuries. Ji Wuming, lying on the ground, was under the glow. The several gunshot wounds on his abdomen began to heal rapidly. This is life healing. What a fast healing speed. Stronger than other priests of the same level. As Ji Wuming enjoyed the healing glow, he felt a deep sense of shock. Of course, soon, his heart was filled with bitterness. Yes, he had lost. Lost thoroughly. Thinking of this, a pale bitter smile appeared on Ji Wuming's handsome face. Fortunately, this was just a school assessment spar. If it had been on the stage of a college league, he would have probably been dead by now, let alone expecting the opponent to show mercy. I lost. I apologize for my earlier inappropriate words. After the healing was complete, Ji Wuming slowly got up and lowered his proud head. This battle had made Ji Wuming truly convinced. His attitude had changed from disdain to admiration and respect. Ji Wuming didn't put on a brave face, nor did he feel unwilling or humiliated. This world was one that revered the strong, respected the strong. You're overpraising me, winning was just luck, Ling Chen said. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuming revealed a smile that was more painful than crying. Luck? This was clearly a crushing defeat. Ling Chen had only used novice skills throughout the match. Moreover, aside from the arrow shot by the Bao demon, he had used only white-grade weapons and a purple-grade battle gun. This guy hadn't even used his full strength. Thinking of this, Ji Wuming's heart grew even more frustrated and bitter. Seeing that Ji Wuming had admitted defeat, Ling Chen turned his head, raised his hand, and with a wave of his staff, dozens of large mist flowers absorbed all the mist from the arena, finally dissipating with a bang. At that moment, all the spectators outside finally saw everything that had happened on the stage. Ji Wuming. He's bowing to Ling Chen. A girl standing at the edge of the arena couldn't help but exclaim. The other spectators were instantly thrown into chaos. What does this mean? Ling Chen won? Ji Wuming lost. What the hell? The whole fight lasted only a minute, and the winner was decided. Look closely, Ji Wuming's armor. There seemed to be several holes in his abdomen. The referee also stepped onto the stage, glancing at Ji Wuming, who still maintained a bowed posture. He then looked at the calm and composed Ling Chen, his face filled with surprise and disbelief. He had originally thought this battle would last at least 10 minutes. But unexpectedly, the outcome was decided in just 1 minute. This, mainly because this guy Ling Chen had created such a thick mist that no one could clearly see what had happened inside. They could only vaguely hear some sounds of fighting. Beyond that, they knew nothing. I declare that in this duel, Ling Chen is the victor. After a brief moment of surprise, the referee announced this result. Ji Wuming jumped down from the stage with a calm expression. He had his own pride. Losing was losing. Since he was outmatched, he faced this reality with composure and resolve to work hard. Sooner or later, he would surpass it. How could this be the result? As Ji Wuming passed by, Qin Kan and Huang Bai looked utterly stunned. These two were the least able to accept this outcome. Ji Wuming actually lost. He lost to a jobless wanderer. What had this jobless wanderer done to make Ji Wuming so calmly admit defeat? After taking a few steps, Ji Wuming suddenly turned back, seriously warning Qin Kan and Huang Bai. Considering you are both friends of Yaoguang, let me kindly remind you, don't provoke Ling Chen again. Qin Kan, Huang Bai. The new students around who heard Ji Wuming's words exchanged glances. Really, is it that exaggerated? On the podium, the dean and the teachers showed little change in expression. In their eyes, Ling Chen's victory was not surprising at all. Even Ji Wuming has been defeated, the others should be convinced as well. It seems this new student speed trial is coming to an end. Dean Luo Yang of the Prayer Academy sighed softly. No, it's not over yet. Dean Han Xiao of the Shadow Academy gently shook his head. Just as all the deans and teachers were puzzled, suddenly, an exceptionally tall figure leaped onto the stage. With short, sharp hair and a black training outfit that accentuated her alluring figure, it was Gao Yao. To everyone's surprise, she chose this moment to take the stage. Ji Wuming below the stage showed no signs of surprise. Back when he was studying in Fengtian province, Gao Yao had always had a strong competitive spirit. Her reason for stepping onto the stage was not like others who held biases against Ling Chen. Instead, when she saw Ling Chen, who was even stronger than Ji Wuming, the emotions that surged within her were not fear or trepidation. Rather, it was a fervent fighting spirit. She yearned to battle any strong opponent. Even if she were to fail, it didn't matter. Ling Chen looked at this short-haired, spirited girl without any unnecessary words. He turned to the referee. Teacher nodded slightly, indicating that he was ready. Are you sure you don't need to recover your state? Gao Yao began to slowly put on her gloves. Her profession was Sanda. No need. Let's go straight to it. In response to Gao Yao's suggestion, Ling Chen calmly shook his head. With the talent of magic power controller, his mana had never been low. Moreover, to put it bluntly, neither the top scholar Qian Meng from Dianzhou province nor Ji Wuming, the champion of the Fengtian province trial, had posed any pressure on Ling Chen. In fact, in Ling Chen's eyes, they were even less formidable than the final boss of the Eternal Snow Cave. Then I have no problem either. Gao Yao nodded to the referee teacher, signaling that she was ready. Then, both sides, take your positions. The referee teacher began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, start. Whoosh. As the referee's final countdown fell, Gao Yao's tall and alluring figure had already launched from her spot, fast as lightning. Instant step. A basic displacement skill in Sanda. The Sanda profession pursues the limits of physical strength. In terms of explosive power, it ranks among the top 3 of all professions. One must admit, Gao Yao's explosive power was indeed astonishing. Although instant step is just a basic skill, under such a powerful burst of strength the speed is comparable to a flash. In the blink of an eye, she was already in front of Ling Chen. Inch fist B. Gao Yao's eyes were sharp as she was about to raise her right fist to deliver a heavy blow to the boy in front of her. Bang! A vast and immense force surged out, but it hit nothing but air. It vanished. Huff! A heavy, lewd gasp suddenly came from behind her. Ew! Goosebumps instantly rose. Without any hesitation, Gao Yao abruptly turned in midair, raising her long leg for a dragon tail sweep. Bang! Blood and brain matter splattered. It turned out it was a goblin warrior. Spirits summoned at some unknown time, which Gao Yao had just smashed the head of with her kick. It was as simple as kicking a watermelon. Damn, what a violent woman. That terrifying burst of power, if she gets close, TSK. What are you skiing about? If she gets close, she gets close. I might as well just die in front of her. The boys shrank back at this scene. Who would dare to chase after this woman? If you anger her, she might just twist your skull off. On the arena, with its head gone, the goblin warrior spirit's robust body fell straight down, and Ling Chen's figure finally reappeared in front of Gao Yao. Pa! Gao Yao wiped the blood off her pretty face and without a word was ready to close in again. However, Ling Chen had calmly raised the white great staff in his hand, just as Gao Yao was on high alert, thinking the other party was about to unleash some powerful magic skill. Buzz! The tip of the staff instantly erupted in a dazzling brilliance like a pale sun rising. The entire Tianyan Square was filled and radiated with this intense blinding white light. Ah! What the hell? My titanium alloy dog eyes. Despicable and shameless. Damn it! Ling Chen, you bastard! How dare you blind me? In an instant, a chorus of screams filled the air. Some students even fainted on the spot without even realizing what had happened. Even the dean and teachers on the podium had to raise their arms to shield their eyes, to avoid being blinded. Strong light technique. No one expected Ling Chen to release this skill at this moment. The protective shield on the arena could only defend against substantial attack skills. A spreading light like the strong light technique was impossible to defend against. Because if even the light couldn't escape, how could people outside penetrate the shield to see the scene inside? Now, even the new students below suffered a surprise attack. Not to mention Gao Yao, who was so close to Ling Chen. Moreover, Gao Yao was only wearing a set of ordinary blue-grade armor. The brawler profession inherently pursues the ultimate physicality. It craves the brutal path of hand-to-hand combat. Even without armor, this profession's dual resistance is much higher than that of other professions, because this profession has a very powerful growth passive skill. Steel bones. Steel bones, these sharpens one's physique to the extreme, greatly enhancing one's dual resistance and health. Note, this skill can be upgraded with skill points. With the existence of this skill, even without top-grade armor, Gao Yao could easily navigate through the new student speed trial secret realm. But precisely because of this, she lacked a purification equipment passive compared to Ji Woming. Therefore, without any accidents, her eyes unexpectedly came into contact with such intense white light. Instantly, she fell into a state of blindness. And her mind went blank and she found herself in a dizzying abnormal state. With a thud, Gao Yao, who had fallen into a daze, collapsed straight onto the arena. After a few seconds, when the dazzling white light completely dissipated, all the onlooking students had already gotten up from the ground, tears streaming down their faces. However, there was no trace of emotion on their faces. Instead, they looked as if they wanted to beat Ling Chen to a pulp in their anger. Damn it! That guy Ling Chen had played them for fools. Even the referee, teacher, up close, was left dizzy and disoriented. The teachers were certainly of a high level. However, leveling up only rewarded them with attribute points and skill points. As for their inherent resistance to abnormalities, that could only be improved through other means. Therefore, most of the resistance of each human race came from their equipment. And the referee teacher clearly wasn't wearing any armor. But that was normal. Who the hell would think that hosting an arena match would affect them? Of course, the teacher's equipment was stored in a built-in space, so if anything unexpected happened on site, they could instantly arm themselves. It was just that this flash spell had been cast too suddenly. There was no chanting process at all. That was what led to the referee teacher also being caught in it. The dean and teachers at the podium, being farther away, had time to react. They were not troubled at all. On the arena, when Gao Yao slowly regained consciousness from her daze, her delicate body trembled violently. It turned out, a battle spear containing scorpion venom was already pressed against her long, fair neck. Gao Yao locked eyes with Ling Chen's cold gaze. With a bitter smile, she reluctantly uttered 3 words. I lost. Below the arena, Ji Woming's purification enchantment effect on his equipment had just finished cooling down, allowing him to shake off the dizziness and blindness. Beside him, Zhu Yaoguang, who had no purification enchantment on her armor, had also suffered from the flash spell attack. She was so furious that she wiped her eyes while cursing at someone, a rare sight for her. At that moment, Ji Woming finally understood why Ling Chen dared to say, "You all come at me. Don't say it's just us few." Even if 100 challengers went up under the sudden flash spell, I estimate at least half would be wiped out. As he pondered, Ji Wuming fell into deep thought. He was considering whether to enchant all the remaining slots on his armor with the purification effect. Fighting against a monster like Ling Chen, if he didn't enchant a few more purifications, he might not even know how. He died. Gao Yao lost. Even faster than Ji Wuming. Ji Wuming at least lasted a minute on the arena. Gao Yao, from the countdown to the end of the battle, seemed to have lasted less than 30 seconds. Of course, Xian Meng was the worst off. From start to defeat, it was less than 10 seconds. Removing the battle spear from Gao Yao's neck, Ling Chen remained calm and composed, his expression always indifferent. Thank you, it was luck. After saying that, his cold gaze swept over all the new students below. Anyone who is not convinced by me, Ling Chen, can come up. The crowd. No one dared to speak. Those who had previously mocked Ling Chen is nothing but 100-day wonder now had flushed faces but had to lower their heads and remain silent. At that moment, they realized those few deans responsible for the initial rankings had indeed made a mistake. The mistake was placing Ling Chen's initial rank too low. Ling Chen's strength had already crushed the top students from other provinces. After this challenge, no new student would dare to question Ling Chen again. Moreover, if one looked closely, some new students gazed at Ling Chen with eyes full of awe and admiration. Clearly, Ling Chen's record of defeating 3 top students had completely won over many new students. They were not fools. In the face of such astonishing achievements, if one still looks down on Ling Chen, it can only mean that person is brainless. Alas, it's a pity we couldn't see how Ji Wuming was defeated. Yeah, I feel like during those few seconds we lost sight of them. Ling Chen must have used some exaggerated combat technique. Why not ask Ji Wuming? Aren't you just reopening old wounds? Sister Yaoguang, why don't you go up and give it a try? Below the arena, Wei Tianzhou said with a grin. Then why don't you try? Shu Yaoguang retorted. Wei Tianzhou rolled her eyes. That guy is too heartless. Xianmeng went up and got shot in the butt. Gao Yao almost got blinded, and only Ji Wuming lost in a somewhat dignified manner. If I went up, I'd probably embarrass myself even more, so I'm not going. Hearing this, Ji Wuming couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Dignified defeat? Was that even dignified? He had not only been sent flying by the rising dragon but had also nearly lost his life. Right now, Ji Wuming just wanted to thank those 10 or so mist flowers. If the audience had seen how he was defeated, they would probably have felt sympathy for him instead of Qianmeng. If it were nighttime now, who would have a better chance against him? Shu Yaoguang suddenly turned to Ji Wuming. Without hesitation, Ji Wuming answered him. Zhu Yaoguang was taken aback. Guo Tianzhou and Guo Fuliu also looked surprised. Was it really that exaggerated? You have to know, if it were nighttime, Zhu Yaoguang could easily take Ji Wuming down. After all, that S plus innate talent was just too overpowered. All attributes skyrocketing by 300%. Even so, in Ji Wuming's eyes, she still couldn't win against Ling Chen. This, brother Wuming, what exactly did he do to make you so fearful of him? Guo Tianzhou's cute little face was filled with curiosity. Really curious. Before going on stage, Ji Wuming was as proud as a white crane. But after being defeated by Ling Chen, how did he end up like this? Zhu Yaoguang, Huang Bai, and Qin Kan were also full of curiosity. Especially Huang Bai and Qin Kansas. These two really couldn't understand. Sai, do you know how to Rising Dragon? Ji Wuming sighed and asked. Of course. And how about connecting skills after Rising Dragon? We can do that too. Isn't that a basic technique? Then how many times can you connect? Once. Rising Dragon is essentially upward strike. After sending the enemy into the air, one can connect a skill with a shorter casting time while the enemy is still airborne. But at most, it can only be done once. Thinking of this, everyone suddenly realized. You mean? Ji Wuming nodded, looking utterly disheartened, and said with resentment, that's right, generally speaking, we can only connect once, but that guy can connect countless times. You might not know, but in those brief seconds, I was sent flying by him and connected to how many skills? I was freaking stuck in the air the whole time. I watched him switch between various weapons and smash skills down on me. And then my defense attribute was actually reduced by 85%. 85%. That's 85%. A professional defense-reducing warrior couldn't do it as well as him. He almost stripped the clothes off me. Looking at Ji Wuming's accusatory expression, hissing sounds filled the air. Everyone around couldn't help but gasp in shock. Poor. So poor. A reduction of 85% in defense. Is this something a classless wanderer can do? Even those top 100 newcomers who were originally curious and wanted to try their luck on stage quickly stopped in their tracks. That was close. They almost lost their points on the Tianyan ranking. Alright, this challenge competition ends here. It seems everyone has no objections to the leaderboard of this assessment. In that case, I declare that the new student speed trial is officially over. At this moment, seeing that no new student dared to step up and challenge Ling Chen, Zhou Hongfu decisively stood up to speak. He was too lazy to waste any more time. First of all, congratulations to everyone for successfully passing this assessment's secret realm. I must say, the strength level of this year's new students is indeed the highest in history. In previous new student speed trials, there would always be some new students eliminated. But in this assessment, not a single new student was eliminated, which brings me great comfort. Students who achieved excellent results should continue to work hard, while those who are not satisfied with their results should not be discouraged and should strive to improve. Alright, enough of the nonsense, let's start the division of colleges. As Zhou Hongfu's words fell. Wow! Whether it was the teachers and deans on the podium or the new students below, everyone was in an uproar. For the new students, choosing a college was also very important. The 5 colleges do not have specific restrictions on professions, but each has its own key specialties. For example, the key specialty of the Shadow Academy is the assassin system. Moreover, once a college is chosen, it is generally not allowed to change. So in this situation, choosing a college that suits oneself becomes particularly important. For the deans and teachers, the more outstanding the students under them, the better their college's overall performance will naturally be. So, as soon as Zhou Hongfu finished speaking, he immediately looked at Ling Chen, who was still standing on the stage, with shining eyes. Ling Chen, first of all, I congratulate you on becoming the first place in this new student speed trial overall ranking. If you are willing to choose the Combat Academy, I can personally be your mentor and gift you an A-grade elixir, Fire Fusion Pill. Fire Fusion Pill. A-grade Eternal Elixir. Consuming it can permanently increase one's fire magic skill damage by 30%. Note, the enhancement effect of this elixir can only be obtained once. Consuming a second one after the first will not produce a stacking effect. Wow! Other new students were shocked after hearing the conditions given by the old dean. At the same time, their gazes towards Ling Chen were filled with envy. They knew this was a privilege only for the first place, let alone an A-grade Eternal Elixir. Usually, it's hard to even buy a C-grade Eternal Elixir. This is a potion that permanently enhances one's attributes. Additionally, it should be mentioned, in the current world where games have descended into reality, elixirs are divided into 2 categories, eternal and temporary. As the name suggests, eternal elixirs can permanently increase one's attributes after consumption. However, multiple consumptions cannot stack the attributes. Of course, this refers to general circumstances, because there have been special historical cases. Once, in the Dragon Kingdom, there was a 4-transformation supreme being who was granted an extremely special innate talent by the heavens. This talent was called Shinong. Shinong, S+ removes the stacking rule limit of eternal elixirs. You can consume countless eternal elixirs to enhance your attributes without any limit. It was precisely because of this extremely special innate talent that the originally mediocre talented strong person managed to reach the 4-transformation supreme position by consuming elixirs. Even those wealthy and powerful aristocratic families could only purchase C-grade eternal elixirs for the training of their younger generation. Some even had to settle for D-grade eternal elixirs. The reason why eternal elixirs are so precious is not only due to their permanent enhancement of attributes, but also because of the recipes and materials used to make them. The recipe for crafting eternal system elixirs is equally precious. Even a C-grade eternal system elixir recipe is regarded as a treasure by master alchemists. Not to mention this A-grade fire fusion pill? It is estimated that Zhou Hongfu spent a tremendous amount to have a divine-level alchemist concoct it. As for the temporary system elixirs, they are quite simple. They are the recovery and enhancement elixirs consumed during regular dungeon raids. The recovery and enhancement effects they provide are temporary and will not last forever. For instance, the A-grade temporary strength elixir may have a high grade, but in reality, anyone who wants it can buy it, and the price isn't too steep. Therefore, when Zhou Hongfu mentioned the condition for gifting the fire fusion pill, it sparked envy and admiration among so many people, especially those in magic professions specializing in fire attributes, who were practically consumed by jealousy. When Ling Chen heard this condition, his eyes lit up slightly. This condition is quite good. Although it's just one A-grade elixir, its value is terrifying. Most importantly, it significantly boosts Ling Chen's combat power. Observing this, Ling Chen appeared slightly moved. The dean of the Magic Academy, Li Chen, could no longer sit still. Ha! Old dean, just rewarding one fire fusion pill is a bit too stingy, don't you think? Our Magic Academy not only gifts one wisdom pill and one lightning pill, but also includes an A-grade unrestricted magic skill book. Hiss! As soon as Li Chen finished speaking, all the students below widened their eyes, unable to suppress their gasps of astonishment. Wisdom pill. A-grade eternal system elixir. Consuming it permanently increases intelligence by 20%. Lightning pill. A-grade eternal system elixir. Consuming it permanently increases agility by 20%. The later these 2 pills are consumed, the better, because in the later stages, when your intelligence and agility attributes are high, consuming these elixirs will naturally yield greater enhancements. If your attributes are only 100, the increase will only be 20 points. This A-grade eternal system elixir Li Manchun gives away 2 at once and also includes an A-grade unrestricted magic skill book, truly deserving of being the wealthiest among the 5 academies. What the heck? No wonder it's the Mage Academy, they are just loaded. Many who change to mage classes deliberately cultivate secondary professions. Among the alumni who graduated from this academy, quite a few have become master level alchemists. No wonder this academy is so wealthy. The students sighed in admiration. The mage profession is actually quite delicate. Why is it delicate? There are 3 reasons. First, because they are too fragile, they must have sufficiently good armor, otherwise they will be easily taken down by monsters or enemies. Second, they consume a lot of potions. High-level AoE burst skills consume mana several times more than other professions, and some mages lacking agility must rely on enhancement elixirs to boost their agility to kite enemies effectively. Third, they need to be supported, as the fragile core output in a team, they not only need to have sufficiently good weapons to ensure their output, but also the positioning of the front line and support must revolve around the mage, always paying attention to the mage's status and situation. Considering these 3 points, those who dare to change to a mage profession, if they do not develop a secondary profession to earn money, will find it quite difficult to continue. Of course, with such a high cost, what they gain is the beloved status in the team. Thus, some teams cannot afford the noble mage. After all, mages consume a lot during dungeon raids, and naturally, they take a larger share of the rewards. They can only invite some powerful physical core output professions to join. Now, as soon as Li Manchun opened his mouth, he showcased his financial advantage. He offered 2 A-grade Eternal System pills along with an A-grade unrestricted skill book without even blinking. The heads of the Shadow Academy, Han Xiao, and the Prayer Academy, Luo Yang, fell silent upon hearing Li Manchun's terms. Alas, damn rich folks. Only Wang Shi's expression was caught in a dilemma, as if he was about to make a decision that would cause him great pain. Ling Chen, what do you think? Have you made up your mind? Li Manchun looked at Ling Chen with a beaming smile. To be honest, Ling Chen was indeed tempted. For him, which academy he joined was not important. After all, he had the system by his side. Why should he care about which academy to choose? Naturally, he would join whichever academy offered better terms. But just as Ling Chen was about to nod in agreement, suddenly, Wang Shi, who had been struggling, shouted, "Wait!" Whoosh! Everyone's gaze turned to the usually inconspicuous head of the Sorcerer Academy. The middle-aged dean looked at Ling Chen with a profound smile and said, "Ling Chen, have you ever heard of Omniblood?" As soon as Wang Shi's words fell, the many students below looked puzzled. What was Omniblood? However, the 4 deans on the podium and all the teachers changed their expressions dramatically upon hearing this name. Most of the new students had no idea what Omniblood was. Including Ling Chen, he had no clue what it was. But the prodigies from prestigious families like Zhu Yaoguang, Ji Wuming, and Gao Yao had broad horizons and extensive knowledge. Upon hearing the name of this item, their expressions mirrored those of the deans and teachers, turning serious. Because Omniblood was not an item from an ordinary secret realm. It was a unique product of the Abyss of 10,000 Demons. And the Abyss of 10,000 Demons was one of the 4 great forbidden zones of today. Since the game descended into reality hundreds of years ago, triggering the Great Cataclysm, many secret realms shattered, causing a tremendous change in the world map. Faced with the hordes of monsters from the secret realms, various races fought with all their might to barely defend their territories. Even today, although the strength of the various races has significantly improved, they still find themselves at a disadvantage, passively defending. The existence of these 4 great forbidden zones is what puts the various races at a disadvantage. First Forbidden Zone, Abyss of 10,000 Demons. Location, the border between the Dragon Kingdom and the Ross Kingdom. Monster type, alien demon race. Difficulty level, catastrophe. Level. Background, a secret realm that descended upon the Grassland Kingdom hundreds of years ago. In just one day, all the citizens of the Grassland Kingdom were slaughtered by alien demon monsters, leading to the nation's destruction. The ruler of the Dragon Kingdom and the Emperor of Ross held an emergency joint meeting, deciding to send 5 SSS-level teams from each side to investigate. Ultimately, only 2 teams returned, suffering heavy casualties, but they brought back extremely useful information. After the emergence of this forbidden zone, all other secret realm monsters that descended upon the Dragon Kingdom and the Ross Kingdom gathered. Here, all monsters submitted to the Abyss of 10,000 Demons. Second Forbidden Zone, Takamagara. Location, east of the Fusang Kingdom. Monster type, 100 Ghosts race. Difficulty level, catastrophe level. Background, a secret realm that descended upon the east of the Fusang Kingdom hundreds of years ago. On the day of its arrival, the Ghost Lord led the 100 ghosts to parade through Fusang, nearly leading to the nation's destruction in just 3 days. The ruler of Fusang spared no expense to plead with the Free Federation for assistance. Yet even so, faced with the terrifying Ghost Lord and the 100 ghosts, they still suffered a crushing defeat. For reasons unknown, the Ghost Lord suddenly ceased the destruction of the nation and retreated with the 100 ghosts back to the Eastern Island. However, the ruler of the Fusang kingdom had long been scared out of his wits, actively requesting the Free Federation to send station transfer troops to prevent the spirits of Takamagara from invading again. To this day, Takamagara occasionally sees minor spirits invading the Fusang border, devouring and slaughtering the citizens of Fusang. That ruler, however, was cowardly as a dog, lacking even the courage to kill the minor spirits, and could only let things be. In the end, it was the strong individuals from the Fusang populace who spontaneously formed teams, establishing the Demon Extermination Squad to resist the invading minor spirits. Currently, the Demon Extermination Squad is gaining popularity in Fusang, already able to stand on equal footing with the ruler's power. Third Forbidden Zone, Nest of Demons. Location, south of the Free Federation. Monster type, Demon Race. Difficulty level, Catastrophe. Level. Background, a secret realm that descended hundreds of years ago in the south of the Free Federation. It is the most peculiar secret realm. After its arrival, it did not engage in widespread slaughter, and even the shadow of a demon is rarely seen. The Free Federation has sent no less than 20 SSS-level teams to explore it. Some teams suffered total annihilation. Others emerged completely unscathed, looking bewildered, and even brought back some demon-class transfer books. The Succubus class is one of them. Some teams returned either mentally unstable or as crazed demon worshippers. It is worth mentioning that a considerable force has emerged from the Free Federation. This force is called the Demon Representatives, who regard the Nest of Demons as the true paradise of truth. It is said that everyone in this force is of the demon-class profession. Fourth Forbidden Zone, Terrifying Mountains. Location, the border between the Orc Kingdom and the Elven Kingdom. Monster race, unknown. Difficulty level, Catastrophe. Level. Background, a secret realm that descended hundreds of years ago at the border between the Orc Kingdom and the Elven Kingdom. No sightings of any monsters have been reported. However, the strong teams sent by the Orc Kingdom and the Elven Kingdom have all, without exception, suffered total annihilation inside. To this day, the terrifying mountains stand eternally, but no one dares to enter again. This has led to all information about the terrifying mountains remaining a mystery to this day. The above is a brief overview of the 4 major forbidden zones today. The terrifying mountains are the most mysterious, while the Nest of Demons is the most peculiar. The Abyss of 10,000 Demons is currently the forbidden zone that various races understand the best, as the monsters in this forbidden zone are the most active. According to the information currently available, slaying purple-named monsters in the Abyss of 10,000 Demons has a high probability of obtaining the Omni Blood item. Never underestimate the purple-named elite monsters in the Abyss of 10,000 Demons. If a power comparison must be made, then the strength of these purple-named elite monsters is already on par with human fourth transformation powerhouses. Moreover, to slay an elite monster in the Abyss of 10,000 Demons, at least 2 SSS-level teams must cooperate to achieve it. As for the red-named monsters in the Forbidden Zone, the Dragon Kingdom's advice to all teams is simply, run. If you encounter one, just run. If you can escape one, do so. As for why, in the past few hundred years, only 5 red-named monsters have appeared in the Abyss of 10,000 Demons. Each one possesses the terrifying strength to annihilate a small nation. Currently, the various races have achieved the feat of slaying one. The reason they were able to slay it is that at that time, the Dragon Kingdom and the Ross Kingdom issued a worldwide call for all nations to temporarily set aside their previous conflicts and send their strongest individuals to form dozens of SSS-level teams to jointly hunt the red-named monsters in the Forbidden Zone. In that battle, the 5 red-named monsters from the Abyss of 10,000 Demons led countless minor monsters into battle. The various races also gathered all SSS-level teams and other elite teams to engage them on the Dark Sun Plains. The final result was a Pyrrhic victory. 4 red-named monsters were severely injured and fled, while 1 was slain. The human race, vampire race, giant race, elven race, orc race, and others all paid a heavy price. A total of 50 SSS-level teams, but only a dozen or so remain in the end. The casualties among SS and S-level teams are countless. As for A-level teams, sorry, they don't qualify to participate in battles of this level. Of course, it was precisely because of that great war that the strength of various races suffered significant weakening. In light of such results, who would still dare to think that the elite monsters in the Forbidden Zones are easy to deal with? Some have pondered this. What if one day, the bosses of the 4 great Forbidden Zones gather and descend? What would that mean for the various races? Perhaps, it would herald a crisis of extinction. Naturally, this information has been strictly sealed by various nations and cannot be disclosed online. Once revealed, it would only cause panic among the civilians. Only those with extensive connections in noble families and the top-tier powerhouses are privy to this intelligence. This is also why the other deans and teachers were shocked when Wangshi presented Omniblood as a condition. P.S. Additional settings: the second transfer content for all professions will be written about later. The same profession will have different schools after the second transfer, and the names of the professions will differ based on the chosen school. The previous mention of the maximum stacking of the death dance was 10 layers. I was confused when I wrote 30 layers. The highest difficulty for general secret realms is SSS level, while certain special secret realms that descend into reality exceed SSS level in difficulty.
Ling Chen, you don't need to understand the background of Omniblood, just know that its value far surpasses the conditions of the previous two deans. And for a classless wanderer, this thing is even more of a rare find.
As for its effects,
Teacher Zhong, please display the information on the public screen. It will also give the students a
chance to broaden their horizons.
Wang Shi smiles faintly. Teacher Zhong nodded, and then the ranking data on the screen disappeared. In its place was a line of item description information.
Omniblood, S extraordinary potion, consuming it can break the limitations of bloodline rules. When this line of information appeared, most students reacted with, "Is that it?"
Looking at the S-level title, it does sound impressive, but I didn't expect its effect to be so underwhelming.
If it were up to me, I'd still choose Dean Li Manchuan's conditions. Breaking bloodline limitations, doesn't that mean it allows one to learn the bloodline talents of other races?
Useless, their bloodline talents have long been set aside. How do you expect to obtain
them? It's quite normal for most students to show this attitude,
because they have already changed professions.
Even if they could break bloodline limitations, it wouldn't allow them to change into rare professions of other races. Moreover, bloodline
talents are highly valued by other races. Even if you have no bloodline restrictions, you still can't learn them.
It's like the Shinong innate talent. Indeed impressive.
But how do you get such a large quantity of eternal system elixirs?
Want to find a god-level alchemist for mass production? Sure, but you need to find enough materials first.
The materials for making eternal system elixirs are already precious and rare. If you can't even find the materials, do you expect to mass-produce elixirs just
by talking?
That powerful individual could rise to prominence, and his innate talent played a significant role, but his personal
abilities cannot be denied.
It's just that his talent value is too low. It's said to be only 55.
Therefore, this Omniblood is indeed a rather useless item for the students present.
Of course, it's even less useful for the already transition prodigies like Zhu Yaoguang and Ji Wuming. However, they are very certain that this guy, Ling Chen, will definitely choose the
Magic Guidance Academy, because this guy is a classless wanderer.
It is well known that some professions in this world have
bloodline requirements.
For example, Ji Wuming's bloodthirsty warrior requires one to become a vampire race to change professions. There are also higher-level demon professions that require consuming demon blood to become part of the demon race before one can change jobs. Additionally, lower-level demon professions do not require one to become part of the demon race.
For example,
succubi and spirit butchers are among the lowest-tier demon professions. Then there's the previously mentioned bloodline talent. For instance, Ji Wuming's perception was suppressed before, but he relied on his bloodline talent hot blood perception to
sense Ling Chen's blood temperature and determine his location. The bloodline talent of the giant race is Fury Power, which significantly increases their strength.
The bloodline talent of the elf race is Natural Affinity, allowing them to draw on
natural power to enhance themselves or assist their teammates.
Of course, each race has a variety of bloodline talents, not just
one.
Naturally, there are distinctions between high and low tiers, but I won't go into detail here, that will be discussed later. In other words, if Ling Chen consumes the all-powerful blood, he will no longer be restricted by bloodlines, and he will be able to use rare job skills that he previously could not. Furthermore, he will be able to acquire the bloodline talents of all
races in the future.
Even if other races are unwilling to let Ling Chen learn, let's not forget that he has the system, which is an extraordinary advantage.
Therefore, the various enhancements brought by this all-powerful blood are far stronger than
those few pills. At this point, the bloodline issue that had been troubling him was finally resolved. Without any hesitation, Ling Chen's choice came out in a rush.
Thank you, Dean Wan, for your kindness. I choose the Department of Magic Guidance.
The freshman speed trial finally came to a close. Only the top 50 prodigies could attract the conditions set by the dean and teachers. Xu Yaoguan, Su Rou, and Qin Kan entered the Shadow Academy. Ji Wuming and Gao Yao entered the Combat Academy.
Qi Bai, Yu and Gui Tianjiu entered the Prayer Academy. Huang Bai and Xian Meng entered the Magic Engineering Academy. Ling Chen entered the Department of Magic Guidance.
It is worth mentioning that none of the top 50 or even the top 400 prodigies entered
the Department of Magic Guidance. Only Ling Chen chose the Department of Magic Guidance.
In the eyes of many prodigies, Ling Chen truly made a wrong choice. Just because of an all-powerful blood, he entered the Department of Magic Guidance, without
considering the faculty strength of that department. A freak like Ling Chen, who possesses an abnormal combat intuition, would definitely make greater progress if he joined any other academy. But choosing a department that leans towards theoretical guidance, it might affect his growth. Students, come over here. On the podium, Wang Shi waved his hand with a smile.
Clearly, he was very happy to have successfully recruited Ling Chen, this combat genius, into his department.
Ling Chen naturally walked up to the stage. Beside him
was a group of students who also chose the Department of Magic Guidance.
However, when these freshmen looked at Ling Chen, their eyes reflected a mix of curiosity, scrutiny, admiration, and respect. Among these freshmen, the worst ranked was the last place, while the best was only ranked 423rd. They truly couldn't understand why such a powerful figure would choose this academy, which consistently ranked at the bottom in overall performance. Teacher Li, since everyone is here, let's go. Wang Shi turned to a very quiet female teacher beside him. Upon hearing this, the quiet female teacher gently raised her hand, and bright array patterns began to flicker beneath everyone's feet. It was a teleportation array. Buzz. In an instant, everyone felt their eyes dim slightly. A sensation of weightlessness washed over them, and then their figures disappeared from the podium. When everyone saw the light again, they found themselves standing in front of the entrance of an academy. Even the lowest-ranked Department of Magic Guidance looked quite grand and magnificent. The entire academy was decorated in a style reminiscent of a medieval castle. Teacher Li, you take the other students to explore here first. Ling Chen, come with me. As expected, only Ling Chen received special treatment. Yet, not a single student felt jealousy. They could only envy. At the same time, they understood that in this world where strength reigns supreme, only those with power are qualified to receive such privileges. Ling Chen followed Wang Shi out. Wang Shi led Ling Chen to the top floor of the main teaching building. As they walked down the long corridor, the lights beside them ignited with their progress. Eventually, they arrived in front of a massive crystal door. Beside the crystal door stood two 3-meter-tall skeletons clad in armor and wielding giant axes. Even in death, these towering skeletons still exuded an unparalleled aura of slaughter, causing Ling Chen's heart to shudder slightly. A beautifully crafted crystal staff appeared in Wang Shi's hand out of thin air, and without any visible incantation, he waved it directly. Buzz! At that moment, the lifeless skeleton's eyes glowed a bright crimson. Then, the two skeletons turned, their hands touching the crystal door, and intricate, overlapping magic circles began to materialize. As these magic circles spun, they interlocked like precise gears, and with a click, the crystal door slowly opened. Necromancer. Ling Chen immediately recognized the first class of this dean's profession. But it was clear that this dean could not be limited to just one class. Ling Chen wanted to use his identification eye to see more clearly, but he knew it would be futile. A low-level character like him could only see a series of when trying to pry into the information of high-level powerhouses. Let's go. With the door opening, Wang Shi stepped inside first. It was a very old house. The space was large, but the decor was quite outdated. A musty smell of long-accumulated dust greeted him. According to Ling Chen's original imagination, he expected to see a grand and luxurious treasury upon entering. Instead, it resembled an old warehouse. It seemed this magic academy was rather poor. On seemingly ordinary wooden shelves, various items were placed. They were all covered in a fair amount of dust. However, Ling Chen noticed something special about this warehouse. All the items were arranged very neatly and symmetrically. For example, if there was a bottle on one shelf, there would definitely be an identical bottle on the opposite shelf. Moreover, the placement was remarkably similar. Looking at Dean Wang, the creases on both sleeves were exactly the same. Even the stride length was consistent. His suit was very evenly symmetrical, with shoulders at the same height. Even the parting of his hair was remarkably uniform on both sides. At least to the naked eye, the volume of hair on both sides was identical. Because of this, the dean appeared not serious at all, but rather somewhat amusing. This dean, could he possibly have obsessive-compulsive disorder? Ling Chen was astonished. Wang Shi didn't mind Ling Chen's scrutinizing gaze. He led Ling Chen to the center of the room, where a bottle was placed. He casually picked up the bottle and tossed it to Ling Chen. Ling Chen hurriedly caught it with his hands. Wang Shi smiled and said, "This bottle contains Omni blood. You can take it back and use it. There are no side effects, and it won't be like in the dramas where taking it causes unbearable pain. Just think of it as a small drink to consume." Ling Chen, an S-class extraordinary potion was just tossed over so casually? Perhaps sensing Ling Chen's confusion, Wang Shi smiled and asked, "Do you think my attitude towards this thing is too casual, making it seem less valuable?" Ling Chen nodded. He hadn't expected such a precious item to be packaged in such an ordinary bottle. Actually, although Omni blood is an S-class extraordinary medicine, as you can see, it is completely useless for those who have already changed jobs. Only the aristocratic families would use it to specifically cultivate a rare profession of a certain race. But from our perspective, this thing is merely a symbol of strength. After all, no matter how you look at it, this stuff is extracted from monsters in the abyss of 10,000 demons. Wang Shi explained as if it were a casual matter. He then turned to look at the old warehouse. After tossing the bottle to Ling Chen, a sense of comfort unexpectedly appeared on his face. It was as if he had untangled a knot that had been stuck in his heart for a long time. Now the warehouse looks much tidier. However, you must have many questions in your heart right now. So take this sealed document back and study it carefully. The contents on it will surely resolve many of your doubts. Wang Shi opened the built-in space and casually tossed a sealed document to Ling Chen. Then he waved his hand. Alright, you can go back to your dorm and rest. Just attend class normally tomorrow. Ling Chen, is it really that casual? But it was just as well. Ling Chen was not someone who liked to cause trouble. If he could understand things on his own, there was no need to listen to others' ramblings. So without saying another word, he took his leave. After Ling Chen left, Wang Shi walked out of the warehouse. The gentle Teacher Li was already standing at the door. Captain, are you just letting this little guy go? Teacher Li's address for Wang Shi had changed from Dean to Captain. What else? Should I keep him here for a meal? Wang Shi replied. With a smile. Teacher Li said straightforwardly, although the captain has stepped down from the command position of the SSS level team. With your 4th transition strength, you are still qualified to teach him. Then what do you think should be taught to him? Wang Shi asked with a smile again. Teacher Li opened her rosy lips, wanting to speak, but the words got stuck in her throat. Indeed, how should someone like Ling Chen, such an extraordinary prodigy, be taught? He was flexible and unpredictable in battle, like an antelope's horns, leaving no trace. If he had a fixed profession, perhaps she could guide him within the limited professional skills. But Ling Chen, he had too many choices. In a battle of wits with the enemy, it was all about countering moves, like rock paper scissors. If he threw rock, you would throw paper. But the key was that Ling Chen was not like that. He didn't just have 3 choices of rock, paper, and scissors. He also had a hammer, an axe, a big knife. Thinking about it this way, those who had already changed jobs were instead bound by limited skills. Meanwhile, Ling Chen, who had not changed jobs, had countless options when facing attacks from others. I can't guide him in combat techniques, but in tactics. Teacher Li wanted to argue back. Perhaps she felt unconvinced. How could the captain, whom she admired, not even teach a college freshman? Tactics rely on personal comprehension, and that can't be taught either. Wang Shi shook his head and smiled. Our Dragon Kingdom's Sun Wu's Art of War has already laid out the 9 principles of tactics for everyone to see. Anyone can learn it, but can everyone use it well? Every person has their own perspective. Ultimately, it still depends on his own comprehension. For now, putting everything else aside, in terms of heart, this little guy has been quite impressive. Upon hearing this, Teacher Li's face turned slightly red and she almost let out a scoff at his shamelessness. But thinking of the scene where Qian Mang was shot in the butt and many freshmen were dazzled, she couldn't help but chuckle. Teacher Li, you look quite good when you smile, so smile more. After saying that, Wang Shi, the middle-aged uncle, left. Only Teacher Li remained, staring blankly at his retreating figure. Stepping out of the teaching building, Ling Chen rubbed his stomach, just about to pick up his phone to order food. Suddenly, ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the challenge task and becoming the first in the freshman speed trial. Rewards are now being distributed. Congratulations, you have obtained the God-level skill Light Leap. Congratulations, you have received one rare treasure chest. All rewards have been distributed. The rewards for the challenge task had finally arrived. God-level displacement skill. Light Leap S consumes a large amount of blue energy, allowing you to perform 3 long-distance displacements in 1 minute at a speed exceeding that of light. Note, this displacement can ignore any obstacles. Special existence is like secret realm barriers cannot be ignored. Each displacement can cover a maximum distance of 1500 m, and there will be no aftershock or stiffness at the start and end of the displacement. The cooldown time depends on your usage frequency. The cooldown time after using 3 displacements is 15 minutes. After reading the introduction of this skill, Ling Chen had only one thought. I now have one more skill for survival. After finishing the explanation of this god-level displacement skill, it would be a lie to say Ling Chen wasn't happy. However, he still maintained a calm demeanor. After all, at this moment, the surrounding area was filled with wandering freshmen, almost all of whom were casting curious glances at Ling Chen. The title of the first among the freshmen was naturally very eye-catching. If Ling Chen suddenly broke into a silly grin at this moment, he would probably be regarded as a fool by others. Suppressing his inner excitement, he returned to the dormitory area. Then he saw rows of small robots in front of the villa area, carrying various types of luggage. These robots were all made by mechanics. It is worth mentioning that in this prestigious institution, students' daily lives have entered a highly intelligent phase. Ordering food, laundry, running errands, etc. are all handled by intelligent robots or spirit contracts. Of course, this also requires payment of Tianyan ranking points. Through the freshman handbook, one can learn about the basic information of the institution. The Tianyan ranking is also jokingly referred to by students as the wealth ranking. After all activities in this school, forging, enchanting, item trading, etc., require spending these points. One can think of Tianyan ranking points as credits. The first in the Tianyan ranking is naturally the wealthiest existence in this institution. The school's speed is quite fast. They just released the results, and they're already arranging for dormitory relocations. Ling Chen couldn't help but sigh as he looked at these hardworking intelligent robots. His housing changed from 015 to 001. Zhu Yaoguang's
room, however, remained unchanged at 002. Not far away, the top 100 talents were gathered, exchanging ideas. Among them were talents like Shen Meng, Su Rou, and Gui Tianzhou. However, Ling Chen couldn't be bothered and directly turned back to the dormitory. After returning to the dormitory, Ling Chen couldn't wait to open the system space. System, open the rare treasure chest. Ding! The rare treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations, you have obtained the A-level universal skill clothing removal technique. Clothing removal technique consumes blue energy, granting you the divine hand clothing removal state. When your hand touches the target, you can instantly remove all of the target's weapons, armor, and clothing. Note, this skill is exclusively produced by the system. Can only be used on targets whose level does not exceed your own by more than 10 levels. The cooldown time for this skill is 5 minutes, and the divine hand clothing removal state lasts for 60 seconds. This state can be turned on or off at any time. Looking at this skill, Ling Chen's mouth twitched violently. What the hell is this clothing removal technique? What the heck is this ridiculous skill? Did the system want him to change clothes for monsters on the battlefield? Damn it. However, complaints aside, I have to say this skill does look quite useful. It has a significant effect on both people and monsters, though the means seem a bit despicable and low. Overall, this reward still left Ling Chen very satisfied, especially the light leap god level displacement skill. Whether used to initiate, dodge, or escape for survival, it's quite impressive. After receiving the reward, Ling Chen then took out the vial containing Omni blood. He gently opened it and took a whiff. He found it had no scent. Gritting his teeth, he tilted his head back and swallowed it down. Aside from a slight bitterness, there was nothing particularly special about it. But Ling Chen could feel his blood flow momentarily stagnate before returning to normal. Director Wang was right, it could indeed be treated like a drink. After that, he took out the sealed document and began to read it carefully. For Ling Chen, understanding the true nature of this world was the most urgent task at hand. After reading, the sealed document turned to dust and floated away. It seemed to have been subjected to some kind of spell that destroyed it after viewing. In the following half-month, it might be hard for many to believe, but Ling Chen's life was quite uneventful. The teachers at the Sorcery Academy entered Ling Chen's class prepared to be rebutted by this prodigy and engage in verbal sparring. As mentioned before, whether in high school or university, schools generally support students daring to challenge their teachers. Just like Shen Meng daring to question Director Zhou in front of the new students during the speed trial. Of course, the premise is that the rebuttal must be reasonable and well-founded. If you want to challenge the theories taught by the teacher, then present your answers. If you are merely looking to pick a fight with the teacher, that's not daring to theorize, that's showing disrespect to authority. According to the teacher's assumptions, someone like Ling Chen, who could kick Shen Meng and punch Ji Wuming, would surely have his own understanding and pride. But what the teachers didn't expect was obedient. This student was too obedient. No matter what tactical theory or guidance the teacher presented in class, Ling Chen never stood up to refute it. Instead, he diligently took notes with an innocent expression. In contrast, the classrooms of other academies often echoed with heated debates between teachers and students, sometimes escalating to the point where teachers had to suppress their strength and engage in fair duels with students in simulated secret realms. While students and teachers next door were battling fiercely, the Sorcery Academy was peaceful, almost like they were about to hold hands and sing. This included the usual practical teaching. The teacher said, Ling Chen, in this situation, you must use this skill to respond. Ling Chen nodded. Okay, teacher, I also think your guidance is correct. The teacher, no temper, completely lost his temper. Meanwhile, other students in the Sorcery Academy saw this big shot Ling Chen obediently nodding and also chose not to stick their necks out. You don't say it, right? Then I won't say it either. In the neighboring academy, the teacher said, this student, in the face of such a dangerous situation, I think you should, student, I don't care what you think, I want to think for myself. Teacher, and so, the teacher-student conflict erupted directly. In the first half of the month, they laid down some foundational theories and basic practical assessments. They hadn't yet started the real secret realm training. Of course, the reason for not launching a unified real teaching was that there was still a group of students who had not arrived. This group of students consisted of outstanding scholars from various races and countries. In the face of a cataclysm capable of destroying all races, it is essential for all nations and ethnic groups to abandon their conflicts and prejudices and to cooperate and assist each other in order to overcome the crisis. Today is the day when students from various races arrive at the Tianyan Academy. The school is also holding a welcome ceremony. Ling Chen observes closely from the audience. In his previous life, he had only seen these beings of different races in anime and games. Now that he has seen them in person, he finally resolves a long-standing doubt. It turns out that the ears of beast-eared girls really do grow only on their heads. There are no human ears on the sides of their heads, they are smooth and fair.
These outstanding students from various races must also choose their academies. After the welcome ceremony concludes and after learning about the characteristics of each academy, it is no surprise that 90% of the students from other races choose the other 4 academies. Only a handful of students from other races choose the Sorcery Academy. Of course, the same old plot unfolds every year. After choosing their academies, among the orc race, who idolize the strong, a new student immediately stands up and enthusiastically shouts, "Which academy is the top among you? Human freshman? Come and spar with me." When that robust orc freshman shouted those words, the dean and teachers showed no signs of surprise. After all, this is a scene that plays out every year at the start of the school term. Moreover, although the various races do not speak the same language, they can understand each other's meanings through the universal skill language analysis. Unlike humans, some races are naturally warlike and idolize strength. Only when your power is recognized by them will they be willing to coexist amicably with you. Therefore, the first thing these new students from various races do upon arriving at the Dragon Kingdom's university each year is to challenge the human freshmen. These outstanding students from various races are not to be underestimated. In previous years, the first sparring matches between the outstanding students of various races and the human freshmen have had both victories and defeats. At this moment, on the main stage, the outstanding students from various races line up. On the far left is the representative of the vampire race, named Hel, handsome and suave, with a typical Western face, light green pupils, and pale skin, giving off a chilling aura. Next to him is the robust and green-skinned orc representative Timurus, with 2 tusks protruding from his mouth, bulging muscles, arms crossed over his chest, and a proud, fervent gaze. Following him is the fair-skinned and beautiful elf representative Anna, with a flawless, delicate face, silky golden hair, pointed long ears, and a blue-patterned form-fitting long dress that accentuates her voluptuous and sexy figure, making her the focal point of all the boys in the arena. The representative from the dwarf race is a little girl named Charlotte, with wheat-colored skin and a petite stature, currently standing with her hands on her hips, her short hair tousled, looking adorably proud. There are also representatives from the half-beast dragon race, cat race. The previous mention of Catwoman was a mistake. Centaur race, lizardman race, sheepman race. Of course, there are also the demon race, derived from consuming demon blood, who have come as well. They represent some Western countries' universities. Additionally, the countries of Fusang and Goryeo have also sent exchange students. The exchange students from Fusang have professions that include the unique onmyoji, ninja, and samurai, as well as some ordinary professions. Goryeo, being the origin of the thief profession, has most of its exchange students specializing in thievery, with a few being assassins. In the vast Tianyan Square, the representatives from various races and countries have already finished their speeches. The content of the speeches is nothing more than expressing their honor in receiving the invitation from the esteemed university. Now they are all keenly watching the orc freshman who issued the challenge. The content of the speeches is very polite, but the attitude remains quite arrogant. This is quite normal. The human race seems to be inherently at a disadvantage. These various races, in addition to being able to change professions normally, can also switch to certain specific professions due to their unique bloodlines. Long ago, when the various races were fighting among themselves, the human race was the one they looked down upon the most. Because humans lacked bloodline talents, in the eyes of these races, this was a sign of a lowly bloodline. They believed that bloodlines were the noble power bestowed upon them by the heavens. In their respective tribes, anyone who failed to successfully awaken their bloodline talent would be ostracized and looked down upon. Now, the representatives of the various races were eager to see how strong the first human newcomer of this generation truly was. "Where's the first of your human race? Step up quickly, I want to challenge him." "Don't be a coward." The orc newcomer was becoming increasingly excited and reckless. He kept flaunting his strong muscles and imposing physique in front of everyone, as if to showcase the noble bloodline of his orc race. However, he noticed that all the human newcomers were looking at him with very strange expressions. That kind of demeanor, it seemed like they were pitying him. Moreover, there were strange whispers accompanying it. "Do you think this guy will get shot in the butt or in the balls next? I bet 100 Tianyen points that it'll be the butt." "No, I think his eyes will get blinded." "Then let's remember to cover our eyes in advance so we don't get blinded by that scoundrel again." The orc newcomer felt very strange. "Shouldn't you all be filled with righteous indignation and step up to fight me after I provoked you? Why are you looking at me with such pity? Alright, stop shouting, I'm right here." Just as this orc newcomer was about to go mad, a nonchalant voice finally rang out. At that moment, swish, the representatives of the various races on the main stage instantly turned their scrutinizing gazes towards him. The next second, the representatives frowned in unison. What came into their view was actually a very unremarkable ordinary boy. He had neither a tall and mighty physique nor an overwhelming presence. They had originally thought that the silver-haired girl with exquisite features would be the main character. After all, since the representatives had taken The stage, they had been focused on the silver-haired girl among the human newcomers. Their bloodline instincts told them that this silver-haired girl was not simple and was very likely the strongest among the human newcomers. But unexpectedly, the one who stepped up was such an ordinary boy. Bang bang bang! The moment the orc newcomer saw Ling Chen rise, he moved his mountain-like sturdy body towards Ling Chen. Generally, orcs are over 2 meters tall. Some well-developed ones can even reach 3 meters. The orc newcomer before him stood a full 2.5 meters tall. Although Ling Chen's height of 1 meter 80 was already considered quite tall among humans, he still appeared small in front of this orc newcomer. Just as this orc newcomer was about to speak with a face full of mockery, Ling Chen had already raised his palm, signaling him to shut up and stop wasting words. Then, he turned to the Teacher Li beside him. Teacher Li, please activate the arena. Having long been accustomed to Ling Chen's personality, Teacher Li raised his hand without a word. Rumbling, the open space in the square began to roll, and in just a few seconds, a massive arena rose up, appearing in front of everyone. Moreover, this arena was several times larger than the one used for the previous newcomer speed trials. It was large enough to accommodate dozens of people fighting on it at the same time. This scene left the newcomers of various races a bit puzzled. Was it really necessary to create such a large arena for just 2 newcomers to duel? Meanwhile, the human newcomers, who were familiar with Ling Chen's personality, had already widened their eyes. Could this guy be thinking again? Before the thought could settle, they saw Ling Chen already standing on the arena, raising his hand to point at all the representatives of the various races on the main stage. The harmless expression had long since disappeared. What replaced it was cold arrogance. At the same time, a chilling voice rang out. Don't waste my time, you all can come at me together. The proud representatives of various races. The new humans. Wow! Without any surprises. After the words fell, the representatives of various races immediately erupted into an uproar. Their faces were all filled with extreme shock. Crazy! This human is too arrogant. How dare he? He actually dares to challenge all the representatives at once. What profession is he? Who gave him this confidence? Compared to the shock of the other races, the reaction of the new humans was quite calm. If it were someone else making such arrogant claims, they might be shocked for a moment. But this person is Ling Chen, so it's fine. It's reasonable. For Ling Chen, who had read countless web novels in his past life, he had long anticipated the occurrence of such a cliché plot. The title of first is indeed dazzling, but it brings not only glory but also a lot of unnecessary trouble. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Since Ling Chen has obtained the title of first among human newcomers, he is destined to face challenges from the proud representatives of other races. Ling Chen had already envisioned such matters in his heart. Avoiding it is definitely not an option. In a world where strength reigns supreme, your evasion will only make others think you are a coward. Only by confronting them head-on and shattering all doubts, crushing them to the ground with your fists and feet, will they finally shut their mouths. So, adhering to the principle of keeping a low profile, Ling Chen became arrogant once again. In fact, Ling Chen was quite tired. He had just subdued his own people. Now he had to subdue the representatives of other races. What an arrogant human! He actually dares to let all the representatives come at him together. The representatives of various races had never encountered such a situation before, feeling a bit dazed and unable to react. Arrogant Easterners. The vampire hell looked at Ling Chen's challenge with disdain, as if he completely disregarded this human. The fair-skinned and beautiful elf representative Anna lightly touched her red lips, revealing a charming smile. This arrogant man is not so bad after all. This guy is so arrogant, Charlotte wants to fight him. The dwarf representative Charlotte stared with her round eyes, her small hands clenched into fists, a bit eager to move. The expressions of the representatives from other races varied at this moment, but most were negative. Contempt, disdain, ridicule, mockery, and so on. These reactions were quite normal. After all, previously, when the human newcomers faced Ling Chen's challenge of "come at me together," they had shown similar reactions. However, the vast majority of the proud representatives did not take Ling Chen's arrogant challenge seriously. They at least had the pride of the strong and looked down on overwhelming the weak. But that was just the vast majority. Among so many exchange students, 2 countries' representatives actually nodded, allowing dozens of their newcomers to join forces to challenge Ling Chen. Fusang country, Goryeo country. The representatives of these 2 countries looked at their groups of newcomers. Soon, a total of 30 newcomers stepped onto the stage together. 15 from Fusang country, 15 from Goryeo country. Fusang country sent out 8 onmyoji, 4 ninjas, and 3 samurai. Goryeo country sent only thieves. Seeing that the newcomers from these 2 countries really wanted to overwhelm the few, the other proud representatives exchanged glances. They all revealed expressions of "as expected." Years of mutual conflict had given the major races a certain understanding of humans. Although they were all human, each country's people had different personalities and natures. The
People of the Dragon Kingdom are humble and polite, treating others and handling affairs with grace, making one feel comfortable. However, beneath their peaceful exterior lies a resilient and unyielding spirit. The people of the Free Federation see themselves as superior, extremely arrogant, yet they love to play double standards. The people of the Sun never sets empire, value elegance, but secretly they are a complete mess. Only the countries of Fusang and Goryeo make it impossible for people from various races to like them. They appear just, but are secretly petty, despicable and shameless. They stop at nothing, utterly shameless and extremely disgusting. They can engage in acts of bullying the weak with numbers, which is considered normal behavior in the eyes of the elites from various races. So, what should the first new human student do? Although the people from these two countries are indeed annoying, the fact that they can come as exchange students is enough to demonstrate their strength. 30 elites rush in, and even representatives from various races would find it difficult to deal with them. After all, 2 fists cannot fight 4 hands. The level of these exchange students is not to be underestimated. Moreover, this challenge was issued by the first new human student. Even if dozens of them come forward at the invitation, you can't say anything against it. With all these factors combined, no one thinks this new human student can win. So, it's little Shiba and little Bagua. Ling Chen looked at the 30 challengers coming onto the stage and instantly smiled. It was a very radiant smile. If someone unfamiliar with Ling Chen saw it, they might think it was a friendly smile from an old friend. However, the 3 elites, Ji Wuming, Xian Meng, and Gao Yao, sitting in the audience, shivered at the sight of Ling Chen's smile. Why did you provoke him? The other new human students had already subconsciously prepared to cover their eyes at any moment. The new elves were all handsome and beautiful, and a beauty-conscious new human student nearby couldn't help but feel a bit reluctant. So he said, just a friendly reminder, be ready to cover your eyes later. The handsome and beautiful elves tilted their heads in confusion. Why cover their eyes? The orc student who had declared he would challenge Ling Chen, seeing so many people go up, could only sit on the ground, hugging his legs and waiting eagerly, looking quite simple-minded. A new human student patted the big guy's shoulder and reminded him, "Big guy, go remind your companions to remember to close their eyes later." The big guy blinked, a bit puzzled. Close their eyes? What for? Seeing that the elites from various races didn't take their reminders seriously, the new human students shrugged. Forget it, too lazy to remind them. On the podium, the welcoming ceremony for the new students from various races also required the presence of 5 deans. This not only expressed their attitude of importance but also aimed to attract outstanding new students from various races into their departments. They initially thought this exchange and sparring among the various races would just be a simple comparison. After all, according to past customs, it was usually the first new student from the Dragon Kingdom who would have a slight spar with a representative elite from a certain race just to touch on the topic, and then it would be over. But unexpectedly, as soon as Ling Chen came up, he dropped a bombshell. This little guy wants to take this opportunity to subdue all the elites from various races, to eradicate all the arrogance and prejudice against him in one fell swoop. Only then can he avoid future troubles from these blind fools. Dean Wangshi, who understood Ling Chen's character, shared his insights. The other deans nodded in understanding. We can only hope this little guy shows some mercy. After all, he needs to consider the influence of the 2 countries. Zhou Hongfu sighed. On the arena, little Shiba and little Bagua exchanged glances, both able to see the disgust in each other's eyes. Clearly, they disliked each other. But the urgent matter at hand was to first give this incredibly arrogant new student from the Dragon Kingdom a good beating. They wanted to trample the face of the Dragon Kingdom's academy underfoot. Are you all ready? Teacher Li glanced lightly at the exchange students from the 2 countries. Hey, we're ready. Ready, indeed. Then, positions. Teacher Li began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, start. Buzz. As the competition was announced. To begin, the Onmyoji from the land of the rising sun lightly traced the air with his fingers, starting to chant, preparing to summon a Shikigami. At the same time, the ninja wielded shurikens, and the samurai brandished their katana, unleashing burst skills with slight movements, rushing towards Ling Chen. The thieves from Goryeo were extremely agile, their figures faster than those of the exchange students from the land of the rising sun. Of course, they were not well prepared for battle. They hadn't even properly donned their armor, relying solely on their primary weapons. Because in their view, 30 prodigies surrounding one person required no other preparation. Pure firepower and encirclement would be enough to make the opponent fall instantly. It must be said, their thoughts were optimistic. But no one noticed. The hands of Ling Chen, hanging down, had small bugs crawling to his fingertips. The thief profession is similar to that of an assassin in terms of characteristics. Both rely on agility and critical hit attributes. However, thieves are significantly weaker in attack power compared to assassins. Of course, to compensate, thieves have an additional ability, support. That's right, thieves are actually a profession leaning towards support. Attribute. Theft and attribute bestowal are the 2 signature growth-type support skills of the thief profession.
Attribute theft. The single target skill consumes mana, summons an invisible hand, which can steal 15% of all attributes from the target when it touches them. Notes: this skill is ineffective against targets that are 10 levels higher than the user. This skill can be upgraded with skill points. The skill lasts for 60 seconds. Attribute bestowal. The single target skill consumes mana, bestows the stolen attributes to an allied target. Notes: this skill can only be used if attribute theft successfully steals the target's attributes. All allied targets can receive your bestowal. The bestowed attributes last for 60 seconds. This skill cannot stack with theft. Besides these two signature skills, there are also group stealth, group theft, claim as one's own, and others, which are also very powerful support skills. It is worth mentioning that as a unique profession of Goryo, the skill book collection halls of all universities in the Dragon Kingdom have no intention of purchasing them. Not just the Dragon Kingdom. Other major countries also have no desire to buy them. This has led to a lack of people in other countries switching to the thief profession. Goryo, on the other hand, is very eager for unique professions from other countries. For example, the Daoist, fortune teller, and Jeet Kyun Do practitioners from the Dragon Kingdom, the Onmyoji and ninja from the land of the rising sun, the demon-type professions from the Free Federation, and so on. In any case, Goryo is very keen on obtaining the skill books and job change books of these professions, but no country is willing to provide them, because they fear that the next moment their unique professions will become unique to Goryo. At this moment, the exchange students from Goryo were the first to approach Ling Chen. Their agility was extremely high, their figures incredibly fast, and several of them had already successfully cast the attribute theft skill, with invisible hands condensing and reaching out to touch Ling Chen. Following closely behind them were several ninjas and samurai from the land of the rising sun. Perhaps fearing that their achievements would be shamefully snatched by Goryo, the ninjas and samurai, seeing they couldn't compete in speed, suddenly stopped. Without a word, they directly threw their shurikens. Ninjutsu, Gale Shuriken. Several shurikens shot out at an incredibly exaggerated speed, wrapped in wind blades. The warriors slightly bent their bodies, the left hand resting on the scabbard of the katana, the right hand tightly gripping the hilt, their eyes suddenly sharp. Iato slash. Whoosh. The invisible blade spread towards Ling Chen in an indistinguishable trajectory. This group of despicable and shameless exchange students from Fusang had already begun to launch indiscriminate attacks in order to gain the right to defeat Ling Chen. Damn it! The exchange students from Goryo, who were originally charging towards Ling Chen, changed their expressions drastically upon sensing the fierce attacks from behind. Should they endure the attacks from the Fusang exchange students to defeat this new student from the Tianyan Academy, or retreat? No need to say. Of course, they would retreat. Damn it! Despicable Fusang people. The 15 exchange students from Goryo did not hesitate at all, directly interrupting their skills and movements to use their displacement skills to dodge. However, not good. The expressions of the Goryo exchange students changed again, because they didn't know when, but countless incredibly tough vines had already bound their legs, rendering them completely immobile. It was that new student from the Dragon Kingdom causing trouble. At that moment, the Goryo exchange students wanted to curse. Weren't they supposed to deal with this new student from the Dragon Kingdom together? How did they end up being ambushed instead? The attacks of Iato Slash and Gale Shuriken were already rushing towards them. The Goryo exchange students, who had missed the best opportunity to dodge, could only grit their teeth and defend. But Ling Chen, who had been standing at the back, revealed an extremely cold smile at this moment. It was at this instant the 15 Goryo exchange students, who were about to cast their defensive skills, suddenly rolled their eyes back. Their bodies went limp. Thus, in the horrified gaze of everyone, put, the rushing Iato Slash and Gale Shuriken actually encountered no obstruction, easily slicing through the bodies of the Goryo exchange students. No! The representative of the Goryo exchange students standing on the main stage was filled with shock, letting out a cry of despair, because he clearly saw that the necks of 2 Goryo exchange students had been sliced open by the blade. At this moment, all the spectators, whether they were the dean and teachers of Tianyan Academy, representatives from various countries and ethnicities, or all the new students in the audience, displayed extremely shocked expressions. Someone died. Someone actually died. How could this happen? Li Manchun, Luo Yang, Zhou Hongfu suddenly shouted. The moment the shout fell, the figures of the dean of the Prayer Academy, Luo Yang, and the dean of the Magic Academy, Li Manchun, seemed to traverse time and space, instantly appearing on the arena. In the sky, a huge exquisite clock had descended. A gigantic sacred tree, piercing through the sky, also appeared. Time magic, eternal existence. Li Manchun raised his hands high, his vast and sacred voice resonating. Ding! The huge clock in the sky emitted the sound of a pendulum. In an instant, mysterious waves spread. All images seemed to lose their color at this moment, falling into a black and white realm. All objects, lives, dust, all entered a state of stagnation, as if an eternity the expressions on everyone's faces remained in shock, including on the arena, the two heads that had been severed by the Iato slash and shuriken. One could still faintly see the expressions of despair and fear on the faces of these two unfortunate souls. Is there any hope? Li Manchun turned to look at Luo Yang. As long as death does not exceed 5 seconds, there is hope. Luo Yang looked at him calmly. Can't you just rewind time? Li Manchun, the smiling Buddha, rubbed his bald head and said with a smile, the cost is too great, isn't there you, Dean Luo, here. Luo Yang curled his lips, then raised his hand. The verdant tree radiating a sacred glow dropped 2 crystalline leaves. Luo Yang gently waved these 2 leaves, which then merged into the bodies of the 2 unfortunate souls. In the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. Countless green threads stitched the 2 heads to their bodies. The lost vitality surged back to life. Turning to assess the injuries of the other exchange students from Goryeo, Luo Yang waved his sleeve, and a pale green light enveloped them, instantly healing their wounds. These 2 deans had never even taken out their staffs, casting spells without a staff. This kid has a heavy killing intent. After healing the injuries of the exchange students, Luo Yang looked gravely at Ling Chen, whose face still bore a sinister smile. He looks harmless on the surface. Who would have thought he could be so ruthless? Li Manchun said helplessly. Come over and take a look at this. Luo Yang beckoned to Li Manchun. Li Manchun walked over and focused his gaze. He was shocked to discover that each Goryeo exchange student had a small white poisonous insect clinging to their necks. If one didn't look closely, it would be nearly impossible to notice. Not only do the Goryeo exchange students have them, but the Fusang students do too. The 2 deans glanced at the dozen or so exchange students from Fusang. As expected, each had a poisonous insect hidden in their collars. It must have happened when this group of freshmen took the stage. No, it's likely that Ling Chen released these insects when he took the stage himself. No wonder he had a staff in his hand when he first appeared, only to take it back. According to this kid's usual fighting style, he wouldn't have taken out a weapon at the beginning. Luo Yang said in a low voice. This is a basic skill of a Gu master, spore insect. Swarm. Li Manchun said with a serious expression, his hands tucked into his sleeves. This insect's bite isn't lethal, but it produces a strong paralyzing and dizzying effect, causing one to lose their will. Moreover, once this Gu insect releases its toxin, its lifespan is over, and its body turns to dust and scatters with the wind. If it weren't for the 2 of us coming to the arena personally, we probably wouldn't have discovered this kid's methods at all. Luo Yang suddenly sighed. He could have defeated everyone in an instant. But he didn't do that. Instead, he pretended to be besieged and even used a Fusang knife to kill Goryeo people. What do you think? Was this a spur-of-the-moment decision or a deliberate act? If it was deliberate, how precise is this kid's understanding of these people's psychology? How did he know that the exchange students from Fusang and Goryeo would launch indiscriminate attacks? Li Manchun shook his head and smiled bitterly. You ask me, who should I ask? It must be said that Ling Chen's methods left both deans feeling alarmed. This detail of using another's weapon to kill, if they hadn't personally gone on stage to check, they would never have discovered it. Moreover, they never expected that such a seemingly harmless student could have such a strong killing intent. If they hadn't been present, the 2 Goryeo exchange students would have died outright. Then, the Fusang exchange students would be seen as murderers. The surviving Goryeo exchange students would probably hate the Fusang exchange students to death. And Ling Chen, to outsiders, it seemed he had only used the skill binding vines from start to finish. As for the Gu insects that caused the Goryeo exchange students to collectively lose consciousness, their bodies had already dissipated after taking a bite. There was nothing to investigate. The 2 deans' views on Ling Chen had completely changed. Release the eternal barrier, Luo Yang said. Li Manchun nodded. In the next moment, crack, the black and white world shattered, and time resumed its normal flow. Damn, someone's dead. How could this happen? Ha! At the moment the barrier was lifted, gasps of surprise followed. However, everyone quickly realized that no one on the stage had sustained any injuries. But recalling the last second before time froze, the vast and imposing voice of Dean Li Manchun echoed in their minds. All the spectators present understood that it was the 2 deans who had intervened. Thankfully, they were saved. The other 3 deans breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it! That cursed Fusang country. But on the main stage, the representative exchange student from Goryeo, Kim Tae-hee, could no longer contain herself. Remembering the scene where her 2 companions had their heads severed, she still felt a chill run down her spine. The representative from Fusang was a beautiful girl, dressed in a black and white long dress. Her features were exquisite, but at this moment, her face was pale. Her name was Ida Iori. Her profession was a onmyoji. Now, being yelled at by Kim Tae-hee, she naturally dared not retort. She hadn't expected such an accident to occur in the end. But no matter how one looked at it, it was the fault of the Fusang exchange students. After all, they were the ones who initiated the indiscriminate attack first. Kim, I'm really sorry. Get lost. If it weren't for these 2 deans, Goryeo would have lost 2 elites. And you think a mere apology is enough? I, Kim Tae-hee, will fight you to the death, Ida Iori. Kim Tae-hee was furious. The representatives from various countries watched this scene with smiles on their faces. They couldn't wait for the exchange students from these two countries to clash. Just as it seemed that the representatives from Fusang and Goryeo were about to fight, the old dean, Jo Hongfu, finally spoke up. Silence. In an instant, everyone quieted down, including the representatives from various nations. Although they were proud, who would dare to underestimate them after witnessing the miraculous abilities of the two deans? Only awe and respect remained. After stopping the dispute, Jo Hongfu looked at Luo Yang and Li Manchun, who were still standing on the stage. Luo Yang turned to the exchange students from both countries and said calmly, "You can leave now." The exchange students from Fusang and Goryeo left, gritting their teeth at each other. Ling Chen looked at the two exchange students with regret. What a pity. He hadn't expected the methods of these two deans to be so extraordinary. Even the one who had lost her head could be saved. Just as Ling Chen was about to step down from the stage as well, suddenly, buzz! A magical seal descended upon Ling Chen. In an instant, Ling Chen was completely sealed. Ling Chen! Everyone! Li Manchun glared at Ling Chen, who still wore an innocent expression, and scolded, "You better behave yourself. You won't be participating in the upcoming exchanges among the new students from various nations. Let Yao Guang come." After saying that, she actually brought Ling Chen back to the side of the deans. Ha ha ha. How did Dean Li manage to restrain Ling Chen? What a guy, an order of prohibition. Although I don't know why this guy was sealed, I think Dean Li is right. What a shame. I really wanted the new students from various races to experience the feeling of being dazzled. For Ling Chen being bound, the human new students were certainly pleased. They couldn't wait for Ling Chen not to go up. Otherwise, who knew what tricks this guy would pull? On the contrary, the new students from various races were puzzled. Wasn't this human the top new student of the Tianyan Academy? How could he be banned by the dean? Or were those deans afraid that this top student would lose and embarrass themselves? On the podium, the other three deans were initially puzzled when they saw Li Manchun bringing Ling Chen back. Then, Luo Yan used the universal skill sound transmission technique to quietly say a few words in the ears of the three deans and all the teachers. Whoosh! At that moment, the expressions of all the deans and teachers changed. After Luo Yang finished speaking, he casually returned to his seat. Leave some time for these deans and teachers to relieve their blood pressure. Causing a death during the exchanges between various ethnic groups is no small matter. A careless mistake could very well trigger enormous conflicts and wars between the two countries, especially since all the deans and teachers know that this incident was actually orchestrated by Ling Chen behind the scenes. Their blood pressure nearly shot up to their heads. Although the probability of being discovered is minuscule, this action was still too impulsive. At the same time, they were puzzled. Why did Ling Chen go so hard? During the new student speed trial, even when facing the ridicule and disdain of Ji Wuming and Shen Meng, he had shown mercy. Yet now, he was ruthless against the exchange students from Fusang and Goryeo. He could have easily paralyzed everyone in an instant during the battle to secure victory. But instead, he deliberately set up this scheme to kill with a borrowed knife. Could it be that he has a grudge against the exchange students from Fusang and Goryeo? That's impossible. Jo Hongfu sighed. Ling Chen, who was bound by magical shackles, originally wanted to ask why Dean Li had him restrained. But upon seeing the accusatory gazes from the deans and teachers, he instantly realized that his scheme had been uncovered. It seems one cannot underestimate the heroes of the world, especially those 5 deans. The time magic of the Dean of the Magic Academy, Li Manchun, was a bit too outrageous, and the resurrection spell of the Dean of the Prayer Academy, Luo Yang, was even more exaggerated. He could even bring back someone who had their head cut off. After the previous incident, the exchange students from Fusang and Goryeo were already in a tense atmosphere, ready for a showdown. But the representatives from other ethnic groups were more curious as to why the deans had prohibited that boy from competing. In the eyes of these representatives, if the previous sparring match hadn't had an accident, then the defeat of this human boy was inevitable. They must be afraid of losing face for the Dragon Kingdom's university. However, once the human freshman realized what was happening, there were many doubts. No matter how you look at it, this has nothing to do with Ling Chen. But why did Dean Li suddenly prohibit Ling Chen from competing? In the crowd, Wo Tianjiu asked in confusion. I heard from the seniors that in the past, our freshmen always faced off against the top talents from various ethnic groups first. Could it be that the deans are also afraid Ling Chen would lose and embarrass himself? Shinkan proposed his guess. Don't be ridiculous. This scoundrel will lose? I've fought against at least 30 archers, and I've never seen one shoot a tracking arrow at my ass. If it weren't for this accident, those 30 exchange students probably wouldn't even know how they died. Chen Meng, who was beside him, also complained with a face full of resentment. Of course, there was more apprehension and fear in his tone towards Ling Chen. He seemed harmless on the surface, but his strikes were as vicious as they come. Who could withstand that? Gao Yao, who had been silent, suddenly whispered, "Do you think that the earlier accident is related to Ling Chen, which is why?" The crowd. The lively discussion in this small circle suddenly fell silent. Everyone exchanged glances, each seeing the answer in the other's eyes. Not to mention it, not to think about it. But with Gao Yao bringing it up, everyone reacted. Damn it! It must be related to that scoundrel. Otherwise, how could Dean Li be so furious as to reprimand Ling Chen and explicitly forbid him from continuing to fight? Thinking of this, the new students in this circle looked at the main stage with pity. There, the representatives from Fusong and Goryeo were already at odds, and the instigator was currently bound and looking innocent beside the dean's seat. The subsequent sparring exchanges were straightforward and direct. The silver-haired, red-eyed beauty, Zhu Yaoguang, took the stage. Compared to Ling Chen's earlier solitude, when Zhu Yaoguang stepped onto the stage, the exchange students from various races erupted in a flurry of discussions. The male students from different races, eager to catch the beauty's attention, bravely challenged her on stage. Among them, the burly one who had provoked Ling Chen seemed to receive special treatment from Zhu Yaoguang as his tendons were severed. With a priest present, these were merely minor injuries. The other exchange students were also defeated one by Zhu Yaoguang. Notably, the vampire representative, Hell, also fell to Zhu Yaoguang. However, due to excessive consumption of energy, he was evenly matched against the elven representative, Anna. After 10 consecutive battles, Zhu Yaoguang's energy was nearly depleted. Ji Wuming took the stage to replace her. This time, Ji Wuming finally lived up to the title of the top of the Tianfeng province's trial rankings, defeating the other talented individuals from various races decisively. However, when facing the dwarf representative, Charlotte, who had a pair of small fangs, it ended in a draw. This indicated that the representatives from various races also possessed formidable strength. Next, Gao Yao, Shibiyu, Chen Meng, Su Rou, and other top 100 talents took turns on stage. The win-loss ratio was 2-8, with more wins than losses. When this welcome ceremony officially concluded, the pride of the talented individuals from various races had diminished considerably. This also indicated that the quality of the new students in this year's Tianyan Academy was indeed the highest in history. Ling Chen, on the other hand, was confined from beginning to end, only to be released at the end. To be honest, Ling Chen felt quite uncomfortable. He really wanted to get on stage and fight. It wasn't about showing off, he wanted to take this opportunity to thoroughly subdue and intimidate the talented individuals from various races, making them shrink back whenever they encountered him. Only then could he avoid the frequent occurrence of melodramatic plots. But now, that goal was unattainable. Although Ling Chen assured the deans and teachers that he would never resort to lethal force again, the several deans and teachers stared at him with strange looks. Their gazes seemed to say, "Do you think we would believe you?" In less than 10 seconds after stepping on stage to exchange, students from Goryeo had lost their heads. If he were to finish the exchange competition, what would happen then? Li Manchan and Luo Yang's skills also had cooldown times. It wasn't a matter of how many times he wanted to activate them. At this point, the deans and teachers had made a significant decision among themselves. Apart from the annual final exams, Ling Chen was prohibited from participating in all PvP-related events and assessments at the school. If any new students from the same cohort foolishly sought to challenge Ling Chen to a PK or a deathmatch, the school would not intervene. As for the seniors in their second, third, or even fourth years, the school had long since issued a ban generally prohibiting upperclassmen from challenging underclassmen. Although Ling Chen was banned from competitions and exams, he would definitely be required to participate in the intercollegiate league, because, in the intercollegiate league, life and death were at one's own risk. Killing was allowed. I declare that this welcome ceremony is now concluded. After a full day of sparring and exchanges, dusk was approaching. Zhou Hongfu also stood up to deliver the final speech. It was quite cliched, merely expressing, "We sincerely welcome all races to our school for exchange and learning, and hope that everyone progresses smoothly in the days to come," and so on. At the end of the speech, he announced an extremely important piece of news regarding the National College Freshman Trial Competition. In a month, we will welcome the annual National College Freshman Trial Competition. This year's National College Freshman Trial Competition has undergone changes in its format, differing from the traditional individual and team PvP of previous years. This time, each academy will send 10 outstanding freshmen to compete. The competition mode will be a battle royale and it will be based on a points system. I will explain the details later. In a few days, I will announce the list of participants. If anyone has objections, they may come to me personally to raise their concerns. That's it. Dismissed. The exchange and sparring concluded. Everyone returned to their respective homes. In the following days, Ling Chen's life was not much different from before, as he had always disliked interacting with others. Aside from some necessary communication with classmates in class, Ling Chen would not get too involved with anyone else. In fact, there were many prodigious individuals at the academy. who did not need to attend classes every day. The school granted these exceptional students very unique privileges. For example, Zhu Yaoguang now only studied under the Shadow Academy's dean, Han Xiao. The theoretical and practical classes could be attended or skipped at will. The same was true for Ji Wuming, Gao Yao, and Qi Baiyu. After all, ordinary theoretical and practical classes offered little improvement for them. The representatives of various races were similarly situated. At first glance, among the top-ranked freshmen, only Ling Chen was diligently attending classes. Besides attending classes normally, he completed daily system tasks as usual, and had to train for 2 hours every night in the system's simulated secret realm. Arriving at the Tianyan Academy, the greatest gain for Ling Chen was the skill books for foreign professions and the all-purpose blood. Therefore, to get accustomed to these new skills, he had to train hard every day. Additionally, Ling Chen had considered enchanting his weapon. There are 2 ways to enhance a weapon's attributes. The first is forging. The second is enchanting. Forging is more important than enchanting, because if forging is successful, it will enhance the weapon's level, inherent attributes, and enchanting effects. Enchanting can only add fixed attributes to the weapon. Currently, the school's points shop also has universal enchanting talismans. Low-level enchanting talismans are cheap with lower attributes, and some low-level enchanting talismans do not even have additional effects. Intermediate and advanced enchanting talismans have higher attributes and additional effects. However, the success rate of enchanting is relatively low. Therefore, generally speaking, when you obtain advanced enchanting materials or an advanced enchanting talisman, you should never attempt to enchant it yourself. It is best to find a master enchanter to do it, as the success rate will be maximized. Naturally, Tianyan Academy has master enchanters, and enchanting once requires a payment of 1,000 credits. This price is certainly too expensive for most freshmen. As for forging, weapon forging can only be done by a forger. You cannot forge it yourself unless your secondary profession is a forger. Moreover, there is nothing as convenient as enchanting talismans. When you successfully forge, it will first definitely enhance the weapon's level and inherent attributes. The enchanting attributes may increase with a probability. For example, the breaking array, 1000 mechanism ring. Equipment, breaking array, 1000 mechanism ring level, gold dot. After equipping, strength plus 30, intelligence plus 30, stamina plus 30, agility plus 30 dot. Level requirement can be equipped at level 14 dot. Class restriction, none dot. Enchanting effect. After equipping, strength plus 30, intelligence plus 30, stamina plus 30, agility plus 30 dot. This line represents the inherent attributes. The enchanting attributes are naturally the 5 current forms of the 1000 mechanism ring. During this time, Ling Chen had also visited the forging hall and the enchanting hall. Unfortunately, the materials needed to forge and enchant the 1000 mechanism ring were currently out of stock. Ling Chen had also asked the relevant staff. Their answer was simple: high-level, rare materials are almost always swept clean by the top 10 prodigies on the Tianyan ranking as soon as they arrive. After hearing this, Ling Chen instantly understood. Wanting to purchase materials with Tianyan ranking points in the forging hall and enchanting hall was like dreaming. They simply monopolized with prices. If you want to buy, you can, but you have to offer a higher price than others. The one who offers the highest price wins. With the points that Ling Chen currently has on the Tianyan ranking, wanting to bid against those rich individuals is a bit too naive. The top 10 rich prodigies on the Tianyan ranking don't necessarily need these high-level, rare materials. Rather, they know that these items are hard currency, and hoarding them will definitely yield profits. Faced with this scene, Ling Chen recalled the evil black market merchants from his previous life who monopolized materials and equipment across the entire game. It seems that weapons cannot be upgraded for now. The only option left is to increase experience points. Although the attribute and skill points gained from leveling up as a non-classed wanderer are quite low, even a mosquito's leg is meat. When he arrived at the Tianyan Academy, Zhu Shaoshan had promised to grant Ling Chen an additional A-grade resource secret realm. Note that the resource secret realm here does not refer to a secret realm dungeon, but rather a resource area in the real world. Regarding leveling up, there are only 2 paths available to Ling Chen. The first is to clear the secret realm dungeon. However, the rewards obtained from clearing the secret realm dungeon are limited to 1 per person. Repeatedly clearing it yields nothing but useless effort, and no rewards will be granted. Currently, the low-level secret realm dungeons controlled by the school are the 10,000-year snow cave for the new student speed trial and the Lost Village 4 levels. 18 to 22, Ling Chen is only level 16, so he obviously cannot enter. The second option is to head to the resource secret realm. The so-called resource secret realm is actually a secret realm area that the Tianyan Academy has already controlled in the real world. The outskirts of the Black Flame Mountains have long been under the control of the Tianyan Academy, which has divided it into numerous resource zones. Naturally, this area is teeming with monsters. However, there is one important point to note: the monsters here do not respawn after being killed. This means that for every monster killed, there is one less. Therefore, the school absolutely does not allow students to recklessly hunt the monsters in the outskirts. Moreover, the Tianyan Academy has explicitly stated the hunting periods for each area. This is mainly to give those monsters time to reproduce. Fortunately, monsters are different from ordinary animals. Their reproduction rate is relatively fast, and they can grow from cubs to adulthood in just a few months. Students wishing to enter and hunt monsters for experience and materials need to apply for special approval. Unfortunately, the A-grade resource secret realm that Ling Chen possesses is currently in a hunting ban period. It is said that this A-grade resource secret realm became available only after a recently graduated senior left. Before leaving, this senior rampaged through the A-grade resource secret realm, leaving only a small number of monsters behind to continue reproducing. This has resulted in Ling Chen having no monsters to kill right now. Damn it! The next day, 9 o'clock in the morning, a figure dressed in a sorcerer's robe appeared outside the door of Villa Number 1. Ling Chen walked out from the small training ground attached to the mansion, wiped the sweat from his brow, and then looked down to see an AI robot swiftly gliding towards him. The robot's eyes instantly projected a light screen. The screen displayed the surveillance footage from outside the door. In the footage, a middle-aged man, impeccably groomed in both hairstyle and attire, stood smiling. Why is Dean Wangshur here? Ling Chen was puzzled for a moment but quickly said, "Open the door." The AI butler, receiving Ling Chen's voice command, immediately opened the door. In fact, each villa in the first-class dormitory area has a very high-level security system. Once activated, no one can enter without the owner's consent. Since the welcoming ceremony of the various clans ended, Ling Chen had activated this security system to avoid disturbances to his peace. In fact, activating this system was the right choice. In the past few days, quite a few people had come looking for him. Zhu Yaoguang, Guo Tianjiu, Su Rou, and even Qian Meng had visited. Ling Chen's attitude towards this was to not meet. Of course, many talented individuals from various clans sought him out. Most wanted to spar and communicate with Ling Chen, hoping to achieve the grand feat they had missed during the welcoming ceremony. Ling Chen directly rejected the other talented individuals from different clans. However, occasionally a few little Shiba and little Baga would come looking for a fight, and Ling Chen would warmly welcome them, immediately rewarding them with dozens of slaps. The harm was minimal, but the insult was significant. It was said that recently, de Shiba Jin Taishi and de Baga Jing Tianiji wanted to challenge Ling Chen to regain their face. To this, Ling Chen's attitude was, "Come on. I'm not afraid of you bunch of little Shiba and little Baga, you're just a bunch of dogs. If I don't beat you until you can't even shit, then you've done a good job." After a few days of peace, unexpectedly, the dean came knocking. "Good morning, Dean Wang." Ling Chen proactively poured tea for Dean Wang. Dean Wang glanced at the somewhat messy arrangement around him, his brows slightly furrowing, a desire to tidy up rising uncontrollably within him. It felt as if several ants were crawling on him. "I won't drink tea, let's go outside and talk. You, this child, don't tidy up your home at all, it's so untidy." Wangshur shook his head, suppressing his inner compulsion, and quickly walked out. He was afraid that in the next moment he wouldn't be able to help but tidy up this student's home. What would it mean if the dean helped a student clean their house? Ling Chen quickly followed him out, thinking that the dean's obsessive-compulsive disorder was already in its late stages, beyond cure. Arriving at the open lawn, Wangshur looked quite relaxed. Only then did he turn to Ling Chen and smile. "Have you been feeling bored during this time?" "Yes." Ling Chen did not hide it and nodded frankly. He couldn't buy materials to forge enchanted equipment. He couldn't kill monsters to level up. He could only attend classes and train himself every day. It was indeed boring. Sigh, if only he could kill that group of little Baga and little Shiba for fun, how great would that be? Speaking of which, I feel ashamed. Although you chose my Magic Guidance Academy, it seems you haven't learned anything from it until today. And the general practical training and theoretical courses are useless to you. After thinking it over, I discussed with several other deans, and if such a good seedling like you is left idle, it would be a waste. So today, I will personally take you for a different kind of practical class. Wangshur smiled slightly, then waved his sleeve. Buzz! A vast and surging magical power burst forth, intertwining countless strands of magical threads, instantly wrapping Wangshur and Ling Chen. In the next second, their figures quietly vanished from in front of the villa, leaving only the AI robot tilting its head. A few seconds later, the feeling of weightlessness and obscurity disappeared. Ling Chen finally regained his sight. It was at this moment. Boom! It felt as if his heart had been struck by a heavy hammer. An evil aura that made him tremble all over rushed towards him. Ling Chen didn't even have time to see the surrounding scene before his five senses were once again shrouded by a black cloth. A strong fear of death surged in his heart. He wanted to open his mouth to scream, but he found that he couldn't make a sound at all. It was as If he had suddenly fallen into a cold, forbidden place, unable to see, hear, speak, or move. At the same time, anger, negativity, bloodthirst, brutality, and a thirst for killing. All kinds of beast-like negative emotions surged like a storm in his heart. At this moment, he could finally move. But his hands had grown sharp claws, and his sharp fangs pierced through his lips, muscles began to bulge, and his originally clear eyes were filled with endless darkness. I really want to kill someone. Roar. At this moment, Ling Chen let out a sharp beastly roar towards the sky, gradually drifting away from the realm of humanity, beginning to evolve into a brutal, bloodthirsty monster. It's time to bring the little guy back. Suddenly, a calm voice echoed from an unknown source. Crack. Then, a skeletal hand pierced through the void. It broke through the endless dark realm and directly grabbed Ling Chen, whose body was covered in dark patterns. Ling Chen, whose heart was already filled with countless negative emotions, hadn't even begun to vent. Suddenly, a sacred light descended upon him. The suffocating cold darkness finally vanished. In its place was a warm sense of peace, like a gentle spring breeze. A few seconds later, Ling Chen slowly opened his eyes. What met his gaze was the serious face of Director Wang, whose neatly trimmed beard was perfectly symmetrical. At this moment, he held a cross, which seemed to be some kind of sacred artifact. You're awake? Ling Chen. He quickly scrambled to his feet, realizing he was in an incredibly dark forest. Looking down, he noticed countless black patterns slowly disappearing, and the claws in his hands, the fangs in his mouth, and the bulging muscles were gradually returning to normal. Director, what's happening to me? Ling Chen was filled with deep confusion. Don't worry, this is just a normal phenomenon caused by the invasion of demonic energy, Director Wang said with a faint smile. Just now, I threw you into a corner of the outermost area of the abyss of 10,000 demons, which is why you were affected by the demonic energy. Ling Chen, the abyss of 10,000 demons. This is the front line of the abyss of 10,000 demons. Ling Chen's heart was filled with shock, not only because this was the area of the abyss of 10,000 demons, but also because this director had crossed half of the Dragon Kingdom with him in just a few seconds. Director Wang didn't pay attention to Ling Chen's complex gaze and continued, Have you read the documents I gave you before? Ling Chen nodded. Awakened by Director Wang, he finally understood what he had encountered earlier. The 4 forbidden areas were constantly spreading a certain dark aura to the outside world. Any creature with low strength that came into contact with this dark aura would be instantly assimilated. The abyss of 10,000 demons leads to demonization. The high heaven plane leads to ghostification. The demon nest leads to demonization. The terrifying mountains lead to mystification. The terrifying mountains, being the most mysterious place to date, are said to cause any creature that comes into contact with those dark auras to instantly turn into mist, disappearing without a trace. Just moments ago, Ling Chen had almost transformed into a monster from the abyss of 10,000 demons. Thinking of this, Ling Chen's heart trembled. To be honest, he had previously thought he was in the most life-threatening situation. At this moment, he had a clear understanding of the so-called 4 forbidden areas of the world for the first time. Although he had read the documents and was aware of these secrets, reading the documents was one thing, experiencing it firsthand was another. He hadn't expected the abyss of 10,000 demons to be so terrifying. He had only just stepped in for a second, and he was completely invaded by demonic energy, turning into a demon. This was still just a corner of the outermost area. Thinking of this, Ling Chen suddenly felt that his previous mindset might have been a bit off. In fact, it's quite normal for one's mindset to change. With a cheat by his side, kicking the proud, various feats laid before him. No matter who it is, their mindset will change. Although Ling Chen didn't show an arrogant expression of looking down on others, deep down, he had a sense of pride and arrogance, to some extent. Even, right after he transformed into a demon, his first thought was to torture everyone he knew. He thought of Zhu Yaoguang, Guo Tianzhou, Gao Yao, the representative of the Elf clan, Anna, even the head of the Shadow Academy, Han Xiao. His thought was to overpower and torment all these women beneath him. At that moment, his heart was filled with a sense of pride, arrogance, and delight, as if he were the king. It was a madness and arrogance that disregarded any existence. It turned out, this is the heart demon. Everyone has it. Ling Chen is no exception, he is also a normal person. After stepping into the abyss of 10,000 demons, under the onslaught of demonic energy, all kinds of negative emotions would be magnified countless times. This would cause you to directly transform into a demon. Looking at Ling Chen, who had fallen into deep thought, Dean Wang revealed a calm smile. Ling Chen, this is the first lesson I'm teaching you. During this time, I have actually been watching everything you've done. From your initial low profile to your later latent arrogance, although it hasn't shown on your face, the seeds of pride have already taken root in your heart. A strong person can have backbone, but must not have arrogance. You are still weak now and cannot see the terrifying nature of inner demons, but one day you will grow into a towering giant. By that time, even a trace of your inner demon's evil thoughts could cause countless casualties. I sincerely hope that through this experience you can confront the changes in your mindset. Listening to Dean Wang's earnest words, Ling Chen remained silent for a long time. Then, he He solemnly bowed to Wang Shi and said, "I have learned from you." "Good." Wang Shi nodded in satisfaction. In fact, from the first moment he saw the video of Ling Chen's entrance exam, he had taken a liking to this student. He had discussed this student in detail with the other deans and teachers. Even now, there are still many teachers who do not look favorably upon the path of the unclassed wanderer. They are not looking at the present but at the future. Indeed, Ling Chen possesses a very compatible innate talent for the unclassed wanderer. However, the only path before Ling Chen is the evolution of his talent. Other professions gain massive attribute points and skill points as they level up. The higher the level, the more attribute points and skill points are gained. Especially after reaching level 40, ordinary second transformation professions gain at least 100 attribute points and skill points for each level up. Meanwhile, the unclassed wanderer can only steadily increase by 2 attribute points and skill points from start to finish. Therefore, in the eyes of the teachers, Ling Chen can only make his talent evolve to compensate for the huge shortfall in upgrade attributes. The opinions among the deans on this matter also vary. After all, the probability of talent evolution is indeed minimal. Alright, the lengthy preaching is over, and it's time to get into the main part of today's class. As Wang Shi's words fell, countless scarlet lights suddenly flickered in the dim forest. Those were pairs of beastly eyes filled with bloodlust. These gazes were filled with extreme malice, as if they wanted to devour and crush the two people before them. However, due to the overwhelming aura emanating from Wang Shi, these malicious monsters dared not attack. Since the abyss of 10,000 demons appeared, countless monsters have been crazily gathering here. This is the outermost area where the influence of demonic energy is the weakest, and the level is not high, only 20. For you, it's a good place to level up. Feel free to hunt. It's around 10 in the morning now, and I'll come to pick you up at 5 in the afternoon. Let me remind you one more thing. Because you have ingested the all-purpose blood which is extracted from the elite monsters of the abyss of 10,000 demons, your blood aura will have an extremely deadly attraction for these monsters. I hope you can get through these few hours with all your limbs intact. After saying this, Wang Shi's figure instantly vanished. The powerful presence that made them wary finally dissipated. At that moment, all the monsters slowly revealed themselves, their terrifying malice and murderous intent all locked onto Ling Chen. At the same time, Tianyan Academy. The list for this year's National College Freshman Trial Competition has officially been released. All the restaurant and classroom announcement projection screens within the school displayed the latest school notice. There were a total of 10 people on the list. Number 1, Ling Chen, unclassed wanderer. Number 2, Zhu Yaoguang, assassin. Number 3, Ji Wuming, bloodthirsty warrior. Number 4, Anna, archer. Number 5, Charlotte, savage warrior. Number 6, Gao Yao, Sanda. Number 7, Tamuris, mage. Number 8, Shibiyu, warrior. Number 9, Xia, priest. Catfolk representative. Number 10, Hell, shadow priest. The moment this list was released, it immediately sparked a heated response. The human newcomers, however, felt no surprise at all. But in the eyes of the representatives from various races, this ranking was highly questionable, especially the number 1 contestant. Sure enough, the battle had not yet concluded. The melodramatic plot that was bound to come had finally arrived. Xiaoxiba and Xiaoba Jie were the first to raise the flag of dissent. Following them, representatives from the lizardmen, dragonmen, and centaur races also voiced their doubts. Additionally, the representatives of the demon races from the Western countries felt it was unfair. Thus, a group of proud elites from various races marched towards the teaching building where Zhou Hongfu was located. The human newcomers watched the spectacle from the sidelines. Watching them is just like how we looked when we questioned the initial rankings back then. I only know that before the National College Freshman Trial Competition, there's going to be another good show. Why don't they think about why Zhu Yaoguang and Ji Wuming, these two elites, are willing to settle for the second and third spots? Hee. You don't understand, this is called not seeing the Yellow River. A heart doesn't die, not hitting the southern wall, not turning back. Main teaching building. Zhou Hongfu looked down at the newcomers from various races with a cold expression from the top of the bell tower. Li Manchun and Luo Yang beside him sighed at this scene. The sexy dark elf noblewoman Han Xiao seemed quite interested. Zhou Hongfu said lightly, for tomorrow's arena competition, remember to invite all the third-tier healing profession teachers to be present, on high alert, in case of any life-threatening accidents. In the dark and dense forest. At this moment, only Ling Chen stood here. Every flower and tree in this place presented a dark hue, with a black aura permeating everywhere. It was only 10 o'clock in the morning, yet this area was shrouded in thick clouds, dark as night. An uncomfortable feeling constantly invaded his heart, causing Ling Chen to furrow his brows tightly. Pairs of scarlet eyes drifted freely from the shadows, accompanied by piercing and ferocious low growls echoing around. Since the arrival of the abyss of 10,000 demons, the secret realm monsters that had already descended into reality were gathering here like mad. They greedily absorbed the demonic energy leaking from the abyss of 10,000 demons. Although this dark and dense forest was very far from the abyss, the long-term spread of demonic energy still affected this place. After being enhanced by this demonic energy, even ordinary monsters underwent earth-shattering changes. Ling Chen raised his hand and looked down, only to find that his armor had all turned dull in color. The set effect provided by the everlasting set had completely lost its effect at this moment. Even the magical wristbands, necklaces, and earrings he had purchased with his Tianyan ranking points during this time had also lost their effectiveness. It was evident that the demonic energy from the abyss of 10,000 demons had the power to render low-level armor ineffective. Even top-tier equipment would likely have its attributes suppressed after entering the abyss. But it didn't matter. Ling Chen took out the breaking array 1,000 mechanisms ring from his internal space and put it on. Earlier, when he was suddenly teleported to that terrifying dark place, he had only been wearing armor and hadn't taken out the 1,000 mechanisms ring. Looking back now, it was quite fortunate. At least, as long as the 1,000 mechanisms ring had not failed, Ling Chen's combat power remained terrifying. Before him, the entities with scarlet eyes had already appeared in front of Ling Chen, treading heavily and letting out ferocious roars without restraint. Foul-smelling saliva continuously dripped from the corners of their mouths, and their insatiable hunger made it seem as if they had regarded Ling Chen as the best food for their evolution. What was even more surprising was that the surrounding flowers and grasses suddenly made a huge commotion. Rumbling, countless flowers and grasses stood up from their roots, and the trunks of the trees and the centers of the flowers revealed fierce faces. Monster, corrupted dark tree spirit. Level, 20. Skills, binding vines, life steal, branch strangulation. Corruption grant, dark energy shield. Health 2000 over 2000. Defense 700. Status berserk. Hungry. Quality blue. Remarks: native creature of the dark forest, later corrupted by the dark energy of the abyss of 10,000 demons, now fully corrupted. Monster corrupted dark blood wolf level 20. Skills: blood claw, frenzy, blood escape, enhanced scent. Corruption grant, dark energy shield. Health 2000 over 2000. Defense 700. Status berserk. Hungry. Quality blue. Remarks: native creature of the dark forest, later corrupted by the dark energy of the abyss of 10,000 demons, now fully corrupted. Monster corrupted dark centipede level 20. Skills: venomous bite, 100 limb strangulation, frenzied roll, earth escape. Corruption grant, dark energy shield. Health 2000 over 2000. Defense 700. Status berserk. Hungry. Quality blue. Remarks: native creature of the dark forest, later corrupted by the dark energy of the abyss of 10,000 demons, now fully corrupted. Under Ling Chen's identification eye, the information of all the surrounding monsters appeared before him. In addition to the 3 types of monsters mentioned above, there were also corrupted lust flower, corrupted dark giant bull, corrupted giant goblin, and so on. A preliminary estimate showed that the number of monsters present was already in the hundreds. They stared at this human with greedy and malicious eyes. In an instant, Ling Chen had fallen into the encirclement of the monsters. Ling Chen's expression remained calm and unflustered. To him, each of these terrifying monsters was like a cute experience pack. Whoosh! Suddenly, a monster couldn't help but attack Ling Chen. In silence, 2 corrupted centipedes, seemingly merging with the night, struck like lightning, pouncing towards Ling Chen from both sides. Despite having countless legs, they made no sound as they scuttled across the ground. This was an attack without warning. But, buzz! The 1,000 machine ring had already transformed into the falling sun staff, and a strong gust of wind gathered beneath him, lifting Ling Chen into the air. Wind control technique. A basic skill of the hidden profession, wind mage. Roar! The monsters on the ground let out frustrated and unwilling roars upon seeing this human floating in the air. Damn human! He had escaped their attack range. However, it wasn't safe in the air either. Caw! A high-pitched bird call echoed across the sky. Dozens of corrupted eagles swooped down. Ling Chen remained unhurried, raising his staff and unleashing dozens of simple fireball spells at the 4 corrupted eagles. Boom! The fireballs exploded, lighting up the sky like a brilliant firework. The dark energy shields of the dozens of corrupted eagles were shattered. At the same time, they were afflicted with the burning effect of falling sun, losing 3% of their maximum health per second. Dozens of eagles fell to the ground, instantly devoured by all the corrupted monsters below. Having dealt with the troublesome birds, Ling Chen slowly opened his palm. In the center of his palm were actually hundreds of small tornadoes. A basic skill of the wind mage, Hurricane Howl. Hurricane Howl, EAOE skill, consumes mana, condenses a powerful tornado, which, when released, blows in a straight line, dealing damage to enemies along the way and causing them to float. Note: this whirlwind can be charged for 10 seconds and can be released at any time during the charging process. The longer the charge, the higher the damage and the longer the floating duration. Thanks to the magical resonance trial talent, Ling Chen can instantly condense hundreds of tornadoes without any incantation. Setting fire to the mountains here shouldn't land me in prison for life, right? Ling Chen murmured to himself as his sleeves fluttered. Then, with a flick of his hand, whoosh! Hundreds of tornadoes took shape instantly. Moreover, these hundreds of tornadoes were already showing signs of merging with each other. On the ground, hundreds of demonized monsters stared in shock at the astonishing storm that was forming. However, do you think this is the end?
Ling Chen, standing in the storm, smiled coldly.
Then he floated higher into the air. Stone condensation technique. Buzz.
Dozens of huge stones floated around him.
Liquid oil bomb. Crack.
Dozens of liquid oil bombs shattered, wrapping the huge stones in liquid oil.
Fireball technique. Roar.
Dozens of fireballs accurately covered those massive stones.
In an instant, dozens of huge stones ignited in blazing flames, resembling meteors drifting in midair. I shall call this handmade meteor fire technique. Ling Chen looked around at the dozens of massive fireballs suspended in the air with great satisfaction.
The stone condensation technique is also a basic skill for mages.
Stone condensation technique consumes mana
to condense a giant round stone with a diameter of 5 meters.
This is a skill that almost all mages would not bother to learn.
After condensing the stones, Ling Chen used wind control technique to hold these dozens
of stones in the air.
At this moment, a question arose.
What happens when a storm vortex meets fire? It forms a firestorm. This is a natural disaster.
It is said that in a past life, the country of Fusong, which
was living well, experienced many fire tornadoes after an earthquake.
The temperature at the center of a strong storm can reach over 2,000 degrees, with speeds up to 30 kilometers per second, capable of releasing energy equivalent to 100
atomic bombs.
The affected area has an average radius of 1,500 kilometers, leaving nothing but ashes in its wake. Of course, the above data is based on the highest values observed. With the storm and fire meteor cluster that Ling Chen has condensed, the energy created cannot reach such terrifying levels. Yet even so, it would be easy to annihilate the hundreds of monsters below.
Without any hesitation, Ling Chen waved his staff. Dozens of flaming boulders suddenly plummeted from the sky. At such a height, even an egg falling could be fatal,
let alone these dozens of massive stones with a diameter of 5 meters. The flaming meteors, carrying enough potential energy to crush everything, descended towards the dark forest below. And when the storm mass came into contact with the flaming boulders, roar!
The once translucent storm mass was instantly dyed a dazzling red by the flames.
The fusion of storm and flame created a destructive force that was even more terrifying. The demonized monsters on the ground finally felt the deadly threat of death.
Their greedy hunger vanished in an instant. Faced with this natural disaster capable of destroying the world, even they could only feel powerless.
Even in their irrational state, they were terrified to the core, their minds filled with only one word: escape.
If they had the intelligence of humans, their first thought would probably be to curse. Why could this seemingly weak human create such a terrifying destructive attack? Is he a god? It's just, they want to escape so badly, yet they cannot.
Although the speed of the firestorm does not reach the maximum of 30 kilometers per second, it is still beyond the capability of this group of corrupted monsters to flee.
Moreover, this is a forest. A single spark can start a prairie fire. The terrifying firestorm combined with the meteor shower of flames. Countless corrupted creatures are engulfed in this torrent of horrific flames.
Ling Chen stands on the wind, his
gaze indifferent. Below, the forest is visibly consumed by the spreading flames.
Even more frightening is that under the vast amplification of the fire, the scale of the firestorm is not diminishing but increasing. You have slain a corrupted dark treant, gaining 200 experience points. You have slain a corrupted dark blood wolf, gaining 250 experience points.
You have slain a corrupted dung beetle, gaining 15 experience points.
The experience bar on his information panel begins to jump wildly. In the dark sun plains, at the human camp, in the dark city,
inside a dilapidated hall,
an old man is bowing his head, dealing with a thick stack of
documents.
This old man has long hair cascading down, a bushy beard, and there is not a single trace of magical fluctuation around him. He wears a mage's robe with hazy clouds embroidered on the sleeves, and behind him is the image of a 5-clawed golden dragon.
Suddenly, the old man slowly raises his head and smiles, saying, "A rare guest.
You haven't come by since that great battle 30 years ago."
At the entrance of the hall stands a
middle-aged man, impeccably dressed and groomed.
It is Wang Shi. Senior Yang, long time no see. Wang Shi walks into the hall, respectfully greeting the old man.
The old man before him is named Yang Jian.
He is the one currently responsible for guarding the Dark City. Profession, mage god. Have you greeted them? Yang Jian asks with a smile. Wang Shi gently nods. He knows that the old man refers to are Wang Shi's former teammates.
They are also the members of the SSS level team who perished fighting on the front lines of the Abyss of Demons.
What brings you here this time? Do you want to go back to the front lines? Yang Jian asks with another smile.
I'm afraid of death, so I'll pass.
Wang Shi shakes his head. Yang Jian smiles and shakes his head. Wang Shi is afraid of death? If he were truly afraid, he wouldn't have become the commander of that SSS level team back then.
I actually came here to bring a student to see the world, Wang Shi says softly.
What kind of monstrous genius is it this time? Yang Jian continues to handle the documents with his head down. For this old man who has weathered countless storms, he does not know how many so-called prodigies he has seen. But in the end, very few can walk away. They all come in with their heads held high, full of arrogance. Yet, before they even set foot in the abyss of demons, nearly encountering a horde of corrupted monsters in the buffer zone on the front lines, they are all scared to the point of wetting themselves. The old man has seen enough and has no expectations left. He can be considered a prodigy, but I think he's more like an oddball. Wang Shi laughs. What kind of oddball? The old man asks again. He's an unclassed drifter, Wang Shi replies. The old man slowly raises his head, his once murky old eyes filled with confusion. Just as the old man is about to ask again, suddenly, a magic circle appears in the hall. A tall, slender figure in a black robe appears, her face obscured, but a crisp voice rings out. Teacher, a little accident has occurred. What kind of accident? Yang Jian's tone remains unperturbed. Here, news of deaths comes every day, either the strong from the Dragon Kingdom or the strong from other races. So-called accidents have completely lost their novelty. In a certain area to the northeast, near the dark forest, there has been a significant disturbance, the figure in the black robe says softly. Wang Shi, who had been indifferent until now, suddenly widened his eyes. In the dark, dense forest. Wasn't that the place where his precious student killed monsters? How could there be such a commotion? You girl, don't report every little thing to me. The monsters there are only level 20. Can't you just let those newly graduated students handle it? Yang Jian said unhappily. But teacher, based on the sounds, it seems that ordinary graduates really can't handle it. Oh, what do you mean? The figure in the black robe replied. According to the eyewitness account of the intelligence observer, there has been a massive firestorm and a meteor shower there, as if created by a certain third transformation powerhouse. And today, no third transformation powerhouse has been dispatched to that dark forest. In other words, it's very likely that a mysterious third transformation powerhouse has appeared there. Yang Jian, Wang Shi. Everyone can change jobs without obstruction at level 10, but subsequent job changes have a very high failure rate. At level 40, one can attempt a second transformation. At level 70, one can attempt a third transformation. At level 100, one can attempt a fourth transformation. However, the vast majority of ordinary powerhouses can only remain at the threshold of the second transformation for their entire lives. As for why this is the case, the main factor is the severe lack of upgrade resources. The rewards for clearing secret realms can only be claimed once, and there are level restrictions upon entry. Furthermore, the resources from the secret realms that descend into reality cannot be overexploited. Thus, for those ordinary powerhouses without connections or backgrounds, if they want to upgrade, there is only one path. Step into the forbidden frontline. There, endless demonic monsters await for you to hunt. But the forbidden frontline is extremely dangerous. Once you step in, regardless of whether you can upgrade, just surviving is a question. Therefore, when Yang Jian and Wang Shi heard the report from the figure in the black robe, their expressions were so shocked. Those who can reach the third transformation are definitely not ordinary individuals. Even when looking across various countries and races, third transformation powerhouses are extremely top-tier combat forces. Without further ado, Yang Jian's old face tightened slightly, and with a wave of his sleeve, vast magical fluctuations spread out, and a mysterious magical array appeared on the floor of the entire hall. The next second, the three figures present instantly vanished. When Yang Jian and Wang Shi, along with the figure in the black robe, appeared outside the dark forest, their expressions were extremely grave, because what lay before them was a sea of crimson flames that stretched for dozens of kilometers. The area, which had appeared gloomy and terrifying under the influence of demonic energy, now shone like daylight. In the glow of the red flames, many powerful individuals from the front line had already gathered here. They were all members of the patrol guard, responsible for preventing certain special demonic monsters from slipping through the barrier and wreaking havoc in human cities, harming ordinary citizens. Those special demonic beasts might have mutated characteristics that allow them to ignore the barrier. At this moment, the members of the patrol team were also staring blankly at the scene before them. Which mage set this fire? The dark forest, stretching for dozens of miles, had been completely burned down. Roar! Suddenly, from the blazing sea of fire came the sounds of beastly roars. The next second, whoosh! Hundreds of various undead puppets surged out from the sea of fire. Startled, the members of the patrol team immediately raised their weapons to attack without a second thought. Wait! Wang Shi suddenly shouted, stopping all the patrol members' actions. It turned out, behind these hundreds of undead puppets, a figure was slowly walking out. When Wang Shi saw the face of that figure, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch violently. After that figure stepped out, he looked at Wang Shi and scratched his head. Director Wang, isn't it still before 5 o'clock? Why are you here already? Wang Shi. Yang Jian, standing nearby, glanced at the very young Ling Chen. Then he looked again at Wang Shi, whose face was filled with disbelief. Finally, he glanced at the raging sea of flames. His old face couldn't help but twitch violently. As a god of law, the moment Ling Chen appeared, his eye of appraisal had already seen this little guy's information clearly. Although the information regarding innate talent and trial talent was set to be invisible, this little guy's profession was crystal clear. A level 20 jobless wanderer. Moreover, under his magical perception that radiated hundreds of miles, he found that there were no other biological presences in the sea of flames. Even the insects had been burned to death. The intense fire elements and wind elements remaining in the forest were extremely compatible with this little guy's magical fluctuations. In other words, this firestorm, comparable to the handiwork of a third transformation powerhouse, was caused by this kid? Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. Even though this old man had experienced countless storms and waves, he had never encountered such a bizarre situation before. The bright eyes under the black robe also looked at this thin figure in astonishment. Senior Yang, my student and I will take our leave now. Goodbye. Without any warning, Wang Shi suddenly cast a teleportation spell, waving his sleeve, and the originally soft and dark ground was suddenly marked with an extremely dazzling 6-star magic teleportation array. Everyone had no time to react, and Wang Shi and Ling Chen's figures disappeared from the spot. Seeing this, Yang Jian couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. Teacher, what is Captain Wang doing? The figure in the black robe asked in confusion. He's afraid that I will keep thinking about his precious student. Also afraid that I will directly leave this little guy here to train, Yang Jian replied with a smile. Teacher, is that kid very strong? The figure in the black robe was puzzled. Strong or not, time will tell. In my eyes, a moment's brilliance does not represent the final outcome. After saying this, the old man waved his sleeve, and the figure in the black robe disappeared from the spot. As for the patrol teams, they naturally stayed to handle the aftermath of the dark forest. Far away, 1,000 miles away at Tianyan Academy. At this moment, in the teleportation hall of the Magic Guidance Academy, buzz! The beautifully tiled floor lit up with magical patterns. The next second, Wang Shi and Ling Chen's figures slowly materialized. Ling Chen, tell me the truth. Was that firestorm earlier caused by you or someone else? Although Wang Shi already had the answer in his heart, he couldn't help but ask this question after returning here. I did it, Ling Chen answered without any hesitation. Upon receiving the answer, Wang Shi was speechless for a long time. He suddenly realized that he still couldn't teach this kid. This kid was only level 20. Moreover, he had just killed those monsters in the dark forest to level up. If he told others that a firestorm spanning dozens of kilometers plus a meteor shower of flames was caused by a level 20 jobless wanderer, who the hell would believe it? Ha! Wang Shi took a deep breath, calming the stormy waves in his heart. This was outrageous, simply outrageous. He found that Ling Chen could no longer be understood by common sense. Clearly, these were all ordinary low-level skills. But when combined, the resulting power was terrifying to such an extent. Skills from different professions like this were often used in many team battles. But the premise was that only powerful high-level skill combinations could achieve such a devastating effect. A peculiar case like Ling Chen, sigh. Wang Shi let out a heavy sigh. Clearly, he was the head of the institute. He had once held the tactical command position of an SSS-level team. In terms of both strength and tactics, he should have been more than capable of teaching any new student. But now he realized, it seemed that apart from giving Ling Chen a dose of motivational talk, he had little else to offer. With this thought, for the first time, the dean felt a sense of frustration in his educational role. As he exited the Tactical Guidance Academy, Ling Chen was still in a fog. He couldn't understand why Dean Wang had such a defeated expression on his face. However, he was too lazy to think much about it. For Ling Chen, this experience had been quite rewarding. At the very least, it had made him reassess his own mindset. Those strong fighters on the front lines, when they stepped into the abyss of 10,000 demons, probably faced the same chilling demonic energy. Without a resilient mindset, they might instantly succumb to corruption. Moreover, Ling Chen had leveled up from level 16 to level 20. For others, leveling up was a crucial way to grow stronger, as they could gain a significant number of attribute points and skill points along the way. But for Ling Chen, leveling up served only one purpose: it allowed him to equip higher level, more powerful gear. The slight increase in attributes from leveling up was something Ling Chen overlooked, while others became stronger with each level gained. Ling Chen grew stronger every single day. Ling Chen didn't rush back to the number 1 mansion. Instead, he headed to the cafeteria, spending his Tianyan ranking points to purchase a luxurious meal. It included the tenderloin of Xuanma cattle, the meat of water spirit shrimp, and the drumsticks of colorful phoenix chicken. These animals were all mutated beings that had emerged after the Great Cataclysm. They were later captured, tamed, and artificially farmed, becoming favorite ingredients for many. The meat of these mutated creatures was not only tender and delicious, but also had strong nourishing effects on the human body. Some rare spirit beast meats could even enhance the attributes of the consumer. At Tianyan Academy, as long as you had Tianyan ranking points, you could buy most of what you wanted.
Ling Chen, who preferred solitude, held his tray and
prepared to sit down. But he noticed something strange.
it was already mealtime, yet the cafeteria was filled only with human freshmen.
The new students from other major races were surprisingly absent.
The surrounding human freshmen looked at Ling Chen with mild surprise, casting him odd
glances. But Ling Chen couldn't be bothered to care.
He quickly finished his meal, leaving not a single grain of rice behind, before heading back to
his dorm.
Just as he stepped through the door, ding! The familiar mechanical prompt from the system echoed in his mind.
The system has detected that there will be a dual challenge targeting the host tomorrow.
A skill challenge task has been issued. Skill challenge task: please use the system-exclusive skill disrobe technique to completely strip 15 individuals of their weapons, armor, and clothing on the arena.
Completion. Rewards: exclusive skill title Disrobe Enthusiast, a legendary treasure chest. 120 free attribute points.
Failure penalty: deduction of the
host's skill disrobe technique.
Note: the system has detected the moral rules of the host's world. When using the disrobe technique on women, undergarments may be retained, while no mercy is required for men.
Ling Chen, what the hell?
At that moment, Ling Chen's eyes widened.
What kind of ridiculous task is this?
A skill challenge task.
To strip people in front of so many others. Isn't this social death for him? How will others refer to me, Ling Chen, in the future? The strip king? The disrobe pervert? However, to be fair, the rewards were indeed generous. A legendary
treasure chest, which had a high probability of yielding god-level skills,
and also 120 attribute points.
You should know that now Ling Chen's daily
tasks are more inclined towards choosing skill points. Unlike before, when he always chose 4-dimensional attribute points. Mainly, he wants to upgrade the god-level skill Sunlight. If he can raise Sunlight from S to S, what effects will that bring? Therefore, Ling Chen has allocated fewer points to the 4-dimensional attributes.
I didn't expect the rewards for this skill challenge task to be so generous. It's a bit hard to
decide. Ling Chen felt a bit conflicted. On one side is his reputation.
On the other side are the generous rewards offered by the system.
Which one should he choose? I hope my opponents can forgive me tomorrow. Ling Chen suddenly clasped his hands together and silently prayed. Clearly, he was feeling quite good about it. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning. After having breakfast, Ling Chen headed towards Tianyan Square. Last night, the school system sent a text message to his phone.
Unsurprisingly, the message informed him that he had a match to fight today, and advised him to prepare well. The message also reminded Ling Chen not to go too hard on opponents who had not yet condensed their original spirit bodies. The original spirit body here refers to the state that everyone reaches after their level hits 20, which activates their soul's origin,
granting them an original spirit body. To put it simply, it means you have the qualification to be resurrected.
The third-tier priest class can
resurrect teammates. But there's a prerequisite: the target for resurrection must not have their original spirit body completely destroyed. Below
level 20, if you die, you're dead, unless someone like Li Manchun or Luo Yang uses extraordinary means to save you.
This is also why players can act recklessly in the college league. Of course, even if you can be resurrected, there are penalties for death.
First, 50% of the items in your built-in
space will drop. If you only have one item, that item will drop. This is what we commonly refer to as gear drop. Secondly, your level and experience
points will significantly decrease, and you may randomly lose one or even several of your trial talents.
The original spirit body can also be destroyed. Once it is completely destroyed, you lose the qualification to be resurrected and die outright. Upon death, all items in your built-in space will drop.
This is the fundamental reason why the deans are taking this arena competition so seriously. Most of the new students have not reached
level 20.
If Ling Chen starts killing right away, only the two fourth-tier big shots, Li Manchun and Luo Yang, would be able to resurrect him.
At this moment, a massive arena formed by holographic projection had already taken shape.
Surrounding it were new students from various races watching the spectacle. Of course, there were also human new students present.
On the podium, Wang Shi said to the other 4 deans, "Maybe we shouldn't
compete, they are completely not on the same level as Ling Chen." The 4 deans shook their heads.
If they didn't compete, they would be accused by
this group of oblivious new students of unfairness at Tianyan Academy.
Some beings are just like that. They like to be stubborn. They won't give up until they see the Yellow River. Down below, Ling Chen had already confidently stood on the arena.
The talented individuals from various races
were not lingering either.
The first to step forward was the little West 8, Jin Taishi. The little brat, Jing Tianyi, was eager to try his luck.
On the arena,
the cat girl from the cat race was licking her sharp little claws. The muscular man from the dragon race crossed his arms, looking proud. The representative from the lizard race was a hefty guy weighing 500 pounds, looking quite disgusting, mainly because the lizard
race's skin is all slippery and greasy.
And then there were the demons.
Ling Chen counted, his brows furrowed. There aren't enough. There are not 15 of them. Currently, the representatives from various races challenging Ling Chen only added up to 6. He was still 9 short of the task. Requirement. Did he have to peel them off one by one? That would be too troublesome. Moreover, when Ling Chen stripped the first opponent of their clothes, it was likely to raise the vigilance of the other competitors. It might even scare them into not daring to step onto the stage. If that happened, the mission could be considered a failure. That wouldn't do. He had to find a way to make up the numbers. With this in mind, Ling Chen squinted at the representatives of the other races standing on the arena. He found that they were all watching the spectacle with great interest, having no intention of joining the fight. It made sense. They had already secured their spots in the National College Freshman Trial Competition. And, with the likes of Xiao Shiba and Xiao Bagua leading the charge, they were more than happy to watch from the sidelines. But how could Ling Chen possibly give them what they wanted? He first ignored Jin Taishi, who was already on the stage, and instead turned to fix an exceptionally disdainful gaze on the proud representative of the vampire race, Hell. The vampire race was based in the Western countries and thus had adopted the typical arrogance of Westerners. Under Ling Chen's provocative stare, Hell's brows furrowed immediately. Ling Chen's next words made his temples throb. Stop looking, it's you. Shorty, admit you can take a beating and stand firm. I've put up with you for a long time, can you come up on stage? Hell. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Hell himself didn't expect this unranked wanderer to suddenly point the finger at him. What was this person doing? The freshmen of the vampire race couldn't stand seeing their representative being mocked like this. But just as they were about to rise up to retaliate, Ling Chen had already shifted his target, directly pointing his finger at the burly representative of the orc race. Tamuris. And you, stop pretending to be strong all day. Are you just putting on a show? Don't you orcs like to fight? Come on, I dare you to kill me. Tamuris. Everyone. And you, the little girl standing on the chair, you say you're short, but why is your chest so flat? Charlotte. Miss Anna, I suggest you don't call it the elf race, it should be called the cow race. Anna. Xiaobagua, I'm your father. Jing Tianiji. No way, you really think you're cute with those little paws? Catfolk representative Winnie. Lizardfolk fatty, who are you showing your teeth to? Come fight me, alright? Lizardfolk representative Dala. Dragonfolk? Bugfolk. Dragonfolk representative Ida. You call yourselves treefolk? Come up here if you dare, and see if I don't tear you apart for firewood. Treefolk representative Norma. Stench. It was too foul, too uncouth. At this moment, Ling Chen seemed to have transformed into a troll from his past life on the internet. Whether it was personal attacks or sarcastic remarks, he used them all, and with that extremely arrogant demeanor, not only the freshmen from various races but even the teachers on the podium wanted to give him a couple of punches. Zhu Yaoguang, Ji Wuming, Gao Yao, and others frowned deeply. This guy, where's his class? Where's his decency? No one expected Ling Chen to provoke all the representatives of the races at such a moment. The 5 deans were equally astonished. In their script, today was supposed to be a small competition. Ling Chen would showcase his skills and impress everyone, then start preparing for the National College Freshman Trial Competition. But they never expected this guy to come out and provoke everyone right off the bat. No class. Absolutely no class. Is this the first freshman of your Tianyan Academy? I want to apply for a deathmatch with you. I'm going to break your legs. This person is so annoying. I must make him unable to take care of himself later. As expected, Ling Chen's mockery ignited the anger of the new students from various races. Of course, there were some who remained sober while everyone else was drunk, but they couldn't understand why Ling Chen would provoke this group of prodigies. Mainly, Ling Chen had no grievances with them. Why act this way? They couldn't figure it out, completely unable to comprehend. On the arena, facing the outrage that had erupted below, Ling Chen, however, was smiling as he counted in his heart. Little West 8, Little 8 Gua, Dragon Clan, Cat Clan, Vampire, Elf Clan, Beastmen, Dwarves, Lizardmen, Demons, Centaurs, Treants. Almost there. Although he had only provoked 12 races, considering the shamelessness and audacity of Little West 8 and Little 8 Gua, the numbers were definitely sufficient. Sure enough, more than a dozen Little 8 Gua, their faces filled with shame and anger, wanted to rush onto the stage but were stopped by the referee. Dean Zhou, the referee, looked helplessly at the podium. Zhou Hongfu exchanged glances with the other deans. Then he nodded slightly. Let them go up. Buzz. The protective barrier of the arena suddenly vanished. The Little 8 Gua immediately wanted to surge onto the stage. However, someone was faster than them. A petite figure descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto the arena. The tremendous force even caused the virtual projection of the arena to shake slightly. You annoying human. Charlotte is going to knock you away. As soon as the little girl landed, she waved her tiny fists at Ling Chen, her adorable face filled with fury. How outrageous, to say she had no chest. Despicable human. Boom. After Charlotte, there was the nearly 3-meter-tall representative of the beastmen, Timurus. This giant, like a small mountain, had blood-red eyes, nostrils flaring with white steam, and bulging muscles, clearly enraged as well. Quite normal. In Ling Chen's eyes, most of the beastmen were just simple-minded, brawny fellows. Next came Anna, with her sexy and voluptuous yet graceful figure, along with the pale-faced Hell, who looked as if he were suffering from kidney deficiency. Then the Cat Clan, Dragon Clan. All 12 race representatives had already taken the stage, plus dozens of Little West 8 and Little 8. Gua. The number had far exceeded the expected 15. Seeing this scene, Ling Chen silently gave a thumbs up to the prodigies of various races. Despite being mocked like this, they still adhered to the principle of one-on-one combat, only allowing their own race's representatives to take the stage. Only Little West 8 and Little 8 Gua disregarded this, with dozens coming up together. However, for Ling Chen, it didn't matter. Whether it was one person or dozens, there was no difference. Ling Chen looked at the group of prodigies eyeing him with hostility and slowly raised his hand, signaling, "No need to discuss who goes up first. Let's all go together, I'm in a hurry." The crowd. This line sounds so familiar. Just let me have a one-on-one with him. Don't worry, I'll make him personally experience the strength of the beastmen. Although Ling Chen said to go up together, the proud prodigies still didn't take it seriously. But Little West 8 and Little 8 Gua did take it to heart. Because they just liked to bully the few with their numbers, shamelessly. Even the referee hadn't started the countdown yet. Jin Taishi had already drawn a dagger, preparing to attack Ling Chen. Meanwhile, Jing Tianyi took the initiative, her jade fingers lightly tracing the air, the power of her curse merging into the atmosphere, casting a spell at Ling Chen from dozens of meters away. Curse technique, 8 directions ghost attack. In that instant, countless ghostly spirits wailed, appearing around Ling Chen, their faces twisted, sharp claws extended, rushing towards him. Luo, Yang and Li Manchun were already prepared to intervene at any moment to save these two unfortunate souls. The several third-tier priest teachers around the arena wore serious expressions. On the stage, the other proud members of various clans frowned at the scene, not making a move. They looked down on the idea of intervening. They valued martial ethics, but adhering to martial ethics was their business. I, Ling Chen, in order to ensure the success of the mission, couldn't care less about martial ethics. Whether you were careless or not, whether you dodged or not. The moment Jin Taishi and Jing Tianyi made their move, Ling Chen smiled slightly. Then, the 8 directions ghost attack of Jing Tianyi suddenly dissipated. At the same time, everyone on the arena felt their bodies lighten, a faint chill creeping into their hearts. They didn't notice anything amiss. Just, wow. In the next second, the audience below erupted into an uproar for reasons unknown. Even the teachers on the podium were left dumbfounded. What the hell? What on earth happened? Sister Anna, your clothes. Charlotte, look down. You boys, close your eyes quickly. Such reminders suddenly rang out. Ha! All the proud members on stage finally reacted. Looking down. Ah! Anna, Charlotte, Jing Tianyi, and Winnie let out piercing cries. Then they all squatted down, covering their chests with flushed faces. The other boys on stage were even more bewildered. Where's my gear? Where's my clothes? Turning around, they saw the infuriating Ling Chen grinning widely, holding 2 bundles of clothing and armor. Those were exactly the clothes and gear they had lost. Bang! The orc Tumulus had no sense of shame. Upon realizing that his gear and clothing had been taken by Ling Chen, he charged at him. Immediately, he wanted to reclaim his belongings. However, this damned freshman from the Dragon Kingdom had already raised his staff. Roaring, dozens of fireballs appeared right in front of Tumulus. Tumulus, go! He swallowed hard. His charging form froze in place. The intense heat made him realize he had no means to retaliate. No weapon, no armor, not even clothes. If he were to take those dozens of fireballs, he could just lie down on the ground. If you dare to move again, I wouldn't mind having an orc barbecue. The dozens of fireballs hovered, intimidating Tumulus. But Ling Chen didn't stop there, binding vines quickly spread, wrapping around the dozens of pale bodies on the arena. When dealing with boys, Ling Chen bound them in the most humiliating way possible. For the girls, he deliberately thickened the binding vines to serve as clothing to cover their shameful parts. No matter what, Ling Chen wasn't a pervert. He was just trying to complete the mission. He couldn't go too far. At this moment, all the boys on the arena were tightly bound, not wearing clothes, staring at Ling Chen with faces full of humiliation. Meanwhile, the 4 girls glared at him with beautiful eyes, their expressions filled with indignation as if they would never forgive him. Although the vines had covered their delicate bodies, it didn't stop them from hating Ling Chen. They were merely angry on the surface. In reality, all of them were utterly horrified inside. They had no idea how the other had stripped them of their gear and clothes. Just admit defeat, Ling Chen said lightly, looking at these dozens of people. Below the arena, it was already silent, especially among the human freshmen. Gui Tianjiu had an incredulous expression, saying he crazily provoked everyone just to get them on stage and strip them of their clothes. How could there be such a shameless person? The crowd. They didn't know how to respond. Who knew what this scoundrel was thinking? And on the podium, all the deans and teachers, both those who liked Ling Chen and those who didn't, fell silent. Ahem. This, haha. The competition is over, no one was harmed, everyone is happy, everyone is happy. Dean Wang sure forced a laugh. Then he stood up and signaled to the judges who had been stunned for a while. I announced that in this duel, Ling Chen wins. Ling Chen wins. Ling Chen, hurry up and return the clothes and equipment to the others, the judge said, looking at Ling Chen with a face full of speechlessness. Ling Chen obediently threw the clothes back. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the skill challenge task. All rewards have been distributed. Please enter the system. Space to check. The system's rewards arrived. Ling Chen walked down the stage with a smile. Then he discovered. At this moment, all the proud talents from various races surrounded Ling Chen, their faces filled with anger as if they wanted to tear him apart. Their representative had been insulted. It was as if they had been insulted. Do you all want to experience the feeling of having your clothes stripped off? Ling Chen looked at everyone expressionlessly. Ew. The boys and girls instinctively stepped back. You shameless. A girl from the cat people couldn't help but step forward to scold Ling Chen. Ling Chen glanced at her indifferently. I have even more shameless methods, do you want to try them too? Everyone took another step back in fear. How can you let such a shameless scoundrel emerge from your human race? Why don't you stand up and condemn him? Seeing that they couldn't intimidate Ling Chen, the proud talents turned to the group of human freshmen. Zhu Yaoguang sneered. Aren't you the ones who looked down on our human freshmen first? Exactly. You couldn't stand our top student, you deserve it. Gui Tianjiu retorted angrily. We already warned you not to provoke this guy, but you treated it like a breeze. Now that you've been humiliated, you blame Ling Chen for being shameless and despicable. Tell me, isn't that pathetic? Xian Meng also sneered softly. No matter what conflicts existed before, in the face of racial tensions, they would definitely support their own. The proud talents from various races were left speechless. From a distance, Ling Chen was quite surprised. He didn't expect that someone would be willing to speak up for him. Just as it seemed both sides were about to argue. Again, Zhou Hongfu stood up, his authoritative voice resonating. It seems that everyone has objections to Ling Chen participating as the number one in the national college freshman trial competition? With this one sentence, the blushing freshmen from various races fell completely silent. They knew that if they dared to continue arguing, the next sentence awaiting them would be, since you have objections, let's have another duel. In fact, the reason they stood up to criticize Ling Chen was not to question his strength. The fact that he could strip their clothes off in front of the representatives of various races already proved Ling Chen's power. It was just, this scoundrel's methods were too despicable. As the saying goes, you don't hit someone's face when you fight, and you don't expose someone's shortcomings when you scold them. Even though they were on opposing sides, they should at least leave some face for each other. But this scoundrel not only mocked them before the battle but also stripped the clothes of the representatives from various races. And he even stripped the girls' clothes. Is he even human? Not to mention the freshmen from various races, even the teachers from their own school were gnashing their teeth at Ling Chen's methods. Especially the teachers from other races. Clearly, this kid had the strength to defeat the representatives of various races head-on, but he chose a method that made everyone despise him to win this duel. This is really... Zhou Hongfu looked at the frustrated expressions of the proud talents below, and he felt helpless. In the end, he could only wave his sleeve and say, since everyone has no objections, this competition is hereby concluded. Additionally, the 10 students participating in the National College Freshman Trial will gather in the conference room of Building B 3 days from now. You may disperse. As the old dean's unquestionable words fell, although the talented individuals from various races were still seething with discontent, they could only leave with lingering resentment. However, before departing, the representatives from various races looked at Ling Chen with eyes filled with disdain, yet also a deep sense of wariness. Clearly, Ling Chen's stealthy method of disrobing them had frightened them. This was merely a sparring session, just removing their clothes. If he were to strike them from a distance, could they defend against it? Moreover, they still couldn't figure out how Ling Chen managed to remove all their gear and clothing in an instant. In fact, it wasn't just them who couldn't understand. The deans and teachers on the podium were equally baffled. Thus, Zhou Hongfu's authoritative voice rang out once more. Ling Chen, stay behind. Ling Chen had no choice but to obediently stand still. Upon hearing this, Gui Tianjiu couldn't help but chuckle. I bet this guy is about to get scolded again. Gao Yao couldn't help but pout, saying, I don't even know how many more tricks this guy has up his sleeve. The proud Ji Wuming sighed softly. This time I admit, our previous defeat was indeed quite dignified. Xu Yaoguang furrowed her beautiful brows and suddenly said softly, stop lamenting. Haven't you all noticed, the distance between us and this guy is growing larger and larger? Upon hearing this, everyone was slightly taken aback. Indeed, From the freshman speed trials to the current exchanges among various races, that guy's every move had been shockingly impressive. Moreover, each time he used different methods. The most terrifying part was that, clearly, they were all from the same freshman cohort. They had not slacked off in training at all. But why was the gap between them and him widening? Ling Chen was left behind. 5 deans and dozens of teachers surrounded him in a circle. Their expressions varied. Some looked at him with reproach, some with admiration, and some with curiosity. Ling Chen felt like a monkey in a zoo, being scrutinized, which made him a bit uneasy. "Alright, everyone, please disperse, don't put pressure on Ling Chen." It was Zhou Hongfu's voice that finally made the teachers step back. Then, he looked at Ling Chen and praised, "Ling Chen, your performance this time was indeed impressive. Although your methods were a bit underhanded, you managed to impress that group of talented individuals from other races and brought honor to our school." Ling Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Was the old dean praising him or mocking him? "However, I still have to warn you, kid. In the future, during PvP assessments and competitions at our school, you must not use excessive force, and try to avoid those bizarre methods." "Alright, you can go now. Prepare for the discussions regarding the National College freshman trial in 3 days. Ling Chen nodded and left, not saying a word the entire time. He had thought that these deans and teachers would inquire in detail about the methods he used to instantly strip everyone of their clothes. But it seemed he had underestimated the dean's perspective. In this world, even among the closest of people, some trump cards cannot be revealed. It's not about distrust, it's about being extremely cautious. Only the trump cards known solely to oneself can truly be called trump cards. Although the god-level skills rewarded by the system were incredibly overpowered, almost impossible to counter, Ling Chen still did not want to disclose them. The deans and teachers clearly understood this principle as well. Therefore, they didn't even mention it. As all the deans and teachers watched the back of this peculiar prodigy, they began to discuss quietly. Methods are endless, making it hard to guard against. The key is that terrifying combat intuition and skills. His overall strength has completely surpassed that of a freshman. I even think he could compete with the top second-year students who have undergone their second transformation. The orc teacher, Nats, said solemnly, "But it's a bit of a pity, his future is quite uncertain. Right now, other professions at the same level are indeed no match for him, but other professions have a higher growth ceiling, especially hidden professions. At high levels, if his innate talent cannot evolve, he won't go far." A teacher from the Magic Academy said with a face full of regret. The other teachers also expressed their opinions, but Wang Shi remained silent. He wouldn't tell this group of colleagues about the terrifying methods Ling Chen displayed in the dark forest yesterday. Won't go far? Ha! This battle came to an end. Representatives from various races were thoroughly convinced. Although they felt angry about being stripped of their clothes, they were even more terrified of Ling Chen's bizarre methods. They finally understood why powerful freshmen like Zhu Yaoguang and Ji Wuming were willing to be beneath Ling Chen. Of course, Ling Chen also gained a couple of nicknames: Clothes Removal Pervert, Clothes Stripping Maniac. Among the girls, a classic saying quickly spread: "Rare life, stay away from Ling Chen." This also led to a scene when Ling Chen entered the cafeteria for a meal. With a whoosh, all the new students in the dining area scattered like they were avoiding a plague. The girls treated Ling Chen as their common enemy. To this, Ling Chen felt no emotional turmoil. He even hoped that this group's attitude towards him would continue indefinitely. After eating, he returned to the #1 mansion calmly, bathed in various gazes. After taking a shower and completing his daily tasks, he finally sat down to check his rewards. First was the skill-exclusive title, Clothes Removal Enthusiast. The effect, quite impressive. Clothes Removal Enthusiast, title successfully removing the target's weapons, armor, or clothing will apply a 3-second fear effect on the target. Note, after the fear effect ends, the target's hatred towards you increases by 50%. Ling Chen sighed. This practically encourages him to delve deeper into the path of clothes removal. Next were 120 free attribute points. After allocation, Ling Chen's overall attributes were as follows: Strength, 148, Constitution, 148, Wisdom, 148, Agility, 148. No item or equipment bonuses. Previously, he had leveled up 4 times by killing monsters in the Dark Forest, gaining 8 attribute points. The above is the current 4-dimensional data. Finally, was the legendary treasure chest that Ling Chen looked forward to the most. System, open the legendary treasure chest. Ding! Host, you have opened the legendary treasure chest. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Divine Elixir Demon Breaking Pill. Demon Breaking Pill, SSS, an eternal elixir made from the blood of the demon lord combined with rare medicinal materials. After consumption, it triggers the talent inheritance effect, greatly enhancing and improving your 4-dimensional attributes, constitution, and genes, and additionally increasing the attribute points and skill points gained with each level up. Note, this elixir is exclusively produced by the system. Demon Blood Inheritance. After consumption, you can randomly obtain 1 innate talent possessed by the Demon Lord. The obtained innate talent is growth type. Holy crap! When Ling Chen saw the description of this item, he couldn't help but exclaim. His face was filled with uncontrollable excitement and shock. This elixir. A divine level eternal elixir. My goodness. Demon Lord. I remember in that confidential document, isn't he the master of the demon abyss? The system can even obtain the blood of such an existence? At this moment, Ling Chen's head was buzzing. To be honest, whether it was the god-level skills he had previously unlocked or the equipment, nothing was as precious as what he had just obtained. Moreover, in the eyes of all races in this world, the Lord of all demons was a terrifying existence akin to a deity. The bosses of the 4 forbidden areas. No one had truly witnessed their real power, but everyone knew that the strength of these bosses was certainly beyond what the current races could contend with. Although it was unclear why the bosses of the 4 forbidden areas had not collectively appeared to destroy the world. If one day these elusive beings truly showed up, it would undoubtedly be the end of the world. Everyone speculated this way. So, when Ling Chen saw the introduction of the demon-breaking pill, he was so shocked. What kind of relationship did the system have with the bosses of the 4 forbidden areas? Sigh. Forget it. No need to think too much. Compared to his peers, he was indeed like a cheat. But he didn't even have the qualification to step into the demon abyss. Never mind, let's eat first. Ling Chen decisively took out the blood-red pill covered in black magic patterns from the system space. Then he directly tossed it into his mouth. Gulp! The demon-breaking pill melted instantly upon entering, flowing down his throat into his stomach. Boom! At that moment, Ling Chen felt as if a bomb had exploded within his body. Waves of overwhelming medicinal power surged forth from within him, continuously pouring into his limbs and bones. However, such immense medicinal power also placed an extremely severe burden on Ling Chen's body. His muscles began to swell irregularly, and the blood in his veins started to flow rapidly. The pores under his skin had begun to seep out layers of fine black blood beads. Soon, Ling Chen's clothes were soaked by this pitch-black blood. Ugh! At this moment, a painful low growl escaped Ling Chen's throat. He gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, and even his vision began to blur. Waves of dizziness violently assaulted his mind, as if they were trying to shatter his consciousness. Damn system! Why didn't you clearly state that eating this pill would require enduring such pain? Ling Chen roared in anger within. But soon, he no longer had the strength to roar. He began to roll around frantically in the room. Crash! One by one, the exquisite and expensive decorations in the mansion were shattered. Dark blood streaks were dragged across the smooth floor. However, in his extreme agony, Ling Chen did not notice that these black blood streaks began to twist on their own, forming a magic circle on the ground. Buzz! This pitch-black magic circle suddenly trembled. The next second, a sinister and evil eye appeared in the mansion's living room as if it had traversed an infinite distance. This eye held no emotion, only endless indifference. Meanwhile, outside, all the deans were oblivious to the strange situation occurring in Villa Number 1. At this moment, that extremely indifferent demonic eye glanced at the blood-red figure on the ground, writhing in pain, and its ethereal voice seemed to carry a hint of confusion. Why was it you who was chosen? As the words fell, the demonic eye vanished once more, and the black blood on the ground began to writhe again, crazily, converging towards Ling Chen's body. Ah! At that moment, Ling Chen let out an excruciating scream. But the next instant, the pain that seemed capable of tearing his body apart receded like a tide. A cold, indifferent voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have completed the talent inheritance. It was this prompt that suddenly awakened Ling Chen, whose consciousness was still in a hazy state. He quickly looked down. The bizarrely bulging muscles returned to normal. Even stranger was that the black blood oozing from his pores had completely vanished. All that remained on his clothes were the sticky, disgusting sweat, and some foul-smelling impurities. Ugh! Ling Chen took a whiff and instantly felt nauseous, wanting to vomit up the meal he had just eaten. He hurried into the bathroom and started to shower. At the same time, while washing, he opened his information panel. He saw, in the section 4, innate talent, there was an additional talent named Eye of Insight and Control over All Things. Eye of Insight and Control over All Things, B plus a talent of ocular technique. Once activated, everything within your line of sight is comprehended and controlled. What does this mean? Insight and control? Uchiha Ling Chen? I'll have to try this innate talent when I have the time. I hope the innate talent of the Lord of all demons won't disappoint me. Right now, the priority is to check my own condition and quickly level up. Ling Chen came out of the bathroom, just about to comb his hair in front of the mirror. However, upon seeing the face in the mirror, he was momentarily stunned. Damn! How did I become so handsome? Ling Chen stared blankly at his reflection. He felt a sense of unfamiliarity. The person was still the same, the contours were still the same, but his features seemed to have been meticulously sculpted, each part appearing so striking. The slanted, sharp eyebrows, the eyes containing the stars, the high, straight nose, the thin, tightly pressed lips, the entire face had a unique three-dimensional beauty. His originally short hair seemed to have been stimulated by some potion, now transformed into long hair, and among the thick, shiny locks, there was a streak of white hair. Looking at the changes in his body, Ling Chen, who was originally 1.8 meters tall, could clearly feel that his height had now approached 1.9 meters. His skin tone had changed from slightly dark to a fair and clean complexion. The contours of his muscles were full but not rugged, exuding an extreme sense of explosive power. Even the 8-pack abs, formed from intense training, had become perfectly shaped. This was a kind of strength and masculinity that was full of vigor yet just right, not making the opposite sex feel greasy. Perhaps it was due to the ocular technique talent. His indifferent, cold eyes appeared deep like a tranquil pool, making his entire demeanor resemble a quiet, cold moon in the sky, keeping people at a distance. Such genetic improvement could be deemed perfect. At least, the beauty pills produced by many alchemists on the market could not achieve this effect. Ling Chen never expected that one day he would become so handsome. What Ji-Woming, Jin Kan, and hell, what elven handsome men. In front of the current Ling Chen, they were nothing. One could imagine, if Ling Chen dared to go out, he would probably shock a large crowd. Looking at his four-dimensional attributes: strength 200, physique 200, wisdom 200, agility 200. No item or equipment bonuses, he had directly increased from 138 to 200. Chapter 116 had an error in the four-dimensional calculation. Ling Chen's current four-dimensional panel could probably rival that of a level 40-second transformation profession. Moreover, due to the nature of his profession, those people could not develop as balanced as Ling Chen. The effect of the demon-breaking pill can also allow me to gain additional attribute points and skill points when I level up. If the increase is significant, then I will have the motivation to level up in the future. Ling Chen murmured to himself with a face full of joy. In the past, he leveled up just to wear higher-level equipment and avoid the spotlight. In reality, Ling Chen could also choose not to level up. The rewards from the system's daily tasks and challenge tasks could significantly boost his four-dimensional attributes. But if this is done, it is likely that some jaw-dropping bizarre news will emerge. Shocking. A level 20 unclassed player actually defeated a level 50 dungeon boss with a single strike. First, there was the bizarre pregnancy of the neighbor's pig, and now we have Ling Chen, a level 20, taking down an 80-level big shot. Is it a lack of morality or? Titles like these are bound to proliferate. At this moment, with the blessing of this divine grade elixir, the unclassed player's shortcoming in leveling up has vanished. Just in time, my level is now sufficient to challenge the Lost Village dungeon instance. I can give it a try. Without any hesitation, Ling Chen got dressed and headed straight to the school's dungeon hall. Dungeon hall. Every prestigious institution with a long history controls numerous dungeon instances. The ways to acquire these dungeon instances vary. Some are explored and conquered by the institution's dean and teachers together. Others are purchased from certain factions, such as renowned powerful guilds, alliances, or families. These organizations possess their own armed strength. The Dragon Kingdom holds a supportive attitude towards these organizations. After all, not everyone is willing to go to the front lines after graduation. Although there are countless monsters to hunt, the risk of death is too high. Since that's the case, let those who are unwilling to go to the front lines join these organizations. The role of these organizations is to explore dungeons and protect civilians. Even now, there are occurrences of dungeons manifesting in reality around the world. Of course, not all guilds and alliances avoid the front lines. Some powerful guild teams are often active at the front. Additionally, there is an exchange of dungeon instances between institutions. The Lost Village that Ling Chen is about to challenge is an S-level difficulty dungeon for levels 18 to 22. It requires 2,000 points on the Tianyan leaderboard. Tap. As Ling Chen stepped into this dungeon hall, it was as if he naturally carried a magnet. Instantly, he attracted the attention of all the students. Wow, who is this person? So handsome. Hell, I'm too lucky to see such a handsome guy. Mom, I'm in love. He's exactly my type. Damn, even I, a man, almost fell for him. Hey, don't come near me, you freak. As expected, Ling Chen's appearance and aura captivated everyone present, regardless of gender. This was a charm that appealed to both men and women. Ling Chen furrowed his brows slightly, feeling overwhelmed by the intense gazes. Ignoring them, he coldly walked to the entrance of the dungeon instance. The staff member was also a bit surprised. He had never seen such a handsome guy before. When he looked down at the name on the dungeon entry application form, he couldn't help but exclaim, Ling Chen. At this utterance, the infatuated expressions of the surrounding students suddenly froze. This is Ling Chen. Wow. In an instant, these students immediately stepped back in fear. No matter how handsome someone is, they can't withstand being a freak. Ling Chen couldn't be bothered with the changing expressions of these people. He let the staff member stamp the form and walked to the large door of the Lost Village, opening it without hesitation. Dungeon name, Lost Village, required level, 18 to -22, difficulty options, B, A, S, team size, 1 to -5 people. Dungeon quest, none. Equipment restrictions, none. Item restrictions, none. Dungeon description, this is a small village from ancient times.
In this desolate and eerie village, crows often scream, and the air is filled with the stench of corpses and the smell of wild beasts.
It is said to be a place that has experienced a tragic plague. Ling Chen chose the solo S-level difficulty without any hesitation. The darkness faded away, restoring vision.
Ling Chen found himself
at the entrance of a village. The village was large, with a tiered layout resembling a trapezoidal rice field. The houses on the lowest level were dilapidated. At the top stood a rusted high castle. Countless black crows circled above the castle, occasionally emitting a chilling, hoarse, eerie cry.
Seeing this layout, Ling Chen realized that this was a one-shot secret realm.
Generally speaking, level-based secret realm instances have barrier constraints. However, this lost village allowed a clear view of the final boss's castle, indicating that one could directly kill the boss. This is good, it saves time and makes breaking records easier. Ling Chen squinted and smiled. In the next moment, buzz, light leap. In the dilapidated houses on the lowest level, the villagers who had turned into
zombie minions remained dormant. Meanwhile, Ling Chen had transformed into a beam of rainbow light, soaring upward and instantly stepping
into the highest level of the castle. He went in, Lost Village. This freak is still so decisive. Do you think he can break the record?
I heard he refreshed the Secret Realm clearance record during his new student speed trial.
Secret Realm Hall. All the students were buzzing with discussion. A staff member calmly glanced at the group of students and said, "It's not that easy to break a record. Do you know what the best clearance record for the Lost Village Secret Realm is?" The students looked at the staff member with curiosity. Clearly, they were unaware. "It's 45 seconds. The staff member revealed the answer. Wow! The students were shocked. They looked at the staff member with disbelief. "Senior, don't lie to us. This secret realm is even higher in level than the 10,000 year Snow Cave. How could the clearance record be so short?" The staff member was a sophomore. He worked here part-time to earn points for the Tianyan ranking. In fact, many second and third-year students worked part-time at the school alongside their studies. Some were in the Enchantment Hall, others in the Secret Realm Hall. Educational resources were scarce. It was impossible for a teacher to do nothing and guard the secret realm. How could I possibly lie to you? You can check the school's official website to find the record holders for each secret realm. In any case, Ling Chen is indeed impressive, but he probably won't break the secret realm's record. The senior said confidently with a smile. Upon hearing this, the students slowly nodded. It made sense. After all, a clearance record of 45 seconds was indeed too exaggerated. But he looks so handsome now. Suddenly, a girl couldn't help but exclaim, "Everyone? We were discussing whether he could break the record. How did it turn to whether he is handsome or not? He must have taken a beauty elixir." "Impossible, I've taken the most expensive beauty elixirs on the market and I didn't become as handsome as him." You can barely see the outline of his previous appearance. It feels like someone meticulously sculpted his features and physique. This is completely a level of genetic improvement. How infuriating. How can he be so handsome? Alright. No matter how handsome he is, he still won't break the record. In the secret realm, inside the castle hall, the boss had long been awakened. There were two zombie kings. One male and one female, both clad in armor. Their flesh had turned pitch black, completely rotting. You could see maggots crawling in there. Hollow eye sockets. Monster, Lauren, Zombie Emperor, Monster, Linda, Zombie Queen. Under the eye of identification. Aside from health points and dual resistance values, skills and talents were displayed as. The final note had one line, immune to poison. Status. There was no time to examine their backstory in detail. The two zombie kings charged at Ling Chen, enveloped in a stench and a chilling intent to kill. Their long claws were infused with potent corpse poison. Any contact would be fatal. They moved with lightning speed. Just from this attack, it was clear that the attributes of these two zombie kings far surpassed that of the Ogre King from the new speed trial. However, for some reason, a faint purple hue appeared in Ling Chen's cold eyes. Under his gaze, their movements seemed to slow down as if time itself had been altered. Flaws were everywhere. At that moment, Ling Chen realized that this must be the benefit brought by his eye technique talent. But there was no time to experiment with the effects of this eye technique talent now, because he had to break the record. Only by breaking the record could he obtain additional rewards. Light leap second stage. A flash of light, barely perceptible to the naked eye, flickered and vanished. The battle armor of the Zombie Emperor and Zombie Empress was instantly stripped away, revealing their disgustingly rotten bodies. Ling Chen could even see through the tattered holes in their clothing, their decayed innards that had completely stopped moving. At that moment, the dual resistances of the Zombie Emperor and Empress plummeted to their lowest values. Simultaneously, the effect of the tidal clothes remover was fully activated. They fell into a state of fear for 3 seconds. It must be said, this clothes removal technique was indeed remarkably effective against armored monsters. Finally, it was the longsword frenzy kill from the 1000 machine ring. Without any surprises, the instant strikes of the two swords completely drained the health bars of these two zombie kings. Since the opponent's armor had been broken and they were in a state of fear, the most suitable weapon was to deploy the longsword frenzy kill, stacking the vulnerable buff, effortlessly reducing their health to 0. Simple and easy. Utterly boring. This level of Secret Realm was no different from a free experience package for Ling Chen now. If it weren't for the fact that the low-level Secret Realms controlled by the Tianyan Academy were so scarce, Ling Chen would have cleared them all. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the Lost Village Trial Secret Realm. Your time for this Secret Realm challenge is 10 seconds. Overall performance rating, SSS level. In the total leaderboard for this Secret Realms single-player mode, your score ranks first. Congratulations on breaking the historical single-player clearance time record for this Secret Realm, becoming the fastest to clear it solo. Next, your Secret Realm clearance rewards will be distributed. No surprises. Another record broken. The exaggerated displacement of Light Leap at the third stage, combined with the armor breaking and fear from clothes removal technique. In this one-shot Secret Realm, a record of 10 seconds seemed quite normal. If it weren't for the 3 seconds spent surveying the layout upon entering the Secret Realm, he could have saved those 3 seconds. Of course, Ling Chen wouldn't be bored enough to repeat the challenge. After all, he had already broken the record. Moreover, even if he compressed the clearance record to 5 seconds, the rewards would not change. After all, the current clearance rewards had already reached their maximum value. Next, it was time for the reward distribution. Secret Realm clearance rewards begin distribution. Secret Realm clearance reward: 60,000 experience points. Secret Realm clearance reward: 80 free attribute points, 80 free skill points. Secret Realm clearance reward: Zombie Emperor's Bone Claw, A-class material. Secret Realm clearance reward, titled Zombie Slayer. Secret Realm clearance reward: B-class no-class restriction skill book control corpse technique. To congratulate you on breaking the historical single-player clearance time record for the Secret Realm, you may choose one of the following trial talents as a reward. Trial Talent Conqueror: a dash. Your attacks can stack up to 12 layers of buff. When fully stacked, you gain a 12% increase in physical attack and a 12% lifesteal effect. Trial Talent Debuff Aura: a dash passive talent that continuously consumes blue energy to generate an aura. Enemy targets within a 50-meter range will have their resistance reduced by 20%. The aura can be toggled on and off. Trial Talent Multiple Casting: a dash passive talent that gives you an 80% chance to trigger multiple effects each time you cast a magic skill. Unlike before, this time, it's a choice of 3. Once again, the focus is on the rewarding trial talents. These 3 talents are still powerful. After careful consideration, Ling Chen ultimately set his sights on the third talent: Multiple Casting. The reason for choosing this talent is simple. It can be paired with other talents: Mana Controller plus Magic Resonance plus Multiple Casting. One main talent combined with 2 trial talents. This would make Ling Chen's spell damage even more exaggerated. Furthermore, the system has not yet released any challenge tasks that can enhance the main talent. This has resulted in Ling Chen's basic skill power remaining at E level. Although it can be increased by combining skills from different professions, that is somewhat troublesome. If previously Ling Chen was a spell machine gun, then with this talent he has evolved into a spell Gatling gun. Precision Strike? I'll just cover the area with firepower. His level also increased from 20 to 22, 1240/42,000. What made Ling Chen extremely delighted was that when leveling up, the attribute points and skill points gained were no longer fixed at 2 points. Upon reaching level 21, he gained 14 attribute points and 14 skill points. Upon reaching level 22, he gained 18 attribute points and 18 skill points. It is evident that this is the effect of the 10,000 demons breaking the boundary pill, and Ling Chen finally had the motivation to level up. Truly, it is an SSS level eternal pill. It has become powerful enough to reverse the rules of the game. After evenly distributing all the rewarded attribute points, Ling Chen's 4 dimensions received a significant boost. Strength 228, Constitution 228, Wisdom 228, Agility 228. No items or equipment bonuses, not bad. Now just from the 4-dimensional data, I am already on par with most second transformation profession powerhouses. Ling Chen nodded in satisfaction. As for the other rewards, the Zombie Emperor's Claw as an A-level material can be kept. The title Zombie Slayer has the attribute increases damage by 10% when attacking undead enemies. The skill Control Corpse is similar to the Necromancer's Control Spirit. Both are area skills. The difference between the two is that Control Corpse manipulates corpses, retaining 60% of the corpse's combat power before death. Control Spirit extracts the soul of the deceased, controls it, and retains 10% of the soul's combat power before death. As for why Control Spirit retains such a low amount of combat power, It is because this skill is a basic skill of the necromancer. If Ling Chen uses control spirit now, he can retain 30% of the soul's combat power before death. If these two skills are combined, it seems I could create a wave of undead army. Ling Chen smiled and stretched, collecting all the rewards, feeling extremely pleased. Then, the 1,000 machine ring transformed into the falling sun staff, and he casually cast dozens of fireballs. Boom! Instantly triggering the multiple effects. The original dozens of fireballs turned into hundreds of fireballs. Boom! All the fireballs exploded. At that moment, the entire ruined zombie castle was blown apart, with even the ceiling lifted. This multiple casting seems to be more than just ×2, it's a random multiplier. Ling Chen keenly sensed from this attempt that several fireball spells, once cast, instantly multiplied by ×5, turning into 5 fireballs. Meanwhile, some fireball spells multiplied by ×3. What's the maximum multiplier? It still needs further testing. Thus, boom boom, the little monsters at the bottom level of the lost village suffered. If someone outside activated the secret realm monitoring, they would probably see Ling Chen, this oddity, standing on the wind, crazily bombarding the entire village. A few minutes later, after the tests, Ling Chen reached a conclusion: the maximum multiplier should only trigger at ×10, while the minimum triggers at ×2. But even so, that's still quite exaggerated. Test completed. He left the secret realm feeling quite satisfied. Outside, it's been several minutes already. Indeed, even someone as strong as Ling Chen can't break the record again. All the new students sighed inwardly. The senior from the second year smiled and said, "Don't feel regretful. The current record holder of that secret realm is active on the front lines. That senior sister is preparing to advance to the third transition, and she's only 28 years old." That senior sister was just as impressive as Ling Chen. It said she was the top of her class from freshman to senior year. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded, their expressions easing. Tap. Just then, the secret realm door suddenly opened slowly. A tall figure appeared before everyone. It was Ling Chen, but no one dared to approach him. At this moment, perhaps due to the excessive slaughter he caused in the secret realm, he was filled with a chilling aura of killing intent. He glanced at everyone indifferently, ignored their very gazes, and walked straight away. Damn, so aloof. Senior, quickly check this guy's record. I guess his completion time should be 2 minutes. I guess it's 1 minute. The new students dared to speak only after Ling Chen had left. Don't rush, I'll check. Right now. The senior opened his computer and accessed the Academy's secret realm record files. He typed Ling Chen into the search bar. Instantly, Ling Chen's results appeared. Ha! When he saw the data on the file, his eyes widened and disbelief washed over his face. 10 seconds. Did I search incorrectly? The senior rubbed his eyes. Looking again, it was indeed correct. Let's take a look too. The group of new students hurriedly leaned in front of the screen. When they saw the record on that document, they gasped. Shocked for 100 years, they displayed the same expression as that senior. On the third day, the new students who were called to participate in the National College Freshman Trial Competition gradually gathered in the conference room of Building B. Zhou Hongfu would explain the details regarding this National College Freshman Trial Competition here. All new students were familiar with the National College Freshman Trial Competition. This was a grand event held annually by the universities of Manhwa. Since the game descended into reality and the great catastrophe occurred, the existing structure had completely changed. This also led to a shift in everyone's mindset. People no longer idolized those stars who sang, danced, and rapped on screens. They were no longer obsessed with ordinary computer games, movies, or TV dramas. They were more focused on the strong. In the face of this ethnic extermination crisis, every country began to vigorously promote stronger education. Now, children are instilled with the idea from a young age: love the country, admire the strong, become strong. Therefore, any event related to the strong has become extremely popular headlines. The annual National College Freshman Trial Competition has naturally garnered the affection of countless people. Many live streaming platforms have spared no expense in purchasing the broadcasting rights for all college events from the Ministry of Education of the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, despite the calmness in the academy where Ling Chen is located, the outside world is in a frenzy. All online platforms are heavily promoting advertisements for the National College Freshman League. Numerous companies are also putting in great effort to ensure their products appear in this National College Freshman Trial Competition. Whether they are students from schools or working adults, everyone is closely following the event. If one were to make a comparison, the scale and popularity of this event could be likened to the S-League of Ling Chen's previous life. In League of Legends, perhaps even surpassing it. Ling Chen is no exception. He watches the National College Freshman Trial Competition on live streaming platforms every year, as well as other key events from various universities, including those held by some prestigious foreign institutions. Therefore, he is already familiar with the format of these competitions. However, this year's competition format has undergone significant changes. Previously,
College events were generally divided into 1v1 individual matches and 10v10 team matches, followed by a knockout system. But this year is different. This year, they have surprisingly abandoned individual and team matches altogether, opting instead for a battle royale format. According to the Ministry of Education of the Dragon Kingdom's publicity, the previous individual and team matches did not provide much practical experience for students. Everyone knows that the fundamental purpose of holding these events is to strengthen students' abilities, allowing the country to produce more strong individuals. This way, they can be more composed and have a higher survival rate when resisting monster invasions. However, after careful consideration, the higher-ups at the Ministry of Education realized something was amiss. While individual and team matches could indeed help students grow stronger, they lacked a crucial element: real combat. Fighting against one another can lead to improvement, but the true enemies of all races are monsters, not humans. Therefore, in this battle royale format, all participating students from various colleges, including first tier, second tier, and third tier, will be transported into a large secret realm. In this secret realm, a poison circle mechanism and various powerful monsters will be set up. Additionally, this secret realm is filled with rare treasures. Killing monsters will earn points, obtaining rare treasures will also earn points, and defeating opponents will allow one to steal their points. Killing is allowed, but maliciously exterminating the original spirit bodies is prohibited. Overall, the promotion of this event has already reached a fever pitch, with the number of people following it exceeding 1 billion. At this moment, in Building B, Room 7 of the Teaching Building, the prodigies Zhu Yaoguang, Ji Woming, Anna, and others have already taken their seats, chatting and laughing. It is evident that during this time, prodigies from various races and human prodigies have begun to coexist amicably. Suddenly, everyone stopped chatting because the door to the conference room opened, and Ling Chen walked in. The 9 prodigies instinctively furrowed their brows. It was not because they disliked Ling Chen, but because they suddenly felt an invisible pressure descending upon them. The source of this pressure was none other than Ling Chen. This guy has become stronger again, and at a visibly rapid pace. His appearance has also changed significantly. So handsome. Has it only been 3 days? How could he have changed so much? This was the astonished thought that arose in everyone's mind. The representative of the Beastman race, Timurus, originally intended to take this opportunity to challenge Ling Chen to a battle. His intention was to understand just how much of a gap there was between him and this human. The representative of the elf race, Anna, still held a grudge against Ling Chen for calling her a cow tribe and also wanted to truly face him once. There was also the vampire hell. But after sensing the overwhelming power emanating from Ling Chen, all the prodigies fell silent. However, there was still one prodigy, rather carefree, who did not notice the terrifying aura of power surrounding Ling Chen. That was the dwarf representative, Charlotte. This little girl had been sitting in her spot, munching on snacks. But upon seeing Ling Chen, old grudges and new resentments surged in her heart. Without a second thought, she sprang up from her chair with a leap. Clenching her fists like hammers, she swung them fiercely at Ling Chen. With a loud shout, she yelled, "Damn Ling Chen, take a punch from Charlotte." Watching the little girl charge at him, Ling Chen didn't even lift his head. With a quick pull of his left hand, he instantly neutralized Charlotte's immense force. His right hand reached out, grabbed the collar of the little girl, and with a strong toss, he flung her away. It was as if he had picked up a little kitten and tossed it aside. Bang! Charlotte was thrown back to her original position. Landing safely, her eyes wide open, her cute little face filled with confusion. She looked a bit dazed. The 8 prodigies who witnessed this scene were even more stunned. How could his power be so terrifying? It should be known that the dwarves were comparable in strength to the orcs and giants. Despite their short stature, if it came down to pure strength, other professions of the same level were no match for them. Yet, Ling Chen had effortlessly deflected Charlotte's attack and then casually tossed her back. The desire for revenge among the various prodigies had not yet ignited, only to be extinguished in an instant. Zhu Yaoguang pressed her red lips tightly together, her bright, watery red eyes fixed on Ling Chen. It wasn't that she had any romantic feelings, she simply felt that this boy seemed to possess endless secrets that continually drew her in. But every time she tried to get closer, he coldly pushed her away. This boy was like a lone wolf. He never integrated with anyone. Beside her, Ji Woming watched Zhu Yaoguang's dazed expression, thought for a moment, and swallowed back the words he was about to say. He didn't want to experience the feeling of being suspended in midair again, so he sighed and averted his gaze. It seems everyone is here. The silence lasted for a few minutes. The door to the conference room opened again. Surprisingly, all 5 deans had arrived. As the 5 deans entered, they immediately noticed the significant change in both the temperament and appearance of Ling Chen. However, there was no hint of surprise in their eyes. The 5 deans had weathered many storms. They had seen everything from changes in appearance to complete transformations of physical bodies, so they were not surprised at all. Zhou Hongfu scanned the room. He had expected the various prodigies to cause some commotion at this moment. To his surprise, they had become so well behaved. Well, that was a good thing. Then, Zhou Hongfu began to announce the arrangements and plans for the upcoming National College Freshman Trial Competition. Regarding the changes in the competition format for the National College Freshman Trial, you should all be aware of it online. The institution responsible for hosting the event is the Haston Academy, a joint venture between the Dragon Kingdom and the Free Federation. Dean Han will also accompany you as the team leader to the Haston Academy. As for the selection of the team leader for your group, at this point, Zhou Hongfu's authoritative gaze turned to Ling Chen. After careful consideration, it has been decided that Ling Chen will serve as the team leader for this exchange competition. You all have no objections, right? The crowd. Do we dare have any objections? Very well, it seems there are no objections to this choice of team leader. Seeing that all the prodigies remained silent, Zhou Hongfu nodded in satisfaction. Next, we will discuss the matters regarding pre-competition training. This exchange competition has undergone a major change in its format, transforming into a battle royale system where teamwork remains extremely important. In the past, team competitions involved two teams facing off, but this time it's different. Dozens of teams from various universities will be in the same secret realm. Therefore, it not only tests the strength of the team but also their operation and decision-making. Originally, the content regarding team tactics was to be handled by Dean Wang, but he has urgent matters to attend to. So, for the next half-month, Dean Han Xiao will be training you. As the old Dean's words fell, the voluptuous and noble dark elf Han Xiao stepped forward. Her purple eyes sparkled with laughter as she surveyed all the talented individuals, her mature and charming voice ringing out, "Let's go, directly to the simulated secret realm." With that, a teleportation item appeared in her hand. She gently crushed it. Buzz. Magical fluctuations surged. In the next second, everyone in the conference room, except for the other four deans, was instantly teleported to a certain simulated secret realm. What appeared before everyone was a vast arena. Below the arena, several teachers were already waiting. Everyone initially thought it would be a traditional student team versus teacher team training. But unexpectedly, Han Xiao's next words left everyone stunned. First, get a sense of your team's strength. Ling Chen, you go up on stage alone first. Called out by this beautiful and captivating noblewoman, Ling Chen nodded and walked directly onto the stage. Then, Han Xiao turned and, with a beaming smile, looked at the other 9 talented individuals, her gentle and charming tone delivering a jaw-dropping statement. You 9, go and fight him. Everyone. In an instant, the expressions of all the talented individuals darkened, staring at Han Xiao in disbelief. Their eyes seemed to say, Dean, are you really messing with us? The expressions of the few teachers also struggled to contain their laughter. Seeing the reactions of the many talented individuals, Han Xiao suddenly realized she almost forgot. Ling Chen's despicable and shameless antics were well known. If he wasn't restricted, those 9 talented individuals would only end up performing a striptease. It was unclear where he had acquired these bizarre skills that left others at a loss. Even the well-informed deans and teachers had never encountered such mind-bending skills. If these 9 talented individuals were boys, it wouldn't matter much if they stripped. Big men have nothing to be shy about. But with girls, it was a different story. So, Han Xiao looked seriously at Ling Chen, her tone grave. Ling Chen, you are not allowed to use those bizarre skills. In this duel, you can only use normal means to fight. Wang Shi's obsessive-compulsive disorder always shows on his face when he brings you up in the dean's meetings. That smug expression is hard to hide. Just right, I also want to see how big the real gap is between you and the other talented individuals. The other teachers, upon hearing this, also looked quite expectant. This was the first time in history that someone had been admitted to a prestigious institution and had outperformed all the talented individuals within it as a jobless wanderer. Although his future was quite uncertain, the combat level he displayed was indeed far ahead of all his peers. Of course, in the eyes of the teachers, the other talented individuals were not lacking. It was just that with Ling Chen as a comparison, they appeared mediocre. This time, with all 9 talented individuals joining forces, they should be able to see Ling Chen's true level of strength. Alright, Dean, I won't use those bizarre skills. In response to Han Xiao's request, Ling Chen nodded nonchalantly. Rather, he had no intention of using those skills in this duel anyway. He had wanted to challenge this group of people one-on-one for a long time. Since that's the case, Ling Chen, you wait here for a moment. Wait for 10 minutes first, let them discuss their tactics. Han Xiao proposed the condition again. Ling Chen, everyone. Alright. Although it was a bit speechless, but Ling Chen had no objections. The 9 prodigies exchanged glances, each seeing the unwillingness in the other's eyes, and also resignation. 9 against 1. They still had to discuss tactics in advance. If it had been when they first arrived at this academy facing such a situation, they would have definitely shouted in anger. 9 against 1 and you still want to discuss tactics? This is simply an insult to me. But now, having gone through various experiences, all the prodigies had resigned themselves to their fate. Although each of them had outstanding combat power, they had never fought together. In a team, if the cooperation is proper, the combat power increases geometrically. Moreover, their lineup of 9 prodigies was also quite impressive. In the front row were Qi Baiyu, warrior, and Ji Wuming, bloodthirsty warrior. As a rare class, Ji Wuming could not only serve as the front line but could also switch to an output role at any time. The core melee damage dealers were Gao Yao, Sanda, and Charlotte, fierce warrior. The core ranged damage dealers were Anna, archer, and Tamuris, mage. It's hard to imagine that the big guy from the orc race was actually a mage. Furthermore, as an orc, Tamuris was also exceptionally strong in terms of power and physique. So even when facing enemy assassins up close, he wouldn't be as defenseless as other mages. At least he wouldn't die instantly. The support roles were Hell, Shadow Priest, and Xia, Priest. As a Shadow Priest, Hell was a half-output, half-support class. His skill damage was considerable, and his support abilities were also outstanding. The last one was Zhu Yaoguang, Assassin, who roamed the edges, skirmishing for the team. Assassins possess high agility and high burst characteristics. They can not only cut into the enemy's backline but also use their elusive skills to help teammates disrupt the enemy formation. Overall, the lineup formed by these 9 prodigies could be said to be extremely perfect. The list set by the 5 deans, in terms of rationality and teamwork, had no flaws to pick at. As for the representatives from Fusong and Goryeo, 1. Their personal strength was lacking. 2. Their personalities were nauseating. 3. They were just plain annoying to look at. Therefore, they had no part in this. As for Ling Chen, in this team he was in a versatile position. Wherever there was a shortcoming, he would fill it. But now, he clearly had to face this perfect team of 9 alone. These deans and teachers were completely treating him as a tool to train the prodigies. 10 minutes passed quietly. The 9 prodigies finished their discussion and stepped onto the stage. Their expressions were extremely serious. Although there was only one opponent, they felt as if they were about to face an incredibly powerful team. Is everyone ready? Han Xiao's purple eyes looked at both sides. Ready, Qi Baiyu shouted excitedly. This man from the northeastern province had a bold personality, but this team was not being commanded by him. Instead, it was Hell, as the support, who was in charge. After the discussion among the 9, they learned that only Hell had experience leading a team. Zhu Yaoguang was used to acting alone during high school team battles. She often flipped the opposing side before her teammates even moved. Ji Wuming, Gao Yao, and others were the same. Therefore, for this battle against Ling Chen, Hell was in command. I can start at any time, Ling Chen said nonchalantly. This completely dismissive attitude made the 9 prodigies even angrier. Setting aside those bizarre skills, they didn't believe that this unclassed drifter could do anything to them. 10 seconds left. Both sides, get ready. Han Xiao waved his hand. Above the arena, a virtual countdown began to project. At this moment, Hell also started to command seriously. Shibiyu, start with roar of encouragement. Xia, bless the front line and damage dealers. Tamuris, Anna, this guy is fast, watch your positioning, move closer to the front line and melee to facilitate your teammates' support. Activate the magic shield in advance. Hell commanded while casting auxiliary skills belonging to the Shadow Priest class. It was evident that Hell was also extremely proficient in team leadership. The other elites set aside their previous arrogance and obeyed the commands. They had already regarded Ling Chen as an invincible foe, and the countdown finally reached the last second. Ding! Start! Buzz! The moment the countdown finished, an unexpected change occurred. A magic circle suddenly appeared right in front of Ling Chen, and a pale-skinned figure materialized out of thin air. It was actually Hell. He had been teleported right in front of Ling Chen by Tamuris using a small magic teleportation array. At the same time, a pool of shadow surged around Ling Chen's left side at an incredibly exaggerated speed. Whoosh! A finely crafted sharp dagger attacked Ling Chen from an extremely tricky angle. Accompanying the appearance of this dagger was a long cascade of silver hair. In a daze, Ling Chen could even smell an enchanting osmanthus fragrance. Shu Yaoguang, did you think it was just these 2 ambushing? You thought wrong. Gao Yao and Charlotte's powers erupted in an instant, rushing towards Ling Chen from his right side. Ji Wuming had already used the blood escaped skill to circle behind Ling Chen. Colorful flames swirled above Tamuris' head, radiating an extremely terrifying heat, ready to strike at Ling Chen at any moment. Anna drew her bow, and that massive strongbow was surprisingly pulled back by her seemingly frail arms. Perhaps because she held her breath, her already exaggerated chest seemed to swell with a sense of urgency. Priest Xia had already cast enhancement buffs on her teammates. Shibiyu, being a heavy-armored warrior, lacked speed and did not participate in the encirclement, instead choosing to watch from the sidelines. At this moment, Ling Chen was surrounded on all sides. It must be said, the opponent's unexpected ambush was indeed shocking. Even Han Xiao, watching from below, couldn't help but nod slightly, her expression filled with admiration. It seemed these 9 little guys had abandoned their steady strategy. Ling Chen, as an unclassed drifter, had the characteristic of diverse skills. If they played it safe, they might very well be calmly countered by him. It was better to settle it in one decisive move. The countdown earlier was merely a disguise. It was meant to lull Ling Chen into a false sense of security, making him think they were playing it safe. But in reality, they had long been prepared for the ambush. Facing such an oppressive and suffocating assault, Han Xiao dared to say that even the top freshmen from other academies would likely be defeated in an instant. So, would Ling Chen be defeated? The moment Hell appeared, he had already raised his staff directly at Ling Chen. The reason for sending Hell over first was simple. The Shadow Priest had silence skills. Whether it was the basic skill mute or the intermediate skill silencing throat cut, hitting either one would render Ling Chen completely powerless to resist. Moreover, even before being teleported, the chant for silencing throat cut was already nearing completion. The instant he was teleported, Hell could release it directly. If it hit, there would be no need for Hell to activate any further skills. His teammates would help him deal damage. This strategy was extreme, but it must be said, when dealing with just one person, it was very effective. Buzz! The beam of its silenced throat slit instantly hit Ling Chen. Hell's eyes were filled with ecstasy. His skill did not miss. It hit, and it was at this moment that the other rushing geniuses showed no hesitation. They struck fiercely. As if deliberately seeking revenge on Ling Chen, they aimed to seriously injure him. Only then could they offset the psychological damage he had caused them during this time. Moreover, mainly, they also dared not hold back. They were truly terrified of Ling Chen. They feared that if they showed mercy, it would give him a chance to turn the tables. Puff! The sound of a dagger piercing flesh was heard. The sound of fists hitting flesh followed. The blood-patterned giant sword also pierced through Ling Chen's abdomen. However, the delighted expressions of the geniuses suddenly froze, replaced by a wave of terror, because the blood that splattered was not red. It was green, and it was accompanied by an extremely foul stench of insects. Everyone looked up. They all saw Ling Chen's skin peeling off in chunks. Crack, crack. Then they saw that beneath the skin was a layer of densely packed, extremely disgusting black swarm of insects. Oh no! They had fallen into a trap. At that moment, all the geniuses realized this. But it was too late to retreat, because this black swarm of insects suddenly burst open. Ji Wuming, who was closest, let out a terrible scream. Countless poisonous insects landed on his skin, biting down, and the poison spread rapidly within him. Gao! Yao and Charlotte, the two girls, also suffered from the bites of the poisonous insects, screaming continuously. Their delicate cheeks were covered by the swarm of insects. The two lovely faces were directly bitten to shreds. Zhu Yaoguang, with her extremely high agility, adhered to the assassin principle of striking and retreating, so she didn't fare as badly. Even so, two small poisonous insects still clung to her delicate, fair skin, biting her fiercely twice. Hell wanted to escape, but as a shadow priest, his agility was not as high as Zhu Yaoguang's. A few poisonous insects also descended upon him. Shiya quickly cast group purification and group healing. Hell shouted with a changed expression. But, after waiting for 2 seconds, no healing or purification skills arrived. Turning back to look, behind Xia, Anna, and Tamiris there stood a Ling Chen. The 3 Ling Chens wore smiles, each holding a dagger against the throats of these 3, making them too afraid to move. And Chibiyu had already collapsed on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Her eyes rolled back. How is this possible? Hell stared blankly at the scene before him. His expression was filled with fear and confusion. There was no doubt. They had lost again. After being stripped naked by this guy in public not long ago, this time, they had lost even more miserably. Gao Yao and Charlotte had completely disfigured faces, lying on the ground, unsure of life or death. Ji Wuming was covered in injuries, with not a single good spot on his body. Although he was not unconscious at this moment, kneeling on the ground, his face was extremely pale. The reason he had not fainted was due to the purification effect of the set of golden equipment on him, giving him a bit of resistance, allowing him to shake off the swarm of insects covering him with skills. But even so, he was still seriously injured. The types of insects in this swarm were not singular. Besides the ones with strong toxins, there were also those with powerful bites. Otherwise, how could Gao Yao and Charlotte's faces be bitten to such a pulp? Zhu Yaoguang and Hell now felt a wave of dizziness rising in their minds, their limbs starting to weaken, and their breathing becoming difficult. Clearly, the poison of the venomous creature began to expand. As a shadow priest, Hell had certain supportive abilities, but he could not remove abnormal statuses from himself or his teammates. The supportive abilities of a shadow priest were more inclined to inflict abnormal statuses on enemies, such as silence, fear, drain, and confusion, thereby reducing the combat pressure on teammates. At this moment, only the perfectly preserved combat powers of Tamiris, Anna, and Xia were held at knife point by this guy's clone. As fragile beings, they had no counter skills at all.
This duel is over, Ling Chen wins. At this time, Han Xiao timely announced the result. Several teachers from the healing professions hurried onto the stage to begin treating the injured. Prodigies. Bang! The three Ling Chens instantly turned into smoke and dissipated. The real body finally appeared next to the convulsing Chibayu, whose eyes were rolled back and mouth frothing. His expression was indifferent, without a hint of triumph. In less than 5 seconds, he had taken down 9 prodigies. In the past, he would have felt a bit proud inside, but after experiencing that trial of the heart, Ling Chen's mindset had undoubtedly matured a lot. Defeating the weak did not warrant pride. Only defeating those stronger than oneself deserved pride. However, it must be said that the sudden ambush from these 9 prodigies indeed surprised Ling Chen, but they were too slow. It was precisely this duel that made Ling Chen realize the terrifying aspect of the talent eye of insight and control over all things. Perhaps to outsiders, the sudden ambush of these 9 prodigies was indeed as fast as lightning, but in Ling Chen's eyes, their movements seemed to be slowed down, extremely sluggish. Long before the countdown ended, Ling Chen's eyes, deep as a dark pool, turned a faint purple, as if perceiving everything, observing Helen Tamuras's chanting actions. The ambush preparations of Zhu Yaoguang, Ji Wuming, Gao Yao, and Charlotte were also seen through. Therefore, during the countdown, Ling Chen had already preemptively cast the following 5 basic skills from different professions, along with 1 trial talent: the puppeteer's real doll, the thief's transparency, the mage's thunder flash, the assassin's shadow stealth, the poison master's scorpion venom bug plus sawtooth bug ant and berserker. Real doll. He consumes mana to leave behind a doll that looks and breathes exactly like the original dot. Next, he filled the doll with scorpion venom bugs and sawtooth bug ants. Then he cast transparency to enter a transparent state. He also used shadow stealth to completely mask his presence. Coupled with the speed boosts from Thunder Flash and Berserker, Ling Chen had already made a swift escape from the start. It is worth mentioning that after casting transparency, the shadow pool from shadow stealth would also become transparent, making it undetectable to all prodigies. In other words, from the very beginning, the attacks from those prodigies were merely aimed at a real doll filled with countless bug ants. Meanwhile, Ling Chen had already safely slipped away. Of course, after escaping, Ling Chen began to target the enemy's backline. Here, he used 2 more basic skills from different professions: the ninja's shadow clone technique, the poison master's paralytic poison needle. Shadow clone technique: E consumes mana to create 3 clones identical to the original, with combat power at 50% of the original dot. Paralytic poison needle: E consumes mana to throw a poison needle that can paralyze and convulse the target upon hit dot. As everyone knows, fragile characters find it very difficult to resist once a melee profession gets close, especially since these backline prodigies had been focusing their attention on that real doll. Thus, it gave Ling Chen an opportunity to exploit. As the heavy armored warrior in the front line, Shibayu was paralyzed and convulsing under Ling Chen's personal touch with the poison needle. As for the 3 in the back, 3 shadow clones wielding daggers were more than enough to handle them. The golden cicada sheds its shell, cutting off the source of the fire. In just a few seconds, Ling Chen once again showcased his terrifying tactical mind and combat intuition. Moreover, to be honest, Ling Chen had deliberately shown mercy. Otherwise, the fate of these 9 prodigies would have been even more tragic. At this moment, Han Xiao and the other teachers watched the entire process from below, their faces serious. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees most of the game. The 9 prodigies on stage probably didn't understand how they lost, but the dean and the other experienced teachers could see the general picture. Some of the more insidious tactics they hadn't noticed at the time became clear to them now. For example, hiding a swarm of poisonous insects in the real-life puppet, or the paralyzing poison needle that made Shibayu roll her eyes and foam at the mouth. These 9 little guys are completely no match for Ling Chen. This time, we could have sent just Ling Chen to the National College Freshman Trial Competition. Damn it, had I known this, I would have done everything possible to persuade our dean to keep Ling Chen in our academy. The teachers sighed in unison. A few minutes later, the 9 prodigies finally returned to normal. Gao Yao and Charlotte quickly touched their cheeks, finding that they had returned to their original state, and sighed in relief. Ji Wuming stood pale, silent, and dejected. Hel stared blankly, sighing to the heavens. Shu Yaoguang hung her head, her silver hair covering her pretty face, feeling an unprecedented inner turmoil. The emotions of the other prodigies were similarly low, their mindsets having undergone a severe change. They looked like eggplants struck by frost. Han Xiao watched the scene, her beautiful lips twitching slightly. The purpose of this spar was to see the gap between the 2 sides. Unexpectedly, it shattered the confidence of these prodigies. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Alright, Ling Chen, you can come down now. Han Xiao waved at Ling Chen. Ling Chen stepped off the stage and walked to the dean's side. A pleasant rose fragrance wafted to his nose. It smelled wonderful. Han Xiao looked at this exceptionally handsome boy and finally sighed softly. saying, "You can go back now. You don't need to come for training in the next few days. Just focus on your classes for the next half-month and wait for news." Ling Chen was taken aback and said, "Dean, I don't need to train?" He thought to himself, "I still want to test my eye technique talent with this group of kids. There are many skill combinations I want to try as well." Han Xiao shook her head and said gently, "With your level, you are in a versatile position in this team. You can perform however you want, and training is no longer necessary. Moreover, staying here would only negatively impact their confidence. So, just stay in your dormitory. Honestly, whether it's attending classes or training by yourself, it's up to you. Alright, hurry up and leave." Ling Chen. Once Ling Chen left the simulated secret realm, the emotions of the 9 prodigies on stage had also eased considerably. They had been accustomed to being first. Even if they were second, the gap with the first was not large, and there was hope for surpassing. But now, facing Ling Chen, they couldn't even think of surpassing him. Their hearts were cold even to the idea of resistance. 9 against 1, and they were counter-killed. Can't they play? Damn, he's really a freak. On stage, Shibayu slumped to the ground, letting out a heavy sigh. Gao Yao and Charlotte sat together, recalling the pain of their faces being bitten, and couldn't help but shiver, their lovely faces showing a hint of pallor. Whether injured or losing limbs, it didn't matter. In fact, they had all encountered challenges while conquering the secret realm. But experiencing something like having their entire face eaten away by poisonous insects was truly a first. Just recalling that swarm of disgusting bugs made them have nightmares in the middle of the night. "Everyone, I'd like to say a few words." Suddenly, Zhu Yaoguang raised her hand. The crowd turned, looking over in confusion. Zhu Yaoguang softly asked, "Do you think Ling Chen is qualified to teach us?" Those words plunged everyone back into silence. To be honest, this question left them unsure of how to respond. Their pride made it hard to accept guidance from a fellow freshman. Yet the harsh reality told them, Ling Chen was indeed fully qualified to teach. They just weren't willing to admit it. "It seems everyone's attitude has already answered the question." Zhu Yaoguang gently nodded, then asked, "For the next half-month, let's have Ling Chen help us train, shall we?" The crowd fell silent again. They thought, is this really training? This is just asking for punishment. Moreover, that guy might not even agree. Training was far more exhausting than just battling. In a simple fight, they just needed to knock the opponent down. But if they wanted Ling Chen to help with training, he would have to observe everyone's shortcomings, point them out, and help them improve. So, getting him to agree to this was quite a challenge. The group remained silent for a while. The fair-skinned and beautiful Anna rolled her eyes. "That annoying guy has such a cold personality. I'm not going to ask him for training." Charlotte chimed in, "He's a devil. I don't want to get close to him." Ji Wuming nodded. "Yeah, if you want to train with him, go ahead, I'm not interested." Gao Yao shook her head. "I don't have a tendency for self-punishment." Shibayu scratched her head, not saying anything, just grinning foolishly. Xia whispered, "I'm not asking him either." Tamuris just snorted in anger, lifting his proud head. Hell frowned, but remained silent. Seeing this scene, Han Xiao felt a headache coming on. Although she was a top-tier fighter at the 4th transition, she wasn't good at guiding team tactics. And that guy, Wang Shi, was tied up with important matters. She feared that bringing in a teacher from the Technique Guidance Academy wouldn't be able to control this group of prodigies. So, she had to step in herself. But now, the group wasn't in a good state. She could only say, "Since you all don't seem in the mood for training today, let's disband for now, adjust your mindset, and come back to train tomorrow." Everyone nodded and returned to their dorms. However, half an hour later, the 9 prodigies stood in front of the gate of mansion number 1, staring at each other, wide-eyed. "You all didn't say you weren't willing to ask Ling Chen for guidance?" Zhu Yaoguang's pretty face was filled with a strange expression. The other prodigies looked awkward. It seemed they couldn't escape the law of unexpected desire. They thought they could get a head start, but it turned out all 9 of them had the same idea, wanting to secretly ask Ling Chen for extra help. In fact, deep down, they had already acknowledged Ling Chen's strength. Training with Ling Chen would definitely be tough. But everyone knew that if Ling Chen was willing to point out their flaws, they could make significant progress. Moreover, Ling Chen was a free agent. He could help them analyze their shortcomings from various professional perspectives. At that moment, as everyone awkwardly exchanged glances, the villa gates suddenly opened. Ling Chen, who was about to head to the cafeteria for a meal, walked out. Seeing the 9 of them gathered at his door, he instinctively frowned. Aside from necessary training and classroom exchanges, he didn't want to socialize with anyone. "Ha ha, Ling Chen, you came at the right time. We were just thinking of discussing something with you." Shibayu, the bold northeastern guy, stepped forward to strike up a conversation. However, without a second thought, Ling Chen shook his head. "I refuse." Everyone. Then, Ling Chen walked past everyone towards the cafeteria. At that moment, Zhu Yaoguang suddenly said, "Ling Chen, I have an S-grade forging material here, do you need it?" Thud. Ling Chen's footsteps halted. "Ha!" Everyone raised their eyebrows. Could there be a chance? Ling Chen slowly turned around, looked at Zhu Yaoguang, and asked seriously, "What do you want in exchange?" He indeed needed that S-grade forging material. His weapon quality was at the gold level. Therefore, to enhance the weapon's level and attributes, the main material must be no lower than S-grade, and the auxiliary materials must all be A-grade. And right now, the S-grade materials in the academy were basically monopolized by the top 10 on the Tianyan list. Moreover, the secret realm dungeons he could tackle currently wouldn't drop S-grade forging materials. On top of that, the system hadn't released any tasks yet. This led to his Qianji ring being unable to upgrade its attributes. For this reason, Ling Chen was quite troubled. Unexpectedly, this little rich girl Zhu Yaoguang had S-grade forging materials in her hands. Naturally, Ling Chen was tempted. Zhu Yaoguang was also straightforward, saying, "Half a month's training guidance." Ling Chen shook his head. "No, an S-grade forging material isn't worth me wasting so much time. Then I'll add another S-grade forging material." At this moment, Ji Wuming also put forward his conditions. Ling Chen fell silent. "I also have S-grade forging materials," Gao Yao said as well. "Charlotte doesn't have S-grade materials, but Charlotte is a demigod-level forger. Whatever weapon you want to forge, Charlotte can help you for free," Charlotte said proudly. The dwarves, a naturally forging race. Their forging skills seem to be etched in the genes of their race. Therefore, an excellent dwarf is definitely a master-level forger from the start. Then, other prodigies also stated their conditions. Even Ling Chen, with a heart as cold as iron, was shaken by these generous offers. "I don't want to agree, but they are offering too much." At this moment, this sentence was a reflection of Ling Chen's inner thoughts. One by one, they opened their mouths with S-grade forging materials and enchanting materials as conditions. And then there was this little girl Charlotte, who would have thought she was actually a demigod-level forger. Even in the Tianyan Academy, there was only one god-level forger. Moreover, it is said that to invite this god-level forger to work, one must first make an appointment and then pay over 100,000 Tianyan list points. There was also only one demigod-level forger, and inviting him to forge once would cost 50,000 points, also requiring an appointment. This is enough to show how desirable a high-level secondary profession is. S-grade forging and enchanting materials indeed made Ling Chen's heart race, but he valued this little girl's demigod-level secondary profession even more. Moreover, during this half-month he could invite her to forge an unlimited number of times. It's hard to refuse such kindness, truly hard to refuse. Ling Chen's cold face surprisingly revealed a rare warm smile, as if he felt at home. He even unprecedentedly walked up to Charlotte, gently and affectionately giving the little girl a head pat. Looking at him, it seemed he was not patting a cute little girl, but a shining treasure. What was most astonishing was that this guy even gently said to Charlotte, "Charlotte, are you interested in being my forging machine?" Cough. "No. Are you interested in signing up for a year-long training class? With my one-on-one training guidance, I guarantee you will handle any profession of the same level with ease in the future." Charlotte, all the prodigies. What is a change of face? This is a change of face. At this moment, the prodigies finally realized that they seem to have grasped Ling Chen's soft spot. That is, if the benefits are sufficient, he can agree to most conditions. The next half-month, Ling Chen no longer attended regular classes. Instead, he conducted special training for these 9 prodigies within the simulated secret realm. The deans and teachers were pleased with this arrangement. They did not feel that Ling Chen was deliberately showing off or stealing their jobs. Moreover, the knowledge each teacher could impart was indeed limited. For example, a third-tier mage teacher could only teach about the application of mage skills and the practical theories of mages facing various professions. However, practical experience, once verbally passed down, could only transform from experience into theory. But Ling Chen was different. Although his current strength was indeed not as great as that of these teachers, the knowledge he taught was comprehensive, and his practical skills surpassed all his peers. When teaching a mage, Ling Chen could not only instruct on the use and combination of skills but could also engage in combat with the mage, using skills from various professions. No matter how much practical theory there was, it remained just theory. Ling Chen taught only practical combat. Moreover, the 9 prodigies could freely choose any profession they wanted to battle against. If they wanted to fight a thief, Ling Chen would transform into a thief. If they wanted to battle a yin-yang master, Ling Chen could become a yin-yang master, and so on. He would let everyone experience the pressure of that profession. Then he would teach each person some practical skills to counter that profession. After more than 10 days, the 9 prodigies had truly come to respect Ling Chen. They had even begun to pray for the new students of other academies. Han Xiao smiled lightly at the other teachers, saying, "I feel like I should be the easiest team leader in the history of the National College Freshman Trials." The other teachers nodded in agreement. Now, all training guidance was entrusted to Ling Chen. This dean was just waiting to hold the championship trophy of the exchange competition. On the eve of their departure, the 9 prodigies, full of confidence, issued a challenge to Ling Chen once again. They wanted to confirm how much they had improved over the past 10 days before setting off. Mainly, the lack of any ability to counter Ling Chen previously had left them with psychological shadows. After these Days of special training. They did not expect to defeat this freak Ling Chen. At the very least, they hoped not to be instantly defeated. At this moment, Ji Wuming said solemnly, "Ling Chen, we hope you can truly give it your all so we can see the gap between us one more time." The expressions of the other prodigies were equally serious. Ling Chen asked, "Are you sure?" "Of course we are sure." The 9 prodigies replied in unison. "All right." Ling Chen nodded. Then he rolled up his sleeves and pant legs. Crack! He unlocked the shackles on his wrists and ankles. With a gentle toss, boom! The soil beneath the arena was actually smashed into a pit by these 4 shackles. In the next second, Ling Chen's body seemed to have broken some kind of seal. A terrifying surge of overwhelming power poured out. The vast magical fluctuations suddenly spread from within Ling Chen. Over the past half-month, did you think only these 9 prodigies had improved? The effects of the Wanma Poji Dan had all been absorbed by Ling Chen. Plus, the Qianji ring had been successfully forged and its inherent attributes had increased from 30 to 100. That terrifying power, almost overflowing from his body, along with the magical fluctuations spreading due to his excessively high wisdom attribute, felt like a massive mountain blocking the sky, thudding down on everyone's heads. Everyone! How can this little guy's attributes be so terrifying? Han Xiao and the other teachers felt this wave and suddenly changed their expressions. This was a bit too exaggerated, right? Those 2nd and 3rd year students didn't even compare. Wasn't it said that the attribute points of a jobless wanderer couldn't keep up? Where was the evidence of that? We're not competing anymore, we concede. At this moment, the top talents on stage decisively raised their hands in surrender. What a joke! The next morning, 10 top talents gathered at Tiananmen Square, preparing for the expedition ceremony. 5 deans and various faculty members were also present, expressing the importance they placed on this event. The annual National College Freshman Trial Competition is a significant honor for all universities. Countless young people watched the live broadcast on television and computers. These children will all go to college in the future. Therefore, these broadcasts will leave a deep impression on them. The champion university represents strong teaching and educational power. It is also the facade of a university. In the future, when these children apply to universities, they will naturally lean more towards the champion university. Thus, every university places great importance on these nationally broadcasted college events. At this moment, the 10 top talents stood on the main stage. The freshmen below were also in an uproar. Ling Chen, you better bring back a championship. Remember to blind the other university students with your brilliance. Ling Chen, the most divine in the world, God of the despicable, overlooking all. These freshmen shouted awkward slogans, with smiles on their faces. Clearly, they were intentionally trying to annoy Ling Chen. After all, Ling Chen had caused quite a bit of trouble during this time. The other 9 top talents looked at Ling Chen with amused expressions. Ling Chen stood on the main stage, his mouth twitching, his toes tightly gripping the ground. Damn, how embarrassing. I really want to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment. Fortunately, the awkward shouts were quickly stopped by the deans. Then, Zhou Hongfu began his lengthy speech. Whether in Ling Chen's past life or this life, it seemed that all leaders enjoyed giving long-winded speeches on important occasions. The key was that the content of these speeches was also very dull. It was nothing more than elaborating on the school's philosophy and encouraging students to strive bravely. At this moment, the 10 top talents on the main stage were all dressed in the unique uniforms of Tiananmen Academy. Tiananmen, derived from the saying "the Great Way has 50, Tiananmen has 49, and man escapes 1, signifies the school's philosophy: know the destiny and defy the destiny. It encourages students not to succumb to fate but to bravely carve out their own path of destiny. In fact, in the freshman handbook, the school refers to each student as a person of destiny. At this moment, the uniforms worn by Ling Chen and the others perfectly embodied the meaning of the Great Way in destiny. The fabric was light and flowing, elegant and carefree. The black and white colors flowed like the yin and yang of the Great Way, and the one who wore it was the one. One represents destiny. The entire outfit, although only in black and white ink colors, did not give a monotonous feeling. Instead, it made one feel as if the robes contained the essence of heaven and earth, mysterious and profound. The other 9 top talents, wearing the robes, appeared even more outstanding than they already were. Ling Chen stood out even more. At 1.90 m, his tall and slender figure, though not particularly muscular, gave off a suffocating sense of power. His long hair was tied back, and a streak of white hair highlighted his perfect match with the uniform. His chiseled features, deep purple eyes like a tranquil pool, combined with his indifferent and aloof expression, made him resemble a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Many girls below were stirred, their hearts racing like startled deer. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten Ling Chen's nickname of enemy of girls. And when Zhou Hongfu finished his speech and asked Han Xiao to prepare to lead the team off, the girls even hoped that the old dean would ramble on a bit longer so they could see Ling Chen for a while more. Alright, I hope you all can strive and shine for the school in the exchange competition. Let's go! Zhou Hongfu concluded his speech, nodded lightly, and then looked at a teacher beside him. The teacher touched the ground with his hand. Buzz! In an instant, a massive array of magical runes lit up on the main stage, the dazzling brilliance causing everyone to instinctively shield their eyes. This was not a magic circle, but a super long-distance teleportation array unique to Spirit Array Masters. The organizer of this event was the Haston Academy located in Ningzhou City, Shenzhou Province. Due to the onset of the Great Cataclysm, the game map had descended into reality, resulting in significant territorial changes. Consequently, the distance between Dongling Province and Shenzhou Province had become extremely far. Even by plane, it would take several days to arrive. Therefore, the use of the Spirit Array Master's super long-distance teleportation array was essential. It was convenient, quick, and saved time and effort. Before the third transition, mages were unable to construct such super long-distance teleportation magic arrays. Moreover, due to a lack of experience and resources, powerful individuals of the third transition were exceedingly rare. Not everyone had the qualifications to attempt the third transition. The array activated. Han Xiao entered the array with several assistant teachers and 10 talented individuals. In the next moment, a brilliant light erupted. The figures of the crowd completely vanished within the array. Shenzhou Province, Ningzhou City, Haston Academy. Buzz! Somewhere in the vast square, an extremely bright light suddenly illuminated. An intense spatial fluctuation slowly spread. In the square, 2 teachers had already been waiting there. Upon sensing the spatial fluctuations, the 2 teachers stepped forward and teleported to the designated teleportation point. It's the competition team from Tianyan Academy. Upon seeing the distinctive Tai Chi Yin Yang symbol at the teleportation array, the 2 teachers instantly recognized the identity of the newcomers. The various academies had already discussed in advance when to teleport and when to arrive. To teleport into the academy from the outside world, one must obtain the academy's consent. Any teleportation request made without the academy's approval would be directly blocked by the academy's protective array. After a dozen seconds, several figures appeared at the teleportation point. What came into the view of the 2 teachers were the black and white school robes that embodied the principles of Yin and Yang. Hello, Dean Han. I've long admired your name. The 2 teachers from Haston Academy approached with smiles. Han Xiao, along with several assistant teachers, exchanged polite greetings with them. Although the competition between academies was fierce, a show of courtesy was still necessary on the surface. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the 2 teachers instructed 2 members of the Haston Academy Student Council to take the students to the dormitory area first. As for Han Xiao and her group of teachers, they would go meet with the leaders of Haston Academy. Initially, the attitude of the 2 Haston Academy boys was arrogant. Here, it must be mentioned that Haston Academy has a notable background. It is an institution co-founded by the Free Federation and the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone has only 2 impressions of this academy: arrogance and wealth. Haston Academy possesses the most secret realm dungeons in the Dragon Kingdom and holds the most real-world resource realms. Furthermore, the treatment of students at this academy can be described as extremely generous. Accommodation, meals, daily expenses, and forging enchantments are all free. Of course, students need to gather their own materials for forging and enchanting, but the academy provides master-level secondary profession services to the students at no charge. Additionally, the academy's regular curriculum includes a specialized course on noble etiquette, which is also a required course. As a result, over time, the students of this academy have come to consider themselves elegant, emphasizing etiquette, and holding themselves in high regard. This can be seen from the 2 members of the Haston Student Council before us. Their uniforms are flashy, yet they wear ties, resembling formal attire. They walk with an arrogant posture, exuding a faint elegance, their eyes filled with disdain. Perhaps because they are new to the academy, despite having attended a month of noble etiquette classes, their demeanor has yet to be cultivated. Thus, they appear somewhat out of place, like a spirited young man in a suit and tie, yet still swaying with flamboyant gestures. No matter how you look at it, it feels awkward. The original attitude of the 2 boys from the Haston Academy was somewhat arrogant. But upon seeing the 3 beauties in the group, Zhu Yaoguang, Anna, and Xia, their demeanor underwent a complete 180. They began to lead the way very politely. Indeed, beautiful women always receive preferential treatment. Ling Chen quietly surveyed the environment of this academy. This academy had a bit of a grudge against him. At the beginning, the admissions office of this academy had boldly claimed that Ling Chen, a jobless drifter, had no qualifications for them to recruit. It would be impossible to say that Ling Chen held no resentment in his heart. He was not a saint. Therefore, he decided that in the upcoming National College Freshman trial competition, he would pay special attention to the freshmen from Haston Academy. This would express his strong desire for friendly and peaceful relations. Under the guidance of the 2 boys from Haston Academy, everyone boarded a magnetic levitation bus. The walk would have taken several hours, but the bus arrived in just a few minutes. After getting off, everyone saw that the buildings in this area were all luxurious villas. Beside them flowed a clear little river. Surrounding the river were lush green grass and drooping willow branches. Not far away was an artificial lake shimmering in the sunlight with an extremely beautiful view. This area is where you will be staying during the competition, with a total of 10 independent villas. In addition, there are simulated secret realms here for your training. Just to mention, some areas nearby belong to other academies, and students from those universities will also be staying here. I hope you all have a pleasant experience here. After saying this, the two boys looked at the three beauties again and extended an invitation to tour the Haston Academy together. But they were all declined. After being rejected, the expressions of the two boys were not pleasant, and with an angry huff, they left. Everyone paid no attention to these two boys. They were just clowns who didn't even qualify to attend the exchange competition. Why bother with them? Then, everyone curiously surveyed their surroundings. They soon realized that there were a total of 9 areas. Everyone understood that these 9 villa areas were specifically designated for the top 10 key academies. As for the other academies, they naturally had other dormitories provided. Many people would feel it was unfair, but they were openly telling you that it was unfair. This world only upholds 3 words: unfair, unfair, still fucking unfair. Only the strong are qualified to enjoy favorable treatment, while the weak can just roll aside. It's that direct, that cruel. If the benefits enjoyed by the strong were the same as those of the weak, then why should I even strive? Wouldn't it be better to just lie flat? Moreover, if all participating students from every school were really arranged in the villa area, even the so-called richest Haston Academy would find it a bit difficult to manage. After all, it was said that there were a full 150 schools registered for the competition this time. This meant that in this Battle Royale secret realm, 1,500 people would need to be accommodated. The Ministry of Education of Longwei imposed no restrictions on any school when hosting this event. Even those extremely weak third-rate academies were eligible to participate. Of course, some weak small academies were self-aware and thus did not register. This year, the number of participating universities was significantly higher than in previous years. It was said that the average scores of the entrance trial in various provinces of Longwa were exceptionally good this year, making it a golden year of prodigies. Therefore, some second-rate academies also gained quite a few dark horse freshmen, naturally giving them the confidence to register. Just as everyone was about to choose their villas to place their luggage, suddenly, a burst of playful laughter and scuffling sounds came from not far away. Everyone turned to look. It was a group of students dressed in colorful green robes. At a glance, it was clear that this was the robe of Hucking Academy. So ugly. Several girls nearby instinctively frowned. Girls love beauty, after all. One wonders if the designer of Hucking Academy's robe had a screw loose, as every year the styles showcased at the intercollegiate competitions are just as hideous as ever. Consequently, many netizens have complained online, saying they were directly discouraged by the robes. Compared to the inkwash yin-yang robes of Tianyan Academy, this garish and colorful oddity of a robe truly looked inferior. Oh, isn't that a student from Tianyan Academy? The group of freshmen from Hucking Academy also noticed this side. Moreover, a few boys in the team were taken aback upon seeing the 3 beauties, Zhu Yaoguang, Anna, and Xia. Immediately, a look of astonishment appeared in their eyes. The girls from Hucking Academy noticed their boys were captivated and couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Ling Chen, we meet again. Suddenly, a light laugh rang out from the Hucking team. It was Sunze. And, most importantly, Sunze was flanked by 2 charming girls, each intimately linking arms with him. The boys from Hucking Academy looked at Sunze with eyes full of respect. This indicated that the leader of the Hucking Academy team was actually Sunze. At the same time, it was evident that Sunze's level and aura had significantly improved. This made Ling Chen furrow his brows. It wasn't jealousy. It was a deep sense of confusion. Sunze had actually shone brightly at Hucking Academy and had become the team leader. Ling Chen had been in the same class as Sunze during their senior year. He knew Sunze's capabilities well. With his level, it was no problem for him to dominate in a small-town high school, but how could he take the top spot in a prestigious academy filled with talents? Moreover, why did Lin Chen feel a strange and eerie sensation from him? This unsettling feeling made Lin Chen quite uncomfortable. Seeing Lin Chen frown in silence, Sunze revealed a sinister and strange smile, even reaching out to poke Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I didn't expect you to qualify to represent Tianyan Academy. It seems the new students from Tianyan Academy aren't that impressive after all. Additionally, I'll tell you one more thing. Senior Fong Bo is here as the assistant to the team leader. Moreover, Senior Fong Bo's level has reached level 45 and he has completed his second job transfer. Just a reminder, during this competition, I hope you won't wander off. If you happen to get killed in some deserted corner, that would be unfortunate. After delivering this heavily threatening statement, Sunze led his team away. Lin Chen, throughout the entire encounter, did not say a single word. Even upon hearing that Fong Bo was also here, his heart showed no sign of disturbance. Xu Yaoguang, Chibiyu, and the other teammates noticed the arrogance of the opposing team and naturally looked displeased. However, since the captain had not spoken, they naturally refrained from cursing. Doing so would only lower their own standing. Moreover, before their expedition, Zhou Hongfu had already instructed all the talents to follow Captain Lin Chen's orders once they arrived at Hostin Academy. Lin Chen, do you have a grudge against that guy? Charlotte tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve, her cute little face full of curiosity. The others also looked over with interest. After this period of special training, the relationship between Lin Chen and the others had naturally warmed up a bit. In the past, Lin Chen had passed by them with a face full of indifference, too lazy to even greet them. But now, having received so many benefits from them, he would at least politely greet them when they met on the road. Now, seeing their captain Ling Chen being provoked like this, they naturally felt displeased. However, Ling Chen shook his head and did not respond. Not even a trace of hatred or anger appeared on his face. The reason he acted this way was that he believed personal grudges should not involve these teammates. But what was certain now was that if there was really a chance, Sunze would die. Fong Bo would also die. In the evening, the AI robots delivered food to various areas on time. Finally, Han Xiao, who had disappeared for an entire day, along with several assistant teachers, appeared and gathered all the teammates together. You can eat while listening to us, Han Xiao said with a bright smile, explaining the detailed rules of the competition to the newcomers. In fact, the rules had long been published in detail online. The battleground for the Grand Escape was the mechanical city of Sin. It was said that the true area of this battleground rivaled that of a steel city inhabited by 10 million people. The monsters in this battleground were diverse, primarily mechanical monsters, with zombies and magical beasts as supplements. The officials assigned corresponding points based on the strength of the monsters and the rarity of the materials. Additionally, defeating a boss would also yield a substantial points reward. Opponents could kill each other, but maliciously exterminating the original spirit bodies was not allowed. After discussing the rules, the next topic was the rewards, which everyone was most concerned about. The Ministry of Education of the Dragon Kingdom has long stipulated that in every joint university competition, the institutions that secure the top 3 rankings will receive a corresponding number of dungeon copies as rewards. At the same time, in the following year, there will be increased investment in these top 3 institutions, along with more resources allocated to them. Of course, our Tianyan Academy is naturally aiming for the championship. As long as our team can secure the championship, Tianyan Academy will not treat you unfairly. In addition to a fixed reward of 300,000 Tianyan points for each person and an A-level skill book, the one with the highest contribution in points can make a request to the academy. In fact, even if the request is to have the dean of a certain college grant an S-level skill, that is also permitted. As soon as these words fell, the talented individuals who were eating immediately stopped their actions. They first looked at Han Xiao with surprise on their faces, but soon after, their expressions turned to one of helplessness. Oh no! It turned out that only the one with the highest contribution in points could receive this reward. That meant they were out of luck. With a prodigy like Ling Chen around, they were destined to be unable to compete with him. However, upon further reflection, 300,000 Tianyan points and an A-level skill book were still quite good. The 300,000 Tianyan points would be enough for them to purchase what they wanted at Tianyan Academy. It should be noted that these talented individuals were not all wealthy or powerful. For instance, the Orc Tamiris, the Elthana, and the burly Chibiyu were all from humble backgrounds. They had excelled in their respective races' entrance trials to enter Tianyan Academy. As for the dwarf Charlotte, coming from a family of blacksmiths, it was impossible for her to be poor. Of course, Charlotte's Tianyan points were not many either, mainly because few people asked her to forge, and even if she took on part-time work, not many students could afford the points required for a demigod-level blacksmith, unless she lowered her prices. But dwarves were proud in their forging skills. How could they allow their craftsmanship to become cheap? On the other hand, Zhu Yaoguang, Ji Wuming, Gao Yao, and Hier were wealthy and powerful, so they didn't care much about the points reward. However, they were quite interested in the A-level skill book. Such items rarely appeared in the external market. Even when they did, they would be auctioned off instantly. Therefore, A-level skill books had long been kept in high regard by major families and academies. Now, offering an A-level skill book as a reward was just right to satisfy the needs of these wealthy young heirs. Alright, the words have been said. Tomorrow we will take the promotional photos, and the day after that the competition will officially begin. I hope everyone can showcase the spirit of our Tianyan Academy. I'll take my leave now. Everyone, make sure to rest well. Han Xiao smiled as she left. In previous years, the leading teachers were usually quite tense and serious at this time. But this year was different. She felt no tension at all. This was all due to the peculiar presence of Ling Chen. The next morning, everyone got up on time, finished washing up and getting ready, and headed to the largest outdoor auditorium of Haston Academy. This outdoor auditorium can accommodate nearly 100,000 spectators and is only used for important assessments held by Stan Academy. Moreover, due to the popularity of this year's event, Haston Academy had temporarily expanded the area of this outdoor auditorium, adding several tens of thousands of seats. At that time, all the spectators would wear extremely advanced high-tech 3D glasses to watch the live broadcast on site.
The audience arriving at the venue could control the view with their thoughts, switching to any team. At any time and place, the view would be 360 degrees with no blind spots. Every year, the academies hosting the Intercollegiate League can almost rake in a fortune. Over 100,000 tickets had already been sold out. After all, watching the live broadcast at home only allows you to switch angles through the director. But with Haston Academy's exclusive 3D glasses on site, you could switch to whichever team's view you wanted, truly a VIP treatment. Comparatively, watching live is naturally more enjoyable. Today, many reporters had already arrived at the auditorium in advance, because today was the day for the teams from various academies to take promotional photos. The reporters would take this opportunity to interview the more controversial teams to capture some heat. Who is the most controversial? Naturally, the team from Tianyan Academy is the most controversial. The team list would definitely be published online, and the name Ling Chen, accompanied by the words jobless wanderer, had already stirred up a storm on the internet. Ling Chen? That jobless wanderer who won the top spot in the Southern Province trial rankings? Tianyan Academy is really desperate for attention, sending a jobless wanderer over, and even making him the captain of Team 1. I've seen his entrance trial video. His combat skills are indeed outstanding, but so what? His future is bound to be bleak. Letting a jobless wanderer lead the team, they really don't take the other academies seriously? In light of all these hot topics of discussion, when that iconic ink wash yin-yang robe appeared in the massive outdoor auditorium, the reporters who had been lying in wait rushed to Ling Chen's front. They were eager to shove their microphones into his mouth. At the same time, their mouths were flapping non-stop, firing off some extremely tricky questions. Ling Chen, the internet says you are just a waste trying to attract attention. What do you think of this statement? I heard that Haston Academy deliberately made things difficult for you during the admissions process and even skipped the admissions meeting. Is that true? Just now, the assistant student from Hucking Academy, Fong Bo, boldly claimed he would crush your Tianyan Academy. Do you have anything to say to them? It's said that many academy teams have their eyes on your Tianyan Academy, believing that with you, a jobless wanderer, the team has become weak and easy to bully. What's your take on that? I have to say, these reporters are indeed skilled at stirring the pot. They asked everything that should and shouldn't be asked. And Ling Chen remained expressionless, offering no response. Because at this moment the system's task notification sound finally rang in his mind. Ding! The system has detected the current situation the host is facing in the upcoming competition tomorrow. Congratulations to the host for triggering a triple mission. Challenge mission: please lead your team to victory in the National College Freshman Trial Competition and achieve outstanding results. Mission reward: the richness of the reward depends on the team's performance. Failure penalty: deduction of the light leap skill. Skill challenge mission: starting today, please use the system exclusive skill clothing removal technique to completely strip 100 individuals of their weapons, armor, and clothing within 3 days. Mission reward: clothing removal technique will evolve into explosive clothing technique. The title clothing removal enthusiast will evolve into master of explosive clothing. 40 free attribute points, 40 skill points. Failure penalty: deduction of the clothing removal technique skill, and the host must maintain a state of nudity for 3 days. Note: the system has detected the moral rules of the host's world. When using the clothing removal technique on women, undergarments may be retained, but no mercy is to be shown to men. Skill challenge mission: please use the day skill to slay 5-second transformation class experts. Mission reward: obtain the title Flame God. The day skill level can be upgraded to S rank. Failure penalty: deduction of the day skill. Note: only by completely annihilating the opponent's original spirit body can it be considered a successful kill. After a long time, the system has finally released a new mission again, and it has triggered a triple mission at once. However, is the difficulty of mission a bit too high? Mission is not a big deal for Ling Chen. His intention is to lead the team to win the first crown in this National College Freshman Trial Competition. As for mission, Ling Chen really wants to tell the system, I just want to be a cold, aloof male god. But why do you always want me to become a pervert? And mission, the difficulty is indeed a bit high. Ling Chen has yet to formally confront a second transformation class expert. He has not grasped their strength either. Moreover, in this National College Freshman Trial Competition, all the opponents are freshmen. How could there possibly be second transformation class opponents? Fortunately, this mission has no time limit. Speaking of second transformation classes, Ling Chen's heart sank slightly. Fong Bo, this enemy, who has already made it onto his kill list, has skyrocketed from level 21 to level 45 in just 2 months. And he has completed his second transformation. Such a terrifying leveling speed is something Ling Chen, even with the system, cannot hope to match. What kind of fortuitous encounter did he encounter? And then there's Sun Zhe. In the entrance trial, he could barely make it into the top 100 of the South Province, yet within a month he directly ascended to the position of the freshman leader. This is truly bizarre. However, Ling Chen is not disheartened, so what if the other party progresses rapidly? There will always be an
Opportunity for revenge. At this moment, in the open-air auditorium,
the dozen or so female reporters are still shoving microphones into Ling Chen's mouth. The other freshmen from surrounding academies are also showing curious expressions, eagerly awaiting Ling Chen's response. Just as Zhu Yaoguang furrowed her brows, wanting to step in and push these annoying reporters away from Ling Chen, suddenly, Ling Chen revealed a brilliant smile. This smile left the dozen or so female reporters in front of him stunned. Even the girls from other academies not far away were mesmerized. Handsome, so handsome. This smile seemed like a warm sun hanging in the winter sky, warming both the heart and lungs. His hand, like a spring breeze brushing against willows, gently touched the small hands of all the female reporters holding microphones. The female reporters let out a soft gasp, their faces slightly flushed, their hearts racing like startled deer, quickly retracting their hands that were reaching for the microphone. Just as the female reporters were about to cast shy and charming glances at the handsome guy, the next moment, whoosh! The sound of clothes falling echoed simultaneously. The female reporters suddenly felt a chill run through their bodies. Then they looked down. Ah! As expected, a series of high-decibel screams that could overturn the entire auditorium filled the scene. Not far away, the freshmen from other universities, regardless of gender, were also left dumbfounded by this scene. What just happened? How did the clothes of these dozen or so female reporters just fall off automatically? Meanwhile, Ling Chen had already calmly covered his ears, shielding himself from the impact of the high-decibel screams. In his mind, the system's prompt rang out, task completion progress 15/100. After that, as if nothing had happened, he turned to Zhu Yaoguang and the others and said indifferently, "Let's go take some promotional photos." With that, he walked away on his own. The crowd of talented individuals, Zhu, Yaoguang, Anna, Xia, and Gao Yao had a blush on their cheeks, gritting their teeth in anger. It wasn't shyness. It was shame and anger. How could he treat girls like this? Meanwhile, Ji Wuming, Hel, and the other boys silently lowered their heads and followed Ling Chen. They were pondering whether having such a perverted big shot leading them was a good or bad thing. Only Charlotte, the carefree girl, laughed heartily, holding her stomach as she watched the reporters hurriedly putting their clothes back on. At this point, the dozen or so reporters had no face to continue their interviews here, but they went to the school authorities to file a complaint. They even found Dean Han Xiao. Upon hearing the details of the incident, Han Xiao instantly realized it was the handiwork of that little rascal Ling Chen. Out in the field, even though she knew it was her own student who had acted, she had to protect her own. So, Han Xiao calmly and coldly asked the group of reporters, "Where's the evidence?" "Without evidence, it's hard for me to handle this." The reporters? They had no evidence whatsoever. If they were combat professionals, perhaps they could have captured a trace of magical fluctuation at the moment the other party released their skills. But the problem was, if they could become combat professionals, they wouldn't be here as these damn reporters. So, the reporters left feeling frustrated and helpless. Since they arrived early, the freshmen from the other top 10 universities hadn't been seen. After taking that awkward promotional photo, Ling Chen and the others returned to the living area of Tianyan Academy. Tomorrow would be the opening ceremony of the National College Freshman Trial Competition. All freshmen would officially be thrown into that extremely dangerous Great Secret realm. At that time, a series of brutal battles were bound to be inevitable. Late at night, in the living area of Hucking Academy. In the Villas Hall, two figures sat on the sofa holding goblets, the crimson liquid inside swaying. Low, mysterious voices exchanged words. "The offerings are all prepared? Senior Fong Bo, you can rest assured, I'll handle it." Sun Tse's handsome face revealed a strange, twisted smile, his crimson tongue licking his lips. "After killing that bastard Ling Chen, the freshmen from Tianyan Academy are quite good. We can capture them to use as a furnace, especially that Zhu Yaoguang, a double S plus innate talent furnace. If we offer her to that esteemed one, he will definitely be very pleased." Fong Bo smiled indifferently. He then slowly stood up, turning to look out at the bright moon, a black line faintly visible between his brows. Even more bizarre was that his eyes, at this moment, were deep purple. He looked down at his hands. In the center of his palms, two extremely evil magical eyes quietly stared back at him. The next day, early in the morning, before 7 o'clock, boom boom boom, at Hostin Academy, brilliant fireworks were already soaring and exploding in the sky. It was clearly morning, but the sky was painted in a light pink hue, like a spring filled with cherry blossoms from an animation. This sky color formed an extremely festive combination with the explosive fireworks. It was clear that the Academy's protective barrier had activated the sky-dyeing function. At the same time, passionate music resonated from the speakers, reaching everyone's ears. AI flying robots trailed behind, dragging banners filled with motivational phrases, suspended in midair. Various spirit guides, either cute or bizarre in shape, roamed the Academy, serving as tour guides for the spectators who had purchased tickets to watch the event. They led them through the luxurious campus. For all ticket holders, every expense during the event on campus was free. They could explore the Academy's forging and
enchanting halls, or dine in high-end restaurants enjoying magical beast ingredients that were usually unavailable. Even some ordinary people, curious about the secret realms, could request the academy to send capable students to take them on adventures in the secret realm dungeons. This is also why the ticket prices for the event were so high every year, yet people flocked to it. At this moment, Ling Chen had already gotten up. He had finished training in the simulated secret realm in this area. After taking a shower, he changed into a set of ink-wash yin-yang robes that even he found stylish. He opened the door. 9 talented individuals stood outside, all smiles. Let's go! Outside, the atmosphere was already buzzing. Countless spectators and visitors were filled with excitement and smiles as they headed towards the open-air auditorium. It is worth mentioning that the open-air auditorium had automatically transformed into an extremely grand and magnificent arena. After all, having the audience sit in a tightly enclosed hall to watch the competition always lacked the passion that came with the scene. This place was already filled with magic and technology from all over the world. The venues on campus were almost all equipped with magical settings. Just like at Tianyan Academy, in the spacious square, all it took was a teacher's finger snap for the terrain to change and form a stage. After transforming into an arena, this hall, which could accommodate over 100,000 people, was even more charged with excitement. Huge virtual projection screens appeared in the sky. On a massive floating competition platform, several passionate commentators stood, their faces filled with excitement, already prepared. The live streaming rooms on major online platforms were also packed, with comments flying everywhere. In middle schools, high schools, and even elementary schools across the region, teachers were setting up projectors in classrooms for students to watch the live broadcast of the event. The opening ceremony was at 8 o'clock. At 7:30, teams from various academies began to enter. Now, please welcome the representative teams from each academy. With the commentators' passionate shout. Naturally, the first to enter was the representative team from Haston Academy. There was no other choice, after all, they were the hosts. Boom! After the representative team from Haston Academy entered, tens of thousands of spectators erupted into deafening cheers. Go, ha, da, go, ha, da. Such cheers continued for dozens of rounds. The excited roars shot up to the sky, as if they could overturn the entire arena. This is what is known as home field advantage. Most of the audience here to watch the competition were from Shenzhou province. The representative team from Haston Academy seemed to feel the audience's fervent passion as all 10 freshmen waved and greeted the spectators with smiles. The style of their school robes was ordinary, but with golden edges, they appeared quite luxurious. The team leader was a boy wearing gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a refined and elegant demeanor, showcasing an aristocratic air. His name was Xiao Ruoming, a swordsman, and the top freshman of Haston Academy. At this moment, his face was filled with pride and arrogance. He enjoyed the feeling of being in the spotlight. This feeling made him feel both physically and mentally pleasant. It turned out that I am different from others, I am special. Then, other academies began to enter one after another. The audience's cheers gradually diminished. This was quite normal. Most of the audience from other provinces could not attend in person. The distance was one reason. Another reason was that ordinary people also had to work and simply did not have the time to watch the competition live. Some could only find time to watch a bit of the replay after a long day at work. The captain of the Kanjiing Academy team was a girl named Lu Shi, and her profession was also a swordsman. It is worth mentioning that her eyes were like those of an eagle, sharp and intimidating. Ling Chen almost shouted, a female version of Hawkeye? The captain of the Tiandong Academy, Wu Zhou Ming, male, profession as a warrior. The captain of the Bingpa Academy, Situ Bingling, female, rare profession ice sorceress. The captain of the Hawu Academy, Chibi Kong, male, brother of Chibiyu, rare profession magic gunner. The captain of the Luochang Academy, Yi Tian, male, rare profession Taoist. The captain of the Qixing Academy, Su Huahua, female, rare profession fortune teller. The captain of the Fanzhou Academy, Zhang Anhua, male, rare profession talisman master. The captain of the Huaqing Academy, Sun Zhe, male, profession archer. Each captain had a unique aura that set them apart from others. These were all the top freshmen from various academies. Their strength was naturally not to be underestimated. Next came the teams from other first, second, and third-tier academies. Among them, there were only 2 teams from the third-tier academies. Soon, the massive competition stage was filled with 1,500 people. At this moment, the principal of Haston Academy, as the organizer, also stepped forward to give a speech. For the opening ceremony, the necessary procedures had to be followed. While these principals and leaders were droning on with their speeches, the freshmen from various academies were sizing each other up. Ling Chen sensitively noticed that many gazes were now fixed on him. Inquisitive, disdainful, scrutinizing, arrogant, all sorts of emotions. The talent eye of insight allowed Ling Chen to clearly perceive the emotions reflected in their pupils. Of course, while these prodigies were observing, they were not foolish enough to provoke him publicly. but they were probably all thinking in their hearts that the team from Tianyan Academy should be an easy target. Once we get in, prioritize killing the members of Tianyan Academy and secure some points first. This was the general thought among the teams from various academies. At this moment, however, Sun Zhe was making eye contact with Ling Chen. He flashed a strange smile at Ling Chen. Then, he raised his hand and lightly drew it across his neck. The meaning of this gesture was self-evident. Ling Chen calmly shifted his gaze. Yet inside, he sneered. Want to kill me? Let's see if you're worthy first. At this moment, the speech had already concluded. The steady voice of the principal of Haston Academy slowly rang out. I declare that the freshman exchange competition is officially open. As the principal of Haston Academy's words fell, a buzz. The arena suddenly trembled and an extremely intense spatial fluctuation abruptly spread. Following that, an enormous dark vortex tore through space, descending upon the sky above. The people in the audience were witnessing such a spectacle for the first time, continuously gasping in shock. Meanwhile, the 1,500 freshmen below looked up at the black hole-like spatial vortex, their expressions serious and their gazes sharp. This was the entrance to the great secret realm. It was also the spatial passage that the principal of Haston Academy had opened by himself. Generally, small secret realms did not require the intervention of the strongest. However, the great secret realm being open this time, both in terms of area and the number of monsters, far exceeded that of small secret realms. Those small secret realm doors simply could not lead to it. Moreover, only those at the principal level have the authority to manage such high-level secret realms. The new students have long understood the rules of this competition. Each person has a jade token in hand. The jade token is made of a special material that cannot be destroyed by anyone below the third transformation. The token has an extremely special sensing function, which can identify when participating contestants kill monsters, obtain rare treasures, or eliminate opposing contestants, thereby adding corresponding points to their team. Each team will be teleported to a corner of the mechanical Sin City to participate in a 5-day survival competition. Every day at midnight, the survival area will be reduced, a total of 5 times. When the 5th reduction occurs, the final boss of the secret realm will appear directly, and the team that defeats it can earn 5,000 points. Of course, if only one team remains in the secret realm before the 5th reduction, the final boss will appear early. Buzz. At this moment, the enormous black hole that could cover the entire arena suddenly erupted with a strong suction force. The 1,500 new students relaxed their bodies and allowed the black hole to pull them in. In just a few seconds, all 1,500 people disappeared from the main stage, and the spatial black hole closed. Meanwhile, hundreds of large projection screens in the sky began to connect to the secret realm's visuals. The audience eagerly put on their 3D glasses. This competition has finally begun. Secret realm name, Mechanical Sin City. Required level, 20-45. Difficulty, not selectable. Team size, 1 to 10 people. Maximum capacity, 3,000 people. Secret realm task, none. Equipment restrictions, none. Item restrictions, none. Secret realm introduction. This was once the capital of a technologically advanced civilization, but the undercurrents of mechanical revolution and distrust among people ultimately led to its downfall. Countless years have passed and it is now desolate and abandoned. However, it has become a paradise for mechanical monsters and zombie beasts. Brave adventurers, be sure to be cautious of the claws lurking in dark corners and the poisonous insects moving in the night. It is worth mentioning that the level restriction for the secret realm is set between 20 to 45. This means that the final boss here should be at level 45, even the minor monsters might be at level 40. The reason for this setup is to emphasize teamwork among each team. The prodigies representing their respective academies likely became accustomed to soloing during their middle and high school secret realm training. However, this secret realm setup forces those who are used to soloing to focus on team cooperation. After all, monsters of such high levels, even if they are just minor ones, pose significant challenges for those prodigies trying to eliminate them. Buzz. Mechanical Sin City. In a tall building somewhere, magical patterns emerged from an office. The next second, 10 figures dressed in ink wash, yin-yang robes appeared. It was Ling Chen and the others. However, when these 10 figures regained their sight, a massive mechanical arm suddenly grew out of the wall, its mechanical claws covered in sharp blades, resembling the mouth of a giant beast filled with rows of teeth. The moment this mechanical arm appeared, it directly attacked the 10 figures. Suddenly, a petite and adorable figure sprang out from the crowd. She wielded a golden heavy hammer and swung it fiercely at the mechanical arm. Clang! The mechanical arm was knocked back, but it did not perish completely. Then, a tall and slender figure teleported close, raised her gauntlet, and with a thud, the mechanical arm was completely shattered. The health bar is so thick. Charlotte puffed her cheeks and frowned. This isn't a monster, it's just a mechanism set in the secret realm. At that moment, Ling Chen explained calmly, High-difficulty secret realms almost always have such mechanisms. Some trigger debuff effects when living beings enter, weakening the perception and attributes of entities not belonging to the secret realm. Others contain poisonous miasma, gradually depleting the health of the explorers at a slow pace. And then there's this one. It should randomly generate mechanical claws in some part of the secret realm scene when it detects a foreign creature entering, attacking the unfamiliar being. Moreover, defeating the mechanical claws does not count towards the score. What should we do now? At this time, all the prodigies looked towards the tall figure. During this time, Ling Chen had already won the respect of these 9 prodigies with his strength. Even the extremely proud Hal and Tamurus willingly followed Ling Chen's orders. Let's first go to the rooftop and check the surroundings, Ling Chen said softly. Soon after, the group arrived at the rooftop. Finally, everyone could see a glimpse of the mechanical city of Sin. Unique and aesthetically pleasing yet dilapidated buildings came into view, their walls long covered in moss and vines. Old streets crisscrossed, overgrown with weeds, and the sound of insects filled the air. As far as the eye could see, the view was filled, seemingly endless. It was evident that this decaying city, which had somehow traversed from another time and space, once housed millions of inhabitants. However, the entire city now exuded an air of decay and decline. Countless black crows circled in the dark sky, their harsh cries echoing. On the streets below, countless zombies, mechanical monsters, and magical beasts roamed. They fought among themselves but knew when to hold back. It's hard to imagine this is actually a secret realm, Xu Yaoguang said, her delicate face serious as she gazed at it all. Can the reality of human survival really transform into a secret realm? Anna's exquisite face was filled with gloom. Her race worshipped the god of life. The zombies below represented once living people. This isn't a city from our world, perhaps a deity turned this city into a secret realm and tossed it over here, Ji Wuming sighed. Except for Ling Chen, everyone else showed expressions of contemplation. They seemed to have touched upon some unknown and terrifying answer. Ling Chen felt no such sentiment. But he didn't disturb these prodigies as they pretended to be profound. Of course, their pretense was soon interrupted. 2 more mechanical claws suddenly emerged from thin air, directly attacking them. But they were easily dealt with. Given the situation, it seemed even sleeping wouldn't be peaceful. Boom! Suddenly, from a kilometer away in the northeast, an astonishing explosion erupted from a building, accompanied by intense magical fluctuations spreading out. The building collapsed with a roar, and countless magical beasts, zombies, and mechanical monsters on the street lifted their heads. The next second, they frantically moved towards the direction of the explosion. From the fluctuations of the magical collision, it seems 2 teams are fighting. Tamurus, a genius mage, said, highly sensitive to the magical elements in the air. In just an instant, he could clearly distinguish that this was a clash of magic from 2 different mages. Let's go and mediate, Ling Chen commanded upon seeing this. After saying that, everyone watched as Ling Chen jumped directly off the rooftop. Just when everyone thought he would fall, his staff floated in his hand and a gentle breeze lifted him, allowing him to stand in mid-air. Ling Chen turned his head in confusion, looking at the dazed crowd. What are you still doing? Let's go. The crowd. So annoying. Clearly, you can fly, right? At this moment, the advantages of flying skills became apparent. None of the talented individuals present had any flying skills. Tamurus, as a mage, could use levitation, but that was only F grade. It could only keep him afloat for 3 seconds. So, everyone obediently leaped directly off the rooftop, having to run towards the location of the explosive battle. However, little Charlotte, with her thick skin, jumped high and clung to Ling Chen's shoulder, her small hands tightly gripping his robe. She flashed a smile at Ling Chen, revealing 2 adorable little tiger teeth. Ling Chen was quite tolerant towards this little girl. Cough, cough, he didn't mind her hitching a ride. He then took the lead towards the battle site. In just a matter of seconds, Ling Chen had brought Charlotte to the location of the fight. The magical clash continued, with colorful fireworks splattering and spreading, beautiful and vibrant. Intense magical explosions were destroying all the surrounding buildings. From his high vantage point, Ling Chen could clearly see the opposing teams below. Just by looking at their uniforms, it was evident that they were from Haston Academy and Luochang Academy. The uniforms of Haston Academy were indeed flashy. Even from high up, Ling Chen could see the shimmering gold trim on their outfits. Under the glow of the flames, they appeared dazzling. At this moment, the Luochang Academy team looked somewhat disheveled. Clearly, they were at a disadvantage in this clash. Yi Tian, just admit defeat honestly, hand over the jade tokens, and we'll spare your lives, Xiao Ruoming said, extending a middle finger, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, and speaking coolly. The members of the Haston Academy behind him also displayed proud expressions. Yi Tian had squinty eyes. He smiled coldly with disdain, just about to speak. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he glanced at the sky out of the corner of his eye. His expression changed dramatically. Even his originally squinty eyes widened. In the next second, without any hesitation, he picked up the feather duster in his hand and gave it a gentle flick. The members of Luochang Academy hadn't even understood what was happening yet when a massive black and white magic array appeared beneath their feet. Star shift. Whoosh. Under the violent fluctuations of space, the members of Luochang Academy instantly vanished from their spot. Only the group of confused Haston Academy members remained. What just happened? Why did that bunch from Luochang Academy run away? Cowards! The noble members of Haston wore expressions of disdain and pride. At this moment, the cool-looking Xiao Ruoming frowned slightly and then looked up. He was shocked. What the hell? There were over 100 fire meteors carrying a destructive force crashing down towards them. The members of Haston Academy were dumbfounded. Lu Dongqiang, hurry and teleport. Xiao Ruoming turned and shouted angrily. The boy named Lu Dongqiang didn't hesitate at all. He quickly pulled out a talisman and unfolded it rapidly. Like Yi Tian, he was also a rare profession, a Taoist. But he didn't have Yi Tian's high-level skill of star shift. He could only use a pre-drawn teleportation talisman to retreat the team. When he used this talisman, his face was filled with tears and pain. Damn it! This was a talisman he had spent a lot of precious materials to create. By the way, Taoist talisman skills come in various forms. Weaker talismans can be inscribed at any time, such as binding talismans, acceleration talismans, and so on. But some powerful talismans, like the long-distance group teleportation talisman currently used by Lu Dongqiang, need to be inscribed in advance, and one must also find precious materials to refine the talisman paper. Ordinary talisman paper cannot withstand the energy required to teleport so many people. Of course, a third-tier Taoist can freely inscribe such powerful talismans without relying on talisman paper. Buzz! As Lu Changdong painfully unfolded the talisman paper, spatial fluctuations spread out. The team from Haston Academy was also directly teleported away. Boom! And the more than 100 flaming meteors that fell from the sky directly smashed into the group of monsters that had been attracted. Ugh! The monsters on the ground let out extremely shrill cries. In the air, Charlotte, hanging on Ling Chen, had a dazed expression, her eyes wide open as she stared at Ling Chen. A big question mark loomed in her little head. What just happened? In an instant, over 100 giant rocks appeared around them. Moreover, these giant rocks were ablaze with fierce flames. And the group of Zhu Yaoguang, who had finally arrived at the scene, also looked blankly at the meteor bombardment unfolding before them. What happened to the mediation? How can you mediate when you've scared them all away? Far away in a dilapidated building, 10 kilometers away. Buzz! The magic circle appeared. The members of Luochang Academy were teleported out, their faces drenched in cold sweat. Their expressions still reflected extreme fear and confusion. Why? Why did a group of flaming meteors suddenly appear? Is it a mechanism inherent to the secret realm? A randomly formed meteor bombardment zone? This is just too damn ridiculous. Fortunately, with Tianji's Doshuanxingyi, otherwise, even if they weren't crushed by the meteors, they would have been collectively injured. Tiangu, what exactly just happened? A team member asked, his face filled with lingering fear. You ask me, who should I ask? Yi Tian replied irritably. He had only seen the meteors for a moment before using Doshuanxingyi. There was no time to observe further. On the other side, the Haston team, having also escaped, wore expressions of cold sweat and fear. Xiao Ruoming's cool demeanor finally vanished. Her elegant hairstyle was also quite disheveled. Facing the questioning gazes of all her teammates, Xiao Ruoming looked up at the sky with a melancholic expression, murmuring, "Wait a minute, could it be that heaven is blind? I often help old ladies cross the street. How could I suddenly incur divine wrath?" Outside, the director had already focused the camera on the two teams from Haston Academy and Luochang Academy who had just landed and collided. The hundreds of thousands of viewers watching this scene were also extremely excited. Wow, right off the bat, it's a battle between two top 10 prestigious schools. Can't wait. I feel like Haston Academy has a better chance. Numerous viewers were also watching the live streams on various platforms. They were equally thrilled. They never expected that right at the opening they would witness a clash between two prestigious school teams. The initial score of a Jade token is 100. If a team directly defeats another upon landing, they can naturally gain a 1,000-point advantage. Of course, battles were frequently breaking out all over this grand secret realm. After all, with 150 teams entering the secret realm, the probability of encountering each other upon landing is quite high. But all the viewers focused their attention on the clash between these two prestigious school teams. They were filled with anticipation, eager to see which team would ultimately emerge victorious. The commentators were also passionately analyzing the battle situation. Now it's Haston Academy vs Luochang Academy in the landing clash. They are starting to exchange magical attacks, truly worthy of a prestigious university. Freshmen, unleashing advanced skills as if they were free, but it's clear that the mages from Luochang Academy are slightly inferior. The two teams have stopped their fierce exchange. What will their next move be? At this point, suddenly, the commentators' eyes widened. Because on the screen, for some unknown reason, dozens of massive meteors fell from the sky, prompting both teams to immediately use group teleportation to evacuate the scene. How could this happen? I wanted to see a good show. Does this great secret realm actually have a mechanism that triggers a meteor disaster? Voices of regret erupted from the crowd. In the VIP box number 1, facing the principals and leaders from various schools who had come from afar, Haston Academy naturally prepared a luxurious box for the guests. Within this box, they could fully observe the current state of the competition. However, at this moment, all the principals looked at the principal of Haston Academy with puzzled expressions. Principal Lu, is there really a mechanism for falling meteors in this secret realm? Isn't that a bit excessive? The power of this mechanism exceeds the standard, already comparable to a second-tier professional. Facing the puzzled gazes of the principals, Principal Lu frowned and said solemnly, "This great secret realm only has 4 types of mechanisms. The first is randomly appearing mechanical claws. The second is the swarm of poisonous insects that appear at night. The third is debuff effects. The fourth is gravity and sinking debuffs." I certainly did not set up a disaster meteor of comparable power to a second-tier professional. Upon hearing this, everyone became even more confused. Due to the numerous cameras with 1,500 people, that meant 1,500 live broadcast cameras. In this situation, the director would only show the perspective of the teams engaged in fierce combat on the screen. Just like playing a MOBA game. The mid-lower lane fights fiercely, while the top lane has 2 retired old-timers peacefully last hitting. You poke me and I nudge you. The camera would definitely focus on the mid-lower lane. Fortunately, to not miss any exciting moments, Haston Academy also dispatched over 100 secret realm monitors. They were tasked with one-on-one monitoring of the team's every move in this competition. Without any hesitation, Principal Lu directly contacted all the secret realm monitors. Can anyone tell me what exactly happened with the meteor shower that appeared in the E4 area just now? Upon hearing this, one of the secret realm monitors hesitated for a moment, before slowly saying, "Principal, you might not believe it. The meteor shower was actually created by a participating contestant." The leaders in the VIP box couldn't help but lean back, their expressions becoming serious. Which academy's prodigy could create such a spectacle? Meanwhile, Han Xiao had already furrowed her brows. For some reason, the first person she thought of was Ling Chen. It shouldn't be him. It shouldn't be. After all, during the training sessions over this period, she had never seen him create any meteor showers. However, just as this thought crossed her mind, the secret realm monitors answered directly slapped Han Xiao in the face. The contestant who created the meteor shower is Ling Chen, the number 1 contestant from Tianyan Academy. A classless wanderer. One sentence. It made the leaders of various academies widen their eyes in disbelief. Perhaps realizing that the principals would definitely have doubts, the secret realm monitor continued explaining without any pause. I was also shocked when I saw it. I never expected that these few small skills could combine to create such a powerful offensive. He first used stone solidification to create dozens of boulders, then used the wind mage's wind manipulation to lift them into the air, and then used the explosive madman's liquid petroleum bomb. Silence. A deathly silence. When all the principals present heard this explanation, everyone felt an overwhelming shock inside. Han Xiao's exquisite face was filled with surprise. However, at that moment, an untimely voice broke the silence. "I heard that this student seems to be the top of the trial rankings from South Province, but was rejected by your Haston Academy, right?" The speaker had a strained relationship with Haston Academy. She was the principal of Ice Soul Academy. Principal Lu remained silent while the director of the Haston admissions office smiled and said, "Indeed, it's him. I was the one who instructed the admissions staff not to go there. After all, in my eyes, a jobless wanderer is a dead end. What does it matter if he performs well now? Sooner or later, he will revert to his true self, especially as the levels increase. His attributes will diverge further from other professions. Our Haston Academy absolutely does not need such a hopeless student. Moreover, we at Haston Academy do not need this jobless wanderer to draw attention to us." The words were spoken with conviction, firmly believing that the jobless wanderer was destined to fail. However, the last statement was a bit excessive, implying that Tianyan Academy's acceptance of this jobless wanderer was merely a publicity stunt. The leaders of the other academies couldn't help but chuckle at this. A good show was about to unfold. Did the director of the Haston admissions office not know that Principal Han Xiao of Tianyan Academy was widely recognized as the most hot-tempered dark elf beauty? Sure enough, Han Xiao's originally graceful demeanor turned sharp. Even in a guest role, when it came to the honor and disgrace of the academy, she would never back down. Thus, Han Xiao stood up. She couldn't be bothered to glance at the admissions director whose words were laced with daggers. Instead, she directly looked at the tall and composed Principal Lu, her smile charming. Prink, this peaceful yet extremely powerful nation is the true support of the now declining kingdom of Wei. Every year, Han Xiao brings outstanding dark elves from the kingdom of Wei for further studies. She has also contributed her strength on the front lines of the demon abyss. A few years ago, during the national college freshman trial competition, Han Xiao led her team and encountered ridicule from a foreign teacher of a certain academy. The mockery naturally pertained to her own race. Thus, during that incident, Han Xiao showcased her astonishing strength and fiery temper. The foreign teacher was killed on the spot. Fortunately, several deans joined forces to stop her, otherwise, the teacher's original spirit would have been annihilated. Since then, no one dared to provoke this voluptuous and alluring dark elf dean. At this moment, it was expected that she would take action against the admissions director of the Haston Academy. However, to everyone's surprise, she remained calm and even proposed a wager to Principal Lu. Although Principal Lu appeared composed, he was actually tense all over. He genuinely feared that this woman might erupt in violence. But seeing her so calm, he let out a sigh of relief. Then, with a nonchalant smile, he asked, "What does Dean Han wish to bet on?" "The terms of the wager are simple. We bet on whether the Tianyan Academy's team will win the championship." Han Xiao smiled. "Alright, I accept your bet." Principal Lu laughed heartily. Like everyone else, he instinctively believed that a jobless wanderer equated to a waste, having never witnessed Ling Chen's performance firsthand. The ridicule Ling Chen faced upon entering Tianyan Academy was just the same. Even now, after Ling Chen demonstrated a wave of disaster meteorites in front of everyone, it still did not garner much attention. Perhaps in their eyes, they thought the combination of these skills was too limited. Although powerful, it was unlikely to be used every time. Then, Principal Lu asked, "And what are the stakes?" Han Xiao smiled charmingly. "If I lose, I will agree to any personal conditions you impose, Principal Lu. If I win, your school must agree to one slightly excessive condition of mine. How about that?" As soon as these words were spoken, all the men present felt a stir in their hearts. Their gazes involuntarily fell upon Han Xiao's seductive and enchanting figure. Agreeing to personal conditions, this stirred something deep within all the men. They even felt an impulse to bet against Han Xiao themselves. If they won, it would be a heavenly delight. They could directly draft a soul contract, making her their complete slave. After all, she was a four-turn supreme being. Moreover, she was an exceptionally rare and exquisite young woman, knowledgeable, both in and out of bed. The admissions director of Haston was also excited. He wished he could bet against her himself. However, Principal Lu did not take it for granted. His serious face furrowed in thought. After a few seconds of contemplation, he realized that the chances of Tianyan Academy winning the championship were slim. Indeed, Tianyan Academy had consecutively won the national college freshman trial competition in recent years. But this year's competition format had changed drastically. It was no longer a clash of individual and team events, but a battle royale. Additionally, Tianyan Academy had a jobless wanderer dragging them down. The probability of winning was bleak. A four-turn supreme being offered to him, he had no reason to refuse. So, he slowly nodded and said, "I accept this bet. By our souls. By our souls." Buzz. With the two raising their hands to swear, the betting contract took full effect. Afterwards, Han Xiao continued to sit back with a smile, sipping her red wine and watching the camera. Inside the great secret realm, Ling Chen looked down and saw that his jade token score had skyrocketed from 100 to 300. It must be the reward points for killing those small monsters. The ground buildings had already been bombarded into a complete mess. I didn't expect both teams to have group teleportation methods. That was a miscalculation. It seems we can't underestimate the talents from each school. Ling Chen murmured to himself as he stood in midair. He had thought this wave would yield great points, but instead, the opponents had escaped. Had he known, he would have prepared in advance. For instance, he could have stripped them of all their armor, weapons, and clothing. Also, the power of the natural disaster meteorite seemed insufficient. If only he had added the previous storm group, that would have been enough. At that moment, the little girl perched on Ling Chen's shoulder suddenly sighed softly. Fortunately, Charlotte didn't choose to go to the Hawking Academy, otherwise, she would definitely be ravaged by your perversion. Ling Chen. As Ling Chen's figure slowly descended, the other 8 talents stared at him with complex expressions. Natural disaster meteorites, summoned with a wave of the hand. Equipment and clothing, removed with ease. Various methods, emerging one after another. Was this a freshman? Thankfully, such a monster was on their team. They've run away, so what should we do next? The group once again handed over command to Ling Chen. Just as Ling Chen was about to speak, suddenly, everyone received a message through their jade tokens. At 11 p.m. tonight, S-grade medicinal herb creation grass will appear at coordinates 2300, 4700 in the D7 area. At the same time, the red-named guardian beast Medusa will also make an appearance. The reward points for obtaining the creation grass and slaying Medusa are 1,000 and 1,500, respectively. We look forward to the performance of all contestants. After the teams spread across the vast secret realm received this message, their expressions changed dramatically, quickly turning into immense joy and excitement. Creation grass, an S-grade medicinal herb, a necessary item for crafting S-grade and A-grade eternal elixirs. Even taken alone, it could wash the marrow and greatly enhance one's physique, while also causing a significant increase in one's four-dimensional attributes. No one expected that this time the Ministry of Education of the Dragon Kingdom would be so generous, offering such a precious herb as a competition reward before the first phase of the survival circle had even shrunk. It seems that after this points competition, it's very likely that half or more of the teams will be eliminated, Ji Wuming said with a serious expression. The other talents slowly nodded in agreement. S-grade medicinal herbs, let alone for them, mere level 20 novices, even for season 3rd and 4th transition experts, would be tempted upon seeing it. This alone illustrated the preciousness of such herbs. Therefore, the teams from other academies would certainly not give up easily and were bound to come and compete. This would inevitably lead to the first chaotic battle of the exchange competition. Ling Chen calmly opened the electronic information template. An electronic map appeared before everyone. He then searched for the coordinates D7, 2300, 4700 and discovered that the location was an abandoned large factory that had been derelict for many years. At that time, hundreds of teams would gather here for the first time. The coordinates were over 100 kilometers away from Ling Chen and the others. No wonder it was a deserted city that once had a population of over 10 million. At this moment, the sky had already darkened. Mechanical claws and poisonous insects began to drift through the streets and buildings. The roars of zombies and beasts echoed frequently, creating a chilling atmosphere. Let's go, Ling Chen said without any unnecessary words, directly leading everyone towards the coordinates. In his eyes, whether it was a chaotic battle or mutual slaughter, it didn't matter. That creation grass was destined to be in his possession. During this journey, Ling Chen did not fly alone. Instead, he lightly tapped his staff, once again showcasing his unfathomable vastness of blue energy. 9 gusts of wind tightly surrounded each teammate, and then these winds lifted everyone into the air, heading towards the coordinates. D7 area, 2300, 4700. Here lies a large abandoned factory covered in vines and fungal mats. Hisses. Countless tiny venomous snakes coil in the shadows, their pairs of crimson eyes watching from all directions. A foul, fishy stench belonging to a snake den permeates the air. In the center, a massive factory building has long been crushed by a gigantic snake egg. This egg, towering over 10 meters, stands there, surrounded by countless magical snakes circling around, emitting excited hisses as if they are about to welcome their queen. At this moment, at the factory entrance, buzz, the spatial fluctuations spread and patterns of magical arrays appeared on the ground. In the next second, hundreds of figures emerged. These hundreds of figures wore uniforms from various schools, but strangely, they did not fight. Instead, they were chatting and laughing with each other. The nano cameras scattered around the abandoned factory clearly transmitted this scene to the viewing area outside. Is this an alliance? Wow, dozens of new student teams from various universities are banding together? Isn't this considered malicious teaming? In an instant, the audience erupted in a clamor. The commentators were also a bit bewildered. Meanwhile, the leaders from various schools sitting in the VIP box showed no signs of discontent. Principal Liu, this is already malicious teaming, right? The dean of the Ice Soul Academy couldn't help but remark. But at that moment, a leader from a second-tier school smiled calmly and said, Dean Situ, I remember the rules of this competition didn't say that teams from different schools couldn't form alliances, right? Upon hearing this, Dean Situ's expression froze. Indeed, it seems the rules of this competition are quite lenient. It only explicitly prohibits malicious extermination of the original spirit bodies. Aside from that, there are hardly any other restrictions. Principal Liu hadn't expected that these second-tier schools would start to band together. Moreover, judging by the attitudes of the leaders from the major second-tier schools, it seemed they had already known about this. Or rather, this matter was likely something they had tacitly approved. In fact, it's possible that from the moment the competition rules were announced, they had already begun to contact each other to form alliances. Logically speaking, such alliance behavior is disgraceful. But these second-tier schools have their reasons for doing so. The reason is simple. In recent years, the top 30 spots in the National College Freshman Trial Competition have long been occupied by the top 10 prestigious schools and first-tier universities. This has led to a severe tilt of resources from the Ministry of Education of Longwy towards these institutions. Second-tier and third-tier schools receive very few resources. It is even said that some teachers in second- and third-tier schools are almost all second transformation powerhouses. It's quite tragic, to be honest. Students from top and first-tier universities can almost complete their second transformation by the end of their sophomore year. However, most students from second and third tier schools only have the opportunity to attempt their second transformation by their senior year. The lack of experience and resources, as well as the embarrassment from annual exchange competitions, has resulted in a decline in student enrollment year after year. If this continues, these second and third tier schools will never have a chance to rise. This year's major reform in the competition system has finally given second and third tier schools a glimmer of hope. Although this may attract criticism from the outside world, they have their reasons for doing so. As long as they can achieve a good ranking in the exchange competition, the Ministry of Education of Longwa will definitely reward them with resource secret realms. The champion team school can receive 5 secret realms of level 30 or above. The second place gets 4. The third place gets 3. The remaining top 30 receive 2. The top 50 receive 1. The schools behind them will receive some materials and elixir rewards. Overall, these second and third tier institutions must unite to completely expel the teams from the top tier and first class schools. Whenever they receive a reward from a secret realm, it significantly boosts the average level and strength of all the students in their institution. This is why the leaders of those top tier and first class schools, upon witnessing this scene, merely comment on it without getting entangled in the unfairness of alliances. Because, if any leader from a first class school were in the position of these second and third tier institutions, they would do the same, facing criticism and ridicule. So what? As long as it brings a secret realm resource to their own school, it represents a tremendous enhancement for all their students. To outsiders, these school leaders appear shameless and despicable, openly advocating for student alliances. But for their own students, these leaders bear the blame to fight for educational resources on their behalf. Therefore, Principal Lu calmly communicated to the commentators and judges, the matter of alliances does not violate the competition rules. Thus, the teams from these allied institutions are participating in a normal competition, with no violations. This is the pride of the top-tier institutions. Coincidentally, the alliances formed by other schools can also test the teams from the top-tier institutions. Let's see how they respond to the alliance of nearly 1,000 people. The audience outside, upon hearing the announcement from the event organizers, became even more eager. How interesting. In the past, it was always the top-tier schools that dominated the top 10 in exchange competitions. Now that various schools have formed alliances, can these top institutions still easily secure the championship? Inside the Great Secret Realm, the nearly 1,000-strong team did not rush directly into the abandoned factory. Instead, they began to send members to ambush and observe near the factory. There are a total of 150 participating institutions, and nearly 100 of them have gathered here. Of course, the people from the top-tier and first-class schools naturally look down on associating with them. On their way, this massive allied team encountered several teams from first-class institutions, namely the 23rd-ranked Kant Academy, the 28th-ranked Sunfire Academy, and the 34th-ranked Haohui Academy. All of them were strong teams. However, they ultimately suffered a complete defeat. The leaders of these 3 institutions turned pale with anger. The gap in strength between students from prestigious schools and those from second and third tier institutions was not yet exaggerated when they first entered their freshman year. Therefore, under the siege of nearly 1,000 people, not to mention first-class institutions, even the teams from top-tier schools found it difficult to hold their ground. Of course, this is only effective in the National College Freshman Trial Competition. As time goes on, students from prestigious schools become stronger, and the gap between them widens. If a sophomore team from a prestigious school were to compete against a sophomore team from a second or third-tier institution, even if the latter gathered hundreds of people, they would still be no match for the prestigious school team. The teams from prestigious schools typically reach their second transformation by the end of their sophomore year, significantly raising their level. Meanwhile, students from second and third tier institutions might just be reaching level 30 in their sophomore year. All reconnaissance personnel do not act rashly against the prestigious school teams. Right now, the teams from the major prestigious schools will definitely enter one after another, and they are still unaware of our alliance. When the time comes, we will catch them off guard. Even if we don't eliminate them, we must at least injure them severely, so they cannot continue to compete with us. A cold-faced boy with a buzz cut transmitted indifferently. His name is Zhang Dongsheng, the top freshman from the Morning Dawn Academy. His profession is a mechanic. He was elected as the leader by the group. After receiving news that S-grade medicinal materials had appeared in the Jade Tablet, he devised a plan to wait for the rabbit and strike one by one. The appearance of the creation grass and Medusa was simply a perfect bait for his plan. Faced with an assault of nearly 1,000 people, even if you were from a prestigious school, you had to bow your head. Moreover, there was also Jiang Dongsheng, an exceptionally skilled tactical commander. Originally, a team of hundreds that had not gone through any coordination should have been like a pile of loose sand. But under Jiang Dongsheng's command, it resembled an orderly army. It's no wonder he was chosen as the leader. He truly had his unique strengths. Brother Jiang,
A prestigious school team has been spotted at coordinates 2227 4510. They are from the Ice Soul Academy. Soon, the team members hidden at various points relayed the information. Gather and execute the tactics I laid out earlier, Jiang Dongsheng immediately ordered. Yes. All the team members responded eagerly. Looking at the spirited team members, Jiang Dongsheng revealed a fervent smile. The champion of this exchange competition was destined to be their Dawn Academy. As for the subsequent distribution of reward resources, the leaders of each school would naturally discuss that. Their allied team's only mission was to take down the prestigious students. At coordinates 2227 4510, the members of the Ice Soul Academy could already see the enormous snake egg that was continuously radiating pressure. They knew that at 11 p.m., this giant snake egg would hatch. The red-named guardian beast Medusa would also descend. At that time, it would be a chaotic battle. The test would be the operation and decision-making of each major team. Situ Bingling wore an ice blue long dress with long ice blue hair, and even her pupils were of an icy blue hue. She had an exquisite appearance and a graceful figure. With an indifferent expression, she led her team towards the abandoned factory, intending to first understand the surrounding terrain. However, she soon sensed that something was off. At the same time, a mechanic in the team changed his expression and quickly said, "Captain, it seems we are surrounded by dozens of people." The mechanic profession had an extremely powerful enemy detection skill, thermal imaging sensing robot. Through this robot, he scanned a radius of 100 meters. He sensitively detected that dozens of figures had surrounded them. Moreover, the number was continuously increasing. Situ Bingling furrowed her brows, raising her head to look towards the end of the street. There, she saw a group of people marching towards them. Leading them was none other than Jiang Dongsheng. Jiang Dongsheng approached the Ice Soul Academy team and lazily said, "Hand over your jade tokens obediently, then use your return scroll to leave the secret realm. I'll spare your lives, and it will also save face for your prestigious school. You are not from the same academy, yet you maliciously formed a team, despicable and shameless." A student from the Ice Soul Academy immediately shouted in anger. "Yes, we are despicable and shameless, so what?" Jiang Dongsheng smiled. The other new students from the academies also wore mocking sneers. In that moment, Situ Bingling knew that this group had come prepared. Their Ice Soul Academy was indeed powerful, but facing this nearly 1,000-person assault, they had no way out. "Give me all your jade tokens." Suddenly, Situ Bingling spoke softly. The other team members hesitated for no moment and directly handed their jade tokens to Situ Bingling. "You all use your return scrolls to leave here immediately." Then, Situ Bingling issued her second command. "Captain." At this point, the teammates all understood what she intended to do. She was going to stay behind to fight. "This is the captain's order." Situ Bingling's exquisite and charming face rarely showed a terrifying expression. Everyone, clap, clap, clap. Jiang Dongsheng smiled and applauded, touching, really touching. "I truly envy your united and sincere friendship. You can't let the captain's good intentions go to waste. Hurry and leave, or else you'll lose items and levels after being resurrected." Jiang Dongsheng said rationally. He hadn't actually gone on a killing spree. First, he didn't want to waste unnecessary energy. His only goal was points. Second, the school leaders outside were under considerable pressure, and malicious teaming had already made people uncomfortable, even though it was within the rules. But if they pushed their luck further and started maliciously killing, it would definitely lead to their institution being completely ostracized by top-tier schools in the future. Buzz. In the end, the members of the Ice Soul Academy used their return scrolls with faces full of frustration and unwillingness. Only Situ Bingling was left behind. "Miss Situ, hand over your jade token points, and I won't kill you," Jiang Dongsheng said with a smile. "If you want points, come and take them yourself," Situ Bingling replied coldly. "Sigh, why bother?" Jiang Dongsheng shrugged. In the next moment, his gentle expression suddenly turned cold, and he indifferently uttered a word, "Attack." Boom! As soon as the words fell, hundreds of colorful magical beams and flames surged directly towards Situ Bingling. Faced with this terrifying attack, Situ Bingling showed no fear at all. She raised her exquisitely crafted blue staff covered in magical patterns, and her crisp voice rang out, "Freeze! Crack, crack, crack!" In an instant, her delicate body was swiftly covered by an ice coffin, completely sealed. Frozen Tomb, a high-level skill of the Frost Sorceress. Frozen Tomb, a plus releases on the enemy to freeze the target, causing massive damage, and freezing the opponent for 60 seconds. When released on oneself, it allows the user to be sealed in an ice coffin, entering the eternal freeze state. Notes: 1. The enemy can be purified and released during the freezing period. 2. Eternal freeze state, immune to any damage and cannot be targeted but also cannot perform any actions. The duration of this state continuously consumes the user's mana, and when the mana is exhausted, the eternal state will automatically. 3. The eternal freeze state cannot be dispelled by any skills.
Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of magical bombardments, carrying a destructive force, descended upon the seemingly exquisite and fragile ice coffin. However, to everyone's shock, these hundreds of magical attacks didn't even chip away at the ice coffin. This shell is tough, Zhang Dongxing sneered. Although he couldn't temporarily obtain the Ice Soul Academy's Jade Token points, he was in no hurry. After all, the person was right there, and escape was impossible. Li Bingrong, you take 200 people and hold this position, set up an attack formation. As soon as this ice coffin is opened, attack immediately. Zhang Dongxing looked at the burly man beside him. Li Bingrong, a heavy shield warrior, nodded seriously, yes. Then, Zhang Dongxing led the remaining 600 people to start sweeping around the abandoned factory. The advantage in numbers was fully displayed at this moment. When the first-class academy teams encountered this flood-like alliance team, they were either crushed or had to reluctantly use their return scrolls. It is worth mentioning that among the top 10 elite academies, aside from the yet-to-appear Tianyan Academy, Haston Academy, and Hucking Academy, the remaining elite school teams that could escape basically used significant means to do so. Those who couldn't escape had to reluctantly hand over their jade tokens to leave. These top-tier schools were not afraid when facing any other academy team, but unfortunately, they were up against an alliance team of nearly 1,000 people. Thus, in just half an hour, those academy teams that rushed to this location, attempting to seize the fortune grass, were consecutively eliminated. The number of survivors was rapidly decreasing. At this moment, the leaders of various schools, the event commentators, and all the spectators outside were completely dumbfounded. I initially thought this group of hundreds was a disorganized mess, but unexpectedly, under Zhang Dongxing's leadership, it appeared orderly. However, everyone wore a frown. This had completely deviated from the original intention of the competition reform. Originally, the National College Freshman Trial was meant to test teamwork, operation, and decision-making, but now it had turned into a one-sided brawl. This, a prominent figure from the Ministry of Education of Longwa, sitting in the VIP box, furrowed his brow slightly. Yet, he still had no intention of halting the competition. The faces of the leaders from the already eliminated institutions looked grim, but they too did not express any desire to stop the match. Their thoughts were the same as that of the education minister, an alliance of nearly 1,000 people. This was indeed very unfair. However, when the competition rules were established, there was no stipulation against forming alliances. It could only be said that at this moment, 200 people revealed joyful smiles. Suddenly, Situ Bingling shouted loudly to Ling Chen and the others, people from Tianyan Academy, hurry and run. The second and third tier academies have completely formed an alliance. Their numbers are close to 1,000. Many prestigious school teams have already been eliminated, run quickly. She didn't want this group of despicable allies to succeed. Ha, now you want to run? It's too late. Li Bingrong, who was assigned here by Zhang Dongxing to guard, sneered. The big man waved his hand directly. Over 100 people surrounded the Tianyan Academy team tightly. Moreover, the most important thing was that Li Bingrong showed no signs of underestimating the enemy and directly fired 2 red flares into the sky. This was the agreed signal among their allied team. 1 red flare represented encountering a first-tier academy team. 2 flares indicated encountering a prestigious school team. 2 kilometers away, Zhang Dongxing stepped on the head of a first-tier academy freshman, and upon seeing the 2 red flares, he waved his hand. Brothers, let's go. Follow me to crush these so-called prestigious students. Oh! Hundreds of people collectively raised their weapons and shouted excitedly. A flush appeared on everyone's face. It felt so good. The feeling of stepping on these high and mighty prestigious students was unexpectedly exhilarating. At this moment, Li Bingrong, carrying a giant axe and shield, slowly approached the surrounded Ling Chen and the others. His rough and ugly pancake face broke into a grin. You have 2 choices. Either die, or hand over your jade tokens and scram. Choose. It seems the Tianyan Academy team is about to be eliminated. This team has no Taoists or Spirit Array Masters, just a mage who can teleport short distances. They're doomed. And they even brought a useless wanderer. How can they win? Outside, through the nano cameras in the secret realm, the audience could clearly see that Tianyan Academy had already fallen into a siege. Moreover, Zhang Dongxing was leading his team rapidly towards this direction. In less than 5 minutes, the Tianyan Academy team was surrounded by a massive force of nearly 1,000 people. At this moment, the number of survivors had dropped from the original 1,500 to 1087. A few teams were eliminated immediately upon landing. Most teams were eliminated by this group of allies. Among the top 10 elite academy teams, Tiandong Academy, Hao Academy, Jixing Academy, Fanzhou Academy, and Bingpa Academy had all been wiped out. Only the captains of these 5 teams remained as lone wolves. Once Situ Bingling's mana was exhausted, she too would face elimination. Luocheng Academy, due to the presence of the genius Taoist Yi Tian, had once again reversed the stars, allowing the team to remain intact. But as long as the competition continued, they would ultimately have to face this group of allies. Meanwhile, the teams from Haston Academy, Hucking Academy, and Kanjiing Academy were shown discussing in a building in the D7 area, seemingly planning to form an alliance against them. As for Tianyan Academy, they were about to face total annihilation. Alas, what a pity for Zhu Yaoguang, this genius assassin girl. Not to mention anything else, the quality of the girls in the Tianyan Academy team is so high, especially that her assets are truly impressive. Fortunately, this is a competition, otherwise, the consequences for these girls after defeat. This netizen, please watch less of that stuff. At this moment, inside the secret realm, Zhu Yaoguang, Ji Woming, and the others had faces that were extremely serious. Even the usually carefree little girl, Charlotte, was on high alert, her face solemn. The pressure from the siege of 200 people was as immense as a mountain. Only Ling Chen remained calm. Faced with the choice given by Li Bingrong, Ling Chen chose to ignore it and began to calmly issue orders. And a grand performance is about to begin. Zhu Yaoguang, you will launch a flanking attack from the left. The 20 priests and 40 mages over there are your responsibility. Your task is not assassination, but interference and ensuring your own safety. Zhu Yaoguang replied sternly, understood. Shibiyu, Ji Woming, you two in the front line are responsible for protecting Xia, Tamuris, and Hell. If any of them lose even a hair, I'll strip you of your clothes. Shibiyu and Ji Woming also accepted the orders with enthusiasm. Ji Woming's rare class allows him to wield a spear for damage output and switch to a shield to act as the main tank in the front line. Gao Yao, Charlotte, you are responsible for countering the enemy assassins, but do not go too deep. Remember not to fall victim to the enemy shadow priest's negative status effects. Gao Yao and Charlotte nodded seriously. Tamuris, your magical attacks will cover Gao Yao and Charlotte. Xia, you need to maintain the health and status of the two frontliners and the two melee damage dealers. Hell, your task is simple, apply negative buffs to the enemy front line and any approaching assassins to disrupt them while looking for opportunities to deal damage. Tamuris and the others nodded excitedly. What about you? Charlotte asked. Ling Chen smiled, I'll watch the show first. The crowd of elites. Humph, what a show-off. Do you really think you're a general giving orders? Brothers, let's go all out. Kill them. Li Bingrong was quite displeased with Ling Chen's confident demeanor, as if he had everything under control. In the face of so many people's overwhelming force, any coordination was meaningless. He raised his battle axe high and ordered his companions to attack fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the abandoned shopping plaza erupted with brilliant magical explosions in the night. Tamuris, the most outstanding genius mage of the orc race, could hold his own against the 40 enemy mages trading blows back and forth. Fortunately, he was on the right side. Historically, the left side always loses in such exchanges. Of course, the real reason was that these mages were simply too weak. They were just freshmen from second and third-rate academies. In terms of skill power, coordination, and casting speed, they were far inferior to Tamuris. However, the other classes on the enemy side were not to be underestimated. Assassins, shadow warriors, and other strong backline attackers frequently made their moves. At this moment, Gao Yao and Charlotte stood on either side, their terrifying melee burst power fully displayed. For careless assassins were hammered to death on the spot, causing the remaining assassins to hesitate in their attacks. Chibiyu and Ji Woming, the two shield warriors, showcased the prowess of top-tier main tanks. They stood firm like a mountain, unyielding. No matter how the enemy frontline charged, they still couldn't advance an inch. Meanwhile, they took the opportunity to unleash skills like Battle Roar and Group Taunt. Not only did they enhance their teammates' strength and defense attributes, but they also forcibly drew the enemy's aggro. A few assassins attempted to sneak in and assassinate Xia while Gao Yao and Charlotte were occupied, but they were pulled back into aggro by Chibiyu's heroic provocation. Xia, the Catgirl priest, also fully demonstrated her exceptional support abilities. Perhaps her innate talent was at work. Every time she cast skills like Holy Shield Blessing, Group Healing, and Group Purification, she managed to provide her teammates with a small boost to all attributes. At this moment, this elite team displayed an incredibly terrifying level of coordination. They seemed like a seamless shield, perfectly defending against any attack. Ling Chen's half-month of special training results were finally paying off. The audience outside was even more shocked, erupting in exclamations. My God, is this the coordination of a top-tier academy? Why do I feel stronger than any of the previous elite school teams? It's actually that rogue giving the orders. Well, he is a waste, so he can only act as the team commander. In the face of these exclamations, there were also dissenting voices among the audience. Ha! This is just against 200 people. Once Jiang Dongsheng returns to support, they will still die. The crowd suddenly realized. Right. Jiang Dongsheng has 700 people on his side. If he comes back to support, even if they grind down the Tianyan Academy's team, they will still lose. The leaders of the schools in the VIP box, seeing the excellent performance of Tianyan Academy, expressed their astonishment and praise. Not bad. No wonder they have been the champions of the exchange competition for several years. It's just a pity that once Jiang Dongsheng returns, they will still be defeated. Even the principal of Hoston Academy sighed inwardly. If it weren't for the alliance, Tianyan Academy would have had a great chance of winning. But, unfortunately, there are no ifs. All the school leaders either praised or lamented. Only the leaders of Huaqing Academy revealed a strange smile at this moment. Inside the great secret realm, Area D7, watching as those 200 people began to fight with the people from Tianyan Academy. C2 Bingling, trapped in the ice coffin, slightly turned her ice blue eyes. Now is the perfect time to escape. Moreover, if she doesn't run soon, her mana will run out. The mediation from Tianyan Academy is really easy to persuade. Thinking this, C2 Bingling immediately cancelled the Frozen Tomb skill state. Note, the state of Frozen Tomb can be cancelled by the caster. Crack! The exquisite and beautiful ice coffin shattered. Frozen Shadow Leap. After breaking the state, she did not hesitate at all and was about to use her displacement skill to escape. However, what she didn't expect was that a figure suddenly emerged from the shadow pool behind her. A long and powerful hand reached out like a ghost. C2 Bingling didn't even sense any fluctuation of aura. And the next second, her snow-white neck was grabbed from behind by someone. The chant of the Frozen Shadow Leap skill was directly interrupted. The sudden change made C2 Bingling's eyes widen, struggling to breathe, her delicate face filled with disbelief. She slowly and laboriously turned her head. Then she saw a charmingly handsome face revealing a brilliant smile towards her. Beautiful lady, where are you planning to go? Seeing this boy's radiant smile, C2 Bingling felt not a hint of warmth in her heart, but rather a chill all over her body. She didn't even know when this boy had stealthily approached. Moreover, she was about to suffocate. This boy's hand was like an iron clamp, tightly locking her throat. Her originally fair and delicate face was now filled with a blood-red hue. Even her eyes began to bleed. C2 Bingling's hands and feet started to kick wildly, struggling frantically. It looked like she was about to perish. Only then did Ling Chen directly release his grip. Cough cough. C2 Bingling fell to the ground, clutching her neck and coughing incessantly. She greedily gasped for air. At that moment, C2 Bingling suddenly realized. This boy is the unclassed rogue from Tianyan Academy, isn't he? It seems she had been careless just now. That's why she gave him the opportunity to ambush her. And right now, whoosh! C2 Bingling suddenly sprang up from the ground, transforming into a blue ice shadow, instantly flashing away, creating nearly a 20-meter distance from Ling Chen. Ice Shadow Leap. This is a B-level short-distance displacement skill of the Frost Sorceress, which requires no chant and can be cast instantly. After creating such a safe distance, C2 Bingling felt completely at ease. At this moment, she finally had the time to focus her gaze on the boy who had ambushed her. He was handsome, with a tall and slender figure, although a faint smile graced his face. She could clearly sense that deep within his pupils lay nothing but coldness and indifference. He was clearly just a jobless wanderer. Yet, for some reason, she felt an extremely strong sense of danger emanating from him. Even when faced with the nearly 1,000-strong crowd earlier, she hadn't felt this kind of heart-pounding sensation. Strange, it was truly too strange. Your companions are being beaten up, and instead of helping them, you come to attack me. Aren't you afraid your team will be wiped out? C2 Bingling no longer remained silent but asked in a deep voice. Her intention was to escape first, then seek out other surviving elite teams to ally with and resist this group of second- and third-rate students. But she hadn't expected this jobless wanderer to sneak over. Moreover, judging by his demeanor, it seemed he had no intention of letting her go. Ling Chen did not answer her question. Instead, he frowned slightly and said, "C2, you are from the C2 family in Bingyuan City, Heilong Province?" The Ice Soul Academy was located in Bingyuan City, Heilong Province, and there was a very prestigious family in the area, the C2 family. Wealthy, powerful, and capable. It was said that the C2 family currently had 2 fourth-turn powerhouses stationed there. Thus, the C2 family was revered as the #1 family in Heilong Province. That's right, I am from the C2 family. What do you want? C2 Bingling replied proudly. Mentioning her family background, C2 Bingling was filled with pride. I want to make a deal with you. Ling Chen suddenly smiled again. What deal? C2 Bingling frowned. I'll ensure that your Ice Soul Academy firmly holds the second place, and all you need to do is provide me with 5 S-grade forging materials. How about it? Ling Chen no longer remained indifferent, revealing a rare gentle smile. In front of a benefactor, Ling Chen's attitude was always amiable. Ha! However, when Ling Chen proposed this deal, C2 Bingling's pretty face revealed an extremely disdainful and mocking smile. Ensure my Ice Soul Academy holds the second place? Ha! Just you, a jobless wanderer? But, in the next moment, she could no longer smile. The tall figure, 30 meters away, merely took a step forward, as if propelled by a gigantic spring behind him. He shot forward directly. In that second, C2 Bingling's wide-open eyes were instantly filled with this figure rushing from afar. Fast. It was incredibly fast. 1 second? No, it should only be a millisecond. Ling Chen had already arrived in front of Situ Bingling. Situ Bingling's brain didn't even have time to send commands to her body. She could only rely on her combat instincts to instinctively raise the ice blue staff in front of her. But, was it useful? Clang! The level 20 golden staff was knocked away. Her jade-like arm felt as if it had been electrocuted, falling into a state of numbness. A beautifully sharp dagger hovered before Situ Bingling's neck like the Grim Reaper's scythe. The distance between the dagger and her skin was merely 1 millimeter. A gentle push of the dagger, and this young lady from the Situ family would meet her end. Goal! Situ Bingling's expression stiffened as she swallowed hard, feeling the impending threat of death, her pretty face turning pale. This, with a talent like you, I can kill dozens in a second. Is that enough qualification? The indifferent words slowly emerged from Ling Chen's lips, leaving Situ Bingling with a bitter expression. Silence lingered for a full half-minute. With a soft sigh, she completely gave up resisting, her delicate body relaxing, even the magical fluctuations within her body coming to a halt. She conceded. A wave of bitterness, lament, and despair surged within her. But more than that, it was an unbearable shock and astonishment. She never dreamed that this unemployed drifter, whom everyone in the outside world looked down upon, could be so terrifyingly powerful. As the top freshman of the Ice Soul Academy, she was defeated in an instant before this drifter. Her mindset shattered. Tears streamed down her face. Seeing that the girl finally gave up resisting, Ling Chen slowly retracted his dagger and calmly said, "So, I'll ask again, are you willing to agree to this deal? 5S grade forging materials in exchange for 4 secret realms for your academy. I can't think of any reason for you to refuse." Situ Bingling wiped her tears with her small hand, sniffed, and then stood up from the ground, saying, "I agree to this deal." In fact, Ling Chen's original intention was to directly seize all of Situ Bingling's jade tokens and eliminate her. But then he suddenly thought that she was a rich and beautiful girl. Naturally, he wanted to make the most of her resources, mainly because it was too difficult to purchase a high-grade material in the Tianyan Academy. Moreover, even if her family was unwilling to part with these 5S grade forging materials, her academy would definitely be willing to. The second place in the exchange competition meant a reward of 4 secret realms. In the current situation where experience resources were already scarce, secret realms appeared even more precious. The deal was struck. Ling Chen did not linger but walked in another direction. As for the scene before him, he had no worries at all. 9 people versus 200 people. Just looking at the numbers, the Tianyan Academy was at a severe disadvantage. However, Zhu Yaoguang, Ji Wuming, and other prodigies were not to be underestimated. Besides, Ling Chen's original intention was to see whether this group of prodigies had made any progress in their training over the past half-month. Now the results were evident. Clearly, defeating these 200 people was just a matter of time. Take the 40 mages on the enemy side, for instance. Now only 20 remained. Half of them were dead. Even the priests were down to just 7. As for the reason, at this moment, for the nightfall, the second S plus innate talent was activated. Zhu Yaoguang displayed an extremely terrifying dominance at this time. As for Ling Chen, he had another battlefield. At this moment, Jiang Dongshang led a large group of people, not in a hurry, leisurely making their way toward the location where the signal flare was launched. There, 200 people were left behind. He had no worries at all. It was enough to hold out until their group arrived. Jiang Dongsheng glanced at the time. 22:45. There were still 15 minutes left before the S-grade companion herb, the transformation grass, would descend along with the red-named monster, Medusa. By then, they would just finish off the Tianyan Academy and then launch a full-scale attack on Medusa to obtain this S-grade herb, the transformation grass. As for those elite school teams that were missed, they were not worth mentioning. The current development was already perfect. The script had been set. Brothers, after we wipe out the Tianyan Academy, we'll take down Medusa. Let those lofty elite students taste the flavor of failure. Jiang Dongsheng shouted excitedly as he walked, making the entire team extremely enthusiastic. After a series of command operations, he had already gained a high reputation within this team. "Brother Jiang, there's a person ahead. He's still wearing the Tianyan Academy uniform." Suddenly, a younger brother shouted. The crowd squinted to look. Sure enough, in the dim light, a tall figure stood silently. But because the person was looking down at that moment, his entire face was buried in darkness, making it impossible to see his features. It seems that Li Bingrong's leadership skills are not as good as Brother Zhang's. There's still a fish that slipped through the net. He seems to be that unemployed drifter. Damn, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's just a waste. So he abandoned his teammates and escaped. What a scum. 700 people were discussing among themselves. Recognizing the identity of this person, everyone's demeanor became more rampant and overbearing. Jiang Dongsheng grinned savagely and waved his hand. "Surround him. Let this ant taste the despair of being surrounded on all sides." Crash! 700 people instantly surrounded that solitary figure tightly. Accompanied by loud roars, they intended to scare this lone, jobless wanderer into psychological trauma. Some were deliberately clanging their blades together, whistling like ruffians. This scene made these allies look less like students and more like a group of bullies. Jiang Dongsheng stood at the forefront, a mocking smile on his face, his tone filled with mockery. I remember your name is Ling Chen, right? A worthless, jobless wanderer. Do you know your current situation? Ling Chen did not answer. Jiang Dongsheng didn't care. He continued to smile proudly. Perhaps because the other party was just a jobless wanderer, it made Jiang Dongsheng somewhat relaxed. After all, in their impression, jobless wanderers were just useless. They were completely unaware of Ling Chen's performance at Tianyan Academy. Moreover, a series of successful encirclements had further intensified everyone's arrogance and disdain. Thus, Jiang Dongsheng, with his hands in his pockets and a smug smile on his face, walked up to Ling Chen, wanting to reach out and pat Ling Chen on the shoulder. This was how it was portrayed in TV dramas. The proud gang leader, when encircling a lone wolf, always liked to swagger up and pat the person's shoulder, saying something like, "If I had known it would come to this, why did we bother in the first place?" However, in the next second, put, the sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh suddenly rang out. The once proud and rampant Jiang Dongsheng's expression froze at that moment. He slowly looked down and saw a delicate, small, and poisoned dagger piercing into his abdomen at lightning speed. Jiang Dongsheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Ling Chen, whose face was still shrouded in darkness. Then, his eyes rolled back, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. His eyes stared wide at the sky, looking as if he could not die peacefully. Everyone. Silence. A deathly stillness. A few seconds later, the little brothers finally came to their senses. In unison, they wailed, "Ah, Brother Jiang!" Then they rushed over like madmen. Ling Chen lightly tapped his toes, his figure floating into the air, standing on the eaves, his face full of helpless disappointment. What is this nonsense? Such a foolish thing, yet he led this group to wipe out one prestigious school team after another? He thought there would be a thrilling battle to fight. Instead, the enemy's main commander came up to deliver himself to death. This is truly hard to believe. At this moment, Jiang Dongsheng's original spirit also floated out from his corpse. His face was filled with grief, indignation, and frustration. He never expected to die in such a way. He angrily pointed at Ling Chen on the eaves, roaring hoarsely, "You all hurry up and kill him." But before the little brothers could react, a burst of light enveloped Jiang Dongsheng's corpse and original spirit. In the next second, both vanished into thin air. This should be a unique arrangement of this great secret realm. The corpse and original spirit of the deceased would be instantly teleported out of the secret realm, allowing the external priest team to resurrect them. Of course, half of the items in Jiang Dongsheng's internal space also fell out, but it was quite shabby. Just some C-grade recovery pills and a few level 10 purple-grade equipment. Avenge Brother Jiang. Kill that bastard. Now, the little brothers were completely enraged. Without any hesitation, this group charged wildly at Ling Chen. Meanwhile, outside, the commentators on the main stage were excitedly and passionately narrating the scenes on the screen. Shu Yaoguang's Thunder Shadow instant prison kill instantly claimed the lives of 3 enemy priests. That's just so cool. Ji Wuming and Shi Baiyu are no less impressive. These two are as steady as Mount Tai, as if gods have descended. However, midway through the commentary, suddenly, several commentators seemed to receive some shocking information from backstage. Their expressions froze, and they heavily dragged out a nasal sound. Commentator, what are you and G about? Keep commenting. Why stop? Yeah, we were just getting into it. At that moment, a frustrated viewer started to vent. Just when the commentary was getting exciting, you suddenly hummed forcefully, interrupting the spellcasting. What the heck? The commentators' faces looked strange, and after a cough, they slowly said, "Dear viewers, please don't be angry. We have received some astonishing news. Just now, the leader of the allied team, Jiang Dongsheng, seems to have died unexpectedly, killed by a nameless wanderer from Tianyan Academy." The crowd, not to mention the audience, even the school leaders in the VIP box were collectively dumbfounded at that moment. What's going on? Jiang Dongsheng died unexpectedly? Killed by a nameless wanderer? Director, immediately switch the perspective and play the footage of Jiang Dongsheng being killed. At once, Principal Liu issued the command. Thus, a dramatic scene played out again. On the screen, watching Jiang Dongsheng being stabbed to death on the screen, the leaders of Chenxi Academy twitched their lips violently. So embarrassing. How could there be such a humiliating way to die? The leader of the University Alliance, in front of so many eyes, was stabbed in the stomach by a nameless wanderer with a small knife, dying instantly. He couldn't even put up a fight. This scene made the faces of countless excited viewers freeze. Such a development was truly too dramatic. Then, Jiang Dongsheng's body was teleported out. The priest team immediately began healing. In just a few seconds, Jiang Dongsheng was resurrected. but his level dropped from 21 to 18. Moreover, the items in his internal space also dropped by 50%. At the same time, after waking up, he faced the angry glares and mockery of many new students around him. After all, he had previously led a team of nearly 1,000 people to eliminate many new students. His despicable alliance tactics had made the new students from other schools detest him. Now Jiang Dongsheng had actually been killed by that nameless wanderer, and in the most humiliating way possible. It was simply a disgrace among disgraces. Naturally, they had to mock Jiang Dongsheng. However, Jiang Dongsheng faced these taunts with a cold smile, justifying himself. Is it useful for you to mock me here? Let me tell you, even without me, other prestigious schools cannot win the championship. That damned nameless wanderer killed me, but he will surely face elimination as well. Within a minute, his body will be teleported out. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions turned extremely ugly. Even the audience had to admit that Jiang Dongsheng made a valid point. This nearly 1,000-strong team was comparable to a small army. Even if their individual strength was not strong, when combined, even if each person only cast one skill, the power would be formidable. Jiang Dongsheng was eliminated, but there were other commanders. At this moment, on the screen, a scholarly boy wearing glasses stood up. He raised his arm and shouted loudly, "Brothers, it's okay that my brother was eliminated. There's still me, Zhang Rulong. I will lead you to victory. Kill the wanderer. Destroy the prestigious schools. Brothers, charge." After shouting hoarsely, he raised his staff and was the first to cast an arcane missile at Ling Chen on the eaves. The deep blue arcane missile exploded on the eaves, and the sparks that splattered out were so conspicuous against the night sky. It seemed to signal the first shot in the killing of the scattered people, stirring the boiling battle intent of the 700. Thus, everyone raised their weapons, all aimed at the unranked scattered person who had attacked their leader. In an instant, boom, 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 various colorful and brilliant long-range magic thrown spears and warguns, bullets from sharpshooters, arrows from archers, and so on. It was as if they transformed into a torrent capable of destroying heaven and earth, bursting forth with dazzling brilliance in the night, crashing down towards that unranked scattered person. This scattered person is doomed. To make such a big fuss just to kill a useless scattered person, it seems Jiang Dongsheng's death really angered them. Don't say it's this unranked scattered person. Even I, a second transformation warrior, can only avoid the onslaught of these 700. The audience outside watched the overwhelming torrent of attacks. They all shook their heads in lament. Clearly, in their eyes, the death of this unranked scattered person was already a foregone conclusion. Even the leaders of various schools in the VIP box shook their heads slightly after witnessing this scene. Killing a Jiang Dongsheng seems to have no significant impact on the situation. Below, Jiang Dongsheng watched the screen with a cold smile. This foolish unranked scattered person was dying even worse than he was. Inside the secret realm, the joint attack of 700 people completely bombarded and collapsed the 3-story small house where Ling Chen was standing. Even the surrounding houses were similarly affected by the explosive flames of magic. The area of abandoned factories around directly turned into a sea of fire. Thick smoke spread all around. Ha ha, finally avenged brother Jiang. That scattered person is probably reduced to ashes, right? He deserves it. It would have been better to honestly hand over the jade token and scram, but he had to be reckless and attack our brother Jiang. The 700 people looked at the sea of fire before them, their faces showing a joyful smile. This is the consequence of provoking them. Jiang Dongsheng's brother, Zhang Rulong, adjusted his glasses with one hand and said, "Let's go. The plan remains unchanged. Next we will wipe out the team from Tianyan Academy." After saying that, he was about to turn around. Bang! Suddenly, a heavy metallic thud sounded from the sea of fire behind them. Ha! At that moment, everyone's hearts jolted and they all turned around in unison. Then, they saw a tall figure holding a heavy sword and shield slowly walking out from the dazzling, blazing sea of fire. A faint magical barrier surrounded this figure, and the scorching flames nearby couldn't harm him in the slightest. When the figure holding the pitch-black heavy shield completely emerged from the sea of fire, everyone finally saw his face and they gasped in horror. Impossible! This useless scattered person is still alive. What the hell is going on? Even Jiang Rulong's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? The joint attack of 700 people couldn't kill a useless scattered person. What a joke! The audience outside erupted in waves of uproar. Meanwhile, the leaders of various schools in the VIP box could no longer contain themselves, sitting up straight and staring intently at the screen. Only Han Xiao, the voluptuous and alluring dark elf dean, remained calm, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Ha! How could I, Han Xiao, dare to bet with you, Lu Huanran, without absolute confidence? In the half-month leading up to the exchange competition, do you think Ling Chen only trained the team members? During his spare time, Ling Chen had already applied to the school for a secret training session with teachers of all professions at the 3rd transformation level. It was personally approved by Principal Zhou Hongfu. Let all the 3rd-tier teachers
suppress their own levels to the second tier and engage in a duel with the prodigy Ling Chen. Afterwards, every third-tier teacher could only describe Ling Chen's training performance with 2 words: monstrous. Without wearing any equipment, Ling Chen's 4-dimensional values were already higher than those of an average second-tier expert, especially in terms of his physique. For some unknown reason, this student's physique seemed to have been improved as if by some kind of baptism. His strength, reaction speed, and perception had reached an extremely exaggerated level. Coupled with his astonishing special skills and razor-sharp combat intuition, he was practically a living, breathing combat machine. In fact, the teachers openly stated, if they were only at the second-tier level, the one who would definitely die in a duel with Ling Chen would be them, displaying strength far beyond that of a level 40 at just level 22. Such a monstrous existence is truly unprecedented. Those teachers who had asserted that Ling Chen had no future had completely reversed their attitudes. Han Xiao finally understood why Wang Shi, with his obsessive-compulsive tendencies, always emphasized with pride that Ling Chen was his student. With a student like this, which teacher wouldn't treasure him like a precious gem? The astonishment from the outside world had no effect on the developments within the secret realm. Although they were shocked that Ling Chen was unharmed, Zhang Rulong did not indulge in the amazement. He vaguely sensed something was off. Don't be dazed. He's just lucky to be alive. Continue the assault. Zhang Rulong's sharp roar broke the daze of the crowd. Immediately, they no longer acted carelessly. The unease in his heart made him forget to control his mana. He took the lead and unleashed several intermediate skills in rapid succession against the figure emerging from the sea of flames. 4 students from second and third tier schools like him, intermediate skills were already considered big skills. The 700 people were no longer dazed. The melee damage dealers, assassins, shadow warriors, shield warriors, and fighters gripped their weapons and charged at that figure. The ranged attackers, archers, sharpshooters, and mages once again unleashed a dazzling array of terrifying spells upon Ling Chen. Summoners, mechanics, beast tamers, and other classes also employed their tactics. Even priests and shadow priests, who were support classes, joined the fray. They no longer held back. This time, they were clearly in a serious state. 700 people could not kill a single unclassed individual. A disgrace. It was simply humiliating. They had to wash away such shame completely. On the ground, spirit beasts, magical beasts, and self-destructing robots surged towards Ling Chen. In the sky, various attack spells filled the heavens. In front of him was the pressure from various melee classes, and there were precise projectiles being thrown from afar. This was no longer a so-called team battle. It had clearly turned into a brutal battlefield. At this moment, whether it was the 700 members of the alliance with their sinister grins or the hundreds of thousands of spectators outside, they all watched the figure that was about to face destruction. They wanted to see despair, fear, and pleading in this person's eyes. However, what they saw was only an ancient calmness and indifference. How could he be so composed? Was he not afraid of death? In the next moment, he provided the answer everyone wanted to know. His eyes were completely dyed a deep purple, and a sense of kingly dominance that seemed to look down upon the world descended. The eye of insight and control over all things. The innate talent of the Lord of all demons. After half a month of exploration, Ling Chen had thoroughly understood the true function of this talent. In that instant, within the space visible to his eyes, everything seemed to be suspended in time and space. It was a very strange state. Clearly, the flow of time around them was normal, but everyone was horrified to discover that their magical attacks, throwing attacks, casting actions, summons, and so on, seemed to be subjected to some kind of confinement, all slowing down. It was as if they were under the control of some terrifying will. The nano cameras in this space were also affected. The audience outside saw the scene as if time was flowing normally. Yet, Ling Chen was not affected in the slightest. His expression remained indifferent as he slightly flipped his palm. Buzz! The 1000 machine ring burst forth with dazzling brilliance, instantly transforming into a battle spear adorned with black and gold patterns. After its appearance, this black-gold battle spear suddenly expanded, becoming a massive 5-meter-long war spear. And this was the 6th enchanted form of the 1000 machine ring. Indeed, after acquiring the forging enchantment materials from various top talents, Ling Chen finally gathered all the materials needed for the expanded form enchantment. He even sought out Dean Wang Shi to request the assistance of a demigod-level enchanter to ensure the success rate. Dean Wang Shi knew that he had not provided much substantial help to this student, so he tried to compensate for this student in terms of external conditions. Battle Spear City Breaker form increases personal strength by 60%, armor penetration by 40%, and puts the user into City Breaker state. Note: 1. City Breaker state reduces personal agility by 60%, increases personal attack and defense by 40%. For each target hit, the weapon's penetration will increase by 300%, and all attacks from this weapon will cause explosive splash damage. 2. The explosive splash damage is 60% of the weapon's base damage.
In today's world, the meaning of penetration is essentially the remaining power of your weapon after it pierces the enemy target. For example, an arrow, if powerful enough, will continue to fly after penetrating an enemy target, piercing the next target, an arrow that has already attacked. One enemy unit will have its penetration reduced by 30%. Referencing shooting games, a Barrett rifle can shoot through 3 heads, achieving a triple kill. The attributes of this war spear form truly achieved City Breaker. On the day the enchantment was completed, Ling Chen looked at the description of this City Breaker spear and thought of a god king from Norse mythology in his past life, Odin. This god king possessed a holy artifact, the Eternal Spear. As long as he threw it, it would hit without fail. It seemed to embody the law of causality. At this moment, this City Breaker spear was far from the level of the Eternal Spear, but that did not hinder Ling Chen's impulse to throw it. With the current level of the Eye of Insight and control over all things talent, he could only control the line of sight for 3 seconds. And that was still because the students from these second and third-rate schools were too weak. But 3 seconds was already enough. Crack! The shackles on Ling Chen's right wrist were completely undone. At that moment, his arm's strength seemed to be thoroughly liberated and his muscles began to swell wildly. At the same time, the passive talent, Battle Frenzy, had already activated. Ha! He exhaled a mouthful of white turbid air, feeling the terrifying power of his unsealed arm, and an unprecedented sense of pleasure surged within him. Buzz! The incredibly heavy giant war spear in his hand was now enveloped in a dazzling black-red glow, as if filled with unparalleled destructive power. The control power of the eye technique had vanished. The attacks and ambushes of 700 people had already reached before him, and Ling Chen suddenly stepped forward with his left leg. Bang! The ground beneath this step cracked like a spider web. His body slightly hunched, perhaps due to the immense weight of the war spear, causing his right arm to lean back slightly and his shoulder to sag slowly. But this posture made him appear as if he were a powerful bowstring drawn to its limit. This terrifying sense of power, so overwhelming it seemed to overflow the screen, sent shivers down the spines of all the spectators outside. All the school leaders in the VIP box suddenly stood up, in shock. Under their astonished gazes, bang! That 5-meter-long giant war spear, like an arrow, was hurled by Ling Chen with devastating force, piercing through gold and shattering stone. The moment the spear left his hand, boom! A tremendous shockwave suddenly spread, destroying all the buildings within 100 meters of Ling Chen. The spear, carrying the power of destruction, blazed through the sky like a dazzling meteor, radiating blinding light as it charged towards the 700 people. What mages and assassins, what warrior priests, what spirit beasts, were all trash. Under the might of this spear capable of splitting the heavens, everything was obliterated like withered grass. The instant the spear touched them, it triggered an astonishing and widespread explosive roar. Those melee fighters rushing in didn't even have time to scream before their bodies were completely crushed by the terrifying penetrating power of the spear. As for the magical projectiles, arrows, spears, and other attacks that came flying in, they were all swept away and destroyed by the city-breaking spear. Run! The crowd behind didn't even have time to feel the shock in their hearts. They could only instinctively shout those 2 words. In the next moment, the city-breaking spear struck with lightning speed, slicing through them in half. Even Jiang Rulon was not spared. There was no resistance whatsoever. Then, each corpse exploded, sending massive sparks flying. As they triggered one another, this abandoned factory area seemed to transform into a bombing zone covered by 100% firepower from bombers. Not only that, because of the enhancement brought by the city-breaking state, this massive spear increased its penetrating power by 300% after hitting a target. This caused the spear to stretch out like a long black gold line, continuing its path of destruction without showing any signs of fatigue, piercing forward. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the explosive roar of countless buildings being destroyed by the city-breaking spear echoed. If viewed from above, this spear had already left a 2,000-meter-long trail on the ground in the blink of an eye. Wherever it passed, whether human or monster, everything shattered and exploded. This is the true spear that can destroy cities and open the heavens. If one hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe that such a terrifying spear could come from the hands of a jobless wanderer. At this moment, watching the city-breaking spear piercing the sky on the screen, and the 700 Alliance members turned to meet paced by the explosive splatter, along with the factory area already reduced to ruins, all the spectators felt nothing but overwhelming shock filling their chests, and the only thought in their minds was, I have a spear that chases the sun and moon, daring to make the golden crow not turn back. Before witnessing this spear, all the spectators' attitudes were, you call yourself a jobless wanderer? But after the spear, you tell me this is a jobless wanderer. You might as well call it a humanoid annihilator. Silence. A deathly stillness. Just a second ago, tens of thousands of people were in a frenzy, and at this moment they were dumbfounded, frozen in place. It was as if they had just experienced the most unbelievable event of their lives. Only the sound of difficult swallowing could be heard rising and falling in the VIP box, let alone the leaders from other schools.
Even Han Xiao, who believed she knew Ling Chen inside out as the team leader, stood up with wide eyes, her chest heaving. This indicated that her emotions were undoubtedly extremely shaken. At this moment, 1 vs 700, one spear annihilation. This spear had already approached the skill bombardment of a third transformation powerhouse. Zhang Rulong and the other eliminated team members stared blankly at the screen. One can only imagine the shock this scene caused them. After a brief few seconds, wow! The extreme oppressive silence instantly transformed into a wave of astonishment powerful enough to overturn the entire arena. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap! Is this a jobless wanderer? Perhaps too excited and horrified. Many spectators at this moment could barely articulate their thoughts. They could only repeatedly utter phrases like holy crap, what the hell, and damn it, compared to the waves of astonishment from the outside world. Inside the secret realm, in the abandoned factory area of Zone D7, aside from the still raging flames of the ruins, there was a silence. Human, contract spirits, beasts, and robot limbs lay scattered everywhere, permeated with the smell of roasted meat. There was no trace of blood, because, long before, under the high temperature of the explosion, everything had evaporated. Crack! Ling Chen reached out and summoned back the shackles that limited his power, putting them back on. The city-destroying spear that had just appeared and killed over 700 people had also been activated. Having tasted blood, summoned back by Ling Chen, it transformed into the thousand machine. Ring! Buzz! Among those scattered limbs, white spiritual bodies suddenly rose. The faces of these white spiritual bodies still held the expression of terror. From the last second before their death, they looked at the tall, indifferent figure with fear and despair. They didn't even dare to utter a harsh word. Then, a sacred green light enveloped this group of defeated spirits. The next second, they were teleported out to be revived. Done. Ling Chen clapped his hands, his expression showing no arrogance or pride. He casually collected the jade tokens on the ground. As for the dropped equipment and potions, he didn't even glance at them. Firstly, they weren't worth much. After all, the students from second and third tier schools weren't rich. Secondly, Ling Chen's internal space was too small to hold them. He then turned to look. In the distance, the dazzling light of the magical confrontation still flickered. The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed. It seemed that the battle involving Zhu Yaoguang and the others was still ongoing. After spending several seconds rushing over, Ling Chen discovered that Situ Bingling had also joined the fight, teaming up with the 9 prodigies from Tianyan Academy. The original team of 200, under the hunting of Zhu Yaoguang and others, was reduced to only 90. Li Bingrong gritted his teeth in agony. He wanted to ask, why hadn't reinforcements arrived yet? Why was this team from Tianyan Academy so abnormal? Their coordination had already approached perfection, as if each member understood each other's downtime and fatigue periods. After one team member showed signs of fatigue, another would immediately step in. There were absolutely no flaws. Whoosh! A graceful figure appeared beside Ling Chen. It was Zhu Yaoguang, who was freely maneuvering through the battlefield. She looked at Ling Chen, whose clothes were still neat, with a complex expression and softly asked, "That huge tremor just now, did you annihilate all those reinforcements?" Even Zhu Yaoguang and the others could clearly feel the momentum of that city-destroying force from here. Ling Chen gently nodded, not denying it. Then, as if recalling something, he directly shouted to the people standing below, "Stop!" This single word, carrying the might of a battle-intent roar, spread out powerfully. The heated confrontation among the crowd suddenly came to a halt. Some individuals without any resistance buffs rolled their eyes and fainted. Ji Wuming and the others looked up at Ling Chen, who was standing on the rooftop. Just as they were about to ask Ling Chen, "What are you going to do?" in the next moment, Ling Chen's figure vanished for an instant and reappeared. In his hands, he was holding 2 thick bundles of equipment and clothing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the skill advancement task. Thank you for the invitation. People were stripped bare in the midst of battle. If you want to know what to do, I'm waiting online. Very anxious. Perhaps this was what the remaining 90 allied members were thinking in their hearts. A cool breeze swept through. The 90 individuals shivered violently. Looking down, they realized their equipment and clothing had vanished without a trace, as if they had slipped into the void. Looking up again, they were surprised to see that the person was holding their own life-year clothing. That was what they wore to bless themselves for good results in this exchange competition. What the hell? At that moment, Ji Wuming and the others had long since gotten used to this scene. Without any hesitation, they widened their eyes and shouted angrily, "Brothers and sisters, charge!" Whoosh! The 9 prodigies no longer needed to consider any coordination. They directly picked up their weapons and charged at the group of pale, exposed individuals. For them, a group of enemies who had lost all their weapons, armor, and clothing was simply fish on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. Only Situ Bingling stood there, her pretty face filled with shock as she watched this scene. This, of course, like Situ Bingling, the audience outside and the leaders of various schools were also in a daze.
Even the commentator's chattering mouth had frozen. The middle and high school students watching the live broadcast widened their eyes in disbelief. As for the elementary school, the teachers quickly turned off the live stream to prevent the flowers of the motherland from being tainted. The viewers in various live broadcast rooms were even more vocal. Welcome to the National College Freshman Striptease Exchange Competition. This is like grandma crawling into bed. It really made me laugh. Ha ha, goodness. The official event's live stream actually got banned by the super admin. 200 people against 9 were gradually falling into a disadvantage. Not to mention the 90 little lambs who had been stripped bare. Those allied team members, with their faces full of embarrassment, were at a loss about where to place their hands. They didn't know whether to cover their key parts or to resist to the death. In just half a minute, these 90 individuals met their demise in the most humiliating way. They died while still completely naked. The event organizers quickly lowered the teleportation light, taking all these people's original spiritual bodies and corpses away to revive them. Ji Woming turned to the orc Tumulize, who valued combat honor the most, and asked, "Don't you never bully unarmed people?" Tumulize grinned and chuckled. "After fighting with that scoundrel Ling Chen, I learned a lesson." "What lesson? What the hell is honor? Whoever follows the rules suffers." Ji Woming. He then turned his gaze to the self-proclaimed noble Hell, who was also a vampire like him. "What about you? Don't you like the gentlemanly demeanor of Western countries? Aren't you going to show any decorum at this time?" Hell looked up at the sky. "What are you talking about? I can't hear you." Ji Woming. When his gaze shifted to the few delicate and pretty girls, he saw them all shyly lowering their heads. However, the carefree little girl Charlotte was not shy at all. Instead, she looked bewildered and muttered, "Ling Chen was right, attacking the key parts really has a miraculous effect. With one kick, I made them lose their combat ability." Everyone beside them, Situ Bingling, listened in shock to the conversation. She felt as if her worldview had been completely overturned. This team looked impressive, with handsome men and beautiful women. But why were their methods always so dirty? At this moment, Situ Bingling finally had a chance to speak. She looked at Ji Woming and softly asked, "Aren't we going to escape and regroup first? After all, they still have reinforcements." Ji Woming glanced at Situ Bingling but did not answer her question. Instead, he asked with some confusion, "Strange, why hasn't Ling Chen killed you?" The other talented individuals looked over in surprise as well. Situ Bingling, "Don't be afraid, we're just genuinely curious." Ji Woming quickly reassured her when he saw the look of wanting to escape on her face. "You must have made some kind of deal with that guy." At this moment, the noble Alphana said with certainty, "How do you know?" Situ Bingling was astonished. Anna rolled her eyes dramatically and retorted, "With his personality, he wouldn't have any sympathy. I've had my hands and feet chopped off by him at least 50 times during training matches. So, if you were caught by him and still have your hands and feet intact, there's only one possibility: you made some kind of deal with him." Beside her, Xia, Charlotte, and Gao Yao nodded vigorously like little chicks pecking at rice, indicating their agreement with Anna's statement. Situ Bingling. A cold sweat suddenly appeared on Situ Bingling's smooth forehead. "So, does that mean she was somewhat lucky?" "I'll tell you another thing," Gao Yao said casually. "You just saw the scene where 90 people were collectively stripped, right?" "That's right, it was also that guy Ling Chen's doing." At this moment, Xia also softly added, "And to answer your first question, weren't you curious why we didn't escape and regroup? The reason is simple: the reinforcements have all been taken care of by Ling Chen. Otherwise, do you think they would have taken this long to arrive?" Situ Bingling? She suddenly wanted to take down the group of people who had spread rumors earlier. Who said this jobless wanderer was useless? Who was it? At this moment, Ling Chen and Zhu Yaoguang also lightly jumped down from the rooftop. The moment Situ Bingling saw Ling Chen, she instinctively took 2 steps back. The others looked at Situ Bingling with sympathetic eyes. This girl is really pitiful. Does she already have psychological trauma? Ling Chen, however, did not pay any attention. He calmly said, "Take out all the jade tokens we've collected and check which academies are still standing." Everyone took out their jade tokens. Soon, through the system information page of the Intercollegiate League, they could see the remaining number of survivors, 102. Combining this with the information from their jade tokens, they learned that currently, the Tianyan Academy, Haston Academy, Luocheng Academy, Kanjiing Academy, and Hucking Academy still had their teams intact. The other 5 prestigious schools only had lone wolves left. Situ Bingling's team had collected the jade tokens in advance, so the number of jade tokens from the Bingpa Academy was 10. Additionally, there were some scattered first-rate academies still surviving. In terms of accumulated jade token points, Tianyan Academy was currently in first place. What should we do next? Everyone looked at Ling Chen in perfect unison. They had completely regarded Ling Chen as their true backbone. Ling Chen looked down at the time. 22:57, 3 minutes left until Medusa descends, and the creation grass is born. He calmly said, first, seize the creation grass and eliminate Medusa. If other academies come to snatch it, just keep killing. Of course. If we encounter the Watching Academy, just leave it to me and don't intervene. Charlotte asked curiously. Why? Ling Chen replied, I have a deadly feud with someone from Watching Academy. Upon hearing this, everyone bowed their heads in prayer. Oh my god, I hope that enemy dies a not too terrible death. At this moment, Ling Chen looked up at the blood moon in the sky, his brow furrowed. Clearly, everything was going smoothly for them now. But why was his heart entangled with that strange feeling? Strange. In the D7 area, 10 kilometers away from the battlefield between Tianyan Academy and the Allied team, here stood a dilapidated tech building. In a rundown conference room, 36 people sat. Just by looking at their uniforms, one could clearly identify their affiliations. Watching Academy, Kanjiing Academy, Haston Academy, Luochang Academy. Although they were all fully staffed, there were only 36 people present. The missing 4 were students from Watching Academy. Team Leader Sanzai, Vice Captain Jingyan, and 2 girls. Aside from the members of Watching Academy, the expressions of the other Academy's members were quite strange. Because, at this very moment, some inappropriate sounds were coming from the 2 adjacent lounges. They never expected that team leader Sunzai and Vice Captain Jingyan would take the girls into the lounge in front of so many people, engaging in activities that couples do. Didn't they realize that this was an extremely urgent moment? There was an allied team of nearly 1,000 people outside. This also forced the several academies, which were originally in a competitive position, to set aside their grievances and sit together to discuss forming an alliance against that 1,000-strong team. As a result, it seemed that the team leader and vice captain of Watching Academy were completely unconcerned. Crack! Amidst the awkward glances exchanged among the crowd, the doors of the 2 lounges opened. Sunzai walked out with a satisfied expression, while the girl looked somewhat pale. She walked a bit unsteadily, appearing malnourished. Yet she still intimately clung to Fong Bo's arm, her expression showing a sickly fervor. Jing Yan, a boy with a cold appearance, emerged from the lounge with the girl who had gone in with him, equally pale and with a sickly, fanatical look. This undoubtedly conveyed an indescribable sense of strangeness. However, the other academy members present felt they couldn't say anything. After all, they had no right to interfere in the affairs of a couple, no matter how twisted their play might be. When these 2 sat down, Sunzai's expression was somewhat strange as he licked his crimson lips, glanced around, and then chuckled. So, what do you all think? Xiao Ruoming from Haston Academy said in a deep voice. What else can we say? Naturally, we should form an alliance first. While Medusa is about to descend, we can engage in guerrilla warfare and take out the core strength of that 1,000-strong allied team. Originally elegant in demeanor, he now appeared somewhat disheveled. His hair was messy and his clothes were a bit tattered. His tone was filled with frustration and anger. In just one day, they had encountered inexplicable meteor disasters and then faced a siege from an allied team of nearly 1,000. 2 large teleportation symbols had been wasted just like that. Now, Lu Dongqiang only had one last symbol left. Their team didn't even have time to search for heavenly materials and earthly treasures in this secret realm to earn points. This made Xiao Ruoming loathe the damned 1,000-strong allied team. Beside him, Yi Tian slowly nodded. I agree with Xiao Ruoming's opinion. Right now, we are weak and cannot confront a 1,000-strong team head-on. We can only take advantage of that team dealing with Medusa and engage in guerrilla warfare from the side. Once we eliminate that disgusting allied team, we can compete against each other again. Yi Tian and Xiao Ruoming were indeed sympathetic to each other's plight. But at this moment, both of them advocated for forming an alliance. Having experienced natural disasters and meteor strikes, also having gone through being besieged, Lu Shi, the captain of the Kanjiing Academy team, had an ordinary appearance, but her eyes, sharp as those of a hawk, were incredibly piercing. She rested her right hand on the hilt of her sword, remaining silent. Boom! Suddenly, from a place 10 kilometers away, an astonishing explosion echoed. The people in the conference room stood up and hurried to the window to gaze into the distance. Even at such a distance, they could still see the distant flashes of fire. Although not obvious, considering the distance, if one were to witness it up close, it would undoubtedly be a series of shocking explosions. Looks like another team has been besieged by those little bastards. Yi Tian gritted his teeth. He thought this series of explosions was caused by the 1,000-man team. At that moment, Sunzai and Jingyan exchanged a glance, both sharing a strange smile. Then, Sunzai smiled and said, All right, everyone, since we are to form an alliance, let it be as you wish. However, our method of alliance is a bit special. As the words fell, he lightly snapped his fingers. Buzz! A tremendous wave of black surged through the entire conference room. These black waves resembled an evil giant beast, opening its massive mouth and instantly swallowing everyone within. The people present didn't even have time to resist. Moreover, all the hidden nano cameras in the conference room were instantly disabled. Outside, the director and commentators were oblivious to the anomaly. The audience was the same, as they were still engaged in heated discussions. One spear takes out 700 people. Is this a jobless wanderer? This is clearly a war god. Damn, who on the internet is complaining about jobless wanderers being trash? As an ordinary person, I've watched competitions for so many years and have never seen anything this exaggerated. The shock was overwhelming. Meanwhile, in the VIP box, Principal Lu Huanran received a message from a realm monitor. Principal, the footage from Hucking Academy, Haston Academy, Luocheng Academy, and Kanjiing Academy has been lost. There seems to be some minor malfunction. I'll check it out. Lu Huanran did not respond to the realm monitor's words, perhaps thinking it was just a small issue. After all, equipment malfunctions were not unheard of. He was currently looking at Han Xiao with a complex expression. The leaders of all the academies in the box had similarly complicated expressions. Only the leader from Hucking Academy had an uncertain look in their eyes, as if they were already fearing that their scheme would not succeed. The competition was not over, but all the academy leaders present felt it was as good as finished. Ling Chen's spear strike had effectively secured the championship title for this event. Unless something unexpected happened, the remaining teams would definitely not be able to compete against this monstrous opponent. They finally understood why Han Xiao dared to bet with Lu Huanran. Director Han, be honest with us, is this little guy really a jobless wanderer? A director from Bingpa Academy asked helplessly. She had never seen such a fierce jobless wanderer. Of course, I remember that the admissions office of Haston Academy didn't take this jobless wanderer seriously at all, right? Han Xiao smiled sweetly, but her words were as sharp as a blade. The admissions director from Haston Academy looked utterly miserable. He never expected that the student they had once looked down upon would become so powerful. Compared to Ling Chen, what were their so-called prodigies? The leaders of the various academies had countless questions they wanted to ask, but they also knew that even if they asked, Han Xiao might not answer. Meanwhile, the audience outside had already begun to anticipate how Ling Chen would annihilate the monster Medusa next. The director was quite perceptive. The camera directly locked onto the team where Ling Chen was. At this moment, inside the secret realm, that conference room had already been filled with a dark substance. Only Sun Zhe and Jing Yan remained unharmed. The two of them still sat in their seats while everyone else around them was enveloped by the dark material. Initially, when they were just being swallowed, there were some struggling movements, but now it had completely settled into calmness. Sun Zhe licked his lips, his eyes filled with shadows, and said with a hint of regret, "What a pity! If I could devour all these people, my level would soar." But he also knew it couldn't be done just yet. He slowly walked to Lu. She sighed and gently brushed his hand. The dark substance covering Lu Shi was lifted at one corner, revealing Lu Shi's expressionless face. At this moment, Lu Shi's eagle-like eyes had lost their sharpness, leaving only a vacant and dazed look. It was as if his self-awareness had been extracted. Sun Zhe extended his disgusting tongue and licked Lu Shi's face. He turned to Jing Yan with a look of intoxication, revealing a foolish smile, and asked, "Senior Fengbo, can I eat this girl first?" If the people present still had consciousness, they would probably be horrified by Sun Ze's words. The true identity of Jing Yan was actually Fengbo. It was just that it was unknown what secret method he had used to perfectly pass the identity check and blend in safely. At this moment, Jing Yan slowly extended his hands, resting them on the table. In the center of each palm, two magical eyes opened, cold and merciless. He did not answer Sun Ze's inquiry. Instead, he was equally entranced, gazing into the magical eyes in his own hands. In 2 months, his level had soared from 21 to 45, and he had perfectly completed the second transition. He had transformed from an ordinary student with a low ranking into a prominent figure that everyone in the school focused on. All of this had to start from the day he could no longer endure humiliation. He would never forget the pain that bastard had brought him. That day, as a student of the prestigious Hucking Academy, he had been disarmed and trampled by a jobless drifter. He swore he would take revenge. He would crush that bastard Ling Chen. Perhaps his deep-seated resentment moved the heavens. One night, a woman cloaked in black, her face obscured, quietly entered his room. Her voice was like a seductive magic ringing in his ears. "Don't you desire power? Join Molin and dedicate everything to the Great Demon Lord. All your wishes, the Great Demon Lord will help you fulfill." Then, Feng Bo, with a dazed and numb expression, picked up the piece of black flesh from the table and swallowed it whole. After that, his severed arm was reborn. Power descended. He felt as if he had truly been reborn. He loved this reckless and bold desire for everything. Only, he began to crave the flesh and blood of humans. He felt that human flesh was so delicious, so soul-stirring. When he first tore apart a girl's body, that woman appeared again, clearing away all his worries and dispelling all doubts. This made him even bolder. Later, he saw Sun Zhe, who was at the bottom of the Hucking Academy. It was as if he remembered his past self. Thus, Sun Zhe was also transformed into a monster by him. No, not a monster. This is called evolution. That's right. This is evolution. Only those lowly, despicable ants would refuse the demon lord's grace. Now, Fongbo and Sun Tze's task this time was very simple. Taking advantage of this competition, they would capture the potential prodigies from various prestigious schools. They would sacrifice these so-called prodigies to the great demon lord, and Fongbo would take this opportunity to completely crush Ling Chen, who had once humiliated him. He wanted to imprison Ling Chen, cutting off his flesh every day to drink with, making the dog scum taste the most brutal pain in the world, until Ling Chen knelt on the ground, licking his shoes to beg for mercy. At that time, he would compassionately allow Ling Chen to become his demon slave. Then he would start a live stream, making him proclaim the greatness of the demon lord in front of countless people. Lu Shi is one of the sacrifices required by the Lord of Sacrifice. You cannot eat him. After a long while, Jingyan, no. It should be said Fongbo finally answered Sun Tze's question. Sun Tze sighed regretfully, holding Lu Shi in his arms, murmuring with a look of intoxication, what if you weren't a sacrifice? Then you could be eaten by me, and we could live forever together. Time's up, Fongbo said lightly. As his words fell, black demonic worms crawled out from the dark, sinister substance. These black demonic worms burrowed into everyone's nostrils. After it was done, Sun Tze nodded and snapped his fingers lightly. Snap! The dark substance receded like a tide. The nano cameras quickly returned to normal. The remaining 30 or so people still stared blankly ahead with dazed expressions, but in the next second their pupils constricted. They quickly regained consciousness. But strangely, this group of people did not notice anything wrong, especially Yi Tian and the others, who looked at Sun Tze with completely normal expressions, asking, so, what are you planning to do next? It was as if the severed time had been repaired. But at that moment, everyone in their hearts thought only of following Sun Tze, yet they did not feel anything amiss. Alright, let's go and see that 1,000-man team. By the way, let's also greet my old friend Ling Chen. Sun Tze smiled as he stood up, wrapping an arm around a girl. It was unclear if it was just an illusion, but at that moment, Yi Tian, Xiao Ruoming, and Lu Shi inexplicably developed a latent hatred for Ling Chen, instinctively disliking this person. 2,300 hours, the blood moon in the sky grew ever brighter. Its light illuminated the entire mechanical city of Sin. Countless black crows gathered atop the massive snake egg. In the abandoned factory, reeking of snake dens, countless venomous snakes twisted their bodies in a frenzy, as if they were about to welcome the queen of their faith. Beneath the giant egg, a crystal-clear, ghostly green little grass stood lushly, exuding an extremely enchanting fragrance. Crack! Suddenly, a shocking crack appeared on the giant snake egg. The sound of a beating heart trembled the surroundings. Through the crack, one could even see the flesh inside pulsating. Not far away, Ling Chen and his companions felt a unique pressure belonging to the red-named monster completely descend at that moment. Crack! Under the gaze of the crowd, the giant snake egg finally began to truly shatter. Countless eggshell fragments rolled down from above. Medusa's head finally revealed itself before everyone. It was a massive head with a female visage, its eyes tightly closed, breathing rapidly. It seemed just a step away from awakening. What was chilling was that the fine hair on its head was actually made up of long-bodied venomous snakes. From a distance, it seemed fine, but up close, anyone with a fear of dense objects would surely feel their heart twitch. What was this? It was like a snake nest hanging on its head. Buzz! At that moment, the ground beneath the giant egg lit up with a massive red array. Then, all the demonic snakes in the abandoned factory suddenly self-destructed. At that moment, the filthy, stinking blood of the demon serpent seeped into the formation, and through the formation it was delivered to the still half-awakened Medusa. At the same time, those who were still alive in this great secret realm received a message on their jade tokens. The toxin is beginning to spread, and the first round of survival circle contraction will be completed by 2,400 hours. After seeing this message, Ling Chen and the others immediately opened the electronic map. They then discovered that the D7 area they were in was not within the safe zone. Moreover, this area was very close to the toxic circle. Based on the speed of the toxic circle's contraction, in another minute or two, they would no longer be in a safe zone. It is worth mentioning that within the toxic circle, aside from the secret realm monsters, all challengers would suffer negative debuff effects. All attributes of everyone are reduced by 30%, including attributes enhanced by equipment and items. Healing benefits for everyone are reduced by 50%. Continuous reduction of their own health points. The mana cost for releasing skills is 3 times the usual amount. Therefore, when Zhu Yaoguang, Situ Bingling, and the others saw that this area was about to be covered by the toxic circle, their faces instantly turned grim. There was no way around it. The negative buffs brought by this toxic circle were simply too exaggerated, and now they only had Xia as their priest. Coupled with the rapid mana consumption, even Xia found it difficult to ensure that each teammate's health remained in a safe state within the toxic circle. Ling Chen, should we fight? At this moment, everyone looked towards that tall figure. In fact, as everyone thought, it would be best not to engage. They currently had no idea about the strength of this monster named Medusa. Bathing in the toxic circle was highly dangerous. Moreover, their Tianyan Academy had already stabilized its position at the top of the leaderboard. Unless something unexpected happened, they had already secured the championship title. Therefore, there was no need to compete for Medusa and the creation grass. Of course, they still felt a sense of regret in their hearts. Defeating a red-named monster like Medusa, which was far above their level, would surely yield a lot of experience points. It would also increase the rewards for clearing the level. But there was no choice under these circumstances. They could only give up. Fight. However, in response to the slightly hesitant inquiry from his teammates, Ling Chen gave a decisive answer. You must be crazy. Although you are indeed very strong, this red-named monster is definitely not simple. Moreover, we are fighting it in the toxic circle with our attributes reduced so much and healing benefits also lowered. This could put us in a very dangerous situation. Situ Bingling immediately voiced her doubts. Rationality told her that even someone as abnormal as Ling Chen should be at a loss under such negative conditions. Even the audience outside at this moment deeply agreed with Situ Bingling's suggestion. Indeed, although this unclassed wanderer is very strong, under the suppression of these negative buffs, it would be difficult for him to defeat this red-named monster. That earlier move of his, the heaven-breaking city spear, really amazed me. I want to see how he slays Medusa. What a pity. It's better to retreat for now. Tianyan Academy has already secured the championship title, so it's better to play it safe. The audience, having witnessed Ling Chen's display of violent aesthetics, was naturally shocked. They were also very much looking forward to the unclassed wanderer's next performance, but they believed that it would be better to retreat under these circumstances. If they were wiped out in this situation, wouldn't the remaining teams in the survival circle be able to effortlessly claim the championship title? However, in the face of Situ Bingling's advice, Ling Chen merely said lightly, those afraid of dying can enter the circle first. To be honest, it's the same with or without you. Wild. Truly wild to the extreme. After hearing Ling Chen's words, the audience immediately furrowed their brows. Indeed, Ling Chen's earlier strike had shocked everyone to the core. But this was a battle in the poison circle. Continuous blood loss plus doubled consumption plus all attribute debuffs plus restrained healing. With this series of negative buffs weighing down, even if there were 3 priests in the team, they wouldn't be able to keep up. No way, he's too arrogant. It's pure individual heroism. I'm willing to call this jobless wanderer the best among all the newcomers. But this isn't a solo fight. I don't like his reckless personality. Yeah, he might have ways to survive on his own, but what about his teammates? Being too arrogant isn't good. He doesn't value his teammates at all. Among the hundreds of thousands of spectators, 80% were shaking their heads. The remaining 20% supported Ling Chen's actions. They just loved watching the fierce scenes. Usually, when they watched game live streams, they didn't enjoy the strategic plays, they preferred chaotic brawls from start to finish. After all, as spectators, they didn't care whether these people lived or died. Situ Bingling was also quite furious. Let's go, since he's so arrogant, let him be. Situ Bingling turned to look at Zhu Yaoguang and the others. In her eyes, anyone with a brain wouldn't follow along in foolishness. However, Zhu Yaoguang stood directly beside Ling Chen. Little Charlotte even jumped up and lay on Ling Chen's broad shoulder, too lazy to even glance at Situ Bingling. Even the timid Xia and the noble Anna chose to follow the captain's orders. Ji Wuming and the others also showed no hesitation, decisively standing behind Ling Chen. The moment Ling Chen said the word fight, they had already resolutely chosen to stand behind him. You all. Situ Bingling was completely dumbfounded. She never expected that this team would obey Ling Chen's orders so readily. Mainly, this was no different from seeking death. The priests couldn't heal in time. Even if the others drank blood potions together, there was still a limit. Moreover, they still had to travel. It was a long distance of several hundred kilometers to reach the safe zone. Even if they defeated Medusa and obtained the creation grass, wouldn't they still die in the circle? Zhu Yaoguang and Ji Wuming's vow to follow him to the death surprised and shocked everyone. Even the leaders from various schools shook their heads at this moment. Director Han, it seems the outcome has changed a bit. Lu Chang, the admissions office director of Houston Academy, squinted with a smile. They were courting death. This team was simply courting death. If they just kept steady, wouldn't the championship throne be theirs? Han Xiao couldn't be bothered to respond to Lu Chang's words. She lazily leaned back in her chair, propping her chin with her hand, showing not a hint of worry. She didn't know where Ling Chen found the confidence to endure poison and fight monsters. But, from what she knew of Ling Chen, if this prodigy didn't have a grasp on the situation, he would never act this way. Now, all she had to do was wait for Ling Chen's spectacular performance. Inside the secret realm, Ling Chen couldn't be bothered to glance at Situ Bingling. At this moment, Medusa had fully revealed herself. After countless blood sacrifices from the magic snakes, this red-named monster, which exuded immense pressure, had shown its true form. A human head with a snake body standing over 10 meters tall. Its arms were robust, and its snake body was as long as a train. But what was surprising was that its human-shaped upper body was composed of precisely crafted steel machinery. With every movement, one could see azure currents rapidly flowing through the joints of its body. The lower half, however, was truly serpentine. It had no hands. Instead, where its hands should be, there were two enormous mechanical snake heads. It was as if it had its own consciousness, continuously flicking its serpent-like tongue. When it opened its eyes, the pupils displayed a cold, electronic ice blue buzz. A unique pressure belonging to a red-named monster directly spread out. Countless mechanical monsters, zombies, and beasts around seemed to go mad, converging towards this place as if they had heard the call of their king. At this moment, Ling Chen and the others had already used the skill Eye of Appraisal. The basic information of Medusa appeared before them. Monster, Mechanical Beast King Medusa level 42. Skills, Mystical Realm Endowment, Health, Defense, Status, Emotionless. Qualification, Red. Remarks: This was developed by a scientist from the Steel Sun City. It is a monster formed by the fusion of technology and magic serpents, possessing extremely terrifying destructive power. As expected, whenever it involves high-difficulty competitions or assessments, the monster's skills, health, defense, and other information would be hidden. This increases the difficulty of the strategy. At this moment, Medusa slowly turned its massive head, its emotionless mechanical eyes fixating on Ling Chen and the others on the rooftop of the dilapidated building in the distance. Life heat sensing. This is a passive skill that all serpent-like monsters possess. However, as a red-named quasi-boss, Medusa's sensing range is much farther and broader. At this moment, the countless zombies, beasts, and mechanical monsters on the ground, driven mad, seemed to have received an order. They began to recklessly charge towards the building. Boom! The massive high-rise building. The foundation on the first floor began to rapidly shatter under the impact of countless monsters. This caused the building to start swaying precariously. The mutated zombies and crawling beasts began to climb up the walls. Above the night sky, countless black crows circled in the air, their crimson eyes wide open, ready to swoop down on this group of humans. This scene resembled the apocalyptic horror movies Ling Chen had seen on television in his past life. The ferocious and terrifying monsters ignored any obstacles, able to climb and jump, forcing humans into a desperate situation. Just at this moment, the poison circle spread over, enveloping everyone in toxins. The reduction in attributes and the continuous decline in health made Zhu Yaoguang and the others' hearts sink. Faced with such a terrifying scene, Ling Chen felt no fluctuation in his heart and even issued a command that shocked all the prodigies. This time, you will be the main force in the assault. I will assist. All the prodigies couldn't help but check their ears at this moment. They thought they might have misheard. In everyone's impression, someone like Ling Chen should be the main output force. How did he become the assistant? Moreover, none of the prodigies present had ever seen Ling Chen fight in an auxiliary role. Ling Chen did not explain anything. His peripheral vision, however, was not on the mechanical Medusa at this moment. Instead, it was directed towards a certain direction. Having consumed the 10,000 demons breaking realm pill, true demon lord blood was already flowing through him. Coupled with the innate talent of the lord of 10,000 demons, that uncomfortable, strange feeling in his mind became increasingly clear. This feeling was like sensing the presence of a kindred spirit, but it was not a true kindred spirit. The other parties seemed like a counterfeit. At this moment, he was certain that Sunze from the Huaqing Academy must be in that direction. This was also why he temporarily chose the auxiliary role. To fish, one must first show weakness. Since you from Huaqing Academy want to be the yellow sparrow, then let you be. And I, Ling Chen, will be the slingshot that kills you. The audience outside was also stunned when they heard Ling Chen was going to switch to the auxiliary role. You're so impressive. Shouldn't you be the one to keep thrusting that spear and kill the Medusa? Of course. The audience doesn't really believe that Ling Chen can actually kill this monster. You have to understand, the original intention of the event organizers in setting up this monster was to have multiple teams tackle it together. Ling Chen's spear could wipe out 700 people because the opponents were human, and they were students from second or third tier schools. But now, he's facing an officially designated boss. If we compare statuses, this Medusa could already be considered a world mini-boss in the game. Right now, he's the strongest in the team, and yet he switched to a support role. How is that supposed to work? Yeah, what if the teammate's damage is just a scratch? The support skills mastered by a non-classed player seem to only include basic priest skills, right? No need to watch anymore. At this rate, he'll last at most 10 minutes before he has to use a return scroll. The audience expressed doubts about Ling Chen's support abilities. The leaders from various schools in the VIP box frowned. They didn't jump to conclusions. Mainly, after that last spear, they even began to suspect whether Ling Chen was hiding his level and class information. Now, this guy has switched to a support role again. What kind of performance will he show? Lu Chang sat calmly in his seat. He trusted his judgment. This team would definitely take damage while bathing in the poison circle. Don't forget, the teams from Haston Academy, Kanjiing Academy, Luochang Academy, and Hucking Academy are lurking nearby, watching closely. When Tianyan Academy is fighting the boss to the point of bloodshed, it will be the best time for these 4 major academies to come out and pick up the corn. In the secret realm, the highly anticipated red-named boss siege battle officially began. Situ Bingling finally bit her silver teeth and chose to stand beside Ling Chen. At this moment, she could only trust this non-classed player. If she ran to the safe zone alone, it would be the same outcome. After all, she was just a lone wolf. If she encountered other teams, she would still be taken down. So it's better to trust Ling Chen one more time. Hopefully, he can really create a miracle. Ling Chen showed no change in expression at Situ Bingling's joining. He fixed his gaze on the mechanical Medusa towering over 10 meters tall. Without any hesitation, he pushed off with his toes and leaped down from the rooftop dozens of meters high. Zhu Yaoguang, Ji Wuming, and others rushed ahead at the fastest speed. They were even faster than Ling Chen. During training, Ling Chen had already simulated countless battle plans, including strategies, for when he was in a support role. There was no need for excessive communication, there was no need to repeat orders. Shibiyu had already retracted the giant sword into his internal space and was holding a massive battle shield with both hands. Boom! The moment his robust figure landed, it directly smashed a large pit into the ground. Roar! The horde of zombies, magic snakes, and mechanical monsters charging in immediately pressed down on this big guy. Facing the monstrous wave crashing in like a tidal wave, Shibiyu showed no fear at all. Instead, he raised his battle shield, roared, and charged forward like a bulldozer, single-handedly pushing ahead with the shield. At this moment, Xia didn't pay attention to the other team members. She closely followed behind Shibiyu, her staff waving continuously. Holy shield blessing, weapon blessing, inspiring mantra. Layer upon layer of support buffs crazily stacked onto Shibiyu, the frontline warrior. This made Shibiyu's charge even more fierce and unmatched. Countless monsters rushing towards him were actually smashed into meat patties under Chibiyu's shield charge. Zhu Yaoguang's figure had long since disappeared. As Chibiyu's high-profile push attracted the attention of the monsters, she had already quietly concealed herself, her tall and agile figure dancing in the night. She had arrived before the Medusa. Hiss! The hair of the Medusa emitted a warning hiss as if sensing Zhu Yaoguang's approach. In that instant, the Medusa raised her right arm, the snake-headed mouth on her arm opened wide, and a scorching breath was about to be unleashed. But at that moment, Ji Wuming, who had long since switched his shield for a spear, used the ruins of the buildings as a springboard and leaped into the air. In his hand was a long spear covered in bloodstains. In mid-air, he hurled the spear at the Medusa. Bang! The blood spear, slicing through the air, collided with the snake head on her right arm. Yet it could not penetrate at all, which was enough to demonstrate just how terrifying the Medusa's defense was. However, Ji Wuming showed no signs of disappointment. After his strike, he instantly landed back behind Shibiyu to avoid being attacked by the dark crows in the air. Zhu Yaoguang also entered a second stage of stealth beneath Ji Wuming's concealment. In this second stage of stealth, even the temperature of her blood was completely masked. Where the hell was that human? Female? The Medusa instantly expanded her perception but could not detect the enemy's movements. It was as if the opponent had completely vanished. Even the official nano cameras of the event had completely lost sight of Zhu Yaoguang. At this moment, boom boom boom. Taking advantage of the momentum from her push, Chibiyu had successfully led the other team members to break through the encirclement of monsters and arrived before the Medusa. The audience outside gasped in astonishment at this scene. They had thought that the other prodigies from the Tianyan Academy were merely supporting Ling Chen, but they never expected that at this moment Chibiyu's display of power would be so shocking. However, they still had no idea what the purpose of this team was. Moreover, that unclassed wanderer was quietly following behind the team, showing no signs of making a move. After this round of pushing charge, Chibiyu had crushed countless monsters, leaving a sea of corpses and severed limbs in her wake. I can't go on. Chibiyu retreated, exhausted. At that moment, Ji Wuming instinctively raised his shield. Meanwhile, the three ranged attackers, Tamiris, Anna, and Hel, began to unleash an astonishing display of power. Anna's bow-drawing speed was as fast as lightning, her right hand a blur as she shot arrow after arrow with incredible armor-piercing power into the sky. Then, with an even sharper, penetrating force, they fell towards the ground. Rain of Destruction, the archer's A+ level area attack skill. At this moment, it seemed as if a rain of arrows was falling from the sky. The monsters caught in this rain were instantly pierced by the arrows, utterly annihilated. Flame Dragon Annihilation. Tamiris, disregarding the cost of consumption, directly unleashed the A+ level high-tier magic he had mastered. A gigantic flame dragon soared into the sky, overlooking the world from above the sea of clouds. The black crows circling in the air felt the dragon's oppressive might and scattered in fear. Roaring, the enormous flame dragon unleashed a breath of destruction, sweeping down like a magnificent pillar of fire, ruthlessly ravaging the countless monsters below. At this moment, the audience outside finally noticed something strange. This team had no intention of attacking the Medusa at all. They were all frantically slaughtering the small monsters. Even the melee burst professionals, Gao Yao and Charlotte, couldn't be bothered to glance at the Medusa, directly engaging the surrounding small monsters. Tens of thousands of small monsters were instantly annihilated under the efforts of this prodigy team. Of course, this is also because these small monsters have not yet reached the second stage of enhancement. In this battle royale secret realm, as the survival circle shrinks, the small monsters will gradually be strengthened. Currently, the first stage of the survival circle has not yet completed its reduction, and the small monsters remain in the first stage enhancement. Therefore, this team of prodigies can swiftly eliminate countless small monsters in a dual-wielding mowing mode. But is such a huge consumption just to kill small monsters? Medusa hasn't lost a single drop of blood yet. The external audience felt utterly baffled. This team from Tianyan Academy was working in perfect harmony to exterminate so many small monsters. There must be a plan behind it. Otherwise, how could they possibly be doing this? Even the leaders from various prestigious institutions in the VIP box frowned, staring at this scene. They couldn't understand either. And Han Xiao also had no idea what this team she brought was planning to do next. It's embarrassing to say. All the usual training was done by Ling Chen. This student, while she, the lazy dean, was just coasting alone. So in light of the current situation, she couldn't guess what her own team was up to. Not far away, Medusa also felt extremely strange. With its high intelligence, upon seeing this scene, it thought these humans were truly foolish. These expendable small monsters were abundant. As long as it let out a sharp scream, all the small monsters within a 10-kilometer radius would rush over to serve it. So, in its eyes, this group of humans was simply engaging in futile actions. But that's fine. Let them consume to their heart's content. They wouldn't even need it. To intervene, these small monsters could wear down this group of foolish humans alive. Immediately, it dragged its long body, coiling up and using a nearby abandoned building as a cushion. It gazed leisurely at the pitiful human ants. I'm out of mana. At this moment, Tamuris in the team was the first to shout. I'm out too. The priestess Xiao's face turned slightly pale. She no longer had enough mana to support her auxiliary skills. Covered in blood, Charlotte shook her head and leaned weakly against the wall. Anna's powerful crossbow could no longer be drawn. Only Ji Wuming was barely holding the shield in front, always on guard against other monsters' sneak attacks. As for Situ Bingling, her face looked extremely grim. She was out of mana as well. She hadn't wanted to do it this way. But seeing Tamuris, Anna, and Hell having such a blast with their bombardments, coupled with Ling Chen continuously issuing other commands, she got led astray. Now, everyone was out of mana. Only Ling Chen, who had not yet made a move, still had some mana left. This team was visibly sinking into a state of weakness. Situ Bingling looked up at the sky helplessly. Was it really going to end here? They could only use the return scroll to go back. The external audience saw this scene and felt even more baffled. I really want to ask, is there something wrong with this team's brains? Killing small monsters drained the entire team's mana. This is the first time I've seen this. Could it be that they pity the beautiful? Hey, don't say, this Medusa looks quite pretty. This friend, is that Su Xian reincarnated? Foolish. Seeking their own demise. Lu Chang, the director of the admissions office at Houston Academy, sneered and concluded. What are these little guys doing? They were originally set to secure the championship. What a pity. It seems this team is still too young. At this moment, all the leaders of the institutions expressed that the Tianyan Academy team was destined to fail. All teammates were out of mana, and they were still in the poison circle. How could they play like this? The leader from Hucking Academy finally revealed a strange smile. Very good. However, Han Xiao calmly said, the situation is still undecided and the outcome is not yet clear. It's too early for everyone to draw conclusions. Director Han, is it still too early? Can you tell me how to turn the tide? Lu Chang replied with a smile. Han Xiao was about to frown and respond when suddenly, a wave of astonishment erupted from the audience below. Everyone quickly turned to look. They discovered that Ling Chen, who had not made a move until now, finally took action. He slowly pulled out a level 10 white grade staff from his sleeve. That's right. It was the white grade staff. The audience, who had been eagerly anticipating, immediately let out a collective boo, their faces filled with disdain. What did he intend to do by bringing out a white grade staff? At this moment? However, just a second later, Ling Chen made a move that left countless people in shock. On the screen, the tall and upright figure slowly crouched down. He lightly touched the ordinary white grade staff to the ground. Buzz! A visible mystical wave rippled out like ripples on water. A deep voice emerged from Ling Chen's throat. Spirits of the 100 ghosts, heed my command. Boom! In the next moment, a handsome man dressed in an inkwash yin-yang robe had his sleeves fluttering, his expression solemn, as if he were the supreme being of all spirits, impervious to all evils. From the countless corpses of dead monsters, white transparent souls began to drift out. Ultimately, they gathered towards Ling Chen like a mighty river flowing into the sea. 100 Ghosts Night Walk? No. 1,000 Souls Rebirth.
Each of these monster spirits bowed in submission to Ling Chen, their hollow eyes reflecting only one expression. That was obedience. Soul control technique. A basic skill of a necromancer. However, this was not just any ordinary soul control technique. The range and number of spirits controlled by Ling Chen were so vast that it left countless people in shock. But did you think that was the end? No. That figure extended his palm and touched the ground again. Buzz. An even more soul-shaking, eerie wave slowly unfolded. Ugh. Every monster corpse that was swept by this wave stood up at that moment. Even those monsters that had lost limbs crawled towards Ling Chen like a fleshworm. It was as if they would use every ounce of their strength to pay homage to their king. That's right, corpse control technique. Long before, Ling Chen had already thought about the combination of these two skills. This time, he finally had the opportunity to try them out. Damn, is this guy a jobless wanderer? A first-year necromancer couldn't help but curse as he watched the scene on the screen. His soul control technique could at most control 30 souls, yet this jobless wanderer controlled a legion of thousands of undead. But it seems like it's not very useful, right? These monsters look impressive, but against Medusa, aren't they just scratching the surface? Besides, his teammates are all out of mana, how can they fight? This is frustrating. At this moment, a commentator on stage pointed out the problem sharply. Other audience members suddenly realized, that's right, the other teammates were useless. Ha! The audience, who were about to nod in agreement, suddenly saw a wave of azure light rising on the screen. The once dispirited few prodigies instantly shook off their gloom and stood tall again. Mana recovery technique. What the hell? A priest's basic skill, mana recovery technique. And how could he cast the mana recovery technique without a cooldown? To know, the cooldown time for a priest's mana recovery technique is 3 minutes. But the figure on the screen seemed completely unaffected by the cooldown, and it appeared to have a multiple effect. Clearly a single target mana recovery skill, yet it could restore mana to several targets at once. Not only that, after the azure light disappeared, what followed was a vibrant green glow that seemed to overflow from the screen. Group healing, and it was without cooldown. Also, when would his blue run out? This is insane. Whether it was the commentators, the audience, or the eliminated newcomers, or even the school leaders leisurely watching from the VIP box, at this moment, their expressions were numb and their eyes were wide open. However, something that made them even more numb appeared again. This guy, holding a scepter in his right hand, his left hand suddenly pulled out a white magic staff. What does he want to do now? I'm impressed by this old six. One hand with a scepter, the other with a staff. Even the well-informed leaders from various schools were dumbfounded at this moment. Originally, a jobless wanderer creating an army of thousands of zombie undead was shocking enough. Then, he continuously cast healing and mana recovery skills on his teammates in a jaw-dropping manner without any gaps. Even though the poison circle reduced healing effects, in the face of this monstrous continuous casting, it had no suppressive effect at all. You couldn't even see any signs of him being drained or fatigued. Now, he wielded two different profession weapons. What was he going to do? At this moment, Anna, Gao Yao, and the other teammates had once again returned to their peak state. Their health and mana were fully restored. To be honest, they had become numb to their captain's abnormal performance. There was no great surprise. Ling Chen's mana was as limitless as his despicable shamelessness. Instead, it was the first time C2 Bingling saw Ling Chen's methods, and she stared at those ice blue pupils, her delicate body trembling slightly. It was as if she had witnessed the most incredible thing in the world. What is he going to do now? C2 Bingling stiffly turned her head to look at Xia, Anna, and the others. Xia, Anna, and the others ignored her. At this moment, they had already started brushing off the dust from their clothes, picking up their weapons, looking ready to retreat. Tamurus, is the magic teleportation array ready? Ji Wuming looked at the burly orc mage. It's been ready for a long time. Tamurus nodded slowly. Where are we going? C2 Bingling still stubbornly asked. The feeling that everyone seemed to know what to do except her was too uncomfortable. It felt like being excluded and abandoned. Where else can we go? The captain has fully restored our states. Of course, we're going to take down the boss. Ji Wuming replied helplessly. At this moment, in a dilapidated building near Medusa, a magic array symbol began to glow slowly. Beside this magic array, a tall and graceful figure crawled out of the shadowy pool. A head of silver-white long hair was extremely eye-catching in the night. It was Zhu Yaoguang. Long before the plan began, Ling Chen had secretly arranged a detailed and meticulous plan for all team members using the universal skill whispering. In the plan at that time, Ling Chen emphasized 3 points. First, the more momentum this battle creates, the better. Second, Medusa must be killed head-on by you. Third, let Ling Chen reasonably disconnect from the team. He also stated the purpose. To fish. Zhu Yaoguang and the others realized that this fish should be Hucking Academy. Hucking Academy. Why would you look for death when everything is fine? Buzz. Suddenly, the magic array lit up.
Several figures appeared at the center of the magic array. It was Ji Woo Ming and the others. Boom! At this moment, the mechanical beast Medusa, which had been watching the show, also sensed the approach of Zhu Yaoguang, Ji Woo Ming, and the others. It dragged its massive body, as large as a mountain, without any unnecessary words or hesitation. The right arm swung out directly, and the enormous snake head growing from the arm crashed into the dilapidated building. Boom! The building shattered. Meanwhile, Zhu Yaoguang, Ji Woo Ming, and the others leaped out from the dust in ruins. Beast, if you have the guts, come and fight me one-on-one. Chibayu laughed wildly, holding a giant sword, striking his shield, producing a crisp clanging sound. He activated the skill Heroic Provocation. At the same time, he charged towards a vast shopping plaza not far away. Buzz! Medusa was affected by that skill, instantly harboring immense hatred for this insignificant human. She wished she could tear him apart. Thus, she moved her colossal body to chase after this damned frontline warrior. Zhu Yaoguang and the others took the opportunity to position themselves. Under the watch of countless nano cameras, this team of prodigies officially launched an attack on the first stage red-named boss. But the external cameras remained fixated on the obviously isolated Ling Chen. After witnessing Ling Chen's various breathtaking maneuvers, countless viewers were evidently filled with unparalleled curiosity about this unclassed wanderer. Under the gaze of the crowd, Ling Chen, who had attracted countless eyes, finally moved. His staff began to sway gently. Immediately, circles of summoning light appeared on the ground. Thus, giant goblins, goblin archers, hexagonal rhinos, saber-toothed demon tigers, minotaur warriors, alluring flower spirits, thorn tree spirits, one after another. The initial level contract spirits surged forth madly at this moment. His mana was like a bottomless pit, showing no signs of fatigue. The nearly 10,000 undead zombie army was once again bolstered by 2,000 initial level contract spirits. At this moment, he waved his staff again. Crazy growth. A druid's primary skill. A verdant glow emerged, and all plant-type contract spirits seemed to receive tremendous enhancement at this moment. They began to grow wildly. The thorn tree spirit, originally only 3 meters tall, grew to 10 meters. The once frail alluring flower spirit also became muscular and robust at this moment. Even its charming gaze turned fierce. For those non-plant type contract spirits and other undead, Ling Chen similarly applied supportive buffs to them. Size enhancement, excited dew, frenzied whip, contract spirit enhancement. These were the primary skills of the biochemical madman and summoner. They caused all summon contract spirits to swell in size again and enter a frenzied, violent state. Even the zombies became larger and more brutal under the effects of the size enhancement, excited dew, and frenzied whip. What was most shocking was that another wave of gentle light illuminated the area. Under the glow, all their attributes received a significant boost. This was the priest's primary skill, Group Blessing. This Ling Chen actually applied Group Blessing to all friendly targets. But clearly, Group Blessing was just a primary skill. Logically, the attribute increase shouldn't be that high. But why? Roar! At that moment, a terrifying, frenzied roar echoed. In an instant, a monstrous army of over 10,000, wild and warlike, was fully formed. And at this time, Ling Chen's face seemed to pale slightly, as if his mana had truly been exhausted. He gently waved his staff. This colossal army composed of contract spirits, zombies, and undead charged directly towards Medusa without any hesitation. Rumble! It was as if the city had been struck by a flood. Countless houses collapsed under the impact of these massive contract spirits, as if a giant bulldozer had passed through, flattening everything in its path. Even the mechanical beast Medusa, which had been forcibly pulled into hatred, felt the violent waves coming from behind at this moment. As the gaze shifted, a group of enormous monsters, carrying a terrifying aura that could make anyone pale, rushed towards it. Recklessly. Medusa. Not to mention Medusa. Even Zhu Yaoguang and the others, who were preparing to tackle the boss, turned pale upon witnessing this scene. Silence. Endless silence. At this moment, in the vast arena outside, all the spectators fell into a unified silence once again. But everyone could feel that behind this endless silence lay immense shock. Even those commentators known for their brilliant rhetoric were dumbfounded. How do we comment on this? Some skills they had never even seen before. The matches they usually commentate on are basically battles between strong players at level 20 or 30 and above. At this level of strength, they no longer rely on basic skills of their profession. Therefore, in years of combat profession competitions, commentators rarely get to see basic skills. At most, they see some universally applicable skills, like blocking or shield countering. Moreover, they had never seen a level 20-something free player participate in this national freshman trial, let alone witness a free player create a devastating monster army. Our team of nearly 1,000 lost to him, and it's not unjust. I'm really at my wit's end. Am I the summoner, or is he the summoner? What did I, a necromancer, even say? If this army were unleashed in a real city, the consequences would be unimaginable. Those eliminated freshmen from various schools could only express their admiration. As for the audience, they were now filled with exclamations of what the hell, what the F asterisk asterisk asterisk, I can't believe it, and damn it, among other expressions. Most of these spectators were ordinary people. Ordinary people do not understand the intricacies of these professions and cannot analyze them like others. So what can they do? They can only exclaim. Not to mention, the monster army created by Ling Chen truly astonished everyone. These monsters have undergone multiple rounds of enhancement, and their strength has even surpassed what they had in life. And those summoned contract spirits. In terms of strength, they might already rival summoners of level 30 or above. Genius. Simply a genius. The druid's wild growth and plant-type contract spirits have such a high degree of synergy. The druid profession is quite rare even abroad. Many people consider it trash, with support abilities inferior to priests and combat abilities weaker than warriors or swordsmen. Who would have thought it could become so powerful in the hands of this jobless free player? It seems that it's not the profession that is strong, but the person. In the VIP box, the deans and leaders from various schools could not help but marvel. If the previous zombie necromancer army was seen as cannon fodder in their eyes, posing no threat to Medusa, then this newly enhanced monster army, with added contract spirits, could indeed pose a substantial threat to Medusa. Firstly, there were simply too many of them. Secondly, the attributes of these monsters had been greatly enhanced. If any single monster were to face Medusa alone, it would surely be killed in an instant. But with tens of thousands of monsters charging in, even if Medusa didn't die, it would still have a chunk of flesh bitten off. Of course, the key point is that they are fearless. Director Han, I want to discuss something with you. How about we train this student, Ling Chen? We are willing to exchange 3 trial secret realms for him. At that moment, the woman from the Ice Soul Academy, who had blue hair just like Situ, Bingling, smiled. 1 student. In exchange for 3 trial secret realms. If it were any other time, all the leaders of the academies present would think that Situ, the director of Ice Soul Academy, had lost her mind. But now, well, they even felt the price was too low. Initially, when they first saw Ling Chen unleash the meteor firestorm, they thought he had combined some physics knowledge to achieve it. Moreover, that skill combination had its limitations. If the battle scenario didn't allow you to fly, then that skill would be useless. But now it seemed that this monstrous freshman could create jaw-dropping skill combinations regardless of the scenario. You old hag, get lost. Not even 10 secret realms would be enough for him. Han Xiaoyu waved her hand, refusing mercilessly. You, Director Situ was instantly furious. At this moment, Lu Chang, the director of the admissions office at Haston Academy, also had a grim expression. He had just declared this team as certain to lose. Now he was slapped in the face. The president of Haston Academy, Lu Wanran, finally cast a stern and cold gaze at Lu Chang, making him shiver involuntarily. Cold sweat poured down his back and forehead. Lu Chang knew the president was genuinely angry. He was blaming Lu Chang for letting go of this monstrous student, Ling Chen. With Haston Academy's financial resources, what conditions could they not meet? Moreover, now, due to the bet with Han Xiao, Lu Wanran had to agree to a condition from Han Xiao. Sigh. The other prominent academy leaders also wore expressions of regret. They regretted their previous attitude towards Ling Chen. But there's no medicine for regret in this world. Ling Chen was already a student of Tianyan Academy. If they dared to let Ling Chen transfer over, not to mention whether Ling Chen himself would agree, just the few directors of Tianyan Academy would probably fight them to the death. Han Xiaoyu noticed the regretful expressions of the academy leaders around her and immediately smiled with squinted eyes. Delightful. What a relief. She naturally learned from Zhu Xiaoshan and her own disciple Zhu Yaoguang about how Ling Chen had been looked down upon by various schools. They had even nearly forced Ling Chen into a second-tier academy. How dare they? The best decision Tianyan Academy made this year was to recruit this little monster, Ling Chen. At this moment, Han Xiaoyu wished she could hug this little monster Ling Chen tightly and kiss him a couple of times. Inside the Great Secret Realm, in the D7 area, Zhu Yaoguang, Ji Wuming, and others did not hesitate at all and directly changed their original plan. They quickly retreated. The shockwave created by this army of tens of thousands of giant beasts charging was already comparable to the beast tide of magical beasts. Comparing the current scene to the previous alliance team of nearly 1,000 people, it was like the difference between fireflies and the bright moon. Damn it! Didn't they say we could go up? The orc mage Tamura stood on the rooftop with others, overlooking the grand charge below, feeling quite frustrated and cursing. At this rate, they were going to win by lying down. Tens of thousands of giant monsters were charging fearlessly. Under countless gazes, boom! They finally collided with the mechanical beast, Medusa. Even a colossal creature like Medusa, under the impact of this earth-shattering wave of monsters, was unable to withstand the force at first. It was directly pushed back over 1,000 meters, crushing countless houses along the way. At the same time, the undead and zombies clung to Medusa's body like maggots, beginning to gnaw and slash frantically. Fortunately, this red-named boss was not to be underestimated. Roar! It let out a furious howl, its massive serpent tail raised high, then suddenly slammed down. Boom! Nearly 100 monsters on the ground were instantly crushed. But it should be noted that these monsters had long since lost their lives. The crushed undead transformed into countless specks of light, resembling fragments of souls, and began to slowly heal. Meanwhile, the zombies and beast corpses, whose limbs were already shattered, were ground into mush. Yet every cell of the meat began to gather and stitch itself back together. In just a few seconds, these crushed minions surprisingly started to regain their original forms, charging fearlessly at Medusa once more. At this moment, some might wonder, isn't this too invincible? These controlled monster corpses and undead can continue to heal even after being crushed. Wouldn't that make the necromancer and corpse driver professions invincible? No. In fact, they are not invincible. The nature of these two professions that manipulate corpses and undead is quite similar to that of puppeteers and summoners. When puppets, contract spirits, undead, and other puppets suffer severe injuries, the creator or summoner can restore them by consuming their own mana. The heavier the injury to the contract spirit, puppet, or undead, the more mana the caster must expend to heal them. If a contract spirit has its head chopped off, it dies on the spot. But the summoner can consume a massive amount of mana to revive it. However, generally speaking, no one would do this, because it's not worth it. The mana required to revive a contract spirit could easily summon several other contract spirits instead. Of course, this method of sacrificing mana to repair puppets is only worth it for those high-level puppets that the summoner is willing to use. For example, a high-level contract spirit Extinction Dragon King of the summoner, the high-level undead Doom Lord of the necromancer, the advanced combat puppet Flame Giant Bear of the puppeteer, and so on. These high-level puppets possess extraordinary combat power and can only be summoned one at a time in a short period. Therefore, in critical situations, if these high-level puppets are severely injured, the summoner will not hesitate to exhaust their mana to restore them. And now, Ling Chen, relying on his unfathomable vast mana, recklessly repaired all the contract spirits, undead, zombies, and other puppets that Medusa had crushed. This was simply an indestructible super monster army. The mechanical beast Medusa looked at the revived minions. It was furious. Roar! After letting out a roar towards the sky, countless long snakes atop its head suddenly focused their gaze forward. Its mechanical pupils were tinged with a deep crimson hue. A strange and unsettling wave of energy instantly spread. It was finally about to unleash its skill. Petrifying gaze, an A+ level boss skill. In the next moment, a torrential red light shot out from its eyes and the countless snake pupils behind its head. Buzz! The group of monsters standing before Medusa was swept by the red light. Crack crack, they were instantly petrified. Then, it raised its two mechanical arms again. The two massive snake heads that replaced its palms suddenly opened their mouths. The snake head on the left arm shot out a blue laser beam filled with a sense of destruction. The snake head on the right arm exhaled a breath of searing flames. Boom! All the petrified monsters before it were shattered by these two devastating attacks. And due to being completely petrified, the contract spirits, undead, and zombies that turned into stone fragments could no longer be restored. Tens of thousands of monsters were annihilated in just a few seconds. As expected of the level 42 red-named boss, faced with the remaining thousands of monster legions, Medusa's pupils once again turned a vivid red. She intended to use the same trick again to directly eliminate this group of lowly, despicable monsters. Suddenly, a hurried shout rang out. Hold it down, don't let it use its petrification skill again. As the voice fell, a girl with dazzling silver hair appeared before Medusa like a moonlight sprite. Through the gaps in her dense silver hair, one could see her equally sharp red eyes. Shu Yaoguang. She raised her dagger, and blue arcs of electricity began to swirl around her. An astonishingly sharp aura unfolded completely. Thunder's shadow instant prison kill. Rip! The dagger in her hand merged with countless thunders bursting forth with brilliant lightning, and directly pierced Medusa's right eye. Ugh! Medusa immediately let out a roar. Covering her eye, her massive body fell backward. The petrifying magic eye skill was completely interrupted. With a successful strike, this tall and slender figure did not greedily pursue further attacks but instead slipped back into the shadows, vanishing without a trace. Buzz! At that moment, Medusa's body erupted with a green glow. Advanced regeneration. However, Hell, standing atop the building, smiled coldly, pointing his staff at the already fallen and rolling Medusa. Decay of Death. Decay of Death, a high-level skill of the Dark Priest, dispelling all enhancements and healing benefits from the target, and causing the target to take 80% more damage for 60 seconds. Buzz! A dark pillar of ominous energy enveloped Medusa's body. In an instant, it completely nullified the healing effects of advanced regeneration. Looks like we still have to take action, huh? Tamurus laughed heartily. He had thought it would be another personal showcase by Ling Chen, but, unexpectedly, that guy still had a trick up his sleeve. On the surface, it seemed grand, but in reality, it still didn't pose much of a threat to Medusa. Of course, the teammates all knew. This was just Ling Chen's way of fishing for attention. At this moment, Kibiyu and Ji Woming had already leaped into action, with both shield warriors simultaneously drawing aggro. After all, facing a level 42 red-named boss, a single main tank couldn't withstand Medusa's attacks. Moreover, they were currently within the poison circle, so they had to take turns drawing aggro, allowing each other time to recover. They, with levels only in the 20s, wouldn't naively think they could withstand Medusa's onslaught head-on. Xia, Anna, Gao Yao, and others also began to perform their respective roles. After Ling Chen completed all his summons and controls, he slumped against the wall, his face pale. Ha! He let out a weary sigh. Slowly raising his staff, he cast a healing spell on himself. Upon seeing this scene, the audience outside surprisingly let out a sigh of relief. Yes, a sigh of relief. Ha! That scared me to death. I thought that guy would never weaken. With such a grand display, if he was still full of vigor, I would have to suspect he was a boss from the Forbidden Area. From the looks of it, it seems this group of monsters can't inflict substantial damage on Medusa, which is a bit unfortunate. Indeed, he even put himself in a weakened state with no mana, it seems. Ling Chen won't be able to continue fighting for the next half hour. The audience discussed among themselves, their tones filled with relief. As the saying goes, even a monster has its limits. Even though Ling Chen on the screen was in a weakened state, the audience still marveled at this unclassed wanderer. Moreover, it was understandable that Ling Chen had fallen into a weakened state. 1v700, one hand stripped off clothing, fabricating a legion of over 10,000 giant monsters, switching to support role to help teammates recover. This series of astonishing maneuvers had already overturned the audience's perception of the jobless wanderer. It turned out, the jobless wanderer could be this impressive. At that moment, Ling Chen in the camera was slumped on the ground, his face pale. No one mocked him, instead, they felt he truly needed a break. This jobless wanderer was already formidable enough. In the hearts of the audience, this person had become the top one of this exchange trial competition. Online, it was even more explosive. Clearly, this event had not yet ended, but on various online platforms, topics like Ling Chen, Jobless Wanderer, and Newcomer Top 1 had already surged to the trending list. Countless female netizens marveled at Ling Chen's handsomeness and admired his strength. He had looks and power. If this didn't go viral, it would be against the natural order. However, accidents always occur when excitement is at its peak. On the screen, just as Ling Chen had slumped down and caught his breath, mechanical tentacles suddenly emerged from the surrounding walls. Put! These mechanical tentacles transformed into sharp, elongated blades piercing through Ling Chen's body at an astonishing speed, right before the horrified eyes of countless spectators. He didn't react in time. Even the nearby nano cameras were splattered with Ling Chen's blood, staining the lens a vivid red. Wow! This scene struck the audience, who had been filled with excitement and anticipation, like a heavy blow, causing them to gasp in shock. In the live broadcast rooms of major streaming platforms, countless "what the hell" comments flooded the screen. No one expected that this already recognized newcomer Top 1 would suffer such a severe blow at this moment. In the VIP box, Han Xiao's enchanting face turned pale in an instant. She suddenly stood up. The leaders and teachers from other schools were also a bit stunned. Caught off guard. Truly caught off guard. Just moments ago, they had praised this student. Yet now, this student had been caught off guard by the mechanical tentacles due to his weakness. The piercing of over a dozen mechanical tentacles left Ling Chen's body riddled with wounds. It looked like he wouldn't survive. Good. Suddenly, two voices in unison rang out in the box. Everyone looked over. It turned out to be Lu Chang and a leader from Hucking Academy. Their expressions suggested they were quite pleased to see Ling Chen severely injured. Han Xiao glared at the screen with a dark expression, ignoring those two fools. Fortunately, the attack from the mechanical tentacles was only a one-time event and then disappeared. This was an environmental mechanism set up in this great secret realm. Mechanical tentacles would randomly generate to attack all participating members, and during the night, a swarm of poisonous insects would also appear. As the dozen tentacles vanished, with a thud, the battered Ling Chen fell to the ground. Ugh! His throat emitted a low, struggling roar, as if his consciousness was about to fade due to severe injuries. Even the speed at which he took out his staff was extremely slow. This near-death state of severe injury made the audience outside feel a pang of heartache. Buzz! A green healing light finally began to slowly emerge. Thank goodness! Ling Chen could still cast healing spells. There was still hope. But, snap! Suddenly, in the dark alley, the sound of crisp footsteps echoed. Yet Ling Chen's arm holding the staff was unknowingly sealed by magic, preventing him from continuing to cast healing spells. Everyone was startled. The director, sensing the moment, directly shifted the camera's focus to that alley. Then, everyone saw 4 teens from prestigious schools appear in front of the camera. Standing at the center is the strangely smiling Sun Zhe. What the hell? How could it be them? They wouldn't want to take Ling Chen's life while he's down, would they? Damn! How despicable!
They didn't show up when we were forming the alliance team, but now that Ling Chen has dealt with the alliance team and is severely injured, they finally appear. For a moment, the audience was filled with disgust and disdain for the teams from the 4 prestigious schools. But despite their disdain, they had to admit, this is the cruel reality. You can call these 4 teams despicable or petty, but their timing of appearance was just perfect, a top-notch entry. Ling Chen was out of mana and severely wounded. The other members of the Tianyan Academy were engaged in a fierce battle with Medusa, unable to care for Ling Chen. This was indeed the best time to strike. Sigh, what a pity. Ling Chen's team was crushing the other schools in terms of strength, but it can only be said that fate is cruel. Countless spectators let out sighs of resignation. Sometimes fate is just so helpless. Even the commentators on stage wore faces full of regret. They had thought Tianyan Academy would continue to reign as champions. Yet unexpectedly, they encountered misfortune. At this moment, in the secret realm, Sunze and Jingyan looked at Ling Chen, who lay in a pool of blood, barely able to lift his head to look at them. For some reason, the demonic blood within them began to boil. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Sunze and Jingyan bit their lips tightly, swallowing hard, trying not to let their saliva flow out. A wild craving for food surged in their minds. Why did Ling Chen's flesh and blood exude such a delicious and enticing aura? It was 100 times more tempting than the flesh they had eaten before. No, 1,000 times. In order to suppress this terrifying appetite, Sunze and Jingyan's bodies were covered in bulging veins. Even the other school team members who were parasitized by demonic worms didn't know why, but they strangely tilted their heads, saliva continuously dripping down. Such a bizarre scene left the audience outside and the leaders of the various schools dumbfounded. Demon arrival. It is similar in nature to the 9-demon shrine of the Fusang Kingdom and the demon representatives of Western countries. The people in these organizations worship the power of the monsters from the Forbidden Lands as their highest belief. However, in reality, these 3 organizations are fundamentally different. Among them, the Demon Arrival Organization, born in the Dragon Kingdom, is the most brutal in its methods and the most feared. It can be said to be the most evil and wicked organization. First, let's talk about the 9-demon shrine. Due to the inaction of the ruler of the Fusang Kingdom in recent years, allowing the evil spirits in Takamagara to run rampant, the citizens of Fusang have been suffering. Although the demon extermination team was formed, in response, their strength was ultimately thin. When Takamagara descended, the king of 100 demons led the 100 demons to parade through Fusang, nearly annihilating it. Moreover, the ruler of Fusang, fearing for his life, signed a series of unequal treaties to gain the assistance of the Free Federation. This has led to the current precarious state of the Fusang Kingdom. At this time, among the oppressed and exploited citizens of Fusang, a scientist stepped forward. He joined the demon extermination team and obtained numerous blood samples from the 100 demon monsters. After careful research, he discovered that the blood of the 100 demons could perfectly merge with human blood. Moreover, humans who fused with the blood of the 100 demons experienced terrifying increases in physique, lifespan, and strength. They could also gain the regenerative power of the 100 demon race. But there were drawbacks. Their personalities became more brutal and they began to crave the flesh and blood of people from all races in the world. The demon extermination team noticed this scientist's intentions and wanted to kill him directly. But alas, it was too late. The demon Slayer team once had a fierce battle with the little demon king Brahma. Although they nearly faced annihilation, they managed to collect Brahma's blood. This scientist has fused with Brahma's blood, granting him immense power. The demon Slayer team exhausted all their strength and connections but could not capture or kill him. Years passed. In the country of Fusang, an organization called 9 Ghost Shrine emerged with a large number of members already able to stand against both the demon Slayer team and the ruler of Fusang. The 9 Ghost Shrine is quite special, dedicated to sheltering the oppressed and exploited poor people. They call for the entire populace to become demons, asserting that only with the power of 100 demons can they fight against 100 demons. To this day, the forces in Fusang have formed a tripartite confrontation. It is worth mentioning that the 9 Ghost Shrine has gradually gained recognition and fervent following among the people of Fusang. As for the organization Demon's Advocate, it is similar to the 9 Ghost Shrine, yearning for demonic power. However, the only difference is that the Demon's Advocate sincerely believes in the Demon King Satan. They even pray for the demon's lair to spread soon, turning this place into a world of demons. As for Demon Arrival, it is the organization that Sunze and Feng Bo have joined. Born in the Dragon Kingdom, it is extremely mysterious. To this day, no one knows who the leader of Demon Arrival truly is. The organization acts ruthlessly and its members have already transformed into demons, devouring demonic blood to become powerful monsters of an ambiguous nature. They even possess secret methods to tear open rifts, causing secret realms to collapse and monsters to descend. In the early stages, they were extremely low-key. Even the slaughter of innocent civilians was carried out very secretly. The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom tried every means to investigate, but in the end they could only capture some peripheral members.
However, several decades ago, Demon Arrival made a significant move.
They caused several ghostly secret realms to descend simultaneously in several major cities across the Dragon
Kingdom.
That disaster was one of the most brutal calamities in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. The citizens of several cities were slaughtered. The ruler of the Dragon Kingdom was furious and ordered the complete extermination of the Demon Arrival organization. After that major sweep, Demon Arrival remained quiet for several decades, but the leader of Demon Arrival has still not been found. And now, Demon Arrival has quietly returned. But this time, what are they planning to do? At this moment, Sunze and Feng Bo's originally calm minds have been overwhelmed by a frenzied hunger. According to the original plan, they were to let the three academies of Haston, Falling Dust, and Songying engage in mutual slaughter with the Tianyan Academy's team. Then, using secret methods, they would eliminate all the original spiritual bodies of the outstanding talents except for those specifically requested by the high priests. Originally, Demon Arrival did not intend to take action, but this year is considered the golden academic year for the Dragon Kingdom. Countless outstanding talents have emerged. Zhu Yaoguang, Ji Wuming, Yi Tian, Su Huahua, Situ Bingling. These dazzling talents may seem unripe at this moment, but if given enough time and resources, at least 2 or more fourth-turn supreme beings will surely emerge from these talents. Naturally, Demon Arrival cannot let these infinitely potential enemies slip away. In fact, this organization even plans to capture these talents, brainwash them, and inject them with self-developed demonic blood. In this way, the Demon Arrival organization will become strong once again. Moreover, the Demon Arrival organization is not only focused on these prestigious school talents. They have infiltrated universities across the Dragon Kingdom, whether they are top-tier institutions, bottom-tier schools, or even unrecognized colleges. This time, Sunze and Feng Bo are carrying out their orders. If the mission succeeds, they will receive the highest reward from the high priests. At that time, they will completely become core members of Demon Arrival. But, an unexpected event has now occurred. Sunze and Feng Bo did not anticipate that Ling Chen's flesh would possess such a terrifying allure for them. Their reason had been completely shattered by the brutal appetite at this moment. Dark magical patterns seemed to respond to their master's call, beginning to crawl all over Sunze and Feng Bo's bodies. Feng Bo's face transformed into chunks of bloody flesh, revealing his true appearance. Sinister fangs erupted from his mouth, and the muscles in his limbs began to swell wildly. In the center of his palms, 2 magical eyes suddenly opened wide. Buzz! A wave of the most sinister and evil aura shot straight into the sky. Sunze's hands revealed sharp claws. Rip! His clothes were torn apart, and 2 featherless, pitch-black flesh wings sprouted directly from his back. The flesh wings were also covered in bizarre and malevolent magical patterns. The other elite team members who were infested with parasitic demons opened their mouths at this moment. Then, an extremely disgusting and ugly, slimy giant worm crawled out from their mouths. Hiss! The slimy giant worm opened its mouth, revealing rows upon rows of terrifying serrated teeth. It emitted a sharp hissing sound. What is this? They had all transformed into monsters. Wow! The sudden change in the scene caused the audience outside to turn pale. What the hell is this? Monsters! Why has everyone turned into monsters? My god, does this great secret realm have a mechanism to turn people into monsters? Mechanism my foot. Look at the magical patterns on the right arms of those 2 leaders. That's the mark of the Demon Arrival organization. Ah! Demon Arrival! Run! Upon hearing the words Demon Arrival, any audience member of a certain age collectively fell into panic at that moment. At this moment, whether it was the audience on site or the commentators on stage, they were all engulfed in extreme panic, starting to run around wildly. This organization had deeply imprinted panic in the hearts of many citizens. They could not forget the tragic scenes they had experienced in those years. Decades later, the Demon Arrival reappeared, and unexpectedly, it appeared in such a highly publicized manner. In the VIP box, the leaders of various schools had already changed their expressions drastically and stood up. As the master of that great secret realm and a fourth-turn sword god, Lu Huanran did not hesitate at all and directly intended to use the power of the secret realm to crush all the monsters inside, including Sunze and Feng Bo. The reason for crushing rather than controlling was that he had dealt with the Demon Arrival organization quite a bit in the past. The members inside believed in the power of all demons and had been thoroughly brainwashed. They were unafraid of death. Even if you wanted to control their minds or read their memories, it was impossible, because when your hypnosis technique touched their thoughts, it would trigger a certain magical curse within them, directly annihilating their consciousness and original spirit body. Therefore, Lu Huanran had never considered capturing them alive. Han Xiao, Situyu, and other school leaders also used their means to prepare to seal off the entire competition venue. However, at that moment, a cold, eerie laughter suddenly rang out from behind them. Kak keek keek.
Everyone turned their heads sharply to see that it was a leader from the Hucking Academy. His name was Di Xiong, and his profession was Underworld Heavenly Monarch. He was a rare third-turn talisman master. He was tall and thin, dressed in formal attire, wearing a gentleman's hat. Holding a soul-destroying bell, an extremely strange smile appeared on his ordinary face. Fanatical oaths spilled from his mouth. Great Lord, I am willing to give you everything. Underworld. Soul-locking realm. At this moment, he raised the soul-destroying bell in his hand and shook it violently. Ding-ding. Buzz. When the bell rang, the entire VIP box seemed to be covered by endless darkness. Everyone felt as if they were being dragged into the underworld. Here, everyone felt the suffocating sensation of their souls being bound, along with the massive reduction in various attributes. At the same time, within the ghostly soul-locking forbidden realm, countless underworld spirits reached out with their decaying hands from the ground, grabbing hold of Di Xiong tightly, as if they wanted to drag him into this ghostly underworld. Ghostly soul-locking realm, a god-level skill of the ghostly heavenly monarch, sacrificing one's own soul to form a forbidden barrier lasting 60 seconds. Note, anyone within this barrier cannot break through from the inside, including fourth-turn powerhouses. After this technique ends, the caster's soul will be eternally trapped in the ghostly underworld. Within the barrier, all entities considered enemy targets have their attributes reduced by 80%, and this negative buff cannot be dispelled. When all the leaders of the academies felt their attributes plummet, their faces darkened immediately, and that Di Xiong was already nothing but an empty shell of a body. His soul had been directly dragged into the ghostly underworld, never to be revived again. But with his life, he had directly imprisoned everyone present, including the three fourth-turn powerhouses, Lu Huanran, Han Xiao, and Sitayu. The goal was to prevent the leaders of the academies from being able to assist each other. Not good. The initial target of the Demon Arrival Organization was all the young talents in the Great Secret Realm. They want to take this opportunity to wipe out all the seedlings of our generation. Moreover, they have even planned to take away talents like Zhu Yaoguan and Yi Tian for brainwashing. At this moment, all the leaders of the academies finally realized the opponent's plan. At this time, perhaps someone would say, since they used the life of a third-turn powerhouse to trap this group of strong individuals and reduce the attributes of all the academy leaders present by 80%, logically speaking, the Demon Arrival should invest heavily and gather elite forces to annihilate this group of academy leaders. The next second, Lu Huanran provided the reason and answer as to why the Demon Arrival Organization wouldn't dare to do so. Just a trivial skill. Lu Huanran snorted angrily, then raised one hand high and shouted, "Sword, come!" Buzz. The mysterious fluctuations unique to the sword gods suddenly spread, and the panicked audience outside felt an extremely sacred and vast aura descend upon this place. In the sky, a sword rushed forth. It was like a blazing sun sword, piercing through the sky, enveloped in dazzling and blinding flames, crashing through the ghostly soul-locking realm like a meteor. Crack! It shattered directly, crushing everything in its path. There was no hindrance whatsoever. This barrier, which had cost the life of a third-turn powerhouse to cast, didn't even have the qualification to momentarily stall the blazing sun sword. Is this the legendary holy artifact of the Haston Academy, the Dragonfire Scorching Shadow Sword? All the leaders of the academies looked at the sword floating in the air, radiating overwhelming dragon might and scorching sunlight, their expressions filled with shock. But the shock lasted only a moment. The leaders of the academies turned their gazes back to the screen. There, only the red-named monster, Medusa, was left looking around in confusion. Where are those damned humans? It was already covered in wounds and about to fall into a severely injured state. Suddenly, a dark and evil black light enveloped everyone. Then it opened its eyes again. The humans that had attacked it had vanished, and the monster army had completely lost control, utterly collapsing. All the guard forces of Haston Academy mobilize and search. These demon arrival beasts can't teleport far. They must be within this 1,000-mile radius. Lu Huanran sensed that the presence of those students no longer existed in the Great Secret Realm and could only issue a solemn order. Then he turned to the leaders of the various schools, his expression solemn as he said, "Please, notify your school's principal immediately. The demon organization has reappeared and has already infiltrated the schools. I urge all principals to seal their campuses urgently. We absolutely cannot allow members of the demon organization to hide and survive." Understood. The leaders of the schools nodded seriously at this moment, then took out their communication devices to urgently contact their respective principals. Meanwhile, Han Xiao's figure had already vanished, clearly having begun the search. Her mood was the heaviest. The demon organization, which had disappeared for decades, had re-emerged. Moreover, they had set their sights on this generation's prodigies from the Tianyan Academy. Those prodigies were the future hope of the Dragon Kingdom. If they were truly captured by the demon organization and brainwashed, the consequences would be unimaginable. This meant that the demon organization would gain several fourth-turn powerhouses over the next few years, even decades. This was definitely not something any country would want to see. In a quiet
Valley, 1,000 miles away from the Haston Academy. Buzz. Suddenly, ripples of space emerged. The surrounding birds were startled and scattered while the beasts in the valley roared, their brutal eyes fixated on the source of the spatial ripples. This was a place in the Beast Mountain Range, known as the Yunluo Mountain Range. As the spatial ripples stabilized completely, dozens of figures instantly appeared in the valley. It was Sunze and others who had made a spatial leap from the Great Secret Realm. The demon organization had come prepared. Since their target was the prodigies from various schools, they naturally had to prepare an escape route. The Great Secret Realm was overseen by Lu Huanran, the fourth-turn dragon-slaying sword god, who wielded the holy artifact Dragonfire Scorching Shadow Sword. If things were to truly go awry, it would only take a moment. Sunze and the others in the Great Secret Realm would be crushed without any power to resist. Therefore, the demon organization first arranged for Di Xiong, the lord of the underworld, to block Lu Huanran and the other powerful figures. After that, they provided Sunze and the others with powerful spatial leap devices, allowing them to escape safely from the secret realm. This powerful device was called the Sun and Moon Rotation Talisman. Sun and Moon Rotation Talisman is a talisman inscribed by a grand celestial master possessing the great power of the Sun and Moon's rotation, capable of forcibly transferring any creature or object, ignoring any spatial barriers. The fourth turn of a Taoist is known as a grand celestial master. To ensure that Sunze and the others could escape the Great Secret Realm, with a group of puppets, a grand celestial master from the demon organization had intervened. At this moment, the instant dozens of figures appeared. Wow! The surrounding beasts that had surrounded them seemed to sense an aura that frightened them into submission. They instantly scattered in panic. In the open space of the valley, the already completely demonized Sunze stared with a sinister expression at the 11 people across from him. These 11 people were all the members of the Tianyan Academy's team plus Situ Bingling. Before leaving, Sunze had forcibly taken the entire Tianyan Academy team away. The dozens of elite students from prestigious schools, controlled and standing behind Sunze, had the disgusting demon worms return to their bellies. Yi Tian, Xiao Ruoming, Lu Shi, and others had vacant, dull expressions, showing no signs of life. It was clear they had been completely controlled. Ling Chen's wounds had been healed by Xia's skills, but he still looked pale and extremely weak. Speak up, did you voluntarily swallow the demon worms, or did I have to beat you into submission before feeding them to you? Sunze's smile was cold and arrogant, with several black, slimy, disgusting demon worms writhing in his hands. What are you wasting time with them for? Hurry up and complete the task. It won't be long before those old geezers come looking for us. If the mission fails, the Lord of Sacrifice will definitely not let us off. Feng Bo, who was covered in demon eyes and looked like a monster, spoke with great composure. After saying that, he stared intently at the pale and weak Ling Chen, letting out a strange laugh. Ling Chen, oh Ling Chen, didn't expect this, did you? The one you once crushed has now become someone you need to look up to. In the face of such mockery, Ling Chen did not respond, his expression still as calm as a deep well. Meanwhile, Zhu Yaoguang and the others wore expressions as grim as if facing a formidable enemy. The ominous pressure radiating from Sunze and Feng Bo was like a mountain, making it hard for them to breathe. Especially Feng Bo. At level 45, he had completed the second transition of the assassin class, becoming the Shadow Stabber. Both his attributes and skill power had completely overwhelmed Zhu Yaoguang and the other prodigies. I'm too lazy to keep talking, kill. Feng Bo did not hesitate at all and waved his hand directly. The dozens of puppet prodigies behind him surged toward Zhu Yaoguang and the others. At this moment, the pale and weak Ling Chen suddenly moved. He tapped his toes and, with lightning speed, broke away from the group, rushing toward the valley's exit. He, trying to run? Feng Bo sneered coldly and chased after him. Completely demonized, all his negative emotions poured out. He recalled the day he had his arms severed and returned to school, only to be mocked by countless classmates. All of this, it was all thanks to that bastard Ling Chen. So, this time, he must take revenge. Let Ling Chen know what it means to suffer worse than death. Sunze shook his head with some regret as he saw Feng Bo chase after Ling Chen. Originally, he wanted to personally torment this brat who had stolen his limelight. But Senior Feng Bo should hate Ling Chen more than he did. But that's fine. He was eager to experience Zhu Yaoguang's strength. He vaguely remembered the moment Zhu Yaoguang had left him behind. Zhu Yaoguang, I'm coming. With a wicked laugh, the demonic wings on his back suddenly flapped. Whoosh! In the next moment, he appeared right in front of Zhu Yaoguang, and then, he threw a punch. As an archer, he actually took the initiative to approach Zhu Yaoguang, who was an assassin. Under normal circumstances, this would be a death wish. But now, ding! The crisp sound of metal clashing erupted. Zhu Yaoguang's sharp dagger suddenly sliced through the air, colliding with Sunze's fist. The expected blood did not spurt out. Instead, countless dazzling sparks flew. This Sunze, in his demonized state, his physical strength had evidently reached a terrifying level. He could actually clash head-on with the golden dagger in Zhu Yaoguang's hand. When an archer could engage in close combat with an assassin, It already indicated that this assassin had no chance of winning. Meanwhile, Ji Wuming, Ji Baiyu, and the others were struggling against the dozens of elite school team members who had turned into puppets. Despite their strong cooperation, the enemy was numerous, and their individual strength was not much weaker than theirs. Coupled with the enemy's reckless disregard for death, the entire Tianyan Academy team found themselves at a severe disadvantage. As long as Zhu Yaoguang was defeated, allowing Sun Zhe to free his hands, or if Fang Bo returned with Ling Chen's head, they would be completely annihilated. Give up. In less than a minute, Senior Fang Bo will return holding Ling Chen's head. By that time, you are destined to fail. You should thank the mercy and greatness of the sacrificial lord. It is she who allowed you ants to join the great demon organization. Otherwise, you would have been killed by me long ago. Sun Zhe laughed wildly as he crazily pounded his fists toward Zhu Yaoguang. So satisfying. So exhilarating. Before, he could only be treated like an ant by Zhu Yaoguang. But now, with just his fists, he could force her to retreat step by step. Moreover, the agility that Zhu Yaoguang prided herself on was insignificant before him. Under the flapping of the demonic patterned wings behind him, Sun Zhe possessed an incredibly terrifying speed. However, faced with this fierce and overwhelming offensive, even when caught in an irreversible disadvantage, Zhu Yaoguang and her teammates still said nothing. Because, before leaving this place, Ling Chen had used sound transmission to say 3 words to them. Trust me. The full moon hung high. The shadows of the trees were heavy. In another valley, the infatuated Ling Chen suddenly stopped running. Die. The pursuing Fang Bo was already too lazy to continue wasting words with this ant. A sharp shadow spike seemed to ignore space entirely. Just moments ago, he had seen Fang Bo's hand raise. But in the next instant, the shadow spike had already descended upon Ling Chen's chest. The speed was astonishing. The shadow spike, truly worthy of a second-tier profession. Both its speed and lethality far surpassed that of Zhu Yaoguang, who was an assassin. If it were any other genius from the Tianyan Academy facing this shadow spike piercing through the void, they would be instantly killed. There would be no exceptions, including Zhu Yaoguang, with demonic transformation and the attribute enhancement from second-tier passive skills. Fang Bo's strength had already surpassed that of an ordinary second-tier expert. As he watched, Ling Chen was already left with no way to evade. Fang Bo revealed a greedy and arrogant smile. But, in the next second, his smile froze on his face. Because the image reflected in his pupils was not that of Ling Chen's head being severed, but rather that of Ling Chen extending a hand and effortlessly catching the shadow spike with just 2 fingers. Catching a blade with empty hands. How is that possible? The attack of a dignified second-tier expert was actually caught barehanded by a level 20 unclassed wanderer. This, despite feeling confused and terrified by this phenomenon, Fang Bo had no choice but to halt his attack and retreat. But soon, another problem arose. He couldn't pull it out. He couldn't pull it out. That sharp dagger covered in demonic patterns was actually clamped tightly by Ling Chen's 2 fingers. No matter how hard Fang Bo tried to pull, it remained unmoved. He suddenly looked up, locking eyes with Ling Chen's cold and murderous gaze. At that moment, he finally realized something was off. This guy was pretending to be weak. Without any hesitation, he decisively gritted his teeth and released the dagger to retreat. Crack! What shocked Fang Bo again was that at the moment he retreated, the dagger clamped between Ling Chen's fingers instantly turned to dust and completely scattered. This was a precious weapon bestowed upon him by the High Priest. This level 40 golden weapon not only bore the blessing of the Demon Lord but was also made from extremely special materials. Yet it was effortlessly crushed in Ling Chen's hands. What on earth was happening? Looking at the terrified Fang Bo, Ling Chen's expression remained unchanged. He gently raised the dust of the weapon in his hand, letting it scatter with the wind. Exploding clothes technique. That's right. In that instant, Ling Chen had used the skill that sounded quite lewd. Long before, he had already completed the skill advancement task assigned by this system. The disrobing technique had also undergone a powerful evolution, directly transforming into an S-rank divine skill. Exploding clothes technique S can turn any equipment or clothing you touch into powder. Remarks: this skill is exclusively produced by the system. This skill can ignore all equipment levels, qualities, and passives. This skill can be activated or deactivated at any time, with no cooldown time. At that time, Ling Chen thought the system was leading him further down a lewd path. But after the rewards were distributed, Ling Chen felt that all his previous efforts were worth it. Being disliked by girls, being called a pervert by others, now he finally welcomed his reward. Fang Bo probably couldn't understand why his weapon shattered inexplicably, or why this jobless wanderer's power was so terrifying that he could catch this blade with his bare hands. But it didn't matter. What was to come next would leave him even more bewildered. Roaring. At this moment, Ling Chen couldn't even be bothered to waste words with Fang Bo. His body was instantly enveloped in raging black flames. The temperature around them skyrocketed under the influence of the black flames. Daylight. When Fang Bo saw the black flames descend, a strong sense of threat and the aura of death surged in his mind.
Without any hesitation, he crossed his arms in front of him, rooted his legs in a horse stance, and the countless magic eyes on his body opened wide. He howled to the sky, "Demon, I descend." Unfortunately, he didn't finish his sentence. His pupils were already filled with a figure. That figure, wielding a great halberd, seemed to shatter the void, descending before Fong Bo at an incredibly terrifying speed. Light leap! Whoosh! A great halberd swept towards him, enveloped in black flames that seemed capable of incinerating everything, with a terrifying penetrating power that even ignored the enhancement of Fong Bo's demonic body. With a splat, a head flew high into the air. Boom! The subsequent explosive effect of city break shattered that head completely. The wounds on the body also suffered from the explosive splatter. Thud! In the end, the body that was still in a horse stance fell straight down. The dozens of magic eyes covering the body seemed to lose their supporting power and closed once more. Fong Bo, his physical body was dead. He didn't even have time to unleash his killing move. However, Ling Chen still did not let his guard down. The city break halberd in his hand transformed back into the thousand machine ring, but his left hand switched directly to a staff. A dark glow rose from the staff directly, enveloping the bizarre-looking corpse of the magic eye. Mental strangulation, a basic skill of the wizard. From the ruined magic eye corpse, the hidden source spirit let out an extremely mournful cry. But the cry lasted only a brief half-second before it completely stopped, because the staff in Ling Chen's hand shone brightly once more. Soul cage, buzz. The source spirit, which had been extremely weakened by the strangulation, was firmly imprisoned by the soul cage woven from fluorescent threads. Ling Chen opened his palm. The small, rounded soul cage landed in his hand. One could vaguely see the face transformed from Fong Bo's source spirit. Ling Chen. Ling Chen, I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please spare me. I'm willing to be your servant. At this moment, the once arrogant Fong Bo finally cried out for mercy. Ha! A hint of a mocking smile finally appeared on Ling Chen's indifferent handsome face. Did he completely annihilate Fong Bo out of pity? No. He just wanted to torment Fong Bo with even more cruel methods. Just as Ling Chen was about to store the soul cage in his internal space, suddenly, one of the magic eyes on the seemingly dead corpse opened wide. Buzz! A black ray filled with the aura of destruction shot directly at Ling Chen. However, Ling Chen's battle instinct was incredibly sharp. Faced with this sudden situation, he merely sidestepped. He dodged the powerful black ray. But Ling Chen's brows furrowed, because the soul cage in his hand had shattered and Fong Bo's source spirit had been completely annihilated by that black ray. At the same time, at this moment, a strange woman's face unexpectedly appeared on Fong Bo's body. Faced with the completely demonized and second transformed Fong Bo, Ling Chen felt no fluctuations. In his heart, not even the thrill of revenge, because he was still too weak. Although demonization granted Fong Bo a tremendous boost in all attributes, it could not change his ordinary combat instincts. It was like giving a sharp blade to a 3-year-old child. In the eyes of an adult, it remained utterly harmless. Coupled with the combination of the divine skills Light Leap and Daylight, Fong Bo's death was not unjust. But the sudden appearance of that eerie female face made Ling Chen's entire body tense up in an instant, as if facing a formidable enemy. Along with the emergence of this female face came an incredibly sinister and terrifying power. Crack! When this terrifying force descended, the surrounding space showed signs of shattering, and countless magical beasts fainted at that moment. Ha! Interesting. When that female face saw that Ling Chen was unaffected by her terrifying pressure, she couldn't help but express her surprise. Ling Chen's gaze was fixed on the strange, twisted female face as he said in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you?" The female face did not answer. Instead, she stared at Ling Chen with her pitch-black, ink-like eyes devoid of whites and said with great interest, "I must say, this time the plan was indeed a miscalculation on my part. I thought the biggest catch would be the young talents from other schools, but the mistake was underestimating a freak like you, jobless wanderer." At this point, the expression of the female face suddenly turned violent, as if her entire face was about to detach from that corpse. Her voice became sharp as a needle. "Kid, tell me, why is there blood of the Supreme Demon Lord mixed in your flesh and blood?" Seeing this, Ling Chen's previously heavy intense expression suddenly calmed down. This woman, whose pressure was infinitely close to that of a fourth transformation powerhouse, could not attack him. That face was merely a monitor parasitizing Fong Bo's body. The earlier black ray was aimed at destroying Fong Bo's original spirit body. If she could truly act freely, there would be no need for her to waste words with Ling Chen. Since that was the case, thud! In the next second, amidst the female face's extreme anger and shock, Ling Chen stepped on that face. He ground his foot down hard, a wild smile spreading across his handsome face. "What's in my body has nothing to do with you, you dog trash. Ha! If you have the guts, come kill me directly. What face does your stupid organization have to call itself Demon Arrival? Demon Coward is more fitting for you bunch of trash." After saying this, he spat directly, a mouthful of saliva landing on that female face, and added, "Stupid thing. You." The eerie and terrifying female face never expected that this kid would dare to speak to her like this? Don't waste words. Put. The blazing white light from the 1000 machine ring instantly pierced through that entire female face, simultaneously smashing Fong Bo's ugly body, which was covered in magical eyes, to pieces. Buzz. At this moment, Fong Bo's unique internal space completely shattered. The items inside fell down entirely. However, those items made Ling Chen's brows furrow deeply. A foul stench of rotten flesh wafted through the air. Aside from some equipment, these items were actually the severed limbs and remains of various races. There were the already beastified claws of the cat people. There were the claws of the bear people. There were even the desiccated human bodies. Even someone as resolute as Ling Chen couldn't help but take a couple of steps back in disgust upon seeing this scene. Would anyone who joins the Demon's Arrival organization become such a monster that craves to devour flesh and blood? At this moment, Ling Chen felt a deep loathing for the organization known as Demon's Arrival. And that beast, Sunze, must be dealt with too. Ling Chen's gaze was as cold as ice, and he stepped forward. Whoosh! His figure transformed into a streak of blue light, barely visible to the naked eye, racing towards another valley. When Ling Chen arrived in that valley, the situation was already extremely perilous. Zhu Yaoguang was battered and bruised under Sunze's relentless pressure. Sunze seemed like a pervert, deriving pleasure from tormenting others. This had caused Zhu Yaoguang's own blood to stain her dazzling silver hair. Meanwhile, Ji Wuming and the others were being pushed back step by the school team members controlled by the demon insects. Without any hesitation, Ling Chen decisively activated the final segment of Light's Leap. In an instant, he had already appeared behind Sunze. Sunze, who was laughing maniacally, suddenly sensed the aura emerging behind him. With a crack, the pair of flesh wings covered in demonic patterns on his back instantly sprouted sharp purple fangs. Bang! As the wings flapped, it seemed as if they were going to strangle the figure that was sneaking up from behind. However, the next second, buzz, a door that seemed to lead to the underworld opened in the void. A stream of ghostly energy shot out from the door, transforming into a rope that tightly bound Sunze. Grip of the underworld, the B-level, unrestricted skill that Ling Chen had obtained during the last trial exam. But Ling Chen's assault did not stop there. An invisible and intangible giant hammer appeared above Sunze's head. Dong! It then came crashing down. Mental hammer. Sunze's consciousness was struck hard, causing him to faint suddenly. Zhu Yaoguang naturally would not let this opportunity slip by. A sharp dagger transformed into a beam of destructive black light in the night, and with a flash, it pierced through Sunze's head completely. Not only that, Zhu Yaoguang's other hand wielded a golden weapon, the Moonblade, which sliced through Sunze's body, severing him in half. When Sunze regained consciousness, the only sensations he felt were the excruciating pain of having his head pierced and his body cut in half. Ah! His wretched screams echoed throughout the valley. But strangely, Sunze still had not lost his life. He cried out in despair, "Priestess, save me!" Buzz! As his words fell, the terrifying power that Ling Chen was familiar with descended. Once more. Ah! At this moment, it was the other prodigies from Tianyan Academy who were the ones screaming in agony. Ling Chen could withstand the onslaught of this demonic pressure, but Ji Wuming and Zhu Yaoguang could not. "Kid, we meet again." A familiar and arrogant female voice rang out. Then, Ling Chen suddenly looked up. In mid-air, a graceful figure in a black dress emerged from Sunze's body, her massive black feathered wings unfurling to block out the moonlight. Her long black hair cascaded down, her features exquisite, captivating all. Her eyes glimmered a golden hue, and on her forehead, two pitch-black horns resembling those of a demon stood tall. A small black sun hung behind her head, and strangely, this black sun emitted no heat whatsoever. Crack! At this moment, Ling Chen showed no hesitation and completely freed himself from the shackles on his hands and feet. Boom! A vast and overwhelming sense of power surged forth. The supreme wave of wisdom resonated around him, even causing a slight resonance among all elements. This was entirely due to the anomaly caused by his excessively high attributes of wisdom and power. Ling Chen did not expect that this strange and evil woman still had a trump card. Moreover, this woman is actually from the Golden Crow clan. However, her physical features are so unique that she doesn't seem like a typical member of the Golden Crow clan. The Golden Crow clan, a rare race. Strictly speaking, this is a special group that originated from the Harpy Birdman tribe. Their numbers are extremely scarce, so few that they can be described as countable on one hand. It is said that every so often, the Harpy Birdman tribe gives birth to an individual who inherits the power of the divine bird, the Golden Crow. The certain time here is not fixed. It can range from a few years to several decades, or even hundreds of years. Such beings are revered by the Harpy Birdman tribe as the Emperor of Birds, hence the name Golden Crow. Generally speaking, such beings serve as the leaders of their generation of the Harpy Birdman tribe, guiding them towards true glory. While training at the Tianyan Academy, Ling Chen, as the top new student, has the right to consult many ancient texts about the background of this world. In the ancient texts he browsed, the description of the Golden Crow clan is just like this woman before him. However, there are significant discrepancies in the details. For example, the sun hanging behind her head is described in the books as a dazzling golden sun, but here, it is a strange black sun. Additionally, her hair and the feathers of her wings are golden, representing the golden crow and the sun. Yet at this moment, both her feathers and hair are black. Furthermore, Ling Chen, who has perfectly merged with the blood of the Lord of 10,000 demons, can naturally sense that this golden crow woman also has the blood of the demon clan mixed within her. However, it feels very artificial. Indeed, it's like synthetic blood. It possesses demonic qualities, but the power of the demon clan is extremely thin. If one were to make a comparison, Ling Chen is a genuine demon clan monarch, while this bird woman is a counterfeit. It seems that one of the research topics of this demon organization is to create the true blood of high-ranking bosses from the demon clan. After all, the bloodline of ordinary demon clan minions is extremely lowly. It's no wonder that Fong Bo and Sun Tze went mad and activated their plan early when they caught a whiff of Ling Chen's flesh and blood aura. Great priest, save me. Sun Tze, whose body was broken in two and whose head was pierced, lay on the ground, yet still had a glimmer of life. The eerie woman floating in the air frowned and clicked her tongue, then gently waved her hand, and a black light descended upon Sun Tze. Instantly, all of Sun Tze's injuries were completely healed. Ha ha ha. Ling Chen, did you not expect this? I'm alive again. The fusion of inferior demon blood has made Sun Tze's personality extremely unstable. At this point, he can no longer be considered human. He can only be regarded as a monster. The first thing Sun Tze did after recovering from his injuries was to mock Ling Chen. Ling Chen was already too lazy to look at this trash. His gaze was fixed on the Golden Crow woman the entire time. Identification I. Name, Andrea Race, Golden Crow Clan. Age, 152 years. Occupation, level, innate talent, secret realm talent. As expected, he could see nothing of the key information. However, Ling Chen did not dare to be careless at all. Moreover, Ling Chen knew that if he really fought this woman, he would definitely lose. Yes, definitely lose. The opponent is simply too powerful, especially since his light leap skill is still on cooldown. Furthermore, even if his light leap were not on cooldown, he might not be able to escape the grasp of this demoness. The Harpy Birdman tribe is known for their speed. Not to mention, this is the Golden Crow clan, the king of birds. The total displacement of the light leap is only 4,500 meters. The witch's wings trembled, and who knows how far she could fly in an instant. The seed that had been hidden within Fong Bo was merely a hint of her pressure. Now, her true form had appeared. The genuine, formidable pressure of a 4-turn powerhouse descended directly. This was the first time Ling Chen felt the threat of death. It was also the first time he felt as insignificant as an ant. The witch named Andrea did not give Ling Chen any time to continue his thoughts. In that moment, her figure shot up to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Everyone on the ground could no longer see her silhouette. Then, she gently raised her hand. Buzz! A point of light appeared at her fingertip. Boom! As soon as this black point of light emerged, it seemed to carry an incredibly powerful gravitational force, causing the trees, boulders, and soil on the ground to collapse and shatter, all being drawn upwards, gathering around that point of light suspended 10,000 meters in the air. The entire mountain trembled at that moment. With just a flick of her hand, this witch could conjure a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. You couldn't even feel any magical fluctuations emanating from her. It was as if unleashing such a large-scale skill was merely a casual act for her. This was the power of a 4-turn powerhouse. Those who were targeted as enemies, like Zhu Yaoguang and others, were also affected by this immense gravitational force. They gritted their teeth, desperately clinging to the ground. But was it of any use? The ground they stood on kept collapsing, forcing them to frequently change their footing. Moreover, they had to continuously release anti-gravity skills to stabilize their forms. Ling Chen looked up at the scene in the sky. He thought, isn't this just the otherworldly version of the godly descent? He never expected that one day he would die from a move he once thought was so cool in his past life. Of course, Ling Chen had no worries, because he had the substitute scarecrow item. But whether the other prodigies had it was beyond Ling Chen's control. The limitations of personal strength rendered Ling Chen powerless. There was no escaping. He could only wait until he received a fatal injury to activate the substitute scarecrow and teleport to a safe area. In just a few dozen seconds, a massive stone sphere capable of crushing the entire mountain appeared 10,000 meters in the air. The witch extended her long, fair fingers and drew through the void. Buzz! The enormous stone sphere was covered in black patterns. Roar! Golden flames suddenly ignited. This was the unique golden flame of the Jinwu clan. Everyone on the ground looked on from a distance. It was as if a brilliant, blazing miniature sun had appeared in the night. The golden radiance emitted by this miniature sun illuminated the entire mountain, making it feel as if it were in broad daylight. Clearly, it was a pitch-black night where one couldn't see their own hand. but under the illumination of this miniature sun, it felt like daytime.
At the same time, everyone felt an extremely terrifying high temperature radiating from that miniature sun.
The magical beasts of the
entire mountain had lost any violent tendencies at that moment. Facing this sacred and terrifying Jinwoo blazing sun, the only thing they could do was
to prostrate themselves on the ground, trembling, waiting for death. Those elite students controlled by the magic insects had stopped their attacks on Zhu, Yaoguang and others.
They knelt on the ground, bowing to the sky with sincere expressions, as if worshipping the deities of their inner beliefs.
Sun.
Zay laughed wildly, almost frenzied, bowing to the sun in the sky. Zhu Yaoguang, Ji Woming, and others looked at this miniature sun with faces full of
despair. Compared to the meteor shower of flames Ling Chen had unleashed earlier, this Jinwoo blazing sun radiating endless brilliance was clearly countless times stronger.
But this was merely the casual act of a fourth-turn powerhouse.
Defeated.
At that moment, all the prodigies of the Tianyan Academy felt a sense of despair. Even with the monstrous presence of Ling Chen by their side, they were still powerless against this overwhelming and terrifying force.
Ha!
Faced with such a predicament, Ling Chen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air.
His gaze remained calm, showing no signs of despair. Originally,
he had intended to break all shackles and, with the help of the Death Scarecrow prop, see just how great the gap was between him and a fourth-turn supreme powerhouse. But now, upon seeing the golden crow blazing sun capable of destroying an entire mountain range, that thought was instantly dispelled.
Was this situation truly unsolvable, leaving them only to wait for death? Not necessarily. They couldn't fight back, but they could definitely escape. Moreover, he had to take everyone with him.
Thanks to Ling Chen's cautious nature of always keeping a backup plan, he had long anticipated that such a
desperate situation would arise one day. As long as you're not dead, don't just wallow in despair.
Ling Chen coldly used transmission technique to rouse each teammate lost in despair.
Upon hearing Ling Chen's voice, Zhu Yaoguang and the others suddenly came to their senses.
But they still smiled bitterly. Faced with the already formed destructive blazing sun, they had nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Even with a spirit array master in the team, there
wasn't enough time to prepare a teleportation array. Tamuris could quickly set up a small magical teleportation array, but what good would that do?
The entire Beast Mountain range, spanning hundreds of miles, would be affected.
A small teleportation magical array simply couldn't cover the range. As for
Ling Chen, who had always surprised them,
forget it.
If they were only facing a second-turn powerhouse or a top second-turn powerhouse below level 69,
they believed that this monstrous Ling Chen could at least lead everyone to escape.
But the witch before them was too strong
enough to make one kneel in submission.
Fortunately, that witch's figure had already risen to 10,000 meters in the air. If she were still here, they would still
be under pressure and coercion,
trembling on their knees. Against such an existence, not even 100 Ling Chens would make a difference.
Follow my command, I can lead you out.
Faced with such disheartened teammates, Ling Chen felt exhausted.
Upon hearing Ling Chen say this, the originally despairing teammates barely lifted their spirits. What do you have in mind?
Ling Chen calmly replied, I also have a sun and moon wheel talisman.
Everyone, you, stop the nonsense.
Ling Chen coldly interrupted everyone's curiosity, calmly stating, while that old woman in the sky hasn't noticed yet,
what you need to do now is tie up all these puppets kneeling on the ground.
At that time, I will use the sun and moon wheel talisman to teleport to
a safe location I marked in advance. Don't worry, that location is in Villa number 1 of Tianyan Academy. Now, what you need to do is listen to me and stop whining in despair.
Long before during the training and preparation period, Ling Chen had visited that obsessive-compulsive dean again. He requested him to create a teleportation prop that could be used for a 1,000-mile escape. The random teleportation location of the Death Scarecrow left Ling
Chen with no sense of security.
Wangshi scratched his head, thinking that this promising prodigy indeed needed to be well protected to prevent any
accidents.
Thus, Wangshi shamelessly asked a friend who was a Grand Master for help. In the past, events like the new student exchange trials were usually led and trained by deans like Wangshi, who excelled in tactical command.
Do you know why he didn't come this time and instead let Han Xiao take over?
That was because he was dragged by that great celestial master friend to do manual labor. There was no other choice.
The Sun and Moon Rotation Talisman,
a precious treasure that only a great celestial master could inscribe, was not something to be taken lightly.
If you wanted it, you had to pay the
price. Wangshi thought, for the sake of this treasure, what was a little hard work? Thus, Ling Chen obtained the Sun and Moon Rotation Talisman.
Dean Wang went to do manual labor.
However, what Ling Chen did not expect was that he would soon find himself in a situation where he had to use this talisman.
But it didn't matter. Money should be spent. If it's gone, it can be earned back.
At worst, he could just shamelessly go find Dean Wang, this living ATM. Zhu Yaoguang, Ji Woming, and the others, who were originally despairing and waiting for death, suddenly encountered a glimmer of hope for survival. Therefore, they had to take it seriously and give it their all. While that group of prestigious school puppets knelt down to worship that old woman, Zhu
Yao Guang and the others effortlessly bound everyone together with props and skills. You lowly humans dare to stop us from worshipping the sacred ritual. Slap. Shut up. Without any hesitation, Ling Chen slapped the Yitian who was controlled by the demon worm. Not far away, Sun Zhe, who had already fallen into madness, sensed something was wrong. He immediately let out a sharp screech, then flapped his wings and lunged violently at Ling Chen. Ling Chen's gaze was icy, his right leg whipped out like a whip. Lower kick. A basic combat skill. Bang. A muffled sound. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream erupted from Sun Zhe's mouth again. He was kicked several meters away, desperately covering his lower body, rolling on the ground, his ugly demonic face twisted in agony. Pain. It hurt too much. The pain of being crushed, which only men could feel, was unbearable even for the already demonized Sun Zhe. Seizing this opportunity, Ling Chen suddenly raised the talisman in his hand. Buzz. Mysterious spatial fluctuations suddenly spread out. Zhu Yaoguang, Ji Wuming, and the others finally revealed delighted smiles. It worked. They could finally escape. However, it turned out that at a critical moment there would always be a twist of fate. Buzz. Just as the teleportation was about to be completed, the space where Ling Chen was located was forcibly severed by a black feather. This sudden occurrence left everyone stunned. Under the horrified gazes of Zhu Yaoguang, Ji Wuming, and the others, Buzz. Dozens of them completed the spatial rotation teleportation. But Ling Chen was left behind alone. Ling Chen turned his head to look. He found that the black-dressed figure, which was originally thousands of meters high in the sky, was now standing right in front of him. Moreover, a pair of indifferent golden pupils coldly looked down at him. That eerie black sun quietly hovered behind her head. It was only under such close observation that Ling Chen realized this old woman was actually 3 meters tall. Furthermore, her black feathered wings were fully spread, and upon preliminary estimation, their wingspan was at least 7 to 8 meters long. Standing in front of this giant which, Ling Chen, who was only 1 meter 90, looked like a child. Of course, what made Ling Chen, even in this dire situation, unable to help but complain was, when he looked up at this old woman, he couldn't see her face at all. It was completely blocked by her magnificent chest. Whoosh! Ling Chen's toes tapped, and he instantly retreated several dozen meters to stabilize his stance. At this moment, his face was as pale as death. He had underestimated this old woman after all. He didn't expect her to possess the power of spatial severance. Perhaps, high up in the sky, she had already sensed the spatial fluctuations emitted by the sun and moon rotation talisman. In the next moment, it descended to the ground and forcibly separated the space where Ling Chen was located using the power of spatial slicing. This resulted in Ling Chen being unable to be teleported away. Truly, it was the existence of the fourth transformation, the strongest. Supreme Priest, I humbly request your mercy. I hope you can spare this pitiful ant. Please hand over that damned scum to me. I will definitely make him experience endless pain. At this moment, Sun Zhe, enduring the pain of his shattered egg, knelt on the ground and spoke in an extremely humble tone. He wanted to torment Ling Chen thoroughly. He wanted revenge. However, slap. What responded to him was a slap from the witch. A fierce and terrifying gust of wind instantly turned Sun Zhe's body into a pulp. He died on the spot. At this moment, the witch spoke in a slightly displeased tone, frowning. I told you, I am not that damned disgusting. Priest. After saying that, she did not look at the already turned to mush Sun Zhe, but instead turned to face the sullen Ling Chen. At this moment, the witch actually revealed a faint smile and softly said, You are quite impressive. I can feel that you are different from those despicable ordinary humans. You are much stronger than your peers. Although I let Zhu Yao, Guang Yi, and the others escape, I believe that stopping you actually means this operation is the greatest success. And also, the blood of the demon lord flows through your veins, which makes me salivate. I am very curious, how did a mere level 20-odd unclassed drifter like you obtain the blood of the demon lord? And how did you perfectly merge with the demon blood? You must know, we suffered greatly to merge with demon blood back then. Faced with the witch's inquiry, Ling Chen still did not respond, his body tense and ready at all times, even though he knew that doing so was still useless. Seeing Ling Chen remain so guarded, a trace of imperceptible mockery flashed in her golden pupils. The defensive posture this little boy displayed in front of her was as laughable as an ant bearing its fangs in front of a lion, trying to scare it away. In the next second, she directly extended her fair and slender arm towards Ling Chen. Due to the proportions of her physique, even just one of her arms was thicker than Ling Chen's thigh. Seeing that the witch finally made a move, Ling Chen instantly prepared to use light leap to escape. But he was horrified to discover that it was useless. The space he was in felt as if it was completely gripped and sealed by a giant hand, rendering Ling Chen unable to move at all. Clearly, her outstretched arm was moving so slowly, yet Ling Chen had nowhere to evade. In the end, without any surprise, Ling Chen was directly grabbed by the neck with 2 fingers by the towering witch, lifted up. If there were outsiders here, they would think that this witch was lifting a little kitten. When the witch made contact with Ling Chen, a buzzing sound erupted. Countless magical runes instantly covered and crawled over Ling Chen's body. All of his attributes at that moment plummeted to a mere 20%. It was as if he had been sealed. Andrelia lifted the little boy in front of her extremely indifferent golden eyes showing a hint of interest. The supreme demon blood flowing within Ling Chen stirred her calm heart, creating immense waves of excitement. It was as if she had seen her most favored male. Just as she extended her scarlet tongue, unable to resist licking Ling Chen's face, he managed to force out a cold smile with great difficulty. Then, he touched Andrelia's wrist with both hands. Exploding clothes technique. Rip. Cloth fragments danced in the air. Andrea only felt her delicate body come into intimate contact with the air. She slowly lowered her head to look. Her most beloved black dress had inexplicably shattered into tatters. Moreover, even her favorite lingerie had been torn into pieces by some mysterious force. Despite being 3 meters tall, her graceful and voluptuous figure was exposed to the air. Ling Chen could even clearly see that on this fair and tender body there were round after round of blazing golden patterns representing the Golden Crow tribe. More critically, the 2 sacred artifacts she was wearing at that moment were already showing signs of imminent shattering. What? Even the sacred artifacts are breaking apart. What on earth is going on? Even though she was a 100-year-old witch of the Golden Crow tribe, in such a state of undress, she let out a piercing scream. Just like an ordinary girl, she immediately crouched down, her enormous black feathered wings enveloping her delicate body completely, preventing any exposure, while her pretty face was filled with anger. As for Ling Chen, who had been suddenly flung away, boom, 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 Ling Chen's body crashed through one towering tree after another. In the end, he was embedded directly into the mountain wall. Fortunately, Ling Chen's physique, improved by the 10,000 demons breaking the boundary pill, had already reached an extremely abnormal level. That Sunze was turned into a meat pie with a single slap from this witch. Ling Chen, after being thrown out, felt pain but no other major issues. The undying body talent quickly healed all of Ling Chen's injuries. Before Ling Chen could crawl out of the huge pit embedded in the mountain wall, a familiar electronic prompt from the system suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host has successfully used exploding clothes technique to disintegrate the equipment and clothing of the Night Empress Andrea. Congratulations, host. You have completed the system's hidden skill advancement task and obtained the new title God of Exploding Clothes. The system will now begin to distribute the rewards for the hidden task. Congratulations, you have received a divine level item, Fairness Holy Seal. Congratulations, you have received an A-level Eternal Pill Golden Crow Blazing Sun Pill. Congratulations, you have received the Golden Crow Tribe's S-level Bloodline Talent Fire Immunity. All rewards have been distributed. Please enter the system space to check. When the system's electronic prompt sounded, Ling Chen did not hesitate at all and directly entered the system space to check the corresponding rewards. Soon, all the reward information floated before his eyes. Fairness Holy Seal, a one-time divine level item, when used on a target, puts that target in an absolute fairness state with the user for 5 minutes. Note, this item is exclusively produced by the system and can be used on any target. Absolute fairness state within 5 minutes. The target locked by the Holy Seal will have all attributes, including level 4 dimensions, health, defense, etc., become consistent with the user of the Holy Seal, and during the duration, neither party can use any skills in a battle. Golden Crow Blazing Sun Pill, an eternal pill, after consumption, will permanently increase one's fire attribute attack by 50%. Fire immunity, as a passive bloodline talent of the Golden Crow tribe, you will be immune to all fire attribute damage. Note, this talent cannot be used due to one's own bloodline restrictions. If the opponent exceeds you by 20 levels, you will not be able to exempt that target's fire attribute attack. God of Exploding Clothes, title: when you use the exploding clothes technique, you no longer need to touch the target. As long as the target is within 10 meters of you, you can use it on them, but there will be some limitations. Note, touch release maintains the original skill effect. Remote release, the effect of the exploding clothes technique will be adjusted according to one's own level and can no longer ignore the quality and level of any equipment. After scanning all the reward descriptions at a glance, Ling Chen could only say to the system, "You really are a timely rain." Without any hesitation, he directly took out the Fairness Holy Seal and the Golden Crow Sun Pill. After swallowing the Golden Crow Sun Pill, he could feel an extremely vast and intense energy rapidly spreading through his limbs and bones. At the same time, he became even more sensitive to the fire elements between heaven and earth. Then, boom! Ling Chen suddenly stomped his foot, causing the mountain wall to collapse and sink, while his figure shot out like a cannonball. In just an instant, he had returned to the original battlefield. The towering figure of the Night Empress had already retrieved a set of black armor from her internal space and put it on, covering her fair and voluptuous body. Each of her enormous jade hands held a golden crystal longsword radiating the intent of destruction and the might of the sun. At this moment, she exuded the powerful pressure unique to a fourth-turn expert, combined with the sacred beast might of the Golden Crow bloodline, pouring forth in full force. The black sun spun ominously, resembling a black hole, as if it could swallow even sight itself. The great sun, suspended at an altitude of 10,000 meters, emitted a sacred solar brilliance. All these scenes and appearances were showcasing the might of this Night Empress. And when the Night Empress saw that Ling Chen actually dared to come back to seek death, an indelible anger instantly appeared on her stunningly beautiful face. Insult. It was simply an insult. The dignified Night Empress had been stripped bare by a young brat of over 20 levels, shattering all her armor. Even her two most relied upon sacred artifacts were slowly cracking at this moment. This state of irreversible destruction only fueled her rage further. The reason she hadn't immediately chased after this damned brat after putting on her battle skirt was merely to check and attempt to repair these two sacred artifacts. But the irreversible outcome only intensified her fury. Damn it! In her overwhelming anger, she swung the golden crystal longsword without any hesitation. Boom! In an instant, golden flames capable of incinerating everything surged forth like a tidal wave from the sword's edge. It transformed into a gigantic flaming golden crow soaring through the air, pouncing towards Ling Chen. Caw! This sword emitted the cry of the golden crow, enough to destroy heaven and earth. With a single strike, the entire mountain range would be engulfed in an endless sea of fire. A blow from a fourth-turn expert already possessed the might to annihilate the world. Clearly, the Night Empress was thoroughly enraged. The uncontrollable fury and humiliation made her completely disregard the consequences, having long since cast aside the task of brainwashing prodigies from the Demon Arrival organization. So, one should never attempt to reason with an angry girl. Even a 100-year-old Night Empress would lose her rationality when enraged. Faced with this sword capable of burning mountains and boiling seas, Ling Chen showed no panic, nor did he evade. Instead, he let out a cold laugh and calmly raised the seemingly ordinary seal in his hand, aiming it directly at the furious Night Empress. Buzz! A tremendous power instantly descended. Like a deity descending to the world, it enveloped the Night Empress. At that moment, the enraged Night Empress's body trembled violently. Then, her furious emotions instantly transformed into uncontrollable shock. For some reason, all her attributes were plummeting wildly. And the gigantic flaming golden crow that was pouncing towards Ling Chen in less than half a second transformed into a small flaming bird. Its power shifted from being capable of annihilating the entire mountain range to that of a frail firebird that could only set the mountain ablaze. Roar! The flaming little bird directly pounced onto Ling Chen. Then, Ling Chen gently waved his sleeve. Put! The flames extinguished just like that. Even the enormous bright sun in the sky began to dim at this moment. At the same time, it was accompanied by a sense of disintegration. Soil, stones, and trees fell from the sky, crashing down on various parts of the mountains, producing a tremendous roar. The Night Empress. What is a surprise? This is what the hell you call a surprise. A dignified level 104-turn powerhouse, in just half a second, all attributes were inexplicably and irresistibly slashed by divine power. Level, thinking, health, defense, all reduced to the level of 22. The slashing of levels and all attributes made her devastating sword strike seem so adorable. What on earth happened? What kind of trick did that kid use? What puzzled her even more was that, for some reason, her four-dimensional attributes were extremely balanced at this moment, far surpassing those of all other 22-level professions. At this moment, Andrea's heart was filled with shock and confusion. After living for over 100 years, she encountered such a situation for the first time. Perhaps she was used to being high and mighty. Or perhaps, in her eyes, humans were inherently small and fragile. Soon, she completely reigned in her shock and confusion. Calmness returned to her mind. Her golden pupils remained cold, and her crisp voice slowly emerged. Although I don't know what trick you used to weaken me so much, this effect probably won't last long, right? In response to the Night Empress's words, Ling Chen did not respond at all. The 1,000-machine ring in his hand had transformed into a snow-white long sword over a meter long, which Ling Chen held downwards. The slender blade exuded a chilling and murderous intent. It was the frenzy kill form. Within 5 minutes, absolute fairness. No matter how high the quality and level of the battle skirt she wore and the golden crystal long sword in her hand, she could not gain any attribute enhancement, because all her attributes were suppressed to be exactly the same as Ling Chen's. Moreover, neither side was allowed to release any skills. Therefore, what followed was a pure test of both sides' combat skills. This might become Ling Chen's opportunity to turn the tide. He did not know where this place was. He also did not know when the rescue forces would arrive. If Ling Chen, fighting alone, could not achieve a decisive victory within these 5 minutes, he would once again become a fish on the chopping block at the mercy of others. Buzz! The long sword seemed to sense its master's determination, and the blade began to emit an extremely passionate buzzing sound. That's right. In this battle that determined life and death, Ling Chen ultimately decided to win with the sword. If Xu Yaoguang and others were here, seeing Ling Chen summon the long sword form in such a critical battle, they would probably be somewhat puzzled, because whether in daily training battles or in the National Freshman Exchange Trials, Ling Chen rarely drew a long sword against an enemy. Moreover, after the long sword form appeared, he had not displayed any swordsmanship skills. All along, Ling Chen either won through despicable means or defeated his opponents with overwhelming destructive moves. In a 1v1, there would basically be no elegant long sword figure. And although the Night Empress faced a severe reduction, she still showed no signs of panic. After all, this kind of weakening effect wouldn't last long. At the same time, she felt an intense interest in this human male. A level 22 human could actually push her to this extent. It was truly the first time she had seen this. She could sense the chilling killing intent and sword energy emanating from that boy at this moment, and she did not continue with any unnecessary words. Perhaps because of the slashing of all attributes, Andrea actually felt a death threat from this boy that she hadn't felt in 100 years. Roar! At this moment, the dazzling golden flames of the golden crow enveloped Andrea's entire body, and the two golden crystal long swords tightly gripped in her hands appeared even sharper under the embrace of the golden flames. The golden crow follows. The flames protect the body. This is not a skill. It is her unique bloodline talent belonging to the Golden Crow clan. She has never been a passive person. She is someone who prefers to take the initiative. Moreover, even if she couldn't use skills in a pure contest of combat techniques, she didn't believe she would lose to a level 22 human. So, the moment the golden flames of the Golden Crow completely covered her, whoosh, her wings behind her suddenly trembled, and that 3-meter tall, magnificent figure erupted with unparalleled speed. Fast, so fast. Her figure seemed to teleport, instantly filling Ling Chen's pupils. The golden crystal long sword, covered in golden flames, sliced toward Ling Chen's neck. It was in that instant. Ling Chen surprisingly did not take any defensive stance. Instead, he gently stepped back. But this seemingly simple step, whoosh, the sword, covered in the fiery golden crow, swung through the air. The tip of the blade almost grazed Ling Chen's body. If he had retreated even a fraction slower, or if the distance had been even a bit shorter, his neck would have been directly severed. This was extreme confidence in controlling distance that allowed him to do so. One sword was dodged. Andrea's brows furrowed slightly, without any panic, and the blade in her left hand swung again. This is the advantage of the dual sword weapon mechanism. One sword misses, and the next follows. If the second sword misses, then the first sword's recovery has passed, allowing for a seamless connection to a third sword. For those with an extremely acute sense of combat, it is very easy to catch the opponent's attack recovery. The dual sword weapon mechanism perfectly avoids this recovery gap. Facing the incoming second sword, Ling Chen chose not to dodge again. Instead, he crouched down to evade this strike. Due to the significant size difference between the two, once Ling Chen crouched down, he only needed to look up. He could see the sexy black tea seed hidden beneath the Night Empress's black armor skirt. He did not wait for her to connect with a third sword. The white long sword in his hand thrust directly between the Night Empress's legs. Shame and anger surged in Andrea's heart once more. This is outrageous. How could this human be so despicable and disgusting? But she still plunged her left sword into the ground. Clang! The despicable sword was blocked by the massive golden crystal long sword. Whoosh! Andrea's sword, in her right hand, naturally would not give Ling Chen any time to rest. It thrust directly at the human crouching on the ground. And Ling Chen, having failed his strike, had already retreated. He took a step back to dodge the incoming sword, but then suddenly stepped forward again. Tap! At this moment, Andrea's dual swords were already slanted into the ground. She needed to pull them out to make any subsequent moves. And Ling Chen had once again closed in on the massive woman. If one disregards levels, attributes, equipment, and other factors, purely in terms of combat skills, even the deans of the Tianyan Academy would give Ling Chen a thumbs up. They had lamented more than once about Ling Chen's extraordinarily acute combat sense and skills. Clearly, he had just started college, just come of age. Why did his combat skills seem as if they had been honed on a brutal battlefield a million times over? Facing the advancing Ling Chen, Andrea had no choice but to grit her teeth and give up on pulling out her slanted swords. She could only reluctantly flap her wings and retreat quickly. Good stuff. And Ling Chen, without any hesitation, directly stored the two golden crystal dual swords of unknown quality into his internal space. Watching her beloved twin swords being taken by someone else, Andrea was no longer calm. That damn human, not only despicable and lowly, but also incredibly punchable. Andrea felt angrier today than she had in decades. She believed that a century of honing had made her heart as cold as iron, able to face any situation with indifference. But after encountering this damn human, she realized that there were actually such despicable and punchable humans in this world. Of course, at this moment, she also recognized her own shortcomings. Unable to unleash her skills, she seemed somewhat unaccustomed to this purely skill-based combat. In fact, it wasn't just her. Anyone who brought along any fourth transformation powerhouse would feel extremely uncomfortable in this kind of battle, except for professions like sword saints, who demand the utmost in weapon usage and techniques, especially mages. If this Fair Saints chapter were used directly against a mage, they would probably be cursing up a storm. And clearly, after Andrea's fourth transformation profession was unable to unleash skills, she fell into a disadvantage. Without her golden crystal twin swords, Andrea's pretty face looked extremely grim, yet she still took out an extremely large black moon scythe from her built-in space. This black moon scythe was covered in exquisite golden patterns, and as the sharp blade swung, faint ripples of space cutting emerged. Clearly, this black moon scythe was also a weapon of very high quality and level. But unfortunately, under the suppression of the Fair Saints chapter, all the attribute enhancements and displayed power brought by this extraordinary weapon would be greatly suppressed. No matter what equipment Andrea wore, her attributes would match Ling Chen's exactly within 5 minutes. Andrea keenly sensed that this despicable and punchable brat's eyes lit up again when she took out the black moon scythe. That gaze was like a thief encountering coveted treasure. This guy, he was eyeing her weapon again. This realization made Andrea's already furious heart even more agitated. Without any hesitation, she once again took the initiative to attack. However, her attacks were too monotonous. Perhaps due to her profession, she seemed unable to employ any other special attack methods without unleashing skills. After all, at her level, facing opponents of the same rank, both sides would basically unleash earth-shattering ultimate skills against each other. Or they would engage in earth-shaking confrontations using sacred artifacts. In the eyes of most fourth transformation powerhouses, if something could be destroyed with a small skill, why bother with any technique? In her prime, Andrea only needed to swing her sword lightly to cover an entire mountain range with golden crow flames, burning everything to ashes. Simply put, her reliance on professional skills was too high, leading to neglect of her own combat techniques. But there was no way around it. The limitations of her profession meant that not everyone could deliberately hone their practical combat skills. Mages, priests, summoners, mechanics, and so on. These professions would basically become lambs to the slaughter if their skills were disabled. One couldn't expect them to allocate attribute points to physical strength, right? If that were the case, why would she even choose these professions? On the other hand, professions like assassins, free fighters, and swordsmen, even if they couldn't unleash skills, could still rely on their years of honed physique and techniques to counterattack. They wouldn't fall to a point of having no resistance. Moreover, who would have thought that a dignified level 104th transformation powerhouse would be forcibly suppressed in all attributes by a level 22 human? Therefore, Andrea's proactive attack appeared so monotonous in Ling Chen's eyes. It was nothing more than relying on the explosive speed brought by the Golden Crow Clan's wings to move in front of Ling Chen and swing the scythe in hand. It was simply full of flaws. Watching the black moon scythe swing towards him, Ling Chen did not retreat but instead advanced, actively bringing his body to meet the black moon scythe. At the same time, the in his hand was unexpectedly thrown out. The target was aimed directly at Andrea's head. It was indeed a life-for-a-life exchange. Damn it! Unsurprisingly, Andrea, who was not accustomed to close combat, did not possess enough resolute fighting spirit and decisively flapped her enormous black wings, choosing to retreat. Perhaps in her eyes, there was no need to exchange lives with this despicable human. She only needed to endure this brief moment of suppression, and then she would once again transform into the Night Empress who commands all things. However, in a narrow encounter, the brave wins. This battle was essentially like crossing a single log bridge. Once you feel fear and retreat, you can only let the other person pass safely over the bridge, and you are destined to be suppressed. At the moment the Night Empress retreated, Ling Chen had already predicted her decision to withdraw. He suddenly yanked with his right hand. The flying sword that had been thrown out seemed to be pulled back, directly returning to his hand. Was this the swordsman's skill sword control? Not at all. If someone were observing closely at that moment, they would clearly see, illuminated by the bright moonlight, that a transparent thread was wrapped around the hilt of the. It was precisely through this thread tied to the hilt that he could easily pull back the. Even the thrown sword was a feint. Ling Chen had accurately grasped the Night Empress's reluctance to exchange lives. As he pulled the sword back, his legs slightly bent, and then he stomped down hard. Boom! The ground beneath him suddenly caved in under the immense force. His figure had already shot towards the Night Empress, closing in, gaining ground. In some action games, there is a mechanism called grab the dodge. Predicting the enemy's next dodge, one can catch the enemy's recovery from the dodge and initiate an attack. Since Ling Chen had already predicted Andrea's dodge, he naturally would not let the opportunity to grab the dodge slip away. Thus, in Andrea's dazed golden pupils, Ling Chen's figure had rapidly closed in again. The in his hand was aimed directly at Andrea's delicate throat. A thrust. This was a very simple training move for swordsmen practicing sword techniques. However, at this moment, when executed by Ling Chen, it made Andrea feel an unparalleled threat of death. The recovery from her dodge prevented her from twisting her body to continue retreating. She could only awkwardly tilt her head back. Whoosh! The chilling long sword almost grazed past her exquisitely pointed chin. At the same time, the black moon scythe she tightly gripped in her hand suddenly erupted with immense force, trying to escape from her grasp. It was difficult to focus on two things at once. Her energy had long been concentrated on dodging that thrust. Moreover, her power attribute was no longer what it used to be. Give it back. Whoosh! In the end, the Black moon scythe slipped from her hand, soaring high into the air. It ultimately landed safely in Ling Chen's hand. Andrea's recovery from the dodge had already ended. Standing in place, her stunningly beautiful face was now completely flushed with embarrassment. It was not from shame. It was from anger. Her once emotionless golden pupils were now filled with a look of deep resentment. Humiliation. She had been humiliated once again. On this day, the number of times she had been humiliated surpassed all the times in her life combined. If she had been robbed of her weapon by an opponent of the same level, she wouldn't have felt so stifled. But this opponent is just a level 22 on-class drifter. However, what's even more infuriating is, this damn kid is now showing an extremely annoying radiant smile. Hey there, Grandma, if you have any weapons, hurry up and take them out, I won't mind. Andrea. Ha, don't get angry. Stay calm. He won't be smug for long. Andrea took a deep breath. Her towering chest rose and fell with it. After calming down, Andrea slowly extended her palm. Buzz. A small treasure tower exuding a terrifying aura appeared in her hand. This small tower displayed a spectrum of colors. The fluorescent glow flowed, making it seem like an exquisite treasure in the night, causing one to forget the mundane upon seeing it. However, the once smiling Ling Chen suddenly became serious at this moment. Replacing his smile was a look of gravity. A holy artifact. This small tower, glowing with 7 colors, turned out to be a holy artifact. The Night Empress finally put away her contempt and became wise. She knew that if she continued to draw weapons to fight this human, the consequence would be to continue being subdued by him. Moreover, she had to painfully admit that in terms of combat skills, she was hundreds of streets behind this human. During the battle, her attacks, psychological activities, and facial expressions seemed to be completely predicted by the opponent. Just based on this terrifying combat intuition, the Night Empress had already concluded that within the entire demon organization, under the premise of suppressing her strength and not using any skills, probably only that already mad and possessed war god could contend with him. So terrifying. A young kid like this already possesses combat experience comparable to those old geezers. Where on earth did he hone his skills? Thinking of this, her determination to kidnap this kid back became even firmer. She couldn't let this kid slip out of her control, although she had no so-called loyalty to the demon organization. At her level of strength, even the leader of the demon organization couldn't impose effective constraints. But she didn't want this terrifying kid to grow up. Furthermore, she had been bored and lonely for 100 years, having such an interesting plaything to accompany her should bring a bit of joy to her otherwise calm and uneventful life. At the very least. First, she wanted to torture this kid severely, making him understand the heavy consequences of daring to insult the Night Empress. With this in mind, Andrea still showed no hesitation. She directly activated the holy artifact in her hand. 7-color Linglong Tower. This was a holy artifact obtained by the demon organization after 5 fourth-turn powerhouses besieged a Grand Master from the demon suppression cave. As everyone knows, ordinary equipment has a maximum grade of gold. Because in this world, the highest level of equipment that various races can create is only gold grade. Above gold grade, there are 3 more levels of equipment classification. From low to high, they are spirit artifacts, holy artifacts, and nameless dominion items. It is worth mentioning that spirit artifacts and holy artifacts cannot be created by the talents of various races. Spirit artifacts are endowed with the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, already possessing self-awareness, and have their own unique innate skills, requiring no enchantment at all. You could even consider spirit artifacts as unique living beings. Holy artifacts are even more special. It is said that they not only possess awareness but can also self-cultivate to improve their grade, making them an extremely unique existence, with power capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. The 7-color Linglong Tower before her, although glowing with 7 colors, clearly had demonic patterns all over its body, which should be some kind of sealing method used by the demon organization to suppress the artifact's awareness. Suppressing the awareness of the holy artifact is equivalent to suppressing 60% of its power, but this also allows everyone to easily control it. As for the nameless sovereign object, it is because it has only appeared once. It is the great sword held by the Lord of the 100 Ghosts. It is said that when the Lord of the 100 Ghosts led the 100 Ghosts to parade in the land of Fusang, he once drew the sword from its sheath. At the moment the Ghost Lord unsheathed the sword, the heavens and earth trembled, and thunder and lightning roared. Various natural disasters of considerable magnitude erupted in the surrounding countries, centered around Fusang. It seemed as if even the heavens were enraged by the Lord of the 100 Ghosts drawing his sword without permission. That seemingly casual strike turned half of Fusang's territory into ruins, and countless people became souls under the blade. The survivors from Fusang who managed to escape the blade's wrath still recalled the event with their hearts shattered, filled with terror. As a result, the people of Fusang named this great sword, Tian Song Yun. Whether it is truly called this name can only be clarified when the Lord of the 100 Ghosts comes out to explain. Of course, internationally, various races have classified this Tian Song Yun as a sovereign object, ranking it above sacred artifacts. It means to possess it is to dominate all things. and realms. The prefix nameless simply indicates that the true name is unknown. There are also speculations among the powerful of various countries. If even the Lord of the Hundred Ghosts has his own sovereign object, then surely the other three great Forbidden Landlords must also possess a world-destroying sovereign object, right? At this moment, when Andrea took out this sacred artifact, Ling Chen's previously relaxed expression finally turns serious. This damn woman truly disregards martial ethics and cannot play fair. When she can't win, she pulls out a sacred artifact. And it's that seven-colored Linglong Tower. In the ancient texts Ling Chen had browsed, there were indeed descriptions of this sacred artifact. It is a sacred artifact from the Maoshan demon subduing cave. Generally, it is guarded and controlled by the most powerful four-turn Grand Masters of each generation. The introduction to the functions and powers of the seven-colored Linglong Tower is also extremely simple. Seven-colored Linglong Tower, sacred artifact can suppress all things. The simpler the introduction, the more extraordinary the power. The reason it fell into the hands of the Demon Lin organization is that decades ago, during the great commotion of the Demon Cave's arrival, most of the powerful beings from the Maoshan demon subduing cave had already descended the mountain to assist the people. At that time, the Demon Lin organization took advantage of the situation, and a certain demon lord led 4 other four-turn level powerhouses to ambush the Maoshan demon subduing cave, among them the Night Empress. They jointly besieged the Grand Master who was alone at the Maoshan demon subduing cave. In that battle, at the cost of the physical bodies of a war god and a law god from the Demon Lin organization, they forcibly seized the seven-colored Linglong Tower. The Maoshan Grand Master was named Zhao Gongming, hailed by the outside world as the most powerful Grand Master in Maoshan's history. The accolades proved to be well-deserved. He single-handedly withstood 5 four-turn powerhouses and even killed the war god and law god's physical forms. However, he could not withstand the prepared assault of the Demon Lin organization. Although Zhao Gongming remained unharmed, the sacred artifact was taken away. It was also at that time that the Demon Lin organization gained notoriety. Simultaneously, the various hidden evils of the Demon Lin organization were revealed to the public. At present, although this sacred artifact has had its spiritual consciousness sealed, its power is still beyond Ling Chen's ability to contend with. Moreover, Ling Chen is currently in a state of absolute fairness. He cannot use the exploding clothes technique. Even if he could use it, perhaps before Ling Chen could touch that seven-colored Linglong Tower, he would already be suppressed by the sacred artifact. Furthermore, although Andrea cannot gain the enhancement of the sacred artifact's attributes due to absolute fairness, the suppression power of the sacred artifact still exists. This is the supreme power unique to the sacred artifact. It does not fall within the range of weapon skills. A dead end. A complete dead end. The absolute advantage brought by the sacred artifact left Ling Chen utterly helpless. It seems this time it really is going to end in defeat. And when Andrea saw Ling Chen's somewhat helpless expression, she finally couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. If she had known earlier, she should have taken out this trump card directly. Of course, if word got out that she, the Night Empress, a formidable level 100 four-turn powerhouse, was forced to use a holy artifact just to deal with a level 22 unclassed wanderer, that would be truly embarrassing. However, Andrea might not know that. There is a saying in Longwei, joy often turns to sorrow. Often, when you are at the peak of happiness and pride, a tragic event will occur. So, just as Andrea was about to activate the holy artifact to suppress Ling Chen, sword energies surged between heaven and earth. Countless sharp and vast sword energies filled this space at an incredibly terrifying speed. Boom! What was even more shocking was that 7 gigantic divine swords, each 10,000 feet long, descended from the sky with the might to pierce through heaven and earth, crashing down into the mountains, as if forming a magnificent sword formation of overwhelming power. Even the mad-killing sword in Ling Chen's hand began to emit an excited and intense buzzing sound. It was as if a small soldier had been inspired by a general, vowing to serve loyally. The triumphant expression of the Night Empress, who had originally been confident of victory, completely vanished in that instant. In its place was a heavy gloom. However, what weighed even more heavily on her heart was that after the appearance of the 7-star sword formation, the bright moon and brilliant stars in the sky were slowly obscured. This scene was as if someone had drawn a huge black curtain over the sky. The entire mountain range was plunged into endless darkness. The emergence of the 7-star sword formation, along with the shadowy domain that obscured the sun and moon, allowed the Night Empress to instantly identify the identity of the uninvited guests. Star-cutting sword god, Lu Huanran, Lord of Shadows, Wenshana. At this moment, the Night Empress's expression was more serious than ever. These two were old rivals of the demon organization. They had crossed paths many times. She never expected these two formidable opponents to arrive so quickly. No, it wasn't really quick. She could have completed her plan in one fell swoop. But everything was ruined by that damned human brat. Who would have thought that a level 22 kid would carry a sun and moon? Will talisman forged by a Grand Master? That would be one thing. The key was that as a 4-turn powerhouse, she was actually forced to suppress all her attributes by him. Moreover, she had been completely defeated in combat skills. Thinking of this, Andrea's gaze towards Ling Chen was filled with even more anger. That damned human brat. Lu Huanran's figure descended from the sky at this moment, and, beside Ling Chen, a curvaceous and voluptuous figure appeared silently at some point. Ling Chen did not hesitate at all. Relying on his exceptional combat intuition, he thrust the mad-killing sword at an extremely tricky angle towards the figure beside him. "It's me, don't be excited." As if sensing Ling Chen's intense killing intent, a mature and charming voice followed. With just two slender jade fingers, she easily pinched Ling Chen's extremely sharp sword. Ling Chen, who had lost all five senses due to the shadow that obscured the sky, finally regained his sight. The first thing that came into view was the concerned and urgent face of Director Han. Even though she was wearing the director's robe, it still couldn't hide her alluring and voluptuous figure. "Are you hurt?" Han Xiao asked anxiously. At the same time, her pair of watery beautiful eyes quickly scanned Ling Chen up and down, her jade hands exploring his body, trying to find any signs of serious injury. It was no wonder Han Xiao was so worried. The sudden appearance of the demon organization. At the cost of a life of another world heavenly monarch, all the prodigies from this year's universities were transferred away. Even with Han Xiao's calm demeanor, her heart sank to the depths at that moment. The name of the demon's arrival was known worldwide. Anyone taken and imprisoned by this organization, whether ordinary people or fourth-turn powerhouses, either ended up brainwashed and controlled or were directly killed. How could she not worry? Faced with the beautiful woman's hands groping around, Ling Chen helplessly stopped her, shaking his head and saying, "Director Han, please rest assured, I am not injured at all." "Ha!" Upon hearing this, Han Xiao's eager face froze for a moment. Not injured? This shock quickly appeared on Han Xiao's face. Even Lu Huanran, who had been staring intently at Andrea, turned to look at Ling Chen in surprise after hearing his words. A level 22 unclassed wanderer versus a level 100 fourth turn Night Empress. Surviving was already a miracle among miracles. But the key was, he actually had not sustained any injuries. How could this be possible? Thinking of this, Lu Huanran and Han Xiao simultaneously cast their puzzled gazes on Andrea, whose aura had been drastically reduced. Their expressions seemed to say, "Oh, Andrea, how have you become so weak after not seeing you for a few years?" This made Andrea's pretty face even darker, feeling more aggrieved. She had the power of a fourth-turn deity, yet she couldn't do anything to a mere kid. And now she had to endure the mockery of an old rival. Damn, how infuriating. What about the others? Han Xiao, too lazy to continue looking at Andrea, quickly asked with concern. It was good that Ling Chen survived. But if all the prodigies from this year's universities were dead, it would be an extremely fatal blow to the Dragon Kingdom. If this rare golden academic year was wiped out by the demon's arrival, their plans would still be half successful. All of them have already been sent back to the Tianyan Academy campus using the Sun and Moon rotation talisman. I believe Director Zhou will notice immediately. They should be safe now, Ling Chen replied softly. Ha! At this moment, the faces of Lu Huanran and Han Xiao were filled with uncontrollable shock. Understanding that he was alive was one thing. Not being injured was also somewhat understandable. But you saved all the students too? This series of facts combined was simply incomprehensible. What kind of monster is this kid? Can't figure it out. Really can't figure it out. We'll talk about the shocking and emotional things later. First, let's deal with this damned bird woman. At this moment, Han Xiao finally managed to suppress her shock, looking seriously at Andrea, whose attributes had been drastically reduced. Lu Huanran also raised his hand instantly. The 7 massive divine swords that pierced the heavens and earth emitted a sound of sword cries at this moment. Buzz! The 7-star sword formation was activated. Countless sharp sword energies transformed into numerous long swords, descending from the sky as if a spectacular rain of destruction was falling. A chorus of 10,000 swords. However, facing the terrifying sword rain attack, Andrea, whose attributes had been drastically reduced, still showed no signs of panic. Her originally black massive wings seemed to shed all their darkness at this moment, revealing the golden feathers of the golden crow. Her originally pitch-black long hair had also transformed into beautiful, silky golden locks. Even the mysterious black sun hanging behind her head was spinning wildly, radiating dazzling light that dispelled infinite darkness. The bloodline of the divine bird Golden Crow, 100% activated. Golden Crow Guardian. Her golden wings slowly folded, completely protecting her 3-meter-tall delicate body. Caw! Behind her appeared a brilliant golden shadow of the Golden Crow, the divine bird screeching as if filled with boundless rage. Golden Crow Guardian, SSS. The Golden Crow clan's divine-level bloodline talent summons the divine bird, the Golden Crow, to descend, granting the user protective power, allowing them to be in an invincible state for 5 minutes. Note, during the invincible period, the user cannot move or use any skills externally, and this invincible state can be by the caster at any time. This invincible state cannot be dispelled. Why do all the races in the world, except for humans, place such importance on so-called bloodlines? This is the answer. It is also the capital that various races believe makes them superior. Humans can only possess 2 types of talents, innate talent and trial secret realm talent. However, people from other races can possess an additional bloodline talent. And at this moment, Andrea, who has perfectly inherited the bloodline of the divine bird, the golden crow, is using this extremely powerful divine-level bloodline talent despite having all attributes drastically reduced. With a bloodline talent, no matter what environment you are in or what kind of opponent you face, you can at least survive for 5 minutes. Of course, this excludes facing deities, who can alter the rules of order. No one knows if there are deities in this world, but everyone believes there are deities in this world. Since they are deities, it is not surprising that they have the ability to modify the rules of the world's order. Back to the point. Unlike the frozen tomb, Andrea can only not use skills externally. However, internally, that is, on herself, she can use skills. In other words, when you are severely injured, you can use this bloodline talent to allow yourself to heal using other skills. After 5 minutes, you can emerge fully restored. Sword rain poured down on Andrea's golden wings, producing a crisp sound. Not a single drop could penetrate. Ling Chen felt his scalp tingle under the onslaught of this devastating sword rain. Any one of the countless swords attacking him could easily end his life. This is the terrifying power of the sword god. Lu Wanran is called the star-cutting sword god because on the day he achieved his 4th transformation, he actually struck a massive star that fell from the sky in half with a single sword. Countless strong individuals witnessed this event together. Thus, he was bestowed the title of star-cutting. But even someone as strong as Lu Wanran felt helpless in the face of Andrea, who had now shrunk into a turtle shell. The state of absolute fairness had already ended at this moment. The Night Empress showed no hesitation, spreading her wings and ending her turtle shell state. At the same time, she coldly extended her jade arm towards Ling Chen's position, her enormous palm suddenly grasping. Crack! The space where Ling Chen was located instantly began to collapse. She actually intended to dig away the space where Ling Chen was before fleeing. In other words, she still wanted to take Ling Chen with her. Humph. As a fellow 4th transformation powerhouse, Han Xiao naturally could not stand by and watch. She gently waved her hand. Whoosh! A sharp shadow blade, seemingly capable of cutting through anything, suddenly pierced out from Andrea's back, and Andrea's extended jade arm was directly severed by the shadow blade. Whoosh! Golden blood of the divine bird spilled onto the ground. The originally barren and desolate ground began to visibly sprout a cluster of flowers and grass at an astonishing speed. The entire massive land seemed to have received the blessing of the goddess of life, suddenly bursting forth with an extremely vigorous vitality. From this, it can be seen that the demonic blood within Andrea could never merge with her own bloodline, being firmly suppressed by the blood of the divine bird, the golden crow. Having her arm severed interrupted her spellcasting, but Andrea showed no signs of pain. The severed arm quickly regenerated, you couldn't even see her skill chanting action in time. And at this moment, a sword was approaching. Andrea did not dare to underestimate the sword of the star-cutting sword god. As her figure twisted, her wings suddenly flared. Ding! The blade clashed against the golden wings, producing an incredibly brilliant spark. At the same time, a shockwave formed from the collision suddenly spread out. Boom! Dust flew and stones scattered. Mountains were crushed and trees snapped. The terrain of the mountains within a radius of several dozen kilometers was completely overturned by this shockwave at the point of collision. Even Ling Chen, if it weren't for Han Xiao shielding him in front, would have perished under this shockwave. This was the clash of a 4th-turn supreme being. Moreover, this was merely a probing attack. After all, both sides knew that unless they were both determined to die, it would be difficult to injure each other. Even though Andrea was facing 2 opponents, she could still choose to flee if she couldn't win. Of course, if Han Xiao or a grandmaster, then Andrea wouldn't dare to take such risks, let alone attempt to take Ling Chen away. This was due to the nature of their professions. The Grand Master, as a unique profession of the Dragon Kingdom, was a 4th-turn Daoist. They possessed the power to influence the heavens and the earth. A 1st-turn Daoist could shift the stars and measure mountains and waters, divining fortunes. A 4th-turn Grand Master, however, could move mountains and fill seas, replace stars and change moons, possessing the great power to turn the tide of battle. The strength of the Grand Master profession lies not in their direct combat power but in their various miraculous means. The concept of luck and dragon veins is profound and mysterious, only a Daoist can see through it at a glance. Once marked by a Grand Master with the power of luck, Andrea could only escape into a secret realm completely isolated from the real world. Of course, she could also hide in one of the extremely dangerous 4 forbidden areas. Otherwise, the Grand Master only needed to calculate with their fingers, and the threads of fate would clearly appear before their eyes. At that time, it would cause great inconvenience for Andrea. At this moment, Andrea had attempted several times to capture Ling Chen but was thwarted each time. She could only glare fiercely at Ling Chen. Finally, she broke through the sword formation and took flight. After all, Andrea knew that the longer the battle dragged on here, the more unfavorable it would be for her. With no other choice, she could only retreat first. The Beast Mountains, stretching for hundreds of miles, had already turned into ruins of shattered stones in the probing exchanges of these 3 4th-turn powerhouses. trees, flowers, beasts, and insects had all ceased to exist. With Andrea's unwilling departure, the plan of the Demon Arrival Organization was completely foiled. It also announced the definitive end of this war. Lu Huanran and Han Xiao felt that they could not stay here any longer, so they took Ling Chen back to the Haston Academy. Ling Chen didn't even have a chance to rest. Just as he stepped through the gates of the Haston Academy, boom! Countless students, spectators, and various reporters rushed towards him. The flurry of questions was overwhelming, almost all concerning the Demon Arrival Organization. Fortunately, under the frowns and urging of Han Xiao and Lu Huanran, everyone reluctantly retreated. Just as Ling Chen was about to turn back to his own residence, Han Xiao grabbed his wrist and revealed a gentle and warm smile. For safeties, Sake, until all the traitors of the Demon Arrival Organization have been cleared out from the various academies, you will stay with me. Even though the crisis had passed, Han Xiao still wore a serious expression, her delicate face lingering with a hint of fear. The sudden attack by the Demon Arrival had caught everyone off guard. No one knew if there were any further plans. Until the remnants were thoroughly investigated, Han Xiao felt it was more stable for Ling Chen to stay with her. However, Ling Chen was not accustomed to living with others. Even in his past life, after graduating from school and starting to work, he had never considered sharing a place with anyone. He understood that no matter how close friends were, living together for a long time would inevitably lead to some conflicts. He was unwilling to let his shortcomings cause discomfort to others, nor did he want the flaws of others to make him uncomfortable. Living alone was the best choice. Whether he wanted to sing loudly or dance wildly, he could do so freely, without anyone to criticize or despise him. Therefore, in response to Han Xiao's suggestion, Ling Chen was only willing to be neighbors with this beautiful young woman. Living next door was enough. Han Xiao did not press the issue. Her intention was simply to protect the seedling. Living next door would suffice. After Lu Wanran returned to the Haston Academy, he urgently began an extremely important video conference with the presidents of various universities and the bigwigs of the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Education. This meeting was extremely brief, lasting only an hour. But after this meeting, the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of Education issued an emergency notice, and all universities, high schools, middle schools, and even elementary schools across the provinces entered a lockdown state. Moreover, the Dragon Kingdom's military dispatched teams of transferred powerhouses to investigate whether any remnants of the demonic invasion remained in the schools. The resurgence of the demonic presence had already been broadcasted live, making it known to netizens nationwide, causing considerable panic. The Dragon Kingdom's officials had to take this seriously and conduct a thorough investigation. Even prestigious institutions like the Hucking Academy had suffered infiltration from the demonic presence. How could one be careless when it concerned the future hopes of the nation? A nationwide large-scale cleanup operation was thus launched, codenamed Exorcism. After hearing about this matter, officials from various countries and ethnic groups abroad quickly dispatched transferred powerhouses to support the Dragon Kingdom. Only a few Western countries, led by the Free Federation, not only did not send any strong individuals for support but also publicly criticized the Dragon Kingdom's officials in international media for their inadequate inspections, which led to the successful infiltration of the demonic presence. In response, the Dragon Kingdom's officials remained polite and courteous, thanking the countries for their corrections and concern, but also friendly, reminding them that it would be best for them to conduct thorough investigations as well. Upon hearing this, other countries seemed to understand the reasoning. After all, the terror of the demonic organization was evident to all. The people within that organization were all a bunch of lunatics. Thus, countries began their own nationwide inspection operations. The results were shocking. Some institutions in various countries also had remnants of the demonic presence lurking. Now, nations around the world began to panic. Only the few countries led by the Free Federation still proudly declared that they were the safest and best countries in the world, so there was no need for thorough investigations. Due to the lockdown, members from various schools participating in the freshman exchange trial competition could not return and remained at the Haston Academy. A few days later, Dean Zhou of the Tianyan Academy brought the participating team members back to the Tianyan Academy. Upon seeing the lively Ling Chen, the worry on his old face finally relaxed. A few days prior, Dean Zhou had suddenly felt an overwhelming evil aura erupting from Ling Chen's Villa No. 1. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was the dozens of students who had been teleported back. After suppressing the more than 30 students controlled by the demonic insects, Zhou Hongfu then listened to Zhu Yaoguang and others anxiously recount the events leading up to it. When he heard that Ling Chen had been left alone by the Night Empress, his heart tightened. But he had to first deal with the students from various schools who were parasitized by the demonic insects. After handling that, he received contact from Han Xiao, informing him that everything was fine and there were no casualties. "You brat, always giving people unexpected surprises." Zhou Hongfu reached out and poked Ling Chen, shaking his head and laughing in disbelief. This time, Dean Zhou brought the recovered team members from various schools to the Haston Academy, also to participate in an important meeting. The various team members who had previously looked down on Ling Chen now approached him with complex expressions, thanking him. It seems that those parasitized by the demon insects have not lost their memories. If it weren't for Ling Chen's intervention, they would have likely been captured by the demon and completely brainwashed, reduced to puppets. This was indeed a life-saving grace. In response to their gratitude, Ling Chen merely nodded indifferently, too lazy to even offer a smile. In fact, when he was left alone, Ling Chen had thought more than once about cursing MMP. When Xu Yaoguang and the others saw Ling Chen return safely, they all breathed a sigh of relief. But immediately after, their admiration for Ling Chen grew even stronger. Little Charlotte had become Ling Chen's little fan. After all, she was the legendary Empress of the Night, a level 100 4-turn powerhouse, and also the bloodline heir of the divine bird, Jinwu. They had already learned from Dean Han that the time difference between when they arrived on the scene to rescue and when they were teleported away by Ling Chen was about 3 to 4 minutes. This meant that Ling Chen had fought alone against this Empress of the Night for 3 to 4 minutes, and he had survived intact. This was beyond human capability. Everyone was filled with curiosity and inquiry about those missing 3 to 4 minutes. But obviously, Ling Chen was not in the mood to elaborate. No matter who asked, he only had one answer: just lucky to survive. Then, over the next few days, Haston Academy began a thorough examination of everyone's bodies and even their consciousness and spiritual bodies. Not even the school leaders were spared. Everyone had to undergo a unified inspection. After the inspections were completed, the leaders of various schools gathered together and concentrated all the participating teams in Haston Square. Of course, due to the emergency lockdown, the audience and reporters could not leave. Hundreds of thousands of spectators remained at the school, which was indeed a problem for an ordinary school. But for Haston Academy, it was not a problem at all. Master architects directly built exquisite residential high-rises in the sufficiently spacious area. Once the school was unsealed, with just a wave of their hand, the master architects could easily dismantle these residential buildings in an instant. This world had already been completely permeated by magic and high technology. The principal of Haston Academy, Lu Huanran, stood on the high main stage, looking seriously at the crowd below. He first gave a simple apology, saying that due to his lax supervision, the new student exchange trial competition had encountered an accident. After finishing, he solemnly stated the final point. Due to the interruption of this new student exchange trial competition by the remnants of the demon, we cannot determine the rankings. Therefore, after discussions among the leaders of various schools and the big shots from the Ministry of Education, it has been decided. This new student exchange trial competition will be restarted as an individual competition. This individual competition will adopt an elimination system, and all 150 universities can send one representative student to participate. As soon as Lu Huanran's words fell, a wave of shocked murmurs erupted from the crowd. A single ticket could actually allow them to watch 2 matches. What a deal! Of course, there were also voices of doubt among the spectators. Is there really a need to restart this competition? The first place is definitely going to be Tianyan Academy. Yeah, even if it's a single-player competition, who can possibly challenge that freak Ling Chen? Boring, in the end. Isn't this individual competition just going to be won by Ling Chen? Facing the discussions among the spectators, Lu Huanran on the high platform also sighed inwardly. Yes, he also felt that restarting this event was quite unnecessary. They could have just ranked according to the previous points. But unfortunately, the leaders of various schools were unwilling. Those unwilling were mostly from second and third-tier schools. As soon as they heard the discussion about whether to restart the competition, their eyes lit up, mainly because they were also quite helpless. In that allied battle, Ling Chen had single-handedly annihilated 700 people. This led to the fact that in this freshman exchange trial competition, second and third tier schools were unable to secure any rankings at all. So, they were, of course, firmly in favor of restarting the competition. After all, it was at least an opportunity to regain some rankings. In the official events livestream, the opinions of the viewers were in agreement with those of the audience on site. What a joke! First place is destined to be that monster, Ling Chen. But under the urging of the leaders from various schools, the individual competition was restarted. Dozens of arenas rose from the ground. At the same time, a drawing ceremony began. Representatives from each school took turns to draw lots. When the handsome and tall Ling Chen, resembling a celestial being, stepped onto the stage, the cheers from the audience erupted like thunder. Unlike the previous disdainful remarks at the start of the competition, the attitude of all the spectators had undergone a dramatic transformation at this moment. The viewers in the live stream were spamming the chat with repeated messages. Ling God! Ling God! Ling God! No one expected that this freshman from Tianyan Academy would receive such high acclaim. Meanwhile, the students from other second and third tier schools glanced at the cold and composed Ling Chen during the drawing and silently prayed, "I hope I don't draw Ling Chen. Please, not Ling Chen." In fact, it wasn't just the students from these second and third tier schools who were praying like this. Even the representatives from prestigious schools, Xiao Ruoming, Yi Tian, Situ Bingling, and Lu Shi, were inwardly wishing not to encounter this monstrous freak too early. Although Xiao Ruoming, Yi Tian, and Lu Shi had not witnessed Ling Chen's strength firsthand, they knew that someone who could deal with the demonized second transformation Fang Bo and survive under the hands of the Night Empress was no ordinary person. How could it be simple? Soon, the drawing ceremony concluded. Although the Ministry of Education of Longwa allowed the rematch, they also instructed that this event should be expedited and completed in one day. After all, there weren't enough hands available. The demon organization was not sitting idly by in the face of this demon extermination operation. Numerous demonized second transformation powerhouses had already appeared across various provinces, posing a serious threat to the safety of local citizens and students. Therefore, it was essential to resolve matters quickly and then mobilize strong students from universities to provide assistance everywhere. In fact, this individual competition was indeed very fast. How fast was it? In the first round of the top 75 selection, the opponent who encountered Ling Chen hadn't even stepped onto the arena before raising a white flag in surrender below. The same happened in the second round of the top 37 selection. The third round, the fourth round, Ling Chen repeated the same actions. Step onto the stage. Step down. Step onto the stage. Step down. All the spectators stared in disbelief at this scene. Damn it, at least struggle a bit. What's the point of just surrendering as soon as you get up there? If you think you can do better, then go ahead. Well, never mind. Meanwhile, the leaders from various schools sitting on the podium sighed helplessly. There's really no need to redo this, it's simply a waste of time. Indeed. The female reporters below, however, had their eyes shining brightly. They were snapping photos of Ling Chen. The resentment from when Ling Chen had stripped them of their clothes had long been thrown to the clouds. They had already thought of explosive headlines. Shocking. A freshman from a certain school effortlessly claims the championship in the freshman exchange trial competition. Unprecedented. A nameless wanderer teaches you how to defeat the top talents from prestigious schools. Overbearing color? Why do opponents voluntarily surrender as soon as he steps onto the stage? Finally, during the finals, he encountered a representative from a prestigious school who did not surrender. Xixing Academy, Su Huahua. Her profession was a branch of Taoist priest, a fortune teller. Using her deduction methods, she could see through her opponent's every move. She could even alter some of the fate and luck of her targets. Su Huahua was petite, and her looks could only be described as fair, with a few faint freckles dotting her small face. Wearing a pair of round black-framed glasses and sporting two braided pigtails, she had a pair of clear, bright eyes that resembled a gently flowing stream, giving off a very comfortable feeling. As a branch of the Taoist profession, her weapons were the same as those of a Taoist, two types, the divination plate and the peach blossom sword. At this moment, she held an ancient, modeled divination plate in her small hands, emanating an extraordinary aura that indicated its high quality. Her small face was serious as she looked at her opponent, who had a calm expression and handsome features. She had long noticed the uniqueness of this opponent. Anyone who faced him had basically conceded before even stepping onto the stage. Although Su Huahua had lost all her teammates in the Great Escape Secret Realm, she had survived as a lone wolf. Alone, she hid in the safe zone, waiting for the right moment. It was only after the inexplicable emergence of the Great Secret Realm that she heard about the appearance of the Demon Lin organization. She didn't understand why others were so afraid of this unclassed wanderer. She held no disdain for the unclassed wanderer. Everyone had their own choices, and now what she needed to do was defeat him, then claim the title of champion in this new student exchange trial. At this moment, the teacher, acting as the referee, cast a complex glance at Su Huahua. That look seemed to say, "Little girl, you truly have commendable courage encountering such a freak and still not surrendering. I respect you for being a tough one." Soon, the referee began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, start. The moment the countdown ended, Su Huahua suddenly spun the divination plate. Buzz. An extremely mysterious wave instantly enveloped Ling Chen. Originally, Ling Chen had taken a step forward, but his foot suddenly slipped, nearly causing him to stumble. Slap. Ling Chen braced himself with one hand on the ground, narrowly avoiding a humiliating fall. Wow! At that moment, all the spectators, including the leaders on the podium, had their eyes light up. This, Su Huahua had actually made Ling Chen almost fall. There's hope. Absolutely there's hope. At this moment, the crowd, who had previously shown no interest in the match, all perked up. The Taoist profession is somewhat special, with Longhu Mountain and Maoshan as the orthodox lineages. This profession possesses extremely versatile abilities. Talismans, rituals, internal training, geomancy, divination, alchemy, medicine, almost everything is included. Because there are too many skills to master and those with average talent cannot excel in all, some people choose to specialize in just one ability. Thus, many branches have emerged, each forming its own lineage. Geomancers who study mountains and waters, diviners who predict fortunes, corpse handlers who control the dead. And Su Huahua is a diviner. Just now, when Su Huahua turned the divination plate causing Ling Chen to slip, she had, in that instant, rewritten Ling Chen's fortune, making his luck turn sour at that moment. Hence, he almost slipped and fell. In reality, the diviner profession has many uses on the battlefield. It is said that a third-tier diviner can rewrite the destinies of tens of thousands of people in a short time. Among the various branches of Taoists, none are to be underestimated, especially the diviners. Of course, the Grand Master combines the abilities of all branches. This is also the reason why Master Zhao could single-handedly withstand 5 fourth-tier powerhouses. It is said that in that battle, the Grand Master used the Maoshan demon subduing cave as a base, performing rituals, controlling mountains and waters, and establishing his own dominion over heaven and earth. Even that extremely powerful demon Lin leader found it very challenging to cope. After all, it was a home field advantage. Ling Chen naturally mastered the basic skills of a diviner. But the skill that had rewritten Ling Chen's fortune earlier was not a basic skill. At this moment, Su Huahua's small face was serious, and she dared not underestimate this opponent for even a moment. She saw her opponent, after getting up, suddenly reveal a powerful crossbow, covered in starry patterns, quickly knocking an arrow and drawing the string. Whoosh! An arrow, carrying a sharp momentum, shot straight towards Su Huahua's head. However, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Su Huahua didn't even bother to dodge. She just stood there, as if quietly waiting for the arrow's arrival. At that critical moment, whoosh! The arrow, containing terrifying killing power, actually turned on its own, as if influenced by some kind of causal law, and grazed past her head at an angle. The arrow missed its target, but due to the tracking arrow effect, it quickly adjusted its course and shot towards Su Huahua's backside. However, whoosh! The arrow again turned automatically, directly missing Su Huahua's perky rear. Useless. Ling Chen's luck has already been rewritten by this girl. At this moment, Ling Chen's luck is probably at its worst. Choking on water, tripping while walking, and always missing the target when shooting. In other words, the more you want to achieve something, the less likely you are to succeed. Having strength far beyond that of other freshmen but unable to hit anyone, that's a problem. At this moment, on the podium, Lu Huanran revealed a look of admiration. One of the deans from Qixing Academy wore a proud smile. Su Huahua was indeed the strongest among this year's freshmen at Qixing Academy. Her ability to rewrite fate made her almost invincible in one-on-one matches. Su Huahua, go for it! Su Huahua, go for it! Su Huahua, go for it! And at this moment, the audience erupted with waves of cheers. Those who had been shouting for Ling Chen just a moment ago turned to support Su Huahua. People tend to sympathize with the weak, especially someone like Su Huahua, a delicate and charming girl. Everyone thought Ling Chen was an unbeatable demon king. Every opponent who encountered him surrendered before even stepping onto the stage. But only Su Huahua bravely stood up. This determination to challenge was worthy of everyone's support. Defeat the demon king Ling Chen. Defeat the demon king Ling Chen. Su Huahua heard these cheers rising higher and higher. Her heart felt warm. She never expected the audience to support her so much. Alright, I must defeat this Ling Chen, Su Huahua encouraged herself. But suddenly, in her clear, stream-like eyes, an extremely handsome face reflected. Whoosh! Her heart felt as if it had been suddenly squeezed tight. Cold sweat broke out. A terrifying sense of death threat descended upon her. When did this boy quietly come before her? Why did she have no sense of it at all? Whoosh! A snow-white long sword filled with a chilling sword intent brushed past Su Huahua's fair neck, and the unmatched sword energy bursting from the sword tip shot out like a dazzling white light, directly piercing through the arena's protective shield. But the shield, capable of withstanding the bombardment of second-tier professional skills, was actually pierced by this snow-white cold light, creating a round hole. This extremely deadly sword actually missed Su Huahua. After the sword strike missed, Ling Chen gracefully retreated, still exuding an unparalleled nonchalance. Meanwhile, Su Huahua's small face was dazed, covered in cold sweat. The underwear beneath her clothes was already soaked with cold sweat. At this moment, she finally understood why the audience called Ling Chen a demon king, and she finally understood why every one of Ling Chen's opponents surrendered before even stepping onto the stage. This terrifying speed that left her no time to react, and that attack power even stronger than a second-tier profession. If it weren't for the rewritten fate of Ling Chen, that sword just now might have blown her head apart with its terrifying sword intent. Not to mention Su Huahua, the person involved. Even the surrounding team members from various schools couldn't help but swallow hard at this moment. On the podium, the president of Qixing Academy, who had been very proud, was also shocked by the scene just now. Fortunately, she didn't get hit. Otherwise, Su Huahua's death would have cost a lot of experience. That group of second and third-tier school students, after being slain and eliminated by Ling Chen, almost all lost 2 to 3 levels of experience. In an environment where experience resources were already scarce, this was indeed a painful blow. Actually, I'm not interested in being first, but I have my reasons for needing to take first. Just give up. On the arena, Ling Chen slowly sheathed his sword, calmly looking at the delicate girl. The sword, sheathed in its killing form, was adorned with exquisite, snow-white elegant patterns, exuding a breathtaking beauty. Faced with the suggestion to surrender, Su Huahua bit her silver teeth tightly, her little face flushed, and she did not respond. Perhaps, in her eyes, as long as Ling Chen couldn't attack her, she could remain invincible. If she truly believed that, then Ling Chen could only tell her that she was being too naive. Since she was unwilling to surrender, Ling Chen couldn't be bothered to continue the pointless chatter. The Zhenji ring instantly transformed from killing form to falling sun form. A slender staff swirling with crimson flames appeared in his hand, with a beautifully crafted red crystal at the top of the staff slowly rotating, radiating a mesmerizing red light. He slowly raised the staff. Meanwhile, Zhu Yaoguan, Ji Wuming, and the others from Tianyan Academy had already habitually raised their hands to shield their eyes. Buzz! A powerful light bright enough to blind everyone erupted suddenly, like the sun rising into the sky. Strong light. Spell. Original flash spell. Ah! My eyes. My eyes. Damn it, I'm blind. What the hell? My eyes. Ah! I can't stand that scoundrel Ling Chen. After a long time, the strong light spell made its appearance again. No surprises here. Such dazzling white light instantly robbed all the spectators of their vision. Even the vast majority of people felt their heads buzzing, falling into a state of faintness. Even the camera responsible for the live broadcast was filled with white light, making it impossible for countless online viewers to see the scene clearly. And the group of students in Tianyan Academy watching the live broadcast on their computers in the dormitory, listening to the screams and wails of the audience on site, all crossed their arms and smiled coolly. Awesome! You all get to taste the feeling of being blinded too. I can't be the only one suffering. The leaders of various schools on the podium were not significantly affected. Some leaders had absurdly high resistance. Others easily dispelled it with purification skills. As for the fourth-tier powerhouses like Lu Huanran and Han Xiao, they couldn't even be bothered to close their eyes. This strong light was not even as glaring as his sword light. But even through this endless, vast strong light, they saw Su Huahua collapse with a thud, her eyes rolling back, falling straight down. Because of this, the debuff that rewrote her fate disappeared. It turned out that the skill she used to reverse her fate was a Halo-type passive skill. Luck Reduction Halo, as a divine Halo passive skill of the Fortune Teller. After activating the Halo, it continuously consumes blue energy, greatly weakening the luck of hostile targets within a 50-meter range. Notes: 1. The effect of this skill's Halo cannot be dispelled or purified. 2. The range of this skill's Halo increases with the rise of one's level. I must say, just this one skill alone makes Su Huahua's future achievements limitless. After Su Huahua's level increased later on, all she needed to do was stand on the battlefield, and all surrounding hostile targets would turn into moldy losers. Don't underestimate this skill that involves the law of causality. Sometimes it can be incredibly useful. Just imagine, in such a critical life and death battle, you suddenly trip, or your weapon slips from your hand, or your attacks always miss. All of this could lead to you falling into an extremely dangerous situation. In past new student exchange trials, there have been humorous moments. In a team match, a fortune teller used a single target skill to rewrite the fate of an opposing mage, resulting in that mage's skills forever missing their targets. But that wasn't the most important part. The most important part was that he became the old six, and all his attacks landed on his teammates. The final result was that his teammates were all injured under his attacks. The fortune teller's team won without a fight. It can be said that if Su Huahua hadn't encountered a freak like Ling Chen, even Zhu Yaoguan might have lost to her. After all, this Halo skill is indeed a bit overpowered. But no matter how overpowered it is, it cannot change the path of the light's diffusion. Unsurprisingly, Su Huahua fell. Her armor was enchanted with maximum mana and mana recovery speed, but it did not have a purification effect. After all, this Halo consumed a lot of mana. The blinding light disappeared. When Su Huahua slowly woke up, a beautifully crafted, slender, fiery red staff was already pointed at her. Fireballs, burning fiercely and radiating terrifying high temperatures, hovered in the air, ready to fall at any moment. Enhanced by the A-grade Eternal System Elixir, the Golden Crow's Fiery Sun Pill, Ling Chen's fireball technique had become extraordinary. The sheer terrifying heat radiating from it made the surrounding audience wipe their sweat continuously. I admit defeat. Although Su Huahua's name contained 2 characters for fire, she was also afraid of it. In the end, she could only pale and concede. Below the arena, Gao Yao was already trembling. Slightly, even her fists were shaking. Her teammates looked at her with pity. Gao Yao probably recalled that past scene. She had been defeated by Ling Chen in the same way. Who would have thought that today, another sister would suffer from Ling Chen's poison? At that moment, the referee loudly announced the champion of this new student exchange trial is Tianyan Academy. Let's congratulate Tianyan Academy. Congratulations to Tianyan Academy for once again winning the National New Student Exchange Trial Championship. We also thank all the major institutions for bringing us such exciting battles. This competition has come to a perfect conclusion. Wow! At this moment, the dust finally settled. The brave Su Huohua ultimately could not defeat the great demon King Ling Chen. The audience, covering their eyes and wiping their tears, had to stand up and applaud for Tianyan Academy's victory. The leaders from various schools on the podium also stood up to applaud and congratulate. At the same time, Ling Chen's name had completely exploded on the internet. Who said that a jobless drifter has no way out? Who said that a jobless drifter is destined to fail? Who said that a jobless drifter has no future? All doubts about Ling Chen were shattered and crushed at this moment. All the young spectators deeply remembered this dark horse that brought countless magnificent scenes. Many girls even regarded Ling Chen as their idol. Of course, there were also some younger elementary school students who, lacking discernment, shouted that they wanted to grow up to be a handsome jobless drifter. The result was that they were mixed up by teachers and parents, ultimately tearfully changing their wish to, "I want to be a mage, I want to be a war god." This path, any discerning person knows, can only be walked by Ling Chen. You can only learn his combat skills, but you cannot walk the same path as him. Those who learn from me live, those who resemble me die. At this moment, Ling Chen and his 9 companions jointly held up their championship trophy. A golden rain fell over the entire arena. And at this moment, the system finally announced that Ling Chen had completed the challenge task. The previous 3-tier tasks had already completed 2 tiers. Only the last one remained, to eliminate 5 second transformation powerhouses using day. Currently, the completion rate is 0/5. Feng Bo's original spirit body was annihilated by the magic eye ray set by the Night Empress. It does not count towards Ling Chen's achievements. However, fortunately, this task does not have a time limit, which means there will be plenty of opportunities to complete it in the future. Just as Ling Chen was thinking of finding a corner to hide and see what rewards the system would give, a rush of dozens of reporters surged towards him. Countless microphones seemed eager to be shoved into Ling Chen's mouth. Their goal was straightforward: to interview Ling Chen, the undisputed top freshman. As for the other talents from Tianyan Academy, they were instead neglected. In that instant, these prodigies, who had been the focus of attention since childhood, finally experienced the feeling of being overlooked and ignored. Meanwhile, Ling Chen was forced to frown and step back from the reporters. Speechless. It's one thing to shove a microphone in my face, but what does it mean when some female reporters reach for my backside? After this headache-inducing post-match interview ended, Ling Chen finally had the chance to return to his residence and check the rewards issued by the system. After reviewing the system's reward records, even the calm and composed Ling Chen couldn't help but break into a joyful smile, because this time, the rewards were as generous as ever. Reward: congratulations. You have received upgrade capsules ×3. Reward: congratulations. You have received lucky potion ×1. Reward: congratulations. The level of all your innate talents has been upgraded to A+. Reward: congratulations. You have received a set of 25 level gold grade armor fury set. Reward: congratulations. You have received S-level trial secret realm talent critical hit. Reward: congratulations. You have received 100 4-dimensional attribute points, 500 skill points. Reward: congratulations. You have received A-level bloodline talent Beast King's Might. Reward: congratulations. You have received S+ level item Spirit Immortal Jade Liquid Marrow. Reward: congratulations. You have received God level skill Void. This was the most generous reward Ling Chen had ever seen. Perhaps due to the appearance of the Night Empress, the difficulty of these challenge tasks had increased. That's why the rewards were so exaggerated, especially since all his innate talents had once again received explosive level upgrades. Equipment Master A+ allows you to master any weapon below level 50 of any profession, any grade, and your weapon switching speed is 0.01 seconds. Magic Power Master A+ increases your base mana recovery speed by 100% and increases your maximum mana by 100%, while your skill cooldown reduction is enhanced by 60%. Omni A+, your skill levels for all professions increase by 12 tiers, with a maximum upgrade to A. Eye of all demons A+, an evolved version of the eye that perceives and controls all things, greatly enhancing your visual insight, and everything within your sight is under your control. Note: control time increased from 3 seconds to 7 seconds. This control state cannot be dispelled or purified. Cannot control targets that are 40 levels higher than oneself. Since taking the all-demon breaking boundary pill, the inherited talent of the Lord of all demons has also been counted among Ling Chen's innate talents. Of course, what Ling Chen valued most was still the advancement of the Omni talent. After all, this is the foundation for a jobless wanderer. It is precisely because of the advancement of this innate talent that Ling Chen's all primary skill levels have risen from F to B. With the increase in levels, these primary skills have undergone significant changes in form, damage, and characteristics. The stunning probability of bright light technique has increased from 50% to 100%, and any hostile target illuminated by the light will suffer from light burns, resulting in continuous damage.
Of course, there are still limitations, such as being unable to affect targets whose levels exceed his by more than 20. The defensive reduction effect of battle intent. Roar has improved, and its range has expanded. The damage of fireball technique has increased, the explosion range has expanded, and upon hitting a target, it will stack a layer of burning mark. After stacking 5 layers, the burning mark can be detonated, causing a mental burn effect on the enemy. The stones condensed by stone solidification technique are now more numerous and larger, and upon hitting a target, they will splatter stone fragments, causing area damage. In summary, due to the tremendous enhancement of this innate talent, all of Ling Chen's primary skills have received a significant boost once again. Looking at the other rewards, Upgrade Capsule increases your level by 1 after consumption. Lucky Potion greatly increases your luck for a duration of 60 minutes after consumption. Magic Fury Set consists of armor, belt, lower garment, boots, and necklace. The 4-dimensional enhancements of these 5 pieces of equipment are consistent: strength 60, physique 60, wisdom 60, agility 60. 3-piece set effect increases your magic damage by 30%. 5-piece set effect, all your attacks will accumulate magic fury points. After accumulating 100 points, you will enter the magic fury state. Magic fury state, magic skill damage increases by 60%, casting speed increases by 30%, and all magic damage will be converted into an equal amount of shield. Long before Ling Chen was thrown into the forbidden area, that endless life set had already been invaded by demonic energy. Later, when participating in the new student exchange trial, the equipment Ling Chen wore was purple grade scattered armor purchased with points from the Tianyan ranking. Now, with this magic fury set, Ling Chen's combat power will naturally soar once again. Critical hit, S-Trial Secret Realm Talent. After activation, your next attack will ignore any armor or magic resistance of the enemy, dealing true damage. This goes without saying, it's specifically for tackling high defense, high armor monsters. Beast King's Might, a dragon bloodline talent. After activation, the pressure of the Beast King spreads, making all beasts submit. Note, when battling beast type enemies, it can weaken their strength to a certain extent, even instilling fear in them. It's specifically for tackling beast type monsters in the secret realm. Generally speaking, humans cannot use bloodline talents, but Ling Chen is different. He has consumed Omni Blood, breaking through the restrictions of bloodline rules in the world, so he naturally doesn't have to worry about being unable to use bloodline talents. Continuing to look. Spirit Immortal Jade Liquid Marrow S plus a system exclusive product, an extremely rare divine item that can elevate the quality of equipped items to the spirit tool level. A good item. Absolutely a good item. The 1000 Machine Ring will also receive a significant enhancement. It will be completely upgraded from a gold grade mundane item to a spirit tool. As for the last one, Divine Skill Phantomization. Phantomization S after use, you enter the phantomization state, lasting for 10 seconds. Note, this state cannot be dispelled or purified. Phantomization state, you become transparent, merge into the void, enter an invincible state, and cannot be targeted. Additionally, you can move freely and cast spells freely. This skill is a system-exclusive product. Another life-saving divine skill. Ling Chen's basic 4-dimensional attributes also saw a significant increase. Strength 275, physique 275, wisdom 275, agility 275. No items or equipment bonuses due to the effect of the Wanma Breaking Boundary Pill. The 4-dimensional points and skill points gained from leveling up were no longer fixed at 2 points. After consuming 3 upgrade capsules in a row, Ling Chen's level rose from 22 to 25, just in time to equip the Fury set. Awesome! This reward made Ling Chen extremely satisfied. Moreover, he discovered a pattern. Whenever it involved challenge tasks for major competitions, as long as you exceeded the task requirements, the rewards would be incredibly generous. Without any hesitation, he directly used the Spirit Immortal Jade Liquid on the Qianji ring. Buzz! When this bottle of emerald green elixir dripped onto the Qianji ring, it suddenly erupted with an extremely dazzling holy light. After this burst of brilliant holy light flickered, ding! An emotionless electronic prompt from the system echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, equipment upgrade successful. Qianji ring, gold, Qianji ring, spirit tool. Ling Chen, with a face full of surprise, opened the detailed introduction page of the Qianji ring. Equipment, breaking array Qianji. Ring level, spirit tool. After equipping, strength plus 150, intelligence plus 150, stamina plus 150, agility plus 150. Level requirement, none. Class restriction, none. Enchanting effects. Currently, this equipment can switch between 6 forms. It will heavy sword shield you mountain form, increases physical resistance, magic resistance, and maximum health by 50%, and increases threat to monsters by 30%. Longsword Frenzy Kill form, increases physical damage by 60%, armor penetration by 30%, and can apply vulnerable buff to the target when attacking. Staff Falling Sun form, increases magic damage by 70%, magic penetration by 50%, and can apply burning buff to the target with spells.
Bao Doomstar form increases physical damage by 30%, armor penetration by 60%, and can apply armor break buff to the target when attacking. Dagger Black Twilight form increases agility by 80%, critical damage by 120%, and applies spinal break buff to the target when attacking. Warspear City Breaker form increases strength by 80%, armor penetration by 60%, and enters City Breaker state. Weapon talents: Devour Spirit S, Absolute Hit S. Form annotations: Vulnerable State causes the target to take 60% more damage. Burning State causes the target to lose 6% of maximum health per second. Armor Break State reduces the target's armor value by 60%. Spinal Break State increases the target's stiffness caused by attacks by 50%. City Breaker State reduces own agility by 80%, increases own attack and defense by 60%, and for each target hit, the weapon's penetration will increase by 500%, with all attacks causing explosive splash damage. The splash damage is 60% of the weapon's own damage. Talent annotations: Devour Spirit. This weapon possesses self-awareness and can enhance forging attributes by devouring others' equipment. Absolute Hit. After activation, within 30 seconds, all attacks from this weapon will hit the enemy 100% as long as the order has not been changed. Weapon notes: debuff duration is 10 seconds. This weapon can serve as a base template. The enchanting slots of this weapon can be expanded to 15. What the hell? Is the power of a spirit tool really that exaggerated? Ling Chen looked at the detailed data of the Qianji ring, his handsome face frozen in shock. From these information panels, it can be seen that both the inherent attributes of the Thousand Machine Ring and the enchanting effects have undergone extremely terrifying enhancements. Moreover, there is an additional introduction to a weapon talent. Ling Chen knew that this was a unique power that only spiritual weapons possess. It is worth mentioning that the soul-devouring weapon talent is something that every spiritual weapon has. However, the method of soul-devouring varies from weapon to weapon. For instance, the soul-devouring of the Thousand Machine Ring can consume the equipment of others to enhance its own forging attributes. Other spiritual weapons may have different methods of a soul-devouring, and some spiritual weapons only need to absorb sunlight to enhance their forging attributes, like the holy weapon, the Dragonfire Scorching Shadow Sword, held by Lu Huanran. Both holy weapons and spiritual weapons can self-soul devour to enhance their forging attributes. Because of this, spiritual and holy weapons actually have no level or wearing restrictions. This means Ling Chen no longer needs to worry about the forging issues of the Thousand Machine Ring. And it seems that this little forging princess, Charlotte, has also lost her utility. Of course, what surprised Ling Chen even more was another weapon talent, Absolute Hit. It turned out to be a causal law weapon talent. Just imagine, Absolute Hit plus Critical Strike. A perfect match. An excellent combination. Who could escape? Even Ling Chen, who usually has a calm demeanor, couldn't help but want to kiss the Thousand Machine Ring twice at this moment. However, just as Ling Chen was about to do so, buzz! Suddenly, this Thousand Machine Ring actually floated up by itself, and it distanced itself from Ling Chen with an air of aloofness. As the master of the Thousand Machine Ring, Ling Chen naturally had a telepathic connection with it. He could clearly feel that the Thousand Machine Ring was expressing a very obvious disdain. Well, the master was actually being looked down upon by the spiritual weapon. But fortunately, the Thousand Machine Ring was just being coy. Although it appeared aloof, it still obediently returned to Ling Chen's finger at his call. Ling Chen comfortably stretched, feeling refreshed all over. This time's harvest could be said to have brought him immense joy. It far exceeded his original expectations. He rubbed his face, slowly calming his joyful mood. He still couldn't be too happy. After witnessing the power of the Night Empress, Ling Chen had a deeper understanding of his own insignificance and helplessness. Although he was already far ahead among his peers, in the eyes of those big shots, he was still like an ant, easily squashed at will. Therefore, he could not afford to slack off. Just then, as Ling Chen was about to enter the system's unique simulated illusion to continue training his combat skills, an AI robot flew over, projecting an information light screen from its little eye. On it was the surveillance footage from the front door. Charlotte's adorable little face filled the entire camera, and she was happily giggling, showing off her two cute little tiger teeth. But this little girl's hair was still a mess. Even though Anna and Xia, the two gentle ladies, combed her hair every day, it would soon become messy again due to her lively antics. As soon as Ling Chen opened the door, Charlotte grabbed his hand and bounced out the door. In the large, open backyard, the aroma of barbecue and lively conversations filled the air. It turned out that a celebration banquet for winning the championship was being held. As the primary